when I was hiding in the bushes taking a dump, I coincidentally encountered the beautiful female teacher who was in urgent need to pee. Seeing no one around, she squatted down on the spot. Little did she know, everything was clearly seen by me hiding behind her. However, just as the female teacher was unleashing the power of chaos to the fullest, suddenly a poisonous snake bit her thigh. I was about to remind her from behind, but I saw the female teacher unexpectedly grab the snake with her bare hands. Then with a strong grip, she took out the snake gall and swallowed it. This scene scared me so much that I almost wet my pants. I never expected that the usually gentle and delicate female teacher could be so violent in private. Just as I was lost in thought, the female teacher suddenly turned to look at me. "Have you seen enough?" I quickly made excuses, claiming that I wasn't doing it on purpose. In the next moment, a strong murderous intent flashed in the female teacher's eyes, and her slender fingers instantly grew long nails over 10 centimeters. She swiftly darted towards me like a ghost and fiercely grabbed my throat. "Since you've seen it, don't blame me for being heartless." I tightly held the female teacher's hand, my eyes filled with shock. You're not human?" The female teacher let out a chilling laugh. "That's right, I'm a spirit, what people often call a ghost." Upon hearing this, disbelief spread across my face. "It's clearly daytime now. Aren't you afraid of the sun?" The female teacher raised her head to glance at the scorching sun. "You're talking about ordinary spirits. With my level of cultivation, I can already move freely during the day, although my powers are limited in daylight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only discovered you hiding in the bushes so late." As she spoke, the female teacher increased the strength in her hands. As I was about to meet my end, I suddenly remembered the talisman given to me by the old Taoist. With my last ounce of strength, I pulled out the talisman from my pants and swiftly slapped it onto the chest of the female teacher. Next second, a dazzling golden light shone, and the female teacher's hands were pushed away by an invisible force, causing her to collapse to the ground. Her face turned as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead incessantly, and her once sharp gaze gradually softened. "Master, I was wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything in the future. You said it yourself, so I won't be polite." With that, I slowly crouched down, extending those wicked hands. The female teacher did not expect me to be so bold. Trembling, she said, "Are you crazy? It's daytime now, and the students are still around." She struggled violently as she spoke, but the more she struggled, the more excited I became. 2.5 seconds later, the female teacher weakly collapsed on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. "I am a ghost. Aren't you afraid?" Hearing this, I chuckled. "I bumped into a female ghost last night. What is there to be afraid of?" I returned to my hometown after graduating from college and became a network administrator in my uncle's internet cafe. Last night was my first night shift, and it happened to be the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, the Ghost Festival. Uncle specifically reminded me before leaving the internet cafe that under no circumstances should I accept cash tonight, but at that time, I was busy playing games and didn't take my uncle's words to heart at all. At midnight, suddenly the sound of high heels echoed. In the countryside, there were few people out at night, let alone a woman wearing high heels. I curiously looked up and saw a tall and slender beauty in a tight red dress standing in front of me. "Boss, open a private room," the beauty said as she handed over her ID card. Glancing at the information on it, I was surprised to see that it was my middle school classmate, Su Yutong. On the third day of junior high, we used to sit at the same table. Back then, I often took her to my uncle's internet cafe to stay up all night. After junior high school graduation, Su Yutong went to the provincial capital to work. She is an orphan, and she has never returned since she left. After not seeing her for several years, she has become even more charming. Her figure is even hotter than before, to the point that I didn't even recognize her. Seeing me in a daze, Su Yutong took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to me. "Old classmate, no need to look for change." She smiled slightly, her beautiful smile making people's hearts tremble. Then she skillfully went upstairs to the private room. Looking at her graceful figure, I fell into contemplation. On the night before she left town, we exchanged our first night together in this internet cafe. Now that we meet again, should I do something? With this thought, I picked up a bottle of drink and went upstairs. Opening the private room door, Su Yutong was completely absorbed in looking at the computer screen. When she saw someone coming in, she nervously closed the browser page, as if hiding a secret that couldn't be revealed. I handed her the drink. "Su Dami, I heard you're making waves in the provincial capital. Why did you decide to come to our remote and poor village?" She lazily leaned back on the sofa, her seductive eyes uttering two words, "Missed you." How could I, in the heat of youth, resist such temptation? So, right then and there, I proceeded to educate her. Early the next day, My body felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The pain was unbearable. In a daze, I heard my uncle's angry shout. "You little rascal! I asked you to be the network manager here, but you fell asleep on the second floor," my uncle said as he slammed a red banknote on the table. "Is this the money you received last night?" I looked closely and saw it was a 10 billion cash issued by the Heaven and Earth Bank. "But I didn't receive this kind of money last night at all." My uncle's face turned extremely pale as he hurriedly asked me what had happened last night. Upon learning that Su Yutong had visited the internet cafe last night, Uncle stood frozen in place. Su Yutong had passed away as early as last year, and it was Uncle who had informed a distant relative to attend her funeral in the provincial capital. Nervously, Uncle pointed at the dark circles under my eyes. "Did anything happen between you and Su Yutong last night?" "No, nothing happened." I had to lie to my uncle so he wouldn't worry. After all, encountering ghosts is no small matter. "Alright, I'll give you a few days off to rest. Don't dwell on this matter. Remember, if you do no wrong, you need not fear ghosts knocking at your door." With that said, I nodded and headed home. His mind was still reeling from the events of last night. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his way home. He fixed his eyes on an old Taoist priest with a beard and disheveled hair. The old Taoist priest looked at him with a smile. "Young man, I see that your peach blossom luck should be good lately. For this kind of charlatan." Li 11 was already not surprised and naturally he was not going to pay attention to it. Seeing Li 11 ignoring himself, the old Taoist priest shook his head. "Although you have peach blossom luck, you are being haunted by evil things. If I'm not mistaken, you should have hit a ghost last night." Li 11 looked at the old Taoist priest in surprise. "How did you know?" The old Taoist priest smiled faintly. "I said I can count. Do you believe me? Young man, your peach blossoms are very prosperous lately." Li 11 thought for a moment. If female ghosts are also able to count peach blossoms, it's not wrong for him to say that. The old Taoist monk continued without any panic. "A normal person hitting a ghost is naturally a great evil omen. But I see that you are different. Can you tell me your birth date? I'll see what tricks you can play." Li 11 gave his date of birth. The old Taoist counted with his fingers. "Your 8 characters, the 4 pillars of pure yang, and being born at noon in summer, can be considered the pure yang of pure yang. People with this kind of 8 characters are extremely beneficial to in-spirit cultivation. It seems that you are being looked upon by the female ghost." Put. 10,000 grass mud horses whizzed by in Li Shi's heart, but on second thought, although Su Yutong was a female ghost, her body was too much stronger than the island country's heroine, and it was still quite cool to be able to meet this kind of female ghost. Just as he froze, the old Taoist priest took out a white porcelain bottle and a talisman from his bosom. "Young man, keep these 2 things. They can save your life if necessary." "Help? You mean the lady ghost will harm me?" The old Taoist priest didn't explain. Just said, "You'll know when the time comes." Li 11 took the porcelain vase. "Does this cost money?" The old Taoist monk waved his hand. "Naturally, I don't charge any money. If you meet any trouble that you can't solve, you can go to the White Cloud Temple and look for me." At this time, Li 11 is still skeptical, but since the other party does not charge money, he put away the porcelain vase. At that moment, his cell phone rang. "Mr. White and I will be passing through town at noon, so meet me at the roadside on time." Mr. White, that's the school's top beautiful teacher. Chapter 2, Old Six Who Squats in the Grass. The caller is called Zhang Xiaofat, nicknamed Fatty, is the heir of Li 11. Fatty is 2 years younger than Li 11. This year will soon be a junior, studying all architecture. Today, the school organized a sketching trip to an ancient village called La Cafe Village. The 2 of them grew up in Falling Flower Village and were more familiar with the place. Since one of the lead teachers had something to do at the moment, Fatty proposed to the teacher to let Li 11 participate as well, so that he could guide the younger siblings in the meantime. Noon. Li 11 is promised to wait at the roadside. The school bus slowly came, but the strange thing is that the bus was followed by a Maserati. Li 11 got on the bus and scanned around, and found that the back row of the bus was full of students. There was only one empty seat next to the lead teacher. Bai Wenxin. She is a graduate student who just graduated last year and has guided Li 11 to do his graduation design. Bai Wenxin's skin is white and beautiful. Her looks and temperament are outstanding, and her figure is even better. There is an old poem, looking across the mountains, saying that she is the one. When she first came to the school, she caused quite a stir, and the older unmarried male teachers at the school all came to the college to inquire about her like wildcats smelling fish. She doesn't seem to be interested in male teachers, though, and she turns them all down. Today she was wearing a white loose t-shirt, but it still didn't cover her proud figure. Li 11 just sat down and smelled a fragrance of elegant gardenia. Mr. Bai, I remember that the perfume you used before was not this one. This should be a new model from Chanel. Yo, Haven't seen you in a few months. I didn't expect your nose to still be this sharp. She smiled, those watery eyes extraordinarily beautiful. The driver was about to close the door and start the vehicle when a man barged in. Wenxin, wait for me. Bai Wenxin saw the man and showed a surprised expression. Zhou Feiyang, why are you here? I heard that you're going to Falling Flower Village, and I want to accompany you, both to protect you and to take care of the students. He pointed to the Maserati behind the bus. The bus is uncomfortable to sit in. Take my car to the village. Bai Wenxin, however, had a stern face. I'm responsible for the safety of the students. I can't take your car. The bus driver heard Zhou Feiyang say that his car was not good. Of course he was not happy. He said in a conspiratorial manner, my broken bus can't accommodate this big Buddha of yours. Don't turn you upside down when the time comes. Why don't you go down and continue to drive your luxury car? Zhou Feiyang could only get out of the car resentfully. Li 11 turned his head and asked the fat man who he really was. According to Fatty's explanation, Zhou Feiyang had recently been courting Bai Wenxin and was considered one of her lickspittles. Falling Flower Village is located in the mountainous area with rugged mountain roads, and it takes about 2 hours to drive from the town to the village. At this time the carload of people have been sitting on now are already tired of back pain, soon after all confused asleep. Li 11 didn't sleep much last night when he met Su Yutong and had a ghost bumping incident, and after a few consecutive yawns, he also tilted his head and fell asleep. In a daze, he felt someone leaning on his shoulder, and he slowly opened his eyes to find that it was actually Bai Wenxin. It was the first time I had ever seen her so close and could even feel her breathing. Li 11 thought to himself, that old Taoist priest really didn't lie to himself. Meeting two beautiful women in a row. His recent peach blossom luck is really prosperous. At this time, someone tapped Li Shi's shoulder, only to see the fat man looking at himself with a bad smile on his face. Your kid's luck is really good. The big white beauty that so many male teachers in the school didn't get a date with. Today you actually picked up a great bargain. He made a shoe motion with his hand, signaling him not to speak too loudly, in case Bai Wenxin woke up, then there would be no such benefit. As if he didn't see it, Fatty continued, eat, you have to treat me to dinner when you get back. Li 11 nodded and told him to sit down quickly, but the fat man took out his cell phone and took a picture of it before it subsided. I don't know how long it took. Bai Wenxin woke up. When she saw herself leaning on Li Shi's shoulder, her face flushed red for a moment. No. Sorry. No. Didn't press you, did I? You can lie down a little longer if you're comfortable falling asleep like this. Bai Wenxin was flustered and organized her hair, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, the bus braked sharply. Master? What's wrong? Bai Wenxin stood up, trying to get rid of the embarrassment from earlier. The car's engine may have failed. I'll go down and have a look. Shortly afterward, the driver brought bad news that the uphill climb all the way had fried the car's engine. The bus would definitely not make it into the village. It's still a few kilometers from the village, and the next step may require a walk to the village. Zhou Feiyang walked over from the Maserati and cursed at the bus driver. I say, old man, don't you know how to check the car before you go out? Then he smiled again and said to Bai Wenxin, my car is still good. I can send the students into the village by the busload. The bus driver didn't have a good attitude towards him. There are dirt roads up the mountain ahead. Your precious car can't afford to be tossed around. Of course Zhou Feiyang won't lose face. Just kidding. My multi-million-dollar car isn't just for show. I'll drag you there. When he finished, he took the driver up to scout the road. At this time has reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It is the highest temperature of the day. The sun shines unbearable. The temperature inside the car gradually came up. Sweat Bai Wenxin's clothes are soaked. Li 11, a native who had grown up in the area, thought of a stream of water not far away, and proposed that the crowd wait for their return in the shade of a tree by the stream. When they heard that they could play in the water, the students got off the bus with high spirits. But then, his stomach suddenly hurt. Walk me through a big one. He pulled the fat man who was about to get out of the car. It was his and Fatty's code word for Ting when they were growing up. Seeing his expression of pain, the fat man was going to agree. But at that moment, a fat girl sitting in the back row came over. The fat girl's name was Zhao Mengmeng and she was their class president. Although she was average looking, she had a cheerful personality and was the one that the fat man liked. She said to the fat man, want to go play in the water together? The fat man's face showed joy and he agreed in a single breath. A bigot. Li 11 cursed Fatty while trying to find a corner, but it was too open all around. And it wasn't until he had walked out for a few hundred meters that he found a hidden bush. Just as he had solved the big problem and was about to lift his pants in satisfaction, he heard someone approaching. Looking through the grass, it turned out to be Bai Wenxin. Bai Wenxin looked around and didn't find Li 11. She slowly squatted down. Li 11, who has been playing the game for many years, is also good at squatting bushes, and in the spirit of the old sick spirit of not looking at nothing, He did not make a sound, accompanied by the clattering sound of running water. Suddenly, a black and white snake approached Bai Wenxin. He was about to warn, but the snake seemed faster. However, even faster than the snake was Bai Wenxin. She actually grabbed the snake with her bare hands, and then, with a force from her hands, the snake was split in two. Then she took out the snake's bile and directly swallowed it. Li 11 couldn't believe his eyes. The beautiful woman who was civilized on the surface was so violent in private. You've seen enough. Bai Wenxin turned back and leisurely looked in the direction of Li Shi's crouching bushes. Chapter 3, The Mountain Spirit Receives the Marriage. Mr. Bai, I really didn't mean to peek at you. Li 11 hurriedly stood up and tried to explain. Now that you've seen it, don't blame me for being merciless. Bai Wenxin's originally gentle eyes violently revealed a strong killing intent, only to see a dozen centimeters long nails grow instantly on her slender fingers. She formed her right hand into a claw shape, her figure flashed like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, she directly grabbed Li Shi's throat. The two of them were more than 10 meters away from each other, but she drifted to them in just an instant. You're not human? In extreme shock, Li 11 clutched Bai Wenxin's right hand tightly and tried his best to break free. Bai Wenxin let out a creepy laugh. That's right, I'm a yin spirit. The spirits she spoke of were what people often call ghosts. Li Shi's head buzzed sound. The whole body sweat hairs instantly erect. How possible? Now is broad daylight. Ghosts, how can a ghost show up? Bai Wenxin looked up at the blazing sun. You're talking about ordinary yin spirits. With my cultivation, I'm already able to move freely during the daytime. Only my cultivation is limited during the daytime. Or else I wouldn't have found you hiding amongst the bushes so late. Li 11 felt that he was already on the verge of suffocating. Suddenly, he remembered the talisman that the old Taoist priest had given him. Maybe that could save his life. Fortunately, he had put the talisman in his pocket, and he could only gamble on whether he would live or die. With his last ounce of strength, he pulled out a talisman and slammed it on Bai Wenxin's chest. Right at this moment, the talisman suddenly shone with a bright and dazzling golden light. Within the light was an endless pressure. At the same time, Bai Wenxin's hand violently loosened as if it had been bounced off by an invisible force, and his entire body instantly collapsed to the ground as if he had lost his support. Her face was as pale as paper. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down on her forehead, and her eyes revealed a color of disbelief and horror. She trembled her body and painfully said, "How did you get the talisman?" Bai Wenxin's originally stern eyes gradually became softer. "As long as you let me go, whatever you ask me to do in the future, I'll promise you." Looking at her loving gaze and moving body, Li Shi's lust instantly surged, and now that she was so weak, he had even more to fall back on. Although the great beauty in front of him was not human, he had already collided with a female ghost last night, so how could he miss a great beauty like Bai Wenxin? "That's what you said. Oh, then I'm welcome." He slowly crouched down and stretched out those wicked hands. She had not expected the other party to be so bold and looked at Li 11 in shock. "I am a yin spirit. Aren't you afraid?" Li 11 heatedly laughed. "If you're bold enough, female ghosts take maternity leave too. You're crazy. It's daytime. The students are still over there." But when faced with the flustered Bai Wenxin, Li 11 in turn became more energized. Half an hour later, Bai Wenxin went limp on the ground. Only then did Li 11 remove the talisman affixed to her body. "You'd better be honest, or else beware of me using the talisman against you again." Like a little sheep, she nodded obediently. Soon, the two returned to the creek. Fatty came over, a bad smile. "I see you and white-big beautiful woman together back. Honestly explain, just try what went." Li 11 naturally wouldn't say anything about Bai Wenxin being a female ghost, not to mention whether Fatty believed it or not. If he did, he would be scared to death. "What can we do? Just came back from taking A and happened to run into it." Fatty said. "Have you been constipated lately? It takes so long to take A. Too much chili." "No." At this time, the driver walked back alone, and with a few moments of gloating, he said, "Teacher Bai, that kid didn't listen to me, and the car got stuck in a puddle. Now, you can only enter the village on foot. Several kilometers of mountain road is far more difficult to travel than the concrete road." The crowd walked for 3 hours, finally entered the village. Because of the ancient architecture of this place is quite famous, gradually developed into a tourist village. The village also specializes in the construction of agri-hotels. Li 11 and Fatty used to be neighbors with the village chief, who watched the two grow up, and at that time, they often went to the village chief's house to rub rice, so the village chief treated them like his own children. Under the arrangement of the village headman, the students were unified into the best lodging in the village. Li 11 and Fatty, on the other hand, stayed at the village chief's house. The original plan was to arrange a sketching mission in the afternoon, but because of the vehicle breakdown, all of them walked for another afternoon. So after they checked in, Bai Wenxin let everyone move around freely. Li 11 and Fatty stayed behind after dinner to casually wander around the mountainside outside the village, trying to find memories of their childhood. Unconsciously, the sky gradually darkened. The two are ready to go back. But the strange thing is, clearly remember the way back. Walked for a long time but never saw the village. The fat man grew fearful. Li 11 heart also flooded with mutterings. Even if it is lost, should not be two people remember wrong not to mention that this is the village where they grew up, as a child with eyes closed can find the way home. At that moment, a festive sham came through. They followed the sound up a hill, only to see a procession to receive the bride, each dressed in red ink and green, with a red sedan chair right in the center, beating a gong and drums. It would have been weird to receive a bride at night, and as far as the duo could remember, it wasn't even a custom here. But what's even stranger is that those who received the relatives were probably only about a meter tall. This is by no means a normal human height. Fatty, however, foolishly said, "We are so lucky. We've actually stumbled upon a wedding. Why don't we go down and join in the fun? You nerd, look closely at what those are." Fatty fixed his eyes again and immediately pissed his pants. Those really weren't people. Rather, they were a group of marriage-receiving teams composed of toads, weasels, monkeys and other mountain spirits. At this moment, they were staring at Li 11 and Fatty in unison. Li 11 pulled Fatty and tried to run, but he was instantly surrounded by mountain spirits. Chapter 4, The Unlucky Fat Man. Mountain spirits such as toads, weasels and monkeys surrounded them, banging gongs and drums, with creepy laughter coming out of their mouths. Fatty had never seen such a scene before. His legs were shaking and he even peed his pants. After all, Li 11 had driven with female ghosts and had seen the world. Facing this situation, he tried to keep his composure and said as calmly as possible, "Fellow immortals, we have unintentionally lost our way and disturbed your joyous occasion. We will leave now." The goblins were clearly not going to leave them alone. The sound of musical instruments came to a screeching halt, and an ugly monkey stepped out from the group, first sizing up Li 11 and then scrutinizing Fatty before pointing at him and saying, "That's him." The Toad Mountain elves heard the monkey's order and immediately gathered around, lifting the fat man high in the air and carrying him over to the red sedan chair. The fat man cried out in terror, "Help me!" Li 11 knew in his heart that with his strength, he could not save Fatty. At this point, there was a need to come up with a response. That's right, let Bai Wenxin come and save Fatty. She was a Yin spirit, and since she was able to move freely during the day, her cultivation must be stronger than these unformed mountain spirits. In order not to be discovered by the mountain elves, Li 11 didn't dare to make a phone call, but could only send out a shared location and briefly write down 4 words, "Come and save me." Just then, the red curtain of the sedan chair was lifted, and inside sat a bride covered with a red head. Li 11 was shocked in his heart. Could it be that they've taken a liking to Fatty and made him the groom? On second thought, that group of mountain spirits really have no eyes. I'm a handsome young man here, but they are looking at the fat man. When the bride lifted the red head, he was relieved and glad that the mountain spirit had not taken a fancy to him. The bride under the red cover was actually a hairball face with long white hair, no eyes, only a bloody mouth full of fangs. Fatty fainted directly from fear. "Carry away, get married." The white-haired bride gave the order. The crowd of mountain spirits carried the fat man, beat the gong and drums, and turned back along the original path. Li 11 tried to keep up, but realized that they seemed to be walking slowly, and no matter how much he accelerated his pace, the distance was getting further and further away. When the sound of the swana disappeared, Bai Wenxin suddenly appeared. "What happened?" Li 11 incredulously looked her up and down. "You came out in these clothes?" At this point, Bai Wenxin was wearing a simple purple nightgown, and you could even see her bobbing headlights. Sure enough, the lyrics are right. Purple does have more flavor. "I have a great use for keeping you. I can't let you die." Her words made Li 11 feel puzzled. Didn't she still want to kill herself during the day? How come there is a 180-degree change in attitude now? He tried to keep himself from being tempted by beauty. "Li 11, what are you thinking about? Finding her is to save Fatty. Business is important." After Bai Wenxin understood what happened, she said, "Li 11, you're so lucky. Lucky to meet those things?" Bai Wenxin shook her head. "That's not what I'm talking about. It's a good thing you did that kind of thing to me during the day, or else you'd be the one the mountain elves would have captured. What does this have to do with us during the day? Do you know why that monkey didn't grab you, but instead grabbed Zhang Xiaofang?" Li 11 shook his head. "Because you deflated your energy during the day and made the monkey think you were inferior to him. We're just going to drive once? I'm not as good as Fatty? Who are you looking down on?" Bai Wenxin snorted. "If you drive with a mortal, it's naturally nothing. However, I am a Yin spirit. There is a difference between Yin and Yang. If I were a different person, I wouldn't be able to stand up for at least a week." Lee 11 couldn't help but worry about Fatty. That bride was so scary just now. He won't be in danger, right? It's not dangerous. It's only a week of not being able to get out of bed. Lee 11 couldn't help but sympathize with Fatty. As the saying goes, if you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost. But if you can't get out of bed because of a mountain spirit, that's a big loss. Is he still saved? Bai Wenxin nodded. I'm his counselor after all. In case something happens, I can't escape responsibility. Saving is still necessary. After saying that, she twisted her fingers and closed her eyes slightly, probing the location of the group of mountain spirits. Found it. Bai Wenxin pulled Lee 11 and ran deeper into the mountain. Shortly afterward, they came to a cave. The outside of the cave was decorated with lights and colors, and there was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Those mountain spirits seemed to have learned the essence of human matrimony, setting up a banquet and even preparing to worship heaven and earth. The crowd of mountain elves didn't expect someone to be so bold as to dare to break into their wedding banquet. A toad stared colorfully at Bai Wenxin, drooling from the corners of his mouth and rubbing his hands together, making people feel very sick. As he walked over, he said, "Egu, good luck today. The boss is getting married, and there's actually such a pretty little girl delivering herself to the door." The toad approached Bai Wenxin and reached out to lift her skirt. However, Bai Wenxin was not intimidated and instead kicked the toad in the stomach, sending him flying over 10 meters away. At that moment, a bride covered in white hair jumped out of the sedan chair, opened her bloody mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and said to Bai Wenxin, "You're not human." Bai Wenxin pointed at the fat man lying on the ground. Her tone was very harsh. "That's my student. I advise you guys to better release him. Otherwise I'll make this joyous feast of yours turn into a funeral feast." The white-haired bride circled her and thought for a moment. "You take him." A mountain spirit hurriedly said, "Boss, we can't let that kid go so easily. We're all together, and we're still afraid of a little girl." The white-haired bride turned helplessly and walked into the cave, leaving behind the words, "I said let them go." On the way back to the village, Lee 11 asked, "What kind of strength do you have? How could you make them afraid of you?" "You'll find out later, and as for the wild beasts, it's just a matter of me lifting a finger." Lee 11 smiled. Hey, so what if you're more powerful? You're still being made to wail by me." Bai Wenxin kicked over. "I think you're tired of living." Chapter 5, Poor Licking Dog. By the time we got back to the village, it was late at night. Nights in the village always seemed to be particularly silent, except for the occasional barking of a few dogs, leaving only the buzzing of mosquitoes. Most students choose to hide in their rooms, unwilling to take a step outside to escape the mosquitoes that never seem to tire. On the road approaching the village, they stumbled upon a man and woman. The man was dressed in a boss's outfit and had a plump body, giving the first impression of a typical rich businessman. The woman was much younger, around her early 20s, and underneath her professional attire, it was hard to hide the charming charm that came from her bones. A boss bringing a female secretary to a place like this is obviously not here for business talks. Their purpose is well known to everyone. Bai Wenxin's appearance is still eye-catching in the night. The male boss could not help but look a few more times. The female secretary saw this, half-jokingly and half-seriously grabbed the boss by the ear, pouting, "Deadbeat, where to look?" Then, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, "Teachers nowadays can be so playful." Seeing the other party's hostility towards Bai Wenxin, Lee 11 naturally did not show any weakness, and he shot back, "Nowadays, secretaries not only have to serve their bosses at work during the day, but they also continue to serve their bosses in their lives at night." The female secretary glared at him. "Brat, what do you mean?" Lee 11 just hemmed and hawed and said meaningfully, "You got it." The female secretary became even more angry as she turned to her rich boss and pouted, "Brother Lung, he bullied me." The rich boss swept her into his arms and said in that substandard southern Mandarin, "All right, don't bother with the youngsters." Then he gave Lee 11 a thumbs up. "Pretty boy, you're really something. Much better than me when I was young. Good luck." They walked up to a bed and breakfast and walked in. Seeing that no one was around, Bai Wenxin also followed the example of the female secretary who had just lifted Li Shi's ear and issued a warning softly but sternly. "I'm telling you, what we did during the daytime is known to heaven and earth. You and I. If there's a third person who knows about it, I'll castrate you." Lee 11 was carrying the fat man on his back at this time and was powerless to resist, so he could only pretend to beg for mercy. Okay, I will definitely not say anything. But in his heart, he was planning how to retaliate. A few people returned to the village chief's house and finally threw the fat man, who weighed as much as a dead pig, on the bed. The village chief had not been able to sleep because he was worried about them. After learning about their encounter with the mountain spirit, the village chief showed a remorseful expression. "I forgot to tell you, 10 years ago strange things happened in the back of our village. Every year on the night of July 16th, Whenever anyone went to the back of the mountain, people would disappear. Our village has a rule that forbids going out that night. Seeing you guys happy today, I actually forgot to remind you. Luckily you guys are fine. Early the next morning, Fatty pushed Lee 11 awake. What happened last night? Where are those toad monkeys? Lee 11 knew that Fatty was timid, worried that telling Fatty the real situation would scare him half to death. In order not to make him suspicious, he made up a story. We met a ghost yesterday. What we saw yesterday were all illusions. So how did we get back? You're still talking. I was the one who carried you back from the mountain after you passed out from fright last night. Say it, how can you thank me? Fatty wrapped his arm around Li Shi's neck. He. What are we brothers talking about, thanking or not thanking? This way, if there's a next time, it's my turn to carry you. You'd better hope for the best. Don't say there won't be a next time. And even if there is, I'll carry you on my back if you're that chicken. Dang. Knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Fatty opened the door to the room and saw that it was the little fat sister Zhao Mengmeng. Why don't you guys get up? Look what time it is. Everyone is waiting for you. They then realized that it was now 9 o'clock. I was tired all day yesterday and slept right through today. We'll be right there. By the time the duo had simply finished packing, everyone had arrived, including Zhou Fian. He was helping Bai Wenxin with his parasol. Vince White announced today's event. The village of Falling Flowers has two parts. The new village and the old village. We are now in the new village, and the old village is 3 kilometers away, where there are ancestral shrines and ancient buildings, which are useful for you to learn about ancient architecture. Today's task is to choose a building to sketch. Fortunately, the bus that broke down yesterday has been repaired so they don't have to walk. The students got on the bus one by one, but the same thing happened again. With the extra Zhou Fei Yang, there were still not enough seats on the bus. Looking at the only 2 empty seats in front of him, Zhou Fei Yang looked at Li 11. Brother, 50,000. I'll give you 50,000. Just give me the seat. He was going to refuse, but Bai Wenxin said, $50,000 is nothing to take, so just let him have it. But the driver quit. The two of them were not happy yesterday. The driver did not want to let Zhou Fei Yang get on the bus so easily. Surname Zhou. This bus of mine has a limit on the number of passengers it can carry. If you get on, you'll be overloaded. Zhou Fei Yang immediately smiled apologetically and said, Look, this is the middle of nowhere and there are no cameras, so just let me get in the car. He immediately slipped the driver a pile of money, and the driver, seeing the money, stopped insisting. Then, Zhou Fei Yang transferred another $50,000 to Li 11, and said, Thank you, brother. After everyone got on the bus, Zhao Mengmeng, who was sitting in the last row, waved her hand at Li 11. Senior, we have 4 seats in the last row. Come over and squeeze in. You should be able to squeeze in 5 people. Suddenly, the fat man next to him stood up. Brother, you had quite a hard time carrying me yesterday. I'm spacious here, so you can sit here with me. I'll reluctantly squeeze in the back. Of course, Li 11 knew Fatty's little mind, so he did a favor. Unexpectedly earning $50,000, Li 11 was in a good mood. It wouldn't be impossible to go back and knock him off again. But what happened next threw his plans completely out the window. Chapter 6, The Ghost Woman. The old village of Falling Flowers. There is a large courtyard from the Ming dynasty, but this courtyard is an ominous place in the minds of the villagers, as rumor has it that there have been encounters with bizarre phenomena here, and some people have even lost their lives as a result. Parents fear these legends and never let their children near the area. However, a tourist developer realized the potential of the compound and he insisted on developing the old Ming dynasty compound into a tourist attraction despite the villagers' objections and warnings. Bai Wenxin asked the students to each find an ancient building to sketch. Suddenly, Li 11 glanced with his afterimage to see Bai Wenxin and Zhou Fei Yang turn into a corner together. What do they want? Li 11 was curious in his heart and secretly followed them. Turning the corner, there was a surprisingly small yard inside. It's so remote still? Did they want to drive here? But on second thought, it shouldn't be possible. According to Bai Wenxin, ordinary people couldn't withstand the body of a yin spirit. What's more, Bai Wenxin didn't like him. He was just a one-sided licking dog. Through the gap in the courtyard door, Li 11 saw that Zhou Fei Yang saw no one in the 4 corners of the room and revealed a bad smile. What did you bring me here for? Have you figured it out? After saying that, he was about to hug Bai Wenxin. Bai Wenxin struck Zhou Fei Yang's neck with a hand slash, and he immediately fainted. Then, Bai Wenxin respectfully saluted the gray humanoid stone statue that stood in the courtyard. Grandma White, I've brought you the man you wanted. The stone statue actually spoke. You did well. I actually brought me 2 this time. 2? Bai Wenxin looked a little confused. Kid outside. Stop eavesdropping and come in. The voice of the stone statue sounded again. When Bai Wenxin heard the stone statue's words, she hurriedly turned her head to look out the door as she hurriedly explained, "Grandma Bai, you've mistaken him, he's not the person you want." Seeing that he had been discovered, Li 11 could only push the door hard and walk in. Bai Wenxin nervously asked, "Why did you follow me? Would you believe me if I said I was just passing through?" The stone statue said, "When xin, is this the person you chose? Why is the yuan qi so weak?" Hearing this, Li 11 became unhappy. "Ghost woman, what are you talking nonsense about? Who are you calling weak in yuan qi?" Bai Wenxin immediately stopped Li 11 behind her. "Grandma Bai is right. His yuan qi is too weak. I'll let him go now." Then he turned to him and kept winking and whispering, "You go." Intuition told Li 11 that it was not advisable to stay here for long. "You guys take your time. I'm on my way." "Stop." The stone statue tried to drink him in. "Li 11 is not a little cutie. I'll stand still if you tell me to." He drew his legs and was about to flee from this place of wrongdoing. However, he felt as if his legs were immobilized to the ground, and he couldn't even move a step. The stone statue questioned, "When xin, why do I feel his aura within you?" No. Bai Wenxin was a little nervous. The stone statue got angry. "Come on, have you already done that kind of thing? Li 11 intends to break the pot. Anyway, it is already like this. Manly man, how to let women carry things. Ghost woman, we did do it. What do you want?" Hearing this, a force pressed Bai Wenxin so hard that she couldn't stand up, and she spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The stone statue questioned, "How dare you? When you meet a man like this, you don't even offer him to me. But you enjoy him yourself first." "Grandma White, it's not what you think. It's all because he forced me." "Nonsense. If you don't want to, how can he, a mortal, possibly force you?" Li 11 planned to go out on a limb. "Indeed it was all forced by me." "What? Ghost woman, do you want to try Master Li's power?" The stone statue laughed out loud. "Kid, you've got some balls. Yes. I've been sealed for decades, and it's been a long time since I've tasted meat like you. When I get out, keep me company." Li 11 thought to himself, asterisk. Since she's called a grandmother, even if she's not hundreds of years old, she's still in her 60s or 70s. Let me accompany her. Is the Een spirit playing with flowers? Or am I too short-sighted? Suddenly, he only felt a chill in his lower body, and he lost consciousness down there. Asterisk. What the hell? He subconsciously touched it, and luckily, it was still where it was supposed to be. The stone statue said, "Alright, go first. Don't delay my cultivation." Li 11 felt that his legs could move, and thought, "Just let me go? In that case, what are you waiting for?" Li 11 sat alone outside the shrine, digesting everything that had just happened. "I'm sorry, everything is my fault." Bai Wenxin came over and she recounted what had happened. Original. That white grandma just now is named Bai Ling, a Een spirit from the Ming dynasty. However, in the 1970s, she was sealed in this stone statue by Taoist priests from Lungfu Shan. Just a few years ago, Bai Wenxin had just become a Een spirit not long ago, but was unfortunately hunted by an evil ghost trader. She fled all the way here and eventually took refuge with Bai Ling. When they realized that they had the same surname as each other, Bai Ling readily accepted Bai Wenxin, recognizing him as her god-granddaughter and teaching her the way of cultivation. As a result, Bai Wenxin's cultivation was able to increase by leaps and bounds. In return for this favor, Bai Wenxin searches for suitable men for Bai Ling and brings them here every year. This year, she fell in love with Zhou Fei Yang. As long as she successfully absorbed Zhou Fei Yang's essence, Bai Ling would be able to break the seal and regain her freedom. Asterisk. Do you really want me to marry that old woman? You don't have to worry about this. Even after absorbing Zhou Fei Yang, she still needs a year to completely recover. Li 11 let out a long sigh of relief. Looks like I have a year to figure out a way to deal with this. I don't want to stay with an old woman. Bai Wenxin snorted. Looks like you don't want to be with Grandma Bai. Aren't you bull? Ting me? Who wants to do that with an old lady? Bai Wenxin smiled mysteriously. Don't regret it when you get there. Whoever regrets it is a grandson. Chapter 7, Watching Less Literary Movies. Bai Wenxin toned down inside the shrine for a while before slowing down. You call the police now? Ha? Li 11 didn't understand how she could make such a request. Those students could still be outside, but did as he was told and hugged her tightly. What are you doing? Bai Wenxin pushed Li 11 away. Weren't you the one who told me to hold on tight? You. Bai Wenxin was speechless with anger. I told you to call the police. Call the cops for what? She explained. Everyone knows that Zhou Feiyan came with us. He died here. And if we want to get rid of the relationship, we can only strike first. Die? You mean he's going to die? Bai Wenxin nodded. Grandma Bai has a high level of cultivation. Those who have had their yuan chi sucked by her won't survive. Just in case, Li 11 decided that it would be better to take a look at Zhou Feiyan's situation first. It would be embarrassing if the police were called and he wasn't dead. The duo tiptoed to the door of the courtyard, and through the doorway, saw Zhou Feiyan lying in the courtyard. The original robust body had been thinned down to skin and bones, just like a dry corpse. Damn, this ghost can suck it, screwing up a living human being like this. Li 11 asked worriedly, the police won't suspect us. Of course not, we didn't kill the people, and the way the bodies look so far, they can't investigate why. It didn't take long for the police car to drive up with its lights flashing. A group of uniformed police officers got out of the car. Leading the way was a capable middle-aged man with a steady pace and sharp eyes. He was closely followed by a young woman with a box in her hand, who looked like she should be a forensic doctor. She quickly crossed over the two men and walked straight towards Zhou Feiyan's body. The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the surrounding crowd and asked, who reported the case? Classmates have rushed to hear the news of Zhou Feiyan's murder, and they all gathered together. However, when they saw Zhou Feiyan's miserable appearance, some of the timid students turned pale with fear and backed away. It's me. Li 11 walked out from the crowd. The two had matched confessions before the police arrived. I'm Zhang Yong from the city's criminal police detachment. How did you find him? I was just wandering around here and saw another yard tucked away in the corner, so I pushed my way in and didn't expect to find him dead here. White Wenqin added. I was there. Zhang Yang asked again. What is his relationship with you guys? I see that you all are students, but he doesn't seem to be. Bai Wenqin said. He's my suitor, and he followed me here when he knew I was bringing students to my internship. The female forensic pathologist finished her examination and came over. Team Zhang, I've checked. The deceased was drained of blood and flesh. As for what means were used, I can't find out yet. Zhang Yong nodded. In that case, bring the deceased back to the station and notify the family. At the same time, he didn't completely believe the duo's side of the story. Since the body was found by you, please go to the village committee in a while and help us make a statement. Li 11 came out from the village committee and saw that the female forensic pathologist was sitting inside the village compound thinking about something. Since she was just wearing a white coat, Li 11 did not get a good look at her figure. Now that she was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt, her front and back figure was visible. Hello officer, what are you thinking? 11 Li walked over to strike up a conversation. She turned her head to look over. I remember correctly, you're the one who found the body. Li 11, right? She took a closer look at Li 11 and sensed a hint of something wrong. Do you have a girlfriend? Li 11 was confused by her sudden question. Why is she asking me this? Is it possible that she has a crush on me? He shook his head. No, the female coroner laughed. Young man, watch less literature in the future. It's not good for your health. Li 11 was puzzled by this sentence. Although I usually watch a little bit of literature occasionally, but I also control it to 3 or 4 times a week. I'm young. I can still afford this frequency. Get me straight. How is it bad for your health? I'm a young, strong lad. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. The female medical examiner snorted and pointed at Li Shi's eyes. Your eye bags are dark like that. They're still not false. Li 11 was really dumbfounded. His eyes weren't from watching a literary movie. They were from driving with a shadowy spirit. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been squeezed to the bone long ago. Me, I'm not weak. I didn't sleep well. Although he was wrongly accused, he couldn't tell the truth yet. Don't be sophomoric. I'm from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Dare to let me take your pulse. Take your pulse, then take your pulse. Who's afraid of who? Li 11 handed his arm over. The female medical examiner took her pulse and frowned. Strange. How strange. I've never encountered a pulse like that before. Judging from the pulse, you are indeed physically capable of doing well. But why is the Yuan Qi energy weak like this? Li 11 thought to himself. Of course you have never met anyone who has driven with a female ghost. And also 2 days in a row. The average person can't even stand up. No way. I have to go back and check it out. The female forensic pathologist took out her cell phone and opened WeChat. Come on, let's add a WeChat. When I have the results, I must take your pulse again. The beautiful woman took the initiative to add microblogging, and Li 11 was naturally willing. My name is Zhong Qinin. In the future, if you are not feeling well anywhere, you can look for me. Yo, Li 11, nice chat with the forensic sister. Fatty interrupted the two. Zhong Qinin said, I'll find you when I find out why ha. After saying that, she walked towards the police car. Fatty looked at her back and then looked at Li Shi's cell phone. You can so quickly added the WeChat of a big beauty. First by Wenqin, then a female forensic pathologist. Tell me honestly, do you like the sister type? Li 11 hammed and hawed. Be bold. Up to 99, down to just being able to walk. I'm alright. Fatty shook his head. Li 11, you're really scum. 99's not even spared. Li 11 cursed in his heart. Damn. It's not just 99. The old ladies of the Ming dynasty won't even let me go. Chapter 8, The Taoist Master Saved My Big Baby. With this kind of thing happening in Falling Flower Village, the students naturally could no longer stay here. After returning to the new village, some students were so frightened that they squatted in their rooms and didn't dare to go out, fearing that they would become the next Zhou Fei Yang. Pleased that things weren't going right, White Man had the crowd pack up and head back to school in the afternoon. It was already evening when Li 11 returned to town. At the moment, there was lightning and thunder outside wrapped in pouring rain. He was looking at his computer, was enjoying a literary movie from Sakura Nation. Asterisk. Why isn't my big baby responding? Thinking back to the previous encounters, could it be the ghost woman's doing? No matter how hard the teachers of Sakura Nation tried, there was just no response from below. Dang. Knock. A knock on the door interrupted his viewing rhythm. Hello, your takeout has arrived. A petulant voice came from outside the room. Takeout? Li 11 didn't order takeout, not to mention the fact that the town is remote. Where else would you get delivery? Though in spite of his doubts, he closed the laptop, stood up, lifted his pants, and opened the door to his room. The moment he saw the deliveryman, he was stunned that it was Su Yutong. She was all wet from the rain outside. The soaking wet clothes fit against the skin. The spring color inside was hidden. Won't you invite me in for a seat? She smiled and looked at Li 11. The experience of the past 2 days had made Li 11 accustomed to the existence of the female ghost, and now, although he knew her identity, he surprisingly didn't have the slightest feeling of fear. I'm all drenched. Can I rub it off on you? Not long ago, the bathroom came from the sound of the shower running water. The sound made Li 11 hot blood. If not for the ghost woman gave a ban, how could he go in and drive a car? Do you have clean clothes you can lend me? Su Yutong's petite voice came from inside the bathroom. Wait a minute. I'll look for it. He grabbed a white t-shirt and went to the bathroom door. A slender hand reached out through the door, and then those hands pulled him in. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, and the air around them was so quiet that the only sound was the running water from the shower hitting the ground. Seeing that the other party didn't take any action, Su Yutong looked at Li 11 suspiciously, then touched him down there again and said in surprise, "What's wrong with you? It was fine the day before yesterday." Li 11 was like a movie star possessed and hugged him. "You have to save me. I'm being targeted by a ghostly woman." "Ghost? Tell me what's going on." Li 11 then added to the story of meeting the ghost woman in La Cafe village. When she heard that the ghost woman had put some kind of restraint on him, she squatted down and studied it carefully. "Do you have a solution?" Li 11 still had a hint of fantasy. "Maybe it's not stimulating enough." Su Yutong took a bite, but there was still no response. That ghostly woman's ban is really powerful. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. "Have you already found out who I am?" Li 11 took out the cash issued by the Bank of Heaven and Earth. "It seems hard not to notice. You're not scared at all?" Knock. Knock. Another knock came from outside the room. "Li 11, are you there?" "Holy, it's Bai Wenxin. Didn't she go back to school? Why is she here again?" Su Yutong asked. "Who's here?" "It's a teacher from my previous school." Li Shi's heart was in turmoil, really worried about what would happen if the two of them met. "In that case, I'll leave first. I'll find a way to help you remove the restraints." After saying that, he turned into a green smoke and disappeared into the bathroom. "What are you doing? What took you so long to open the door?" Bai Wenxin complained. "I was just taking a..." Bai Wenxin handed over a bag. "This is the roasted chicken I brought from the back street of the school. Eat it while it's hot. It's about 300 kilometers from the school, and I'm surprised the roast chicken is still hot." She looked up and down the room and, suddenly, saw a white porcelain vase by the computer. "Where did you get that porcelain vase on your desk?" "It was given to me by a Taoist priest." She opened the porcelain vial and sniffed it carefully. "Try taking the pills in there." After swallowing it, Li 11 only felt warmth in his body, and from his little stomach there was a constant surge of powerful strength, and the prohibition was unexpectedly lifted. He then realized that the Taoist priest was not a fraud. This pill can also only lift the restriction for a while. If you want to lift it completely, you'll have to go to that Taoist priest. Now that he was back to normal, of course he couldn't let this opportunity pass and completely ignored her comment about finding a Taoist priest. Dang. Knock. There was another knock on the door of the room. Asterisk. "It's not over yet. Are you asleep?" Uncle's voice came from outside the room. Hearing that someone was coming, Bai Wenxin turned into a white smoke and disappeared into the room as well. Li 11 cursed. "Today is really unlucky. 2 cooked ducks have flown away." While looking at the porcelain vase on the table, the old Taoist priest said to go to him when you meet troubles you can't solve. Bai Wenxin also let go to him. It seems that in order to completely lift the ban and deal with the ghost woman, he can still only go to the White Cloud Temple, but Lee 11 hadn't heard of any White Cloud view in our area. Thinking that my uncle knows a lot, maybe he knows about the White Cloud Temple. Seeing him push the door in, Lee 11 asked, "Uncle, have you heard of the White Cloud Temple?" "White Cloud Temple? That's a dilapidated old Taoist temple. Only one old Taoist priest lives there. Why are you asking?" Lee 11 got excited. "Is that old Taoist priest you said has a scruffy beard and is probably in his 60s? I don't know if it's a scruffy beard, but it's certainly in his 60s. Great. Now I'm completely saved." Uncle thought his nephew was scared silly by last night's female ghost. 11, are you alright? "It's okay. It's alright, Uncle. I'll take a few days off with you." Chapter 9 The White Cloud Temple. Day 2. Evening. Lee 11 came to the White Cloud Temple. The White Cloud View was located on the hillside of White Cloud Mountain, about 100 kilometers or so from his home. It was a Taoist temple that covered a small area. Lee 11 had thought that the Taoist temple was broken, but after arriving, he realized that it was even more broken. If not for the 3 words written on the gate, White Cloud Temple, he really doubted whether this place was inhabited. Entering the gate is a courtyard, and facing the gate is the main hall, inscribed with 3 big characters, Sanqing Hall. Inside the hall was equally dilapidated, but cleaned up fairly well, and enshrined 3 people, namely Jade Qing Yuan Shi Tianzun, Shangchang Lingbao Tianzun, and Tai Chung Dao Tianzun. There are 2 rows of houses on either side of the Sanqing Hall, 3 in each row and 6 in total. Anyone? But no one answered. He opened every room, and again not a soul was there. Is this not that old Taoist priest's Taoist temple? Although Lee 11 was a bit skeptical, he still decided to stay. After all, the sun was about to set now, and it was too late to go back down and stay in the nearby town. Good thing he prepared in advance. Worried about the food here is not good. Specially brought a box of instant noodles, just in case. I didn't expect it to be used so soon. Out of the 6 rooms, only one of them showed signs of having been inhabited. And after he finished the bucket of instant noodles, it was already completely dark, so he simply packed up his bed with the intention of staying here for the night. Tomorrow morning, then search for the old Taoist priest. He had just laid down when he felt something hard underneath the bedding, something that pinched his back. Lifting up the bedding, he found a book sitting underneath, with Thunder Law Kaiyuan written on the cover. The first page describes what the lightning method does. The initiation of Thunder Law is to cultivate the power of thunder in the body, which is the nemesis of all demons and devils. After advancing, one can integrate the thunder spells in his body with the seal incantation, and with the help of the seal incantation, he can attract heavenly thunder. The highest level of thunder magic is to dominate the wind and thunder of heaven and earth, pray for sunshine and rain, and stop floods and droughts without the use of external objects. He was instantly interested, since lightning magic was the nemesis of demons and devils. If he really cultivated it, he might be able to destroy the ghostly woman, so he wouldn't have to be afraid of her. He instantly lost sleep at the thought. There is yin and yang in everything, and the same is true for thunder law. Yang lei is mainly strong and fierce, the most masculine and rigid, and when used, it can break through formations and destroy firms without any disadvantage. The yin thunder is mainly skillful, yin and soft, and when used, it can seize the soul and hold the spirit, and is pervasive. That means yang thunder is the main output and yin thunder is the main control. The book talked about yang thunder first, so Lee 11 practiced yang thunder first. When he practiced, he felt that a powerful force was gradually born in his body from the place of his heart and lungs, which, according to the book, should be the air in his body. He ran that air to the palm of his hand, and a leaping ball of lightning appeared above it. After that, he turned to the page of yin lei. The human body is divided into yin and yang, with the heart and lungs being yang and the liver and kidneys being yin. Lee 11 perceived that a force was vaguely born from the liver and kidneys, but it was quickly suppressed by the air within the heart and lungs. Tried it several times in a row. How is it so hard to practice yin lei? But he didn't believe in this evil, and after an hour's effort, the strand of air within the liver and kidneys was finally equal in strength to the strand of air in the heart and lungs. Lee 11 controlled that air to flow into the palm of his hand, but what appeared was not thunder and lightning, but a black mass. According to the description of the Thunder Law Hui Yuan, this is yin lightning. Yin thunder was pervasive, able to burrow into any place, and could even draw the soul out of a person's body. After a few hours of tossing and turning, he was finally able to skillfully control the yin and yang thunder, and was considered to be in the door of the Thunder Law. And if he wanted to improve, he could only keep practicing every day to improve the power of the Thunder Law. The exertion of practicing cultivation made Lee 11 sleep until noon before waking up. After a brief cleanup, I made a bucket of instant noodles and then prepared to go down the mountain for some daily necessities. He thought about it last night and planned to just guard the White Cloud Temple, regardless of whether the owner of the place was that old Taoist priest or not. May I ask if Taoist Master Ching Wei is in? He was about to go out when a woman's voice came from outside the Taoist temple. Li 11 looking for the sound. C is a perm with big waves of young women standing outside the Taoist temple. Looks like about 27 or 88 years of age. A brand name. She was about the same age as Bai Wenxin, but Bai Wenxin looked more innocent. She was significantly more mature and must have married someone. May I ask if you are Taoist Master Ching Wei? Li 11 shook his head. That's Taoist Ching Wei's disciple? He was going to say no, but on second thought, this woman must be looking for Taoist Ching Wei for something. And anyway, he was bored now, so he might as well find out what she wanted to do. What do you want with my master? Knowing that the other party is the disciple of Taoist Master Ching Wei, she was immediately happy. I heard from the old man at home that Taoist Master Ching Wei is profound in Taoism. My husband and I have been married for 3 years, but we never have any more children, and I would like to look for his old man to help me do the magic to have a child. Li 11 thought to himself, this is really interesting. Infertility does not go to the hospital, but came to look for Taoist priests. Then, what's that? My master went out to cloud traveling, now not at home, but the beautiful woman seemed determined to meet Taoist Ching Wei. It's fine, I can wait. Li 11 thought to himself, is God so good to me? Knowing that I'm bored alone, he sent a young woman to keep me company? That's fine, but I'll tell you in advance. I don't know when he'll be back. Anyway, my husband is out of the country and I'm bored at home alone. So I see that this is quite a nice environment. So it's all a vacation. Li 11 pointed to the house on the east side of the Sanqing Hall. These 3 rooms are livable. One of them is my master's, and the rest you pick one. The beautiful woman walked over to look at the house and noticed the problem. Little Taoist master, you said one of the rooms belonged to your master. So where do you live? I am sharing a room with my master. Li 11 didn't expect her to be so thoughtful. I'll stay here then. The beautiful woman picked a room. I'm going down the hill now to do some shopping. Are you going? The beautiful woman looked at Li 11 with an aggrieved look. Little Taoist master, I just came up from the bottom of the mountain. This mountain road is too difficult to walk. Can you help me bring something up here? Li 11 also liked to be helpful. Since the beautiful woman had begged him, could he still say no? Little Taoist, you are so nice. Let's add a WeChat first. I'll transfer the things to buy and the cost to you first. When she saw the list she gave, Li 11 regretted that she really came on vacation. From goose down quilts to cotton soft towels, Li 11 was about to say that one person couldn't take it. The beauty immediately transferred $100,000. My family's things are usually bought by my aunt, and I don't know if this money is enough. If it's not enough, I'll transfer it to you when you come back. Li 11 thought. This is a rich woman. Men cannot say they cannot. If I can't take it, the big deal is to hire someone to pick it up. Chapter 10, Return of the Borrowed Body. Li 11 whistled all the way down the hill. The town under the White Cloud Mountain is called White Cloud Town. Since the town is small, a lot of things on the list are missing. He had only gotten half of what was on the list even after running through the entire White Cloud Town. As for what wasn't on the list, it could only be replaced with something else that would at the very least ensure her basic livelihood. Finally hired a local man. Well, things picked up the mountain. Before and after also spend less than $30,000. Taoist Li, how do you bathe at night on your side? After the exchange, the two got to know each other. This beauty is called Feng Chengcheng, 28 years old. Li 11 hadn't really thought about how to take a bath. Today was his second day in the White Cloud Temple, and he had slept straight through yesterday without taking a bath. Cough, cough. Li 11 tried to cough and prolong his thinking. He remembered that there was a water pool right next to the Taoist temple. It's like this. Usually Master and I bathe in the water pool next to the Taoist temple during the day. I can understand the warm weather now, but what about winter? Feng Chengcheng asked. Li 11 thought to himself, your damn mind is quite diffuse, and you can still think about winter. In winter, it's just boiling water. He could only answer stiffly. Feng Chengcheng looked at Li 11 alone with a pitiful look and pouted. Taoist Master Li, I'm sweating all over from climbing the mountain today. I want to take a bath. I'm a girl. I can't use cold water. Can you burn a bucket for me? Yesterday, Li 11 probably figured out the situation of Baiyunguan, although the place is electrified. But I don't know if Taoist Master Qingwei is stingy, or for other reasons. The only electrical appliance here is a worn-out kettle that boils water, and this kettle also looks like it was discarded and picked up. He makes his instant noodles out of that stuff. If that was used to boil water for Feng Chengcheng to take a bath, it wouldn't burn until the monkey's age. The only way to do this now is to boil water for her on the kitchen's clay stove. Although he grew up in the countryside, he followed his uncle to the town after he turned 12. He was so young that he had only seen fires being made, but had never done anything on his own. It wouldn't be revealing if I said I wouldn't. Okay, I'll boil water for you. He finally agreed stiffly. Lee 11 came to the kitchen, not expecting Feng Chengcheng to follow him. What are you doing here? I've only seen rural fires on TV, but today is the first time I've seen one, and I want to see one. Lee 11 had a hard time saying, damn, it's my first time too. All he could do was try to remember how he had watched adults operate as a child. He went to the earthen stove and filled the pot with water, then added firewood and picked up the lighter, but those logs wouldn't light. Taoist Lee, can you do it? Why hasn't the firewood been lit yet? Okay, why not me? He decided to use his final killing move, a thunderbolt pulsed in Li Shi's palm, and then slapped the thunderbolt towards the firewood inside the earthen stove. Boom! The flames jumped instantly. Feng Chengcheng looked at him in surprise. Is it so cool for you Taoist priests to make fire? Surprisingly, you use thunder to make fire. I should have known that. I would have taken a video and sent it to my friends. It's just a piece of cake. I'll bring the bucket over for you, and when the water boils, you can wash yourself. Ah, it's right here. This kitchen doesn't even have a door. What are you afraid of? It's the middle of nowhere and no one's looking at you. Feng Chengcheng's face reddened and she pointed at Lee 11. You doubt me? This Taoist master is a righteous man. What do you think I am? She quickly apologized. No, I'm just a little scared being in a place like this for the first time at night. If Lee 11 before, he would have said, since you're scared, I'll accompany you, but he was now a Taoist priest. Of course he had to look like a righteous man. Don't worry, I'll be guarding the side room. If there's any problem, you just call out to me. After half an hour, the water was almost boiled, and seeing Feng Chengcheng preparing to take a bath, he wisely returned to his room. Suddenly, the sky, which had been a moon and stars, changed. Large dark clouds obscured the moon from view at all. Hey! A woman's eerie laughter came into the air. Anyone who regularly bumps into ghosts knows that it's a female ghost coming. That's a pretty good skin. Just as soon as the voice of these words fell, the sound of Feng Chengcheng yelling came from within the kitchen. Not good. The female ghost is coming for Feng Chengcheng. Lee 11 immediately rushed into the kitchen. All that could be seen was Feng Chengcheng curled up in a wooden basin while a female ghost in white floated in midair. Feng Chengcheng exclaimed, Taoist Lee, save me. The female ghost in white turned her head to look at Lee 11, but Lee 11 almost didn't vomit when he saw the female ghost, only to see that half of the skin and flesh on her face was not there, and her eyeballs were incomplete, and there were even maggots constantly falling from the eye sockets. It was the most disgusting female ghost he'd ever seen. Brat! I've been waiting for a few years. Here finally comes a woman. Today is a good day for me to borrow my body. I advise you not to mind your own business. If it was the Lee 11 from before, he might not really mind his own business, but he had acquired the thunder technique yesterday, so it was just the right time to try his hand with her. Looking at the thunderbolt dancing in Li Shi's hand, the white-clothed female ghost was a bit surprised. There's even someone else here besides old Taoist Qingwei who would still have thunder magic. Lee 11 slapped a palm thunderbolt at the female ghost. The female ghost was also a bit cultivated, and when she saw the thunder and lightning coming, she wanted to turn into green smoke to escape. Lee 11 immediately summoned Yin Lei, and several streams of viscous black liquid rushed towards Qingyan, keeping her under tight control. She looked at Lee 11 in horror. Even old man Chang Wei only knows Yang lightning. How do you know both Yin and Yang thunder? 11 Li thought to himself. Is this hard? If the other party was a beautiful Yin spirit like Bai Wenxin or Su Yutong, Lee 11 might even spare her life. After all, driving with a Yin spirit was still quite enjoyable, and there was no legal responsibility. But no one should be able to lay their hands on such a disgusting female ghost. A palm lightning struck the female ghost and she immediately went up in smoke. Lee 11 and Feng Chengcheng exchanged a glance, and she squealed, then excitedly said, turn around. LOL. Who told people they are girls and are protected by the law? So it was still Bai Wenxin and Su Yutong who were good. Now if it was any of the two of them, Lee 11 would definitely not let go. Lee 11 turned around and was about to leave. Feng Chengcheng hurriedly said, you stand still. You're not allowed to leave. Why? She stammered. What if another female ghost comes? You have to stay and protect me. Chapter 11 Yin Yang Thunder. Heaven and earth are natural. Filth is dispersed. The cave is mysterious. And shaking Lang Taiyuan. The mighty gods of the 8 directions make me natural. And the spirit treasure talismanic order is universal to the 9 heavens. An old man wobbled and hummed as he slowly stepped into the Taoist temple. Lee 11 recognized him at a glance. It was the old Taoist priest that he had met by chance earlier. The old Taoist priest wasn't surprised to see him. Instead he smiled and greeted him. Yo, young man, I really didn't expect you to come to old man so soon. At this moment, Feng Chengcheng appeared behind Lee 11 in her bathrobe. and the old Taoist immediately saluted the stone statue of the Three Ching Hall and apologized. Ancestor Three Ching, sin sin sin. It's because disciple didn't keep an eye on the Taoist temple. Li 11 hurriedly explained so as not to be misunderstood. We didn't do anything. However, the old Taoist priest excitedly pointed at Feng Chengcheng and asked, then who is she? I am Feng Xingyin's daughter. My father asked me to come to you. Taoist master Ching Wei twisted his beard and came to a realization. So it's the daughter of a deceased person. What are you looking for me for? Feng Chengcheng told Taoist master Ching Wei about coming over to seek a son. More than 10 years ago, I owed old Feng a favor. And since you're his daughter, come with me. When he finished, he went back to his room. Li 11 was puzzled in his mind. Could this old Taoist priest really cure infertility? Taoist master Ching Wei first observed Feng Chengcheng's face and took her pulse. Then asked, have you ever had a miscarriage? Feng Chengcheng nodded and admitted to having lost her 7-month-old child in an accident. That's right. In the 7th month of pregnancy, the baby has already produced a soul. I can see that the black chi surrounds your eyebrows and there are 2 kinds of pulses beating vaguely in your pulse. It must be that the baby's soul is unwilling to leave, so it has been staying in your body, causing you to remain unsuccessful in your pregnancy. Hearing that the old Taoist priest could see the reason, she immediately begged, Taoist priest, you must save me. I can give you any amount of money you want. Taoist master Ching Wei shook his head. It's not a matter of money. If it's a normaline spirit, it can naturally be removed with the thunder law, but that baby-ine spirit is inside you. So if you use the thunder law, you won't be able to withstand it. Unless what? Unless there is someone who practiced both yin and yang thunder at the same time, using yin thunder to pull out the baby's soul, and then using yang thunder to destroy its soul. But Poverty Road has only practiced yang thunder and is unable to do so. Feng Chengcheng looked at Taoist master Ching Wei in confusion, then pointed at Li 11. Doesn't your disciple know the yin-yang double thunder? He just used double thunder to destroy a female ghost. Oops. Revealed. Li 11 intended to leave this place of wrongdoing, but was stopped by Taoist Ching Wei. Come with me. The two came to the courtyard, and Taoist Ching Wei asked, tell me, what exactly is the situation? Upon learning that he had cultivated the yin-yang dual thunder in one night, Taoist master Ching Wei was surprised and said, you mean you learned the yin-yang dual thunder in one night? Is this hard? Taoist master Ching Wei was very excited. Genius. Definitely a genius. I've been practicing that lightning technique for half my life, and I've only been able to cultivate yang lightning. I can't cultivate yin thunder no matter what. You only used one night. I didn't expect that after half a lifetime of searching for a successor to my mantle and not finding one, the heavens actually sent me a disciple. Old man. I didn't promise to be your disciple. Taoist master Ching Wei laughed. You've been using my reputation to beckon for a day now. Why don't I go talk to that girl? Li 11 thought to himself that there was no harm in recognizing Taoist master Ching Wei as his master, and he might even be able to get more guidance. All right, old man. I recognize you as my master. He squared his shoulders and said, what old man? You will be called master from now on. Yes, master. You're coming with me. Taoist master Chang Wei turned around and returned to the room. That, Feng niece, I have already told you about the situation just now. Now only this disciple of mine can save you. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Feng Chengcheng saw hope. Willing. Of course I'm willing. Taoist master Ching Wei continued. Just now I said that I need yin thunder to pull out that baby's soul, but the way to do it is afraid that you won't be able to accept it. I'll take anything if it means I can have a baby. In that case, I'll be blunt. The infant soul is unusual and requires this disciple of mine to enter your body and then use the yin 5 thunders to pull him out. Feng Chengcheng's face reddened. What you said about entering the body? It wouldn't be. She was too embarrassed to say more. Taoist master Ching Wei nodded. It's what you think. It all depends on your own will. I know this makes it a bit difficult for you. Anyway, you're already living here, and there's no time rush. So just give us an answer when the time comes. Feng Chengcheng stood up. Good. I'll go back and think about it. Seeing her return to her room, Taoist master Ching Wei turned to the closet and seemed to rummage for something. Shortly afterward, he threw a worn-out Taoist robe over to the past. Since you've become my disciple, you should have the appearance of a Taoist priest in the future. Looking at the tattered Tao robe, Li 11 was a bit disgusted. This is too old. This is what I wore when I was young, so you can make do with it for now. When we get down from the mountain someday, I'll go buy some fabric and make another one for you. When he finished, he laid down on the bed. Master, you sleep on the bed. So where do I sleep? Since Li 11 slept in Taoist master Ching Wei's room last night, he did not prepare his own bed. You'll have to figure that out on your own. Either go to the woodshed or see if the girl will take you in. The words came out snoring. It is impossible to let Li 11 sleep in the woodshed. As for Feng Chang's place, we can try. Dang. Knock. Li 11 gently knocked on the door of her room. Miss Feng, are you asleep? Feng Chang opened the door to her room, and at this time, she had already changed her bathrobe into her pajamas. Taoist Li. You come in, Li 11 asked. Can you take me in for the night? Ha? She looked at Li 11 in surprise. It's not appropriate to be alone. It's like this. My master is back and I don't have a place to sleep, but I only have a bed here too, Li 11 said. You have a bigger bed. Why don't we squeeze in? She said with a red face. Taoist Li. I didn't think you were like that. It seemed that she was unwilling. Li 11 could only try the method of lust. Alright, I'll sleep in the woodshed tonight. Wait. Feng Chang called out to him. Just now you saved me in the kitchen. I don't have anything to repay, so you can stay here tonight. But in advance, you can't move your hands. That's of course it is. This Taoist master is a righteous man. Chapter 12, Emptying a Crab. Li 11 lay on the bed. Feng Chang's gentle breathing sound lingering in his ears. He tossed and turned. It was difficult to sleep. What cat doesn't eat fish? Not to mention Feng Chang, this tantalizing big fish is close at hand, making Li Shi's heart itch. Couldn't care less. Li 11 slowly put his hand out. Taoist Li. Feng Chang suddenly spoke. Can I help you? 11 Li's hand hung in midair and, I've thought it over. All for the sake of the child. Just do what your master says. Since she volunteered, what are we waiting for? Humans and shadowy spirits are different internally. The inside of a shadowy spirit is cold, while the inside of a human is warm. Li 11 just went in and realized that it wasn't normal because the deeper he entered, the more gloomy and cold he could feel inside. The feeling was like countless icy blades slicing into him, and he immediately summoned Yin Lei in an attempt to counteract that coldness. At the same time, he controlled the Yin thunder to follow the passage, searching for the Yin spirit inside her. Found it. Due to the narrow space, there wasn't much room for the Yin spirit to vacate, and Yin Lei immediately brought it under control. Li 11 forcefully pulled it outward, just pulled out a dozen centimeters, but the Yin spirit suddenly increased its resistance and pulled back. The violent impact caused Feng Chang to scream out. Taoist Li, can you be gentle? I'll try. Li 11 plucked back and forth with the Yin spirit like he was pulling out a crab for about half an hour, and that Yin spirit was finally running out of strength. Come out of me. He pushed hard, and a small Yin spirit was pulled out. This Yin spirit was only the size of a baby, but it had a mouthful of fangs, and it tried to break free from the Yin Lei's bondage with its teeth and claws open. Thankfully, Li 11 won the tug of war. If he let the Yin spirit win, his big baby that was bound to be uninsurable. He raised his hand and sent a palm thunderbolt that disappeared into the night along with a scream from the shadowy spirit. This tug-of-war made Li 11 consume too much energy. He laid down on the bed and prepared to take a rest. Who knew Feng Chang pounced on him? Taoist Li. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. The next day, Li 11 opened the door to his room and saw Taoist Qing Wei sitting in the courtyard eating the instant noodles he had brought with him. You look quite good. Taoist Master Qing Wei sucked in a mouthful of noodles and chewed it in a big mouthful. I'm tired after a night of trying to catch ghosts. It's not even if you don't prepare breakfast for me. But you even stole my instant noodles. What's stealing food? I am your master. What's yours is mine. Besides, when an apprentice doesn't get up early to cook for his master and sleeps until the sun shines, look at what time it is now. Then he pointed to a basket in the corner of the courtyard. You go to the vegetable garden and get some greens and beans and so on for lunch. You made me make lunch. What's wrong with making lunch? From now on, you'll do all the sweeping and water carrying. At this moment, Li 11 now had some regrets. It's fine what I worship. Isn't this finding trouble for myself? At that moment, his cell phone rang, and it was a call from Bai Wenxin. Li 11, where have you been? I'm at the White Cloud Temple right now. It's not because of you. I'm fixing the matter of the ghost woman putting a ban on me. Taoist Master Qing Wei asked. Forbidden? What kind of prohibition? Li 11 only told him what happened after he came yesterday. As for why he came, he hadn't said it yet. Only now did he tell what happened when he met the ghost woman one by one. He asked, Master, do you have any more of that elixir of yours? I feel like it really works. Taoist Master Qing Wei slapped him on the head. Pills. Dan pills. Do you think pills are that easy to make? That was something I spent 3 years collecting a dozen rare herbs and 3 whole months refining before I succeeded. That ghost woman should have already reached the evil spirit stage. This elixir can only maintain the suppression of the prohibition in your body for a few months. You'll need to think of other ways if you want to completely eradicate it. Evil spirits? Is it powerful? There are millions of Yin spirits in the world, and their cultivation is divided into 5 levels. From low to high, they are Fierce Spirit, Fury Spirit, Evil Spirit, Yen Spirit and Ghost King. If we go by the normal rate of cultivation, those within 10 years are fierce spirits, those within 100 years are baneful spirits, those within 500 years are evil spirits, those within 1,000 years are Yama spirits, and those within the last 1,000 years are all ghost kings who endanger the earth. However, due to the different cultivation methods and talents of each spirit, the level and time are not so consistent. Just for example, Taoist Master Qingwei has met evil spirits that are 80 years old, as well as baneful spirits that are over 130 years old. Then what level can a yin spirit cultivate to be able to move around in the daytime? That would have to be a feral spirit at least. Within 10 years it has to be a feral spirit that can only be active at night, 10 years or more before they can live in the sun. Li 11 nodded. It seems that Bai Wenxin should be a fierce spirit. As for Su Yutong, I haven't really seen her in the daytime, so maybe it's just a fierce spirit. He asked, Master, since you can refine pills to resist evil spirits, you must be very powerful. Why don't you step in and help me destroy that ghostly woman? Qingwei Taoist long dry cough a few times, revealing an embarrassed expression. This, disciple listening to you say that evil spirit but the Ming dynasty period, at least 400 years from now, for the teacher only lived for how many years? Li 11 disdainfully said. Che, I thought how powerful you were. I didn't realize that I couldn't even beat the evil spirits in the district. Seeing that his disciple was a bit unable to look at himself, Taoist Master Qingwei became anxious. What do you mean that you can't defeat the evil spirits in the district? I think that I destroyed a 200-year-old evil spirit with one palm back then. It's just that I've traveled all over the world and neglected my cultivation. Plus this year you've met is too long. I don't have full certainty either. Then do you have a way to completely control the forbidden system or not? Taoist Master Qingwei handed the empty box of finished instant noodles to Li 11. Go get your lunch ready. I'll lift the ban for you this afternoon. Hearing that there is a way, Li 11 also saw hope. As long as you can help me lift that ghostly woman's ban, not to mention a lunch, I'll cook you this year's dinner too. Alright, don't be a poor talker. Hurry up and go prepare the meal. At this time, Feng Chengcheng also packed up and walked out, and Taoist Qingwei asked, the yin spirit in your body was taken out? Feng Chengcheng nodded. Thanks to Taoist Li's rescue, Taoist Master Qingwei said, since your matter has been settled, when do you plan to leave? Feng Chengcheng did not answer, just looked at Li 11 with a look of reluctance. Li 11 whispered, Master, you're not driving people away. Taoist Master Qingwei said, I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my place will be turned upside down by you guys tonight. Chapter 13, Jealousy. Even though Taoist Master Qingwei had asked Li 11 to prepare lunch, upon witnessing the first dish he made, the Taoist master was completely speechless. Apprentice, tell me honestly, have you ever cooked before? Indeed not. Then you'd better get out. It's a miracle these vegetables of mine have survived this long, so don't you ruin them all. When they tasted Taoist Master Qingwei's meals, they knew that in the future, they could only leave such jobs as cooking to him. Simple homemade dishes such as eggplant and bean curd, under the skillful hands of Taoist Master Qingwei, are comparable to the dishes served in 5-star hotels. After lunch, Taoist Master Qingwei called Li 11 to the courtyard, where a cool mat had already been laid out. Lie down and take off all your clothes. Li 11 asked in surprise. Master, you don't have a special fetish, do you? Even if you do, there are other people here. Take it off when I tell you to. What's with all the nonsense? Although he wasn't sure of Taoist Master Qingwei's intentions, Li 11 did as he was told. When he saw that Feng Chengcheng had no intention of avoiding it, he said, Ms. Feng, do you want to evade it? I didn't expect Taoist Master Qingwei to be unimpressed. I heard all the commotion you guys made last night from next door. You've been honest with each other. What can't you see? How does that compare? Standing naked in front of two people for no reason. No sane person could do that, right? Take it off quickly. Once the hour passes, your prohibition will not be able to be suppressed. So don't blame me then. Under the hot sun, Li 11 lay naked on the cooler and saw Taoist Master Qingwei take out a silver needle from his bosom, then dipped it into the pigment and stabbed it on the small of his back. Master, what are you doing? I'm inscribing Taoist runes for you. Don't talk nonsense. Now just sink your qi into the dantian and leave the rest to me. An hour later, Taoist Master Qingwei wiped the sweat from his forehead. Alright, get up. Li 11 looked down and saw that it was a 10 centimeter or so needle-like object, and there was a dragon coiled on that needle. Taoist Master Qingwei explained, this is the Tongtian tattoo, which has a miraculous effect on suppressing demons and devils. That's the end of it? Of course not. The next step is for you to go to the Xian Heavenly Cave on Longhu Mountain to activate the Tongtian tattoo. After all this wasted effort, you're telling me that I still have to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain? Besides, they don't know me. so why should they let me in? Of course ordinary people can't get in. But 1 month later, Longhu Mountain is going to organize the Xianmen martial arts. I have a quota in my hand. After you enter Longhu Mountain, just find a chance to sneak in. The Xian sect martial arts? Although Li 11 didn't know what this was, but things had come to this point, he could only follow the arrangement. Ah, what are you doing? A scream came from outside the Taoist temple. At this moment, Bai Wenxin appeared at the White Cloud Temple. She covered her eyes and pointed at Feng Chengcheng. Li 11. Who is she? It's not embarrassing for you to sit here so naked. Taoist Master Qingwei shook his head helplessly and went back to his room. Got it. Here comes the first trouble. First trouble? What trouble? Bai Wenxin took 3 steps and walked over. We'll pick up the clothes by the cooler to cover Li Shi's body. Why don't you hurry up and put it on? What brings you here? And you have the nerve to ask what brought me here. She pointed at Feng Chengcheng and asked, who is she? She came to my master to beg for a son. What kind of person comes to a Taoist temple to seek a son? You don't even have a good reason for lying. Bai Wenxin was a bit angry. You're lying here so naked and you're letting her look at you like this? This. Li 11 pondered how to explain. Big man. Look at it, will not lose anything. Bah. I think you're just horny as hell. Feng Chengcheng also seemed to be someone who had seen a lot of wind and waves, and was calm when she met this situation. Taoist Li. I didn't expect you to be quite a flirt. To know such a great beauty, don't you want to introduce it? Li 11 hurriedly explained. Sister Feng, you've misunderstood. This is my college teacher. Bai Wenxin excitedly said. Still Feng's sister? Li 11. You recognized his sister after only 2 days of absence. Li 11 now understands why Taoist Master Qing Wei let Feng Chengcheng leave. If she had gone, where would this have happened? He pulled Bai Wenxin to the side. Listen to my explanation. It was she who begged Taoist Master Qing Wei, and I also begged Taoist Master Qing Wei. But the thing she begged Taoist Master Qing Wei for is something only I can do. So I did the thing she begged Taoist Master Qing Wei for first, and only then did Taoist Master Qing Wei help me. Can you understand that? Bai Wenxin shook her head. Are you talking in a roundabout way? Li 11 thought for a second. Why should I explain to Bai Wenxin? I have nothing to do with her. If anything, it is not just a teacher-student relationship, as well as the fate of a gun. Yeah, I don't have to explain to her. Li 11 stared at Bai Wenxin and smiled lewdly. You'd better stay out of my business. Don't force me to take out my talisman. Bai Wenxin subconsciously covered her collar. Li 11, what do you want? I'm telling you, this is a Taoist temple. Don't mess around. Having the protection of the talisman made him emboldened. Why don't you try me if I dare? I'm unlucky to know you. Bai Wenxin angrily walked away. She went straight to a room and closed the door with a bang. Taoist Master Qing Wei didn't forget to add, all of you close the door a little quieter. This Taoist temple of mine has been around for too long and isn't sturdy. Feng Chengcheng laughed and walked over. Li 11, you've taken care of this sister so quickly. Sister? Li 11 thought to himself. In terms of looks, Bai Wenxin did indeed look a little younger. But if we look at it by age, we still don't know who is older. Who let the Yin spirit will not get old? He hemmed and hawed. Who am I? Li 11, handling a woman isn't a matter of minutes. But I'll still remind you, you'd better not provoke her. And why is that? What can she do with me? He did not intend to tell Feng Chengcheng about Bai Wenxin being a Yin spirit. Just listen to what I say. Don't get into anything when the time comes and blame me for not warning you. But she didn't believe in this and went straight to her room. A few minutes later, she ran out in a blur and hugged Li 11. Save me. Ghosts. There's a ghost. I already told you not to mess with her. Feng Chengcheng looked at Li 11 in surprise. You know that she is a ghost? Li 11 nodded. She asked. Then she should be leaving in a while. This is a Taoist temple. Isn't she afraid that Taoist Master Qing Wei will arrest her? In fact, Li 11 was also strange. According to Taoist Qing Wei's cultivation, he should be able to see Bai Wenxin's identity, but he didn't even have the intention to make a move until now. Chapter 14, The Second Trouble. Good disciple. Accompany me to practice. Taoist Master Cheng Wei walked out with the Thunder Dharma Hui Yuan. Practicing Kung Fu? Practicing what? Of course it's Yang Lei. The sun is so good today and the yang energy is so strong. Don't waste this good weather. After saying that, he stepped out of the Taoist temple. Feng Chengcheng looked at her room, and then looked at the empty Taoist temple with only herself and a female ghost left. She didn't dare to stay here alone, and also closely followed out. Taoist Master Qing Wei came to an open field. This site is against the mountain and the water. The sun's rays are reflected through the water, converging in one place to make people extraordinarily comfortable, which is what is called the aura in Feng Shui. Taoist Master Qing Wei had not seen Li 11 use his thunder technique, so he asked him to demonstrate to what extent his thunder technique had reached. One yin and one yang, one black and one white. Two thunderbolts danced in Li Shi's hand. Taoist master Qing Wei shook his head. It's too small. This yin-yang thunder of yours can deal with ordinary ferocious spirits, but against the fury spirits, it's almost ineffective against them, he added. However, it's really hard for you to learn the yin-yang dual thunder in just one night. To have this kind of talent, it's considered unique in the world. Taoist master Qing Wei sat cross-legged. I'll pass on to you the air execution methods I've realized over the decades. Following my methods will allow you to cultivate Yan Lei with half the effort. Yunfei walked around in a hurry. That is, the boundary fire closed in a hurry. The Xian Lei dragon passes through the rain, and the water of things is sufficient for the people. Li 11 pressed the mantra and practiced like Taoist Qing Wei. As time passed, he felt that he was also getting warmer in his dantian. The air in his body was much purer, and the spherical thunderbolt summoned by Yang Lei was more than twice as big as before. Without realizing it, the sun was about to go down, and the people were ready to go back to the Taoist temple. Taoist master Qing Wei walked in front, while Li 11 and Feng Chengchen walked behind. Tell me honestly, are you the disciple of Taoist Qing Wei? As they spent more and more time together, Feng Chengchen felt that something was not right. This master and disciple duo did not seem to be very familiar with each other. Of course I'm his disciple. Didn't you see it all? Li 11 was worried that the lie he had told was hardly discovered. Bah, Li 11, I realized something was wrong this morning. If you really are his disciple, why can't you cook? And it seems like he's never seen you make lightning magic. Qing Wei Taoist master heard the conversation between the two behind him and deliberately accelerated his pace. He didn't want to get himself involved. After all, a deceived woman who starts a fire is very scary. Li 11 wanted to ask for help, but when he turned his eyes, he couldn't see the figure of Qing Wei Taoist. He cursed in his heart that this old man could be really unrighteous, and ran away by himself at the critical time. Right now he could only say stiffly, "Good sister, just forgive me. I didn't mean to lie to you either. If I hadn't said I was his disciple at that time, would you have stayed?" She puffed. "Little Taoist, you're also too scheming." Then took his arm. "Honestly, did you fall in love with sister as soon as we met?" The change of address from Taoist Masterly to Little Taoist let Li 11 know that this way is stable. "Sister is so beautiful. Of course I like it. I'm a family man. Hey, what's there to be afraid of with a family? My idol is the Chow Thief." Chow Thief? What Chow Thief? Feng Chengcheng did not learn history well and did not know who the Chow Thief was. Chow Thief is the boss of Chow in the Three Kingdoms period. I think the dude harmed the three wise men with a single shot back then, and it's been passed down to this day. What one shot harmed the three wise men? Tell me about it. Think of the year. This Chow boss collected Wancheng, met Zhang Xiuzan Zou's. That Zou's skin white and beautiful long legs. Unknowingly returning to the Taoist temple, looking at Bai Wenxin sitting within the courtyard who was drinking tea, and seeing that there wasn't a hint of fireworks within the kitchen. Taoist Master Qing Wei was so angry that he blew his beard out. "Girl, don't tell me that you stayed here all afternoon and didn't even prepare dinner." Bai Wenxin reasoned. "I won't." Taoist Master Qing Wei was so angry that he was about to lose his breath. "I really owe you guys. It's not even enough to come here and eat and drink for nothing. You don't even do the work. Old Taoist me was free here alone before, but now, I have to cook for the three of you." Then he said to Li 11, "You invited this all over. You made dinner today, but I won't either. You learn it for me now." Li 11 walked into the kitchen, looked around and saw that there were still a few buckets of instant noodles in the corner. He immediately had an idea. "Master, the three of us will eat instant noodles tonight. If you want to eat it, there's more there. If it's not too much trouble, just make it yourself." Taoist Master Qing Wei pointed at them and cursed. Piss me off. However, he did have some backbone, knowing that there was instant noodles, but he still built a fire and cooked by himself. Of course, his mouth wasn't idle, and he was cursing at them, but after getting the meal ready, he was and even intentionally gluttonous to a few people. "This dry-fried shredded potatoes and eggplant in oil are really good." Smelling the aroma, Bai Wenxin couldn't help herself. "Taoist Qing Wei, can you let me taste it too? You're a good girl." Naturally, Feng Chengcheng couldn't resist the temptation and similarly joined Taoist Master Qing Wei's team. "Traitors! You two traitors!" Li 11 suddenly felt that his bubbly noodles didn't smell good anymore. The night was getting dark. After a few hours of being together, Feng Chengcheng was no longer as afraid of Bai Wenxian as she was before. Bored at night, Li Shiqi took them to kill in the King's Canyon. Taoist Master Qing Wei had never seen this kind of game before, and crouched behind them to watch with great interest. Seeing that he was about to destroy the enemy's crystal, a gentle voice came from the Taoist temple. "You guys are having a pretty good time." Li 11 looked up, and surprisingly, It was Su Yutong who appeared. Taoist Master Qingwei stood up and whispered, "Good disciple, your second trouble is coming." After saying that, he immediately moved away from this place of wrongdoing. The sudden appearance of the big beauty made Feng Chengcheng and Baiwen Xin instantly unify their battle lines. Seeing the two of them look at him at the same time, he smiled awkwardly. "Let me introduce you guys. This is my junior high school classmate." Feng Chengcheng Yin Yang said, "Little Taoist master, you're a teacher and a classmate. It seems like you know quite a lot of beautiful women at school." Bai Wenqin sensed the identity of the other party and suddenly became vigilant. "Why are you approaching him?" Su Yutong also sensed Bai Wenqin's identity. "Perhaps we have the same purpose? Well, we'll see who's better at it." The duo's conversation was calm, but they both looked at each other with glaring eyes. Chapter 15, The Yin-Yang Marriage Certificate. Feng Chengcheng didn't know the reason for this, and thought that they were just jealous of each other. And with the mindset of watching the fun, she intended to scare Su Yutang. She pretended to persuade, "This sister, I advise you better not to provoke her. She is a female." Before the word ghost was even uttered, Feng Chengcheng was stunned by the sight in front of her. Su Yutang's lower half of his body turned into green smoke, and his body was suspended in mid-air. Feng Chengcheng hid tightly behind Li 11, her voice trembling, "Ghost, she is also a ghost." At this moment, Bai Wenqin transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Facing Su Yutong, she was fearless, and the corner of her mouth lifted up in a contemptuous smile. "Just by virtue of you also want to fight with me? You don't know your own strength." Su Yutong waved her hands and a green light flew out from her hands, heading straight for Bai Wenqin. But after only a few rounds of exchanging blows, she was beaten back by Bai Wenqin. "Damn it!" Su Yutong glared angrily at Bai Wenqin, her eyes filled with resentment and anger. Suddenly, her expression became aggrieved and she looked at Li 11 with tearful eyes, pouting, "Hubby, she's bullying me, you have to help me, honey." Everyone in the room was stunned by those two words. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Li 11 and Su Yutong. Faced with this sudden change of heart, Li 11 hurriedly denied it. "Don't be ridiculous, when did I become your husband?" Su Yutong, however, laughed, "We have signed a marriage certificate." Oh, after saying that, she took out a white satin from her pocket, on which two big words were clearly written, "Marriage Certificate." The specifics are written below. Li and Su are joined in marriage, and a contract is concluded. A good match is forever, a match made in heaven, to heaven and earth. A marriage contract, the upper table is in heaven, and the lower is sounding in hell. If I fail my beloved, I'll be deceiving heaven. For the crime of deceiving the heavens, the body dies. It's against God's will for a beautiful woman to lose her, removed from the three worlds, never to be reincarnated. On the penultimate line of the marriage certificate, it says the date of the wedding, the 10th day of the 10th month of the lunar calendar. On the last line of the marriage certificate, the names of two people were written, Li 11, Su Yutong, and both had a drop of blood on their names. Bai Wenqin grabbed the marriage certificate and looked at Li 11 incredulously. "You bastard! How dare you sign a marriage contract with someone else behind my back?" But Feng Chengcheng was not amused. "Are you guys playing house? Two people getting married have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a license. The stamped kind." Li 11 didn't know exactly what had happened, and he had never signed such a thing at all. Su Yutong hemmed and hawed. "Remember that night we were at the internet cafe? It was that night that I took a drop of your blood and signed this yin-yang marriage contract." "What is a yin and yang marriage certificate?" Feng Chengcheng asked. Bai Wenqin explained. "If a person hasn't been married before they die, they are incomplete. Such people tend to carry hostile chi after they die and do harm to the earth, but their cultivation can only stay at the stage of fierce spirit, and they can only keep breaking through by signing a marriage contract with someone whose botzi is pure yang and by absorbing the yang chi." Feng Chengcheng, however, did not care. "Just suck it. It's also helping people." "No, it's helping ghosts for fun." Li 11 recalled what had happened before. He woke up from the internet cafe weak and with black eyes, most likely caused by this yin and yang marriage certificate. After all, he didn't feel this way when he was with Bai Wenqin. Su Yutong held his hand with a smug look. "Hubby, tonight you have to accompany me." Bai Wenqin was worried about his safety. "Li 11, let me tell you, a yin spirit that has signed a marriage contract can be even more terrifying than Grandma Bai." Su Yutong said smugly. "That's not up to him." However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she only felt as if her body was like electrocuted. That feeling was coming from Li 11. "Thunderbolt." Su Yutong looked at Li 11 incredulously. "When did you learn the lightning technique?" "Of course I taught you." Taoist Master Qingwei's muffled voice came from within the room. "You little goblin. You're not small in guts. I don't care what kind of yin and yang marriage contract you signed. If you dare to harm my disciple, I'll let your soul fly away." Su Yutong immediately became respectful. I didn't know that there was a high-ranking person here. The little woman is much offended. Alright, it's getting late. Let's all rest. No sooner had the words fallen from the house than there came the sound of snoring. Feng Cheng instantly hardened when she saw someone backing her up. All of you go to sleep. I was sleepy a long time ago. Su Yutong and Bai Wenxin said in unison. Then where will I sleep tonight? That's kinda a good question. The Taoist temple has been adding people too fast in the past 2 days. Li 11 had originally planned to squeeze in with Bai Wenxin and Feng Cheng today, but now there was another Su Yutong. Good disciple. You'll squeeze in with me tonight. Those 3 little ninnies sleep in one room. Taoist Master Cheng Wei's voice came out again. Are you asleep or not? How come you know everything? Although Li 11 complained, he still obeyed the arrangement. Then he instructed. You 3 sleep well together. Don't make any trouble. Su Yutong and Bai Wenxin blankly glanced at each other, but still walked towards the room. But Feng Cheng didn't dare to be with the 2 female ghosts. In the end, it was under the comfort of Li 11 that he trembled and went back. Cheng Wei Taoist Master's room. 11 Li asked. Why can't I huddle with them tonight? I still don't know what kind of virtue you are? If it was 3 normal people I wouldn't care. After all, normal women can't affect you much, but that can be 2 in spirits. And there's another one who signed a marriage contract. I'm afraid that even if I have an elixir I can't save you. Li 11 didn't think so. It's just 2 in spirits. Is it that exaggerated? Taoist Master Cheng Wei slapped his crotch. Before you were hit by the restraint, you could barely stand it. Now that you've been hit with the restriction, it's good enough that you can recover temporarily. And you're still thinking about that kind of thing. Don't blame me for not reminding you that you can't be doing that kind of thing with the yin spirit until the restraint is lifted. Alright, I'll listen to you. Late night. Taoist Master Cheng Wei's snoring could be described as earth-shattering, causing Li 11 to toss and turn, unable to sleep. At least you're called Cheng Wei. What a waste of a name. You should really be called Hulu Taoist. I might as well sleep in the woodshed. At that thought, he got dressed and tiptoed out of the room. Passing by Feng Cheng's room, he planned to see how the 3 of them were doing. Through the window, by the light of the moon, he saw the 3 of them hugging each other and sleeping very sweetly. I have to admit that women's emotions are really strange. Just a moment ago they were fighting in the heat of the moment, but now they can huddle together and sleep. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past the doorway of the Taoist temple. Who could it be at this late hour? Curiosity filled his mind, so he quietly followed. The black shadow's speed was as fast as lightning, and it chased him for several miles before he came within a mountain forest. The dark figure suddenly disappeared without a trace after turning into a large tree. At that moment, a fog suddenly rose within the mountain forest. Li 11 turned around within the mountain forest, but surprisingly, he couldn't find his way back. Is it the same as the last time I met a mountain spirit in Falling Flower Village? In the midst of the fog, he suddenly heard a gentle voice. Little brother, do I look like a man or a god to you? Chapter 16, Lori. Who's talking? Li 11 scanned the surroundings alertly. In the thick fog, 2 upright figures slowly stepped out, their eyes glinting eerily in the night. Not good. Yellow lips. It's Meet the Yellow Skinny begging for a seal. Anyone who meets yellow skins regularly knows that they cultivate to a certain level and will ask for a seal from humans. If you say it's like a god, it'll cultivate into an immortal. But the person who's being pleaded with will need to fend off the heavenly tribulation for it. If you say it's like a human being, all of its cultivation will be wasted, and it'll mess with your chickens and dogs. Under normal circumstances, there would only be 1 yellow-skinned person looking for a seal at a time, but meeting 2 today was really bad luck. Li 11 pondered a response. Are you speak English? He remembers brushing up on a related video, which said to pretend to be a foreigner when you meet a yellow-skinned person, pretending that you don't understand. Unexpectedly, one of the yellow skins said, Little brother, it looks like you haven't passed the 4th grade of English. Right, it should be can you speak English? Holy, are all yellow skins so cultured nowadays? The other yellow-skinned one said, We can't help it. Several of our kind have been tricked by you humans, forcing us to learn several languages before we can ask for a seal. We also know sign language if you play dumb. It seems that the yellow skins have had to keep up with the times as well. Little brother, stop thinking and tell me if I look like a human or a god? A yellow-skinned man couldn't wait. You look like a fur coat to me. Bang. That yellow skinny really turned into a yellow skinny coat. The other yellow-skinned looked at Li 11 in shock. There can still be this kind of operation. Little brother, I was wrong. I'm leaving. Li 11 hemmed and hawed. Don't leave if you're here. Seeing that yellow skin wanted to run away, he hurriedly said, I see you look like a blonde animal-eared loli that's 6 feet tall and weighs 90 pounds. There was another thud. That yellow skin really did turn into a little blonde animal-eared loli, possibly due to the fact that she had just become human and couldn't walk yet. She tripped over herself and fell to the ground. Li 11 was amused by her clumsiness, and looking at this naked little lowly instantly aroused his interest. The little lowly's face was horrified. You, what do you want? You stinking Taoist. 11 Li rubbed his hands together. Hey, guess what I want? Taoist Master Ching Wei told him that he couldn't be doing that kind of thing with the yin spirits until the ban was lifted, but didn't say he couldn't be doing that kind of thing with the yellow skin. Nighttime. Lori kept struggling. An hour later, Li 11 put that fur coat over her. Little sister, why don't you go back to the Taoist temple with your brother? There are 3 other sisters there. Very nice people. Taoist temple? You're from the White Cloud temple? Why haven't I seen you before? Brother has been here for a few days too. The little lowly pouted and muttered. What bad luck. It's not easy for my sister and I to cultivate to the point where we can ask for a seal, but we met the big pervert from the White Cloud view. Holy, she's your sister. Li 11 a little regret. Had I known that I would not say the words that turned into a fur coat. If the 2 little Lolita. He. The little lowly stood up and cursed. Stinking Taoist. Wait for me. I'll tell the elders of my family right now so he can come over and kill you. Kill me? Li 11 forced her under a tree. Little sister, I advise you to think about it. You haven't escaped me yet. She nervously and immediately admitted her mistake. Little brother, I am wrong. I won't kill you. Li 11 wrapped his arm around her waist. Little sister, good girl. Tomorrow night or at this time, I'll be at the White Cloud temple. Remember to come alone. Remember not to bring anyone else. You know how powerful old man Ching Wei is? He's my master. I'll be there. So can I go now? Li 11 nodded and made way. As she was leaving, she didn't forget to take the fur coat with her. Being unskilled at walking, he stumbled and disappeared into the night. At this time, the fog also dispersed, and Li 11 finally found his way home in the mountain forest. Returning to the White Cloud temple, he heard the sound of Taoist Master Ching Wei snoring, and helplessly, he lay down on the straw in the woodshed and fell asleep. In a daze, he felt someone kicking him. Good apprentice, get up, go out to work with me. Work? What kind of work? Someone in town called me today, saying that they had met something evil and wanted me to go and take a look. Since you're my disciple, you'll go with me for a long look. Thinking that going to town would at least improve the food, eat some big fish and meat and so on, he agreed readily. Knowing this, Bai Wenxin and Feng Chengcheng also wanted to follow them there. After all, it was boring to stay in the view. As for Su Yutong, she was unable to move outside during the day due to still being a fierce spirit and could only stay inside the Taoist temple. A group of 4 people, out of the Taoist temple toward the mountain, at a fork in the road, but took another road. Master, going to town isn't that way. We're not going to town. Has anyone in town met something evil? It's the town. No doubt, but it's his family's ancestral grave that's in trouble. We're going to his family's ancestral grave to take a look. Li 11 thought to himself. If you said you were going to the cemetery, you should have said so earlier. If I had known, I would not have come. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep a little longer? Cemetery. At this time, next to the graveyard has been surrounded by people. They all know the Ching Wei Taoist priest today to see the grave. They all come over to want to see his means. Taoist master, you finally come. You must save me. A middle-aged man knelt in front of Taoist master Ching Wei and begged bitterly. Tell me exactly what's going on. The family has also been evil lately. My wife always says she can see my dead grandfather. My father was paralyzed with fear one night. And my son, who is a few months old, cries all night long. The neighbors said that there was something wrong with my family's in-house, so they wanted the Taoist master to take a look. Taoist master Ching Wei twisted his beard and pondered for a moment. All of you disperse first. 11, come here. He took out 5 copper coins from his bosom and instructed. These are the 5 emperor's coins. You will later place them in a circle around the grave. Then bite your finger and drop your blood on each coin. Li 11 thought. You this bad old man. Just said quite good. Let me come to long knowledge. The original let me come over is gratuitous blood donation. As the saying goes, 1 blood, 10 essence. It seems that this time a big loss. In front of so many people, he couldn't afford to dismiss Taoist Master Ching Wei's face, so he did as he was told. After everything was prepared, only Taoist Master Ching Wei could be heard chanting around the graves. Suddenly, a red-headed centipede was drilled out from each of the money holes within each of the 5 emperor's coins. The people who had originally gathered around were scared and took a few steps back. Taoist Master Ching Wei took out 5 more yellow talismans and pasted each of them on the 5 red-headed centipedes, which transformed into 5 channels of black smoke. Chapter 17, Is Lori really here? Open the coffin. With a command from Taoist Master Ching Wei, a few bold villagers took hoes and shovels and started digging that grave. The soil tumbled and the weeds beside the tombstones were removed one by one, revealing the yellow soil underneath. Just halfway through digging, One red-headed centipede after another crawled out of the cracks in the yellow soil. Master, what's wrong with this tomb? Taoist Master Ching Wei frowned. This was originally a feng shui treasure, but unfortunately, a demonic creature took a fancy to it and spoiled the feng shui. That demonic creature tried to replace the tomb owner and cultivate here. Just now, that person said that his grandfather came out to scare people. It should be that the tomb owner was robbed of his own residence and had no place to go, which is why he found his own descendants. So we are now? Open the coffin to get rid of the demon. Taoist Master Ching Wei's voice was firm and strong. Taoist Master Ching Wei instructed the middle-aged man to go prepare a large rooster. It must be over 5 years old, and before the sun sets, it must be delivered. 5-year-old roosters are hard to find. As the saying goes, chickens don't last 3 years. Dogs don't last 6 inch. That means you can't keep chickens in your home for more than 3 years, and dogs for more than 6 years. This is because chickens and dogs tend to be humanized into sperm after spending a lot of time with humans. That's why it's usually hard to see anyone keeping a chicken for more than 3 years. Now the Taoist Master Ching Wei wanted a large rooster that was over 5 years old. It was a problem for the middle-aged man, but even if it was hard he had to find a way to get it. After all, it was a matter of his family's future peace. While he was out looking for the chicken, the crowd dug up the coffin. Taoist Master Ching Wei took out another yellow talisman and stuck it on the 4 corners of the coffin. Everything was ready, just waiting for the big rooster. As the sun was about to set, someone finally delivered the big rooster. As the sky grew dark, Taoist Master Ching Wei asked Li 11 to fetch the large rooster, cut its neck, and sprinkled the rooster's blood in a circle around the coffin. Bang bang bang! When the rooster's blood was just about to form a circle, all of a sudden the coffin began to shake violently, and a strange sound came from inside. Hearing the strange sound, everyone's face changed and they all stepped back, trying to get away from the coffin. And at that moment, the lid of that coffin unexpectedly began to slowly rise. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, a wave of fear welling up in their hearts. Suddenly, a huge red-headed centipede burst out of the coffin. This centipede was more than 2 people tall and exuded a bizarre aura. Its appearance scared the hell out of everyone present, and each one of them was terrified, desperately fleeing backward. Feng Changchang was also frightened. She tightly hugged Li Shi's arm and hid behind him, not daring to look at the horrific scene in front of her. Bai Wenxin immediately went into a fighting stance. This centipede is at least 200 years old. You have to be careful. So can you beat it? Bai Wenxin shook his head. It's hard to say. Li 11 cursed. Is old man Chang Wei crazy? To provoke this 200-year-old centipede spirit to do what? Good disciple. Get on. What? At this moment, Li 11 wanted to knife him all the heart. Facing 200 years of centipede spirit. You as a master do not go first, but let the disciple go first to die. 5 years of large rooster blood is the nemesis of centipedes. While the blood is still hot, you using thunder to control the centipede first. Spell it out. Li 11 mobilized the air of his entire body and summoned as much black liquid as possible, trying to control the actions of the middle red-headed centipede. The red-headed centipede saw what he was thinking, and with the 2 giant caliceri on his beak, he charged forward. Taoist Master Ching Wei twisted his hand and a heavenly thunderbolt struck down, stopping it. Feel free to use the Yin Thunderbolt. Leave the rest to me. The red-headed centipede tried to escape, but no matter which direction he went from, Taoist Ching Wei could always use heavenly thunder to restrict the direction of his escape. Li 11 still kept mobilizing the Yin Lei in his body, and soon, the Yin Lei wove a huge black net that surrounded it. The red-headed centipede twisted its body inside the net, trying to break free. Its strength was too great, and Li 11 knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Help me, buy me a minute. Ching Wei Taoist had recited words under his breath, and gradually, a mass of dark clouds rose above the red-headed centipede, and dozens of lightning bolts crackled and pulsed within the dark clouds, and those lightning bolts gradually converged together. The centipede seemed to see their intentions, and it knew that if all the lightning bolts converged together, it would be certain death itself. Master, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. The centipede had already torn several gaps in the black net. Seeing this, Bai Wenxin turned into a white smoke and rushed towards the red-headed centipede. As he was worried about Bai Wenxin's safety, Li 11 urged Taoist Ching Wei to hurry up. Beads of sweat oozed from Taoist Master Ching Wei's forehead. White girl, get out of the way. Only to see those lightning bolts in the sky quickly converge into a huge and bright sword. The body of the sword flashing with dazzling light, with a heaven-destroying aura, plunging straight into the centipede's huge body. There was a loud boom and the whole world seemed to be shaken by it. The rapier easily penetrated the centipede's hard shell, piercing deep into its body. A strong burning odor filled the air, and the centipede, which was originally majestic and unbeatable, had lost its vitality at this moment, falling heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The armor on its body was burnt black, emitting a sickening odor. And in this burnt smell, there was also a strange fragrance mixed in. Hey, demon pills. The scent was emanating precisely from the demonic elixir. Taoist Master Qingwei gasped and bent down exhaustedly, picking up the demonic elixir. The centipede's body was then kicked to confirm that it was completely dead. The people who had just scattered and fled out of fear were slowly gathering around. Tall man. What a tall man. The middle-aged man's face showed joy. Taoist Master Qingwei pointed at the coffin. Find someone to pick a shady house and rebury your grandfather. Yes, the middle-aged man said. Taoist Master, seeing as you've worked so hard for my family's sake, I'll have someone prepare a table of good food right now and treat you all well. When they arrived at the man's house, they saw a table full of good food. It wasn't a mountain of food, but for the hungry ones, it was a delicacy on earth. Taoist Master Qingwei took out 2 yellow talismans and handed them to the middle-aged man. Stick these 2 talismans on your father and son respectively, and tomorrow your father will be able to get out of bed and your son will no longer cry. The middle-aged man hurriedly thanked him. After eating and drinking their fill, they burped contentedly. It was already after 12 o'clock at night when I returned to the White Cloud Temple. Inside the White Cloud Temple, Su Yutong seemed to be talking to someone. Don't worry, when Li 11 comes back, I will definitely break his legs. Li 11 thought to himself. Holy, how did I offend her? The remaining 3 also looked at Li 11 in unison. What are you looking all at me for? We were all together today and I don't know what happened. Entering the Bai Yunguan room, he immediately understood what had happened. What kind of brain am I in? How did I forget about her? The one who spoke to Su Yutong was none other than the little loli who transformed last night. Chapter 18, Little Sister. After a few people entered the house, Su Yutong immediately flirted in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, our family's philandering carrot has returned. You didn't provoke anyone's little girl this time out, right? Seeing the soft little loli, Bai Wenqin asked curiously. What happened? You let him tell himself what he's done. Su Yutong replied without a trace of humor. Li 11 laughed awkwardly. I didn't just meet a weasel last night to beg for a seal and turned her into a blonde animal ear loli. Then I didn't hold back. Taoist Master Qingwei slapped his head. Didn't I remind you not to do that kind of thing with the yin spirits? Why can't you control yourself? Master, you are wronging me. She is not a yin spirit. Li 11 defended. You're still being tough. Mountain spirits are extremely yin-like yin spirits. I see you don't want that thing of yours anymore. Alright, Master. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Li 11 hastily admitted his mistake. Su Yutang was unforgiving. There are still things you don't dare to do? Then what did you let her come to you tonight for? Of course, Li 11 couldn't admit that he wanted to continue driving with the little loli, so he found an excuse. I wasn't afraid that you guys would be bored, so I wanted this little sister to accompany you for a chat. Su Yutong said sarcastically. Chatting? Looking for us to chat in this middle of the night? If it wasn't for you guys going out today, we'd all be resting by now, right? Feng Chengchang laughed non-stop next to him. Alright, you guys don't blame Taoist Li. He's young. Men, when they're young, it's normal for them to have a lot of ideas. Taoist Master Qingwei kicked him. Hurry, don't hurry up and apologize to the others. Little sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong about yesterday. Feng Chengchang also advised. Little sister, don't be angry. Which one of us hasn't been teased by him? Lori looked at the few of them in surprise. Are you, all of you being played so openly by humans? Taoist Master Qingwei also rounded up. Little girl, you don't have to worry, since my disciple destroyed your cultivation. I, as a master, can't do anything to ignore it. Your yellow skin clan is quite spiritual. If you don't mind me as an old man, follow me in the future and I'll take you to cultivate. Lori was a little excited. Really? Li 11 wrapped his arm around the little loli's shoulders. He. When my master speaks, once a word is spoken, a team of horses can't catch up. From now on, you'll be my little sister. Bai Wenqin peeled his arm off the little loli's shoulder. Li 11, you watch your behavior. She's just your senior sister. Taoist Master Qingwei yawned. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, I'll go back to bed. Tonight, the 4 of you will squeeze in. Good disciple, you come back to your room with me. Master, you snore too loudly. Can I not come to your place? I'll just settle for one night in this room. Everyone looked at Li 11 in unison. No, Taoist Master Qingwei said. You'd better sleep in the firewood room. The next day, early morning, senior brother, Master told us to go cultivate. Li 11 opened his eyes and saw that it was Lori who appeared in the firewood room. What time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. He rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. If you don't get up, I'll tell them you bullied me again. Hearing this, Li 11 immediately came to life. That Since he had known Lori, Li 11 had never known her real name. Curious, he asked, "Did you need a human name?" Lori smiled and replied, "Last night, they had already helped me with my name. I am now called Huang Xianer." Then, she urged Li 11, "Hurry up, don't make Master wait too long." Just as Li 11 was about to go change his clothes, his cell phone suddenly received a message from that female forensic scientist Zhong Qinin inquiring, "Where are you now?" Li 11 secretly muttered in his heart, "What is she looking for me for? Could it be to take my pulse again?" At this moment, Huang Xianer outside the door kept urging him. Due to the time constraints, Li 11 didn't think much about it and directly sent Zhong Qinin a location of himself and hurriedly went to change his clothes. Taoist Master Qing Wei said impatiently, "Li 11, you're grading every day. What's it like? In the future you should learn more from your senior sister." Li 11 feel Chang Wei Taoist head now a little bit wrong. Before either call good disciple, or call 11. Now good, directly call the full name. This is a little bit of old and new. Dislike their own meaning. Alright, I got it. I'll get up early tomorrow. Seeing that there were no other people in the Taoist temple, Li 11 curiously inquired, "Master, where are the others?" "They were worried that you wouldn't sleep well in the woodshed, so they went to town to get you bedding and pillows." After saying that, Taoist Master Qing Wei brought the two of them to the feng shui treasure of yesterday's cultivation. Li 11 continued to cultivate Yan Lei as he had done before, while Taoist Qing Wei began to teach Huang Xianer other techniques and had her absorb the demonic pills that the centipede had dropped last night. Time passed quietly, and before they knew it, the sun had already set. When they had just returned to the Taoist temple, they saw a beautiful woman standing at the door, anxiously looking around. Taoist Master Qing Wei glanced at his disciple and asked in a slightly scolding tone, "Did you invite this again?" Li 11 nodded. But the mind was also filled with doubt that she had traveled all the way from the city, and that it would take at least a 5-hour bus ride. Could it be just to take my pulse? Zhong Qinin looked at Li 11 expressionlessly. "Take your hands out," Li 11 said playfully. "You don't need 2 hands to take a pulse." However, at that moment, only to hear a click, a pair of handcuffs handcuffed him. Li Shi's eyes widened, incredulously looking at Zhong Qinin. "What are you doing? You're a forensic scientist. Where did you get the handcuffs?" She replied with a cold face, "You don't need to care about this. Honestly explain how Zhou Feiyang died." Li 11 was confused by her. "Zhou Feiyang? His death has nothing to do with me." Zhong Qinin stared at him closely. "You're still being tough. I've gone back and asked the elders in my family. There's only one possibility for that kind of pulse of yours, and that's if you did that kind of thing with the Yin spirit. And I suspect that Zhou Feiyang's death was the work of the Yin spirit." He had never expected that Zhong Qinin would actually be able to investigate to such an extent. However, Zhou Feiyang's death had nothing to do with Li 11, and he could never take the responsibility. So, he hastily argued, "Don't you dare to throw your hat in the ring. Zhou Feiyang's death really has nothing to do with me. I'm not taking the blame for this." Chapter 19, The Sex Ghost. Seeing that things weren't right, Taoist Master Qing Wei hurriedly explained for him, "Girl, this is my disciple. He is kind and would never do anything to harm others." Huang Xianer also helped out at the side. "Apart from being a bit horny, my senior brother's heart is not bad," Li 11 thought to himself. "Huang Xianer, don't add to the chaos now." At this time, Bai Wenxin and his party also returned from the town. Feng Changchang was surprised. "Qin Yin? Why are you here?" Zhong Qinin was also surprised. "This is where you said you were seeking a son." Seeing that it turned out that they knew each other, Li Shi instantly grabbed a life-saving straw. "Sister Feng, you quickly help to talk. First let them remove the handcuffs." Feng Changchang looked at the handcuffs in confusion. "This is? I suspect that he's related to a murder case." Zhong Qinin pointed at Baiwen Xin again. "Maybe, she can't get out of it either." Zhong Qinin told the story one by one. "I'm just skeptical now. If there's solid evidence, it won't be as simple as me coming to handcuff him. You've really wronged me. I am also a victim." Li 11 lifted up his shirt, revealing the Tong Tian tattoo. "If Master hadn't saved me, I would have been the next to die." In order to protect Bai Wenxin, Li 11 could only tell half-truths and half-falsehoods about what happened. At that time, that ghostly woman in Lakafei village wanted to absorb Zhou Feiyang and I. Zhou Feiyang let me escape first in order to save me, but I was still partially sucked by the ghostly woman in terms of my yang qi, and I was hit by the ghostly woman's forbidden system, which brought me to Bai Yunguan to ask for Master's help. He said in his heart, "Zhou Feiyang, for my safety, I can only let you die for no reason." Zhong Qinin looked skeptically at Taoist Master Qing Wei. "Really?" Taoist Master Qing Wei nodded. "I can testify to this. This apprentice of mine has indeed been hit by the ghost woman's prohibition." Feng Chengcheng also chimed in. "What Taoist Li said is true. That Tong Tian tattoo was tattooed on my watch. since the human evidence and physical evidence are all there. Zhong Qinyin was embarrassed instead. It was me who was reckless. She awkwardly uncuffed herself. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, let's all go in first. It's quite tiring to stand outside. Li 11 smiled on his face, but in his heart, he said, Zhong Qinyin, you dare to do this to me. Now that I can't do the yin spirit, I have to set you up tonight. Taoist Master Qingwei's eyes lifted up. Little ninja, do you know how to cook? Of our group, only the old man would know how to do it. It's been hard on me these past few days. I will. Taoist Master Qingwei laughed. Finally, we have a cook who can cook. It's so late and you can't go down the mountain, so stay here for now. 11. I know you know how to make a fire, so go help her. Inside the kitchen, Li 11 sat in front of the stove and looked at the hot Zhong Qinyin, but she was also considered half a police officer, and it wasn't an easy thing to do to her. Feng Cheng's cooperation might be needed, but I don't know if she's willing, so he found Feng Cheng. Right now, his relationship with Feng Cheng was still considered good, just based on the fact that Feng Cheng stayed here and didn't want to leave. Li 11 knew that if he begged her to do something, she would definitely help. Sister Feng, looking for a favor from you. Li 11 had a fawning face. Feng Cheng raised her eyebrows and laughed lightly. Yo, you're so godly. What else can I help you with? Li 11 hemmed and hawed. Zhong Qinyin looked so positive. I want to. Feng Cheng giggled a laugh. What are you thinking? I and she is more than 10 years of good girlfriends. You look for me to help. That is not to let the sheep help the wolf to open the sheep pen. Li 11 helplessly shook his head inside. Alas, within this group, you are the only one who is human, and you also know my situation. I had wanted to go to you at night. Since sister refuses to help, then forget it. With that, he pretended to leave. Feng Cheng saw this, hurriedly grabbed him, pouted, good brother. First do not go. Everything is good to discuss. After dinner, Li Shi took that girl to kill in the King's Canyon. Huang Xian'er was playing the game for the first time. She felt curious, so she grabbed Li Shi's cell phone and hacked with them. Only he and Taoist Qingwei were left wide-eyed. It's no fun. It's no fun. There are troubles with more women. Suddenly, he noticed another black shadow flashing outside the Taoist temple. Exactly the same as last night's. Taoist Master Qingwei similarly spotted the dark shadow. The two looked at each other and silently followed them out. On reaching the same mountain forest as last night, the dark figure disappeared again. Taoist Master Qingwei was familiar with the environment here. Follow me. He led Li 11 around 7 times and out of the mountains, and a graveyard appeared in front of him. At that moment, there were 5 shadowy spirits plotting something at the grave. Boss, another woman has come to White Cloud View. Now there are exactly 5. Why don't we split it between the 5 of us? I don't know what kind of luck that kid has gotten. There are women sent here every day. I'm really envious. Who says it isn't? We've been buried on White Cloud Mountain for 5 or 6 years now. Where have we seen any women? But this little Taoist monk has only been here for a few days, and the women are coming one after another. Tonight, we'll storm into the Taoist temple, kill the 2 Taoist priests, one old and one young, and split up the women. Taoist Master Qingwei looked at Li 11. Good disciple, what are you waiting for? Take a shot. Since they're going after those 5 little girls, I won't make a move. Okay, it's just time to try the results of these 2 days of cultivation. Li 11 came to the grave. Hey, a few old perverts. Your grandpa Li is here. It's him. He's the little Taoist priest. Since you've sent us to the door, don't blame us for not being polite. Brothers, kill the little Taoist and split his woman. Just then, those 5 colorful ghosts suddenly rushed over together, with hideous looks on their faces. However, according to Li Shi's judgment, they should still be nothing more than fierce spirits, and their cultivation level wasn't even comparable to Su Yuton's. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said disdainfully, you guys are so low in cultivation that you have the nerve to be lecherous. Ha! After saying that, he activated the power of Yan Lei, and a thunder whip instantly appeared in his hand, fiercely lashing out towards those 5 colorful ghosts. Splat! 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 A few crunching sounds. The 5 horny bastards unexpectedly fell to the ground in unison. At this moment, those 5 horny bastards finally realized that they had met a hard case. They hurriedly kowtowed in unison and begged for mercy. Master Dao, we were wrong. You are generous. Just spare us. However, Li 11 was unmoved. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. After saying that, he once again waved the thunder whip in his hand. Snap, snap, snap a few more times. 5 colorful ghosts immediately turned into green smoke, dissipated in the air. Taoist Master Cheng Wei applauded with satisfaction. You kid really does have talent. It's only been 3 days and you're already able to transform lightning into form. It seems that you might even be able to take a place in the Xian sect martial arts at Longhu Mountain in a month's time. You're underestimating me, too, and I'll bring you back a championship when the time comes. Practicing for a month and trying to get a ranking. You'd die if you didn't brag. Chapter 20, Master takes me to a sister? When the two of them returned to the Taoist temple, the 5 beautiful women had already divided the rooms, but it was obvious that there was no extra room left for Li 11. Taoist Master Cheng Wei looked at him with a smirking look. Originally, I thought that you would be able to sleep in your room today. It looks like you can only continue to sleep in the firewood room. Li 11 couldn't help the corner of his mouth. It's fine. I'm used to it. When Taoist Master Cheng Wei returned to his room, Li 11 sneaked into Feng Chengcheng's room. They had already discussed this before. Of the 5 beauties, only Feng Chengcheng and Zhong Qinin were humans and knew each other. So the two of them were naturally divided into a room. He pushed open the door to his room and saw that Feng Chengcheng was not asleep. Coming to the side of the bed, Feng Chengcheng hugged him and said petulantly, "Good brother, I missed my sister to death in the past 2 days." 10 minutes later, Feng Chengcheng deliberately made a seductive sound, which was enough to make anyone's heart flutter. Even a woman. Zhong Qinin was awakened. Chang, what are you doing? When she saw that there was a man, she said incredulously, "Li 11, how dare you?" In order not to startle the others, Feng Chengcheng immediately covered her mouth and explained, "Don't you say anything, I volunteered, how dare you?" And this he. Zhong Qinin pushed Feng Chengcheng's hand away, but Li 11 smiled and said, "Officer Zhong, you don't need to care about us, we'll move less and won't disturb you." After that, the duo started again. 10 minutes later, Zhong Qinin, who had been single for several years, really didn't hold back. Early the next morning, Bai Wenqing took a stick and kicked the door open, roaring, "Li 11, you bastard!" Zhong Qinin was so ashamed that she covered her head with the quilt, while Feng Chengcheng watched the whole show as if it had nothing to do with her. Li 11 jumped out from under the covers, dodging the stick while getting dressed and running out. He hid outside for half a day, until lunchtime, when he tiptoed around the door of the Taoist temple and observed what was going on inside. "Come in," Taoist Master Cheng Wei said. He saw that everyone was eating and things seemed to be going okay, so he walked in. Taoist Master Cheng Wei said, "We've just discussed this. You can't stay here anymore." "Why is that?" Li 11 asked in disbelief. "I'm doing this for your own good. In this situation now, you'll die of exhaustion even if you're an ox. I've decided that you'll come down with me in the afternoon. For one thing, it will keep you from meeting them. Secondly, reading 10,000 books is better than traveling 10,000 miles. You going out with me will help your cultivation greatly," Taoist Master Cheng Wei explained. Li 11 asked, "You all agree?" Although Feng Chengcheng was reluctant, she couldn't say anything. She shouldn't have stayed here in the first place. Zhong Qinin had also failed to hold back for a moment last night, and now she was like a child who had done something wrong. Not saying a word, Bai Wenqing gave him a big blank stare. Only Huang Xianer said, "Senior brother, just listen to Master. I know all about you. As long as you activate the Tongtian tattoo and lift the restriction, I'll be the first to accompany you." "Okay," Li 11 stroked her head. "It's still little sister who treats me the best. The rest of you, how heartless," Taoist Master Cheng Wei said. "In that case, you should pack up. We'll leave in a while." When Su Yutong, who couldn't go out during the day, realized the news, she called Li 11 into the room. She took out an antique Hatan jade hangtag from her neck. "This is a hangtag that I spent tens of millions of dollars to collect at an antique store when I was alive. I can't use it now that I'm a Yin spirit, and since we've signed a Yin and Yang marriage contract, I'll give it to you." Li 11 thought to himself, tens of millions of Hatian jade, this marriage contract is not a loss. In the afternoon, the master and apprentice boarded a bus for the field. The sky was gradually getting dark. When he was still a dozen kilometers away from his destination, Taoist Master Cheng Wei asked the driver to stop. The driver was filled with doubt. "Taoist, are you sure this is the right place? This is the middle of nowhere. You can't even find a place to stay if you want to." The two of them stood on the side of the road and stood there. But Tao Master Cheng Wei had no intention of leaving. "Master, what are we doing here? Drinking the northwest wind? Or are we stopping the road to rob a female ghost? You'll see in a moment." It didn't take long for a black jeep to slowly pull up. When the car door opened, a tall, beautiful woman with short shoulder-length hair and skin as fair as snow stepped out of the car. She was wearing a slim-fitting leather jacket, looking exceptionally competent. Li 11 couldn't help but think a little. Could it be that old man Cheng Wei's request for me to come down the mountain was a lie, and he was actually trying to introduce me to this sister? Thinking of this, he hastily straightened his hair. then walked forward quickly and extended his hand to try to shake her hand. "Hello, my name is Lee." However, before he could finish his sentence, that beautiful woman directly bypassed him and walked straight to Taoist Master Qingwei. "Taoist Master, my grandfather asked me to pick you up. Please get on the car." Jeep. Lee 11 tried to communicate with the beautiful woman, but she remained indifferent. Nonetheless, he didn't give up on finding a topic of conversation. However, the beautiful woman didn't seem inclined to respond to him and continued to remain silent. The Jeep proceeded along a mountainous and wild path, and after half an hour of bumpy ride, it finally arrived at its destination, the Zhou family manor. "Come in with me." The duo followed the beautiful woman through the gates of the manor, and a beautiful scene unfolded before their eyes. In the center of the spacious courtyard sat an exquisite pavilion, surrounded by a wide variety of flowers and trees, fragrant with flowers and lush with greenery. The entire manor is built in a rustic and elegant style, with mainly wooden structures and roofs covered with green tiles, revealing a strong historical flavor. They followed the beautiful woman around the estate, finally stopping at a room. "Taoist Master, you guys will stay here tonight. I'll take you to see my grandfather tomorrow. As a reminder, tonight, my grandfather celebrates his birthday, so I hope you guys don't come out if you hear any commotion." Lee 11 thought to himself, what kind of hospitality is this? Someone in your family is celebrating a birthday. Even if you don't invite us to the banquet, you even asked us not to go out. After the beautiful woman left, he asked, "Master, who the hell is she? And where is this place?" "This is a friend I met when I was traveling as a teenager, named Zhou Bairun. As for that girl child just now, she is my friend's granddaughter, named Zhou Ling." "Your friend? What kind of friend is that? People don't even invite you to their birthdays." Taoist Master Qingwei didn't answer, then surprisingly let out a snoring sound. Lee 11 had to recognize the Qingwei old man's quality of sleep. Just one sentence of his own efforts, he was lying on the bed, huffing and puffing. Chapter 21, The House of the Underworld. Late at night, Lee 11 was unable to sleep due to the snoring of Taoist Qingwei. At that moment, the sound of blowing and singing resounded outside the door, as if celebrating someone's birthday. He was puzzled in his mind. Who in a good family celebrates a birthday in the middle of the night? "If you don't let me go out, I'll go out. I'd like to see what secrets your Zhou family is hiding." Pushing open the door to his room, he followed the sound to where the Chows were celebrating. The scene that was presented to him at this moment shocked him to the extreme. If not for the fact that he had experienced too many unbelievable things, I'm afraid that he would really be scared to death alive. These gongs and drums were actually a group of mountain spirits and wild monsters, while all those who were eating were in spirits. The food they held in their hands was actually a human head and a human hand, which they ate with great relish. And the old man sitting in the front seat is even creepier. He had the body of a girl clutched tightly in his arms, his mouth chewing heavily. The horrific images were chilling, as if they were in the middle of hell. "Holy, there isn't a single living person here TM except for me and old man Qingwei." Lee 11 was horrified in his heart. He returned to his room with excitement and pushed Taoist Qingwei awake. "Master, quickly wake up. We can't stay here." But Taoist Master Qingwei didn't care and rolled over, continuing to huff and puff. "Why don't you sleep it off? Maybe they'll come over and eat you up later." Lee 11 was anxious in his heart. With so many Yinling mountain spirits, he was worried that he and Taoist Qingwei combined might not be able to defeat them. As for escaping, on the current appearance of Taoist Master Qingwei, how could there be any intention of escaping? Forget it, old man Qingwei isn't afraid. So what am I afraid of? There's a tall one to hold the roof when the sky collapses. Can he just watch me get eaten by that group of Yinling mountain spirits? But just in case, he still added a yawn and Yin thunderbolt to the door, just in case something happened. The next day, early morning, someone knocked on the door of the room. "Taoist, are you awake?" Lee 11 withdrew the Yin Yang thunder and opened the door to the room. It was Zhou Ling who came to call them. Taoist Master Qingwei stretched. "Is it time for breakfast? After sleeping all night, I'm still really hungry. My grandfather told me to call you and join you for breakfast." Good, good. Old Zhou finally wants to see me." Zhou Ling smiled faintly. "What did the Taoist priest say?" "Yesterday Grandpa's birthday was too busy. Today as soon as I have time." "This is not to see you." Taoist Master Qingwei stood up. "Let's go." Thinking about the way the group of shadowy spirits gnawed on people last night, Lee 11 couldn't help but shiver. To be honest, it would be fine if we only saw one Yin spirit gnawing on a person, but it was hundreds of Yin spirits. The scene was a bit less spectacular. They followed her to a secluded gazebo where the old man who had gnawed on the woman last night was sitting and drinking tea. Seeing them arrive, he immediately greeted them with a smile. "Qingwei, after not seeing you for over 10 years, you've aged a lot. You haven't changed a bit." They exchanged pleasantries and the four of them sat down around a round table. Taoist Master Ching Wei brought a bowl of porridge and drank it with gusto. Li 11 thought to himself, aren't you afraid that it's boiled with human flesh? Seeing that he was hesitant to move his chopsticks, Zhou Ling said, little Taoist master, don't worry about eating, there's no human meat in here. It seemed that they had found out about his actions last night, or she wouldn't have said that. In that case, drink up, Taoist Master Ching Wei said. Old Zhou, I came over this time because I wanted to meet your old friend, and secondly, I wanted you to help me practice this disciple. You also know that the Xian sect martial arts will start soon, and this disciple of mine has only been accepted for a few days, so I'm afraid that he won't be able to cope with all those other Xian sect people by then. Good to say, you guys are staying here these days, and I'll let Linger accompany this disciple of yours to practice. The few people agreed that this trial would take place in the Zhou family's back garden at midnight tonight. Li Shi's heart burst with joy. There is such a good thing? Practice right away. Maybe he could even touch it while he had the chance. Back in the room, Li 11 asked Taoist Ching Wei what was going on. That's when he told the truth. In fact, he had known for a long time that Zhou Bairen was a Yin spirit and that his cultivation had already reached the evil spirit realm. His family, the Zhou family, specialized in the art of paper tying, a skill that could turn paper into all sorts of real objects. This Zhou family manor is what Zhou Bairen tied up with his paper tying skills. That is to say, this manor is not an ordinary building, but a shady house. As for why he, a Taoist priest, is so close to a shadowy spirit, that was because when he was young, he attempted to capture Zhou Bairen, but in the final crisis, Zhou Bairen actually saved his life, regardless of his safety. From then on, he understood that the original Yin spirits weren't all bad. That was why he didn't make a move when he saw Bai Wenxin and Su Yutong. He even took in Huang Xianer as a disciple. As for last night's cannibalism by Zhou Bairen, that was, after all, the tradition of their shadowy spirits, who only celebrated a big birthday once in 60 years, and ate the corpses of people who had already been buried nearby, and did no harm. After telling him everything, Taoist Master Ching Wei instructed Li 11 that he must not use Yin and Yang thunder this time when he practiced against Zhou Ling, and took out a pile of yellow paper. Before this Xian sect martial arts, you must hide your strength so that you can surprise and win in the competition. Therefore, you can only cultivate the thunder technique in an unoccupied place during this period of time. Taoist Master Ching Wei stroked his beard and continued, during this month outside, you can only use the method of talismans. If you really want to use lightning methods, you can't let anyone find out. I will now teach you how to draw talismans. Li 11 had seen such a talisman twice before. The first time was the one Chang Wei gave him the day after he met Yu Tang, and he used it to subdue Bai Wen Xin, who tried to kill him. The second time was the talisman Ching Wei gave to the middle-aged man the night he eliminated the red-headed centipede. The so-called talisman is one of the most mysterious and esoteric spells in Taoism. The method of production is to use red pigments such as cinnabar to draw all kinds of strange symbols and patterns on the yellow paper. These talismans, because of the different contents painted, their effects are also varied and dazzling. Some talismans are able to drive away evil spirits, avoid disasters, and keep peace. Others can cure diseases and save people, and solve problems. What's more, they are able to subdue demons and get rid of devils. Talismans are categorized into 4 grades, heaven and earth, Xian Yang, and according to the cultivator's cultivation level, the grade of talisman that can be drawn is also different. Taoist Master Ching Wei reminded Li 11. With your current cultivation level you are only able to draw yellow-ranked talismans. Relying on yellow-ranked talismans alone is not needed to defeat Zhou Ling. You only need to rely on the talismans to escape for an hour without being caught, and that is considered a win. Li 11 expressed his puzzlement. Master, the talisman you sent me before is quite good. I've tried it. Even Bai Wenxin, the Fury Spirit, can't carry it. So wouldn't it be better if you sent me a few more? You kid is thinking beautifully. This test is to test you. Using my talisman. What kind of test is that? This test can only be done with the ones you drew yourself. It was late at night. Little Taoist, I won't bully you. I'll give you half an hour to hide. Zhou Ling thought that Li 11 was just a Taoist priest who hadn't been initiated for a few days and didn't take him seriously. Li 11, who couldn't use his lightning method, didn't intend to fight hard either. Since he was told to hide, he will make a plan. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Li 11 first thought of her boudoir. Hey, maybe we'll even see something we shouldn't. Chapter 22, Oxygen Charms. Li 11 gently found Zhou Ling's room, secretly vigilant in his heart, and for insurance purposes, put a few 5 thunder talismans on the door. He didn't dare to turn on the light, so he could only grope around the room by the faint moonlight. Came to the bedside. He wanted to quietly hide into the quilt, but a touch. The hands feel soft things. Pick up a look. It is a padded underwear. Li 11 secretly laughed in his heart. This girl looks plump on the outside, but I didn't expect it to be fake. He was about to get under the covers when he decided it would be too conspicuous, so he changed his mind and decided to hide in the closet. Opening the closet, which was filled with all kinds of ice silk nightgowns, he couldn't help but imagine what this icy beauty would look like in these nightgowns. In fact, it was Lee 11 who thought too simply. This was the Zhou family, and everything in the home could be related to the Zhou family's paper tying technique, and anyone who entered the Zhou family could not escape their senses. As expected, when the time came, Zhou Ling appeared at the door of the room. Stinking Taoist, dare to enter my room. She angrily kicked open the door to her room, simultaneously triggering the 5 Thunder Talisman on the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the 5 Thunder Talisman blew the door of the room to smithereens. Li Shi's behavior completely angered Zhou Ling. Stinking Taoist, don't let me find you, or I'll skin you. She walked straight to the closet and said coldly, you'd better come out yourself. Lee 11 then realized that hiding in the closet didn't seem to be a wise move. The situation was now completely closed and he had nowhere to escape even if he wanted to. He pondered which of the talismans he had prepared earlier could solve the current crisis. Seeing that he was silent, Zhou Ling pulled open the closet and pulled him out. Lee 11 took the opportunity to put a talisman on her chest, which was soft to the touch, and it turned out that her figure was not all about dressing up. What did you do to me? Zhou Ling felt that she was fixed in place, unable to move. Lee 11 hammed and hawed. Miss Shou, how effective is this fixation charm? Vile stinking Taoist, untie me. How about I let you go as long as you call out to me as a good brother? Bah! Zhou Ling resolutely refused to obey. Gu, you're quite stubborn. Lee 11 slowly extended his hand to her. Zhou Ling said nervously, stinking Taoist, what do you want? Quickly take your dirty hands away. At this time, I don't know where a gust of wind came from, blowing in from outside the house, and the fixation talisman was actually blown off by the wind. Holy! I was inexperienced in applying charms for the first time and they came loose. Stinking Taoist, take your life. Zhou Ling was really angry. Her fingers suddenly became longer and her nails were as sharp as knives. Being teased like that, she really wanted to kill the other party. Holy, it won't let me use the lightning method. Now I can only use the 36th plan and walk. Run. Realizing that the situation was not good, Lee 11 immediately took out his invisibility talisman and disappeared into the darkness. Stinking Taoist, come out quickly. Zhou Ling looked around but was unable to find any trace of Lee 11. The effect of the invisibility talisman made Lee 11 even bolder as he quietly walked up to Zhou Ling, even making a face at her, and she was unaware of it. At that moment, an even bolder idea rose in Li Shi's mind, wanting to touch that cute bouncy ass that he had never experienced before. However, he had forgotten the time limit of the invisibility talisman, and as soon as he touched it, the invisibility talisman failed, and his hand stopped awkwardly on Zhou Ling's body. She was already furious to the extreme, and a strong killing intent came over her. Run! Lee 11 felt extremely cold behind him. At this time, Zhou Ling only had one purpose, to kill him. She turned into a black gas and pounced on Lee 11. He intended to put on another invisibility talisman, but the powerful black chi was actually carrying a gale of 8 or 9 winds, making it difficult to put the talisman on his body. Facing Zhou Ling who was going all out, Lee 11 knew that his little tricks were no longer able to cope with him. He could only take out his last card, the Heavenly Dipper Breaking Fury Talisman, which was a Xian rank talisman that he had spent an hour to learn. When Taoist Master Qingwei saw that with his current cultivation level, he was able to create Xian rank talismans, he immediately exclaimed that this disciple was truly a genius. This was because it had taken him a full 5 years to learn how to make Xian rank talismans himself. Lee 11 flung the Heavenly Dipper Breaking Destruction Talisman into the air, only to see a flash of light, instantly forming a huge golden transparent light shield that tightly protected his entire person. As if enraged, the black chi frantically crashed towards the light shield, each impact emitting a crisp ringing sound. However, the light shield was incredibly sturdy, and no matter how much the black chi impacted, it could not shake it in the slightest. Seeing this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Ling's eyes as she swung her hands violently and recited words under her breath. In an instant, black mist surged out like a tidal wave, wrapping the entire light shield tightly without leaving a single gap. Time passed minute by minute, and after 10 minutes, the originally impenetrable light shield finally couldn't withstand this strong pressure, and a tiny crack began to appear. Li Shi's heart tightened, knowing that there was no way back. He took out all his talismans and searched for the last straw. Flying Talisman, Spring Return Talisman, Ice Cone Talisman. These seemed to be unable to reverse the situation. Just as he almost despaired, he saw the last talisman, the Hypnotic Talisman, which he had randomly drawn in the afternoon when he was bored. Just at the moment when the layer of golden transparent light shield was about to be swallowed by the black smoke, Lee11 decisively slapped the hypnotic talisman in his hand on top of the black smoke, only to see that the black smoke in contact with the aphrodisiac talisman quickly changed back to Zhou Ling's appearance. But at this time, Zhou Ling, her eyes have become incomparably lost, as if she has lost herself in general. The whole person exudes a kind of seductive charm, and the previous Zhou Ling is simply a different person. Seeing this scene, Li Shi's heart rejoiced. It worked! However, despite the fact that Zhou Ling was full of temptation at the moment, Lee11 knew very well that now was never the time to take advantage of someone's danger. The reason why he was able to hold back was not because he was any kind of decent person, not to mention the fact that the ban on his body had not been lifted yet, but because this was the Zhou family manor after all, and if he really did something to Zhou Ling, Zhou Bairen would definitely not let him go. And with his current strength, even with the protection of Taoist Qing Wei, he was afraid that it would be difficult to escape. Therefore, Lee11 decided to endure for the time being. Anyway, he still had the hypnotic talisman in his hand, and he would naturally have more opportunities in the future. As it turned out, Li Shi's guess was not wrong. When Zhou Ling was hit by the oxygen charm, Taoist Master Qing Wei and Zhou Bairen both came out from the shadows. Zhou Ling also kept teasing Lee11 with her eyes. Taoist Master Qing Wei removed the hypnotic talisman, then cursed, "How can you be so unmartial? How dare you use such tactics on her?" But then he secretly kept winking as if he was complimenting him. Zhou Ling, who had her hypnotic talisman removed, regained her senses. "Stinking Taoist, I'm going to kill you." Zhou Bairen, who was on the side, pulled her back. "Linger, we lost this competition." She still wanted to retort, but she was pulled away by Zhou Banren. Seeing no one in the fore, Qing Wei Taoist master laughed loudly. "Good disciple. Not bad. Just learn talisman not only can draw Xian rank talisman, and against the enemy, but also be able to improvise. You this disciple, I confiscate wrong." Chapter 23, Can a Taoist also watch a beautiful woman live? The next morning, the atmosphere at the table was unusually tense. Zhou Ling glared angrily, clearly hostile to Lee11, and he could feel her gaze stabbing at him like a sharp blade. Zhou Bairen made a request. "Qing Wei, someone reported to me last night that there seemed to be a Yin spirit haunting the downtown area. Usually I would let Linger handle these kinds of things. This time, I would like to involve your disciple as well. I don't know what you think." Taoist Master Qing Wei laughed aloud. "This disciple of mine is in need of training, and it's naturally good to give him this opportunity." Zhou Ling retorted in dissatisfaction. "I'm enough on my own. Don't need the help of this stinking Taoist priest." "Linger, listen to me. The Yin spirit this time is a bit odd. It's not something you can handle alone." Zhou Ling pondered for a moment and made a condition. "It's not impossible to let him join me, but he has to apologize to me first." Zhou Banren chided. "Linger, don't fool around. Since you've lost, you should be willing to gamble and accept defeat." But Zhou Ling still wanted to argue, but was stopped by Zhou Bairen's eyes. Seeing this, Lee11 immediately apologized. "Miss Zhou, I was wrong last night. I acted recklessly." His apology was not out of sincerity, but for the sake of having more opportunities to get close to Zhou Ling in the future. In his mind, he thought secretly, how could he not take advantage of such a positively beautiful woman? Zhou Bairen praised Li Shi's apology. "It's still San nephew Li who is magnanimous. Linger, you need to learn more in the future." Zhou Ling, on the other hand, gave Lee11 a blank stare, clearly not buying his apology. Lee11 asked curiously, "Aren't you all Yin spirits? Why are you still killing each other?" Taoist Master Qing Wei explained, "There are good and bad Yin spirits as well. Just like our human society, there are bad people and good people." Back in his room, Lee11 prepared some blank yellow paper and drawn talismans. In the afternoon, they set out for the city. Zhou Ling drove the jeep. "Stinking Taoist, when you meet your client, you have to listen to me in everything. Although I agreed to Grandpa's request, there's no need for you to meddle in our Zhou family's affairs." Seeing that her attitude had eased, Lee11 leaned on the passenger seat with an indifferent look. "Everything is up to you. If you meet a problem that can't be solved at that time, you can't beg me." "Bah, I won't beg you even if I die," Zhou Ling said firmly. They arrived at the place the client had mentioned, which was a bustling apartment, as it was a concentration of live webcams. They followed the address and found room 1103. Zhou Ling knocked on the door of her room, and the one who opened the door was a beautiful woman in a sexy bunny costume. She asked, "Who are you looking for? Are you Xin Feifei?" "I'm Zhou Ling. It was you who commissioned the Zhou family." Right. Xin Feifei enthusiastically welcomed them in and turned off the live broadcast. "Tell me, what exactly?" Xin Feifei described the problems she encountered. "As soon as it's nighttime, I feel as if someone is staring at me, and some fans have even said that they saw dark shadows behind me while I was live streaming. but when I turn around there is nothing. What's worse, every night as soon as I fall asleep, I feel as if someone is having that with me. Li 11 thought to himself. Shin Feifei has met a lecher. Looking at the front and back of Shin Feifei, he secretly thought, this lecher is quite good at choosing people. If he was a lecher, he would also look for her every day. Zhou Ling thought for a moment and said, we already understand your current situation. According to previous experience, if we are here, that black shadow will definitely not appear. What is your live broadcast room number? So we'll take a look at the situation through the live broadcast first. After Li 11 and Zhou Ling left her room, they looked for a cafe. Zhou Ling gave Li 11 a task to watch Shin Feifei's live broadcast to see if there was a black shadow or not. Li 11 turned on his cell phone and watched from the afternoon until after 9 o'clock at night. At this time, Li 11 was still dressed as a Taoist priest, and the people around him were sending out strange gazes. They didn't expect that a Taoist priest would dare to blatantly watch a beautiful woman live. The boss's wife of the coffee shop couldn't stand to watch anymore. She rubbed her hands on the coffee delivery and whispered to Zhou Ling, Beauty, it's been at least 3 hours since you guys came in. This boyfriend of yours is too immodest. He's been watching a live broadcast of a beautiful woman. Don't you care? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to endure it. Zhou Ling's face immediately turned red as she hurriedly explained. He's not my boyfriend, just an immodest stinking Taoist priest. Soon after, a black shadow did appear in Shin Feifei's live broadcast. Li 11 asked, what do you want to do next? Just rush in and exterminate it. Li 11 shook his head. Guess what? If I were that horny guy and saw you coming, would I wait to be caught by you? So what do you say? Li 11 deliberately said. Didn't you say that you don't need me to intervene in the Zhou family's affairs? Zhou Ling blankly glanced at him, then dialed Shin Feifei's phone. That black shadow we did see. You don't speak now, and don't scare the snakes. When you sleep at night, you'll be on voice with me. As long as that black shadow misbehaves with you, just scream and we'll rush in and destroy her. After they hung up, Li 11 asked, so is the live stream still on? Where are we going to sleep at night? We can't stay here all the time. You love to see it or not? After saying that, Zhou Ling stood up and left. Where are you going? Zhou Ling only left 2 words. Sleep. Li 11 followed Zhou Ling to a hotel next to the apartment. In order to facilitate moving together, Zhou Ling only opened a room. The hotel attendant looked at them with surprise. She probably didn't expect to see a Taoist priest and a woman having a room in her lifetime. Hello, ma'am. One of your king rooms is open. Who wants a king room? Give me a standard room. Zhou Ling corrected. The waiter handed Zhou Ling the room card. Once in the room, Zhou Ling reminded Li 11 not to act recklessly, then went to take a shower. Li 11 found that the frosted glass between the bathroom and the room was electric, and if he flipped the switch, he could see inside from the outside. He was secretly delighted in his heart, but on the surface he pretended as if nothing had happened. Chapter 24, The Lingerie Shop. Zhou Ling came out of the bathroom with a hot breath still on her body. She was wearing a bathrobe and her hair was hanging wet. For his part, Li 11 quickly closed the frosted glass door as if nothing had happened, but his eyes were still a little unnatural. Zhou Ling looked in her eyes and felt something strange in her heart, but she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. She frowned and gave Li 11 a puzzled look before walking over to the couch and sitting down. Turning on the TV to watch. Late at night, Shin Feifei's scream suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Li 11 was about to open the door and go downstairs, but Zhou Ling turned into a puff of black smoke and floated out of the window. When he rushed to room 1103, he found that Shin Feifei was hiding in Zhou Ling's arms, crying inconsolably. Obviously, the colorful ghost had not been eliminated. After all, the purpose of the colorful ghosts was only to snap with women. Their cultivation was not strong, and when they encountered a ruthless character like Zhou Ling, they would choose to run away. Shin Feifei choked and asked, that bastard ran away. What should we do in the future? For a moment, Zhou Ling was also at her wit's end as she turned her head to look at Li 11. What are you looking at me for? Didn't you say that I don't need to interfere in the Zhou family's affairs? Stinking Taoist. I know that you are also a little horny. You should know the mindset of a lecher best. Quickly tell me if you have a solution or not. Shin Feifei cried with pearly blossoms and looked at him with an expectant face. Taoist master, do you have a solution? Come on. I just can't watch women cry. It's not impossible to catch that colorful man. It's just that we startled him today, and he most likely won't come back. Let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll prepare my stuff and come back to help you catch the ghost. Shin Feifei stood up excitedly. As long as you can catch her, I'm willing to do anything. Really? Li 11 sized her up and thought to himself. Since old man Chang Wei won't let me touch the yin spirit, it's a shame for Shin Feifei to not have something happen since she's so positive. Zhou Ling seemed to have read his mind and pushed him out of the room. The following morning, Li 11 had just woken up from his nap and realized that Zhou Ling had already painted her makeup. What are you doing so early? Get up and go shopping with me. It's only 10 o'clock, and there's nothing to do today. Why are you up so early? Who said it's fine? I originally thought that Shin Fei Fei's matter could be resolved on the same day, so I didn't bring a change of clothes. Your task today is to accompany me shopping. Get up now. Li 11 began to not put this sentence on the heart, but really accompanied her shopping. He went crazy. They arrived at 11 o'clock in the mall, but she shopped for 2 hours in the morning, tried more than a dozen sets of clothes, but even a piece of fancy or not, he got a little impatient. Are you walking me on purpose? Instead of answering, she pointed at the clothes he was wearing. You haven't changed that Taoist outfit for a few days, have you? It already smells rancid to me, so quickly throw away that suit of yours and buy a new one. Li 11 lifted his clothes and sniffed. It's not bad, compared to old man Shangwei who doesn't bathe or change his clothes for a few days. I'm already pretty good. He didn't know how often old man Shangwei washed. At least he hadn't seen him bathe since he entered the White Cloud Temple. It wasn't until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After trying on dozens of sets of clothes, Zhou Ling finally chose a suitable set of clothes. Li 11 helped her carry her clothes to a men's store. Zhou Ling asked, "Boss, do you have a razor here?" Li 11 thought to himself, what did she buy a razor for? Is she going to shave her armpits? But I remember her armpits were clean. They weren't? The boss recommended various razors to Zhou Ling. Finally, she chose a manual razor and threw it to Li 11. Stinking Taoist priest. You also take care of it. Every day your beard is unkempt. I'm too ashamed to walk with you. It's true that I haven't shaved since I entered the White Cloud Temple, but scruffy isn't something to talk about, is it? This stinky girl, she's obviously concerned about me, and she's pretending to be unconcerned about it. Then Zhou Ling took him, again, to a men's clothing store and picked out a set of clothes. Finally, they stopped at a ladies' lingerie store. Women's need for underwear was indeed quite large, and Li 11 remembered that when Bai Wenxin and Feng Chengcheng were in Baiyunguan, he could see them airing their underwear every day. While she was trying on the underwear, Li 11 picked it out as well. Of course, he didn't pick it for Zhou Ling, but for those 5 chicks from White Cloud View. After all, people had come out, so how could they bring some gifts back? Li 11 chose 5 sets of underwear according to their styles and sizes. This stunned the waiter. Young man, are you unaware that ladies' underwear comes in sizes? I see that girls' size is different from what you chose too. The waiter even treated Li 11 as a novice. He was a veteran driver. Okay, as long as it's a woman, he'll know the size just by looking at it. What are you wasting words for? Those 5 pieces just now, you just wrap them up. Also, the ones she just tried, count them on my account. Seeing that he was a big customer, the waiter smiled and loaded up all the underwear. Young man, you really know how to love women. It's right to be your wife. Zhou Ling finished trying on the clothes and was ready to pay. When she learned that Li 11 had already paid, she looked at him in surprise. The underwear here is not cheap. I originally thought that you were a poor Taoist priest. I didn't see that. But you still have something. The waiter was busy saying, Miss, you've come to the right person. He just bought a full 8 sets. That's not right. I obviously just tried 3 sets. Li 11 pulled Zhou Ling and left, afraid that if he said anything else, he would be exposed. Back at the hotel, it was after 6 p.m. Li 11 took out the yellow paper and began to draw a talisman on it with vermilion sand. It was only then that Zhou Ling realized that the original method Li 11 was talking about was using talismans to deal with the lustful ghost. She herself had seen the power of talismans. Even a simple fixation talisman, coupled with the 5 thunder talisman, would be able to blow that colorful ghost into submission. During the process of him drawing the talisman, Zhou Ling seemed to be unable to bear the feeling of not changing her clothes for 2 days. She brought her clothes with her and entered the restroom. Li 11 certainly didn't miss the opportunity to see the show again. He thought to himself, Zhou Ling, weren't you cold when you first met him? And now you're still being honest with me? She walked out of the bathroom and saw that Li 11 hadn't finished drawing, so she asked if it was that hard to draw a few charms. Of course, Li 11 would not say that he had just watched the show and forgot to draw the talisman, and could only say, you have seen this Taoist spell before. It's not that easy. 10 o'clock at night, after Shin Fei Fei went off the air, they found her. Taoist master, what exactly is your way of catching the colorful ghost? Li 11 took out a few pieces of talisman paper from his pocket. You will stick them on your body when you sleep tonight, and then you will definitely restrain the colorful ghosts into submission. She asked, where is it posted? Stick it on, of course, where the horny guy enters your body. That way it's a surprise. Chapter 25, Naked Li 11. Shin Fei Fei took the talisman, turned around and pulled her skirt downwards, but found that the talisman was difficult to attach. She revealed a confused look. Taoist Li, this talisman doesn't seem to be able to attach. How can that be? Let me help you with that. Li 11 walked over and gently adjusted the hem of Shin Fei Fei's skirt, discovering the reason. He joked, the weeds here are too lush for you, so the talisman naturally won't stick. Shin Fei Fei showed a difficult face and asked how to solve it. Li 11 was struck by an idea and thought of the razor Zhou Ling bought, so he pulled it out. Just use this to shave clean. Shin Fei Fei took the razor, unwrapped the package and saw that it was manual. I've only ever used electric ones. Can you help me shave? Since the other party made such a request, Li 11 was of course obliged. Okay. You should have lubricant in your house. Right. Put it on first, then I'll shave for you. 10 minutes later, everything was ready. Li 11 first put a ghost-repelling talisman on her and a fixing talisman. These two talismans were designed for Ian spirits and were harmless to ordinary people. He also gave her an additional 5 thunder talisman and a transportation talisman. Just in case, the 5 thunder talisman should never be put on. In case it blew her up, it would be unusable. As for the recluse talisman, it was in duplicate. Li 11 and she each took one. As long as he sensed the other talisman was being used, he could use the recluse talisman and immediately recluse himself, and would not have to run so far away, as he did yesterday. After everything was prepared, Li 11 and Zhou Ling returned to the hotel. As long as any of those 4 talismans were triggered, Li 11 could sense it. 1 o'clock in the morning. Li 11 felt that the ghost-repelling talisman and body-fixing talisman that he had left outside earlier were activated, and he instantly realized that something had happened. He hurriedly woke up Zhou Ling, who was at the side, and used the transportation talisman, and the two of them instantly came to room 1103. Entering the room, they saw that a middle-aged man was being immobilized by the side of the bed, while Shin Fei Fei was curled up in a corner of the room shivering. Li 11 carefully sized up the middle-aged man, only to see that he had a thieving and lewd face, making people feel disgusted when they looked at him. He took the 5 thunder talisman from Shin Fei Fei's hand and ruthlessly pasted it on the horny ghost. There was a crackling explosion, and the colorful ghost was blown to smithereens. Shin Fei Fei is still a little shocked. He should not come back, right? Li 11 gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, he's already spiritually dispersed and will never appear in this world again. Hearing this, she was slightly relieved. She excitedly grabbed Li Shi's hand. Taoist master, I'm really thankful to you. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know how long I would have to live like this in the future. As I said, I will repay you. If you have any requests, mention them as soon as possible. Looking at the coolly dressed Shin Fei Fei, Li 11 gulped. After all, Zhou Ling was right next to him. He could only hold back. It's all just a show of hands. Repayment or something? Forget it. Noticing a hint of disappointment flashing in Shin Fei Fei's eyes, Li 11 thought to himself, little girl, don't be disappointed for now. I'll let you repay me properly when Zhou Ling isn't around. Then I'll treat you guys to a karaoke tomorrow. Hey, isn't this a chance? Zhou Ling, that kind of ice-cold people, should not like KTV, this kind of place. If she does not go, I'm just me and Sun Fei Fei. At that time will not want to do. Just do. Li 11 thought quite beautifully in his heart. But unexpectedly, Zhou Ling said, good. We have time all day tomorrow, so you can ask us out then. Asterisk. You're not spoiling my fun. Late at night, Li 11 and Zhou Ling returned to the hotel. Originally, they had shared a room in order to deal with Sun Fei Fei's affairs. Now that the matter had come to an end, continuing to live together seemed to have become unnecessary. Li 11 understood in his heart that it was only a matter of time before the two of them would be separated. But now that Zhou Ling didn't mention it, there was no need for him to mention it either. The events of the last few days had left him physically exhausted, and he decided to take the opportunity to take a nice hot bath and change into his newly purchased clothes. As he was humming softly in the bathroom, enjoying the hot water rushing over him, Zhou Ling suddenly pushed the door in, surprising him. He was secretly delighted. Could it be that the time spent together had made her take a liking to him? No need to be in such a hurry if you need it. I'll be done washing in a minute. But Zhou Ling wasn't impressed by his jokes, and with a cold face, she grabbed him by the ears and pulled him out of the bathroom. Zhou Ling pointed at the glass door of the bathroom. Did you already know that this glass can be controlled to become transparent? Of course Li 11 couldn't admit it. Otherwise, if Zhou Ling knew what he had done before, wouldn't he have to skin him? He feigned surprise. Are all hotels so fancy these days? How did you find out? You're still pretending. Zhou Ling pulled him to the door and kicked him out. Li 11 looked around in panic. Now he was still naked. Good sister, open the door. If someone sees me, I'll lose my honor. But the only response in the room was a cold one. Don't you like to look at others? Then let others take a good look at you too. Li 11 he knocked on the door again, but there was no response. It was a good thing it was early in the morning and there was no one else in the hallway. He cautiously made his way to the lobby and asked the attendant on duty for help. When the waitress in the lobby saw him naked, she immediately covered her eyes and exclaimed, "What do you want? I'm going to call the police if you do this again." He hurriedly explained, "It's me. Take a good look." The waitress recognized him and a blush spread across her face. "Why aren't you dressed? Let's not explain this right now. Can I have a bath towel?" After the attendant found him a bath towel, he quickly wrapped it around him and requested another room. "I'm sorry, our hotel is full tonight." The waiter's reply made Lee 11 feel desperate. He thought to himself that even if the waiter opened the door for him, the end result wouldn't be any better than it is now. So, he decided to go find Sun Fei Fei, who had expressed her willingness to repay him anyway. Wrapped in a bath towel like a thief, Lee 11 crossed the road to Sun Fei Fei's apartment. He knocked on the door of the room. "Who?" Sun Fei Fei was wary. "It's me." Sun Fei Fei heard his voice. "Taoist Lee, why are you here?" Lee 11 pushed the door in and pushed her inside. Against the wall. "Don't you want to repay me? Today this Taoist master will give you that chance." He had to admit that Sun Fei Fei was the most playful of the women he had seen. Even Feng Cheng Chang was not as good as her. It seemed that the anchor woman did have some tricks up her sleeve. Chapter 26, KTV. Early the next morning, Sun Fei Fei woke up in Li Shi's arms as she asked softly, "Taoist, do you want Zhou Ling very much? Am I that obvious?" She shook her head. "That's not true. Zhou Ling is pretty and has a good figure. A man would be moved, right? Could it be that you have an idea?" Sun Fei Fei smiled. "Before I became an anchor woman, I worked at a nearby KTV for a while. And the bad men there who wanted to get a woman didn't always use the name of drinking to get them drunk. I think you can try that too." Lee 11 thought about it and said, "It's not impossible. But after what happened yesterday, can she still come over? I'll try it for you." Lee 11 touched her cheeks. "I didn't expect you to have quite a lot of heart. Then is Taoist Lee going to reward me?" Noon. Sun Fei Fei dialed Zhou Ling's phone. "Sister Zhou, I said I would invite you to sing today. I have booked the private room. It's just downstairs in the apartment. At 7 o'clock in the evening you have to be there on time." Oh. Zhou Ling hesitated. "I'm fine with it, but Lee 11 is missing." Sun Fei Fei asked knowingly, "Aren't you guys together? Last night, I kicked him out. He probably got mad." Sun Fei Fei pretended to speak for Zhou Ling. "He must have done something bad to make you angry." Zhou Ling thought about it and in turn recognized her mistake. "I'm not sure if he did it or not, but now that I think about it, it seems like it was really wrong for me to kick him out of the room naked last night. Do you think something will happen to him if he's alone and naked? Will he be arrested by the police as a hooligan?" Hearing this, Lee 11 was stunned. Zhou Ling is such a haughty person, but she even admitted that what she did was wrong, and is still worried about me. Sun Fei Fei said, "Alright then, I'll ask Taoist Lee where he went." After hanging up the phone, Sun Fei Fei looked at Lee 11 with a bad smile. "Congratulations, Taoist Lee." Lee 11 was confused. "Congratulate me for what? Why are you so stupid?" Since a girl can voluntarily admit her mistakes to a boy and care about him, she must have fallen in love with him. "Are you saying that Zhou Ling likes me?" Sun Fei Fei nodded. "I didn't realize that there was a windfall from being kicked out. No wonder she bought me clothes and a razor." Lee 11 suddenly realized a problem. "No good. My cell phone is still at Zhou Ling's place. How are you supposed to find me if you say you're looking for me?" "That's an easy one. Just say you had no way out, didn't hurry back, and found your way to me this afternoon. Look at my brain. It's usually pretty sharp, but today it's so slow. I think you're overwhelmed with joy." Sun Fei Fei went downstairs to help Lee 11 buy a set of clothes, and in the evening, they came to the KTV together. When Sun Fei Fei said that she had worked in a KTV, it was not true at all, and the people who greeted her didn't stop from the time she entered the door to the private room. Soon, Zhou Ling also came, still carrying Li Shi's clothes. It seemed like she was genuinely concerned if he didn't have any clothes to wear. 11 Li, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thrown you out of the room. Seeing how guilty she was, Li 11 also told the truth. Actually, I did peep at your bath. Snap, a slap slapped Li Shi's face. Stinking rascal. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. This is not the same as what Li 11 imagined. In the drama when this happens, it should not be the female lead falling into the male lead's arms and saying nasty la dead ghost. How it was a slap in the face when it came to him. Sun Fei Fei pulled Zhou Ling. Alright, Sister Zhou, don't be angry. I know that you like Taoist Lee, and Taoist Lee likes you as well. Since that's the case, we'll all be family from now on anyway. It's okay to peek at your bath. Who likes him? Who wants to become family with him? Although Zhou Ling denied it on her lips, she still sat on the sofa. Sun Fei Fei picked up a glass of wine and urged Zhou Ling to drink one glass at a time, and soon the two of them were drinking about the same amount. Zhou Ling is unconscious. Li 11 thought to himself. This Sun Fei Fei not only looks positive, but also righteous, is a friend who can be made friends. At that point, a bout of urination hit him and he went to the restroom. When he came back, he heard what looked like an argument in their private room. He pushes through the crowd and sees a man with a scar on his face making a move on Sun Fei Fei, and is about to make a move on Zhou Ling, who is being controlled but still saying not to move Zhou Ling. Stop! Li 11 chided the scarred man. I'm playing with a woman here. Who are you to stop me? Li 11 isn't even afraid of ghosts. How can he be afraid of a punk like him? Who am I? I'm your grandpa Li. The scarred man laughed and didn't get angry. Kid, I think you're tired of living. He raised his hand and was about to hit Li 11. Since Li 11 had practiced the thunder method, his body and reaction ability had been greatly improved, and the speed of ordinary humans was like slow motion in his eyes. Although this muscular man in front of him looked strong, he was nothing more than a paper tiger in Li Shi's eyes. His attack was no threat to Li 11, who easily avoided his fist and launched a counterattack in a swift manner. An elbow strike sent him back a few steps. All of you. Seeing that he was outmatched, the muscular man hurriedly ordered a dozen or so of his minions to surround Li 11 together. However, even if they were outnumbered, they were no match for Li 11. These punks were fine with bullying the weak on weekdays, but they were powerless against the truly strong. At this moment, even if there were 100 of these punks attacking Li 11 at the same time, they would not be able to defeat Li 11. Li Shi's heart was filled with disdain as he looked at these punks who didn't know any better. He decided not to use his fists and feet to tangle with them, as it would only dirty his hands. He pulled out a dozen talismans from his arms. These talismans were specially prepared by him and had mysterious runes drawn on them, allowing him to cast various spells. He pasted the talismans on the heads of those people and then recited an incantation. Those punks who were labeled with talismans instantly lost their self-awareness and became like zombies. Their eyes were vacant and lifeless. Their bodies stiffened and automatically lined up, and they began to bounce from one to the next. Li 11 looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He knew that these punks had completely lost their ability to resist. Next, he only needed to wait for the arrival of the police and hand these criminals over to them. This was a jumping charm that Li 11 had learned when he was bored, and he had never expected it to come in handy. The scarred man still didn't know what was happening. He kicked one of his minions. What the are you guys doing? All of you. Get on me. Li 11 twisted his hand and urged those minions to surround the scarred man. Chapter 27, Brother Lung. What do you guys want? I'm your boss. Those juniors were now only at the mercy of Li 11, and they punched and kicked at the scarred man. Soon his face was swollen into a pig's head. He knelt down and begged for mercy from Li 11. Brother Li. Nope. It's Master Li. Just spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Li 11 was worried that those people don't really beat him to death. Then he can't explain himself to the police. It's useless for you to beg me. You have to ask her if she agrees or not. Li 11 pointed to Sun Fei Fei. He immediately kowtowed to Sun Fei Fei. Fei Fei. Just quickly ask this Master Li to spare me. As if Sun Fei Fei was still quite afraid of him. She didn't say anything and let the scarred man go. Li 11 asked. I see you're quite afraid of him. What exactly is he about? Sun Fei Fei closed the door of the private room. That man just now. We all call him Brother Scar. Is Brother Lung's henchman. The KTVs and bars in this area are all his properties. I think you'd better leave. If you offend him, I'm afraid he'll find you in trouble. Li 11 wasn't worried about what threat this kind of punk could pose to him. Instead, he was worried that after he left, Sun Fei Fei's life might not be easy. So he asked, and who is Brother Lung? Brother Lung is the chairman of the Tianjiang group. He has one hand over the entire Tianjiang city, and he is the boss of both the black and white. Then what if I don't leave? The corners of Li Shi's mouth rose in a smile. Sun Fei Fei's eyes widened as she looked at him incredulously. You're crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Li 11 gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you. Sun Fei Fei's heart warmed, but she still shook her head. You don't understand Brother Lung's power. He won't let you go. Then let him try. I'd like to see how capable he is. After saying that, he gently picked up the drunken Zhou Ling and went back to the hotel. Although the opportunity was rare, Li 11 also recalled Taoist Qingwei's warning that he should not have too close contact with the yin spirit until the prohibition was lifted. He was attracted to Zhou Ling's alluring figure, but he tried to suppress his urges. However, when desire overcomes reason, he decides to ignore everything. He puts the warnings of Taoist Master Qing Wei behind him and begins their intimate moments. Just as they were getting intimate, Zhou Ling suddenly woke up. Under the effect of alcohol, Zhou Ling became proactive, in stark contrast to her previous coldness towards Li 11. Early the next morning, Li 11 was kicked out of bed by Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling tightly wrapped the quilt and questioned, Stinking Taoist, what have you done to me? Li 11 stood up with his bare ass. He. Of course it's doing what makes you like it. And you said you'd be a good sister to me. Have you forgotten? She froze for a moment. Her face flushed. Then she said with a straight face, "Stinking Taoist. If anyone else knows about last night's incident, I'll skin you." Li 11 couldn't get enough of it and planned to get under the covers to continue. Zhou Ling tried to resist, but after being hugged, her body immediately softened. Shortly after, Sun Feifei's phone call interrupted the duo. Her tone was very nervous. "Brother Long wants to see you." "Okay, where? When?" Li Shi's voice, however, was calm, as if he had already anticipated this moment. 12 noon. Marriott Grand. He asked me to go with you. Hanging up the phone, a hint of worry flashed in Zhou Ling's eyes after she learned what happened. "This brother Long I know. Real name Long Qianshan. A southerner. But in our Tianjin city single-handedly created the Longs group. On the surface look kind. In fact, the means is ruthless. Our Zhou family also has some face in Tianjin city. I will go with you at noon." 12 noon. Li Shi brought Zhou Ling and Sun Feifei to the Marriott Grand Restaurant. Outside the private room, 2 bodyguards guarded the entrance like statues. Li 11 pushed open the door, only to find that there were only 2 people inside. Surprisingly, it was the rich boss and his female secretary whom he had met in the village of Falling Flowers. He thought about it. That night in the village, the female secretary called him Brother Lung. How could it be such a coincidence? When Long Qianshan saw Li 11, he revealed a meaningful smile and said in his non-standard southern Mandarin, "Pretty boy, you didn't expect it to be me, right? Last night, after I saw the surveillance, I was also surprised." Li 11 didn't say much and directly cut to the chase. "Since we are all old acquaintances, I won't beat around the bush. You're not looking for me to avenge my little brother's death, right?" Long Qianshan waved his hand and let his female secretary light a cigarette for him. "If I wanted to take revenge, I wouldn't have invited you here so formally. I know about Scar. It was indeed him who was at fault first." The female secretary twisted her small waist and came to Li Shi's side, also intending to light a cigarette for him, and after seeing his refusal, she said, "Brother Long saw that you are good at using talismans, and wants you to do a favor." I didn't say anything, calculating in my mind whether it was true or not. Long Qianshan said, "Pretty boy, if you're still angry because of what happened yesterday, I can take it out for you." He passed a look to the female secretary. The female secretary made a phone call, and a minute later, 2 men brought the scarred man over. Long Qianshan said to Scar, "Last night's incident was indeed your fault. Today the 2 beauties are present, so I'll make the decision. The family law will be served." When he finished, he punched Scar in the face, and 2 teeth landed in response. The female secretary picked up the teeth and placed them in front of Zhou Ling and Sun Feifei. "These 2 teeth are even an apology to the 2 beauties. Are you guys satisfied?" Sun Feifei was shocked and nodded her head in a hurry. Zhou Ling, on the other hand, was unmoved. "What do I need his teeth for?" Long Qianshan laughed. Right. His teeth are so dirty. It is indeed easy to dirty your hands." He signaled the female secretary to take out 2 suitcases. "Here is $1 million. $500,000 for each beautiful woman. It's my way of apologizing for Scar." Sun Feifei excitedly opened the box, while Zhou Ling pushed the box to Li 11 and let him make the decision. Li 11 knew that although he said he was making amends and apologizing, he was actually asking for a reward for doing something for him. "Forget about Scar. You can tell me what it is first. If it's something illegal, I can't agree to it." "Pretty boy, you're also cool. I'm not going to make you break the law on this one, and it's kind of professional for you." Long Qianshan continued, "I bought a complete thanka in the southwest, but ever since I put that thanka at home, strange things have been happening, and I always see a little girl walking around the house in the middle of the night. I asked Sun Feifei, and she said that you are a Taoist priest, and I invited you here this time because I hope you can help me take a look." Thanka is a characteristic item of Tibetan Buddhism. Tibetan Buddhists use human skin drums for rituals, which are a kind of religious artifact. During the ritual, the purest thing must be used in order to satisfy the heavens. And what is something pure? It's a drum made of the skin of a girl under 16. Besides being made into human skin drums, human skin is sometimes made into human skin thankas, which are mounted in colored satin and then scriptures are written on them. According to Tibetan Buddhist thinking, they believe that this kind can satisfy the Buddha. Knowing Long Qianshan's true purpose, Li 11 accepted his request with the mindset of taking money for nothing. Long Qianshan happily poured me a glass of wine. "Pretty boy, I saw you as an extraordinary person when I was in Xianghua village." Then he revealed a lewd expression. "You and that teacher are still going well, aren't you? I see that the 2 pretty girls around here are also good. It seems that your kid's peach blossom luck is really good." He picked up his glass. "Pretty boy, Without saying anything, this glass of wine brother toasts you. Chapter 28, The Human Skin Thanka. The crowd followed Long Qianshan to his house. It was a luxury villa worth hundreds of millions of dollars in the city. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. This Thanka was originally received by Long Qianshan as an antique, but since the evil thing happened, no matter how he handled it, this Thanka would somehow return to him. It has made the villa its home. Now that it had entered summer, it was the middle of the day and the weather was unbearably hot. However, when Li 11 walked into the villa, he felt a piercing coldness hit him. He joked, "The air conditioning in your house is running really cold." But he knew in his heart that it was all due to the presence of the evil creature. Long Qianshan led the crowd to the study and carefully took out a long wooden box, from which he took out the Thanka. It was a scroll, and when Long Qianshan slowly unfolded it, a human skin was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. This human skin had lasted for hundreds of years, but the leather was still fine and white, like it came from a young girl. The white human skin was densely covered with writing, and upon closer inspection, it was a bilingual transcription of the Diamond Sutra in Chinese and Tibetan. Zhou Ling was originally a Yin spirit. She had a sensitive perception of her kind. After that Tanka was opened, she whispered, "There is a fury spirit attached to this. Its cultivation is not low. Give it a few more years and it should be able to break through to an evil spirit." Li 11 inquired, "Do you have a way to force her out?" Zhou Ling shook her head. Tankas are inherently Yin and evil things. If there is a Yin spirit hidden inside, not to mention me, even evil spirits and Yin spirits can't do anything with what's inside. Li 11 told Long Qianshan to put the Thanka away and called him outside. I've already observed it. There is indeed an evil creature in your human skin Tanka. It's just that it doesn't come out and there's nothing we can do about it. Now I live here and wait for it to come out and then destroy it." Hearing this, Long Qianshan was very happy. "It's best if you are willing to live here. This villa of mine is empty anyway. How about this? I'll let Wan also live here. She is responsible for the decoration here. She is familiar with this place. She can also help you cook a meal. When there are any problems, you find her." Wan is the lady secretary. Hearing that she was going to live here, she was immediately frightened and immediately pulled Long Qianshan's hand. "Brother Long, I don't want to live in this haunted house." Long Qianshan, however, didn't care about him. "Xiao Wan, Taoist Li and the others are capable people. With them protecting you, you will definitely be fine." Seeing that Long Qianshan insisted that she stay here, she didn't dare to say anything more, but only said to Li 11 in a seductive voice, "Taoist Li, you have to protect people well." Things had been explained clearly. Long Qianshan casually found an excuse and left the villa. Among these people, the happiest one is going to be Sun Fei Fei. Despite the fact that this place is haunted, this is the best house she has ever lived in her life. Zhou Ling's family already had an estate, so he didn't care too much about it. After everyone chose their rooms, Wan's seductive eyes stared straight at Li 11 and said in a petulant voice, "Taoist Master Li, can I share a room with you?" Li 11 secretly thought, before in the village of falling flowers, she cannot be this kind of attitude at all. It is really a rare gun rack, even so active? When Wan continued, "I've seen that little girl with my own eyes. She's especially scary. She walks without a sound. I really don't dare to live alone. I'll be scared to death." Although Li 11 was horny, when he thought of Long Qianshan's fat head and ears, and then looked at Wan in front of him, he hesitated for a while and finally decided to give up. It's late at night. The so-called little girl never showed up. Li 11 yawned and decided to sleep first. Just then, he suddenly felt a slender jade hand gently resting on his body, followed by a warm and melodious voice. "Taoist Li, are you asleep?" Seduction. It's a red-hot seduction. Li 11 sighed in his heart. Only when Wan slowly crawled over and softly asked, "I heard that you young people are all energetic. Is that true?" After saying that, she sighed softly and continued, "Ever since I followed Brother Long, I haven't touched another man." Li 11 knew very well in his heart that this woman was trying to seduce him, but he didn't intend to get too entangled with her. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly heard an eerie hee laugh from outside the room. When Wan instantly turned pale with fear and hid tightly into his arms, trembling, "Here she comes. She's coming." Li 11 didn't have time to pay attention to her panic, quickly took out the pre-prepared talisman from his backpack, then carefully opened the door of the room, his eyes fixed on the darkness outside the door. Finally seeing the legendary little girl, by the light of the moon, he saw that the little girl was not tall, probably only about 1.5 meters, with black hair and wearing Tibetan clothing. Her eyes were shining with a strange light that gave people chills. Li 11 put the fixation talisman in his hand, secretly alert in his heart. As long as she dared to come over, he would immediately put it on her. "Little brother, are you looking for me?" The little girl suddenly turned her head and gave him a weird smile. That smile made Lee 11 feel a chill come over him. Lee 11 took a deep breath and tried to keep his composure as he walked out of the room. Little sister, what are you doing out of bed so late? He tried to sound as calm as possible, but his hand was tightly gripped on the fixation charm, always ready for possible danger. He hid the fixing charm behind his back, trying to get close to her before striking a blow. Little brother, what are you holding behind your back? The little girl found the talisman he had hidden. Little sister, this is good stuff. Would you like to see it? Little brother, do you take me for a 3-year-old? That's clearly a talisman used by a Taoist priest. I didn't think that old man wouldn't die yet. It's already the 3rd Taoist priest he's invited. You're so young. Your meat must be tastier than the first 2 old Taoist priests. I'll rub it in. This shadowy spirit is eating human flesh. Lee 11 hammed and hawed. Brother's meat isn't delicious, but the yang energy is still quite strong. Why don't you try it? Oily mouth. A cold light flashed in the little girl's eyes as she formed her hands into claws and lunged at him. Chapter 29, Zhou Ling's Gift. Lee 11 quickly pulled out a fixing charm and met him. The little girl had met other Taoist priests using talismans before this, and knew quite a bit about talismans. She knew that the fixing talisman Lee was powerful, and when she saw the fixing talisman, she just dodged it, always keeping a certain distance from Lee 11. Zhou Ling heard the sound of the fight and immediately rushed out of the room to join the fight. The little girl sensed Zhou Ling's identity. She looked at him in surprise. We are kindred spirits. Why are you helping a Taoist priest against me? Zhou Ling said. Little sister, no matter if it's a yin spirit or a human, it's wrong to harm people. As a matter of fact, Zhou Ling's previous judgment was indeed correct. This little girl was indeed already at the late stage of breaking spirit cultivation. Despite Lee 11 and Zhou Ling joining forces, the 2 of them were surprisingly unable to take down the little girl. Fortunately, the little girl couldn't do them any substantial harm either. It was a pity that Taoist Master Qingwei did not allow Lee 11 to display the yin-yang thunder in front of outsiders, if it could be cast. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a difficult fight. Lee 11 peeled all the talismans from his pockets and hesitated to use the hypnotic charm. Although the little girl was actually hundreds of years old, she still had the appearance of a preteen. Whatever, use it first. During the little girl's tussle with Zhou Ling, Lee 11 took the opportunity to go around behind her and put the hypnotic charm on her. One had to admit that although the hypnotic talisman was only a yellow order talisman, it was better than the heavenly dipper breaking talisman of the Xian order talisman in dealing with female ghosts. The little girl who had been labeled with an aphrodisiac charm immediately became weak. Just now she was still showing a fierce face, but now she had already turned into a gentle neighbor girl. What have you done to me? The little girl tried to resist the hypnotic charm, but it didn't seem to do much. Lee 11 heatedly smiled. Then I want to see what you do to me. However, just as he finished those words, he felt a blazing ferocious light coming from beside him. A ferocious light that looked like it was going to swallow him up. Lee 11 turned his head to look at the owner of the fierce light, Zhou Ling. That what? I was just teasing her. How could I possibly lay my hands on a little underage girl? After saying that, he put a fixation talisman on the little girl's body and removed the hypnotic talisman. Just in case, he put on 2 more fixing charms. Otherwise, there would be a repeat of what happened last time when the fixation charm came off. And that would not end well. Get off me. The little girl struggled. 3 fixation talismans are on your body, so don't struggle. Lee 11 said. Be honest. What exactly is your origin? Why did you stay here and not leave? The little girl pouted. Humph. I'm not telling. Alright then. I'm putting the aphrodisiac charm on. Don't. I said. According to the little girl, her name is Meadow. That human skin Thanka was made from her skin. 300 years ago. She was still only 12 years old when she was chosen to enter the temple to be educated in knowledge in Buddhist doctrine. At the age of 16, she was skinned alive in a sacrifice ceremony performed by the abbot of the temple. Hearing this, everyone did not expect, in front of the eyes of such a pure-looking little girl, but in life actually endured the pain of skinning and cramping. That must be how painful experience. As for why the villa was chosen not to go, it is because the previous owner of the Thanka did not know the goods has been thrown in the utility room. The surroundings have to be dirty. Now that it was so hard to live in such a big villa, of course she didn't want to leave. After hearing Meadow's story, Zhou Ling's heart softened and she asked Lee 11 to remove the fixation charm from her. You're not afraid she'll eat me? Zhou Ling said. I see that her heart is not bad, so let her go. After thinking about it, Lee 11 said, Miss Mei Duo, since someone is pleading for you, you have to promise me that if I let you go, you can't hurt us, or I'll put an aphrodisiac charm on you again. With the threat of the oxygen charm, Meadow quickly revealed a pitiful expression. Little brother, I promise you, as long as you let us go, I definitely won't hurt you. After the talisman on her body was torn off, she hurriedly hid behind Zhou Ling with an aggrieved look. You stinking Taoist priest! I don't know where the evil talisman came from. You just know how to bully me. Then she also pulled Zhou Ling and tried to backtrack. This sister, were you also threatened by her oxygen charm? Or else let's join forces and finish him off. Zhou Ling was amused by her words. Don't worry, as long as you don't harm anyone, this stinking Taoist priest won't make things difficult for anyone. She pouted and complained. Where did I harm anyone? It was those two Taoist priests who tried to capture me before and I ate them. I didn't harm any of the others. Zhou Ling pulled her hand. Alright, we know. How about you see yourself following me from now on? Got a big house to live in after you? Of course, my family's estate is a dozen times bigger than this. She nodded quickly. Yeah, good Then I'll follow sister from now on. Early the next morning, Long Qianshan rushed over early in the morning after he knew that the matter of the human skin tanka was resolved. Elder brother Li, I knew that the person I chose would not be wrong. Li 11 naturally added fuel to the fire by telling him how fierce the battle was. Of course Long Qianshan was happy. Since old brother Li is working so hard, leave me an account and I'll transfer you $1 million in return. Seeing him being so bold, Li 11 was not polite either. I helped you solve the problem of the female ghost. Can I take away this human skin tanka? Quick, quick. I've thrown it a dozen times, and I can't get rid of it. If you'd like to take it, I'd love to. The two of them hit it off, and Li 11 returned to the Zhou family with the human skin tanka. As soon as they met, Taoist Master Qingwei's face turned blue. Li 11, did you do that kind of thing with the Yin spirit again? You, how do you know? And you ask me how I know? Look at the Hall of Seals. It's all black. You brat. You still don't want to honestly explain what kind of Yin spirit you had sex with. It's Choling. Taoist Master Qingwei shook his head helplessly. How is it that you can get involved with Yin spirits everywhere? You can't stay in this Zhou family. Let's change places. Why? Taoist Master Qingwei was angry. You still have the nerve to ask why. The Yin Qi staining your body is too heavy. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. Go. We'll leave this afternoon. We'll go to the 100,000 mountains in the south. You can't do anything there except practicing. I'll see what else you can play with. Li 11 wanted to fight a little more, but was interrupted by Taoist Qingwei. There's no need to say anymore. Go pack your things now. Looking at Taoist Qingwei's back, Li 11 sighed secretly in his heart. It's a pity that Zhou Ling is such a righteous sister. After learning that they were leaving, Zhou Bairen expressed his incomprehension. But Taoist Master Qingwei couldn't say that his disciple slept with your granddaughter, so he found another reason to excuse himself. Zhou Ling knew that they were leaving, and a look of reluctance even showed in her eyes. She drove them to the train station and handed Li 11 an item. This is something I prepared for you. You might need it since you're going to participate in the Xian Men martial arts. Chapter 30, The 100,000 Mountains. The southern tip of western Hunan. 100,000 mountains loomed large. It became a natural barrier dividing western Hunan from the southwestern part of the country. The mountain range stretches for more than 100 kilometers and is about 30 to 40 miles wide, covering a total area of up to 3,000 square kilometers. The mountains in between were undulating and cloudy, with countless peaks hidden in a sea of fog that was hard to count. Ancient technology was limited, and the area was far from the central plains, so this vast mountainous region was collectively known as the 100,000 Great Mountains, a name that has been used ever since. Li 11 and Taoist Master Qingwei got off at the train station and changed buses to go deeper into the mountains until the end of the concrete road. Taoist Master Qingwei told Li 11 that their destination was a place called Chicken Cage Village. Curious, Li 11 asked why he chose there. Taoist Qingwei explained that the 100,000 Great Mountains are covered by fog all year round, and the Chicken Cage Village is the area where the fog is the thickest, with a few rare days of sunshine in a year, and the Yin Qi is extremely heavy, making it very suitable for practicing Yin Lei. What's more, although Chicken Cage Village was heavy with Yin Qi and had many Yin spirits, due to its remote location and the fact that it had been the site of ancient battles, most of the Yin spirits here were male, and the probability of meeting a female Yin spirit was slim to none. Taoist Master Qingwei also reminded Li 11 that in the 100,000 mountains, for Taoist priests, the Yin spirits were not scary, but the most frightening ones were those snakes, insects, rats and ants. Here belongs to the tropical monsoon rainforest climate. Snakes, insects, rats and ants variety. Once encountered poisonous creatures, the light is unbearable pain, or life-threatening. They trudged through the rainforest for 2 hours and still had not found any trace of the village of Chicken Cage. Tired, they rested under a fallen dead tree. Suddenly, Taoist Master Qingwei said nervously, 11, don't move. Li 11 looked at him nervously, asking what had happened. Following Taoist Master Qingwei's gaze, he saw a greenish-green snake standing upright, spitting out its snake's letters, right underneath his buttocks. Lee 11 didn't recognize this green snake, but seeing its triangular head, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary snake and most likely contained a strong poison. At this moment, his movements had already startled the green snake, and in the next moment, the green snake suddenly opened its mouth and took a bite on his ass. Ah! Lee 11 screamed miserably and jumped straight up, covering his buttocks with both hands and screaming wah 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 in pain. Taoist Master Ching Wei rushed over to check his injuries, and when he saw the wound on his buttocks, his face instantly became gloomy. Done. That's a green branded ironhead, a poisonous snake that contains a high level of venom. As long as the bite is left untreated for 10 minutes, symptoms such as a drop in blood pressure, cardiac arrhythmia and other symptoms will occur, and in severe cases, death will even occur. Lee 11 panicked and said, "What then? It's the middle of nowhere. It's impossible to find a doctor for treatment." He felt like his entire ass had gone numb and he was completely out of it. Taoist Master Ching Wei sighed deeply. "Apprentice, you really owe me this time. Hurry up and take off your pants." Although Lee 11 didn't know why Taoist Master Ching Wei told him to take off his pants, he still did so. He only felt a warmth in his buttocks, and Taoist Master Ching Wei actually pressed his bearded mouth against his buttocks. He only felt a tightness in his buttocks, and it turned out to be Taoist Master Ching Wei sucking out the poisonous blood for himself. The blood that Taoist Master Ching Wei spat on the ground was already black. After a dozen or so mouthfuls, the spit-out blood finally gradually returned to normal. "Hey, what are you doing?" a voice came from the distance. Lee 11 looked up and saw that it was two hunters. The two men were dressed in a tiger skin outfit, carrying bows and arrows and hunting knives, and looked formidable. One of the older hunters frowned and asked, "What are you doing here? Why is there blood?" Taoist Master Ching Wei hurriedly explained, "My disciple was bitten by a green branding ironhead, and we are trying to find a way to save him." The older hunter's face turned serious at that. He approached Lee 11 and examined the wound. "Count your life as lucky to have met us. This green branded ironhead is a poisonous snake unique to our 100,000 mountains. It's extremely poisonous, and no one knows how to treat it except for the people of our chicken cage village. As the saying goes, for any poison, there will be an antidote within 5 steps. Although this saying is exaggerated, it also expresses a kind of truth that all things are born and die." The older hunter continued, "I will go now to help you with the herbs that will cure the poison." Hearing this, Taoist Master Ching Wei hastened to thank him. The hunter waved his hand. "No need to thank you. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. However, you guys should not enter this forest so easily in the future. This place is full of dangers. It's not for you outsiders to just trespass." Sure enough, it didn't take long for the hunter to find a handful of small green herbs. He put the herb in his mouth and chewed it, then put the chewed herb on Lishi's wound and tied a cloth. The hunter said, "This herb is the nemesis of the green branded head. Put it on now and you will be fine tomorrow. But remember, do not let the wound touch the water, or the consequences will be disastrous." The young hunter asked, "I see you're not from around here. What are you doing here?" "Poor Taoist Ching Wei is here to find your village chief." "Ching Wei? You are Taoist Master Ching Wei?" An incredulous expression appeared on the two's faces. Taoist Master Ching Wei twisted his beard. "You guys know me?" The young hunter said, "The village chief is my grandfather. When I was a child he used to tell me about you catching ghosts in the 100,000 mountains." Taoist Master Ching Wei laughed. "It's all decades ago. Let's not mention it." The self-proclaimed grandson of the village chief immediately came to Li Shi's side. "Young man, the toxins in your body have not been completely removed yet. I will carry you back to the village." The older hunter also said, "It's going to be dark soon, and if we don't go back before it gets dark, and the mountains get foggy, we'll get lost easily, and it'll be hard to get around then." Lee 11 was carried on his back for more than an hour and finally reached the village of Chicken Cage before dark. The village chief was an old man in his 70s, and when he saw Taoist Master Ching Wei, he revealed an incredulous expression. He never thought that the two of them would meet again in their lifetimes. The village chief immediately asked his grandson to kill the pheasants and rabbits that he had just caught to make them into wine dishes. In the evening, they sat down to eat together, and at this point, the pain in Li Shi's buttocks had lessened quite a bit, and he asked, "Village chief, the name of your village is so strange. Why is it called Chicken Cage Village?" The village chief explained, "The forest here is dense. The village is underneath the forest, and those trees and vines are like a cage covering the village. Since there are too many poisonous insects like centipedes and scorpions here, every household has a large rooster, hence the name Chicken Cage Village." He also reminded Lee 11 that he should not touch the rocks and bushes here. There might be centipedes, scorpions and other poisonous insects hidden underneath. If he was bitten, although he could not be killed, it was inevitable that he would be in pain for 10 days and half a month. He was also reminded not to leave the village after nightfall. Li 11 asked why, and he said there are ghost fires here at night. It's either death or injury when you meet it. Chapter 31, The Ghost Fire in Chicken Cage Village. Ghost fire is a mysterious and intimidating phenomenon. Certainly not a flame actually produced by a ghost. In fact, it stems from the abundance of phosphorus in human bones. Phosphine is a substance that is produced when a corpse decomposes. Phosphine has a very low ignition point, especially in the hot summer months, when temperatures rise and conditions for spontaneous combustion are easily reached. The strange sight of phosphine spontaneously combusting is often witnessed in areas where there are more bodies. When people walk, they cause the air around them to flow, and these burning flames naturally flutter with them. For those who do not understand the mystery, it is easy to mistake them for the presence of ghosts. Taoist master Qing Wei said that this place was once an ancient battlefield, so there must have been quite a few corpses, which naturally became the place where the ghost fire was born. Thinking of this, Li 11 didn't think so, but still nodded his head and said, "Alright, I know. In the heat of summer, the rainforest is full of mosquitoes that are creepy and incredibly large. They are almost close to half a human finger in length and will pounce wildly when they see a person. No amount of mosquito repellent sprayed on the body seems to stop them from attacking. The mosquitoes are said to be able to cause even strong, old, yellow cows to wail in pain." Li 11 tossed and turned in bed, having trouble sleeping, and finally decided to walk out of the room and take a walk outside. He hadn't been in the yard long when he suddenly noticed blue flames dancing in the distance. These flames took on a human shape, which surprised him. Anyone who has seen ghost fires on a regular basis knows that they are simply produced by the natural combustion of phosphine. Under normal circumstances, ghost flames should be in clusters, but now there were ghost flames in the shape of a human, which was clearly not in line with common sense. Strong curiosity prompted him to decide to get closer to find out. As he got closer, something even more incredible happened. In that blue ghost fire, there were actually two red ghostly lights, which were a pair of blood-red eyes. Li 11 felt very shocked, and he realized that he might not be dealing with an ordinary ghost fire, but had encountered a real ghost. The humanoid flame was 2 meters tall. It also sensed Li Shi's presence and turned its head to stare at him with those blood-red eyes. Li 11 touched his pockets and realized that he didn't have any talismans with him, thinking in his heart that if this ghost really rushed at him, he might have to use the lightning method to protect himself. Just then, the human-shaped flame suddenly lunged at him. "You're pretty damn fast." Li 11 himself thought that his speed was already significantly different from normal people after practicing thunder technique, but now this flame was the fastest one among the ghosts and monsters he had met so far. He took a few steps back in a hurry, thinking, "What the hell is this thing? You say he's like a ghost fire, but he's not like a normal ghost fire. You say it's a shadowy spirit, but I've never seen a shadowy spirit with flames coming out of it." Now was not the time to think about that. He hastily summoned Yin Lei and tried to control the flame. However, what surprised him was that the Yin thunder had directly turned into water vapor after coming into contact with the humanoid flame. Among the 5 elements, gold, wood, earth, water and fire, the 5 elements are mutually exclusive, and water is the one that restrains fire. His Yin thunder is a black viscous liquid, which is water. Therefore, Yin Lei was restraining flames, but meeting it turned into water vapor. It could be imagined that its flammability was too much higher than Li Shi's Yin Lei. He couldn't be blamed for this. Ever since Li 11 had practiced the thunder method, he had been focusing on the cultivation of Yang thunder and neglecting the cultivation of Yin thunder. Plus even Taoist Qing Wei had not practiced Yin thunder. As a result, his mastery of Yin thunder was far inferior to Yang thunder. Faced with the current situation, he had no choice but to use Yang thunder. He concentrated and mobilized the Yang thunder chi in his body, causing it to converge into a glittering thunder whip. The thunder whip carried a powerful force towards the blazing flame and lashed it fiercely. Ka-ching! There was a loud bang. The lightning whip and the flames violently collided together, and this huge impact caused the silent night sky to be shaken and buzzed. Sparks from the collision flew everywhere, igniting the surrounding trees, and the fire spread rapidly. The Yang thunder displayed even more power than the Yin thunder. The thunder whip managed to tightly bind the humanoid flame so that it could not move. Right at this moment, a yellow talisman suddenly drifted in and accurately affixed itself on top of the humanoid flame. The humanoid flame immediately let out a howl of pain. Taoist Master Qing Wei flew over and recited under his breath as a lightning bolt struck down from the sky. But the massive flame split into dozens of flames, not only breaking free from the lightning whip, but also ignoring the talisman. After the lightning struck the air, it produced a deep crater on the ground with a radius of 2 to 3 meters. Knowing it was no match for them, flame drifted deeper into the jungle and never came back out. Li 11 asked, "What the hell is this?" He should be the fire spirit, produced by the Yin spirit in the mountain gathering many scattered ghost fires. Its cultivation shouldn't be high. It's at the level of a fiery spirit. But this thing is too evil. It doesn't have a solid body. and it's hard to catch it. Lee 11 asked again. So are we still catching? Catch. Of course it has to be captured. This thing isn't harming anyone right now, but once it wants to break through its cultivation and wants to advance from a fury spirit to an evil spirit, it will inevitably have to devour humans. At that time, I'm afraid there will be no survivors in the entire chicken cage village. Just then, the villagers within the village heard the commotion and went out to check the situation. Taoist Master Chang Wei looked at the crowd that had gathered around him and asked, "Have you guys ever seen this kind of humanoid ghost fire before?" At this time, a villager spoke up. "A few years ago, the son of old Lu Tu's family in our village went out hunting and did not return until late at night. The next morning, someone found his body outside the village. His body had been charred and only white bones remained. I think it was probably caused by that ghost fire." Taoist Master Ching Wei pondered for a moment before continuing. "What about that ancient tomb dozens of miles away from your village now?" The village chief replied, "Ever since you reinforced the seal of the ancient tomb last time, that ancient tomb has been peaceful without any abnormalities. However, about 10 years ago, a heavenly thunderbolt suddenly split open the ancient tomb, leaving behind a large hole." Taoist Master Ching Wei nodded slightly. "According to my judgment, that human-shaped ghost fire most likely ran out of the ancient tomb. I'll go with my disciple tomorrow to take a look. Then it's hard work for you, but there are fewer people going to the ancient tombs in our village, and gradually, the original paths have been deserted. If you guys want to go, let I Yong take you there tomorrow. He occasionally hunts in that area and knows the way to the ancient tomb." Chapter 32, The Een Soldier Borrows a Road. Early the next morning, a dark-skinned man found them. He is Yong. According to Yong, from the village to the tomb, it's about 60 miles of mountain road, which can't be reached in a day. That's why you need to prepare a few days worth of dry food, but be sure to reach a temple 40 miles away by sundown today, and rest there for the night before reaching the tomb the next day. They never expected that a trip to the ancient tomb would be so troublesome, but since they had already put out the word, they had to go. After getting everything ready, the three set off for the tomb. The people in the village were right, since this road was only occasionally traveled. The weeds on both sides of the road had almost blocked the originally not wide path. If not for Yong's familiarity with the road, Li 11 and Chang Wei Taoist Master would not have been able to find the ancient tomb. In this way, the three of them walked around and finally, at sunset, they saw the temple that Yong had talked about. It was a modest temple. The ancient walls were crawling with moss. The roof tiles also appeared to be mottled. Weeds covered the temple door tightly. The temple was even more deserted. Weeds grew to half a person high. Yong took out his scythe and cleared a clearing inside the temple hall, then lit a bonfire. As they sat around the campfire, Li 11 couldn't help but ask curiously, how could there be such a temple in this deserted, untouched, deep forest? More than 200 years ago, this was not a temple, but a murderous grave. Murderous grave? Li 11 was curious about the place. Then is there a female ghost here? Taoist Master Ching Wei kicked him in anger. Female ghosts? All you know every day is female ghosts. Sooner or later you will die a female ghost. He hemmed and hawed. If you die under a peony flower, you can become a ghost and fly. Wouldn't it be more convenient to become a male ghost after dying on a female ghost? Taoist Ching Wei sighed, expressing speechlessness. Yang didn't understand what the duo meant by that. He just told them the origin of this temple and the murderous grave. 200 years ago, this area is still in the wilderness. The court did not send too many troops to defend this place. Over time, the locals gradually turned against the government, so they gathered 10,000 people and rose up against the imperial court. The imperial court, of course, would not sit idly by and quickly mobilized an army of 30,000 men to engage in a fierce battle with the local insurgent forces in the area of the 100,000 Great Mountains. The war was extremely brutal, and according to rumors, both sides suffered heavy casualties and corpses. After the defeat of the locals, thousands of them became prisoners of war. Because they refused to surrender, the imperial court buried these prisoners alive at this site. As a result, the place turned into a huge graveyard. Those soldiers who were buried alive died without resting in peace, harboring grudges, and eventually coalesced into grudge spirits that roamed around in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Some of the spirits began to hunt and kill the villagers in the neighborhood in order to enhance their cultivation. A few years later, a monk traveled to the area and claimed that the 100,000 mountains had been turned into a dangerous place, so he built a temple here to suppress the spirits. Taoist Master Chang Wei pointed to the statues around him. Normal temples enshrine Buddha and Bodhisattva. Look here. The ones enshrined are the 10 temples of Yama and the Underworld, which were made to suppress the spirits of grievances. Hearing this, Li 11 looked at the stone statues of the 10 temples of hell around him, and under the illumination of the moonlight, The atmosphere around him became more and more eerie. Late night, due to the large temperature difference between day and night on the mountain. At night, the weather became increasingly cold. The three of them could only gather around the fire to keep warm as a way to drive away the chill. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the door of the temple open. Immediately after that, the temperature inside the temple suddenly became strangely low, and a cold wind blew in from outside the main door. A wind that made people feel even more piercing than the cold winds of winter. Lee 11, who often bumped into ghosts, knew that something evil must be happening again. Sure enough, he heard the faint sound of horses' hooves in the distance, and, as the hooves got closer and closer, they were accompanied by a rumbling sound. The sound was powerful, thick and neat, just like a square formation that one would walk in during military training. The sound woke the other two. The three of them walked out of the temple together, wanting to check out what was going on, only to see that not far away, an army dressed in ethnic minority costumes gradually came over. They rode horses, held weapons, and looked very majestic. This army was large in number, but it didn't make a single sound. Only the sound of horses' hooves and footsteps echoed in the air. Taoist Master Ching Wei looked at the scene in front of him, frowned, and whispered, "In soldiers borrowing the road." The so-called in soldier borrowing is that after the ancient or recent armies were defeated on the battlefield, with numerous deaths and injuries, they were unwilling to accept their defeat because they were unwilling to accept it in their hearts, resulting in their own fury being so heavy that their souls didn't dissipate but stayed on the battlefield all the time. These shady soldiers think they are not dead and continue to fight to preserve the honor of belonging to the military. Taoist Master Ching Wei said to the two of them with a grave expression on his face, "Remember, don't mess with these in soldiers. Their cultivation is not high, but they are numerous. Plus they are well trained in their lifetime. They are definitely not something that people like us can easily mess with." Before the words fell out of his mouth, he saw a huge army walking neatly through the temple gates. This procession was connected at the head and tail, and could not be seen at a glance, so it walked in such a vast manner for half an hour before finally passing through all of them. As you can see, the sheer size of this army is staggering. Lee 11 thought to himself, this place is really TM evil, and the ghost fire, and the Een soldiers borrowed. Any one of the careless, is likely to be accounted for here. It's better to stay in the Zhou family comfortably, with that beautiful girl Zhou Ling accompanying you. How cool it has to be. They were about to go back when they heard the sound of a gong and drums. This voice Lee 11 familiar. Is not he and the fat man in the village of Falling Flowers met the mountain spirit to marry? Only now the situation of getting is again different from the village of Falling Flowers. While the marriage procession in Falling Flower Village was all toads and such, the marriage procession in front of them was a sight to behold. A clear line of beautiful women, who wore tulle, exposed their thighs, and had curvaceous figures. One look at them made it impossible to take one's eyes off of them. The wedding party is so beautiful. Wouldn't the bride be a heavenly fairy? I'll rub it in. Welfare, this is not coming. Taoist Master Ching Wei knew what kind of virtue Lee 11 had, and he said with a straight face, "I'm telling you, you better get it under control." Lee 11's mouth said though, "I know, I'll control myself, but the heart is still itching. Really want to see this bride's in the end is not a national color." Chapter 33, Illusion. The welcoming party came to the front of the temple, and Lee 11 was able to see their appearance thoroughly. The crowds in the marriage procession were shapely but had tails in the back. The number varies from 1 to 5. It's shaped like a fox's tail. At that moment, the man in the sedan chair spoke. "There is still some distance to General Dingyuan's tomb. It's still early. Let's rest in the temple first." Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other. If they came in, wouldn't the three of them be discovered? Lee 11 asked, "Master, what do we do?" Taoist Master Cheng Wei thought for a moment and said, "Quickly go put out the fire and let's hide behind the stone statue." "Master, you're also too timid. It's just a bunch of fox demon cultivators. What's there to be afraid of?" "Brat, what do you know? A fox demon cultivated into human form means that it has developed spiritual wisdom. One tail is equal to the strength of a ferocious spirit, and this is a spirit-opening demon. The 3 tails are equal to the strength of a fury spirit. This is the phoenix primordial demon. The 5 tails are equal to the strength of an evil spirit, and this is a conjured demon. The 7 tails are equivalent to Yen Ling strength. This is a Mahayana demon. The 9 tails are equivalent to the Demon King. For the Demon King, right here in front of me there are a dozen or so 3 tails alone, and Taoist Ching Wei can sense that the fox demon in the sedan chair has at least conjugated Dan in strength. Nodal demon. Lee 11 remembered that the centipede that he had clanned out on White Cloud Mountain already had demonic pills and it was already so difficult to destroy it. Now in dealing with a dozen or so 3-tailed fox demons and a fox demon of unknown strength, then one is really looking for death. Taoist Master Ching Wei urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." The 3 of them returned to the main hall. Yang was in charge of closing the gate first, while Li 11 and Taoist Ching Wei seized the time to extinguish the fire. Li 11 summoned Yin Lei and wrapped the flames with a black viscous liquid, so that not only could he quickly extinguish the fire, but also bring down the temperature of the fire quickly, so as not to be discovered by the fox demons. Are you guys ready yet? They're already in the yard. Yang urged them to hurry. Time was running out, so Li 11 could only deal with it briefly. Then the three of them each found a stone statue and hid behind it. The marriage party carried the sedan chair into the courtyard. A fox demon grumbled. I don't know what grandmother was thinking, to let Sister Sakurako marry that ugly man from General Dingyuan's tomb. Who says it isn't? I've heard that man can see the brains in his head when he only has half a face. So disgusting. It really hurts Sakurako-san to have to spend her life with that kind of man. Right at this moment, the door of the great hall was slowly pushed open, and a strange fragrance instantly drifted into the hall. Li 11 nervously hid behind the stone statue, cautiously poking out half of his head and staring unblinkingly at the doorway, only to see a beautiful and touching woman walk in. She was wearing a pink hanbok that showed off her slender figure perfectly. Her skin was as white as snow, and her legs were long and straight, as if they were carved from white jade. Surprisingly, she was dragging 5 tails as white as snow behind her, gently swaying. Li 11 secretly marveled in his heart. This is too beautiful. Achoo! Yang, hiding behind another stone statue, sneezed. When the 5-tailed fox demon heard the voice, her gaze was sharp as a knife as she quickly swept in the direction where Yang was. Her eyes were firmly fixed on the stone statue, filled with killing intent. Seeing that they had been exposed, Taoist Master Qingwei did not hesitate to jump out from behind the stone statue, simultaneously activating Yang Lei in his hand and fiercely slapping at the 5-tailed fox demon, while his other hand was holding a talisman tightly, ready to launch an attack at any time. Seek death. The 5-tailed fox demon shouted angrily, a ferocious light flashing in her eyes. She quickly lucked out, and a scarlet ray of light flew out from her hand, meeting Taoist Qingwei's Yang Thunder straight on. The fox demons outside the main hall heard the situation and rushed in. Although he had the talisman in his hand, facing a dozen or so 3-tailed fox demons as well as a 5-tailed fox demon, Taoist Master Qingwei still had difficulty fighting alone. Seeing that the situation was not good, Li 11 hurriedly took out a talisman and rushed out. Taoist Master Qingwei fought fiercely with the 5-tailed fox demon. However, despite using several talismans, he had no effect on the 5-tailed fox demon, and even the stabilizing talisman was unable to restrict her movements. Meanwhile, on Li Shi's side, the dozen or so 3-tailed fox demons made him tired and looked a bit overwhelmed. He did his best to use the fixing charm to fix a few of the fox demons, but the remaining ones had already surrounded him. Li 11 was anxious and shouted, Master, if you have any other talismans, hurry up and use them. If you don't use them now, you won't be able to take them with you after death. Hearing this, Taoist Master Qingwei was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed, You ungrateful disciple, how can you curse your own master like this? As soon as the words fell, a burst of golden light was seen emanating from the surroundings of Taoist Master Qingwei. These golden lights were like substance, slowly flowing in the air. A talisman stopped in mid-air, as if it was a huge vortex that sucked all those golden lights. Immediately afterward, a dozen golden chains rushed out from the talisman. These chains were like golden dragons, flying in the air and emitting a powerful aura. Li 11 recognized this as the sacred gold shackle talisman. This talisman contained endless subtleties and power. It could lock all the evil spirits, and even had the chance to control Yin spirit. The sacred gold shackle talisman was an earth-rank talisman, and the limit of what Taoist Qingwei could use. Taoist Master Qingwei's face was pale, but his eyes were firm. He made seals with both hands and recited words under his breath, urging the sacred gold shackle talisman with all his might. Those dozen or so golden chains quickly flew towards the 5-tailed fox demon at an extremely high speed. The 5-tailed fox demon sensed the terrifying nature of the sacred gold shackle talisman, and she didn't dare to take it on easily, so she could only keep dodging. However, there were too many golden chains and they were too fast, making it somewhat difficult for her to dodge them. Just then, a strange red light flashed in the eyes of the 5-tailed fox demon. After Li X accidentally locked eyes with her, it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, only to feel dizzy and end up falling on his butt. He looked around, but realized that he was somehow within a peach blossom forest. The melodious sound of an ancient zither came from the depths of the peach blossom forest. Following the sound, he saw that it was the 5-tailed fox demon that was stroking the zither with its back to him. Could this be an illusion? Hey, that's not bad. Just now there were many people. Now it's just the two of us. So won't I be able to do whatever I want? But the truth is, he's overthinking it. The 5-tailed fox demon turned around violently. A group of flower petals surrounded her. She pointed with her hand and those petals rushed towards Li 11. She's still gonna kill me. Li 11 did not dare to be slow and tried to summon Yin Lei, but he could not feel a single trace of air in his body. In my illusion, the spells of you stinking Taoists are useless. Okay, you're the best. A good man refuses to be defeated. Since he can't fight, Li 11 decided to just plan. Beautiful sister. I'm wrong. Don't kill me. Chapter 34, Su Yutong's plot. The fox demon was first stunned, probably not expecting Li 11 to suddenly come up with this. She had expected this little Taoist to continue to confront her, but his reaction was unexpected. The corners of the fox demon's mouth rose slightly with a hint of teasing. You little Taoist are really interesting. Begging for forgiveness here? Seeing the peach blossoms around him stop, Li 11 heatedly smiled and slowly approached the fox demon. His expression became fawning and pleasing, as if he had completely forgotten the tense atmosphere just now. Sister fox demon, what are you talking about? Look at your national color. How can I bear to take a shot at you? The fox demon looked at Li Shi's appearance and couldn't help but frown, feeling a little strange. However, she was still attracted by Li Shi's words and temporarily relaxed her guard. Oily mouth. Although she said this, her heart had dropped its guard. Li 11 guessed that she was not satisfied with the person she was going to marry soon, so she might as well say more nice things now to distract her. Really? You misunderstood me. A medium heavenly fairy like you should be well provided for at home, served with good food and drink. When the fox demon heard these words, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. A wave of sadness welled up in her heart as she remembered that she was about to marry an ugly man, and Li Shi's words gave her a warm feeling. What you say is true. The fox demon's voice became softer, and her gaze was no longer so sharp. That's natural. If a beautiful woman like you is placed with us humans, absolutely all of them are held in their hands for fear of falling off, and contained in their mouths for fear of melting. Li 11 spoke more and more vigorously, intending to impress the fox demon with more sweet words. At this point, the duo was already very close to the fox demon. Li 11 fiercely took out a yellow talisman paper from his back and quickly stuck this talisman paper on the fox demon's body. Ha ha, let's see how arrogant you still are. Li 11 laughed triumphantly. What he had just used was precisely an aphrodisiac talisman, which could cause a person to fall into a state of amorous confusion. He hemmed and hawed. Sister fox demon, how do you feel now? Li 11 thought he had gotten his hands on it, and naturally he could do whatever he wanted next. Unexpectedly, the fox demon also smiled at him and slowly uncovered the hypnotic talisman, tearing it to shreds. Don't you know that a yellow-ranked talisman like the hypnotic talisman is ineffective against Jiedan demons? She stretched out her right hand and pinched Li Shi's neck, and with a force in her hand, Li 11 immediately felt unable to breathe. The fox demon said, You little Taoist, your mind's eye is really much, or else my cultivation is too much higher than yours, and I would have really fallen for your trick. Quickly, let go. He said the words with all his might, or he might not really get a chance to speak later. But the fox demon had no intention of letting go. Li 11 struggled desperately, and unintentionally, a piece of ancient Hutyan jade around his neck was revealed. It was a gift from Su Yutang. The fox demon saw the Votan jade first for a moment of suspicion, then loosened his neck, then directly yanked off the rope on the Votan jade, holding it in his hands and carefully examining it. Where did you get this piece of Wada jade? Li 11 panted heavily, breathing in the air that he could not acquire easily. This is a gift from a big beauty. Do you have a problem with it? The fox demon fiercely approached him, and the two of them were so close that Li 11 could feel her breath. She fiercely inhaled the air around Li 11. I almost looked away. I didn't expect you to be a pure yang physique, and also signed a yin-yang marriage contract. Li 11 remembered that Taoist master Qingwei had said that his 8 characters, with 4 pillars of pure yang and being born at noon in summer, could be considered the pure yang of pure yang. People with this kind of 8 characters were extremely beneficial to yin spirit cultivation. How do you know? That Hatian jade of yours is a supreme treasure. It is the result of a yin spirit's lifelong cultivation, and if I'm not mistaken, her owner should be a yen spirit. Yen Ling? But that was clearly given to me by Su Yutong. Li 11 expressed curiosity in his heart. So he said, but the person who gave it to me is just a ferocious spirit that can't appear during the day. She explained, that she was previously deprived of her Tao, in order to cultivate again. So she attached her lifelong cultivation to this piece of Hotan jade, and once she breaks through to the faithful spirit, she can find a place of supreme yang, and through a person with a pure yang constitution, she can reactivate the cultivation on the Hatian jade and become a yin spirit. So I'm not going to die, am I? What do you say? No one told you that even with an evil spirit, you can't live more than a year, let alone a yin spirit. Li 11 remembered the ghost woman in the village of fallen flowers. I'll rub it in. I didn't realize Su Yutang gave me hot jade for this, but on second thought, he realized the problem. According to Uncle's statement, Su Yutong had obviously only been dead for a year. How could she have Yanling's cultivation? But again, that didn't seem like something one should care about. The most important thing now was how to survive. So what do I do? This is simple. You just need to break the marriage contract before she becomes a Fury spirit, and she won't be able to become a Yen spirit. Li 11 remembers that the wedding date written on the marriage certificate is the 10th day of the 10th month of the lunar calendar, which is also just less than 3 months. The five-tailed fox demon looked him up and down. Such a good pure yang physique, how unfortunate to let others take it away. Why don't you take it from sister? Li 11 thought to himself. Holy, they say foxes are flirty. I didn't think it was true. I haven't said anything yet, but you hit on me first, he said with a straight face. Sister, I am a decent person. You're about to get married. Greening someone else's business is something I won't do. Li 11 was certainly not a decent person. He knew in his heart that since he couldn't live for more than a year even with the evil spirit, the cultivation of this Jiedan stage demonic beast was almost the same as the evil spirit, and the yin qi in its body was naturally not low. He was worried that once he was with her, that little life would not be much longer. What's more, the prohibition in his body hadn't been lifted yet. Just having a night of fun with Zhou Ling, he was already blackening his seal. With a Jiedan stage demonic beast, wouldn't he be looking for death? He was horny, but he knew the fine line. The fox demon said to him in a seductive voice, Yo, little brother. I didn't expect you to be quite decent. Then her expression changed and she laughed. Don't think I don't know that bit of your mind. It's true that you'll die when you're with a spirit beast of the Jiedan stage, but I have a method to keep you alive. Are you willing to do it? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Lying to you? It's so hard to meet someone with a pure young physique. I still want to rely on you to help me break through the Jiedan and enter the Mahayana stage. Where else am I going to find you if you die? Looking at such a tantalizing fox demon, it was indeed a bit heavenly not to do something. If she can really have a way to keep me alive, maybe won't I be fine with the evil spirits in the future? Thinking of this, Li 11 immediately said, Okay, I agree. Chapter 35, Tomb of General Dingyuan. An hour later, the fox demon gently opened her mouth, and a round object with a golden glow slowly spat out of her mouth. She gently said to Li 11, This is my body-protecting golden pill. You can swallow it first and then try to absorb the spiritual chi contained in it with the air in your body. For demonic beasts, the Jin Dan was their life. If the Jin Dan was taken away, then even if they didn't die, they would lose all their cultivation and become weak. So when Li 11 heard that the fox demon wanted to give him the golden elixir, he couldn't help but be a little surprised and skeptical and asked, Aren't you worried that I'll take your golden elixir away from you? The fox demon smiled faintly. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, and gently wrapped her arms around Li Shi's neck, saying softly, You're still in the middle of an illusion, and there's no way you can escape from this predicament. Oh, Li 11 hesitated for a while, but finally decided to trust the fox demon and swallowed the golden elixir into his stomach. In an instant, he felt a powerful flow of air emerge from his dantian, spreading in a steady stream throughout his body. The energy he had previously lost from communicating with the Yin spirit was now recovering. He felt as if he had gained a new life and was filled with strength. He excitedly said to the fox demon, This feels so great. With that, he couldn't help but kiss the fox demon. The fox demon looked at Li 11 with a pleading face. Can you do me a favor? The helpful Li 11 naturally wouldn't refuse. Say it, what is it that you need my help with? I don't want to marry the ugly man in General Dingyuan's tomb. Can you get rid of him for me? The purpose of their trip was originally to head to General Dingyuan's tomb, and Li 11 immediately agreed. You're my person now. He is nothing. I'll go out and help you get rid of him. The fox demon looked at Li 11 with a smile. Hubby, you're so nice. In order to know himself and his enemy, Li 11 asked, What exactly is the origin of that General Dingyuan? Why did you marry him again? As it turns out, this General Dingyuan was a general who defected from Dian to Ming dynasty 500 years ago, when the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan dynasty and captured the Central Plains. But the country of Yunnan south of the 100,000 mountains was still under the control of the Yuan dynasty. The Ming dynasty waged a war against the Yuan dynasty in the area of the 100,000 mountains. Fu Yud, Miu Ying, Lan Yuan Wang Bai led an army of 100,000 in 2 conquests, and engaged in battle with the Yuan and Yunnan armies in the area of 100,000 mountains. However, the 100,000 mountain area is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The tomb owner has been defending this area for half a year, but also failed to capture it. Later, some people in Yunnan falsely accused the owner of the tomb of colluding with the Ming army, and the king listened to the words of the treacherous ministers and killed the whole family of the owner of the tomb. The owner of the tomb had no choice but to defect to the Ming army. In order to avenge his family's death, the master of the tomb was invincible all the way. and was at the forefront of every battle until he reached the capital city of Dian. However, the people within the country of Yunnan were insidious and cunning, and tricked the master of the tomb back by fraudulent surrender, cutting off half of his head with a knife. After the Ming army recaptured Dian, Zhu Yuanzhang had Muying build a cemetery deep in the 100,000 mountainous region in honor of the tomb's owner, placed him there, and named him General Dingyuan. But General Dingyuan's spirit has remained here because of his grievances. This place was originally a feng shui treasure, not suitable for the cultivation of Yin spirits. However, 100 years later, a meteor hit the cemetery, destroying the feng shui of the place, making it turn from a feng shui treasure into an evil place, and the owner of the tomb gradually cultivated into an evil spirit. Li 11 asked, "Then why did you marry him?" The fox demon explained, "My grandma has entered the Mahayana stage and will soon break through to become a demon king. But one important thing is missing, and that thing is in General Dingyuan's hands. My grandma asked him for it many times, but General Dingyuan just wouldn't give it to her. Finally, he put forward a condition. As long as the best-looking fox demon of the Fox clan was married to him, he could give that thing as a bride price. Grandmother agreed to marry me off to him. Alright, let's go out now and destroy that General Dingyuan." The fox demon led Li 11 out of the illusion and found that the fox demon's main body and Taoist master Qingwei were still confronting each other. Although Taoist master Qingwei had already used the sacred gold shackle talisman to lock the fox demon's body, he was also caught in the fox demon's illusion and stood still. Seeing this scene, Li 11 somewhat helplessly said to the fox demon, "Wife, we're all together, so please let my master go." Hearing this, the fox demon's eyes blinked lightly, instantly lifting Qingwei Taoist's illusion. Seeing that he had returned to the temple, Taoist master Qingwei's eyes became very sharp again, and with thunder technique running in his hands, he rushed towards the fox demon. Without hesitation, Li 11 blocked in front of the fox demon and shouted, "Master, stop!" Taoist master Qingwei looked at him with an incredulous expression and queried, "Disciple, what are you doing?" He hurriedly pointed to his seal. "My seal is no longer black." Taoist master Qingwei took a closer look at Li Shi's forehead, then asked in surprise, "You brat, what on earth have you done?" Li 11 hemmed and hawed and told him all about what happened in the illusion before. After hearing this, Taoist master Qingwei immediately widened his eyes, and then revealed a trace of embarrassment. He put away the shackles, looked at the fox demon, and slowly said, "This, little fox, we are also considered to be not fighting. Since you helped my disciple such a big favor, then we will naturally help you get rid of General Dingyuan." The five-tailed fox demon pouted, "What little fox? I've lived for more than 300 years and I'm much older than you. I have a name. It's Hu Cherry Z." Seeing this, the other fox demons surrounded Huchirako and asked what had happened. Looking at a group of slender fox demons, Li 11 thought to himself, this deal is not a loss. Receiving a little fox demon and obtaining a group of little fox demons. When I have the chance, I'll have to try them out one by one. Hu Cherry Z discovered Li Shi's small mind. She grabbed his ear. "I tell you, if you dare to hit on these sisters of mine, I'll immediately gouge out your eyes. How is it that another one loves to pull his ears?" Li 11 thought to himself, "I don't know if old man Changwei has any kung fu for practicing his ears. If I let Bai Wenxin and the others be together, won't my ears be ruined? Ouch, ouch, quickly let go. I won't dare to do it again." The other fox demons laughed when they saw this. At the moment, it was the latter part of the night. Hu Sakurako said, "We have to go to the general's tomb now. If he sees that I didn't show up, he'll definitely go to grandma." She then instructed the other fox demons, "You guys wait here, and when we destroy General Dingyuan and find grandmother's item, you guys will give it to grandmother." Taoist Master Qingwei also told Yon to stay here. After all, this trip to General Dingyuan's tomb was dangerous and not something he could afford as a hunter. Chapter 36, Wine and Liquor. Along the winding path, Hu Cherry Z led Li 11 and Taoist Qingwei to reach an ancient tomb. Taoist Master Changwei looked around with a grave expression. "The seal I imposed earlier has been broken. You guys have to be vigilant. The Yin spirit in the tomb should not be underestimated." Li 11, on the other hand, appeared unconcerned and confident. "It's just a 500-year-old fury spirit. If the three of us join hands, are we still afraid of him?" Hu Cherry Z cautioned. "You must not underestimate the strangeness of this tomb. Even a Mahayana cultivator like my grandma would find it difficult to decipher the mechanisms of this place. The three of us must proceed with caution." Due to the bombardment of heavenly thunder, a huge deep pit was formed above the ancient tomb. They carefully followed the deep pit into the tomb. After several minutes of walking through the twisting tunnel, they finally turned a corner and came to an empty chamber. The chamber had obviously been carefully designed, and although it was empty, the walls around it were beautifully carved with murals. 4 paintings are carved in sequence on the 4 walls. The first painting depicts a man gorging himself on meat and wine in a luxurious restaurant, his face beaming with satisfaction and enjoyment. In the second painting, the man is in an opulent room surrounded by a group of beautiful women who are frolicking and playing with him. The third panel shows the man holding a pile of gold dollars with a look of joy on his face. The last painting showed two people who looked exactly the same, as if they were carved out of a single mold, and the two were fighting each other with swords. And the tension in the picture made people not help but feel chilled. Taoist master Ching Wei told them that these 4 paintings were about the 4 desires of man. The so-called 4 desires are alcohol, sex, money and gas. Drinking is a poison to the gut. Color is a bone scratcher. Wealth is the tiger that comes down from the mountain. Gas is the root cause of trouble. Wine is not a good thing. Li Bai died of a desire for wine. Lu Ling was drunk on a barren hill. Ancient celebrities have also been killed because of wine. Those who are addicted to alcohol often do not have a good ending. Lust, moreover, is a sharp sword hanging over the head. Dongjua greedy for sex Chang'an death. Lubu greedy for sex Xiaopi death. The harm of lust, often more deadly than wine. It makes countless heroes and heroines sink. Wealth, is many people dream of things, but the ancient saying, money is something outside the body, but can cause countless right and wrong on earth. In order to wealth, father and son against each other, brothers into hatred, family and friends separated. Lastly, there is qi. People often fight with others or even do irreparable things because of their anger. Qi is a pot of fire in the heart, and Zhou died because of it. Suddenly, Sakurako who realized something and warned sharply, these paintings are not to be looked at directly. Before her words fell, Li 11 already felt as if those pictures possessed magic power, pulling him into the illusion. He settled down and realized that he was in a luxurious room in ancient times, with rose petals sprinkled on the bed. A group of beautiful women, dressed in revealing outfits, came in smiling and pushed him down on the bed. Gongzi, you're finally here. It's been hard waiting for my slave. Before Li 11 could react, they removed their tops. Soon, and those beautiful women surrounded him. Li 11 understood that everything was not normal, and they were obviously not human either. He was, after all, considered experienced in dealing with female ghosts. Since it's for nothing, I'll take it all. He pulled one into his arms and realized something was wrong. The female ghost's construction was actually no different from that of a normal person, except for the coldness of her body. But this woman in his arms was a bit strange. When things go wrong, they go wrong. There's no such thing as pie in the sky. He took out the fixing charm from his pocket and stuck it on the woman. Leaning down to check, he saw that her little abalone was surprisingly covered with serrated teeth. Those serrated teeth were one after the other, ready to bite off anything else at any time. Holy! Luckily I reacted quickly. Otherwise the happiness of the rest of my life would be gone. Seeing this, the other beauties showed hideous colors and instantly transformed into stern ghosts, pouncing towards Li 11 with teeth and claws. Looking for death, Li 11 snorted coldly, utilizing the young thunder in his body, and with a wave of his hands, a thunder light flashed, transforming into a thick thunder whip that fiercely lashed at these stern ghosts. The female ghosts immediately let out a miserable cry, and after their bodies were struck by the lightning whip, wisps of black smoke emerged and their forms gradually dissipated. However, right at this moment, Li 11 suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind, as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed him tightly and violently pulled him backward. In the blink of an eye, he realized that he was back in the middle of the chamber, and Sakurako was standing beside him with a relieved expression on her face. You're finally back, Sakurako said with a sigh of relief. Li 11 frowned and asked with a puzzled expression, what the hell is going on here? Why did those women suddenly turn into stern ghosts and attack me? Also, what about that power just now? This is the evil organ of the ancient tomb. Wine, color and wealth. This organ can pull you into different illusions based on each person's own desires. At first, my grandma was caught in the organ of qi. In her illusion, she saw herself entering the Mahayana stage, and as a result, she was almost killed by her Mahayana stage self. There are still such powerful organs. Li 11 marveled. How come all of you are fine? Taoist master Ching Wei laughed. I have been in the Tao for dozens of years. My heart has long been cultivated as if it were still water. The desires of the earth have long since ceased to exist for me. This wine, color, and wealth are ineffective to me. As for Sakurako, she was originally a female and a fox demon. Her desire for wine, color, and wealth was not there in the first place. As for qi, it was also minimal for her. Li 11 let out a bitter laugh. So this organ is just for me? Taoist master Ching Wei reminded. Good disciple, just put away that lust. Otherwise, one day, your dick will really be bitten off by a female ghost. Li 11 looked at the duo in surprise. You all saw it? The situation within the illusion is shown on this wall. We can see it clearly. Go Go! What the hell is this place? Li 11 awkwardly urged them to leave this humiliating place. After leaving the room and walking down the tunnel for 10 minutes, I was surprised to end up back where I was. Taoist Master Qingwei discovered the problem. There is only one road in all the places we just passed by. It is impossible to go the wrong way. Now there is only one explanation. We have met a ghostly wall. There are two ways of trying to form a ghostly wall. One is by physical means, by forming a Penrose ladder or a Mobius strip, so that the person thinks he or she has been going forward, but is actually spinning in place. The other is what ghosts and goblins specialize in, by controlling the brainwaves of humans so that they can't find their way. Qingwei Taoist master and Hu Cherry's cultivation was not low. Trying to control both of their brainwaves at the same time without being detected was impossible. The only explanation was that the person who built the chamber had set up the mechanism in order to prevent grave robbers. One has to recognize the wisdom of the ancients, who were able to build such an organ in a time when technology was not developed. Taoist Master Qingwei kept fiddling with his fingers, supposedly measuring something. The exit should be in the shock position. You guys come with me. He led the two of them to a passageway. Look for it, both of you. There should be an organ here. Li 11 found a brick on the stone wall that was hollow behind it, and when he pressed it down, a door immediately opened next to it. Curious, he asked. Master, what spell did you just use? How can you tell where the organs are? You teach me. Chapter 37, The Valley of Hidden Soldiers. Stepping out of the tunnel, the site was not of a burial chamber, but of a deep canyon. The canyon was dozens of meters wide, with lofty mountains towering on both sides, and it was surprising that you couldn't see the top when you looked up. There is an underground river in the center of the canyon. Looking upstream along the river, I was surprised to see a few horses drinking there. That's wicked. Why are there horses here? Taking a closer look, Li 11 had the feeling that these horses looked a bit familiar. Old man Chang Wei suddenly realized. These horses seemed to be the war horses that just saw the Yin soldiers borrowing at the temple. The horses saw them, neighing a few times and ran off. Now there was no way around, so they had to march upwards. Soon they came to an area surrounded by a circle of fencing. The fence was more than 3 meters high, and on the gate stood a flag with the word Yuan written on it. Hu Cherry said, I heard the general's last name was Yuan, and looking at this, it looks like a military camp. Could this be his army during his lifetime? Seeing that there was no movement in the barracks, they expected that those Yin soldiers had not returned, so they cautiously sneaked in, only to see the barracks piled up with tired white bones. Those white bones wore helmets and armor, exactly like the Yin soldiers they had seen before. It is thought that after the death of this general, the grave repairers also built tombs for his soldiers in this canyon, so that they would continue to follow and guard the general after their death. Taoist Master Qingwei said, before these Yin soldiers return, let's hurry up and find that general and clean him up. Otherwise, when his army comes back, we won't be able to take advantage. Since the army is here, the general's chamber must not be far away. Suddenly, the three saw a group of green eyes staring at them from the darkness in the distance. Hu Sakurako was busy saying, run, those are ghost wolves. Each one of them is at the fury spirit level of cultivation. Although these ghost wolves only had the cultivation level of a fury spirit, they were somewhat terrifyingly numerous. And judging from the number of those green eyes, these added up to at least hundreds of heads. Wolves are fearsome animals, not only because of their ferocity, but also because they are pack animals, organized, disciplined and good at hunting. They hunt with a plan, adjusting their strategy depending on their prey, efficiently locking onto their target, and then passing the information on to the other wolves, so that once the target is locked on, all the wolves will rush to that target. Those green eyes slowly moved closer to them, revealing them as well. These wolves were taller and stronger than ordinary wolves, with shiny skin and a black aura emanating from their bodies, not like demons, but more like Yin spirits. Hu Sakurako carefully reminded the duo. The ghost wolves are made up of the undead spirits of those wolves that were hunted by hunters in the 100,000 mountains. Old man Chang Wei nodded. As long as it's a Yin spirit, it's fine. He took out a bunch of talismans from his pocket and handed them to Li 11. This is the spirit-suppressing talisman I've recently accumulated. It's a Xian rank talisman. It should be enough to deal with these ghost wolves. The ghost wolves slowly approached, emitting low growls as if they were communicating with each other and discussing strategies for attack. Soon, the dozen or so vicious wolves at the forefront pounced towards them at the same time. Their eyes glowed green in the darkness, like messengers from hell. The three of them formed a circle, taking care of each other. A particularly large wolf pounced first, and Li 11 quickly met it with a strike of Yang Lei that pierced its throat. But the wolves didn't let that deter them. Instead, they attacked more ferociously. After successfully fending off the first wave of attacks, they sensed that the weakest cultivator among the three was Li 11, so the second batch of ghost wolves all rushed towards him. Mud horse. Li 11 couldn't help but curse the ancestors of these ghost wolves in his heart. More than 24 wolves attacked him left and right, and Taoist Master Qingwei and Hu Cherry Z attempted to come to his aid, but they themselves were deadlocked by more than a dozen phantom wolves. Those dozen ghost wolves had obviously made tactical arrangements. They didn't seek to be able to defeat their opponents. They just kept harassing them so that they couldn't spare their hands to save 11. But 11 wasn't a soft touch either, as he swung his thunder whip and smacked the wolves that surrounded him, sticking a spirit suppressor talisman onto them. Eventually, after eliminating a dozen or so ghost wolves, the wolves stopped attacking and retreated back. As the three were converging, Li 11 gasped and said, "Master, do you still have the sacred gold shackle talisman you used at the temple? Don't fool around with Xian rank talismans, otherwise I'll be exhausted by them. Are your local rank talismans a cabbage? You can use it whenever you want. If you use it now, what will you do when you meet General Dingyuan later? You should take care of the immediate danger first. If we can't destroy this pack of ghost wolves, what can we say about dealing with General Dingyuan?" Taoist Master Qingwei hemmed and hawed. "Good disciple. It's really hard for you too. Just now one person was able to resist the attacks of 24 ghost wolves, so I won't tease you anymore. I will strike now and destroy them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I feel like you were just using the wolves to try out my strength. How can you grow if you're not pushed? Since the wolves are targeting you, you'll stand between me and Little Fox and show them what we're made of." After saying that, he pulled out a handful of glutinous rice from his bosom, which he had specially asked the village chief to prepare last night. Taoist Master Qingwei cut his palm and sprinkled the blood on top of the glutinous rice. According to legend, glutinous rice has the effect of warding off evil spirits, and together with the blood of an old Taoist priest of high cultivation like Taoist Master Qingwei, it is the nemesis of all evil spirits. After the 2 rounds of attacks just now, the ghost wolves also knew their strength. Seeing that Li 11 was surrounded in the center, they no longer held back this time and all of them rushed over. Taoist Master Qingwei twisted his hand and recited under his breath, grabbing the bloodied glutinous rice and throwing it towards the wolves. After the glutinous rice hit the ghost wolves, those wolves' bodies were instantly struck with a large hole by the glutinous rice, causing those wolves to wail in pain. On Hu Cherry's side, she wasn't holding back either. The 5 tails behind her instantly turned huge and long, thrusting one at the wolves. The screams of the spectral wolves resounded throughout the canyon. Those ghost wolves knew they were no match and were too scared to take another step forward. They growled low at each other for some time and backed away. Hu Sakurako was right before. Although General Dingyuan was only an evil spirit, he was not as hard to kill as he thought, and this team of wolves alone was a terrifying existence. The 3 of them briefly recuperated and continued on their way. Soon came a fork in the road. One way is to continue along the river and the other is the road up the mountain. It was obvious that they needed to go up the hill, because the path was lined with lights and red cloths, obviously in preparation for the marriage. Li 11 flirted. "Bride, let's go." Hu Sakurako, in turn, gave him a big blank stare. Chapter 38, General Dingyuan. Passing through the passageway that was decorated with lights and colors, the 3 of them came to a stone room, which was precisely the main chamber of the ancient tomb. The room was brightly lit, with red candles in every corner, and a sarcophagus lying in the center. Suddenly, a low voice came from within the sarcophagus. "Hu Cherry child, you let a good bride go without being a bride, and you had to bring in humans." Li 11 hurriedly scolded. "Bah, you shameless one. I heard that you're ugly as hell and you still want to marry a beautiful-looking heavenly fairy." Bang! The sarcophagus was violently pushed open, revealing a large man clad in armor standing in the sarcophagus. After centuries of air drying, his body had become a dry corpse, his skin black as charcoal, and his head had been sliced in half diagonally. Li 11 thought to himself, this ghost look, not to mention Hu Cherry, even the world's ugliest woman is not willing to marry him. Not to mention the same room, this even lying a coffin is too disgusting. General Dingyuan asked, "Hu Cherry child, I'll give you one more chance. If you promise to marry me now, I'll let today's matter go. The things that I promised your grandma, I will also deliver on time." Li 11 scolded, "You're simply a toad trying to eat swan meat. You're also worthy of marrying Sakurako?" Then he swept Hu Sakurako into his arms. "She's already my woman." General Dingyuan was furious. "Brat, you seek death." He raised the coffin lid and smashed it. This coffin lid is made of stone. According to reason should also have thousands of pounds, but can be easily thrown by him. Visible strength is terrible. Rumble. The lid of the coffin smashed on the ground and fell apart instantly. Li 11 was still taunting. "General Ugly, you can't tear down your home even if you've lost your daughter-in-law. If you tear down your home, I'm afraid it will be even harder to get a daughter-in-law. We know a wild boar demon here, and I feel that she's a good match for you. If you tear down your home, even the boar demon won't want to give you a home." At this time, General Dingyuan was already furious to the extreme. He drew out the sword on his waist, jumped out of the sarcophagus, and slashed at Li 11. Li 11 took a step backward and twisted his hand, summoning in thunder in an attempt to trap General Dingyuan. Several strands of black viscous liquid flowed out of his hand, wrapping General Dingyuan tightly. General Dingyuan hummed disdainfully. A mere trick. How dare you show off? He lifted his sword and actually cut off the Yin thunder with a single stroke. Yin Lei is a liquid. It's water. Surprisingly, it was cut off by a sword. The evil spirit's strength was truly as terrifying as it was. Seeing the other party charging towards him with his sword, Li 11 transported Yang Lei to surround him. But when Yang Lei hit him, he even seemed as if he was fine. Ha ha ha, kid, is that all you've got? General Dingyuan laughed triumphantly. Li 11 was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect this General Dingyuan to be so powerful. He took a deep breath and decided to fight him. Seeing this, General Dingyuan brandished his sword and met the attack. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle in the air. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and sparks flew everywhere. Seeing this, Sakurako formed her hands into claws, and her originally slender fingers turned into sharp claws. Sharp claws slashed across the armor on General Dingyuan's body, rubbing out dancing sparks. The three of them were entangled together, but gradually, Li 11 and Hu Cherry Z were somewhat unable to block them. Master, are your talismans ready? From the time Li 11 entered the door and angered General Dingyuan until now, he had only one purpose, and that was to attract General Dingyuan's attention and provide preparation time for Taoist Master Qingwei. Taoist Master Qingwei this time also used a ground-level talisman, Dragon Vein Spirit Suppressing Talisman, which was a talisman that was specially designed to deal with zombies in ancient tombs, like General Dingyuan. Generally, ancient tombs are built in the place of dragon veins with excellent feng shui, and the dragon veins emphasize the circulation of sentient beings and endless life. But once the dragon vein is destroyed, the qi there will become dead qi, which in turn will become the bogey. Those dirty things in the ancient tomb will then absorb the fury and slowly become demons that will harm the party. The purpose of the dragon vein suppression charm was to draw out the baneful energy within those filth and nullify their cultivation. I've prepared the talisman. You guys get out of the way right now. Upon hearing this, Li 11 and Hu Cherry Z immediately dodged away. Just then, the crowd saw a dazzling golden light shoot out from the yellow talisman. This golden light quickly struck General Dingyuan's body like lightning. General Dingyuan's body trembled violently. His skin began to emit black smoke, and a strong black gas gushed out from his body. These black qi seemed to be the baneful qi within his body that was attracted to and forcibly drawn out by the golden light. General Dingyuan let out a piercing scream and desperately waved his sword in his hand in a futile attempt to sever the connection with the talisman. Along with the increasing amount of black gas, the yellow talisman gradually became black. At this moment, Taoist Qingwei stopped his attack on General Dingyuan and said to Li 11, now that his cultivation has been cut in half and he only has the strength of a fury spirit left, you can use the thunder technique to destroy him completely. Hearing Taoist Master Qingwei's instructions, Li 11 concentrated his mind and condensed the young thunder into a conical thunderbolt like a sharp spear, plunging it straight into General Dingyuan's heart. Ka-ching! The lightning mercilessly pierced through General Dingyuan's armor and deeply penetrated his heart. General Dingyuan's body froze, his eyes filled with despair and resignation. Immediately afterward, with a thud, his body fell heavily to the ground. A joyful smile appeared on Sakurako's face as she exclaimed excitedly, we finally managed to destroy this one's demonic creature. Li 11 looked at Taoist Master Qingwei. Master, although this talisman of yours is powerful, the forward swing is too long. Without us, this is a completely useless talisman for you. At this moment, Taoist Master Qingwei was still controlling this talisman that was bubbling with black gas. You quickly absorb this baneful gas now. What do you want? I am your disciple. Are you trying to turn me into a zombie? Cut the crap. I've been helping you study the cultivation method of Yin Thunder for the past few days. Although the dragon vein qi in his body is baneful, all of it is indeed extremely helpful to your Yin Thunder. Li 11 thought to himself, Taoist Qingwei is quite attached to me. He doesn't know how to practice Yin Lei himself, but he helped me to study the cultivation method of Yin Lei. It seems that he didn't have a lot of dead brain cells in the past few days. Since this was the case, one could not let down old man Qingwei's good intentions. He sat cross-legged, refining the fury from within the talisman. Sakurako wasn't idle as she ran over to the sarcophagus and rummaged around inside it for what her grandma wanted. An hour later, the demonic energy within that talisman was all absorbed by Li 11, and he felt that the Yin Thunder power within his body was indeed much more abundant than before. You try Yin Thunder. Taoist Master Qingwei also wanted to know just how much it had been raised. Li 11 urged the Yin Qi in his body, and a black viscous liquid flowed out from under his feet. Soon, the the liquid covered the entire chamber. If placed in the past, at most a puddle of liquid 1 meter square could be summoned. Taoist Master Chang Wei nodded with satisfaction. It seems that your strength in yin and yang qi are now on par with each other. Then he whispered to Li 11 with a bad smile. Kidney qi is the source of yin qi. You have such strong yin qi in your body right now. I don't even need to say what level of kidney qi you have. Li 11 immediately understood. Master, you told me earlier. Had I known this, I would have definitely majored in yin thunder before. He hemmed and hawed. This cave is already made. Why don't you go out first? Let my disciple try how effective it really is. Taoist Master Ching Wei slapped him on the head. You forgot about the prohibition. The demon gold Dan can only save you once in January. If you want to try, I won't stop you. It's going to be a month. However, on second thought, not the white cloud view is not there are 5 little nieces well. Go back and ask them together. Let them taste their own power. Chapter 39, Subduing the Little Follower. Sakurako also found what she wanted, and seeing that it was almost dawn, they decided to return to the temple. Walking to the place where he had just fought with the ghost wolf, he only saw a flame not far away, hovering over the ghost wolf's corpse as if it was sucking on something. Li 11 see that the flame looks very familiar. That is not the human-shaped ghost fire met in the chicken cage village. Hey, what are you doing? When the humanoid ghost fire saw someone coming, it immediately floated up, trying to escape. Since you're here, stay. Li 11 summoned the yin thunder and trapped the ghost fire in place. Before, its flames were able to vaporize the yin lei. That was because Li 11 yin lei's cultivation was insufficient. Now that he had absorbed General Dingyuan's baleful energy, the strength of the yin thunder was already stronger than the flames of the ghost flame. He drew out his thunder whip and slowly approached it, saying under his breath, now you're the only evil thing left in the ancient tomb, and it's a scourge to keep it. I'll do it for heaven today. Don't you kill me. The humanoid flame actually spoke. Li 11 was surprised and looked at it again, and didn't see that it had a mouth. What kind of monster are you? I'm not a monster. Just as it finished speaking, the originally 2-meter tall flame unexpectedly transformed into a 1-meter-3 little girl. This lady is a fire spirit, not some monster. Taoist Master Ching Wei walked over excitedly, very surprised. It's really a fire spirit. I didn't think that I would ever look away. Fire spirit? What is a fire spirit? Li 11 had never heard of this thing. Old man Chang Wei said, when the magma inside the earth's crust flows through the dragon vein, it absorbs the dragon vein's aura. After tens of thousands of years of absorption, the magma generates a spirit and becomes a living spirit, which is the fire spirit. After becoming a fire spirit, it can be cultivated and take human form. I thought this was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. The fire spirit said angrily. Hear that? Your master has said it all. Don't let go of me yet. Li 11 retrieved yin lei. Then why did you turn into a monster and hide in Chicken Cage Village to scare us? She crossed her arms and said angrily. Humph. There are so many yin spirits and mountain spirits in this 100,000 mountains. If I don't turn into a scary appearance, I won't be swallowed by them long ago. Hu Cherry Z said. What she said is true. A fire spirit like this that is cultivated for tens of thousands of years to produce a spirit is a rare and good thing for me, our demon race. If I can swallow her now, I can definitely break through the Jedan stage and enter the Mahayana stage. The fire spirit was a little nervous. What? You want to do? I am very powerful. If you dare to swallow me, I'll burn you to death. Looking at her nervous yet adorable appearance, Taoist Master Cheng Wei laughed out loud. I think you should just take this fire spirit. She will be of great help to your cultivation in the future. What's more, this Xian sect martial arts, if you bring her along, she might be able to help you out a lot. Li 11 nodded. Little sister, are you willing to follow brother Ah? Fire spirit pointed at Sakurako. As long as this fox demon doesn't eat me, I promise to follow you. Sakurako was still there to scare fire spirit. If you dare to follow him, I'll even eat him. The fire spirit was scared and hurriedly hid behind Li 11. Master, you quickly kill this fox demon. All 3 of them laughed at her cuteness. Suddenly, they heard a familiar sound. It was the sound of a neatly organized pace. It's the Undertaker coming. Although they had eliminated General Dingyuan, the thousands of Yin soldiers were not something to be dealt with. Listening to the direction of this sound, they were approaching from the lower reaches of the river. If they found out that General Dingyuan had been annihilated and destroyed, they would definitely not be able to leave. But if you want to return the same way, you are bound to meet up with the Yin soldiers. Li 11 asked the fire spirit, do you know any other way out of here? I've been practicing here for hundreds of years. I know this place like the back of my hand. You guys come with me. She led us all along the upper reaches of the river, and after reaching a trail up the mountain and walking for another hour or so, we finally came out of the canyon. Standing at the top of the hill, it was also misty at this point. Back at the temple, it was noon. Upon seeing the crowd return safely, the temple was overjoyed. Looking at what Sakurako brought back, those fox demons were very excited. Sister Sakurako, you really killed that ugly general, Sakurazi said. You guys quickly take the things back, but about what happened here, don't tell grandma. A three-tailed fox demon said. Don't worry, Sakurako-san, we won't talk nonsense when we get back. You can be considered free now. The fox demons leave the temple, but they see Yong still looking at the fox demons back in fascination. Lee 11 pushed Yong. Hey, the people are gone. You're still looking. Yong's entire body looked like it had been seduced. Beautiful. They are just so beautiful. Alright, they have nothing to do with you no matter how beautiful they are. You're a mortal who can't bear them. For the rest of the time, Taoist head Qingwei led Li 11 to cultivate everywhere within the 100,000 mountains. 10 days later, Taoist Master Qingwei said, the day of the Xian sect martial arts will be here soon. It's time for us to leave here as well. Hearing this news, Li 11 was overjoyed. Even though she had Huchirako with her every day here, her golden pill would take a month before she could use it again. He is only able to watch, not to do. The last 10 days have been hard on him. As for the fire spirit, although she had lived for tens of thousands of years, she was still a child in appearance and was not able to understand things. Li 11 is also a person with a bottom line, and he can't do anything to hurt a minor. They left the 100,000 mountains and came to the train station. Taoist Master Qingwei said, this lineage of Bai Yunguan hasn't participated in the Xian sect martial arts for decades, so you have to fight for me. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely take a first place back. Sakurako said, old man, don't worry, with me here, I can definitely make my husband invincible. Taoist Master Qingwei said, no way, you can't go. Li 11 and Huchirako said in unison, why? What is Longhu Mountain? The holy land of Taoism. If you're a fox demon going over there, I'm afraid that just when you reach the foot of the mountain, you'll be exterminated by those Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain. The fire spirit was busy saying, then can I go? Taoist Master Qingwei nodded. You're a fire spirit, and you're considered a heavenly treasure in heaven and earth. Those Taoist priests won't do anything to you. Fire spirit happily made a face at Sakurako, humming a self-made tune. La 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 la, I'm going for it. Bad women can't go for it. Sakurako didn't get on her bad side, but just asked, what about me? You'd better go back to the White Cloud Temple with Master. You won't be bored if you go there anyway. I'm not going. How can I not be bored with an old man every day? Taoist Master Qingwei hemmed and hawed. I'm not the only old man in my White Cloud Temple. There are 4 or 5 girls. Sakurako looked at them in surprise. How can there be girls in a Taoist temple? Are you guys decent Taoist priests or not? Qingwei coughed dryly. I am naturally a proper Taoist priest. As for him, you'll know if you go back with me. Sakurako seemed to have guessed something. I would like to see what unsavory girls he is hiding in the White Cloud Temple. What misfits? They're good girls. Chapter 40 Xianmen Martial Arts. Lungfu Shan. It is located in western Hunan. It is the ancestral home of Taoism. Taoist Master Zhang Daoling once made pills here, and legend has it that the pills were made and the dragons and tigers appeared, and the mountain got its name because of that. Li 11 brought Fire Spirit to the foot of the mountain. Fire Spirit is the name Li 11 gave her. After all, she is going to follow him in the future. Without a name, it is always inconvenient to call her. It is now summer vacation and also the peak season of tourism in Longhu Mountain. In order to ensure the smooth running of the Xianmen Huiwu, Longhu Mountain then separates those who participate in the Xianmen Huiwu from the tourists. Tourists can only move around in the front mountain, while the martial arts meeting is in the back mountain. Li 11 was arranged by Lung Fu Shan to stay in the Taoist courtyard at the back of the mountain. Just entering the back mountain Taoist courtyard, as he was registering, the same man dressed as a Taoist priest asked, are you the disciple of Taoist Master Qingwei? Li 11 saw that his Taoist clothes were different from those of Longhu Mountain, and he didn't know which school he belonged to. He nodded. The man laughed out loud. It seems that the White Cloud Temple has really fallen. At least I am also the best from the hundreds of disciples of Qingqing Mountain. I did not think that I would be able to compete with someone who has only been in the door for a month, but it is really laughable. Fire Spirit got angry and said, not at all. Li 11 covered Fire Spirit's mouth. As the old saying goes, a little bit goes a long way, and he's in this race to win the title. In order to hide his strength, Taoist Master Qingwei had told him a month ago that he couldn't use his lightning technique in front of outsiders. After working so hard to hide it for a month, he couldn't let Fire Spirit give it away. He had wanted Fire Spirit to stay in the Hutan Jade for the time being, but it was also the first time she had left the 100,000 Great Mountains, and she was curious about everything, but she just wouldn't go into the Jade Pendant. The man looked at the Fire Spirit child who was only 1 meter 3. Who is this little girl? Taoist Master Ching Wei wouldn't have taken in another little girl. Are you here to bring her to grow in knowledge? Li 11 glanced at the man's registered name. Your name is Lei Zhe, right? I have indeed only been initiated for a month, and I haven't learned any skills, so I learned some means of face reading with my master. I see that your seal hull is black. I'm afraid that this is a plague of blood. I advise you to withdraw from the game quickly. Don't splash others with blood when the time comes. Razor was a bit angry. You seek death. He drew his sword and wanted to make a move, only to hear a ding sound. A more than 10 centimeters of silver needles will be Lei Zhe hand sword popped open. Lei Zhe pointed at the owner of the silver needle and cursed. Sun Xiuyan, I advise you to mind your own business. Li 11 followed his gaze, only to see a wonderful young girl standing not far away, playing with the silver needle in her hand. The young girl was sweet looking. Her age looked about the same as Li 11, wearing a head of dark hair, snow-white skin, and under the shorts and tank top was her firm figure. Me. A big beautiful woman. Could it be that God knows that I've been suffocating for the past 10 days? Li 11 was secretly happy in his heart. Sun Xiuyan put away the silver needles and said to Lei Zhe, Taoist Lei, don't be dog-eyed. What if you're not his opponent when it comes to fighting? I'm doing you a favor. Bah! With this rookie who just started a month ago, how can he still be my opponent? Lei Zhe still wanted to make a move on him, but due to Sun Xiuyan's intimidation, he finally gave up. Brat! You better not team up with me in tomorrow's competition or I'll beat the crap out of you. He put away his sword and left. Thank you. Li 11 stretched out his hand wanting to shake Sun Xiuyan's hand and mooch off of her. Thanks are not necessary. Sun Xiuyan turned around and was about to leave. Li 11 felt that her weapon was very strange. Just a teeny centimeter silver needle as a weapon, which was still unheard of. And what was even stranger was that the silver needle had just disappeared in front of her stomach. It's hard to believe that she hid the silver needle in her stomach. It reminded him that he also had a Tontian tattoo on his stomach by Taoist Master Ching Wei. Li 11 stopped her. Which sect are you from? I'm from the Southwest Sun family. The Sun family of the yin-yang ghost pattern? Sun Xiuyan nodded. Li 11 remembered that Taoist Master Ching Wei had told him that the Southwest Sun family had a craft yin-yang ghost tattoo. The so-called yin and yang ghost tattoo comes from ancient tattoos, but it is not just tattooing. It is a combination of tattooing and witchcraft. The founder was a Buddhist follower at the end of the Tang dynasty who invented the yin-yang ghost tattoo by combining Buddhist figures with witchcraft. The yin and yang ghost patterns are further divided into yin and yang. The so-called yang lines are the Buddha, Bodhisattva, Vajra, etc., often seen in movies and TV dramas. A yin ghost tattoo is something evil, such as a Rakshasa, a nightshade, an evil dragon, and so on. Obviously, Sun Xiuyan's ghost pattern was a silver needle, but whether this belonged to the yang pattern or the yin pattern, Li 11 really couldn't tell. The clash on this side just now attracted a lot of people from this competition, and seeing that there was no more good show to watch, they also dispersed. Li 11 saw that these people included monks with shaved heads, Taoist priests in Taoist clothes, and even lamas who came from the highland areas. There were also people he couldn't tell what their status was, those who were carrying flat burdens, those who were carrying invocations, and those who were dressed as Hmong, which could be described as all different shapes and sizes. The crowd dispersed and then searched for their rooms. Li 11 was assigned to the Qian character room, and in the room with him was a monk. He was packing up his bed. He was not very old, a little younger than me. Li 11 should only be 17 or 8 years old. Hello, my name is Li 11. May I ask what your name is? Li 11 took the initiative to greet forward. Amitabha Buddha. The name of the young monk is Wu Tian, a disciple of the Zen sect. The Zen sect was the most famous Buddhist sect in the southeastern region, and it was said that there were more than a few hundred people up and down the entire temple. And for him to be able to represent the young disciples of such a large sect to participate in the tournament, it was evident that the power was not trivial. I'm going to meditate, so please make yourself at home. Monastic monkly. After saying that, Wu Tian crossed his legs on the bed and recited Buddhist scriptures. Vaguely, Li 11 could feel the golden light flooding out behind him, and that golden light gave off a very pure feeling. Fire Spirit Child looked at the little monk in surprise. This little monk's cultivation level is too high. Then he looked at Li 11 again. Master, I feel that it's a bit difficult for you to win the championship this time. People with such strength still use their energy. Li 11 also did not dare to be slow. See, the time is still early. Also sit on the bed. The body runs the thunder law. He had to admit that Longhu Mountain was indeed a holy place of Taoism, and Li 11 could feel that the chi of heaven and earth here seemed to complement the chi in his body. This was a feeling that was not found in any other place, even on White Cloud Mountain. He felt that the young thunder's air in his body operated as if it was much smoother than in other places. Even more, He could feel that he could wrap his entire body in Yanlei. Unfortunately, with Goten here, he didn't dare to reveal himself, or else he really wanted to try. Chapter 41, A Night in the Grove. Late night, after Goten went to sleep, Li 11 sneakily felt his way out of the room. Taoist Master Qingwei had said that the Xian Heavenly Cave was able to activate the Tong Tian Tattoo, and he couldn't wait to try it out. The sooner the ban is lifted, the sooner you can feel the joy of life. The location of the Xian Tian Cave was not a secret. It could even be searched on satellite maps. The usual people just think it's a tourist attraction. But since it was located in the back of Longhu Mountain, therefore, even if ordinary people knew about it, they didn't have the chance to get close to the Xian Tian Cave. Lungfu Shan at night is extraordinarily quiet. In the moonlight, there was only the sound of the wind and the rustling of the leaves. Borrowing the moonlight, Li 11 followed the tips of the navigation and gradually approached his destination. He saw that he was about to arrive, but he saw a surprising figure in front of him. That figure looked very slim, but it was the Sun Xiuyan that he met during the day. If it's really her, what is she doing here? Could it be that she's also been hit by a ban? Had. I wonder if two people who have been hit with a ban will be negative. Li 11 carefully followed her all the way to the Xian Tian Cave. Close to the Xian Tian Cave, Sun Xiuyan did not directly push the door in, but looked left and right in front of a stone statue, as if he was looking for something. After about 10 minutes or so, she muttered to herself, that's odd. That's how the mechanism is set up. How come it won't open? Jingle. Li Shi's cell phone suddenly rang. I'll rub it in. I forgot to turn off my cell phone when I left the house. Who calls me at night? It turned out that Qing Wei Taoist priest with who Cherry Z has been to the White Cloud View. See, bring back a big beauty. Someone is jealous. This phone call is to ask for trouble. Who? Sun Xiuyan looked around warily. Seeing Li 11, she said suspiciously, why are you here? Of course he wouldn't tell Sun Xiuyan what he really thought, so he decided to turn the tables. Good you Sun Xiuyan. I went to the toilet at night and saw the sneak out, so I wanted to see what you were doing. I didn't expect that you would want to sneak into the Xian Tian Cave Mansion without the consent of the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. This cave is something you can just come in. I'm going to tell the old heavenly master. She smiled awkwardly and looked at Li 11 with pitiful eyes. Taoist Li, I know I'm wrong. Can you not tell Longhu Mountain about this? Otherwise they will disqualify this entry. Li 11 pretended to think there, but in his heart, he was secretly laughing. This little girl is quite good at pampering. He deliberately showed a difficult face. Miss Sun, you're making it very difficult for me. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiuyan suddenly pulled up Li Shi's hand and said in a delicate voice, Taoist Li, just let me go. I promise you, as long as you don't tell Dragon Tiger Mountain about this, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Li 11 sniffed and smiled, revealing an impish expression. Really? Willing to do anything? Seeing his impish smile, Sun Xiuyan subconsciously covered himself and said vigilantly, Taoist Li, there are some things that are not allowed. Li 11 was speechless and quickly explained, what do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who sees color? I cannot tell others about you, but you have to tell me what you're doing here in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping. Sun Xiuyan looked around and felt that it wasn't too safe here, so he pulled Li 11 into the nearby grove and then lifted up his clothes. Li 11 thought to himself, what does she want? Didn't she just say that she is not a casual person? Why did she lift up her clothes? Has she come to her senses so quickly? Since the other girl had taken the initiative, Li 11 was also nonchalant and lifted his clothes. Taoist Li, what are you doing? Sun Xiuyan looked at the other party in surprise. Don't you have to undress? You. Sun Xiuyan saw the Tongtian tattoo on Li Shi's stomach and wanted to say something, and Li 11 saw the silver needle tattoo on her belly. The scene was a bit awkward at this point. Apparently, Sun Xiuyan simply wanted to lift the clothes on her stomach to show me her tattoos. Li 11 hurriedly put the clothes down. Slow down. Sun Xiuyan squatted his body and lifted his clothes, looking at the tattoos on his stomach. The scene could not help but make Li 11 think about it. She asked, is this the Tontine tattoo? Li 11 nodded. She suddenly understood something. Exasperated, she looked at Li 11. Good you stinking Taoist. How dare you lie to me? Quickly say, did you come here to try to enter the Xian Heavenly Cave as well? Li 11 wanted to resist a bit, but seeing her cute and angry eyes, he couldn't resist. Okay, I'll be honest. So he told her about meeting the ghost woman and the Tongtian tattoo. Taoist Master Chang Wei actually knows the Tongtian tattoo? Sun Xiuyan was very surprised. Is that weird? It's more than strange. The Tongtian tattoo is one of the most powerful of the Yin-Yang ghost tattoos. That is a ghost tattoo that is only tattooed by the patriarchs in the Yin-Yang ghost tattoo lineage, and it requires a specific tool, the divine transformation needle, in order to be tattooed. Ever since the last patriarch disappeared for no reason, no one in the Sun family had ever been able to tattoo the Tong Tian tattoo. How did Taoist Qing Wei learn how to do it? Suddenly, she said viciously, "Speak quickly. Was it your master who victimized our matriarch?" Li 11 stated that he was wrongly accused. Heaven and earth are kind. It's also the first time I learned about the origin of the Tong Tian tattoo. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Sun Xiuyan was only able to spare him. Li 11 asked, "I'm here to lift the ban. What are you here for? Stinking Taoist. Who am I to tell you?" Li 11 had wanted to swindle her again. "You're not afraid that I'll tell Longhu Mountain?" Instead, she said arrogantly, "Humph, if you have the ability to go I'll see you tell Longhu Mountain that the big deal is that you won't even go in. I'll see who activates the Tong Tian tattoo for you." Good. You're tough. Thinking that she had just cracked the mechanism and seemed to have a way to get in, Li 11 could only ask with a smile, "MS, son, since we all have the same purpose, you can tell me how to get in. This way we can also have a care?" I did understand the organs for entering the Xian Heavenly Cave before, but when I tried it just now, it was useless. Someone should have reset the organs. At this time, a group of Taoist priests rushed up with flashlights in a hurry. "Someone has just moved the organs here. Quickly see if anyone has broken into the Xian Tian cave." I didn't expect this group of Taoist priests to come so quickly. When Li 11 turned his head, he found that Sun Xiuyan had already disappeared without a trace. "Are you a ghost? Why don't you make any noise when you run away? And you didn't take me with you." He looked around, saw a small pathway next to him, and dug in. Chapter 42 The Kung Fu Tabloid. Early the next morning, Longhu Mountain, Martial Arts Arena. At this time, quite a few people had already gathered here. "Hey, little brother, let's have a Kaiwu tabloid." A sharp-tongued lad came up to Li 11. "A kaiju tabloid? That's something." The boy took out a pile of newspapers from his backpack. "This is good stuff. It contains information about all the participants of this competition. Think about it, all these people could be your opponents in the future. If you can know their level in advance, won't you be able to know your enemy?" Li 11 felt that there seemed to be some truth in what he said. "How much?" The boy made a 1 with his hand. "It's only $1. It's a pretty good deal." Instead, the young man said, "Are you kidding me? It's not $1. It's $10,000. Li 11 had already taken out his cell phone and was ready to pay. When he said that, he immediately withdrew his cell phone. "Are you kidding me? Just a piece of broken newspaper. You dare to ask for $10,000? Why don't you go to a robbery?" The young man said, "Do you know how long it took to gather all your messages? That was only after I ran all over the mountains and rivers of my country and your various sects to gather it." Li 11 took a look at most of the people in the square and studied them with the newspaper. Thinking that anyway, he had earned a lot of money from Long Qinshan before, and now he didn't lack this 10,000. He bought a copy. After he paid, the man handed over a newspaper. "Good luck pulling it off." Then he added to Wu Tian, "Little monk, would you like one too?" Wu Tian said, "I'm a monk's man, but I'm not as rich as Taoist Master Li." The young man nodded and said, "Also, it seems that little Master Wu Tian is not able to use this information from me." When Li 11 saw the information on that newspaper, he realized that he did have a point, and that the little monk really couldn't use it. Some information is useless in the face of absolute strength. Because the tabloids recorded that Goten's power ranked number 1, the newspaper recorded a total of 32 people's information. It was 32 Xian clans that participated in this meeting. The newspaper ranked the 32 people in order of strength, from top to bottom, and included detailed individual 5-dimensional data and cultivation kung fu. At the top of the list was Gautama's message. It describes: name, Wu Tian, age, 18, sect, Zen, teacher, Master Zhu Yuan, stunts, Buddha's light, Buddha's fury, great compassionate hands, weaknesses, none. Then it was paired with 5-dimensional data. His attack, defense, speed, physical strength, spells 5-dimensional data pulled full, all 10 points. The comprehensive strength judgment 50 points. The second ranked is Lung Fu Shan Zheng Jiling. The 5 dimensions are 9, 8, 8, 7, 8. The combined strength is only 40. This kind of break like crushing cannot be compensated by the information difference. The rest of them all the way up to the 10th place had a combined strength of between 35 to 40, with strengths and weaknesses in each of the 5 dimensions. For example, there were those whose attack was 10, but whose defense was only 5. There are also attack is 5, 2 as if able to pull full, the strength of which can only be seen on the field of play. Li 11 sees 20 and hasn't seen his message yet. It wasn't until he got to the last line that he finally was seeing his name. Name, Li 11. Age, 18. Sect, White Cloud Temple. Teacher, Ching Wei. Technique, specializing in talismans. Weaknesses, 1 month after initiation. Not yet practiced the air. Then seeing his 5-dimensional data, he smiled helplessly. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 15 points for overall strength. Li 11 thought to himself. It seems that old man Chang Wei's request for me not to use the Thunder Law in front of outsiders was effective. And the news that I know the Thunder Law is all but unknown to them. From the time he left the White Cloud View until now, he had only used the talisman publicly in the Zhou family in Tianjin City and when he caught the colorful ghosts. As for in the 100,000 mountains, it had only been cast in front of Hu Cherry and the others, who would not have leaked out the news. Then Li 11 heard someone whispering next to him. The champion of this tournament is definitely Wu Tian. We can only strive for the top 4. It is rumored that the top 4 will all receive rewards from Dragon Tiger Mountain this time. Look at this one called Li 11. Is he here to make a joke? A rating of only 15 points. Not even air. And he has the nerve to come to participate in the Xian Men martial arts. Those talismans of his are barely able to deal with Yin spirits. They are ineffective against us humans. I'll see what he can fight us with. I heard that he, Taoist Master Cheng Wei, has some connections with Longhu Mountain, so he probably came in through the back door. I wish I could have been grouped with him in the first round. Then I could have retained my strength for the following matches. Who says otherwise? If the opponent is drawn against him, it's definitely a top draw. On the side, Wu Tian consoled. Taoist Li, victory or defeat doesn't matter. As long as one has worked hard, there's no need to care about anything else. Li 11 thought to himself. That's easy for you to say. You're a solid first place winner. Of course it doesn't matter. However, Li 11 was wrong. At that moment Goten received a phone call. Okay, I got it master. I'll be right back. He hung up the phone and said to Li 11. Taoist Li, I can't participate in this meeting martial arts. Good luck. What? Races that could be solid winners he said no to. It is said that this time, Lung Fu Shan has put the treasure in the bottom of the box as the reward for the champion. And he said he didn't want it? Li 11 was a little curious as to what was so important that he had given up this match. Wu Tian said, just now, my master told me that a high monk from Southeast Asia is coming to the clan soon to participate in a meditation discussion with the abbot, and I felt that this time the experience would be rare, and that I might be able to gain some insights into the Buddha's meaning, so I decided to go back. Put. Li 11 spat out a mouthful of old blood in his heart. I don't know if he's just stupid from studying Buddhism or if he's just not on the same level as his own mind. He saluted Li 11 and left the martial arts arena. Why is he gone? Sun Xiuyan had just arrived at the martial arts arena and looked at Wu Tian's back. Li 11 told Sun Xiuyan what happened. She not only exclaimed, High monk, this is definitely a real high monk. What's that newspaper you're holding? After Li 11 handed it to her, she said seriously, the information in here is objective. However, when she saw Li Shi's message, she smiled and said, this ranking of yours is really hard to say, but they don't know your real strength, so you have to work hard. Since the little monk is gone, you work hard and you might be able to take first place. Li 11 knew she was joking and smiled back. I spent $10,000 on something and selflessly shared it with you, and you're this sarcastic? She laughed out loud. That's very generous of you. None of them are willing to share, and you're the only one who isn't at all defensive of people. Then he pointed to the other participants, only to see that most of them had a Kaiwu tabloid in their hands. All the participants were from different sects and were in competition with each other. Once the first person bought it, he was not willing to share the news with others. Others naturally followed suit and bought, and no one was willing to be a headless fly. The people who sold us the tabloids were the ones who capitalized on these people's mentality, and just for a while, easily earned over $100,000. Li 11 didn't care. A mere $10,000. It's all a small amount of money, and it's also a way to thank you for helping me out yesterday. Sun Xiuyan whispered, I didn't expect you, this little Taoist, to have something, that you weren't caught by that group of Taoists last night. Chapter 43, Good luck. The main stage of the drill hall. A purple figure and 2 red figures flashed by, and 3 old white-bearded men appeared on the main stage. They were all dressed as Longhu Mountain Taoist priests, but judging from the style of their Taoist robes, their status was not low. According to the Longhu Mountain Taoist robe color according to the level of 7 levels, respectively, purple robe, red robe, yellow robe, green robe, white robe, black robe. Among them, the purple robe is the most honored. Representing the supreme authority and status, the red robe is the second most honored. Usually only senior managers and senior Taoist priests can wear. The one at the head, wearing a purple robe, should be the 99th Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Yuanchu. The 2 beside him, dressed in red robes and somewhat lower in status than him, were his 2 senior brothers, Tianchi Zhang said. Gentlemen, you are all the best of the younger generation of the Xian sect today. 60 years ago, the Xian sect set up a rule to organize a martial arts competition every 4 years for the purpose of motivating and promoting young disciples, and now it is the 16th time. In order to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm, Longhu Mountain decided that those who made it to the top 4 would be given the opportunity to enter the Xian Heavenly Cave for enlightenment, at the same time to give the first place an additional reward. That is our Dragon Tiger Mountain's treasure of the town school, the opportunity to recognize the owner of the 6 paths Yin Yang plate, although it is only half a piece, but how powerful it is. We all know it. Everyone boiled over when they heard this. It was rumored that the Xian Tian Cave Mansion contained the Tao of Heaven and Earth, and that the first Zhang Tian Shur of Longhu Mountain was in the Xian Tian Cave Mansion to realize the Tao of Heaven and Earth, and finally ascended to become an immortal. That half of the Yin Yang disc is even more of a worldly treasure. Tianchi Zhang continued. There are 32 sects participating in this year's conference, with a total of 32 disciples. The competition is still according to the old rules. Each person draws lots to determine the grouping. The one who draws no, 1, and the one who draws no, 2 will fight against each other, the one who draws no, 3 and the one who draws no, 4 will fight against each other, and so on and so forth. This is the first round. After that, the winners of no, 1 and no, 2 and the winners of no, 3 and no, 4 will compete, and this will be the second round. The latter will not be explained too much. He pointed to a black wooden box on the west side of the martial arts arena. Within that black wooden box, there are a total of 32 wooden tiles. After you have taken the tiles, hang them on the wooden rack next to you, and there will be someone specializing in tallying up the order in which you fought against each other. Do you all understand? Heavenly Master Zhang looked around and saw that no one had spoken. So he said, in that case, let's all go and draw lots. Li 11 followed the crowd to the wooden box and drew a wooden sign, number 2. He looked at Sun Xiuyan's wooden sign, number 26. Looks like they're meeting no one before the final. If they make it. All the people hung their signs on the wooden racks, but there was only one sign that was slow to go up. The little Taoist priest in charge of tallying the order of battle asked, who else hasn't drawn lots? For a long time, no one answered. Tianchi Zhang asked, when you counted the occupants yesterday, didn't you say that everyone had come? How come there is one less today? The little Taoist priest replied, enlightened Heavenly Master, it is true that everyone came yesterday, and we don't know what happened today. Li 11 said aloud, old Celestial Master. Just now Wu Tian said that he gave up the competition and returned to the Zen sect. Heavenly Master Zhang nodded. In that case, the following is the announcement of the order of the matchups. The little Taoist priest said, no one drew the vacancy for card number 1. Everyone is looking forward to see who is the lucky one on number 2. When Li Shi's name was read, the stage erupted. Isn't Li 11 from that White Cloud Temple? That kid is really unlucky. Being at the bottom of the list in terms of strength, to have him enter the next round. The young Taoist continued to read the order of battle. Number 3, Razor. Lei Zhe looked at Li 11 viciously. Don't be too happy, even though this round is empty. I'll beat you to your knees and beg for mercy in the next round. No one will help you in the ring. From yesterday's clash, Li 11 could sense that Lei Zhe's cultivation wasn't as good as his own, so he didn't care about him. Then I'll be waiting for you. After the little Taoist priest read the list, the old Heavenly Master said, this martial arts stage is the venue for the final and semifinals. In order to ensure fairness and impartiality, we have opened 4 subfields for the competition, so that we can also let everyone have the same amount of rest time after the competition. And this morning, the first round of the competition will be completed. Now numbers 1 to 8 go to the heavenly character field, 9 to 16 go to the earthly character field, 17 to 24 go to the Xian character field, and 25 to 32 go to the yellow character field. Seeing Sun Xiuyan walking towards the yellow character field, Li 11 also followed. Shouldn't you go to the heavenly character field? What are you doing here in our yellow character field? I didn't miss my first round, and I didn't have much to do in the morning, so I went to help you get some gas. You have a big heart, not going to look at the strength of your opponent in the next round, and instead caring about me. For a straw man like Razor, I'll destroy him with the lift of my hand. Watching him compete? That would be a waste of my time. Instead, it's you. I'll have to look for your weaknesses in case we meet in the finals. Sun Xiuyan snorted a laugh. Okay, Ro, borrow your advice. I hope we can all make it to the finals. Sun Xiuyan drew number 26, so the first match was between her and number 27. Northeast Exodus Fairy Lu Inhuan. Willow Silver Ring is ranked 7th in the list, with the ability to possess a Willow Immortal with 200 years of cultivation, summoning the Willow Immortal to fight with his opponents. He is not on a par with Sun Xiuyan, who is ranked 6th. The referee determined the identity of the two. and the contest officially began. According to the tabloid, Sun Xiuyan practiced yin and yang ghost tattoos, and his body was tattooed with spirit-breaking needles and multiplying dragons guanyin. The spirit-breaking needle was the silver needle tattooed on his stomach. But as for the writing dragon guanyin, Li 11 didn't know exactly what it looked like. Only Lu Yinhuan's hands strangled the spell and recited a mysterious incantation under his breath. In an instant, the clear sky was enveloped by a thick cloud, which rolled over as if an invisible force was stirring it. Within the dark clouds, 2 huge red lanterns loomed, emitting a scarlet glow. These were the eyes of the Lucian. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, Willow Fairy's main body was revealed. It was a 5 or 6 meter long black python with a body as thick as a tree trunk and scales that shimmered with a dark light. Its head was huge. Its sharp fangs were chilling, and its eyes were like burning flames. Sun Xiuyan didn't dare to be slow, and from behind, he offered up a goddess of mercy riding a golden dragon. Legend has it that Guanyin, the goddess of mercy who saves suffering, possesses 33 phases, each of which represents a different kind of compassion and wisdom. According to the Buddhist scriptures, the Bodhisattva has no fixed form, no color and no appearance, but in order to help sentient beings, he often manifests various images, which are called universal manifestations, with a total of 33 incarnations. Sun Xiuyan tattooed on the body of the dragon goddess of mercy is one of them. Because of the ride on the dragon head, it is called Ride the Dragon Goddess of Mercy. Chapter 44, KO Razor. Lu Yinhuan softly shouted, "Go!" The giant python immediately twisted its huge body and rushed towards Sun Xiuyan. Of course, the dragon-riding goddess of mercy couldn't let Sun Xiuyan be harmed. The giant dragon under Guanyin's seat was 7 or 8 meters long, and at that moment, it also danced its huge body to block the python's attack route. The crowd in the stands was shocked by the scene before them. It was an image they had never seen before. In the past, the competition was just a fight between people, whereas today, it was 2 huge pythons riding in the air. The 2 behemoths were entangled in the air, and it was hard to tell them apart for a while. Since the Willow Fairy is a physical object, one that really exists in reality, it doesn't need to consume much air for its control. But not so with the dragon Guanyin. It was Sun Xiuyan by using his own cultivation to maintain the form of multiplying dragons for a long period of time. The consumption of his own air was very high. If it continued like this, even if he won over the other party, it was likely that he would only be able to exert his usual level of 50% or 60% in the afternoon's battle. She had to make it quick, only to see Sun Xiuyan offer up the spirit-breaking needle again. The teeny-tiny centimeter spirit-breaking needle seemed minuscule between the 2 behemoths, but sometimes the smaller something was, the bigger the threat it could be. Everyone's attention was on the giant object, and they didn't notice in the slightest that Sun Xiuyan had already secretly hidden the spirit-breaking needle under the dragon's head. Just at the moment when the giant dragon and the python collided again, a cold light flashed, and the spirit-breaking needle directly penetrated the snake's head. The python twisted its body in pain, and Lu Yinhuan said nervously, "Master Lu, are you alright?" The python let out a thick voice. "Silver Ring, admit defeat. I had my meridians broken by that cold needle, and I'm not a match for the giant dragon for now." This wasn't a life and death battle after all, and Lu Yinhuan was also worried about the python's safety. Withdrawing the Willow Immortal and admitting defeat. Yellow character Game 1. Sun Xiuyan wins. Sun Xiuyan retrieved the ghost pattern and happily came to Li Shi's side. The duo continued to watch the game from the stands. After all, watching a game is the best means of understanding your opponent. Next up is the bout between number 28 and number 29. Number 28 is a Lama, from Guru Nyingchun. Lama is also due to Buddhism, belongs to the Tibetan Buddhism, is the 7th century A.D., introduced to the Tubo. According to legend, when Princess Wencheng entered Tibet, for the development of local Buddhism played no small role. The young Lama who participated in this meeting was only 17 years old, but his whole body was muscular, and the weapon he used was a Vajra mortar and pestle, which weighed 100 pounds. Number 29 is a body stitcher and uses a compact body stitch. Corpse stitchers are a small sect that has been popular in the Central Plains for millennia. His lineage originated in the Song dynasty. At that time, a miraculous corpse stitcher appeared in Dianjing, who fused the corpse stitching technique with the Xianmen techniques, and surprisingly was able to resurrect those who had been dead for no more than half an hour. It was said that the corpse sewing needles in their hands were able to pass through both the yin and yang realms. On the racecourse, the Lama danced his Vajra and charged at the body stitcher. The corpse stitcher sidestepped and dodged and stabbed the Lama with the stitcher's needle in his hand. Lama blocked it with his Vajra and pestle, and the two of them went back and forth. Suddenly, the corpse sewer pulled off a stunt. He threw the corpse sewing needle into the air and recited words under his breath. The needle spun rapidly in the air and transformed into countless fine needles, shooting at the Lama like a rainstorm. The llama was startled and hastily waved his Vajra mortar and pestle in defense, but he was still stabbed by a few stitched corpse needles. He felt that the power in his body was rapidly draining away, and his movements became sluggish. The corpse stitcher took the opportunity to bully his way up and stabbed the llama several times in his acupuncture points with the corpse stitcher needle. Although the llama did not bleed, he gradually lost consciousness. Sun Xiaoyan revealed a look of sadness. The corpse sewing needle in the corpse sewer's hand is too bizarre and too fast. My spirit-breaking needle can't even keep up with his speed. Even at lunchtime, Sun Xiaoyan was still thinking about ways to break the enemy. Both Sun Xiaoyan's and the corpse sewer's methods were on the attack side, but it was clear that the corpse sewer's attacks were even more surreptitious. Li 11 also tried to help him think of ways. Through the morning's sparring, he noticed something. Your needles seem to be different. That's for sure. His is smaller and mine is bigger, so he's faster. Li 11 shook his head. No, that's not the difference I'm talking about. Have you noticed that those root needles of his seem to be controlled by a very thin thread? That thread should be converged with his own air, and yours doesn't. Sun Xiaoyan nodded. My spirit-breaking needle is controlled with my mind, so naturally it doesn't have that line. If you can sever the connection between the stitchers and the stitching needle, won't you have a chance to defeat him? Sun Xiaoyan thought for a moment. It's not impossible if it's a surprise. It's just that I don't have any means to cut that line. For chopping air, thunder is the best means. Thunder is the most rigid in nature. It can split mountains and chisel rocks. Li 11 looked around warily, moved to her side, and whispered, if you learn the thunder method, you will definitely be able to win by surprise. Sun Xiaoyan sighed, let alone the fact that the thunder method is the secret method of Longhu Mountain. It is an untold secret. Even if someone is willing to teach it, you won't be able to learn it in just one noon. You follow me. Li 11 took her hand and came to a small forest. Seeing that no one was around, she said, it's impossible to systematically learn thunder law in one noon, but if you only learn to chop air with thunder law, there's plenty of time. He mobilized young thunder and wrapped the lightning around his palm, forming a lightning hand blade. Sun Xiaoyan looked at Li 11 in surprise. You actually know thunder magic. Are you willing to learn? If you are, I can teach you now. But before the Xian sect martial arts ends, you can't tell anyone that I taught you. Sun Xiaoyan nodded. After noon, the second match of the Xian man martial arts. Li 11 only wanted to finish his opponent as quickly as possible so that he could go watch Sun Xiaoyan's match. Inside the skyward field, Lei Zhe couldn't wait to get his hands dirty. Li 11, don't worry. I will torture you well and won't let you lose quickly. Oh, is that so? But I have things to do. I don't have time to dilly-dally with you. Li 11 was completely dismissive. Then it's up to you. Razor drew his saber and stabbed it in a flying manner. Too slow. Li 11 felt that his opponent's speed was a bit too slow. With just a slight sidestep, he dodged the attack. And then his hand secretly activated a palm thunderbolt that struck Razor's chest. After a month of cultivation, his control of lightning techniques had been perfected. This palm lightning of his was only emitted from his palm when it touched his chest. Unless one was an expert in the use of thunder, they would never realize that he was using the thunder technique. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Razor and he fell to the ground in pain. The people on the stands were in an uproar. Hasn't he just entered the White Cloud View for a month? Just one move secured Qingcheng Mountain's Lei Zhe? Li 11 leaned down and looked at the severely injured Lei Zhe. I said yesterday that you have a plague of blood. Now you believe it. I'm telling you, don't just dog your eyes, or you won't even know how you'll die. He jumps out of the ring in style and heads to the Yellow Letter Arena. Chapter 45, Stinky Inkstone. Stinky Taoist. Inside the yellow character field, the match between Sun Xiaoyan and the corpse stitcher had just begun not long ago, and the two were testing each other's strength. Judging from the weapons used by the two of them, although Sun Xiaoyan's spirit-breaking needle was only a dozen centimeters, it was still larger compared to the corpse sewing needle of the corpse sewer, which was only a few centimeters. Therefore, in terms of speed and agility, Sun Xiaoyan was inferior to the corpse stitcher. On the racecourse, there was a constant tinkling sound as the root needles clashed. Sun Xiaoyan knew her weakness, so she focused mainly on defense and tried to get close enough to the corpse stitcher to counterattack. As she dodged, she secretly utilized her thunder technique. Her thunder technique originally did not have a long learning time, and she could only control it for a maximum of 5 seconds. If she could not cut off the air of the corpse sewer in these 5 seconds, when her opponent had another defense, she would not be able to use her thunder technique again. When the two of them were only about 3 meters away, Sun Xiaoyan deliberately revealed a break. The corpse sewing needle rushed straight to her face with lightning speed. Sun Xiaoyan knew in her heart that this might be her only chance. She took a deep breath and focused her mind, converging her entire body's air onto the thunder spell in her hands. Right at this moment, Sun Xiaoyan saw a moment when the corpse sewing needle was only a few centimeters away from her. She drew and transported her hand knife and chopped at the silk thread controlling the corpse sewing needle. Someone in the stands was surprised. Look, Sun Xiaoyan actually knows how to use thunder magic. The corpse stitcher also didn't expect Sun Xiaoyan to come so suddenly. At this moment, it was already too late for him to retrieve the corpse sewing needle. Without the control of the silk thread, the body sewing needle was like a bird that had lost its wings and was not under control. Sun Xiaoyan did not intend to give her opponent a chance to react. She made a turn and controlled the spirit-breaking needle to stab at the corpse stitcher. I lost. Corpse stitcher has given up the fight. The first match of the second round of the yellow character. Sun Xiaoyan wins. After listening to the referee's announcement of the results of the match, Sun Xiaoyan discovered Li 11 in the stands. She walked up to the stands. Why don't you go to the tournament? Instead, you came to me. You're not going to be eliminated so soon, are you? Of course I'm concerned about whether or not the moves my disciple has learned work. If you lose, the one who will lose faces me as the master. She knew that Li 11 was not willing to expose his thunder technique right now, so she purposely angered him here. Che, who agreed for you to be my master? Besides, tell everyone, what did you teach me? As long as you can tell me, I'll recognize you as my master. After realizing that Li 11 only beat Lei Zhe up with a single palm strike, she said in surprise, so I was the one who was nosy yesterday. You actually beat Lei Zhe in one move. Then she did some math. Since we've all made it into the top 8 of this tournament, as long as we win our next match, we'll all make it into the top 4 and get a chance to enter the Xian Heavenly Cave. Maybe we'll even actually meet in the finals. From the looks of things, the duo shouldn't have too much trouble getting to the quarterfinals. Just getting to the finals. Talk about easy. Li Shi's opponents are of average strength, but Sun Xiaoyan's group has a tricky opponent, Zhang Jiling, who is ranked second in the overall ranking. The first-ranked Wu Tian abstained, so the second-ranked Zhang Jiling naturally became the top seed of the tournament. Moreover, he was also a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, and was playing at home. Sun Xiaoyan pulled Li 11 toward the field. Zhang Jiling was assigned to the Xian character field. He should be playing in the second match of the second round of the Xian character field. Let's go now. We might still be in time. Genji field. Just in time for the second round. This match was Zhang Jiling versus Monk Gangxiang of the Dharma Phase sect. The Dharma sect was also a Buddhist sect, and its kung fu was mainly fierce, and the sect's golden bell shield was the strongest defense of all the Xian sect's kung fu. There are 7 layers of the golden bell mask, and it is said that the monk Gangxiang has practiced to the 4th layer. Looking at the 5-dimensional data, he has a defense value of 10, and he and Goten are the only 2 out of all the tournament players who have their defense values pulled full. The match had just begun when Li 11 saw a familiar technique in Zhang Jiling's hand, Palm Thunder. He guessed that the Thunder Law of Longhu Mountain was very similar to the book he had seen in the White Cloud Guan before. The Thunder Law Hui Yuan. Judging from the signs of lightning pulsing in Zhang Jiling's hands, the power was stronger than his own. After all, Li 11 has only been practicing the Thunder Dharma Hui Yuan for only a month, while Zhang Jiling has grown up on Longhu Mountain since he was a child. Even if he is talented again, the gap of more than 10 years is not so easy to make up. The 2 of them were close in rankings and each had their own tricks. This match was destined to be a fierce battle. This was because the Dharma Phase sect, in addition to the Golden Bell Shroud, also had a tremendously powerful attacking technique, the 18 Demon Subduing Styles. It was a powerful set of stick techniques. Both knew that the other's strength was not to be underestimated, and they used their full strength right from the start. For a time, sand flew from the center of the originally calm field, and the field was smashed out of a dozen pits by the duo's sparring. Although it was now outside the arena, the crowd could still feel the astral wind generated during their sparring session. This Konsang is also strong. Surprisingly, he was able to fight Zhang Jiling back and forth. The other watchers on the side couldn't help but let out an exclamation. But Li 11 could already tell that Zhang Jiling must have won this match. Although they were now tied, Zhang Jiling hadn't utilized the full strength of his Thunder Law. Kong Xiang was not able to force out Zhang Jiling's masterstroke, and Zhang Jiling didn't reveal his masterstroke because he also wanted to reserve it until the end of this tournament. After all, everyone was watching, so if he revealed his cards too early, it wouldn't be favorable for future matches. Sun Xiaoyan also saw the gap between himself and Zhang Jiling. She shook her head helplessly, her eyes revealing a hint of loss. It seems like I won't be able to enter the finals. She knew that there was still a gap between her strength and Zhang Jiling's, and her chances of entering the finals were slim. Li 11 had wanted to comfort her, but before he could say anything, Sun Xiaoyan was concerned about him first. She said gently, if you meet Zhang Jiling in the finals, just do your best, admit defeat if you can't beat him, and don't risk your life. However, Li 11 replied firmly, I don't have the word admit defeat in my dictionary. I will take this championship. His voice was full of confidence and determination. Sun Xiaoyan snorted. Are you so sure because you can count? Or do you have a hidden trick? Of course I can count. Sun Xiuyan looked at him with a smile. Then trouble this masterly. Since you can count, then help me count how many I can get. In fact, Sun Xiuyan already knew her ranking. After all, with Zhang Jiling here, it was impossible for her to enter the finals. Well, Li 11 pretended to pinch his fingers there and pretended to be profound. If you worship me as your teacher, I'll pass on your enemy breaking methods tonight, and it's not impossible to be a runner-up. Hearing this, Sun Qian's eyes immediately widened and an incredulous look appeared on her face. However, she quickly came back to her senses and pinched his arm. Why didn't I realize before? How come your skin is so thick? Li 11 stepped back in pain and tried to break away from her hand, but she tightly pinched it. He had no choice but to beg for mercy. It hurts. Ouch. I was wrong. Quickly let go. However, Sun Xiuyan did not intend to let him off easily. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as she said smugly, "Call out Sister Qiuyan, and I can consider letting you go." Li 11 thought to himself that this girl was really getting her way. So, he deliberately pretended to be very angry and shouted, "Stinky Inkstone, if you don't let go, I'll be rude." Sun Xiuyan was not only not afraid after hearing this, but instead pinched him harder and said viciously, "What? You dare to call me Inkstone? Stinking Taoist, you're dead." The strength of her pinch increased, causing Li 11 to cry out in his heart. Chapter 46, Chickens. After a day of competition, the top 8 of the Xianmen conference were finalized. Night. Li 11 was practicing lightning techniques in his room. At this point, Gautama was gone, and he could cultivate without reservation. The thunder law flowed through his body, and the same thunder power he felt yesterday gushed out again. A powerful lightning covered his entire body as if it were armor. According to the description of the Thunder Dharma Hui Yuan, this was one of Yang Lei's means, thunder armor. This layer of armor was extremely defensive, and ordinary swords and knives couldn't break through it. Knock, knock. Li 11, are you there? Sun Xiuyan knocked on the door of the room. Li 11 looked at the time. It was now past 9 in the evening. What did she come to see me for? Hey, are you looking for me to worship? After Sun Xiuyan entered the house, he said mysteriously, "Can you accompany me on a trip? Where to this late?" Goo, goo. Her stomach made a hungry sound. She rubbed her stomach. The food at Dragon Tiger Mountain is too vegetarian. I haven't eaten enough in the past 2 days. I really can't carry on. It takes at least 2 hours to get down from here. And by the time we get to the bottom of the mountain, the restaurants are all closed. Right? No need. Longhu Mountain is a famous Taoist mountain. The ecological environment protection here is very good. There must be wild chickens and rabbits or something. Let's catch a few and roast them. Then she took out the backpack on her back. I even have the wine ready. What a guy. This little ninny came to participate in the Xianmen martial arts and even brought wine up the mountain. She smiled shyly. We Southwesterners are so used to drinking that we miss it when we don't drink for a few days. I've been holding back for a long time. Li Shur also feels that the meals at Longhu Mountain are quite bland. And since someone has brought wine, it's not impossible to go catch a pheasant or rabbit and roast it for dinner. The two of them first touched the kitchen of the Dragon Tiger Mountain and stole a bag of salt, followed the back door, and touched the back of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It's so dark. Can we catch pheasants? Li 11 did not have any experience in this type of thing, and although he came out with her, he was still skeptical that the duel would succeed. Sun Xiuyan was experienced. Just follow me and see what happens. She told about her experience in catching pheasants as she catcalled and stared at the grass. There are tricks to catching pheasants at night. Pheasants are usually catatonic at night, occasionally sometimes standing up to poke their heads in or something, unlike rabbits that bounce around at night. And while male pheasants are colorful and generally easy to spot, female pheasants are also as hard to spot as wilted grass. So when you are looking for pheasants, you must be slow. Usually there are those kind of shrubs that bear small fruits around the pheasants are resident. The pheasants in the deep grass are not easy to find, so you have to look for the pheasants in the short grass. They searched for about half an hour when a pheasant was startled and flew away with a whoosh. Sun Xiuyan's eyes were quick, and the spirit-breaking needle flew out from him, hitting the pheasant squarely. Never would I have thought that the Tangi Yin and Yang ghost pattern would be used to fight pheasants. However, judging from her proficiency, Li 11 judged that she should not have done this kind of thing too often. He was about to pick it up, but Sun Xiuyan she stopped. Look there. Looking in the direction of Sun Xiuyan's finger, he saw that a bush was still hiding a pheasant. The one that just flew away is a rooster, usually in a pheasant nest. If a rooster finds danger, he will fly away to attract the attention of his natural enemies. The hen, on the other hand, hides in the shadows. She suddenly looked at Li 11, her eyes full of anticipation. Why don't you let me see the power of your lightning method? Looking at Sun Xiuyan's expectant look, Li 11 gently lifted his hand, and a palm thunderbolt flew towards that pheasant, only to see that pheasant instantly struck and fall to the ground without any resistance. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sun Xiuyan couldn't help but sigh. These two pheasants really deserve to die today. One died under the yin-yang ghost patterns, and the other died under the thunder law. After the two of them found a clearing with the pheasant, they began to look for dry wood to prepare for the barbecue. In a short while, they set up the pheasant on the roaring fire and began to grill it. Sun Xiuyan took out the salt he had taken from the kitchen and sprinkled it on the pheasants. Soon the aroma was mouth-watering. They both grabbed a roasted pheasant each and another bottle of wine and began to enjoy the good times. Just as they were eating, Li 11 suddenly asked curiously, "How come you're so skillful at catching pheasants?" Sun Xiuyan suddenly paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "After I was a child I was raised in my third uncle's house, and at that time I couldn't get enough to eat at his house, so I could only go up to the mountains to catch pheasants for myself. Southwest Sun family is a large family, absolutely no lack of food and drink, but she was a child even fell to the point of not having enough to eat." Li 11 asked, "What about your parents?" "My parents disappeared when I was 3 years old and their whereabouts are still unknown." The two chatted late into the night until all of the two pheasants had been eaten and all of the wine she had brought with her had been consumed. Early the next morning, Li 11 woke up with a scream. "You stinking rascal!" He opened his eyes and saw that he and Sun Xiuyan were lying on a bed. Sun Xiuyan kicked him away and wrapped herself tightly in the quilt. "What did you do to me last night?" Li 11 tried hard to recall everything that happened last night, but couldn't remember anything. He only vaguely recalled feeling a little dizzy after drinking the wine. So they helped each other back to the Dao courtyard. Li 11 looked at his clothes. Although they were a bit messy, they were still on him. In his heart, he was extremely chagrined. "Li 11, you didn't even cherish such a good opportunity. After lying together all night, you didn't even do anything. The alcohol and the booze is really not a good thing. It's a damn delay. If I could turn back time, I would definitely not drink so much at the latest." Sun Xiuyan looked at his own clothes were also still there, so he said to Li 11, Stinking godly man, what happened last night? You can't say anything about it, otherwise, I'll skin you." The sun was streaming in through the window and she suddenly tensed. "What time is it?" Li 11 took out his cell phone and thought, "It's broken. The game is about to start." Today was the 8-4 match, and this match was about who could enter the top 4 and get the qualification to enter the Xiantian cave. If they missed out, it would be difficult to remove the ban on their body. The game started at 9, and it's now 8:50. Hurry! The two of them couldn't care much about it. They simply packed up and rushed out of the room in a hurry. Thinking of today's opponent, he turned back to his room to get the thing that Ling had given him at the train station last week. As long as he had it with him, he could surely win today without revealing his thunder method. Just as he left the room, he met a small Taoist priest cleaning the courtyard and looked at them in surprise when he saw the duo coming out of one of the rooms in a hurry. At this moment, they didn't have time to explain anything, they just used all their strength and rushed towards their respective competition venues. Chapter 47, Gaddling is not too much, is it? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The referee has started the countdown. Finally, just as the referee was about to announce that Li 11 had forfeited the match, he appeared in the venue. The referee saw the panting Li 11 and asked, "Are you continuing the match?" He bent over, gasping for air, and nodded. Heavenly character field. The third round of the match now begins. The referee announced that the match would proceed normally. His opponent this round was a supine armorer. According to legend, the master carpenter, Art Lupin, was the first supine armorer. The supine armor master is good at supine armor art. The beginning is called wood armor art, is made of wood, plus some similar mechanical principles, so that the wood has a function. For example, the wooden oxen and horses made by Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms period were made with wood armor art. Afterwards, a person with the surname Gongshu combined the wooden armor art with the Xianmen Taoist art and created the supine armor art. Practitioners can control the armors through their own air. The supine armor master who fought against Li 11 today was named Gong Tu Jinyu, a young man around 19 years old, ranked 5th in terms of overall strength according to what was written in the meeting's tabloid. He controlled a humanoid supine armor. This humanoid supine armor had 3 heads and 6 arms, much like Ninja's 3 heads and 6 arms. Each arm held a curved sword, totaling 6. These weren't the most intimidating. The biggest threat to the humanoid supine armor was his 3 heads, divided into 3 colors. Blue heads can spit dark weapons, yellow heads can spit poisons, and red heads can spit flames. It could be said that this humanoid supine armor could attack from afar or up close, and had no weaknesses. But luckily, having read the tabloids ahead of time, he'd already thought of a way to deal with it. Everyone expects to think that Li 11 will perform. It was now the third round after all. but no one knew about his strength. According to the ranking given to Lee 11 by the tabloids earlier, everyone thought he would be eliminated by Lei Zhe, but he had seconded Lei Zhe with a single move, and he hadn't even seen what skill he used. Everyone wanted to know what he had up his sleeve. On the racecourse, Gong Jinyu looked at Lee 11 with a face of contempt. I don't know exactly what kind of evil technique you used to defeat Lei Zhe in your last match, but in front of my Gonglu family's supine armor technique, any crooked ways will have nothing to hide. Lee 11 smiled bashfully. Since that's the case, then let me see your family's secret techniques. He was still confident about this match. After all, he had thought of a strategy to deal with it in advance. Gongshu Jinyu controlled the humanoid supine armor and swung the 6 curved swords like lightning as he rushed towards Lee 11. Lee 11 did not choose to go head-to-head with the supine armor. At first, he could barely keep up with the speed of the supine armor, constantly dodging its attacks. But as time went on, the supine armor became faster and faster, and he gradually lost his strength. In order not to be detected by others, he had to secretly transport Yin Lei on the soles of his shoes, sliding around the ring at a very fast speed, skillfully avoiding the curved blade. Bleachers. What kind of tactics is this one called Lee 11 using? How can it be so fast? Who knows? It looks like it's no accident that he made it to the top 8. He's still got a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Lei Zhe, on the other hand, was yelling from the stands, Gongtu Jinyu, what are you doing? Quickly defeat Lee 11. Take the heat off of me. Seeing that this kind of attack was useless, Gongshu Jinyu planned to use a provocative method. Are you a rat? Only hiding. Naturally, he didn't care about verbal attacks. He had long since had the means to defeat Gongshu Jinyu, and now he just wanted to see what magic laying down his armor technique had to offer. After realizing that melee combat was useless, Gongshu Jinyu immediately stopped the humanoid puppet and turned his red head forward. A ferocious flame then erupted from the red head's mouth. Seeing this, Lee 11 hastily backed away. However, he had underestimated the damage range of the flames. Even though he had retreated all the way to the edge of the venue, he still hadn't been able to escape the threat of the flames. He had no choice but to dodge the flames while dodging along the edge of the venue while charging towards Gongtu Jinyu. Attempting to directly eliminate Gongtu Jinyu, who was controlling the supine armor, Gongshu Jinyu gained insight into his opponent's intentions. When Lee 11 was not far away from him, he skillfully used the puppet to block his opponent's path. The 6 sharp curved swords slashed at Lee 11 in a neat manner. Lee 11 hastily dodged to avoid it. Gongshu Jinyu said, "You surrender. This is just a match, and I don't want to hurt you." Lee 11 responded, "But you seem to be helpless against me now." Yes? Right at this moment, the yellow head of Gongtu Jinyu's control supine armor turned to the front. He planned to use poison next. It was recorded on the tabloid that the poison on top of the humanoid puppet was ranged damage, with an effective range of 20 meters. Coincidentally, the radius of the venue happened to be 20 meters, so if he was allowed to cast it in the center of the ring, Lee 11 would never stand a chance of winning. You should know the power of the poisonous mist. It's not too late to surrender. Lee 11 thought to himself, this person is quite a kind person. In this situation, he can still speak kindly to himself. However, to be merciful to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. If he didn't come up with a killer move, he would really have to explain himself here. Lee 11 retreated to the furthest distance from the golem and took the secret weapon out of his pocket. A Gatling machine gun given to him by Choling. Of course, it's not a real Gatling, but a paper-folded Gatling. It's only the size of a palm now. But, soon, it will be a real Gatling. This is the secret technique of the Zhou family, tying paper into a spirit. Zap paper into a spirit can zap everything. Since Zhou Bairen can use this technique to zap a manor, naturally he can also use this technique to zap a Gatling. Only Zhou Ling's cultivation was limited, and this Gatling was disposable. Lee 11 followed the method Zhou Ling had taught him, and as he mouthed the words, a real Gatling machine gun appeared in his hand. Paper tying technique. This is the Zhou family's paper tying technique. What is his relationship with the Zhou family? Someone in the stands saw Li Shi's tactics. Rubbing his head before it could spew out poisonous mist, he set up his Gatling machine gun and shot at Gongsun Jinyu. The people in the stands all ducked to the side in fear. How powerful Gatling was! Gongsun Jinyu immediately mobilized his puppet and blocked the front. Bullets hit the golem, the floor, and the wall behind him, splattering dust and drowning Gongsun Jinyu. 1 minute later, all 200 rounds were fired. The smoke cleared, revealing a humanoid supine armor. The supine armor was broken and tattered, but it still stood straight up. It blocked Gatling's attack for Gongsun Jinyu. Lee 11 had to admit that the Gongsun family's supine armor technique was indeed something. He's planning on another 200 rounds. Admit defeat. I concede. Gongsun Jinyu said to the referee. The others didn't understand why he admitted defeat when he had clearly carried down Li Shi's attack. Chapter 48, a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Gonsun Jin, you put away his supine armor. Li 11. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. I admit defeat not because I am afraid of you. This supine armor is my 12th birthday gift from my father, and I don't want it to be damaged. If we fight to the death, it is not something that Longhu Mountain would like to see. Li 11 nodded. In that case, I'll take it. I should thank you. Fighting you made me realize that my supine armor still has areas that need to be improved. The next time I have a chance, I will definitely defeat you. As Gonsun Jin you left the ring, the referee said. In the third match of the heavenly character, Li 11 wins and enters the quarterfinals. The people on stage looked dumbfounded, not realizing that the person who was ranked last in the tabloid rankings had made it to the final four. Li 11. Good job. Sun Xiaoyan shouted happily from the ring. Seeing that she was unharmed, Li 11 knew that it was obvious that she had won the match as well. That's them. Quickly escort them to the sect leader. A small Taoist priest with a middle-aged Taoist priest surrounded Li 11. What do you want? Li 11 asked. You know what you've done yourself. Quickly go with me to see the sect leader. Seeing the little Taoist's anger, Li 11 expressed his disbelief. Little Taoist, even if you arrest me, you still have to have a reason. The little Taoist took out a pheasant feather. Did you do this? Li 11 recognized this chicken feather from the pheasant he ate last night. Did they make such a big fuss to arrest me because of 2 pheasants? At the same time, Sun Xiaoyan was surrounded by several Taoist priests. Inside the Hall of Heavenly Masters, Zhang Tianshi held the chicken feather in his hand, and seeing the duo being escorted over, he laughed out loud. I didn't expect. 2 of the top 4 contestants of the hallowed Shinmen Assembly martial arts went to the back of the mountain to steal chickens in the middle of the night. Sun Xiaoyan sophistry, old celestial master. You cannot accuse us. We really did not do anything. Hearing this, the little Taoist who had just been there was furious and his face turned red as he said loudly, those are the little yellow and little flower that I raised. They were roasted and eaten by you on the fire. What is this not stealing? Sun Xiaoyan still had a stiff upper lip. Who are you to say we did it? The little Taoist monk angrily pointed at the chicken feather on the ground. The sect master has already looked at it. That chicken feather retains the aura of the spirit-breaking needle. If you didn't do it, who else could it be? Now, Sun Xiaoyan had nothing to say, because the evidence was overwhelming, and she didn't know how to continue her sophistry for a while. The old heavenly master shook his head helplessly and said to the little Taoist priest, Xingfeng, you go down first, it's just 2 chickens. Turn around and you and Mingyue will go to the back of the mountain to catch a few more and raise them. The little Taoist monk was unconvinced. But, master, we can't just cheapen the 2 of them. Alright, I know. You guys go ahead. I will naturally teach them a lesson. The old celestial master waved his hand for the young Taoist to leave. The crowd exited the heavenly master's hall. Li 11 thought to himself, teach us a lesson? Are you going to deprive us of the qualification to enter the Xian Tian cave? If it's because of 2 chickens that I'm deprived of the happiness of the rest of my life, it's a bit too good to be true. However, instead of pursuing them for stealing the chicken, the old heavenly master only asked, to what extent have you practiced your thunder technique? When these words came out, Li 11 was taken aback. Since entering Dragon Tiger Mountain, he had only secretly used the thunder technique in his sparring matches with Lei Zhe and Gonsun Jinyu, but he believed that ordinary people would never be able to see it, and the old celestial master wasn't there. So how did he know? The old heavenly master guessed what was in his mind and said, I've at least lived for 100 years. If I can't even see the heavenly master's thunder laws, then these 100 years would be considered a wasted life. Li 11 thought to himself, I obviously learned the lightning method from old man Cheng Wei. How come it's your Tianchifu's lightning method again? He didn't know what the old celestial master really wanted, but as the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. He smiled and said, reporting back to the old heavenly master, I've only been under Taoist Cheng Wei for a month, and I have indeed learned some rudimentary thunder laws. The old heavenly master reached out his right hand and patted his shoulder, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Are you sure you've only been studying for a month? 1,000 times over. 1 month. Only a short month. You have actually cultivated the yin-yang dual thunder to such a degree. Li 11, you're a genius I've seen that's hard to come across in 1,000 years. Tianchi Zhang's face showed joy. A genius rarely encountered in 1,000 years? Am I that good? Tianchi Zhang said. When I first practiced thunder law, I first practiced yang thunder, and it wasn't until 30 years later that I was barely able to practice both yin and yang thunder. Cheng Wei could only cultivate yang lightning even now. What do you call yourself if you're not a genius? Li 11 asked. Old celestial master, you just said that I cultivate the thunder law of Longhu Mountain. What does that mean? The old heavenly master let out a long sigh. Actually, Qing Wei is my senior brother. Then why isn't he at Dragon Tiger Mountain? Instead, he's at the White Cloud Temple? The old heavenly master glanced meaningfully at Sun Xiuyan, then shook his head. It's all old stories, so it's fine not to mention them. You really want to know? It's better to go back and ask your master yourself. Even the elder master was willing to say more, so it seemed that there should be a big secret hidden in the master. Since they were all chatting about this, Li 11 certainly wouldn't miss the good opportunity to inquire about the news. Then how is Zhang Jiling's thunder technique cultivation going now? When Tianshi Zhang heard this, he laughed. You little brat, you still want to inquire about your opponent's cultivation? Then I'll tell you that he currently only cultivates Yang Lightning, but in terms of Yang Lightning usage, he is far superior to you. Li 11 was not at all surprised by this. After all, Zhang Jiling had cultivated at Longhu Mountain for more than 10 years. Longhu Mountain was full of spiritual energy. If he really let him cultivate here for more than 10 years, he would definitely be better than Zhang Jiling. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Tianshi Zhang asked, What? Scared? He pretended not to care. Scared? What do I have to be afraid of? It's just that he's studied more than me for more than 10 years. When I make it to the finals, I'll still beat him up. It's good for young people to be a little confident, so I'll wait for your good news. Li 11 asked, Old Celestial Master, the secret that I know thunder magic. You won't tell Zhang Jiling, right? I've been hiding it for so long. You're highly respected. You can't sell me out. Tianshi Zhang laughed. Don't worry, I won't get involved in your juniors' battles. I won't say anything about you. That's good. Li 11 saluted him and prepared to leave. As he walked to the door, Tianshi Zhang spoke. Li 11, you have to remember that the goodness of the upper world is like water, and water is beneficial to all things. As long as you can comprehend this, I believe it will be helpful to your Yin Lei cultivation. Upper goodness? Li 11 didn't understand what he meant. Chapter 49, The Soul Recruiter. Go back to your room. Li 11 pondered over the old celestial master's words. The goodness of the gods is like water. Water is good for all things but not for competition. This quote is from Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. In the Taoist view, water favors all things without competing with them. Water is beneficial to all things in the world, good at helping all things without competing with them. But what does this have to do with Yin Lei? He really couldn't figure it out, so he could only give up for now. After all, tomorrow's game was the top priority. Tomorrow, his opponent's tactics are somewhat exotic, as the man's profession is that of a spirit recruiter. A soul recruiter is a person who, by capturing Yin spirits and selecting some extremely gifted Yin spirits to raise them so that they can become his helpers and fight for him. From the news in the Kaiwu tabloid, I learned that this soul recruiter had enough to keep 5 baneful spirits in the soul recruiter. The little girl in the human skin Tonka is the sage spirit. Li 11 had seen the power of the fury spirits. If he had to both hide the thunder law and defeat the 5 fury spirits, it was still a bit difficult for him. He couldn't use the oxygen charm on the 5 male fury spirits. Thinking that Fire Spirit had survived in the 100,000 mountains for so long and might possibly know a way to deal with the Fury Spirit, he called Fire Spirit out from within the Hutian Jade. I didn't expect that as soon as I came out, she said in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, you didn't think of me last night when you were eating barbecued chicken with a beautiful woman, but now that you're in trouble, you remember me. Alright, if you can help me win the next round, I'll get you whatever you want. Fire Spirit said. I don't have any interest in eating. I'm about to break through right now, but have met a bottleneck. You need to find me a place with rich fire chi to help me break through. This request was not too much, and Li 11 agreed to her. She said, It's not impossible for you and I to combine our efforts to defeat the 5 fury spirits. It's just that would be too exhausting for me. So, the root cause of the problem needs to be found now. So what's the root cause? Li 11 asked. Of course it's a soul invocation. If he doesn't have a soul invocation, what else is he going to fight you with? Li 11 understood what she meant. You're not asking me to steal his soul invocation. Fire Spirit said with a pout. You guys stole all the chickens. Are you still afraid of stealing another streamer? This seems to be the only way that's easier right now. Okay. Li 11 agreed to her proposal. Flame Spirit heatedly smiled. I suggest you go find Sun Xiuyan. I think she's quite suitable for these chicken stealing hooks. Li 11 and Fire Spirit's thoughts coincided, and he also felt that Sun Xiuyan was quite suitable as well. Speak of the devil. Sun Xiuyan came to Li Shi's room, frowning, rubbing his nose while muttering to himself in confusion. Strange. I don't know what's going on. Just now I sneezed 2 times in a row. Could it be that someone is bad-mouthing me behind my back? Li 11 smiled and said, Maybe someone missed you. Sun Xiuyan looked at Li 11 skeptically. Really? I remember it's only when you sneeze one that someone thinks. 2 sneezes should be someone cursing, right? Li 11 hurriedly explained. Oops. You must have misremembered. After saying that, he walked quickly to the door, poked his head out carefully, and after looking around to make sure no one was around, he quickly closed the door of the room. Seeing this scene, Sun Kaiyan's hands tightly covered her body. Lee 11. What the hell do you want to do? Let me tell you. I'm not that kind of casual person. Lee 11 hurriedly pulled her to the side and said to her in a lowered voice. Don't get excited. You've misunderstood. I just have a plan to discuss with you. Sun Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him, her voice unconsciously raising an octave. You actually asked me to go to Feng Kejin's room to steal his soul invocation. Lee 11 was so scared that he hurriedly covered her mouth, signaling her to keep her voice down. That can be his room. How can I steal it? I've already figured it out. When everyone goes to the Lenten Hall to eat later, I'll stall Feng Kejin. So you take the opportunity to steal his soul invocation and find a place to hide it. Sun Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment. Is this method okay? In case it's discovered, it would be too humiliating. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him for you. Sun Xiaoyan thought about it and agreed to his plan. Evening. It's time for dinner. Lee 11 and Sun Xiaoyan came to the fasting hall early. Seeing Feng Kejin arrive empty-handed, Sun Kaiyan winked at Lee 11 and left the Lenten Hall. After seeing Feng Kejin finish her meal and take a seat at a table, Lee 11 also walked over with his cutlery. Brother Feng, dinner is ready. The two hadn't crossed paths before and really couldn't find much to talk about, so he could only use this raw opening. Feng Kejin looked around. Is that little girl not with you? Lee 11 asked knowingly. Which little girl? Sun Xiaoyan. I see that you guys have been together for the past 2 days. I heard that you guys came out of the same room this morning. Lee 11 thought to himself. This must be the gossip spread by the little Taoist who cleaned the yard in the morning. He hemmed and hawed. It's not what you think. Feng Kejin laughed. Taoist Lee. It seems like you've been blessed with a lot of lust. It's only been a few days and you've gotten your hands on such a beautiful girl. Then he whispered. To tell you the truth, among the contestants this time, several of them are eyeing Sun Xiaoyan. It's said that a few of them know about you and her and are threatening to come down to Longhu Mountain to find you for a duel after the competition is over. You can be careful. I'll rub it in. What a time to be doing things like dueling. However, regarding the matter of dueling, Lee 11 was not too concerned. After all, right now, among this group of people, other than Feng Kejin and Zhang Jiling who were somewhat of a threat to him, the others were not his opponents. He asked, what do you think about the game tomorrow? After Wu Tian retired from the tournament, Zhang Jiling is naturally everyone's recognized champion. I think it's a bit hard for Sun Xiaoyan to win tomorrow. It's not them I'm talking about. It's the two of us. Feng Kejin smiled. You're sitting here just to trap me? Feng Kejin had also studied Lee 11 a long time ago. To be honest, I've seen your previous matches, and the tabloids recorded that you can use talismans. My invocations are filled with Yin spirits. I admit that your talismans restrain my invocations, but you should also know that my invocations are filled with fury spirits. With your cultivation, you should only be able to use yellow rank talismans. Even if you can barely use Xian rank talismans, you're still no match for them. Soon after, Sun Xiaoyan smiled and came over. She secretly used her hand to make an okay gesture. Looks like she got her way. Chapter 50, the first semifinal. The next day, Lung Fushan Martial Arts Stadium. The semifinals of this year's Xian Men Martial Arts had finally begun. Tianchi Zhang and the senior Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain all came to the venue. Almost all of those eliminated contestants didn't leave either. First semifinal. It was the match between Lee 11 and Feng Kejin. Taoist Lee. I won't say any more about what I said yesterday. I hope you have other means. Otherwise, you can't win against me. Seeing him so calm, Lee 11 was puzzled in his heart. Didn't Sun Xiaoyan get it? Why does he act like he's fine? He offered up the soul recruiter. I forgot to tell you. As long as the soul recruiter doesn't leave me by 100 miles, I am able to sense where he is. Lee 11 smiled awkwardly and thought to himself. Looks like he knows. Now it's just a matter of fighting the good fight. Feng Kejin inserted the soul invocation flag on the ground, recited an incantation under her breath, and then waved the flag as the sky over the martial arts arena gradually darkened. The sound of ghosts crying and wailing filled the air. Someone in the stands said, that's the move he used to defeat his opponent yesterday, when he summoned over a dozen fierce spirits. Luckily, it was only the fierce spirit, and Lee 11 did not intend to reveal his bottom card, so he summoned the fire spirit. At this moment, the fire spirit child entered the battle state, and was no longer in the appearance of a little girl, but a 2-meter-tall humanoid ghost fire. Lee 11 had all discussed with her to turn into the appearance of a ghost fire to scare Feng Kejin. After all, at that time in the 100,000 Great Mountains, her appearance had bluffed even old man Chang Wei. Someone in the stands exclaimed, what? He can actually control ghost fire. Feng Kejin's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect that you were hiding this. Li 11 hammed and hawed. I still have more tricks up my sleeve. Fengkujin commanded a dozen or so fierce spirits to charge towards Li 11 and Fire Spirit, as he attempted to win with numbers. But not long after that, those ferocious spirits were beaten by the Fire Spirit and all of them hid behind the soul invocation. Fire Spirit looked at Li 11 proudly. Master, I'm alright, right? Li 11 gave a thumbs up in agreement. Seeing that the fierce spirits didn't work, Fengkujin twisted her mantra again, and this time 4 fury spirits appeared. 4 fury spirits? Isn't it 5? Is it possible that the information is wrong? Or, does he still have a backhanded plan? Li 11 was worried that Fire Spirit could not cope, so he prepared some talismans in advance. Do you need me to make a move? You'd better reserve your strength to deal with Zhang Jiling. Fire Spirit's hands summoned ethereal blue flames and rushed up. The 4 fiend spirits seemed to have a few scruples about the ghostly blue flame. They surrounded the Fire Spirit child, but none of them dared to rush up. Fire Spirit didn't intend to waste any time and took the lead in launching an attack on one of the Fury Spirits. Seeing this, the rest of the Fury Spirits all joined the fight, creating a 1 against 4 situation. Gradually, Li 11 saw that the Fire Spirit was somewhat unable to support herself, so she planned to activate a talisman. This was a Xian rank talisman that he had inscribed during those 10 days in the 100,000 mountains, the Purple Haze Thundering Talisman. However, with his current cultivation level, it would take some time to activate this Xian rank talisman. So while the Fire Spirit was tangling with the Fury Spirit, he opened the talisman. Fengkujin saw what he was thinking, so she told the 4 furious spirits, don't get entangled with that ghost fire. Go finish off Li 11. The fiendish spirits withdrew from the battle with Fire Spirit and rushed towards Li 11. The Fire Spirit split into 4 and transformed into 4 flames, blocking their way. In the talisman above, gradually condensed out of the purple haze in the splitting of this purple lightning, the talisman has become. He said to the Firelinger, quickly retreat to me. Li 11 controlled the talisman and those purple lightning bolts coalesced around him. The Furies feared those lightning bolts and didn't dare to take a step forward. Fengkujin said, Taoist Li, it seems that you do have some tricks up your sleeve. I didn't want to invite the last one out, but you forced me to. Fengkujin twisted her mouth and urged the soul recruiter, revealing a pained expression. Li 11 could feel that he was clearly a little out of his depth this time when he summoned this time. Now, not only was it as simple as the sky becoming dark, there was even a strong smell of blood in the air. Someone on stage exclaimed, evil spirit. He's actually able to control evil spirits. He really does have a backhand. At this time, a person dressed as an ancient scholar appeared in the sky above the soul invocation, surrounded by blood chi. Feng kid, met something tricky? Why did you summon me out? Fengkujin spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow, but still forced herself to say, Mr. Wei, please also make a move and help me for once. I promised your family's old man to keep you safe, and since you begged me, I'll help you this once. The evil spirit turned to Li 11 and Fire Spirit. At this time, Fire Spirit Air retreated back to the appearance of a little girl, with an excited expression on her face. Mr. Wei. The evil spirit was also very surprised. Fire Spirit, Li 11 and Fengkujin asked in unison. You know each other? Fire Spirit nodded. 100 years ago, when Mr. Wei was still a baneful spirit, he fell for a ghost peddler's trick and fled to the great 100,000 mountains, and it was only because I hid him within the magma that he was able to escape pursuit. The evil spirit revealed a look of concern. How have you been doing these 100 years? Fire Spirit nodded, then recounted the encounters of these 100 years to the evil spirit. After hearing this, the evil spirit looked at Li 11. Kid, thank you for being able to bring her out from within the 100,000 mountains. The people on the stage couldn't stand to watch. Hey, this isn't the place for you guys to catch up. Are you still fighting? Fengkujin was also gasping for air. Mr. Wei, please make your move. I can't hold out for too much longer. Unexpectedly, the evil spirit came to Fengkujin's side. Feng boy, I am not allowed to take action against them. With that, he returned to the invocation. Everyone didn't expect that this match could take such a turn for the worse. That Fengkujin's killer weapon would just fail? Still fighting? Li 11 asked. Without the help of the evil spirit, Fengkujin knew that he was no match for Li 11. He sat paralyzed on the ground. Admit defeat. I admit defeat. Semi-final game 1. Li 11 wins and advances to the final. The referee announced the outcome of the fight. This kid is so damn lucky. Some people on stage let out envious exclamations. Li 11 returned to the stands and came to Sun Xiuyan's side. She smiled and said, congratulations on making it to the finals. Being able to enter the finals, Li 11 was of course very happy, but when he thought that the next match was between Sun Xiuyan and Zhang Jiling, he couldn't help but worry again. Just do your best in a while. It's just a competition. Sun Xiaoyan knew that he was no match for Zhang Jiling, but he still said firmly, I will try my best to make Zhang Jiling reveal his bottom card as much as possible to give you more chances to win. Chapter 51, the second semifinal. Inside the martial arts arena, Sun Xiaoyan and Zhang Jiling stood on either side. Zhang Jiling, the close disciple of the old heavenly master, is a recognized genius of Longhu Mountain. Sun Xiaoyan imperialized the riding dragon Guanyin on her back. Guanyin rode the giant dragon and charged towards Zhang Jiling. Zhang Jiling didn't dare to be slow, dodging and dodging while activating Yan Lei, intending to find an opportunity to be able to attack Sun Qian. However, with the gargoyle in the way, he never had a good chance. After the two of them had tangled a bit, Zhang Jiling had something extra in his hand. Thunder Sword. It was very similar to the Thunder Whip that Li 11 had used before. Liver is wood, and wood is curved and straight, with the characteristics of growth and ascension. Therefore, by invoking the liver air of the human body with the Thunder method, one is able to evolve weapons such as the Thunder Stick, Thunder Sword, Thunder Gun, Thunder Whip, etc. With the appearance of thunder and lightning, Zhang Jiling battled the giant dragon with his Thunder Sword in hand. Although the multiplying dragon goddess of mercy was huge, it seemed to be restrained when faced with the sharp Thunder Sword. Sun Xiaoyan imperialized the spirit-breaking needle again. The spirit-breaking needle was mainly small and handy, and it was more effective in dealing with the Thunder Sword in a surprising manner. In less than a moment's time, Zhang Jiling was beaten to the point where he only had the power of defense. He was even hit in the arm by a spirit-breaking needle during that time. Seeing that the spirit-breaking needle had forced the opponent to the edge of the martial arts arena, an accident happened. Zhang Jiling roared, his body covered in lightning. Lightning formed a layer of armor on his body. Thunder armor. With the protection of the thunder armor, Zhang Jiling was no longer worried about the attack of the spirit-breaking needle, and slashed at Sun Xiaoyan with his sword. Li 11 could tell that each of Zhang Jiling's sword slashes were knotted, leaving no room for defense. It was evident that he was confident enough in his Rikai. Each impact between his sword and the spirit-breaking needle caused the spirit-breaking needle to emit a slight tremor. Apparently, Sun Xiaoyan was a bit overwhelmed. Sun Xiaoyan glanced back at Li 11, his eyes showing a look of determination. She summoned the spirit-breaking needle to her side and mouthed the words. A few moments later, the spirit-breaking needle actually slowly grew larger. It ended up being a silver needle several meters long. Then, the multiplying dragon goddess picked up the silver needles and used them as her own weapons as she charged towards Zhang Jiling. Everyone had their gazes on Zhang Jiling, but Li 11 was concerned about Sun Qian as he noticed that after making the spirit-breaking needle bigger, she seemed to be a bit unable to withstand it, and blood had already flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Boom! The silver needle and the thunder sword clashed together in a strong explosion. There was a glare so strong that everyone couldn't open their eyes. After the strong light, a huge crater with a radius of 1 meter large was added to the ring. Zhang Jiling was lying on the ground. The clothes on his arms had been scorched by the explosion, and blood was oozing out from the corners of his mouth. The thunder armor and the thunder sword had disappeared. They should have been affected by the explosion just now, and were incapable of maintaining their forms. Sun Xiaoyan also breathed heavily. Sun Xiaoyan didn't intend to waste any time and prepared for the final charge. And at this moment, Zhang Jiling slowly stood up and twisted the spell in his hands. I didn't expect you to be able to push me to this extent. I had also intended to save this move for Li 11. As he spoke, a griffin, cloaked in lightning, appeared in front of him. Thunder Unicorn. Transform all things by thunder. This was clearly a Yin Thunder skill, but he only knew how to use Young Thunder. So how could he use this move? At this moment Li 11 understood the words of the old heavenly master. The old master told me, goodness is like water. The goodness of water is like water. Water is good for all things without competition means that water nourishes all things. Water nourishes plants. So there are forests. Water nourishes all kinds of animals. So that there is an active world. So there are many people. Therefore, water favors all things and produces all things. That's what Yin Thunder is water. That's the essence of Yin Thunder. Zhang Jiling was indeed a genius, surprisingly using Young Thunder to make use of Yin Thunder. Li 11 looked at Sun Xiaoyan on the stage and exclaimed, quickly get out of the way. You can't carry his move. However, Sun Xiaoyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and ignored his prompting. She doesn't want to die. Someone on the stage exclaimed. Only Li 11 knew that this was so that he could see Zhang Jiling's attack. At this time, the Thunder Qilin had already taken shape. It was a divine beast that was more than a person tall. Go! Accompanied by Zhang Jiling's loud shout, the Thunder Qilin charged towards Sun Xiaoyan. Sun Xiaoyan also held the mindset of certain death as he controlled the multiplying dragon Guanyin to meet it. Rumble! A loud bang shook the stands and made heads spin. This time, the explosion directly blew the martial arts arena to pieces. and the wooden boards on the fence flew everywhere. On the martial arts field, there was nothing left but a mess, including the duo who were fighting each other. Sky above, the old celestial master was suspended in mid-air, lifting one person in each of his left and right hands. If it wasn't for the old celestial master saving them, they would most likely have been blown up to froth by the explosion just now. The old heavenly master shook his head helplessly. Are all young people nowadays so rigid? If I hadn't stepped in, you guys wouldn't even have a little life. So who wins this? Someone in the stands asked. The old celestial master looked at the two and lifted Zhang Jiling's hand. Zhang Jiling wins. Someone disagreed with the results. Old celestial master, you're obviously protecting your shortcomings. Most have chimed in. Sun Qiuyan, however, was frank. It was me who lost this match. If it wasn't for the old heavenly master's hand, this time it was he who injured me and I died. The referee said. In the second match of the semi-finals, Zhang Jiling wins and advances to the finals. Li 11 hurriedly ran into the martial arts arena and took Sun Qiuyan from the old celestial master's hands. You don't want to die for me. But Sun Qiuyan had a stiff upper lip and gave him a blank look. Who said I was doing it for you? I'm honoring the competition. The old heavenly master laughed. Li 11, you must treat people well in the future. Then he carried Zhang Jiling and walked down the martial arts arena. After several days of competition, the top two were finally chosen for this Qmite. In order for the duo to properly prepare for the finals, LWS had set aside a special day for them to condition themselves. In the semi-finals, Li 11 wasn't injured, so he just made use of this day to think about how to use Thunderbolt. Knock, knock. Sun Qiuyan knocked on the door and pushed it right in. Seeing that he was controlling a stream of black liquid, he said with a disgusted face, "What the hell is all this puddle of black water you have? It looks so disgusting." Disgusting? This is the secret weapon to defeat Zhang Jiling. With that, he used the air within his body to control the thunder, forming a rock. Look, this is the rock I summoned. Sun Qiuyan puffed. Li 11, are you teasing me? This bird of yours is so small. It's obviously a sparrow. What sparrow? This is a rock. Don't look at him as small now. But when I become skilled, I'll be able to transform him into a rock with a wingspan of several meters. Chapter 52 Hand-rubbed original paper bombs. The next day, Lung Fushan Martial Arts Stadium. This year's Xianmen Kaiwu final. One had to admit that the construction speed of Longhu Mountain was really fast, and after only one day, the bombed-out martial arts stadium was all repaired by them. It's a bit of a shame these dogs don't go to the construction site. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Li 11 walked up to the center of the martial arts arena together with Zhang Jiling. The two men politely saluted each other before taking up their respective fighting stances. After Li 11 stood still, he summoned and covered the entire martial arts arena with thunder with himself as the center. This approach has a double advantage. On the one hand, it allows you to utilize Lei to directly exert effective control over your opponent. On the other hand, it also significantly increases your movement speed. This was Li 11 casting a thunder spell in full view of everyone. When Zhang Jiling saw this, he was surprised and even stammered a little. You actually mastered our Longhu Mountain's lightning method. Meanwhile, in the stands, apart from the old heavenly master, a look of disbelief spread across the faces of the rest of the crowd, and someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, Thunder! He is actually able to utilize our Longhu Mountain's thunder. Ha ha! There are more things you didn't expect. He controlled the thunder and wrapped it towards Zhang Jiling. Zhang Jiling had wanted to jump into midair, but his feet had already been tightly controlled by the spread of black liquid, so he couldn't break free. Seeing that he was about to successfully wrap him, Zhang Jiling directly exploded the air. His entire body was wrapped in thunder armor. Even his feet had a layer of armor. Lightning severed the connection between Lei and Zhang Jiling, who activated his palm lightning and charged towards Li 11. Li 11 had to admit that his young Lei was indeed bullish. This was the gap in cultivation of 10 years. He didn't dare to be slow, and also made use of the thunder armor as a defense, while using his advantage on the thunder to see what he could do. The stage was shocked. Yang Dual Thunder. How old is he to know the Yang Dual Thunder? Looks like it wasn't luck that he made it to the finals. I wonder what other tricks he hasn't used yet. The two of you back and forth, each other do not give way. Probably demolished 30 or 40 strokes, but not even win or lose. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Jiling's eyes, but it was more of a confidence. He shouted, Li 11, I don't know how you were able to master the dual thunderbolts, but greed can't be chewed up. Neither of your Yin and Yang dual thunderbolts are as powerful as my Yang thunderbolts. There's no way you can beat me. After saying that, Zhang Jiling waved his hands and countless thunderbolts surged out from him, quickly condensing into a thunder sword. He held the thunder sword and slashed violently at Li 11. Seeing this, Li 11 hurriedly summoned a thunder sword as well. attempting to block Zhang Jiling's thunderous strike. However, when the two thunder swords collided, a smug smile appeared on Zhang Jiling's face. He only saw that he conducted the lightning momentum from his thunder sword through his sword to Li Shi's thunder sword. Li 11 was shocked in his heart, and it was too late for him to let go of the thunder sword. The powerful electric current instantly traveled down his arm and spread all over his body. If he didn't have the thunder armor to protect his body, I'm afraid that his palms would have been burnt. Even so, Li 11 still felt his palms numb with electricity, as if he had lost consciousness. Having seen the true strength of his young thunder, he no longer fought hard with Zhang Jiling, and only used the Yin thunder to glide around the ring, dodging his attacks. The two of them attacked and defended for dozens of rounds again, and when they saw that Li 11 was as slippery as a loach, Zhang Jiling got a little angry. He retreated to the edge of the martial arts arena and twisted his hand. That's the move where lightning transforms everything. Of course Li 11 wouldn't give him a chance. He similarly twisted the trick and a blackened atomic bomb-like contraption appeared in front of him. That's the new weapon he worked on last night. It was made up of Yin thunder, fused with Yang thunder, plus thunderstorm talismans, shaped much like an atomic bomb. Holy, that thing shouldn't be a proto-paper bullet. Someone recognized his weapon by its appearance. Li 11, it's just a match. Are you trying to play with your life? Some people were worried about the power of the original paper bullet and got scared. Old Celestial Master, stop that madman, or else the entire Longhu Mountain will be lost. Seeing that Zhang Jiling's Qilin was about to take shape, Li 11 threw out the original paper bomb. Rumble. The original paper bomb exploded next to Zhang Jiling. A small mushroom cloud interspersed with thunder and lightning rose above the ring. A dozen spherical thunderbolts jumped out of the exploded proto-paper projectile, and a dozen thunderstorm talismans created a secondary explosion in place. The side of the martial arts arena was blown to pieces, and even the spectators on the stands received a ripple effect. However, the old heavenly master made a timely move and used a light shield to protect the stands, otherwise those people would not have been spared. Wait for the smoke to clear. Zhang Jiling was clad in thunder armor, spitting blood from his mouth, and some parts of his body were scorched by the blast. What kind of move are you doing? He didn't expect that with Li Shi's strength he could create a contraption with this much power. Hey, it's the newly invented original paper bullet. How's that? It's not good, is it? After that, he summoned two more. Holy, how many of these lunatics are there? The people in the stands were stunned. Li 11 threw one of the atomic bombs, and although Zhang Jiling tried to dodge, that speed was definitely not as fast as the explosion. Rumble. As mushroom cloud after mushroom cloud rose, Zhang Jiling fell onto the martial arts stage. He braced himself and stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Seeing that he still didn't admit defeat, Li 11 intended to throw out the last one, but Zhang Jiling suddenly rushed towards him with great speed, which was an attempt to die together. At this time, the two were only 4 or 5 meters apart. If that original paper bomb exploded, Li 11 would also be affected. Just moments before the immediate explosion, the old celestial master appeared in the center of the duo, and he gathered a ball of light that covered it. Li 11, you won this match. Zhang Jiling panicked. Master, the old celestial master interrupted. I know you still want to fight at the end, but if it really exploded just now, it was you who died and him who was lightly injured. Zhang Jiling silently hung his head. After a long time, the referee announced, Final, Li 11 wins. Sun Xiaoyan jumped up happily. Li 11, you're fantastic. I knew you could do it. The old heavenly master said aloud to everyone. The top 4 of this competition will enter the Xian Tian Cave Mansion for enlightenment in the afternoon. And as for the reward for the first place, the old heavenly master looked at Li 11. Come with me. Chapter 53 Xian Tian Cave. Li 11 and the old celestial master arrived at a shrine. Here the successive generations of heavenly masters of Lung Fu Shan are worshipped. After paying homage to the tablets of the successive heavenly masters, the old heavenly master led Li 11 to the secret room inside the shrine. There was only a mahogany table in the chamber. A box was placed on the table. After opening the box, Li 11 saw the legendary 6 paths yin-yang disc. The old celestial master described the 6 paths yin-yang disc in detail. The 6 Dao yin-yang plate was a supreme treasure that everyone aspired to. Legend has it that it was something left behind when Pangu opened the sky and split the earth. After that, for some unknown reason, it was split into 2, and one of the pieces came to the hands of Zhang Daoling, the founding ancestor of Lung Fu Mountain. The other piece is nowhere to be found. Although half of the 6 yin-yang discs were left at Lunghu Mountain, none of the successive generations of celestial masters were able to open them. It was said that only those with a heavenly destiny could be recognized by the 6 paths yin-yang plate and be given the opportunity to open it. After all, in the past 2,000 years, apart from Zhang Daoling's success, No one has been able to succeed after that. So although it is a supreme treasure, whether or not it can be harnessed all depends on chance. Rumor has it that the complete yin and yang disc is like a bagua, with two yin and yang fish dividing the disc into two areas. The white yin and yang areas are called yang discs and the black yin and yang areas are called yin discs. The yang disc is further divided into three regions, namely, the heavenly path, the Asura path, and the human path. The yin pan is also divided into three regions, the hell path, the hungry ghost path, and the path. Together, they become the six paths. This is the reason it is called the six paths yin-yang disc. At the same time, the yin-yang disc and the six paths each have their own functions. The yang disc can help one to cultivate. The heavenly path helps one to realize the way, the Asura path helps one to cultivate the Dharma, and the human path is the art of counting, which can see into the future for one. The yin disc, on the other hand, helps the group of demons, gods and ghosts to cultivate themselves. The hungry ghost road can help the yin spirits in the world to cultivate, road can help the various demonic beasts in the world to cultivate, the hell road can connect to the underworld and psychic the various yin spirits and ghosts within the hell, so that the demons and devils can go back and forth to the yin and yang worlds without any hindrance. Try dropping a drop of blood on it. Tianshi Zhang handed half of the yin-yang disc to Li 11. He took it, bit through his right index finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto it. For a long time, the yin-yang disc didn't react much. The old heavenly master shook his head. It seems that you don't have that chance either. Just when the duo was ready to give up, the white yang disc of the yin and yang disc actually turned. A look of joy also appeared on the old heavenly master's face. It's done. It's been 2,000 years. The yin-yang disc has finally recognized its owner. Li 11 asked, "What should I do with this?" The old celestial master shook his head. Except for the first generation of celestial masters, no one knows how it is used. Since you have become its master, take your time to explore it. But, the old celestial master paused. You need to hurry. There may not be much time left for you. Why is that? Li 11 asked. Do you know that this half of the six paths yin-yang plate has been passed down in Longhu Mountain for 2,000 years and has never been made available to the outside world? But now I am giving the outside world the opportunity to recognize the owner. Why is that? Li 11 shook his head. The old heavenly master looked sad. The demon moon hangs in the sky, confusing the earth. Demon moon hanging in the sky? What does that mean? The old heavenly master didn't say anything. He just patted Li Shi's shoulder. If something bad happens to me in the future, the position of heavenly master of Longhu Mountain will be inherited by you. Li 11 looked at him in surprise. Old heavenly master. What are you talking about? It's not like I'm from Longhu Mountain. This heavenly master of Longhu Mountain was supposed to be your master's, and as you are his disciple, it is only right that you should inherit it. There are still so many of you from Longhu Mountain. The yin-yang disc recognizing its owner is the will of heaven. Li 11 wanted to open his mouth, but the old heavenly master didn't give him a chance to refuse. Alright, you go back and rest well. This afternoon, I will take you to the Xian heavenly cave. How much you can comprehend depends on your fortune. Li 11 thought to himself. Okay, it's better to take a step and see what happens. It was imperative to lift the ban, or else facing those big beauties like Hu Chiratzi and Bai Wenxin would really suffocate him. Afternoon, the old heavenly master personally brought Li 11, Sun Kaiyan, Zhang Jiling and Feng Kejin to the front of the Xian Tian cave. The interior of Xian Tian cave mansion is laid out according to the orientation of the 8 trigrams of heaven. That is, Qian Koan sets the north and south, and Kenli sets the east and west. According to the gossip belongs to the 5 elements. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, 5 elements distributed to different directions. Each time one enters the Xian heavenly cave, one can only choose one direction for enlightenment. Fire spirit said within the Hetian Jade, didn't you promise me that you would help me find a precious place to cultivate? I see that this place is very good. In a while, you can go away from the position to participate in enlightenment. Since Li belonged to fire, which was compatible with fire spirit's attribute, Li 11 agreed to her request with alacrity. Then, he turned his head and asked Sun Xiuyan, which direction are you planning to go? My yin-yang ghost tattoo is water. I want to visit the Ken position. As for Zhang Jiling, since his own cultivation was thunder technique, he naturally chose the Jin position without hesitation, and Feng Kejin went to the Sundance position. When the crowd learned that Li 11 was going to leave his position, both the old heavenly master and Zhang Jiling looked puzzled and expressed their disbelief. The old heavenly master frowned and asked, Li 11, the Kung Fu of our Longhu Mountain is honored by Thunder Law, and as long as you practice Thunder Law, you will inevitably enter the Jin position for the first time to participate in enlightenment. Why did you choose to leave the position? Fire Spirit Air suddenly emerged from within the Hetian Jade and shouted at the heavenly master. Old man, this young lady can go wherever she wants. It's not your turn to be in charge. Seeing this, Li 11 hurriedly apologized to the old heavenly master. The old heavenly master didn't care either. When he saw the fire spirit child, he also understood Li Shi's purpose. He shook his head helplessly. Just as well. Since you're giving up the opportunity to improve your thunder technique for the sake of this fire spirit, it's your own choice, and I won't say anything more. The old heavenly master had someone open the Shin Tian cave, and the four of them stepped inside, each finding their own bearings, leaving for fire. Just after stepping into the departure position, the scenery around him had already changed drastically. At the moment, they were in the crater, with the sun blazing brightly in the sky. Li 11 stood next to a volcanic crater, and when he looked down, he could see hot magma surging in the crater, as if it was going to swallow everything. At this moment, Fire Spirit Child excitedly shouted, "Wow! The magma here is so pure." Then, without hesitation, she pulled Li 11 and jumped into the lava. "I'll rub it in. You're being a puddle." Li 11 secretly screamed in his heart, thinking, "It's over. This is the end." He cursed in his heart, "You little girl, why are you so reckless?" After all, Fire Spirit Air, as a fire spirit, had a natural affinity for magma, but Li 11 was just an ordinary human, so if he jumped into the magma, he was afraid that he would instantly be burned to the bone crumbs. But after entering the magma, what happened was not the same as what Li 11 had imagined. Chapter 54 Activating the Heavenly Tattoo. Li 11 was not eroded by the blazing lava. Instead, a transparent shield of light unexpectedly surfaced outside his body, protecting him tightly within it. The fire spirit said proudly, "Master, don't worry, with me here, this magma can't harm you. I'm going to start absorbing the aura here, so I'll leave you alone for now." Li 11 completely did not expect that the fire spirit child would actually bring him such an opportunity. After all, for mortals, moving freely within magma was simply a pipe dream. And now, he was practicing in the magma. Despite the protection of Fire Spirit's light shield, the blazing lava still made him hot and sweaty. He couldn't help but take off his outerwear in an attempt to alleviate some of the dryness. Suddenly he felt a tickling sensation coming from his abdomen. Looking down, I found that the dragon coiled on that Tong Tian tattoo was actually flickering with a dazzling red light. Could it be that this dragon was about to be activated? The heat around them converged towards the dragon. Gradually, the dragon seemed to move as if it had come to life. Its scales shimmered and its body trembled slightly, as if it was struggling to break free. It first twisted a few times on the needle of the Tong Tian tattoo, and suddenly it rushed out of Li Shi's body and levitated in front of him. As time passed, the dragon grew bigger and bigger, and in the end it was actually more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was red, as if it were a burning flame, emitting a powerful aura as it twisted its huge body to look at Li 11, and then lowered its huge head, respectfully saying, "Red Lioli, see father." Put. Li 11 was stunned by the situation in front of him. "Daddy? When did I become a father? And it's still the father of a giant dragon. Wait, did you recognize the wrong father?" Li 11 couldn't help but ask. The giant dragon wagged its tail. "How could that be? I just fell off of you. I was conceived within you. You are naturally my father." The gargoyle finished and suddenly pouted. Li 11 has seen a beautiful woman pampered. That is a variety of flavors, pleasing to the eye. However, it was the first time he had seen such a huge thing being pampered, and it was really hard to accept it for a while. He looked at the giant dragon in front of him and said with a helpless expression, "You better explain, or I really can't accept this." According to Red Lioli's introduction, a tattoo like the Yin Yang Ghost tattoo could actually evolve into a Tong Tian tattoo, but this required the cultivator to possess a great enough chance to do so. But the Yin and Yang Ghost tattoo that Taoist Master Ching Wei gave to Li 11 was made with the transformation needle. The transformation needle could only be used once in 100 years, and as long as an object was carved out of it, it was inherently a Tong Tian tattoo. However, the Tong Tian tattoo must rely on the purest aura in heaven and earth to activate it, which could be water aura, fire aura, or thunder aura. The red glaze was revived by the fire aura produced by the magma here. Li 11 looked at Kaluri with anticipation. "Then can you remove the restraints the evil spirit gave me?" "Little evil spirits, not enough to fear." After saying that, Akari twisted her body and entangled Li 11. He only felt a fiery breath coming over him, as if he was in the middle of a furnace. His body was unbearably hot, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. After a few moments, Li 11 felt a powerful surge of strength, as if there was an endless amount of energy surging through his body. He realized that his body had become light and powerful, as if it possessed endless strength. Red Lioli loosened her bonds on Li 11 and levitated in front of him. "The restriction that ghostly woman placed on you has been lifted." Li 11 was ecstatic and couldn't help but curse. "Damn, I'm finally free from the ghostly woman's prohibition." Immediately afterward, he asked, You just said that the Tongtian pattern is an evolution of the yin-yang ghost pattern. So how is the function different from the yin-yang ghost pattern? You should have seen the Sun Clan's yin-yang ghost tattoos as well. And the usage of the Tongtian tattoos is similar to them. It's just that those tattoos of the yin-yang ghost tattoo take form through spiritual energy, but they only use their own air to maintain the form of the gods and demons, and their power is limited. The Tongtian tattoo draws in the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth to maintain the form of us divine beasts, without consuming the master's own chi. From Akali's previous description, this Tongtian tattoo seemed to be very practical and able to become a capable weapon for himself. The Tongtian tattoo can not only be used as a means of attack, but it can also allow me to enter your body, so that our airs are connected, and you can use my power to enhance your own strength. Kairuri continued, try summoning Yang Thunder. When Li 11 heard this, he immediately operated the air in his body and cast Palm Thunder, only to see a dazzling thunder light flashing in his hand. The original white thunderbolt, at this moment, had unexpectedly turned into magma-eyed red lightning, even more powerful than before. Li 11 was overjoyed. Isn't this equivalent to having a tailed beast inside me? Wouldn't that be similar to Naruto? Father, what else do you have to ask? This is me. This is the first time I've taken form. I can't keep it up for too long. Li 11 pondered for a moment. So are you a male or female dragon? Akarori was silent when she heard this question. She didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. I'm a female dragon. Li 11 asked curiously again. I've heard that you dragons can freely become bigger or smaller as well as being able to transform into a human. Are you able to do that? It's okay. Li Shi's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, then can you show me? Akari was a bit hesitant, but eventually agreed. Alright. However, right at this moment, she suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion hit her and realized that her power was about to run out. She hurriedly said to Li 11, my time is up. I'll show you next time. Before the words were finished, she was already unable to support herself and changed back to her initial form, hovering above the silver needle with the Tongtian pattern on Li Shi's stomach. Li 11 thought to himself, since the Tongtian tattoo and the yin-yang ghost tattoo are from the same family and origin, I really need to ask Sun Xiaoyan how this Tongtian tattoo actually works sometime. At the very least, I still don't know exactly what the needle that the divine dragon is attached to right now can do. Soon after, Fiery Spirit returned to Li Shi's side. Just now I felt a powerful spiritual energy here from you. Is it the Tongtian tattoo activated? Li 11 nodded. Let's go back then. Li 11 felt that she was different from before, as if a little girl had developed. Have you grown up? She laughed and smiled. That's for sure. After all, I've already made a breakthrough. So what's your strength now? She thought for a moment. I think it's about the same as sister who's Sakurako. Then wouldn't your cultivation level be higher than mine? Fire Spirit Child pouted her little mouth proudly. Humph. Let's see if she dares to bully me in the future. Outside the Xian Tian cave, Li 11 was the first one out. When she saw that Sun Xiaoyan had also walked out happily, she asked, what did you comprehend? But she pretended to be mysterious. This is the secret of my Sun family. Do not tell you. Then with a threatening look at Li 11, don't you dare bully me in the future, or I'll have you to deal with. Looks like she got something pretty unusual in there this time. At this moment, Li 11 had already lifted the ban, and his only thought was to quickly return to the White Cloud sect and properly care for those lovely yin spirits. Chapter 55, An Omen of Great Murder. Inside the Lung Fushan Taoist courtyard, when Sun Xiaoyan saw Li 11 packing in a hurry, he asked why. Of course he couldn't tell her about the idea of being anxious to see the shadowy spirit. What? The meal here is too list. I want to go down the mountain as soon as possible to eat delicious food. Wait for me then. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Li Shi's heart burst with joy. Last time I drank too much. I missed the opportunity. Now that you are going down the mountain with me, a lone man and a lone woman, won't I do whatever I want? This trip to Longhu Mountain, harvested a lot. Sun Xiaoyan mood. Down the mountain. She pulled Li 11 non-stop photo. The two are like male and female friends in general. Suddenly, Li 11 noticed on the photo that a black gas was floating on his yin tang. Didn't I lift the ban? And I haven't done anything with the yin spirit lately. Why is the Hall of Seal black again? Is something big and bad about to happen? He was a bit apprehensive. So he called up Taoist Master Qingwei. Taoist Master Qingwei immediately gave him a fortune. Apprentice, after you come down from the mountain, make sure you don't leave Longhu Mountain. Just stay at the foot of the mountain, or you will die in a car accident. Is it that mysterious? According to Taoist Master Qingwei's explanation, his hexagram is the wandering soul hexagram changing into the returning soul hexagram. If he continued to move forward, he would really be returning to his homeland. Moreover, the hexagram representing Li Shi Shiryao is also overcome by the Dawood. This time go back to the White Cloud Temple is exactly in the eastern part of Longhu Mountain. The east is wood. You can't go there. However, the line of the world is facing the earth of Chen, and the earth represents the current position of the measurer. So this time, he can only stay under the Dragon Tiger Mountain to avoid this disaster. Li 11 hurriedly returned the high-speed rail ticket. It was getting dark when the two reached the foot of the mountain. There was another hotel ahead, so Li 11 planned to stay here for the night. I just entered the hotel and saw two people in front of me carrying shovels and Luoyang shovels checking in. This is clearly grave robbing, Li 11 thought to himself. These two people can be really bold. Grave robbing even robbed in the head of Longhu Mountain. But it's understandable. Longhu Mountain is a famous mountain in the world, a rare feng shui treasure. For thousands of years, I don't know how many dignitaries have been buried in this place. Li 11 took out his ID card. Hello, 2 rooms, the lobby boy said. It's really not a good time for you guys to come. Those 2 guests just now booked a room. We only have 1 king room left in the hotel. Sun Xiuyan held back her red face. Let's go somewhere else. The lobby boy went on to say. It's the peak tourist season, and the nearby hotels have long been filled up. If it wasn't for the fact that someone just pushed for 2 rooms, you guys wouldn't have any if you wanted to stay. Sun Xiuyan thought about it. That's fine. Li 11 thought to himself. This lobby boy really has some eyes. Be sure to give it a 5-star review. The duo went upstairs and saw that the grave robber who had just been downstairs lived across the street from them. Closing the door of the room, Sun Xiuyan said, I can tell you, even though we're staying in the same room tonight, don't make a move or this young lady will castrate you. Row. Okay. I'll just sleep and never move. Late night, the two lay on the bed. Li 11 tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Thinking that he and Feng Chengchang got it when they were sleeping together? Why don't we replicate it again? He put his evil hand over it. Suddenly, a huge ice dragon floated above Sun Xiuyan with teeth and claws. Holy, what the hell is this? Sun Xiuyan said quietly. I said, don't make a move on me. Li 11 hastily withdrew his hand that was hanging in midair. What the hell is he doing here? Is it the same as my dragon? But she doesn't have the Tonto tattoo? At that moment, he heard a rustling outside the door. He tiptoed over. Looking through the cat's eye, it was the black and white. Holy, there's something wrong with old man Changwei's math. Isn't there? He wouldn't let me go. Yet I met the black and white irregulars here. Li 11 took a closer look. The black and white invincibles were actually the 2 grave robbers in the evening pretending to be. It's so late at night, and they're dressed up like this. Sneaking around. Are they going to rob a grave? This is the first time I've seen this. I don't know if they want to go and scare people, or if they want to get down to the evil spirits in the burial chamber. Seeing that the 2 men had snuck out with the grave robbers, he decided to see what was going on. Sun Xiuyan asked, what are you doing without sleeping? There's a good show. Are you going? The 2 followed the black and white irregulars to a graveyard at the foot of Longhu Mountain. Obviously, this is a fresh grave, but right next to the graveyard, there stood the same pair of black and white invincibles. It's just that this pair of black and white invincibles is a bit strange. They are not men, but a pair of black and white invincibles dressed as girls. And the figure was very good. Li 11 thought to himself, today is the day I stabbed the black and white's nest? The black and white irregulars who came out of the hotel also seemed to be surprised by the situation in front of them. And they had originally thought that the black and white irregulars in front of the graveyard were also their counterparts who had come to rob the graves. However, when they saw that the other party didn't make a move to dig the grave, a trace of doubt couldn't help but well up in their hearts. Anyway, it was dark and blind at night. They definitely weren't here to loiter. Humph. This is the cemetery that we looked at first. How could we let you guys get the jump on us? The black impermanence in the hotel's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction as he cursed in a low voice while signaling white impermanence to take action. The white impermanence in the hotel nodded his head in understanding, and then carefully walked towards the graveyard. He decided to pretend to be a ghost to scare them. As white impermanence approached, his footsteps became lighter and lighter, afraid to make the slightest noise to attract the other party's attention. Finally, he came to a corner and quietly waited for the right moment. On the other hand, the black and white invincibles in front of the graveyard were still staring intently at the graveyard, seemingly completely unaware that someone was approaching. Just then, the white impermanence in the hotel saw the right moment and violently jumped out from the corner, with a sharp cry coming out of his mouth. He expected to scare the other party into fleeing, but the result was unexpected. The black and white invincibles in front of the graveyard were surprisingly unresponsive and didn't even raise their heads. They continued to maintain their original postures and stood there motionless. The white impermanence in the hotel froze as he stared at the other party with wide eyes, his face full of puzzlement. Why didn't his own performance have any effect? Could it be that these people weren't afraid of ghosts at all? Just when he was at a loss for words, The white impermanence in front of the graveyard suddenly turned her head and locked eyes with him. Upon seeing her miserable face, the white impermanence in the hotel felt a chill surging through his heart. Then the white impermanence in front of the graveyard pulled out a long chain and a thick rod from his arms. All those present realized that the situation was not right, and that the black and white irregulars in front of them were not pretending to be the real messengers of hell. That chain is the hook lock, and the rod is the wailing rod. Chapter 56, The Nerdy Duo. Lee 11 furrowed his brows in some confusion and pondered in his heart. Shouldn't the black and white irregulars in folklore be Master Xieqi and Master Fan Bao? How come there are two sisters? However, at this moment, the fake white impermanence didn't have the time to think about this kind of problem. He had already been scared less and even wet his pants. His legs kept trembling, as if he had lost the strength to support his body, and he collapsed to the ground in a crumpled heap immediately afterward. When the fake black impermanence saw this scene, he was even more panicked, and had no time to care about those grave-robbing tools, only focusing on pulling out his legs and running wildly, completely leaving his companions behind. True white impermanence indifferently looked at what was happening in front of him and said indifferently, "Since we can't find the tomb owner's soul, let's take this guy back to deliver the goods." The true black impermanence nodded silently in agreement. They immediately made a move to hook away the soul of that fake white impermanence. Lee 11 gently patted Sun Xiuyan's shoulder and gently reminded, "We'd better hurry up and get out of here. Don't invite unnecessary trouble for ourselves." Just as the two of them were about to turn around and leave, a low voice suddenly came from the grave, "Since you've come too, stay." Lee 11 looked around. There was no one else around except for himself and Sun Xiuyan, so he stepped out of the big tree and said, "Both of you, we are just passing by. We won't disturb your soul hooking. We will leave now." "Wait." White Vagabond called us to a halt. She took out a book and flipped through it. Lee 11 died on the 14th day of the 7th lunar month in the year of H and at Ohio time. Cause of death was a car accident. Location Green Mountain Town. Then she scrutinized Lee 11. "Are you Lee 11? Me. Is today really the day I die? It's the middle of the night. It's a small forest. There's not even a road. Where's the crash? By the way, if old man Shang Wei hadn't given me a fortune, I wouldn't be in the car right now." Before Lee 11 could say anything, Black Impermanence said, "Sister, are you mistaken? Where does it look like there is a car accident here? And this is Longhu Mountain, not Qingshan Town." White Impermanence scratched his head dully. "Yeah, the location doesn't match." She smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, I was mistaken." Looking at her clumsy appearance, Lee 11 thought to himself, what is wrong with the underworld that makes her a dopey beauty to be the White Impermanence? White Impermanence said to Black Impermanence, "Sister, what to do then? Just now we got lost and delayed a lot of time here. It's definitely too late for us to rush to Green Mountain Town, and if we don't fulfill the target, we'll be deprived of the qualification to turn around when we go back." Well, it turned out to be two trainee black and whites, being black and white and still able to get lost. I really don't know how the two of them got mixed into the ranks of the underworld. Black Impermanence also looked like a dull girl. She thought for a moment, then looked at Lee 11. He's also called Lee 11 anyway, so we might as well just hook his soul away to deliver the goods. I'll rub it in. You guys, you're random? Lee 11 hurriedly said. You've recognized the wrong person. My name is not Lee 11. Humph, don't you lie to us. We, the black and white irregulars, can see information about humans in the Yang world. After saying that, she waved her hand and rows of small characters appeared above Li Shi's head. Look, your name is Lee 11. Born on the 4th day of the 4th month of the year December. She looked at her life and death book again. That's not right. Your information matches the life and death book perfectly. You're the one we're looking for. Lee 11 thought to himself. Really, curiosity killed the cat. If I had stayed in the hotel properly, wouldn't there be no such thing? He pulled Sun Xiuyan and turned to run. Suddenly, he only felt a chill on his back and looked back to see that a hook lock had rushed over. Lee 11 sidestepped his body and dodged the hook lock. The white impermanent sister first froze, then laughed. A mere mortal, still wanting to make an arrest? Yama King told you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep someone until the 5th night? Then her eyes became stern. I advise you to come back with us honestly. Of course Lee 11 wouldn't sit around and wait for them to die. His body exploded with thunder armor around him, intending to fight them to the death. Sun Xiuyan also summoned the ice dragon that was just in the hotel. Facing this situation, White Impermanence was a bit scared. She moved in the direction of Black Impermanence. Sister, they seem to be very powerful. We may not necessarily be able to beat them. Black Impermanence thought about it and said it seems so, but isn't it too humiliating for us to just let him go? Lee 11 thought to himself, are you two sent by the underworld to be funny? You don't have any backing at all when it comes to whispering? But, Since they've said they probably can't beat us, can I? An evil idea was born in my mind. I mobilized young thunder and summoned a thunder whip. Two sisters, I advise you to tie your hands. They unconsciously took a few steps back. What do you want? Shortly afterward, Lee 11 used the thunder whip to trap them together. Lee 11 interrogated the two. Tell me about your situation. And why did I lose my young life so soon? White Impermanence didn't answer as she said angrily. You'd better release us. Otherwise, Lord Yama will definitely not let you go when he finds out. Li Shi's eyes were fiery as he stared at White Impermanence, an evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Really? White Impermanence's heart tightened and he looked at him with a face full of horror. What do you want? Li 11 slowly stretched out those evil hands and approached the other party step by step. If you refuse to say it, then don't blame me for not being polite. Oh. White Impermanence's face turned even whiter with fear, tears welling up in his eyes, his voice trembling. If I had known this, I shouldn't have become this warrior. White Impermanence was actually frightened by himself and cried. Li 11 was at a loss for words and froze in place. At this time, Sun Xiaoyan rushed forward and yanked back Li Shi's hand, chiding. How can you bully someone's little girl? Li 11 looked innocent. How did I bully her? I was just trying to figure out what was going on. Sun Xiaoyan turned his head to White Impermanence and said, I apologize to you on behalf of Li 11, but he does want to know why his lifespan is so short. The White Impermanence sister wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve and choked out. Who told him to be a big lecher? Don't you talk nonsense. Where do I look like a lecher? Don't you deny it. White Impermanence took out the Book of Life and Death and read. On the 8th day of the 6th lunar month, if you share a room with a baneful spirit once, your life will be reduced by 2 years. On the 11th day of the 6th lunar month, if you share a room with a weasel once, your life will be reduced by 1 year. Li 11 immediately covered her mouth and told her not to say anything. He looked at Sun Xiaoyan with his afterglow, only to see that her face was suffocating red with anger. Chapter 57, The Dream of Driving a Luxury Car. No one had ever told Li 11 that doing that kind of thing with a shadowy spirit would also reduce his life expectancy, and he incredulously grabbed the Book of Life and Death, realizing that everything was true. Black Impermanence said, now it's time to admit you're a big lecher. Li 11 was a little embarrassed. I've only been losing this for a year or two at a time. It's not like it's gone now. White Impermanence pointed to a passage on the Book of Life and Death. Look, there's an entry here. One coitus with a fox demon reduces life expectancy by 20 years. I'll rub it in. Is Sakurako who so fierce? Black Impermanence also tried to persuade Li 11. Little pervert. You'd better obediently go with us. This way, we will also be able to complete our mission to deliver our orders. And you can go to reincarnation as soon as possible. I'm not going to. I haven't lived enough. There's so much I haven't done yet. The White Impermanence on the side was also so anxious that tears were about to fall from his eyes when he saw this. If you don't go back with us, we're going to be fired. Woo woo. Hearing this, that Li 11 asked suspiciously. Aren't you the black and white irregulars? Wouldn't you still be fired? Yes. White Impermanence cried. Now that there is a huge population explosion, there are too many human beings dying every day. And the previous Black and White Impermanence couldn't even keep busy. That's why the Underworld recruited a group of Veen spirits as intern Black and White Impermanence. My sister and I are both here as interns because our father wanted us to enter the Underworld system and have a good job. So he put in a good relationship to get us both in here as interns. But the two of us are wayfarers. Every time we go out to catch someone, we either catch the wrong person or get lost. Ha! Li Shi's eyes widened. Somewhat incredulous. There's even such a thing? Right. Black Impermanence continued. Right now our KPIs are completely off the mark, so if we fail to complete the task again, we'll really be fired. Li 11 looked at the dumbfounded two sisters and said, you guys don't want to be converted. If you really become a converted employee, just now that kind of grabbing someone to replace the bag, then the Underworld is not letting you guys scourge and mess up. White Impermanence said, then there's nothing we can do about it. Li 11 was a bit impatient. Alright, you guys go back. I'm going back to sleep. White Impermanence took his hand. No way. You have to come back with me. Seeing how cute she was staying, Li 11 wanted to scare her. If you don't let go, I'm going to do it. When he finished speaking, he extended his hand to the White Impermanence. She hurriedly dodged away in fear. Damn colorful ghost. You wait for me. We'll definitely come back to get you. After the Black and White disappeared, the duo was also ready to return to the hotel. On the way, Sun Xiaoyan didn't say a word. Li 11 thought to himself, she can't be jealous. Back in her room, she pulled the covers up and went to sleep. That night, Li 11 had a nice, beautiful dream. Sleeping, he was driving around in a multi-million-dollar luxury car. He drove with one hand, the other outstretched. feeling the wind through his fingertips, spreading his palms and feeling the wind crashing into my hands. He could feel it soft. Lee 11 remembered an experiment done by scientists. When the wind speed is 10 kilometers per hour, the A cup is felt in the spread palm. When the wind speed is 20 kilometers per hour, what you feel in your spread palm is A B cup. When the wind speed is 40 kilometers per hour, what you feel in your spread palm is a C cup. When the wind speed is 80 kilometers per hour, what you feel in your spread palm is a D cup. At this time the speed of the car has reached 80 kilometers/h when Lee 11 pinched the wind. Feel quite soft. The size is also similar to the test said. Looks like scientists really don't lie. He rubbed it again, feeling the wind as if it were real and quite comfortable. Stinking hooligans. Sun Xiaoyan appeared on the passenger side at an unknown time and punched her in the eye. He felt his eyes burning and hurting. Lee 11 then woke up in pain. At that moment, he found himself hugging Sun Xiaoyan while one hand was resting on her D cup. Sun Xiaoyan glared angrily and punched Li Shi's other eye again. He covered his eyes and screamed in pain. You don't have to hit so hard. Sun Xiaoyan sat up from the bed. Damn colorful ghost. What are you touching in your sleep? Lee 11 remembered that someone had said that sometimes the feelings in the dream world came from the real feelings in reality. People who have had cats should have this experience. If your cat presses down on your body when you sleep, you will have the feeling of ghosts pressing down on your bed when you are half asleep and half awake. Sometimes your cat presses on your neck and you have dreams of being choked. That feeling I just had. Did I really rub it in? Lee 11 explained. I fell asleep and didn't do it on purpose. She picked up the pillow and threw it. It seems that white impermanence was right. You're just a lecher. See if I don't beat you to death. Lee 11 jumped out of bed and ran out of the room. He was going to hide in the dining room for a while and go back when breakfast was served, so maybe her anger would subside. Passing the lobby, he saw the police rush in and surround the lobby. The lobby manager immediately came up and asked what was happening. The police officer leading the team said with a serious face, "We just received a report that someone died in a cemetery in Longhu Mountain, and after investigation, he checked in with you yesterday." Hearing this news, Lee 11 couldn't help but be shocked in his heart and secretly pondered. Graveyard? Could it be that the body of the fake white impermanence has been discovered? The police officer continued. It's in the middle of nowhere and there's no surveillance along the way, so we'd like to take a look at the surveillance you have here to see if we can find the suspect. The front desk staff, however, looked embarrassed and replied, "I'm sorry, it's a bad time for you guys to come. The surveillance we have here shorted out yesterday, and we can't fix it until today." The policeman frowned and seemed a little disappointed, but still insisted on seeing the dead man's rooming information, despite the fact that the false impermanents did not die by their hands. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lee 11 decided to quickly return to his room to discuss the countermeasures with Sun Xiaoyan and make sure that the two of them were on the same page in terms of what they had to say. After all, the fake black and white had lived across the street from them, and it was highly likely that the police would ask them about the situation. When Lee 11 returned to his room, Sun Xiaoyan saw him and immediately shouted angrily, "You still dare to come back?" Saying this, she grabbed a pillow in her hand and smashed it towards Lee 11. Lee 11 caught the pillow and said with a straight face, "Stop it, we're in trouble." Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, Sun Xiaoyan asked, "What happened?" Chapter 58, The Woman at the Crossroads. The police are here to investigate the cause of death of the fake irregulars. Sun Xiaoyan was unimpressed. "It's not like we killed them. What are you afraid of? Although we didn't kill the people, what do we say? Being hooked by the black and white irregulars? Do you think they will believe us? By then the truth will become a lie. So what do we do?" Lee 11 thought for a moment and said, "Just say we were sleeping last night and didn't know anything. Will that work? The surveillance is down here anyway. Just say you don't know." "No problem." Sun Xiaoyan nodded. "I'll listen to you and everything." Knock knock. The police knocked on the door of the room. Lee 11 opened the door of the room, saw that it was the captain who just led the team. Saw Lee 11 was beaten with two black eyes, first shocked, and then immediately calmed down. "Young man, we are the Longhu Mountain Police Station. Would like to ask you something? Do you see the convenience?" The policeman surveyed their room carefully and, seeing nothing suspicious, asked, "Did you hear any movement across the street last night?" Lee 11 said, "Yesterday, my girlfriend and I came down from Longhu Mountain. We were too tired, so we rested early. Didn't hear any movement." "What? What happened across the street?" The police didn't say anything, probably because they didn't want them to be afraid of the innocent people. He nodded. "It's nothing, just an investigation. You guys get some rest." He looked at Sun Xiaoyan again and saw that she also had an expression of not knowing anything. Just after walking to the door, he turned back and pointed to the pillow on the ground in Li Shi's black eye, and said to Sun Xiaoyan, "Little girl, although you two have had a conflict, it's not right to hit people. In the future, Lighten up a little bit. I see this young man person is quite good. Sun Xiaoyan was about to speak. In order to prevent her from revealing herself, Li 11 immediately said, Yes. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Policeman. After sending the police away, Sun Xiaoyan hurriedly walked over and pinched his arm. Dead pervert, who is your girlfriend? You see, the police misunderstood. Li 11 covered her mouth and told him to keep his voice down. After all, the police hadn't gone far. This place had become a place of wrongdoing, and Li 11 was not willing to stay here for much longer. I'm going back to the White Clouds. Where are you going? I'm going to the White Cloud Temple too. Li 11 never expected her to be this answer. He said with a bad smile, Could it be that you don't want to separate from me? Sun Xiaoyan gave him a blank look. Don't be so self-absorbed. I was thinking of going to the White Cloud Temple to find your master and ask him how he knows the Tongtian tattoo that our Sun family has lost. There is no direct high-speed train from Lungfushan to Baiyunguan. The duo decided to stay in the province for one night first and then go to Baiyunguan tomorrow. Handong Province. Provincial cities. Now it was during the summer vacation. Yet the fat man did not go home, but chose to stay in school. When Li 11 and Sun Xiaoyan just stepped out of the high-speed train station, the cell phone ringing suddenly rang, and the caller ID was the fat man. Fatty shouted excitedly, Bro, you're finally back. Hurry up and come out and get high. How did you know I was back? Didn't you just send out a friend post? Li 11 slapped his head. Look at my memory. Okay, where are we going tonight? Just go to that bar across the street from the school. It's my treat tonight. You'll be satisfied. Hearing this, Li 11 curiously asked, Why is this Iron Rooster so generous today? In the end, what happy event deserves your treat? Fatty pretended to be mysterious and sold a secret. You'll know when you come. As night fell, Li 11 led Sun Xiaoyan into the bar. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the fat man in the distance was embracing a little fat girl, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the girl was actually Zhao Mengmeng. This kid is actually really with her. No wonder he wants to buy me a drink. Looking at the body type, the two of them really match. Upon seeing Li 11 appear in a Taoist priest costume, Fatty was surprised. Are you thinking of becoming a monk? Or are you cosplaying? Seeing him with Sun Xiaoyan again, the fat man laughed badly. You can even brought a girlfriend back. Sun Xiaoyan was about to explain. Being swept up into Li Shi's arms, he whispered, Give me face. Just pretend to be my girlfriend for a bit. Sun Xiaoyan didn't refuse. A few people were drinking a little too much to the blaring music. Feeling a little bloated, Li 11 was ready to go to the bathroom to let out some water. Just entering the bathroom, he was stunned by what he saw. All that could be seen was a cloaked, hideous-looking man crouching on the ground eating someone else's vomit, but he was completely invisible to the others. Apparently, he's a Yin spirit. Li 11 remembered that Taoist master Qingwei had previously told him about this kind of Yin spirit, the vomit-eating ghost. He can only eat what others spit out, even if it's a mountain of food. As long as it's not something someone spits out and puts it in front of him, he can't eat it in his mouth. As for why, that's because this kind of Yin spirit, in their previous life, because they wasted food, so when they entered the underworld, the king of hell sentenced them to be vomit-eating ghosts. Only after eating a certain amount of vomit can they be reincarnated as human beings, and so on. Since vomit-eating ghosts are netherworld spirits in the underworld, how could they appear here? Li 11 didn't bother him, pretending not to see it. After using the restroom, he had just gone out the door when he was pressed against the wall by a hotly dressed woman. This happens all the time in bars, where those lonely ladies get drunk and look for a like-minded guy to play games with. Since someone had delivered it to his door, Li 11 of course had to carry forward the spirit of Lei Feng and help people. So he took the girl to a remote corner and began a pleasant exchange. Just as the two of them were getting hot and heavy, Li 11 suddenly felt a chill coming over him, and the yang qi in his body was rapidly draining away. Holy, this is a Yin spirit that specializes in sucking people's yang qi. The Yin spirit seemed to notice that he had been discovered and revealed a ghastly smile. Little Taoist master, it was not easy for me to come out from the underworld. Just give me a taste. Another shadowy spirit that ran away from the underworld. It's a pity she's got the wrong person. Li 11 flipped his palm and palm thunder instantly surfaced. Seeing this scene, the Yin spirit immediately turned pale with fear and begged for forgiveness. Taoist, master, I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Unfortunately, it's too late. Without hesitation, Li 11 swung out a palm and directly struck the Yin spirit's chest. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the Yin spirit dissipated into a cloud of black smoke into the air. It's been more than a month since the Mid-Yuan festival. How come there are still so many shadowy spirits in the Yang world? Could there be some conspiracy hidden behind these shadowy spirits? When he returned to his seat, only Sun Xiaoyan was still there. Where are they? Li 11 asked. Sun Xiuyan said drunkenly. They left first. Li 11 picked up Sun Xiuyan, who couldn't even stand, and thought, hey, I didn't drink too much this time. He immediately helped Sun Xiuyan to the hotel. At the moment, it was early in the morning and the roads were largely deserted. The streetlights at the intersection glowed dimly. Suddenly, he noticed a faint fire on the side of the road. Out of curiosity, he approached and realized that it was a woman with long hair who was burning paper on the ground. Although the lights were dim, they still couldn't hide her shapely figure. Chapter 59, Meeting the Black and White Irregulars Again. The woman's figure looked lonely in the light of the fire. She added paper money to the fire as she whispered something. Li 11 felt a little strange. It's not the Mid-Yuan festival now. What's the point of burning paper money? He went forward and asked, Girl, why are you burning paper here alone at night? The woman turned her head to look. A glance that almost didn't send Li 11 away, only to see that the woman's face was full of wrinkles. Her face was as pale as paper and bloodless, just like an old lady in her 80s. It's a devil's body and a devil's face. She looked weird, smiled softly, and said in a pale voice, I'm burning paper for myself. Burning paper for yourself? Only the dead use. Li 11 felt bad, and was about to cast a lightning spell, but he realized that his body was unable to move, only to see the woman slowly floating towards him, getting closer and closer. Young people, don't just come out and loiter at night, especially at crossroads. The woman's voice was a bit hoarse, but it was permeated with an irresistible pressure. Come out and help me. Li 11 called out to the fire spirit within the Hutian Jade. Unexpectedly, the woman smiled kindly. Young man, it's not like I'm going to hurt you. She took out a bright red scented pouch from her pocket, with the word Meng displayed on it. I made this with my own hands, and it contains herbs to ward off evil spirits. It's fate that you met me tonight. Carrying it will keep you safe. After saying that, the force controlling Li 11 suddenly disappeared, and the woman in front of him also turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared, leaving only a few burnt-out banknotes that floated into the air with the hot air. Fire spirit came out from within the Hutian Jade. She took a long breath. That old woman is too scary. Li 11 nodded her forehead and pretended to reprimand her. You're really not enough. When the master meets danger, you hide faster than anyone else. Fire spirit child crossed her arms and said with a small mouth, that old lady's cultivation is unfathomable. Even if 10 of me come out, it's useless. This was indeed the case. Li 11 thought that he could easily exterminate a fury spirit, but just now, the old lady just glanced at herself and was able to make him unable to move. Her cultivation level was indeed terrifyingly high. He looked at the red-scented pouch in his hand. What does she mean by giving me this? Fire spirit examined her for a moment. At least she shouldn't harm you. Li 11 nodded, picking up the still drunk Sun Xiuyan. There's the hotel up ahead. Let's hurry back. Suddenly, a only slender jade hand grabbed Li Shi's arm. Quickly save me. He fixed his eyes on the white erratic he met last night. At this moment, her breath was weak and she was obviously seriously injured. What happened? White Impermanence looked around vigilantly. This is not the place to talk. You quickly find a safe place. Li 11 brought her into the hotel. White Vagabond, lying weakly on the couch, explained why. The 18 layers of hell in the underworld have gone awry for some reason, and half of the evil spirits have escaped from it. Tonight, all of the underworld's underworld officials are out to catch the evil spirits. She and Black Impermanence came here and met a horny ghost who was bullying a young woman. They wanted to save the woman, but they didn't realize that the colorful ghost had a terrifyingly high cultivation level. Black and White were both seriously injured. Li 11 thought to himself, an intern is an intern, and a Halloween warrior can't even beat a colorful ghost. What about your sister? Seeing such a beautiful sisterhood, Li 11 would not sit idly by. He could not cheapen that colorful man. I just got separated from my sister. White Impermanence took out a token. This is an instrument for us in diffusers to communicate with each other. Take her and go save my sister quickly. Looking at the weak by Junyi, Li Shi's heart is broken. Such a poor sister. Of course, to save. Good sister. I'll help you. Hearing this, White Impermanence looked at him angrily, wanting to curse, but too weak to do so. Who is your good boy? Look. See me tear your mouth. Li 11 took the token from her hand. Wait until you've recovered. Then do it. According to the hints on the token, Li 11 arrived at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. In the pitch-black night, a sinister laughter came out. Ha ha, when I was in the 18 layers of hell, I heard that a new pair of Black and White Impermanent sisters had recently arrived in the underworld, which is really mouth-watering. Unfortunately, let that sister get away. Immediately after, came the nervous voice of Black Impermanence. You, don't come over. He, to be able to enjoy a beauty like you, Even if I were to stay in the 18 layers of hell for another 10,000 years, I would still be willing. Li 11 followed the sound and found that Black Impermanence was being cornered in a corner, her hands tightly covering her already torn clothes, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. Seeing this scene, Li 11 was furious and shouted, "Evil ghost! Stop it!" Black Impermanence raised his head, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, as if he had seen a savior, and cried out excitedly, "Taoist Li! Save me!" That evil ghost turned back and looked at Li 11 with disdain, sneering, "Humph! You little Taoist who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Where did you come from? I advise you better mind your own business, or else you'll be in for it." Fiery Linger ran out from within the Hutian Jade. "Damn colorful ghost! No bullying women." The colorful ghost looked at Fire Linger colorfully. "I didn't expect that there would be another little loli delivered to my door. It seems like today's luck is good. Seek death." Fire Spirit's body radiated a blazing flame, like a burning meteor, and with endless might and fury, she rushed towards the colorful ghost. Meanwhile, Li 11 was not idle. He rushed to Black Impermanence's side and without hesitation picked her up, quickly taking her away from the danger zone. At this moment, Black Impermanence's body was extremely weak, as if she was shaking like a candle in the wind. Every step she took seemed exceptionally difficult, almost leaning her entire body weight on Li Shi's embrace. Black Impermanence's clothes had been torn so badly that her hidden body could even be seen through the torn seams. After being tempered by the magma of the Xian Heavenly Cave, Fire Spirit's strength had already taken a qualitative leap. Compared to her during the 100,000 Mountains period, today's Fire Spirit child was even more powerful. Her flames had become even hotter and more powerful. Facing such a powerful Fire Spirit heir, the colorful ghost knew that it was no match, and the intention to retreat sprang up in his heart. Trying to escape from this place, Li 11 naturally wouldn't let this colorful ghost go. He immediately cast the Art of Een Thunder to trap the colorful ghost. Seeing the situation, the Fire Spirit child immediately transformed into a blazing flame and surrounded the colorful ghost tightly. The colorful ghost let out a mournful scream and was gradually engulfed by the flames, eventually turning into ashes. "Thank you for saving me." Black Impermanence lay weakly in his arms. Just a show of hands. Li 11 wanted to help her return to the hotel to heal her injuries, but she was too injured to stand up at all, so he could only pick her up in his arms and carry her back. Chapter 60, Passport to the Underworld. Inside the hotel, White Impermanence rushed towards Li 11 with a furious look on his face and shouted, "Dead colorful ghost, quickly release my sister." Surprisingly, it had only been an hour since Li 11 had just left, and White Impermanence had actually fully recovered, as if he had not been injured. She quickly picked up Black Impermanence and asked with concern, "Sister, did he bully you? You really don't know the difference. I just saw that she was over-injured, so I carried her back." White Impermanence responded nonchalantly, "Humph, who knows what's in your heart, you big lecher." Black Impermanence was a sensible person. "Sister, if it wasn't for Taoist Li's help today, I'm afraid I would have long since fallen into the hands of that colorful demon." Hearing this, White Impermanence knew that he had misunderstood and knew that he was being unreasonable. "In that case, let's consider it even. After all, he had bullied both of our sisters before." She said to Black Impermanence again, "Sister, you'd better hurry up and heal your wounds." Until after 3 o'clock in the morning, Black Impermanence still hadn't recuperated due to the severity of his injuries. Li 11 thought to himself, "Why don't you guys leave yet? Aren't you delaying me and Sun Shoyin's good deed? It's summer now. It would have dawned early. Once Sun Shoyin sobered up, it would have to wait for the next chance." Just after 5 in the morning, the sky was getting cloudy. Black Impermanence is back to normal. She took out a piece of talisman paper from her bosom and handed it to Li 11. "This is the pass to enter the underworld. Keep it. After a month, find a land temple and burn the talisman. Then you can enter the underworld." "What's the point of letting me go to the underworld? It couldn't be that my young life is over and you guys can't catch me. So you're trying to trick me into a trap." The White Impermanence looked at him angrily. "How many people want this talisman paper? Don't you know what's good for you?" Li 11 muttered in his heart that just because the two of them were dull, they shouldn't be able to lie to themselves. Black Impermanence explained, "When we went back last night, we told the king of the underworld about meeting you in the graveyard, and the king of the underworld was very interested in you, and thought that you might be suitable for being a Een warrior, so he asked us to give this pass to you, and invite you to participate in next month's Een warrior selection." "Going to work as a netherworlder? Isn't that like working in the underworld? I'm not going. I'm so free now. Why should I go to work?" Seeing his reluctance, White Impermanence agitatedly said, "Don't be ungrateful. This is the opportunity that the Underworld King is giving you. Your yang lifespan is gone. If you're not willing to go to the King of the Underworld for the selection, then I'll have Master Xie Qi and Master Fan Beiji come over personally. Thank you Master 7 and Master 8 fan. That is when almost 2,000 years of black and white impermanent. Let them to hook their own soul. This is a little bit not fun. It's not every day you have to commute to work on time like we do when you're a black impermanence looked at Lee 11 is still a little hesitant. Rushed to take advantage of the heat to continue to persuade, secretly tell you. This EEN agent selection is not unusual. If you can be the identity of the previous two to become a EEN agent, you will have the opportunity to go to the Sakura country to go out on a business trip and you can also freely choose your position in the underworld. Cherry Blossom Country. Hearing this word, Lee 11 couldn't help but be moved in his heart. That's a place that's teeming with all you teachers. It had been a month or so since he'd met the first female ghost. He hadn't studied for a long time, and inside he still missed his teachers. If he could really go to Sakura country through the underworld, he might even be able to communicate with all the teachers face to face. Thinking of this, Lee 11 couldn't help but get excited. So, he curiously asked Black Impermanence, "You guys in the underworld still care about the Sakura kingdom?" Black Impermanence laughed and explained, "It's not really like that law. Every country has its own underworld organization just like the real world. And Sakura country's underworld organization is known as the Yellow Springs Realm. So what's the point of going to the Yellow Springs Realm? That's how I heard about this by accident. What exactly it does? I don't know. Okay. I promise you that in a month's time, I'll be on time for the selection in the underworld." After saying this, as if he remembered something, he added, "Don't misunderstand me. I didn't promise you guys so that I could go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, but for the sake of Master Xiachi and Master Fan Bao." Hearing this, White Impermanence immediately made a face at him. "Humph. You little pervert. I think you just want to go to Sakura country." As the sky dawned, Black Impermanence spoke. "Our cultivation is still shallow now. We can't stay in the daytime for long, so we have to hurry and leave this place. If anything happens in the future, we'll contact each other by phone." "Phone? You guys still have phones?" White Impermanence proudly said. "What? Can't we in the underworld develop our own technology? For your information, the life and death books are all electronic now." After saying that, she took out a cell phone. "This is the iPhone 20 that the underworld has configured for us. It's the latest model from the foreign underworld." Lee 11 thought to himself, "Old Joe has a bit of everything. It's all down there. And he's still able to continue developing new cell phones." 1383678XXXX said Black Impermanence. "This is my cell phone number. Contact me later." After saying that, the two of them disappeared into the room with a flash of their figures. Looking at the empty room, Lee 11 was a little lost in his heart. But when he saw that Sun Xiuyan was still sleeping soundly, a glimmer of hope flared up in his heart. He secretly thought to himself that he must hurry up, or else he would really have no chance. Just then, Sun Xiuyan suddenly woke up, probably because of her thirst, and she sat up from the bed in a daze. Seeing Lee 11 standing in the house fully dressed, she asked with a puzzled face, "Are you not sleeping or just getting up?" When Lee 11 heard this, he immediately felt that his plan was going to fall through again. What? I just got up and was on my way to get breakfast." Sun Xiuyan smiled sweetly. "I was drunk yesterday. You didn't do anything. You're still quite honest. Looks like I misunderstood you yesterday." Lee 11 was bitter in his heart, hardened his head, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. The sun had just risen at this time, and the rising sun stretched the silhouettes. "Boss, 2 donuts and 2 cups of soy milk." Lee 11 came to a breakfast stall. "Okay." The owner, a middle-aged man with a gentle smile on his face, was somewhat clumsily turning the fries in the frying pan. Lee 11 asked curiously, "Boss, you haven't been learning to fry donuts for long here, have you?" The shopkeeper smiled and nodded, a hint of shyness in her tone. "Yes, today is my first day out of the stall. You are my first customer." "Oh." Lee 11 smiled slightly and nodded politely as he sized up the shopkeeper. Suddenly, he was surprised to find no sign of the store owner. Anyone who regularly runs into ghosts knows that ghosts don't have shadows. Lee 11 couldn't help but remember what Bai Wenxin had once told him: only the Fury Spirit was able to come out and move around during the day, while the Fierce Spirit was unable to do so. Then, the shopkeeper in front of him was obviously not an ordinary ghost, but a bogeyman. However, from the looks of it, this furious spirit didn't seem like that kind of fierce and vicious. His face was kind, and instead, he gave people a feeling of kindness. Just then, another tall girl came. She was dressed in a white-collar outfit, looking competent and sharp. She walked up to the stall, smiled and said to the owner, "Boss, give me a donut and a cup of soy milk." Lee 11 was shocked to find her equally shadowless. Chapter 61, News of Death. Less than a day after returning from the Longhu Mountain, he even hit ghosts continuously. Lee 11 was filled with doubts. Could it be that the security of the provincial capital of Hanong Province was also too bad? Is it because the security in the provincial capital of Hanong province is also too poor? His eyes were fixed on the taller girl and the store owner. After the girl got the donut and soy milk, she smiled and thanked the owner before turning around and getting ready to leave. Lee 11 stared closely at his sister's back, wanting to see if she would suddenly disappear like the other shadowy spirits. However, the sister was walking steadily toward the front as if she were a normal person. Jingle bells. His cell phone rang, and Fatty's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Zhao Mengmeng is dead. What happened? They were obviously drinking together last night. Why are they suddenly dead today? Fatty was so anxious that he was on the verge of crying. Last night, after I sent her downstairs in the dormitory, everything was normal. But just now, a classmate told me that Meng Meng's body was found under the dormitory building, and the police initially judged that she jumped to her death. Lee 11 said with concern, "Don't worry, I'll be there now." 10 minutes later, Li Shi arrived at the school with Sun Xiuyan. Just arrived at the dormitory building, saw the police have blocked the place. He pulled Sun Xiuyan squeezed into the crowd, saw a white cloth covered Zhao Mengmeng's body. The blood has stained the white cloth red. According to Li Shi's inference, Zhao Mengmeng is a cheerful girl. Last night she also discussed with the fat man, the National Day holiday, to go together to climb Mount Tai. She will never commit suicide. He found Fatty and asked for details. According to the police's deduction at the scene, last night Zhao Mengmeng came to the roof of the building in her red pajamas after taking a shower and leapt down from the roof. Since it was summer vacation and she was alone in the dormitory, no one knew exactly what happened last night. Although people can't talk when they are dead, Lee 11 had a way. He thought of the black and white irregulars. He dialed the phone number left by Black Impermanence. "I have something I want to ask for your help. A friend of mine jumped to his death last night. Can you help me find his soul?" Black Impermanence was favored by him, and immediately used his cell phone to connect to the intranet of the Book of Life and Death. Zhao Mengmeng had 81 years of Yang life, and should have lived until the end of her life. We can only check the souls of people who died normally here. The souls of people who died horizontally like her should still be wandering in the Yang world. Normal death and horizontal death are indeed completely different. People who die horizontally are basically Yang life has not yet arrived, so after death, cannot enter the reincarnation. At this time is not accepted by the hell. The soul can only float around, become a lonely ghost. Then how do I find her soul? Lee 11 asked. Normally, such freshly dead people are not even considered foul spirits, and they can only often be found in shady places during the day, usually places where they often live. Okay. Li Shi took Sun Xiuyan and Fatty and prepared to take a look at her dormitory. Since it was a place where she lived regularly, it must be the dormitory. But at this time, Zhao Mengmeng's dormitory has been sealed by the police. They simply cannot go in. Fire Spirit, go and take a look for me. Lee 11 instructed Fire Spirit to transform into a spirit body and enter the dormitory so that he wouldn't be discovered by the police. Shortly, Fire Spirit did indeed bring Zhao Mengmeng's soul out. Normally, humans are invisible to soul bodies. At this time, except for Lee 11 and Zhao Mengmeng, everyone else couldn't look at Zhao Mengmeng. They came to a deserted place, and Lee 11 asked, "What the hell happened?" Zhao Mengmeng looked at him in surprise. "You can see me?" Fatty looked at Lee 11 who was talking to the air and asked, "Who are you talking to?" Sun Xiuyan explained, "We've found Zhao Mengmeng's soul." The fat man dropped his jaw in shock. "You guys aren't kidding me." Fire Spirit patted Fatty's shoulder and transmitted a stream of aura to him. "Just let you take a look as well." Looking at Zhao Mengmeng suspended in midair, the fat man was so scared that he retreated a few steps. Really can find it." He looked at Lee 11 in surprise. "Who exactly are you people? Let's talk about me later. Right now the main thing is to know how Zhao Mengmeng died." Zhao Mengmeng recounts what happened. Last night she returned to her dormitory building and had just gone up to the 5th floor when she heard the footsteps of high heels coming from the 6th floor. The 6th floor is the roof of the building, and it's always been empty. She felt strange. How could there be someone on the 6th floor in the middle of the night? She had been a little too drunk and, emboldened by the alcohol, she tiptoed up. Just as I reached the roof, the sound from upstairs disappeared. On the floor, an ID card was placed. The photo on the ID card is of a girl with short hair and a clean face. The date of birth shows that she was born in 1985. And as this place is full of post-00 college students, it is clear that this ID card does not belong to any of the students in this building. Out of the goodness of her heart, she picked her up anyway, intending to give her to the hostess tomorrow. With the dim light of the hallway, she didn't see anyone on the 6th floor and returned to her room. She put the piece of ID on the desk, grabbed her pajamas, and headed to the bathroom for a cool shower. But when she came back, the ID card had surprisingly disappeared. She made sure she was the only one in the room and left her ID right there. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on, and an oozing woman's voice came from around the room. "Hey, Little sister, thanks for picking up my ID. Who are you? Zhao Mengmeng asked. I'm your schoolmate. Where are you? Zhao Mengmeng looked around. There was no one in the room. You don't have to look for me. Give me your body and we'll be one from now on. Zhao Mengmeng was instantly stunned. She wanted to run out but realized that the door had been unlocked. At this moment, a woman wearing a white dress slowly appeared in front of her. The woman's face was pale, her eyes were empty, and her long hair covered her face. The woman let out an eerie laugh. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands and lunged at Zhao Mengmeng. Zhao Mengmeng pulled open the door to her room and ran out. She was just about to go downstairs, but the woman in white stopped him. In desperation, she ran up toward the roof. The woman in white had no intention of letting her go, and Zhao Mengmeng was forced to the edge of the roof. Zhao Mengmeng asked in horror, "What the hell do you want? Pick up my ID and your body is mine." The woman in white approached step by step. Zhao Mengmeng turned around and said with tears in her eyes, You don't force me? Otherwise, I'll jump." A weird smile appeared on the white woman's face. "Hey, do you dare to jump?" Of course Zhao Mengmeng didn't dare, but in shock, her feet slipped and she fell straight down. At that time, everyone was asleep, and it wasn't until the next day that anyone found Zhao Mengmeng's body. Chapter 62, Su Yutong's Secret. After listening to Zhao Mengmeng's story, Fire Spirit said, "This is a ghost coming to the young world to find a double." Thinking that Bai Wenxin and Su Yutong were both female ghosts, but they were alive and well and didn't have any stand-ins. Li 11 asked, "Isn't it true that a yin spirit can become a fury spirit through cultivation and move freely in the young world? What is she looking for a double for?" Of course it helps with cultivation. If the yin spirit is able to find a suitable human to attach to, the speed of cultivation will increase dozens of times. Of course the one being attached needs to agree, or else they will reject it. Li 11 said, "No normal person would agree to it. Who would want to be possessed by a shadowy spirit?" Fire Spirit shook her head. "That's not necessarily true. The possessed person will share the cultivation of the yin spirit. Don't you want to fly through the sky and do whatever you want? Indeed. Imagine how terrifying it would have to be for a robber to have the cultivation of a fury spirit." Fatty asked, "So what now?" Fiery Spirit thought for a moment. People can't come back from the dead, and with a life expectancy of 81 years, only after 61 years would the underworld be willing to accept her. Zhao Mengmeng was on the verge of crying with anxiety. Then I'll have to be a lonely ghost for 61 years? The fat man was also anxious. "I just found a girlfriend here, and it's gone just because I said it's gone?" Li 11 comforted up the two. "You don't have to worry. In the future, Zhao Mengmeng can follow MS. Bye. With her guidance, I'm sure I won't let you be a lone ghost." The two looked at him incredulously and asked in unison, "What do you mean by that?" Li 11 said, "Secretly telling you, Bai Wenxin is also a female ghost." Fatty was surprised. "You mean the female ghost is our teacher? What else are you hiding from me?" When Li 11 told Fatty everything, Fatty felt like his worldview collapsed. "You have too much information. Let me slow down." Zhao Mengmeng said, "Senior, that white female ghost harmed me. You have to help me take revenge." "That's for sure. But what does that ghost girl really look like? And where is she?" Fire Spirit said, "This is simple. Let her follow me tonight. I can definitely find that female ghost." Fatty pulled Li 11 to the side. "Bro, ask you something. Do you think Zhao Mengmeng is still considered my girlfriend? You guys broke up?" Fatty said, "That's not true. It's just that I'm sort of in a relationship with a female ghost from now on." Li 11 nodded. "Of course." Fatty hemmed and hawed. "I have no experience in this area. Can you teach me?" As night fell, Fire Spirit brought Zhao Mengmeng to look for the white-clothed female ghost in the school. The surroundings were quiet, with only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in front of them. The person was dressed in white and his entire body revealed a bizarre aura. Fire Spirit asked, "Is it her?" Zhao Mengmeng was so frightened that she clutched Fire Spirit's arm and nodded. "I'll avenge you right here." Fire Spirit Child roared, her body emitting a blazing aura, instantly transforming into a brilliant flame, rushing towards that white-clothed female ghost at an astonishing speed. The female ghost felt a strong threat, and she sidestepped her body, nimbly dodging the flame's attack. When she turned her head, she saw Zhao Mengmeng who was hiding. "Phew, who did I think this was? I didn't expect you to come to me for revenge so soon." The corner of the female ghost's mouth hooked into a mocking smile as her gaze fell on Zhao Mengmeng. Zhao Mengmeng was trembling with fear. She bit her lips tightly and cowardly looked at the female ghost in front of her, unable to say a word. Such a reaction made the female ghost even more unscrupulous. "Now everyone has become a yin spirit, but if you are good and obedient, now come over and pinch my shoulders. I can consider taking you as a little follower." "Ha ha." The female ghost laughed triumphantly. When Fire Spirit Air heard these words, the anger in her heart grew stronger. The flames in her body burned even more fiercely, once again transforming into a blazing fire that rushed towards the female ghost like a burning meteor. The female ghost's face instantly became shocked beyond belief as she stared at the fire spirit in front of her with wide eyes in disbelief. You managed to find such a powerful helper. Fire spirit's flames blazed and completely surrounded the female ghost. The high temperature of the flames caused the surrounding air to twist and distort, as if it was going to burn everything to the ground. The female ghost was terrified as she desperately struggled to escape from this terrifying sea of fire, but fire spirit's flames were too powerful for her to escape. As time passed, the female ghost's figure was gradually engulfed by the flames, and eventually disappeared completely into the endless flames. As Zhao Mengmeng watched all of this, the fear in her heart gradually dissipated and was replaced by gratitude towards Fire Spirit. "Thank you, Fire Spirit," Zhao Mengmeng said. Fire Spirit said with a smile, "It's fine. This female ghost is nothing powerful. Don't be afraid if you encounter this kind of thing again in the future." The next day, early morning, Li 11 prepared to take Sun Xiuyan to the White Cloud Temple. At this moment, Li 11 has long been impatient to go back. If not for the delay of Zhao Mengmeng's matter yesterday, maybe now it would have been embraced left and right. After noon, the two arrived at the White Cloud Temple. Just as he reached the door, he heard Huang Xianer's voice. "Why hasn't seen your brother come yet? It's been a month. I miss him so much." Li 11 thought to himself, "It's still this little blonde animal-eared lowly that's better behaved." Bai Wenxin said, "What do you want her for? Still don't know she's fooling around with that woman now. Come in, don't eavesdrop." Hu Sakurako's voice came from inside the Taoist temple. When Li Shi arrived at the Taoist temple with Sun Xiuyan, Bai Wenxin immediately said, "I'll say it, she really did bring another woman back." Huang Xianer, on the other hand, happily ran over and stopped him by the neck. "Seen your brother. You're finally back." He immediately hid behind Hu Chirako. "First wife, quickly save me." Hearing me say this, Su Yutang seductively said, "What first wife? I'm the wife you're married to." Hu Cherry Z puffed and laughed. "Sister Linger, I don't recognize that I'm her wife, so do what you want, as you wish." Li 11 thought to himself, "A marriage contract? That's a death wish you signed for me." Li 11 pulled Su Yutong to a room. He coldly said, "I already know about the Yin and Yang marriage certificate as well as the Hetian Jade. Tell me, what exactly do you want?" Su Yutong was calm. She lit a cigarette and took a sharp drag, then took out a business card. "Remember to look for me the next time you go to the provincial city. You'll know by then." Li 11 took the business card, only to see that it read, Su Yutong, assistant to the chairman of Tianrun Group. Tianrun Group. That was the largest real estate enterprise in the entire Handong province. She was actually the assistant to the chairman of Tianrun Group. When he had just graduated, he had submitted his resume to Tianrun Group, so he had learned some rumors about Tianrun Group. He vaguely remembered that the chairman of Tianrun Group had inexplicably died last year, and his 30-year-old granddaughter had inherited the position of chairman. This woman is not ordinary. I heard that she kills and kills. Black and white. Chapter 63, Feng Cheng's engagement. My disciple has returned? The voice of Taoist Master Cheng Wei came from outside the courtyard. At this time, Sun Xiuyan walked over and looked at Taoist Master Cheng Wei and said, "You are Taoist Master Cheng Wei?" Taoist Master Cheng Wei looked her up and down and suddenly popped out. "And you wouldn't be having an affair with my disciple as well?" Li 11 walked out of the room, feeling that he had been wronged. "Master, what are you talking about? Miss Sun and I are innocent," Bai Wenxin said in a conspiratorial manner. "That's really hard for you. Do I need to send you a plaque with the 4 words righteous man?" Taoist Master Cheng Wei carefully sized up Sun Xiuyan. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes before he spoke. "I see that you are quite like an old friend. Are you from the Southwest Sun family?" Sun Xiuyan nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Taoist Master Cheng Wei's face darkened as he muttered, "It seems that what should come will come after all." Sun Xiuyan frowned and asked suspiciously, "I heard Li 11 say that the Tongtian tattoo on her stomach was tattooed by you." Taoist Master Cheng Wei interrupted Sun Xiuyan's words as he entered the room and took out a silver needle. "This transformation needle originally belonged to your Sun family. Handing it over to you today can be considered returning it to its rightful owner." Then, he told Sun Xiuyan how he got the transformation needle. 40 years ago, Taoist Master Cheng Wei was still just a small Taoist priest of the Heavenly Master sect of Longhu Mountain. That year, he followed the orders of his teacher, the previous Heavenly Master, and set out on a journey to the southwest region to subdue demons and eliminate devils. It was in this land that he befriended Sun Yi, the matriarch of the Sun family at the time. Sun Yi was the younger sister of Sun Xiuyan's grandfather, and even though she was young at that time, only in her 20s, she was able to inherit the position of the Sun family patriarch due to her exceptional talent and brilliance. After meeting and getting to know Taoist Master Cheng Wei, the two fall in love. However, This love was not favored by God. When Taoist master Qing Wei returned to his master's school, he was severely chastised by his master and was put in a confinement cell for 10 long years. During these 10 long years, Sunny had come to visit Taoist master Qing Wei many times. She ascended Mount Lungfu 3 times, but was stopped by the celestial master's sect and was unable to meet her lover. In the end, after Sun Yi's 4th fruitless trip to the mountain, she resolutely engages in a fierce battle with the heavenly master. Unfortunately, due to her lack of strength, she ended up not being able to defeat the heavenly master and vomited blood and was seriously injured. In order to save his beloved Sun Yi, Taoist master Qing Wei betrayed his master and escaped from Lungfu Shan to Baiyun Shan with the severely injured Sun Yi. Sun Yi passed away within a few days due to her injuries. Before she passed away, she left the invaluable harmonization needle to Taoist master Qing Wei. Hearing this, Li 11 realized why the old heavenly master said that the lightning method he learned was that of Longhu Mountain, and he was reluctant to talk about the reason why Taoist master Qing Wei left Longhu Mountain. It turned out that Taoist master Qing Wei was also a lover when he was young. Sun Xiuyan knew the ins and outs of the matter. Many thanks to the Taoist master for telling the truth. Taoist Qing Wei sighed. No need for thanks. It's also considered that I'm sorry for your Sun family. It's just that in order to save my disciple, I used the Sun family's transformation needle that can only be used once in 100 years. You won't blame me for that. Won't. If it wasn't for Li 11, I wouldn't have made it into the top 4, and I wouldn't have been able to enter the Xian cave. Li 11 thought of the ice dragon at the hotel and asked, what exactly did you enter the Xian cave for? Sun Xiuyan thought about it. Forget it, tell you the truth. She lifted up the shirt on her back, and there was a tattoo of the dragon goddess. Except that the dragon was clearly different from the one she had seen when she was on the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and it resembled the dragon in the hotel. It was an ice dragon that gave off a cold aura. Bai Wenqin was surprised. I've seen a lot of tattoos, but it's the first time I've seen a tattoo that can emit cold air. Sun Xiuyan explained. Wanting to obtain a Tongtian pattern isn't just a way to use the transformation needle. As long as there's a chance, the Yin-Yang ghost pattern can also evolve into a Tongtian pattern. And this time I went to Xiantian Cave Mansion for this very purpose. Li 11 then realized that no wonder she sneakily tried to sneak into the Xiantian Cave that night. So it was for this. He hemmed and hawed. We're still quite destined to be together. One ice and one fire through the sky tattoo. Bai Wenqin grabbed his ears. Fated? Are you destined to be with any girl? Ouch. Let go. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was Feng Cheng's call. On the other side of the phone, Feng Cheng's trembling voice came. Taoist Li. Save me. What's wrong? Take your time. I hit a ghost. If she had said this when she had just met Feng Cheng, Li 11 would have felt that she was making a big deal out of it. But now she was someone who had lived with a female ghost, and in such a situation, it must be a big deal to be able to scare her like this. Last night, a designer bag inexplicably appeared in front of my house, and I took it home thinking it was a gift from someone else. There were $10,000 inside the bag. However, I was going to carry this bag out today, but it was full of dead people's paper money and there was also a marriage certificate. It's the kind of marriage certificate between you and Su Yutong. At this time, Li 11 knew the seriousness of the matter. She was unexpectedly also forced to sign a yin-yang marriage contract with the yin spirit, and the time was today. Don't worry, I'll get to you now. Being signed into a yin-yang marriage is no small matter, and Li 11 decides to go to her rescue. Hanging up the phone, Li 11 asked Su Yutong, you've heard what happened just now. Why is it that even if you just receive a bag, you will be signed a yin-yang marriage contract? Su Yutong said that there are 2 ways to sign a yin-yang marriage contract. One is the blood signing, the kind of way she and Li 11 signed the marriage contract. The second is through the way of the bride price. As long as you accept the bride price of the yin spirit, even if you agree to marry the yin spirit, the money in the bag is the bride price. At this time, Feng Cheng sent the location. It would take 4 hours to take a taxi from here to her house. Li 11 quickly said, I won't be here tonight. Hearing this, other than Taoist Master Qing Wei and Sun Kaiyan, everyone else disagreed. Huang Xianer hugged him. Senior brother, don't leave. Her tone was filled with petulance and reluctance, making people feel compassionate. Bai Sakurako also revealed an expression of reluctance. Hubby, you must accompany me tonight. Her voice was gentle and delicate, as if it was able to touch the softest parts of the human heart. Facing the crowd's retention, Li 11 smiled helplessly and explained, there are so many of you, you can't go with me. A car won't fit. Hu Sakurako, however, was unimpressed. Don't forget, we're either ghosts or demons. We don't need to ride in a car. Su Yutong also added, we can all attach ourselves to the Hutian Jade. Looking at their look of reluctance, Li 11 was also somewhat touched in his heart, but he didn't intend to delay any further. Alright, go! With Li Shi's command, everyone turned into a stream of light and attached themselves to the Hutian Jade. Chapter 64, The Little Boy. What a jade inside. Fire Spirit Air complained. Master, so many people have suddenly come in here. It's too crowded. The others argued. You go that way. No, no, no. Huang Xianer and I are squeezed out of our places already. Looking at Sun Qiuyan alone, Li 11 asked. Are you going? She thought for a moment and said it's kind of pointless to stay here with an old man. Taoist Master Qingwei wasn't angry. Instead he laughed out happily. You guys are here with me? I still have to manage the food and shelter. It almost didn't wear me out. So take them away. He took out a book from within the room. This is the spirit seeing technique. After acquiring it you will be able to see the Yin spirits and demons no matter what they manifest into. Late at night, after 10 o'clock, they arrived at Feng Cheng's home, which was a villa in the city, and it was said that a villa here was hundreds of millions of dollars. Feng Cheng was wearing a silk nightgown and eagerly waiting for them. When she saw Li 11 standing in the doorway, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly opened the door and wrapped her arms around him. Taoist Li, you're finally here. At this time, Sun Qiuyan coughed lightly, reminding the two to pay attention to the occasion. Only then did Feng Cheng notice that Li 11 was followed by another person and asked suspiciously, Is this? Sun Qiuyan smiled and introduced himself. Hello, Miss Feng, my name is Sun Qiuyan. Then, taking Li Shi's hand, I'm her girlfriend. I'll rub it in. Li 11 did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. Could it be because she saw that I was so good with women and thought it would be too late if I didn't do it again? Hearing this, the gang of Yin spirits in the Hotan Jade couldn't help themselves and ran out. Bai Wenxin was the first to ask. Didn't you say in Bai Yunguan that you guys were innocent? How did you become your girlfriend now? Sun Qiuyan pulled Li Shi's hand. Can a girlfriend be innocent? Su Yutong also took Li Shi's arm. He's a married man. Sun Qiuyan didn't care. You are both Yin spirits. Even if you are married, can you get a marriage license? The state doesn't recognize it. Su Yutong was dumbfounded by the dislike. Hu Cherry Z didn't care. It's not like you don't know what kind of person Li 11 is. We're here to solve the problem. So don't all stand at the door either. While on the road, Li 11 had already flipped through the spirit-seeking technique given to him by Taoist Master Qingwei. As they entered the room, he caught a glimpse of the designer bag sitting in the living room. It was lying there quietly, but was surrounded by an eerie black aura. This was exactly the same bag that Feng Cheng had picked up at the door earlier. The other Yin spirits had also noticed the anomaly. Hu Cherry Z smiled disdainfully. This Yin spirit doesn't look like he's very strong. He's probably just a fury spirit cultivator. Any one of us here can easily beat him to death. So it seems that he's going to suffer this year. Huang Xianer jumped at the chance. After practicing with Master for so long, it's time to test the results. Let me meet this fury spirit for a while today. But, at that, she suddenly paused. She frowned and said, but now there's another problem. So many of us are here. If that fury spirit notices, he definitely won't dare to come in easily. At that moment, Feng Cheng opened her closet. You're hiding here. Li 11 had once seen Zhou Ling's closet, which was full of all sorts of clothes. But compared to Feng Cheng's closet, it was nothing compared to Feng Cheng's closet. Only to see Feng Cheng's closet hung with a wide range of clothes, not only a large number, but also a variety of styles, dazzling people. It had to be said that the inside of Feng Cheng's closet was really rich. Not only did she have a lot of pajamas, but she had one of those sexy little sets. It looks like she's usually playing around with her husband. Li 11 thought to himself, I really want to see how she looks in those little suits. How eye-catching it would be to give a set of those clothes to each of these girls. Everyone hid inside the closet and waited for the Furies to get to come. Soon after, Li 11 felt as if the air around him had suddenly cooled down and a chill came over him. It's a precursor to the imminent appearance of the shadowy spirit. Wife, I'm coming. The crowd heard the draconic spirit come in. Only the voice had a hint of childishness to it. Huang Xianer had been impatient for a long time, and when she heard the voice, she stormed out of the closet. However, when she took a good look at the fury spirit in front of her, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. What stood in front of her was actually just a young boy who looked no more than 8 or 9 years old. The little boy, too, was evidently surprised by their appearance, and he asked, wide-eyed and puzzled, who are you? After a short period of silence, he seemed to realize that their cultivation was not simple, so he turned around and fled without hesitation. Since he had already been allowed to fall into the trap, it was naturally impossible to easily let him escape. Everyone quickly reacted and surrounded the little boy tightly. Huang Xianer clenched her fists. A fierce light flashed in her eyes as she said in a threatening tone, little brother, sister will accompany you for a while. In the face of such a situation, the little boy did know how to take the wind at his back. and without saying a word, he plopped down on his knees and begged for forgiveness with a face full of grievances. Sister, I'm wrong. This kneeling of his had confused Huang Xianer. If the other party resisted, she would naturally beat him up, but with everyone else surrendering, she really couldn't lay her hands on him. Li 11 asked, "Little friend, are you young enough to enter a cave? Why do you want to get married?" "All were told to me by the banyan tree spirit in the countryside." The child told them that he was matched because he had met a 1,000-year-old banyan tree on 5 Banyan Hill in the outskirts of the big banyan village. That big banyan tree would bewitch a woman whenever it was on the night of the full moon every month and match her with him to enhance her cultivation. The young boy was told this method by that 1,000-year-old banyan tree after he met him. "So is this your first time?" Li 11 asked. He nodded hastily. "Brother, I swear, it's definitely my first time." Li 11 originally wanted to destroy him, but at this time, Huang Xianer pleaded for him. He's still a child, and it's his first time. It's better to let him go. Li 11 looked at Feng Chengcheng. After all, she was the victim. It was better to seek her opinion. Feng Chengcheng nodded. As long as he doesn't harm anyone in the future, let him go. The children immediately said, "Sisters, I promise. I've never harmed anyone before, and I definitely won't in the future." "All right, off you go." The children kowtowed to them 3 times. "Thank you, brother and sister." The people agreed to go to the big banyan village tomorrow to check it out. After all, how many people would have to die if they had to be matched with a woman every month? Feng Chengcheng said, "I suggest it's best to contact Zhong Qinin." Chapter 65, Taoist Li, please turn over your cards. Zhong Qinin is investigating the matter of the Big Banyan Village. Big Banyan Village is a small village with beautiful scenery. There is a 1,000-year-old banyan tree in the village, which has a thick trunk and luxuriant branches and leaves, like a huge green umbrella covering the whole village. As Big Banyan Village is known nationwide for its large number of long-lived elderly people, the villagers attribute this to the ancient banyan tree, which they regard as their guardian deity and hold regular grand ceremonies of incense and worship every year. Recently, this quiet hamlet has been the scene of frequent and bizarre incidents. Many young girls in their prime have disappeared for no apparent reason. The last place these girls were seen was the village of Big Banyan, after which they disappeared without a trace as if they had vaporized. The police received the report and went up the mountain several times to search, but never found any clues or traces. Nonetheless, the police tried to block the road to Danyang village to prevent more people from going missing, but the move was strongly opposed by nearby villagers, convinced that the move would anger the gods and bring disaster to the village. They even clashed violently with the police. In the end, the police had to withdraw the blockade plan and let the situation continue. It was now the wee hours of the morning, and Li 11 thought that it was not appropriate to bother Zhong Qinin at this time. So he decided to take a rest first and wait until tomorrow to contact her again. Right at this moment, Feng Chengcheng pulled his hand and said in a delicate voice, "Taoist Li, I'm so scared. Will you accompany me tonight?" Seeing this, Huang Xianer on the side hurriedly broke Feng Chengcheng's hand away and said eagerly, No, I haven't seen senior brother for a long time either. I should let senior brother accompany me tonight." Hu Sakurako was also not willing to show weakness, and quickly said, "Aya, what are you guys doing? I'm the oldest here, so you all have to listen to me. Let Li 11 accompany me first tonight." Bai Wenxin and Su Yutong naturally wouldn't be willing to bow down. Sun Xiuyan looked at the scene in front of him and was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, muttering in a small voice, "I really didn't expect it. So you're so popular? It seems like I didn't miss out on something in the past." For a while, the people were at odds with each other, and no one refused to give in, all of them tightly pulling on Li 11 and not letting go. Li 11 only felt that his head was buzzing from the noise they were making, and it was about to explode. It turns out that more women can cause such and such trouble. "All right, you guys stop arguing. Draw lots. Whoever I catch tonight is who." Feng Chengcheng immediately said, "All right, then I will go and prepare now." Soon, she was seen coming over with 6 balls of paper in her hands. "In here are the names of the 6 of us, so pick one at random." Under their expectant gazes, Li 11 casually picked up a ball of paper and opened it to see that 3 large, eye-catching characters were written on it. Feng Chengcheng. She couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha, it seems like this is the will of heaven. It's going to be a hard night for Taoist Li." She looked at the others again and said gently, "Anyway, I have plenty of rooms here, so you guys can rest here tonight." When the crowd heard this, they all hung their heads and sulked as they picked out their rooms. When everyone had left, Li 11 asked suspiciously, "How could it be such a coincidence?" Feng Chengcheng mischievously hemmed and hawed, then opened another ball of paper, and it turned out that her name was actually on it again. Li 11 came to a realization and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. You're really a little witty." Feng Chengcheng pouted, "Humph, who let people miss you?" Suddenly, Her face turned serious and she said seriously to Li 11. Taoist Li, I have good news for you. I already have a child. Holy, it should not be mine. Li 11 didn't expect to be so careless. And does your family know? She laughed. My husband came back once half a month ago and then left the country again a week ago. He was so happy when he found out I was pregnant yesterday. And he even told me to go thank Taoist Ching Wei. She stroked Li Shi's chest. But, Taoist Li, the person I should thank most should be you. The following morning, Li 11 dialed Zhong Qinyan's phone. Zhong Qinyan heard his voice and remembered what happened before. She was a bit angry. What are you looking for me for? Li 11 hurriedly explained. Last night, I met a little boy who told me something about Big Banyan Village. Hearing this, Zhong Qinyan's tone eased slightly and asked, You're going to Big Banyan Village? Right. I heard that you guys are also investigating this case, so I wanted to ask if it would be convenient for you to come with us? Zhong Qinyan hesitated and said, But, I'm just a forensic scientist. Why don't I call up Captain Zhang of the Criminal Police Detachment? No need. This time we're going to solve the problem of the demon, not to arrest anyone. Besides, I don't want too many people to know about this. Zhong Qinyan thought about it and finally agreed. When everyone learned that they were going to the Great Banyan Village, several other people expressed their desire to go along. But Li 11 thought that the cultivation of a 1,000-year-old banyan tree would not be too high, because plants can't practice as fast as animals. Animals are naturally psychic, and a 1,000-year-old fox demon may have conjured up a spirit. But for a banyan tree, it might take a few hundred years to produce a spirit, and it's even harder to make a dan. So there's no need to get all worked up about a 1,000-year-old banyan tree. It was finally decided to take only Sun Xiuyan along. Outside the Big Banyan Village, Li 11 saw Zhong Qinyan, who was still so charming. When she saw Sun Xiuyan beside him, she got a little angry and said coldly, Where did this hook up with the little girl again? Sun Xiuyan took his hand. Hello, introduce yourself. I'm Li Shi's girlfriend, Sun Xiuyan. Sun Xiuyan also learned to be smart. She knew that she couldn't be the boss inside the Yin spirit, but in front of humans, she could still grab a girlfriend's position. Zhong Qinyan was no slouch either. Snapping a slap on his face, Li 11, you asshole, I have your child, and you're even looking for another woman. Me, so you won the lottery twice in one night? Is the winning rate that high? No wonder you were so angry when you got my call last night. But if you're pregnant, you're pregnant. What are you hitting me for? Sun Xiuyan's face was suffocating red with anger. You scum! Right at this moment, Zhong Qinyan, who was on the side, suddenly took Li Shi's hand and said daintily, hubby, we haven't met the parents yet. After we deal with the matter of Big Banyan Village, you'll come home with me. After saying that, she didn't forget to glare at Sun Xiuyan. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiuyan was so angry that he walked in the direction of Big Banyan Village without looking back. Looking at Sun Xiuyan's distant back, Zhong Qinyan suddenly let go of Li Shi's hand, pointed her finger at him, and said viciously, You wait for me. I'm not finished with you. With an innocent look on his face, Li 11 asked suspiciously, Aren't you going to meet your parents? Zhong Qinyan rolled her eyes and said, Meet your grandpa's parents? I'm mad at her. Don't you see? After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving Li 11 alone in the wind. Chapter 66, 1,000-Year-Old Banyan, Big Banyan Village. In order not to make the villagers suspicious, Li 11 could only tell the villagers that he had come for an outing in photography. Zhong Qinyan had been here before and knew her way around, and she led the duo towards the hills behind the village. Soon they found the 1,000-year-old banyan tree. Li 11 used his spirit-seeing technique and realized that this banyan tree was surrounded by a powerful and black aura. Zhong Qinyan said, Team Zhang and I have come to see it a few times, and we didn't find anything strange. Li 11 summoned Fire Spirit from the Huttyan Jade and said, Go and take a look around. Fire Spirit nodded and transformed into a ball of flame, surrounding the ancient banyan to take a closer look around. Soon she brought a message. There was a hole at the top of this big banyan tree that led straight to the inside of the banyan tree, and there were a dozen white bones there, as well as a few women who still had breath, and a few branches were inserted into the women's bodies as if they were sucking their vitality. Li Shi's face clouded over. It seemed that this ancient banyan had already harmed many people. However, no ancient banyan's spirit body was found. Fire Spirit added. Li 11 guessed. It seems like this guy should be out looking for the next month's target woman. Immediately, they decided to keep watch and wait for it to appear. Evening. Along with this demonic wind, an old man with tumors all over his body slowly emerged. His body was covered with tumors of all sizes, and he looked very grotesque and scary. These tumors appear as if they are verrucae formed by local cell proliferation after the tree has been infected by a fungus or infested by pests. If it had grown on a tree it might have been barely acceptable, but now that it was on a human body, it was incredibly disgusting. Li 11 didn't hesitate to run the power of Een Thunder in his body and quietly flowed towards the old man. When the Een Thunder approached to just a few centimeters away from him, suddenly, those Een Thunder quickly transformed into a dozen or so long tentacles that violently grabbed towards the old man. However, just then, the old man unexpectedly disappeared into thin air without a trace. Immediately afterward, an old voice came out of the air. How dare you little dolls try to sneak up on me? Don't you know that the root system of an ordinary banyan tree can extend tens of meters? I have survived for 1,000 years, and my roots cover half of the mountain. I can easily detect wherever you are. Before the words fell, a bull-thick banyan branch lashed viciously at them like a bolt of lightning. Faced with such a ferocious attack, Li 11 hurriedly mobilized the power of young thunder within his body and ruthlessly split it in half. But immediately afterward, more banyan branches came pouring over like snakes in a steady stream. Several people's cultivation level was not low. Facing the tidal wave of branches, they were like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, cutting all the branches to the ground. Li 11 said to Fire Spirit, set a fire and burn his main trunk. I'll see what tricks he can still play. This is easy. The Fire Spirit transformed into a ball of flame and charged straight at the trunk of the big banyan tree. Seeing that his own body was about to be burned, the old man immediately blocked in front of Fire Spirit's body. He summoned a huge wooden cage to trap Fire Spirit and threw her a good distance away. The Fire Spirit child was furious and inspired intense flames that burned the cage to a crisp before charging again. Ancient Banyan did the same thing again and threw the Fire Spirit child out. I didn't expect this old man to have a bit of combat IQ, to be able to come up with this way to control Fire Spirit's approach to him. Since the fire couldn't extinguish him, let him see the power of the original paper bomb. Li 11 thought to himself, this thing, not to mention the general baneful spirits, even if I myself was blown up, I would be afraid. Boom! Accompanied by a mushroom cloud, the first raw paper bomb exploded next to the big one. The banyan tree, which covered several hectares, was blown right in half. The old man was also affected by the blast of lightning and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Stop it! Seeing that the second raw paper bullet had taken shape, the old man had gotten scared. But it's already too late. He had harmed so many people. How could Li 11 let him go? A second raw paper bomb had wiped out the remaining ancient banyan tree, leaving only a bare trunk. The reason why 11 stayed his hand was because he thought that there were still a few girls in there, so he might still be able to save them. With her old home blown away, Gu Young decided to fight for her life. But in the face of absolute strength, it's useless. Before Li 11 could strike, the Fire Spirit transformed into a flame and surrounded him. Along with the old man's screams, there were nearby villagers gathered around. They should have been woken up by the very first fight. There weren't many people at first, and when they saw the old man, they knelt down and worshipped while cursing at Li 11. Where are you from? You stinking Taoist priest! Quickly release the banyan god. Li 11 helplessly shook his head. These villagers really don't know what's good for them, even treating demons as gods. Some bold villagers wanted to rush up. Zhong Qingyin stopped them. I'm from the city's criminal police detachment. They are indeed getting rid of demons. A villager recognized Zhong Qingyin. I have seen you before. Even if you are a police officer, you shall not die well for violating the gods. Enough! Li 11 yelled, stopping them. Look at what this is. He utilized Yang Lei and split the trunk of the big banyan tree in two, revealing the dozen or so white bones and a few women who still had breath. The timid villagers were paralyzed with fear. Dead! Dead! Some of the villagers recognized the survivors. Xior, is that you? A villager went up to check, then excitedly said, it's really Xior. Xior is still alive. Seeing that they all still had branches stuck in their bodies, he hurriedly said, call 120. The explosion of the two bombs just now also alerted the police at the nearby police station. In order not to cause trouble, Li 11 hurriedly took advantage of the chaos and left the scene with Sun Xiuyan. Sun Xiuyan walked in front, while Li 11 and Zhong Qingyin followed behind. Sun Xiuyan huffed, aren't you guys going to meet your parents? What are you following me for? What time is it? My parents went to bed a long time ago. I'm going to my best friend's house now. Can't I? At this time, Feng Cheng had already told Zhong Qingyin about Li 11 staying at her house. Sun Xiuyan didn't know that Zhong Qingyin's best friend was Feng Cheng. She huffed and said, Li 11, who exactly are you going with? Li 11 scratched his head. That is no accident. There is a possibility that we will be on our way. Fire Spirit's expression was one of watching the fun. Master, let's go home quickly. I'm sleepy. At this time, Zhong Qingyin's phone rang. It was Zhang Yong calling. Dr. Bell Forensics. Where are you? Li 11 quickly waved his hand, signaling her not to expose it. I'm at my best friend's house. What can I do for you? There was a pause on the other side of the phone. There was an explosion in Big Banyan Village just now, and some villagers said they saw you. I should be mistaken in recognizing you. I've been at my best friend's house. Okay, I know. Zhang Yang hung up the phone. Zhong Qinin signaled us to leave quickly. Otherwise there are more and more police here. And sooner or later we will be discovered. Chapter 67, Blind Date. When they got home, those sisters at home saw that Li 11 had brought back another person, so they knew that they had another opponent for tonight's draw. This time, it was Feng Cheng who took the initiative to prepare 7 paper balls. Not surprisingly, it's still her who drew tonight, but she was also generous enough to let Zhong Qinin stay with her. Hey, well, that's not a bad idea. In the evening, just as the three of them were having a good time, Sakurako who rushed in with the others. Feng Cheng blocked her body with her clothes and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Su Yutong picked up a paper ball, opened it and saw that it was still written Feng Cheng, opened another one and it was still Feng Cheng. "How dare you lie to us?" Then Li 11 was pulled into a room by the 5 of them. That night, Li 11 almost exerted a flood of energy. The next day, Sun Xiuyan found Li 11 with a face of reluctance. "There is an emergency at my home. Let me go home." She handed over a slip of paper. "I've adjusted the cultivation method of the Tongtian pattern according to the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang ghost pattern. So cultivate it well. What's so urgent?" Without saying a word, Sun Xiuyan turned around and left. Sending Sun Xiuyan away, Zhong Qinin found Li 11. "You're going to attend a meal with me at noon." "What meal?" "Accompany me on a blind date." Li 11 wondered if he had heard it wrong. Where would one take a man on a blind date? "My grandfather introduced her to a boy, but I don't really like him. So help me. Trying to steal my woman? Then of course I can't stand it." Li 11 immediately agreed to her request. On the side, Feng Cheng immediately opened her family's garage, only to see 5 or 6 sports cars neatly parked in the garage. "Going on a blind date of course. You have to drive a good car. These are all my husband's. Since he's not here, you pick one." Li 11 thought to himself, "This rich woman has something." After the others knew that Li 11 was going on a blind date with Zhong Qinin, they all rushed to help him dress up, and the happy look was as if they were going themselves. Li 11 is a bit puzzled by the girl's brain circuits. "Yesterday when I was robbed of my jealousy, and now I'm going to go on a blind date. I'm afraid that I can't overshadow other people's popularity." A Taoist priest, driving a convertible Lamborghini with a beautiful woman. This is definitely a rare scene. On the road, the turnaround rate is really 100%. 11 o'clock noon, Zhong Qinin's house. Li 11 had only heard that Zhong Qinin was a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but he did not expect that her family was also so luxurious, and that the villa's footprint was not inferior to Feng Cheng's family. Li 11 cannot understand. Her family is so rich, but even thought to become a forensic pathologist. Enjoy the good fortune is not good? "Qinin, who is he?" an old man asked just as he entered the courtyard. Zhong Qinin held Li Shi's arm. "Grandpa, he's my boyfriend." Named Li 11. Grandpa Zhong angrily pestled his cane in place. "Nonsense. You knew that the Longsheng Group's Jiang Jingtian Jiang Duke was coming to discuss the marriage, and you came up with this." Zhong Qinin pouted. "You know, I don't like him." "Then you can't just find a Taoist priest to piss us off." Hearing this, Li 11 was not happy. "Master, what do you mean by casual? I shouldn't be any worse than that big Duke Jiang of whatever Longsheng Group." Grandpa Zhong smiled disdainfully. "Let's not talk about the fact that Longsheng Group's financial power is something you can't compare to in your lifetime. He was able to find the demonic elixir of the 3-legged golden toad for me. Can you, a little Taoist priest, do it?" Li 11 thought to himself. "Isn't it just a mere demon pill? I've even eaten it." He said disdainfully, "Just a demonic elixir? Isn't it very simple to get it?" At this time, a man's arrogant voice came from behind him. Where did this stinking Taoist come from? How dare he claim to be able to get the demonic pills of the 3-legged golden toad? Li 11 turned around to see a young man with a big back hair, wearing a gold necklace and a designer label. Zhong Qinin reminded in a low voice. "He's Jiang Jingtian." He was followed by 3 people, all dressed as Taoist priests. Li 11 also recognized one of them. It was his defeated general, Lei Zhe. Razor immediately panicked when he saw Li 11 and instantly lowered his head, pretending not to see. Jiang Jingtian looked at Zhong Qinin holding Li Shi's arm and said angrily, "Dead Taoist, quickly remove your dirty hands." Li 11 naturally wouldn't be afraid of him. Instead he reached out and put his hand on Zhong Qinin's shoulder. "Taoist Lei, waste this kid for me." When Razor heard this, he was standing still. Jiang Jingtian looked at him suspiciously. "Taoist Lei, didn't you hear me?" Lei Zhe trembled and looked at Jiang Jingtian. Jiang young master, I can't beat him. What did I pay you guys to come here for?" "Rubbish." Then he looked at a small old man next to Lei Zhe. "Taoist Ma, then I'll trouble you to make a move." That little old man laughed. A mere little Taoist. Within 5 moves. I'll make sure he kneels and begs for mercy for you. He took a step forward and said, "This Taoist friend. Poor Taoist Ma Bagua. Seeing as we are all Taoist priests, I advise you to immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness from Duke Jiang." Ma Bagua? Why does that name sound so familiar? Whatever it takes. Let's get him down first. Old Taoist, if you ask this young Master Jiang to give me 3 heads, I can consider letting you guys go. Ma Bagua's face showed ferocity. Simply don't know what's good for you. After saying that, he attacked with a set of lightning 5 consecutive whips. If it was an ordinary person, looking at his lightning 5 consecutive whips seemed quite powerful, but in the eyes of Li 11, it was all broken. He saw the right moment and went over with a palm lightning move, hitting Ma Bagua on the ground and twitching. Zhang Jingtian revealed an unbelievable expression. How is it possible? Taoist Master Ma is a high-ranking person of the mixed Taiji sect. How could he be defeated by you in a single move? Quickly tell me, what kind of evil kung fu was this? Li 11 snorted. Is that all, or a high-ranking person? If you're capable, you'd better go together. Zhang Jingtian looked towards the last person. It was an older Taoist nun who looked to be in her 40s. Taoist Master Shun. I'll trouble you then. That Taoist nun had a few insights and recognized Li Shi's tactics. Little Taoist, the lightning technique you just used should come from Longhu Mountain. I wonder which Taoist master's disciple you are. You don't deserve to know who my master is. You seek death. Her face showed a fierce light as she transported a ball of black liquid and attacked me. Li 11 thought to himself, isn't that Yin Lei? How could she? Is she from Lungfu Shan? However, it was obvious that her Yin Thunder was not practiced to the fullest, and when the Yin Thunder immediately grabbed Li 11, he transported his Yin Thunder and blocked the front. The female Taoist's Yin Thunder was instead controlled by Li 11. The female Taoist priest was surprised. Yin and Yang Twin Thunder. Who? You really are. But Li 11 didn't pay any attention to her, but instead walked towards Zhang Jingtian. Mr. Jiang, you can't catch a Jingdan stage demonic beast with just these 3. You wait. Zhang Jingtian only left these words and left in a sorry state. Lei Zhe trembled and said, Li Taoist, today's matter has nothing to do with me. I will leave first. Get lost. Don't let me see you again. Chapter 68, A Pair of Embroidered Shoes. Grandpa Zhong looked at Li 11 with a warm smile on his face. Young Taoist master, I wonder if you have time. How about we can move inside and have a cup of tea and chat together? Hearing this, Li 11 was secretly pleased with himself, and he deliberately raised his voice and said, this day is indeed a bit hot, and I am really thirsty. However, Zhong Qining unceremoniously peeled his hand away from his shoulder, then walked into the house without looking back. Li 11 was puzzled in his heart. He couldn't help but complain. Didn't you hug him properly in front of Zhang Jingtian just now? How come you won't allow me to hug him once he leaves? This is not breaking the bridge. Inside the villa, sandalwood incense curled up. While making tea, Grandpa Zhong asked curiously, I wonder where the young Taoist master comes from. Is he really a disciple of Longhu Mountain? Li 11 gently waved his hand. That master of mine is nameless and faceless, so it's fine not to mention it. Zhong Qining quietly approached Grandpa Zhong's ear and muttered something in a low voice. He couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard this and looked at Li 11 with a face full of astonishment. I wonder if young Taoist master could let me take your pulse. Li 11 was secretly puzzled in his heart, but seeing that Grandpa Zhong did not mean any harm, he extended his right hand. Grandpa Zhong put his finger on Li Shi's pulse, and after a moment, he marveled. Strange. It's really strange. After spending a night with foreign spirits, the vital energy is still so vigorous. Hearing this, Li Shi's heart tightened. Why did this Zhong Qining guy say everything? Grandpa Zhong seriously said to Li 11. Taoist Li, I have an idea. I want to betroth my granddaughter to you. What do you think? Zhong Qining completely did not expect her grandfather to suddenly say something like this. Her face instantly turned red and she pouted. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Grandpa Zhong said with a straight face. Don't think I don't know. Are you pregnant with his child? Grandpa, how? Do you know? Do you think I learned Chinese medicine for nothing for more than 50 years? I stumbled on your wrist the other day and realized something was wrong. Elder Zhong, if you can betroth your granddaughter to me, I'm naturally willing. But there must be some conditions, right? People like them surely won't do a losing deal. Grandpa Zhong laughed. It's just refreshing to talk to a smart person. My condition is to help me find the demonic elixir of the 3-legged golden toad within 3 months. Demon pills are easy to find, but 3-legged golden toads are not easy to find, let alone for 3 months. I've already inquired about the recent appearance of a 3-legged golden toad in the Sakura country, so you can go there and take a look. I wonder what you're looking for the demonic pills of the 3-legged golden toad for. Grandpa Zhong smiled mysteriously. You only need to find the demonic pills for me, As for what to use them for, that's my old man's own business. Li 11 thought to himself. Anyway, I'm going to participate in the Underworld's Underworld selection in a month, and if I can get the top 2 places, I'll go to Sakura country, and since it's a matter of passing by, he agreed to do it. Grandpa Zhang added, remember, you only have 3 months. If you don't find it in 3 months, you can't keep the baby in Qinyan's belly. Okay, in 3 months, I promise to do it. After noon, Li 11 returned to Feng Cheng's house alone. Just as I walked in the door, I was surrounded by the girls asking how the blind date went. After he told them one by one, his gaze went to Huang Xianer, senior sister. I remember you said that you've learned a foreign language, so do you know the language of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Don't talk about the language of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. When my sister and I were trying to get a seal, we learned 8 languages. Then, for the next month, you will teach me the language of the Sakura country. Evening. It's time to draw lots again. With the previous experience, the girls had already completely distrusted Feng Cheng, and this time, the paper balls, they all wrote their own names. Upon seeing that Li 11 was holding Huang Xianer's name in his hand, she immediately wrapped her arms around Li Shi's neck. Senior brother, you're mine tonight. They came to the room. Senior sister, you will teach me the language of the Sakura country tonight. After saying that, he opened the small video of Sakura country that Fatty had sent to him. Huang Xianer looked at the small video sheepishly and said, this is too shameful. Li 11 hammed and hawed. Only by practicing. Can you learn fast? Hearing Huang Xianer's standard pronunciation, it was really a bit of a Sakura Nation girl's flavor. Late night, the crowd had gone to bed. Suddenly, a knock could be heard from outside the door. Li 11 opened the door to see that outside the door was actually a pair of red embroidered shoes with a pair of mandarin ducks. He didn't care. Back in bed, Xianer Huang asked, what's wrong? Who's knocking on the door? No one. Just a pair of embroidered shoes. The two were getting ready for bed when there was another knock. Knock on the door. Who doesn't sleep at night? Li 11 opened the door of the room again. And this time there was even another red cover. Who's so bored on a big night and isn't here to play God? Li 11 was so sleepy that he yawned. But when he looked down again, the embroidered shoes and red head had unexpectedly disappeared. I'll rub it in. It's a hell of a thing. Although he sees ghosts every day. At this time, Bai Wenxin opened the door to her room. Li 11. Run. Grandma Bai is coming. What? Grandma White? The ghost woman? At that moment, a familiar voice came from the surroundings. Bai Wenxin. You've been quite happy these past few days. It's the ghost woman. She's looking for it. Didn't you say before that it would be a year before she broke through the seal? Bai Wenxin looked around nervously. Grandma Bai. I was wrong. Just spare me. Splat. Although he didn't see anyone, he was slapped in the face out of nowhere. To betray me for this man? Damn it. Of course, Li 11 couldn't just sit back and wait for death, and immediately summoned the fire dragon from the Tongtian tattoo. Due to the limitation of space, this fire dragon was far from being as huge as the one inside the Shin Tian cave. The ghostly woman said, good boy, that's what you used to break my ban. Then, a woman wearing a red wedding dress appeared in the room. She was covered with a red head, wearing the same pair of embroidered shoes she had just worn, and although she couldn't see her appearance, she looked like a young girl in terms of her figure. Li 11 thought to himself, was I wrong in thinking before? Could it be that the ghost woman is not an old lady, but a little girl? But on second thought, you can't trust a female ghost's body. After all, the old lady's waist that you saw at the crossroads was also very attractive. Bai Wenxin said, Grandma Bai, just let Li 11 go. The ghost woman said, this kid, I'll take him today. After saying that, she summoned a red light and rushed towards Li 11. The fire dragon immediately blocked the front. The two forces collided, shaking the entire room. Where did the evil spirits come from? Sakurako and the others heard the commotion and came into the room. The ghost woman hemmed and hawed. Young man, Peach Blossom luck is good. There are so many little girls around. Li 11 laughed. If you're a little girl, I wouldn't mind having one more of you. Sakurako pretended to be angry. Hubby, you're a womanizer. After saying that, she rushed towards the ghost woman and snatched off her red cover. It was Li 11 who thought wrong. That's not the old lady. The ghost woman turned out to be a young girl with a clear face. Chapter 69 The House is Haunted. Li 11 remembered that Bai Wenxin had said her name before, Bai Ling. The name fits her temperament. She is very beautiful. Especially those eyes are particularly soulful. She must have been a knowledgeable and gentle lady in her lifetime. Hey, if it's such a beautiful woman marrying me, it's not impossible. Just as he was rambling, Bai Ling suddenly spoke. You're a Jindan stage fox demon? Cherry Z immediately threw the red head to the ground and glared at Bai Ling. What? Are you scared? I advise you to mind your own business. Cherry Z tightly wrapped her arms around Li Shi's neck and said in a petulant manner, he's my husband. If you want to get married to him, of course I can't just sit back and watch. I shucks. What husband? I see that you also want to use his body to raise your cultivation. Since we have the same purpose, we might as well make a deal. How about we share this brat? Sakurazi laughed. Do you think she won't die fast enough? An evil spirit and a Jindan stage. If you split him up, can he carry on for more than a month? The ghost woman said. 1 month is enough for us to further our cultivation. Li 11 interrupted their conversation. Hey, hello, two big beauties. I'm still here. Can you guys ask for my opinion? Sakurako stroked his face. Do I still need to consult a womanizer like you? I see that your soul is almost seduced by her. As soon as she spoke, her eyes glared at the ghost woman, and her 5 long tails swept towards her, clearly unwilling to share. Seeing the situation, Bai Ling didn't dare to easily take the strike hard, only to see her lightly leap up, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, she didn't know when she had a small and exquisite red folding fan in her hand, and with a gentle wave, an airy and cold wind whistled out, carrying a powerful force that forced the crowd to take a few steps back. Seeing this, Li 11 hastily urged the fire dragon, spewing out a mouthful of burning flames from his mouth, and aggressively attacking towards Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling's figure was as agile as a swallow, flashing past. Bai Ling secretly screamed in her heart. She never expected that this time, when she broke through the seal in advance to look for the young god's body, she would encounter a great demon of the Jindan stage. What was even more unexpected to her was that Li Shi's cultivation had been greatly enhanced in a short period of time. She knew that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, so without hesitation, she turned around and darted towards the outside of the room. Li 11 was not willing to watch such a great beauty slip away from his eyes. He made a snap decision and led the crowd in hot pursuit. Immediately afterward, he revolved his body's true chi and released a thunder, stopping Bai Ling's path with unerring precision. The rest of the few people quickly followed, tightly surrounding the ghost woman. When Xin, are even you going against me? Finding herself in a bind and having trouble getting out, Bai Ling tries to convince Bai Wenxin to come over to her side. Grandma White, you tried to kill me just now. Ungrateful bastards. If I had known this, I should have scrapped you all in Falling Flower Village. Huang Xianer didn't know the relationship between the two and snorted. Grandma Bai? This kind of young beauty, you call her Grandma Bai? Li 11 hammed and hawed. Beauty, since you're here to find me, don't go now, just stay like them. Bai Ling looked around, only to see that Cherry Z, Bai Wen Xin, Huang Xianer, Fire Spirit, Su Yu Tang were all great beauties. She couldn't figure out how all these beauties had followed Li 11. Moreover, the cultivation levels of Hucharatzi and Fire Spirit Child were barely below his own. Facing the current lineup, she was a bit abashed. Li 11, I won't marry you. Let's end our grudge. Li 11 heckled. Too late. He quickly cast a spell, summoning a thunder and attempting to bind the white spirit's hands and feet with it. However, Bai Ling clenched the spell in her hands and shouted under her breath, divide. As her words fell, a shocking scene occurred. She violently split into 7, with 7 identical white spirits fleeing away in different directions. Go after them. The crowd was stunned by this sudden change. They never expected Bai Ling to hide such a stance. Despite everyone's quick reaction, they ended up defeating only 5 of the doppelgangers, while the other 2 disappeared without a trace. Looking at the 5 doppelgangers that dissipated into red smoke, Li Shi's interest in Bai Ling grew stronger in his heart. He secretly wondered, 1 equals 7. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of septuplets? Wouldn't that take off? At this time, Feng Cheng's voice came from behind her. What are you guys doing here if you're not sleeping at night? Li 11 could really be a bit envious of the normal people's lives now. The battle just now was so intense. She even woke up only now. She handed over her cell phone. Look, my husband is coming home tomorrow. It was always bad to live in someone else's house, and having been away from home for quite some time himself, he was planning to visit home. Feng Cheng wrapped her arms around him and said unwillingly, I don't want you to go. Good boy. It's not like we won't see each other again. She thought for a moment and said to him, why don't I accompany you back? Are you kidding me? My uncle's house isn't as big as yours, and the town is a tough environment. How can you stand it? Can there be a place with worse conditions than Taoist Qingwei's place? Li 11 thought to himself, this is reasonable. On the Qingwei old man that living environment, generally cannot really find a place worse than his. He didn't want to bring back a married man, or his uncle might really break his legs. Stop it. You're pregnant with a child now. It's better to rest assured that you're here to nurse your child. That's fine, but you have to stay with me tonight. Several others scrambled. Early the next morning, Li 11 didn't want to go home with a bunch of spirits and mountain spirits. so he set out on the road home alone. Su Yutong and Bai Wenxin lived in the provincial city, and the two of them went back together. Huang Xianer and Hu Cherry, on the other hand, went back to the White Cloud Temple. Li 11 had just returned to town when he saw the door of his house crowded. When the neighbors saw him coming back, they quickly said, "Li 11, you're finally back. Your uncle's house was haunted last night." Chapter 70, The Hundred-Eyed Lady Ghost. What the hell happened? Li 11 asked. The neighbor, Granny Li, said in horror, "The Hundred-Eyed Lady Ghost. It's the Hundred Eyes female ghost coming. There has been a horrifying legend circulating in this town about a 100-eyed female ghost. It is said that the 100 Eyes female ghost was originally an extremely beautiful woman, but was betrayed by her lover and fell into endless pain. Ultimately, she chose to end her life in an old abandoned mansion. Her resentment did not dissipate, but instead became stronger, so much so that her soul transformed into a terrifyingly fierce ghost. This stern spirit specializes in seducing weak-willed men and seizing their eyes as a source of power for itself. What's even scarier is that her pupils are not only distributed around her eyes, but all over her body. And the 100 Eyes female ghost will also suck people's souls, and those who are victimized by her will even have their souls devoured without a trace. But this is just a legend. No one has ever really encountered the 100 Eyes female ghost. But now, seeing my uncle's disappearing eyes, the people of the town were sure that this must be the work of the 100-eyed lady ghost. Li 11 rushed into the yard and saw his uncle's body lying alone on the ground. His eyes had already been dug out, leaving a pair of big bloody holes. Uncle is Li Shi's only relative in this world. He was killed by a ghost. Li 11 naturally will not let the murderer go. He said sadly, "Granny Li, do you know how to find the 100 Eyes female ghost? I've also just been told by the older generation that the 100 Eyes female ghost resides on Tianjun Mountain, which is a few dozen miles away from the town. There is an ancient mansion in the Heavenly Jail Mountain, and she lives in it." Granny Li suddenly realized something. Li 11, why are you asking this? You're not going to look for her, are you? Li Shi's eyes were firm. If she dares to harm my uncle, I'll make her life worse than death. Ouch. You're going to get yourself killed. There were once 3 Taoist priests who had been there somewhere. I think they were called Wu Qi, Zhang something Ling, and a big fat guy. But they all died in there. Thanks for the relationship. I got it. Although Li 11 did not say anything verbally, he decided in his heart to go to Tianjun Mountain at night to meet the so-called 100 Eyes female ghost. He took out a bunch of money and handed it to Grandma Li. I don't have too much cash on me. This is 30,000 yuan. And I'll still trouble Grandma to take care of my uncle's aftermath. Granny Li was busy saying, "We're all from the countryside. It's only right to help you out. I will go to find someone." Now, late night, Li 11 set out on the road to Tianjun Mountain alone with his traveling bag. All the way there, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. But every time he looked back he couldn't see anything. By the time he reached the foot of Tianjun Mountain, it was already completely dark. The whole mountain was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Although Tianjun Mountain was only a few dozen miles away from the town, no one dared to go to the mountain for 100 years due to the legend of the 100-eyed female ghost. Gradually, it became a virgin forest. Previously, the path up the mountain had green stone steps, but nowadays, those steps were also covered with weeds and a thick layer of moss covered the steps. Li 11 carefully stepped on the mossy stone steps, holding a flashlight in his hand, and walked step by step toward the mountain. It was so terribly quiet around him that he could only hear his own breathing and footsteps. Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at his backpack from behind. He jerked his head back, only to find nothing. Li 11 used his spirit-seeing technique and only saw a white shadow flash by. He immediately sped up, and, following along the steps, went up. Soon he saw lights looming ahead. It's definitely not normal for lights to appear in this primitive forest, and that must be the residence of the 100 Eyes female ghost. Li 11 took a deep breath and walked towards the ancient mansion. As he pushed open the door, a stale odor hit him. He shone his flashlight around, only to see the house covered in dust and cobwebs. In the center of the hall stood a worn chair with a woman in white, her back to him. Hey. The woman let out an oozing laugh. "Young man, you're really bold. How dare you come to this heavenly jail mountain alone?" Li 11 snapped. "You're the one who harmed my uncle. I did collect a pair of eyes from a man last night. Was that your uncle? Seek death." Li 11 shouted and summoned a magma-colored young thunder to strike the woman in white. The woman in white dodged to the side and looked at him in surprise. "You're a Taoist priest? Good to know." The woman in white ha laugh. "Before the 3 Taoist priests have been eaten by me. You just a small Taoist priest. What can you do to me?" The fire spirit came out of the Hutian jade. "Master, you have to be careful. This 100 Eyes female ghost is an evil spirit." In order to avenge his uncle, Li 11 angrily said, "So what if it's an evil spirit? Even if it's Yama's spirit or ghost I come, I'll destroy it. The woman in white disdainfully said. Young man, your breath is not small, but after collecting this pair of eyes from you, I will have completely gathered 100 pairs of eyes, and I will be able to break through to Yanling. When she finished speaking, she was seen slowly raising her arm, and as her sleeve slid down, a frightening scene appeared. Those arms, which were supposed to be white and flawless, were densely covered with pairs of living human eyes. They shimmered in the moonlight with an eerie, creepy glow. Seeing this, Li 11 could not help but be shocked in his heart. He secretly operated his true chi, exerted his whole body's strength, and gathered young Lei into a ball shape, and with a stern momentum, he fiercely attacked towards the white-clothed woman. The woman in white didn't change her color, she just gently waved her arm, and instantly a black ray of light shot out from the many eyes, fiercely colliding with Yang Lei in the air. In an instant, light shot out in all directions, and the entire house began to tremble violently. The fire spirit seized the moment and once again spewed out blazing flames, pouncing straight at the white-clothed woman. However, the woman in white flickered, easily avoiding the attack of the flames and rushed towards Li 11 at an astonishing speed. Li 11 reacted quickly and dodged sideways, while quickly summoning a puddle of Yin Lei in his hand, blocking himself like an impenetrable wall. Seeing this, the woman in white was undaunted and formed a claw with one hand, attempting to break through the puddle of Yin Lei and go straight for Li Shi's heart. Only millimeters from her heart, her collection stopped there, and she tried to get closer, but couldn't move at all. You're just a little Taoist. How come your cultivation is so high? Only the black puddle of Yin Lei gradually changed color and became a puddle of magma. This was the red glaze inside Li Shi's body that did it. The 100 Eyes female ghost let out an agonizing wail as she was scorched by the lava. The lava flowed down her arms, slowly to her shoulders, her head, her body, and finally wrapped her all completely. Along with the disappearance of the wailing, the 100 Eyes female ghost was completely melted cleanly by the lava. Fire Spirit clapped her hands happily. I didn't expect to eliminate her so easily. Her words were followed by a hefty laugh in the air. The voice was familiar. It was the 100 Eyes female ghosts. Chapter 71, The Ghost Dealer. I now have 99 pairs of eyes, and after sucking 99 souls, I have 99 lives. The 100-eyed female ghost's voice was sharp and piercing, wandering recklessly over Li 11, as if the other party could not do anything with her. Fiery Spirit looked at the 100 Eyes female ghost in the air with a grave expression, her brows slightly frowning. She still has 98 lives, which is equivalent to 98 more evil spirits. Even if we can beat her now, the subsequent consumption will be very great, and we might not really be her match. So what if it's 98 lives? Even if it's 980 lives, I'll still waste her. The arrogant 100 Eyes female ghost made Li 11 furious to the extreme. He shouted. His body was covered with thunder armor, and he summoned the thunder sword in his hand, as if he were a god of war descending. Seeing this, the female ghost laughed contemptuously and rushed up to meet Li 11. Both sides instantly fought fiercely together, and for a time, electricity flashed and thunder roared, and ghosts cried out. The air around them seemed to be torn apart with a roaring sound. Uncle Li Shi's house. At this time, there were a few monks playing and singing, overtaking the dead. They were startled by the lightning and thunder dozens of miles away, and the monk in the lead had a bit of cultivation. He could tell that it was someone fighting on the heavenly jail mountain. Boy, which person is so bold, daring to mess with the filth on the heavenly jail mountain? Inside the heavenly prison mountain, Li 11 waved the thunder sword in his hand. Each sword carried a powerful sword chi and ruthlessly slashed at the 100 Eyes female ghost. On the other hand, the 100 Eyes female ghost nimbly dodged Li Shi's attacks, while releasing a black yin chi, trying to erode Li Shi's body. In the fierce battle, Li 11 gradually gained the upper hand. Each of his attacks caused the 100 Eyes female ghost to retreat. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Li 11 directly clawed through the female ghost's heart. 98 lives, gone. 97 lives, 96 lives. As the pair of eyes on the 100-eyed female ghost's arm disappeared, her life became less and less. Eventually, her arm, which had been so densely packed, became naked, with not a single eye left. The 100 Eyes female ghost was completely enraged. You're the first one who can push me to such a point. She took off her coat, revealed the eyes of the whole body. Li 11 had been counting how many she had extinguished, and not surprisingly, it was the 70 or so lives she had left. At this time, Li Shi's air was almost depleted, and he was also hit by the female ghost's attack earlier. He gasped for air and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, preparing to charge up again. Just then, Fire Spirit said with concern, Master, leave the rest to me. It's better if I do it. A young girl dressed in red floated out from Li Shi's stomach. Akari Lioli took a light step forward, but it created a gale, her red clothes hunting in the wind as if they were burning flames. Only when she waved her hands, a fiery magma gushed out from the ground, instantly trapping the female ghost in it. The magma was like a boiling sea of fire, rolling and churning, and a fiery aura filled the air. The female ghost struggled in the lava, letting out wailing screams, but was unable to escape the fiery prison. Akari's eyes were firm and cold as she silently looked at the trapped female ghost as if admiring her masterpiece. The female ghost in the lava was roasted in agony, but Akaruri had no intention of killing her. She turned her head to look at Lee 11. Since the 100 Eyes female ghost is able to be reborn, let's just trap her and not kill her. Won't that be enough? Fire Spirit Child looked at the duo in surprise. Father? When did you have such a beautiful daughter? How come I didn't know? Lee 11 smiled awkwardly. This is a long story. Red Leoli stretched out her right hand and received the magma along with the 100 Eyes female ghost into her palm. What do you see to do with her? Killing her would be cheap instead. She should be made to live a life worse than death. Just as Lee 11 was thinking about how to deal with the 100 Eyes female ghost, behind him came a man's voice. Why don't you sell her to me? You are? Lee 11 was curious as to who this person was. I only saw this man wearing a tattered cloth shirt, hunching his back, leaning on a walking stick, standing there trembling, feeling as if the wind could blow him over as if he were blowing. He narrowed his eyes and looked the 100-eyed female ghost up and down, a greedy smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. My name is Qianbu-san, known as the money-selling ghost. Fire Spirit whispered to Lee 11. He should be the ghost peddler. Ghost peddler? Lee 11 frowned. He had heard this word before, but was not sure what the so-called ghost peddlers actually did. The money-selling ghost laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. You Fire Spirit, you really have some insight. Not bad. I am indeed a ghost peddler. The so-called ghost peddler is similar to a human trafficker, who relies on selling ghosts to make a living. After saying that, his gaze once again fell on the 100 Eyes female ghost, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. What do you want her for? Lee 11 asked coldly as he stared at the money-selling ghost. The money-selling ghost looked at the 100 Eyes female ghost with a lustful look and licked his lips. This female ghost is also considered a beautiful woman, and it's not easy to find female ghosts with this kind of peculiar appearance. If we sell her to the Lee Ghost Academy, she will definitely fetch a good price. Lee 11 had heard of the Lichuan Academy, but this was the first time he had heard of the Lee Ghost Academy. However, judging from the name, it should have a similar nature to the Lichuan Academy. He looked at the female ghost and felt that her appearance was indeed not bad, just that all those eyes were indeed a bit oozing, and it was quite diabolical to think about driving with her. But the world is full of perverts and even more perverted ghosts, so what if a ghost does like this one? Thinking that if he really sold her into the Lee Ghost Academy, she would surely be tortured. Lee 11 agreed to the deal of selling ghosts for money, but he didn't know how the market was, so he asked, how much are you going to offer? How about 5 million? Lee 11 thought carefully and felt that the amount of this deal was really not small. Recalling back to when he helped Long Qinshan solve the problem of the human skin tanka, he was paid a whole $1 million. However, he was not stupid and knew that in business dealings, it was not possible for only one party to make a bid while the other party showed nothing. So, without hesitation, he shouted, $10 million. Money-selling ghost smiled faintly and responded cheerfully. Good, $10 million is $10 million. Think of it as making a friend. Lee 11 secretly chagrined, realizing that the price he had offered was too low, but having come to this, he could only accept it. He signaled to Akari to pass the 100 Eyes female ghost to the money seller ghost. A satisfied smile appeared on the money seller ghost's face, then curiously inquired, I see that this fire spirit of yours is quite extraordinary. Is it willing to be sold? Hearing this, Fire Spirit Child immediately became vigilant and hid behind Lee 11. This one won't sell no matter how much you pay. The money-selling ghost laughed loudly. Little girl, don't be nervous. I'm just kidding. A fire spirit like you can be considered a once-in-a-lifetime. I'm afraid that no one in the world would be willing to sell it. After saying that, he disappeared into the night with a flash of his body. Lee 11 was stunned by his speed. I'm afraid that even old man Shang Wei didn't have his kind of cultivation. Fire Spirit asked. Then where are we going next? Lee 11 thought for a moment. It's better to go back to deal with my uncle's funeral first, and then go to the provincial capital to look for Su Yutong afterward. After all, the matter of the Yin-Yang marriage certificate will need to be resolved sooner or later. Chapter 72 Master Jia. 7 days later, Lee 11 came to the provincial capital of Hanong province after dealing with his uncle's aftermath. After selling the 100 Eyes female ghost, he was now also worth tens of millions of dollars, and he planned to choose a suitable place for him to live. Landscape Manor, the best villa area in the province. Every villa here is hundreds of millions of dollars. At present he cannot afford to buy, but rent is still affordable. A real estate young lady in a black silk suit overdress enthusiastically led Lee 11 towards the Shan Shui Manor. She said with a big smile, Mr. Lee, This place has a beautiful environment, convenient transportation, and the rent is very affordable. Only 30,000 a month, which is especially suitable for young people like you. Lee 11 followed the real estate lady into the manor, and what met his eyes was a group of people gathered in front of a villa, chattering and discussing. This villa was the very one that Lee 11 intended to rent. Curious, he approached the group and inquired, "What is everyone doing here?" A middle-aged older woman stretched out her finger to the front and replied in a lowered voice, "Last night, this villa was so haunted that the master is now exorcising the ghosts." When the real estate lady heard this, she hastily retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, how can this house be haunted?" At that moment, the eyes of the crowd were focused on a Taoist priest wearing a yellow Taoist robe. He was seen holding a mahogany sword and gesturing solemnly on a wooden table. On the wooden table was a copper basin with a basin of water and a paper turtle. The Taoist priest known as Master Jia solemnly introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this paper turtle in my hand is not an ordinary object. It has spirituality and is able to sense whether or not there are ghosts around. Once it senses an abnormality, it will react." Just after the words were said, the paper turtle that was originally stationary suddenly became active, as if it was alive, and began to swim in the water. Sure enough, a master is different. What an eye-opener today. The people around them marveled at Master Jia's level. Lee 11 knew that this was a mix of male dog bile and carp bile coated on paper turtles. These bile reacted chemically in the water and that's why they swam. He shook his head. "Isn't this a trick to fool children?" That Taoist priest heard the voice and turned his head to look at Lee 11. "Cheating? You brat, don't talk nonsense. I am the 98th generation of Longhu Mountain." Lee 11 mouth twitching. Longhu Mountain incumbent old Tianshi is also only the 99th generation. If you are the 98th generation of heirlooms is not higher than the teacher Days a generation, then you let me see where the ghosts are? Master Jia said confidently, "I'll show you." Soon after, someone suddenly pointed at the villa's second-floor window in horror and shouted, "Ghosts! There really are ghosts inside." When the crowd heard the voice, they all looked in the direction the man was pointing, and they saw what looked suspiciously like a ghostly figure floating in front of the window. Seeing this, Master Jia said triumphantly, "See, I've made the ghost current." Lee 11 was also shocked in his heart. Could there really be ghosts? He immediately used his spirit-seeing technique to take a closer look and realized that there was absolutely not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy on that so-called female ghost. He realized that this was likely another trick Master Jia had pulled. Just then, however, he became acutely aware of something else in another corner of the villa. A real female ghost was quietly watching it all. Master Jia knew nothing about this and was still there pretending to be a ghost, continuing to deceive everyone, only to see Master Jia arrogantly sneer. "Humph, how dare a little evil ghost act recklessly?" After saying that, he took out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket, quickly pasted it on the door, and began to recite a mysterious incantation. However, the door did not change in any way as he had expected. The Taoist priest's forehead began to sweat as he took out another copper sword and stabbed at the door, resulting in the copper sword snapping straight into two. The surrounding passers-by murmured, "What's wrong with Master Jia? You can break your own magic weapon? What nonsense! Master Jia is a far-famed mage, and it's said that at least 1,000 ghosts have died at his hands." Right. I've heard that. Maybe this is something Master Jia did on purpose." Lee 11 helplessly shook his head and muttered in his heart, "These people are really gullible." Looking at the scam in front of him, he really couldn't just sit back and do nothing. So, he resolutely went forward and said to the so-called master, "Master, your method of exorcising ghosts seems to be a bit off." When the Taoist priest heard this, his eyes widened and he glared fiercely at Lee 11, shouting angrily, "Where did this ignorant child come from? How dare he question this master here?" In the face of the Taoist priest's rebuke, Lee 11, however, did not panic, smiled slightly, calmly took out a talisman from his own bag, and said confidently, "A real talisman should be drawn like this." He firmly affixed the charm to the door and softly recited the incantation. Surprisingly, the originally closed door automatically opened slowly. Seeing this scene, the people around them were in awe, and someone whispered, "This young man even knows spells." Another person chimed in, "Why do I feel like he's a bit more powerful than that Master Jia?" Hearing the murmurs of the people around him, Master Jia began to feel flustered, and thin beads of sweat could not help but break out on his forehead. He hurriedly shouted, "There's a delay in my spells. This door was only opened when I just cast a spell." In order to avoid being seen through the truth by the people around him, he decided to immediately enter the house to get rid of the ghost. However, just then, his disciple pulled his arm tightly and said anxiously in a lowered voice, "Master, that door didn't open just now. Maybe there really is a ghost here." Master Jia was unimpressed. "What are you babbling about? How could there be a ghost in broad daylight? There must have been a problem with the mechanism we set up just now, which made that kid hit the right spot. The apprentice thought about it. He and his master had been waiting for a few years, and really hadn't met any ghosts, to the point where the organs occasionally had problems. And he said, "Master, you be safe then." The crowd watched Master Jia enter the villa. The surrounding people stared nervously at the villa's gate, silently praying in their hearts that the master would be able to successfully behead the ghost. Their eyes revealed a sense of anticipation and hope. After all, something like decapitating a ghost was not something that could just be seen. Time passes by. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from inside the villa. "There's a ghost." Immediately afterward, only Master Jia rushed out of the villa in a panic, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with fear. As he ran, he shouted at the top of his lungs. His disciple wanted to inquire about the situation inside, but Master Jia couldn't care less, and went straight through the crowd, fleeing in ashes. Chapter 73, The Adorable Female Ghost. The onlookers were bewildered, exchanging words and murmuring, "What the hell is going on here? What was that? There are still ghosts that Master Jia can't handle?" Everyone seemed very nervous. At this time, someone cast their eyes on Li 11 and proposed, "Young man, why don't you go in and take a look?" The others followed suit. Right. Don't you know spells too? Go and see what's going on." The real estate young lady was frightened and hid tightly behind Li 11, saying warily, "Mr. Li, you'd better go and take a look." Li 11 frowned and looked at her with dissatisfaction, questioning, "Didn't you say that this villa doesn't have ghosts?" The real estate lady, pale and full of horror, stammered and replied, "I'm sorry, I lied to you. This villa did have a murder before." Li 11 sighed helplessly and thought, "These people are really troublesome." But then he felt a little curious because he could sense that it should be a female ghost inside. It had been some time since he had made the acquaintance of a new female ghost, and a hint of anticipation welled up in Li Shi's heart as he decided to walk into the villa to become friends with this mysterious female ghost. As a matter of fact, the moment he stepped into the villa, he was keenly aware of the female ghost's presence and realized that she was merely a ghost that had begun to enter the fierce spirit realm. For such an opponent, Li 11 was confident that he could easily deal with it with just a flick of his finger. However, the female ghost didn't seem to have any malicious intent, but instead seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with him. The female ghost did not reveal her physical form, but quietly floated behind Li 11 in her soul state. She had planned to quietly approach and scare Li 11, but just as she was about to transform into a solid body, Li 11 suddenly turned around and shouted, "I see you." At this time, the distance between one person and one ghost was only a few centimeters. And this sudden change caused the female ghost to be so surprised that she couldn't help but let out a shrill cry and took a few steps back. People outside the villa also heard the female ghost's screams. "Did you guys hear that? I think someone just screamed." "It seems so. It looks like this young man really has some skills." The female ghost was surprised. You found me a long time ago?" Li 11 saw the female ghost's appearance. She was wearing a nightgown. Her figure was slender, and her pair of snow-white thighs were very pleasing to the eye. "Hey, meets my standards." Puzzled, the female ghost asked, "Criteria? What standards?" Li 11 looked at her colorfully. "You'll know in a moment." The female ghost was scared. "Don't come over or I'll eat you." "Yeah? Then let's see who eats who." The crowd outside the villa heard the female ghost scream again. But this time the scream was different from the previous one. It didn't sound like it was coming out of fear. Instead it sounded more like a sound of fulfillment. "The sound seems a bit off," someone said suspiciously. Another person speculated, "Maybe it's the master's exclusive ghost-catching recipe." The others nodded in agreement. After about an hour, the female ghost lay weakly on the ground, as if she had lost all her strength. Li 11 looked at her and asked seriously, "Tell me, why do you want to harm people?" The female ghost raised her head and replied with an innocent face, "How did I harm anyone?" Li 11 frowned, puzzled, and pursued, "Then why did they get a Taoist priest to arrest you?" The female ghost shook her head with a blank expression. "How do I know? This villa was originally my home, but early this morning a group of people with Taoist priests suddenly came to capture the ghost." Hearing this, Li 11 pondered in his heart. Could it be crooked? He continued, "So how did you become a shadowy spirit?" The female ghost lowered her head, recalling the past, and slowly said, "I'm not sure. I only remember that one night, I had drunk too much, and when I went home and was ready to go to sleep, I was suddenly hit in the back, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I realized that I had become a yin spirit." "You live by yourself?" The female ghost nodded and whispered, "Well, it was a birthday present from my dad, to be able to give $100 million villa to her daughter as a gift. Then her family's strength is not small." Li 11 secretly sighed in his heart. It seems that this girl's family is very wealthy. "You don't look too old. What do you do?" My name is Long Yingying. I'm a junior at Han-On University. I didn't realize that I was still my own schoolmate. At that moment, the people outside heard no movement inside, and someone shouted, "Boy, are you alright?" Lee 11 stepped out of the villa. "The female ghosts here have been eliminated by me. Everyone disperse." Seeing that there was no longer any buzz, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The real estate lady asked, "Mr. Lee, are you still renting this house?" "Rent? You have the nerve to rent this haunted house?" The real estate lady said awkwardly. "I'm really sorry. The real estate business is not doing well lately. We haven't sold this villa for a long time, and the owner doesn't want to leave it empty, so that's why she's thinking of renting it out." Lee 11 thought. "No, isn't Long Yingying dead? Where did they contact the owner? The owner of this suite is..." The real estate lady looked around, saw that no one was around, whispered, "To tell you the truth, the owner of this villa can be a big deal. He is the chairman of Tianjiang City's Long Group. Long Qianshan, Long Qianshan, Long Yingying." They turned out to be father and daughter. Lee 11 thought, "This world can be really small. Here even met the daughter of Long Qianshan, and I also put her. He's not renting this villa." The real estate lady was puzzled. "Mr. Lee, it's not up to you to decide whether to rent this villa or not. What I say really counts." Lee 11 immediately dialed Long Qianshan's number. Upon learning everything, Long Qianshan said, "Brother Lee, my daughter will be handed over to you from now on. That villa is also sent to you. I'll immediately have my men contact the intermediary to transfer the account for you." Soon, Mississippi Real Estate received a call from one of Long Qianshan's men. She looked at Lee 11 in surprise. "Who exactly are you? Long Qianshan gave you hundreds of millions of villas so easily?" "It's not much, just acquaintances." After he dismissed the real estate lady, he returned to the villa. "Your father has already given me the villa. I'll be the owner of this place from now on." Long Yingying had a look of disbelief. "You bad man, not only did you bully me, but you also tried to hijack my property." "Bad man? I'm your father's savior." He opened his cell phone recording and played the conversation he had just had with Long Qianshan. Long Yingying lowered her head in aggravation. "Alright, but you have to promise that you can't bully me in the future." Lee 11 hammed and hawed. "I can't guarantee a pretty girl like you." Chapter 74, The Marriage Contract. Thinking that he still had business to attend to, Lee 11 took out Su Yutan's business card and dialed according to the phone number on it. "You said that if I wanted to know the secret of the Yin Yang marriage book, let me come to the provincial city to find you. Now, I have arrived." A flirtatious imperial voice came from the other end of the phone. "Lee 11, you're really here. Since that's the case, then come to the headquarters of Tian Run Group. Our chairman happens to be here as well." Lee 11 frowned and asked, "What does my looking for you have to do with your chairman?" Su Yutong smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when you come." With that, he hung up. Long Yingying, who was on the side, heard their conversation and looked at Lee 11 in surprise. "You're going to find the chairman of Tian Run Group? That's not a master to be messed with." Lee 11 asked curiously. "Oh, you know her?" Long Yingying nodded, a hint of fear showing on her face. "Her name is Sun Bingxin. My father took me along to talk business with her before. Just because the waiter accidentally soiled her clothes, she even personally chopped off the waiter's fingers." Li Shi's eyes widened. "No way. So brutal." However, this instead piqued Li Shi's curiosity, and he decided to go and meet this woman for a while. Tian Run Group headquarters. Li 11 finally met the legendary Sun Bingxi. At this moment, she was lazily reclining on the sofa, her short shoulder-length hair looking extraordinarily competent, and a bright red dress wrapped around her body, exuding an alluring charm. Rumor had it that she was around 30 years old, but perhaps because of proper maintenance, she looked similar in age to Su Yutan on the side. "You are Li 11? Sun Bingxi raised her head and looked him up and down. "That's right." Li 11 looked her straight in the eye without flinching. "Have a seat." Sun Bingxi pointed to the chair next to her, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a faint smile. Li 11 sat down as he was told, and was secretly alert in his heart. "I can tell you about the Yin Yang marriage certificate and Su Yutan's secret, but on one condition." "On what terms?" A sly glint flashed in Sun Bingxi's eyes as she said softly, "You're going to marry me." Li 11 froze for an instant, his mind going blank. Asterisk. What the is going on here? "I'm here to annul a marriage contract." "Why is there another one?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Sun Bingxi. This sudden request caught him off guard and completely disrupted his plans. He looked up and down at this Sun Bingxi. His heart was happy again. This kind of cold and icy strong woman hadn't had much contact with her. It was hard to imagine what she should be like when she was tamed. "Still," he asked guardedly, "why did you choose me?" "It's simple. Because I had Su Yutong examine you. In the video, Your performance was very satisfactory to me. What? Li 11 thought to himself. What is Su Yutan then? A common maid? Sun Bingshi continued. And I've investigated you. You have no father or mother. And your only uncle died 7 days ago. You don't have much of a background. And marrying you won't cause any trouble. After hearing this, Li 11 pondered in his heart. Although this condition is a bit strange, I am not at a disadvantage. Moreover, if I can unlock the secrets of the Yin and Yang marriage book and Su Yutan, it would not be a bad idea. Okay, I promise you. But I have a request. The time of the wedding needs to be set by me. Li 11 decided to accept the deal first. The corner of Sun Bingshi's mouth rose slightly. Yes, I hope you won't let me down. Now, you can ask what you want to know. You should know that Su Yutong is a ferocious spirit, so why let her work for you? And what does her Hatan Jade have to do with Yanling? Sun Bingji told him everything. Yanling is the ancestor of the Sun family. A year ago, she was hunted down by the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain and almost lost her soul. In order to save her life, she sealed all of her cultivation within the Hatian Jade, leaving only a trace of her spiritual energy to possess the soul of the recently deceased Su Yutong. To come back to life again, you need to use a yin-yang marriage certificate and a person with the body of a young god. Su Yutong remembered Li Shi's birthday and verified through the 8 characters that he was the one who possessed the body of the young god, which led to Su Yutong going to the internet cafe late at night. Li 11 asked again. Then what did you marry me for? Surely you don't really fancy me. I'm saving you. Save me? Sun Bingxin explained. You should know that with your current cultivation, you won't live for more than a year if you resurrect Yanling. Therefore, you can only live if you are with someone who is related to Yanling by blood. Li 11 felt that he was a bit unable to see through the cold beauty in front of him. Long Yingying had said that she, as a person, had a heart more poisonous than a snake or scorpion. But everything she said at this moment had nothing to do with being hard-hearted. On the contrary, it seemed to be quite understanding. Sun Bingxi continued. I've told you everything. Say it, when do you plan to get married? Looking at her eagerness, Li 11 muttered in his heart. He knew that when things went wrong, there must be a demon, and he decided to stall for a bit until everything was really clear. I'm about to go to the Underworld selection for the Underworld, and when that's done, we'll talk about getting married. Sun Bingxin smiled. I really wasn't wrong. It's not an ordinary person who can be looked upon by the Underworld and selected as a Yin warrior. Li 11 thought to himself. Even those 2 nerdy girls from Black and White Irregulars can be Yin. Is it that hard to be selected as a Yin? She continued. From now on, Su Yutang will follow you until she breaks through the faithful spirit. Li 11 remembered Hu Cherry's words. Once she broke through to the breaking spirit, she could find a place of supreme yang, and through a person who possessed a pure yang physique, she could reactivate the cultivation on the Hutian Jade and become a yin spirit. She's not afraid I'm going to run away, is she? Looks like she still doesn't know me. I'm the kind of guy who can't move his legs when he sees a beautiful woman. How can I run away when a beautiful woman like you wants to marry me? I should at least experience it before considering whether to run away or not. Thinking of this, Li 11 smiled and said, okay, then it's so happily decided. It was still daytime and the sun was shining brightly, and Su Yutang couldn't move around outside yet, so she transformed into a wisp of green smoke and lightly floated into the Hutian Jade. Sun Bingxi picked up a key and threw it over. We are all family from now on. This car is for you. Li 11 scanned the decal on the key, a Lamborghini. Looks like my future daughter-in-law is quite generous. Li 11 left the Tian Run group, pondering the next step in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered Fatty. At the moment, Fatty was greeting the new students, happily welcoming the cute schoolgirls who had just enrolled. Upon learning from the phone that Li 11 had come to the provincial capital, Fatty said excitedly, you come to the school quickly. The quality of this year's batch of schoolgirls is really great. Chapter 75 Exchange Student from Sakura Country, Hand-On University. Li 11 came to the place where Fatty was in charge of new student check-in. Empty mud start digging please ask. Here Department of Architecture College? A delicate and sweet voice suddenly entered the ears of the two. Looking in the direction the voice came from, he saw a petite girl with a sweet and cute face come into view. This girl was wearing a set of blue and white JK uniform with white stockings and black small leather shoes. The whole person was filled with a youthful and lively atmosphere. However, the most striking thing was her long, shiny black hair, which fell over her shoulders as if it were a waterfall, exuding a charming luster. Wow! Fatty's eyes widened and he couldn't help but let out a gasp. They had just noticed that the girl spoke with a thick, exotic accent, and her Mandarin was extremely substandard. Looking at her dress again, she was obviously a cute girl from the Sakura country. There are foreign students starting to come to the school? Li 11 curiously asked Fatty in a low voice. Fatty shook his head, a blank look on his face. I don't know, The two looked at each other and instantly understood each other's minds. Immediately afterward, they simultaneously caught a trace of impishness in each other's eyes. Just then, Lee 11 quickly reacted, not hesitating to go up and strike up a conversation. That's right, this is the School of Architecture. Just as the fat man was feeling lost because he was moving a step slower, Zhao Mingming's roommate, Li Man, came from a short distance away. Fatty greeted him with a smile on his face. Man, what brings you here? Just now I received a message from the counselor saying that an exchange student from the Sakura country is coming to our class this year. She's afraid that you guys don't know Sakura language, so she sent me over to pick it up. Lee 11 hurriedly said. Schoolgirl, I won't bother you. I've actually learned Sakura language. Then he pointed at the JK girl. And she's already here. When Lee Man saw Lee 11, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Senior, why are you here? Lee 11 smiled and patted the fat man's shoulder as he replied. I'm worried about the hard work of the underclassmen and came here specifically to help with the orientation. Hearing this, Lee Man thoughtfully recalled the scene when she first enrolled in school. Yeah, when I enrolled in school, it was also the senior who received me. She turned her head to look at Lee 11 and said with a smile, since senior has come in person, I'm relieved. After that, he talked happily with the JK girl. The fat man on the side gently touched Lee 11 with his elbow and asked in a lowered voice, Buddy, tell me honestly, did you learn this cherry blossom language from a movie? Lee 11 looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked rhetorically, have you ever heard such pure words from Sakura Nation in a movie? Fatty cocked his head and thought for a moment. Seems like it. I don't understand any of what you just said. Anyway, I only understand words like Iku linen belt. The two smiled at each other and continued to whisper. At this time, Lee Man seriously said to Lee 11, since senior knows the Sakura language, I'll leave this student to you. Please take her to the dormitory. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Along the way, the two talked happily, and Lee 11 learned that her name was Ishihara Misato, a 19-year-old girl, still a sophomore this year, and as an exchange student, she was going to study here for a year. Misato Ishihara said with some embarrassment, my Chinese isn't very good, so I want to go to school and learn Chinese at the same time. Upon hearing this, Lee 11, as a good and enthusiastic young man, immediately volunteered to be her Chinese teacher. Ishihara Misato was surprised to learn that Lee 11 had learned the Sakura language in just a few days and couldn't help but exclaim, you're really a genius. Can we add a contact? Lee 11 thought to himself. I practiced with Huang Xianer every day. Of course I learn fast. If you practiced with me every day, you would learn fast too. I have to admit that the school does take very good care of exchange students. The best dormitories at Han-On University are usually quadruple rooms, but exchange students enjoy double rooms, the same as doctoral students. After helping Misato Ishihara move her things, she said gratefully, let me buy you dinner tonight. Lee 11 secretly rejoiced in his heart, thinking that the Sakura country's sister really knew how to repay, merely helping to carry the luggage, actually thinking of treating her to a meal. He took Misato Ishihara to a Japanese restaurant. After all, it was still a blessing to have home cooking in a foreign country. She kept praising the authenticity of the cooking here, and kept pouring wine for Lee 11 as she did so. I don't realize it's late at night. Ishihara Misato's voice was so soft that it seemed as if it could drip water. Senior, it's a bit too dark, and I kind of don't remember the way, so why don't you send me back to the dormitory? Lee 11 looked at the staggeringly drunk girl in front of him and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. It was hard to say no when she so passionately requested that he escort her home. Lee 11 reached out his hand and gently supported Ishihara Misato. However, when his fingers touched her arm, a strange feeling instantly spread throughout his body. It was a strange and powerful force that made Lixi's nerves immediately tense up. She's not human. He was secretly shocked, and immediately mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and cast the spirit-seeing technique, wanting to see Ishihara Misato's true face. Just then, Ishihara Misato's figure changed in Lixi's eyes. The original beautiful and cute image of a young girl disappeared and was replaced by a cat-headed loli with two tails. Her eyes twinkled with cunning and a mysterious smile hung at the corners of her mouth. Lee 11 was shocked in his heart, but he did not immediately reveal Ishihara Misato's identity. Instead, he decided to remain silent and secretly observe her every move. After all, the purpose of a cat demon disguised as an exchange student from the Sakura country was bound to be uncomplicated. They turned into a dark alleyway together, and Misato Ishihara pretended to use the strength of her drink to stagger over to Lee 11, looking at him drunkenly and asking softly, Senior, do you like me? Her voice was as melodious as heavenly music, intoxicating with the softness and gentleness that was unique to Sakura country girls. Lee 11 nodded silently, his eyes revealing a hint of tenderness. Seeing this, Ishihara Misato's face blossomed into a bright smile as she continued, I like Senior too. Can you be my boyfriend? If it was an ordinary person who was faced with a confession from a girl like that, he would definitely fall for it. But Lee 11 is also a person who has eaten and seen. Although he verbally agreed, but also left a heart. Misato Ishihara stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around his neck. Although Lee 11 cooperated, he secretly summoned in thunder around him. Chapter 76, The Two-Tailed Cat Again. I have to admit, Misato Ishihara is soft and sweet. Suddenly, Lishi's heart tightened as he clearly felt a cold killing intent. Almost instantly, he did not hesitate to cast Lei, putting Ishihara Misato firmly under control. Then he quickly took a step back, his eyes locked on his opponent, only to see that Ishihara Misato's originally rosy cherry mouth actually revealed two long, sharp tiger teeth that flashed with a cold light. The corners of Lishi's mouth rose slightly, and a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Little kitty, how does it feel to be caught by me? Ishihara Misato stared at Lee 11 with wide eyes full of astonishment, the drunkenness on her face instantly dissipating without a trace. She gritted her teeth and said viciously, "Who the hell are you? Why did you find out my identity?" She fought and struggled, trying to get out of the Lei's grip, but it was all in vain. Lee 11 gently pinched her cute face and said in a flirtatious tone, "Don't be in a hurry. Tell me about yourself first. What exactly is the purpose of coming here pretending to be an exchange student?" "Humph. Who's pretending? I was originally an exchange student." Ishihara Misato blared angrily and retorted without showing any weakness. Lee 11 hammed and hawed, his eyes filled with cunning and threat. "It's come to this point, and you still refuse to tell the truth. It seems that you must be taught a little lesson before you can do so." With that, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Misato Ishihara's clothes. She panicked and said with a sob, "Don't you strip me. I'll tell you everything. It's true that I'm an exchange student sent by the Sakura country, but I actually have another identity. I'm a cat again." Lee 11 had heard about the legend of Cat Again. It was a cat demon with two tails unique to the Sakura country. "So what exactly is your purpose here?" "It was Lord Demon King who ordered us to come. He asked us to collect the souls of the humans in your country." "The Demon King dispatched you? And more than one?" Misato Ishihara nodded. "I'm not sure exactly how many, but our mission this time is for each of us to collect 100 souls within a year." "And how much have you already collected?" She pouted with an aggravated look. "You were my first target, but you caught me just as I made my move." Then she looked at the other party pitifully. "Senior brother, can you let me go?" Who let Lee 11 have no resistance to pretty girls? He sighed, thought for a moment, and said, "It's okay to release you, but you can't harm anyone in the future." She nodded vigorously. "I promise." After Lee 11 retrieved the Lei, he looked at her in a bad way. "Primary school sister, just now you said to do my girlfriend thing." Ishihara Misato subconsciously covered her body. "What do you want?" "Doing what boyfriends and girlfriends do, of course." She hesitated and looked around. "It's not good that it's still out here." Lee 11 hammed and hawed. "Anyway, it's dark here and there's no one. That's what makes it exciting." Half an hour later. It was at this moment that a fierce sound of fighting reached Lishi's ears, and at the same time caught Ishihara Misato's attention. She frowned and said, "What's that noise? It sounds like someone is fighting." Lee 11 was immediately alert. Go check it out." However, Ishihara Misato was a bit reluctant to leave. She gently pulled on Lishi's hand and pouted. Wait until we're done." Lee 11, however, had an uneasy feeling welling up in his heart, and he felt that the fight seemed to be related to him. "No, I have to check it out." The two hurriedly rushed to the scene, and just as he expected, he saw a fierce monk tangling with a woman who turned out to be Baiwenshin. Lee 11 was instantly enraged and cursed in his heart. "Damn, how dare you touch my woman?" Without hesitation, he drew out his thunder whip and charged towards the monk. Seeing this, the monk cursed. "Where did that brat come from? How dare he spoil my good deed? Evil monk, you dare to touch my wife. I think you're tired of living." The monk laughed out loud. "Kid, daring to take a spirit as your wife. I think you're the one who's had enough of living." Baiwenshin said at his side. "This monk is a ghost dealer. Don't talk nonsense with him, just exterminate him." "A ghost dealer? Isn't that the same as the old man we met in Tianjun Mountain?" Lee 11 was shocked in his heart. If Baiwenshin really fell into their hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lee 11 did not hesitate to rush into the battle circle and fight alongside Baiwenshin. Baiwenshin warned with concern. "His cultivation isn't low. You have to be careful." Lee 11 nodded slightly and without saying anything more, both hands simultaneously operated the Yin Thunder and launched an attack towards the evil monk. When the evil monk saw this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "You are Lee 11? Lee 11 secretly wondered in his heart. Could it be that he was already so famous? So much so that the other party could recognize him at a glance. "You know me?" The evil monk laughed with a greedy glint in his eyes. Today is really a big profit. Mr. Jiang offered a reward of $10 million for your life. I didn't expect that I would meet it today. Hearing this, Li 11 cursed in his heart. So it was that Jiang Jingtian. I did not expect that I am now so valuable. Li 11 coldly looked at the evil monk. Since you want to take my life, then I'm even more unlikely to let you go. After saying that, he struck again, utilizing the power of the yin-yang thunder to the extreme, vowing to defeat this evil monk. Under the cover of the yin thunder, he transformed his thunder whip into a thunder sword and stabbed over. The monk's kung fu was strange, and his weapon was the string of Buddha beads on the trigram around his neck. Bam! Li Shi's thunder sword felt like it had stabbed a steel plate. The monk laughed out loud. Mr. Jiang talked about how powerful you are, but I think it's nothing more than that. Yeah? Then I'll show you. Li 11 twisted his hand and summoned the red glaze in the Tong Tian tattoo. The monk was surprised. Tong Tian tattoo. He already knew that he was no match for the fire dragon and pulled his legs out to run. But how could Li 11 give him a chance? The fire dragon quickly flew towards him. How could he, a human, carry the scorching heat of the magma flames? Soon, amidst the screams, it was reduced to ashes. Bai Wenqin took Li Shi's hand. Thanks to you tonight. Misato Ishihara also ran over. So you're that good. Luckily I begged for mercy quickly. Otherwise, I would have ended up like him. Bai Wenqin secretly pinched his arm and gritted her teeth. And where did you meet this sister from? Ouch. Ouch. Let me explain. Chapter 77, Bombing the Kitchen. Late night, Li 11 returned to the villa alone. He was keenly aware that there were several pairs of eyes behind him peering at him in the dark, and it felt like he was being watched by a poisonous snake. However, he pretended to be oblivious and continued to walk unhurriedly. As it turned a corner, it suddenly disappeared like a ghost into the night. After the three men who were following him realized that their target was lost, the one leading the group frowned and cursed in a low voice. This brat is really vigilant. I actually let him escape. Just then, a languid voice came from the darkness. It should be you who should flee. They turned around in shock, only to see Li 11 leaning leisurely against the corner of the wall with a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Through the faint light, Li 11 could see the appearance of these three people. The one who led the way was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man wearing a sharp suit, while the two men standing behind him, one of them was none other than Master Jia, whom he had met during the day, and the other was a burly, muscular bald man. Master Jia looked extraordinarily excited when he saw Li 11. Brother Chang, he was the one who came to cause trouble during the day. It turned out that these three had come to seek revenge on him. Brother Chang stepped forward and stared viciously at Li 11. Kid, are you the one who blocked Grandpa's way to wealth? A smile spread across the corners of Li Shi's mouth as he looked at them indifferently. Brother Chang then threatened. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of the villa, or don't blame us for not being polite. His words completely exposed their true purpose, which turned out to be for the villa. What if I don't go? Kung sneered and pointed at the muscular bald guy behind him. See him? He's the national boxing champion. If you don't want to die, get out early. Li 11 remained unperturbed. National champion? I'd like to try. He moved his muscles and walked toward the muscular bald man. Toast to the world. With Chang's order, the bald man immediately took up a stance. The bald man clenched his hands into fists. His body crouched down slightly, and his eyes stared ferociously at Li 11, as if he was a fierce tiger about to pounce on him. However, Li Shi's movements were as swift as lightning as he dodged sideways with great speed, so fast that the bald man had absolutely no room to react. Just when the bald man had not yet regained his senses, Li 11 violently kicked the bald man's knee, only to hear a click sound. The bald man painfully fell to the ground, covering the injured knee groaning. Chang's eyes widened as he could never have imagined that his opponent would defeat the bald man so easily. That's it? Li 11 looked at Chang with disdain. Django gritted his teeth and charged forward with a swing. However, Li Shi's movements were exceptionally agile as he lightly avoided Kung's attack and then hit Kung's abdomen with an elbow strike. Chang took a few steps back in pain, and was secretly shocked in his heart. This kid's hands are extraordinary. He realized that he might have met a tough guy today and sprang back. Is that all you got? Chang's face became very fierce as he pulled out a dagger from his waist, which shone chillingly in the light. Li 11 sidestepped the dagger and smoothly grabbed Chang's wrist and twisted it so hard that the dagger fell to the ground. He kicked Chang off, and Chang hit the wall heavily and fell to the ground. He picked up the dagger, walked over to Kung, gently ran the tip of the knife across his cheek, and said coldly, "Tell me, why do you want to hit the villa?" The bald man and Master Jia tried to escape, but they were firmly controlled by Yin Lei. I say, Django was scared. His original name was Zhang Chang. He was Long Qianshan's henchman and was sent to protect Long Yingying's safety. However, every day he watched Long Yingying eat and drink, and have a big villa to live in. Gradually he was jealous. so he took advantage of her drunkenness and killed her. In order to take possession of that villa, he teamed up with Master Jia and jointly staged a play, so that if other people knew that the place was haunted, they wouldn't buy the villa, and he could buy it at land price in the future. Unexpectedly, Li Shi's appearance completely broke his plan. When Long Qianshan called him and asked him to cooperate with Li 11 to transfer the house, he was even more jealous. Why that kid could pick up a suite for nothing? You killed someone for a mere villa? Li 11 felt that Zhang Chang was too ruthless. Zhang Chang didn't care. After following Long Qianshan for more than 10 years, the number of people who died on my hands can only be counted on 2 hands. A little girl. Dead is dead. It's a curse to keep you. Li 11 summoned Su Yutong. I've heard that the souls of the living can help the yin spirits to cultivate, so I'll leave these 3 to you. Looking at Su Yutong, who was floating in mid-air, the 3 of them were stunned. Ghost. There's a ghost. Su Yutong licked his lips and looked at the 3 greedily. It's been a long time since I've practiced with a living person. Accompanied by the screams of the 3 men, Li 11 disappeared into the night. The next day, early morning, a deafening explosion came, jolting Li 11, who was sleeping. Awake, he was shocked and thought to himself, are there still revenge seekers? So he got up quickly and sought out the direction from which the voice had come. He was surprised to find that the source of the explosion was in the kitchen, and Long Yingying was holding the lid of the pot and ducking aside in terror. What are you doing? Li 11 asked suspiciously. Long Yingying sniffed and immediately ran to his side in aggravation, tears glistening in her eyes as if she would cry at any moment. I just wanted to make you breakfast. I didn't expect to blow up the kitchen. Li 11 looked down and realized that there were some black unidentified objects scattered on the ground, and one of them was still stuck on Long Yingying's hair. Curious, he picked up the black object in his hair, scrutinized it, and asked, what is this? Long Yingying replied awkwardly, steak. Li Shi's eyes widened. This is the first time I've seen a steak like this. Looking at Long Yingying's pitiful appearance, Li 11 couldn't help but laugh. He gently patted Long Yingying's head and gently comforted. It's okay, just be safe next time. It's better to leave things like cooking to me. With that said, he turned and walked into the kitchen and began to clean up the blasted kitchen. Long Yingying hurriedly followed, wanting to help. Li 11, however, stopped her. You go out. I'll take care of it here. But, Long Yingying wanted to say something else. Behave. Li 11 looked at her tenderly. Long Yingying had to walk out of the kitchen and sit in the living room to wait. After a while, boom! It startled Long Yingying in the living room. Looking at the smoking kitchen, Long Yingying laughed her ass off. So you cook at the same level as me? It shouldn't be. I don't cook well in the White Cloud Temple, but it's not like I'm going to blow up the kitchen. Jingle bells. A cell phone ringing broke the joyous atmosphere. Li 11 picked up his cell phone and saw that it was Misato Ishihara. Oni-chan, do you have time to accompany me to the Comic-Con today? Chapter 78, The Spider Spirit. Li 11 really didn't think that Ishihara Misato, as a cat demon, would actually enjoy human activities like going to a comic convention, but there were plenty of beautiful women at Comic-Con, so it wouldn't hurt to accompany her once. It didn't take long for Misato Ishihara to arrive at the villa. Li 11 looked at Ishihara Misato, who had turned into the appearance of a two-tailed cat again. In surprise, her current appearance was half human and half animal, looking very cute while exuding an irresistible charm. Why did you change back to your original form? Not worried about being seen? Misato Ishihara smiled slightly, revealing 2 dimples. When I first came out of school, my classmates complimented me on how realistic this cos was, and they even fought to take pictures with me. Li 11 secretly sighed in his heart. It was true that the most dangerous place was the safest place. Curious, Misato Ishihara asked, what character are you going to cosplay as? Li 11 thought about it and replied, it's still Taoist that suits me. I'll cos Taoist. When Misato Ishihara saw how he looked in his Taoist costume, a flash of infatuation flashed in her eyes. I've only seen Taoist priests in your TV programs. You look even more handsome in it than they do. Comic-Con venue. Misato Ishihara was as familiar with the characters in the anime as she was, and kept introducing her favorite characters, and kept pulling Li 11 to take pictures. Li 11 felt that this trip was worth it. Minomai, Japanese manga and anime genre. Female personal name, archaic. Triton, mythological animal. Medusa, name. Lu Sueki, 1976. Chinese actress. Bipatung. Those secondary beauties are standing right in front of you alive and well. So much so that you want to get your hands on them and squeeze them. Just as Li 11 was enjoying the infinite scenery here. Suddenly, Ishihara Misato panicked. She took Li Shi's hand and ducked into a corner. Let's get out of here. What's wrong? Misato Ishihara tensed. I saw the demon that came with me. She picked up her phone and zoomed in on a picture, vaguely visible as a woman cosplaying as a spider. However, like Misato Ishihara, she's not a cos, but a straight-up illusion. Sister, why do you want to leave when you see me? A sexy voice came from behind the duo. When Lee 11 heard the voice, he subconsciously turned around to look, only to see that the woman standing in front of him was the same woman in the photo. Her outfit was extremely alluring, and she looked as if she was in her 40s, with big wavy curly hair, a tight wraparound dress, and 8 spider claws behind her. Ishihara Misato had an awkward smile on her face as she said softly, "Kawashima-san, if you didn't greet me, I really didn't notice you were here." The woman swept her eyes sharply over Lee 11 and smiled. "Is this your new boyfriend?" Ishihara Misato's heart tightened, fearing that she would be unfavorable to Lee 11, so she hurriedly took Lee Shi's arm and replied in a calm manner. "Right." The woman stretched out a hand, wanting to shake hands with Lee 11, and introduced herself. "My name is Kawashima Aoi, please teach me more." However, Lee 11 had no intention of shaking hands with her and only responded lightly, "My name is Lee 11. When Aoi Kawashima saw this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. "You guys have fun." Before she left, she made a point of throwing a wink. Looking at Kawashima Aoi's back as she left, Lee 11 couldn't help but frown and cursed in a low voice. An old woman in her 40s. What a disrespect for old age. After she walked away, Lee 11 turned his head to look at Misato Ishihara. "Why are you so afraid of her?" Ishihara Misato said, "I'm still worried about you. She's a Jindan stage spider spirit. She's already killed a lot of men in Sakura country. I'm afraid she'll take your life. A mere Jindan stage. If she dares to make trouble here, I'll let her die without a burial place." Misato Ishihara tensed. "She's not just any spider spirit. She's from the Lorelei clan." "A Lorax? What's that?" Misato Ishihara explains that the Lorikeets are poisonous spiders who like to seduce young men during the day, usually having fun for 3 days, and then reverting to their original form as spider spirits at the stroke of midnight on the night of the full moon, sucking out human blood and taking the man's head for consumption. Today is the 15th day of the lunar calendar. Then won't she be harming people? Misato Ishihara said, "She's definitely looking for young men right now, so why don't you just stay out of her way and let's get out of here?" Lee 11 looked back, and she was indeed hitting on a young man. However, he thought to himself, at her age, is there really a man who isn't picky? Suddenly, a question occurred to him, since there were 2 demons here, Misato Ishihara and Aoi Kawashima, could there be other demons? He immediately activated the spirit looking technique. This look was not to be taken lightly. A quarter of those cosplayers present were demons turned. They say the cosplayer scene is messed up, but it turns out it's this kind of messed up. 11 Lee took Misato Ishihara around the rest of the city for quite a while and didn't get home until after 11 in the evening. He just opened the door and saw Bai Wenshin sitting on the sofa. Not good. Misato Ishihara and I have more than likely been found out. He turned his head and tried to leave, but he was pushed back onto the couch by Bai Wenshin. Not only did she not get angry, she instead looked at Lee 11 flirtatiously. "Did you have fun today?" Lee 11 thought to himself. How did he become so gentle? Could it be that he's possessed by Su Yutong? Now is the time to spell out acting skills. Play? I went to catch a demon. You guys don't know. I met a demon from the Sakura Kingdom today, called some kind of Loxin woman. You don't know. That thing is very powerful, and it can also use poison. Bai Wenshin quietly watched Li Shi's performance. She deliberately pretended to be nervous and asked, "You actually met such a powerful demon? Have you been poisoned? Do you need me to help you suck out the poison?" Li 11 hemmed and hawed and said mischievously, "It's like I've been poisoned down there." Upon hearing this, Bai Wenshin was furious and grabbed Li Shi's ear, angrily reprimanding, "I suck your big head. Quickly tell the truth. What the hell did you guys do?" Facing Bai Wenshin's questioning, Li 11 hastily waved his hands and cried out in aggravation, "Heaven and earth are kind. I really didn't do anything." Right at this moment, Fire Spirit Air drilled out of the Hutyan Jade and said with a bad smile on her face, "I can testify that apart from hooking up with the cat demon and looking at the girls at the Comic-Con, she didn't do anything else." Oh. Hearing this, Lee 11 almost fainted, secretly screaming in his heart, "Oops, what 1,000 plans, but I forgot that the fire spirit was still hidden inside the Hutyan Jade." Lee 11 hurriedly explained, "Listen to me. I went to the Comic-Con solely to do justice for heaven." Hearing this, even Fire Spirit was baffled. Were the two related? Chapter 79, The Spider Spirit Does It. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom has sent hundreds of Een spirits and demonic beasts. There should be a big move in the near future. Lee 11 sent the photographed spider spirit to Bai Wenshin. Bai Wenshin looked at the photo. Her brows furrowed as she fell into deep thought. This reminds me, the Een spirits of various countries seldom have such a large number of transnationals. Could it be that the Sakura country is really up to some kind of conspiracy? Seeing her reaction, Li Shi's heart rejoiced and hurriedly said, "Now you should believe me." Bai Wenshin glanced at him and said helplessly, "Alright, count me as having wronged you. You rest early." After saying that, she was ready to leave the villa, but was kept back by Lee 11. The next morning, Lee 11 was still immersed in dreamland when he was suddenly awakened by a sharp knock on the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked impatiently to the door, opened it and froze. What stood before her eyes was surprisingly a young woman in her 20s. She was tall and fair-skinned, and her long, shiny black hair fell over her shoulders, giving off a charming aroma. At this moment, she was wearing a muslin nightgown, and the spring light inside was hidden, making one's heart skip a beat. Her face was filled with horror, her big beautiful eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Lee 11 couldn't take his eyes off her as he looked at her. Just then, the young woman violently grabbed Lee Shi's hand and said in a trembling voice, "Master Lee, save me." Lee 11 looked back and said, "Do we know each other?" The young woman said anxiously, "The day before yesterday, Master came here to get rid of the ghosts, and I was standing right next to him. I know that Master's magic power is limitless, and that's why I came to find Master." Lee 11 nodded. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then what is it that you are looking for me for?" "Master, something has happened to my family. Please do help me." "What's the matter? Come inside." At this time, Bai Wenxin also walked down in her pajamas. Seeing the young woman dressed in such a sexy outfit, her face sank and she secretly pinched Lee Shi's arm. "You'd better explain clearly." Lee 11 grimaced in pain. "You've wronged me. She's here to do something for me. Who wears pajamas in the middle of the day to find someone to do their business?" Bai Wenxin glared at him. Seeing Bai Wenxin's misunderstanding, the young woman hurriedly explained, "Sister, don't misunderstand. I didn't have time to change my clothes because I was scared. Her name is Wen Xiang and she also lives in this villa area. Last night, when he saw that his husband didn't come home, he went to bed early thinking that he was out socializing. At night, she hears a rustling sound downstairs and goes downstairs to check it out, only to see a huge black spider. The spider took up half the living room. Its legs alone were several meters long, and it was nibbling on its husband's body. Wen Xiang fainted at the sight before her. Until just now, it was a wake-up call. She immediately thought of Lee 11 as a ghost removal master, which led her to look for him without stopping. "Go! Let's go check it out." According to Wen Xiang's description, that black spider from last night was more than likely the new complex woman of Sakura Nation. Wen Xiang led the way while staying close to Lee 11, fearing that the big spider would suddenly run out. When he entered Wen Xiang's house, a strong smell of blood came straight to him. A man is lying on a couch in the living room while his head has been chewed off. This Misato Ishihara describes the new complex woman victimizing people exactly the same. Lee 11 looked at Wen Xiang, and then looked at his husband, secretly muttered in his heart, "According to reason it should not be that only the new complex woman I have also seen. Although there are a few posture, but the appearance is also an old woman in her 40s. His husband put the home this flower do not want to go to look for the outside of the old wildflowers?" Wen Xiang subconsciously covered her chest when she saw that Lee 11 was sizing herself up. "How old is your husband?" Lee 11 asked. "It's 50 already." Lee 11 cursed. Asterisk 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 so it's an old cow eating young grass. With that old man's age, it explains why he can look at a new complex woman in her 40s. Dead man walking. A sharp cry came from outside the door. It turned out to be a neighbor who saw a few people standing in the doorway and curiously came over to join in the fun, but ended up losing his voice and screaming in fear at the body in front of him. Soon, the surrounding area was filled with people watching. Someone recognized Lee 11 at a glance and asked in surprise, "Isn't this Master Lee? Why are you here too? Is this place haunted again?" Wen Xiang nervously explained, "It's a spider. A spider spirit came to my house last night." Hearing this, someone couldn't help but be taken aback, and hurriedly asked after him, "Was that a spider spirit last night?" Wen Xiang nodded. The man continued, "I came back late last night and vaguely saw a huge thing with many legs in her house. I thought at the time that it was a shadow diffused into the wall by the light shining on it, but I didn't realize that it was a spider spirit." At this point, someone anxiously shouted, "Then don't call the police." Another person said in disbelief, "What are you afraid of? It's not that Master Lee is here." However, just then, a sudden commotion came from the crowd. It turned out that those onlookers were feeling dizzy and nauseous and their bodies began to shake. Their faces were pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat emerged on their foreheads, as if they had been affected by some unknown force. Some even fainted directly to the ground. Unconscious. Not good. It's the spider's toxin. Lee 11 immediately took out a yellow talisman and recited an incantation before sticking it on the corpse. In an instant, the yellow talisman actually burned and emitted a green flame. "This is..." Wen Xiang looked at the scene in surprise. "This is removing the toxins from the corpse," Lee 11 said with a serious expression. "That spider is incredibly poisonous. The toxin will evaporate into the air. If you don't remove it, you won't be able to have this villa at all." The onlookers then felt a lot more comfortable. It's true that it's a master. It's different when it comes out. Soon the police came. After questioning them, they felt it was a bit tricky, but they had no choice but to take the body away. Things have been dealt with. Li 11 was ready to go back, but was pulled by Wen Xiang. Master Li, can I stay at your place first? I'm scared. Looking at Wen Xiang's chaste appearance, Li 11 immediately softened his heart. It's really not safe for you to be alone. She tightened her arm around Li 11. Then let's go quickly. All along the way, Wen Xiang looked a bit nervous and kept looking left and right. Seeing that he had brought such a big beauty back, by when she knew that Li Shi's urbane nature would definitely not be able to control himself, and he begged Fire Spirit to make sure to keep Li 11 in check. Fiery Spirit shook her head helplessly. Sister, bye. Even Taoist Master Qingwei can't control him. Do you think I can? At this time, Sun Bingshi called. Li 11, prepare yourself well and attend an auction with me tomorrow. Chapter 80. A widow's door is a place of many wrongs. Jifu Bo arrival, 200,000 yen. As a crisp beep sounded, Sun Bingshi's voice came from the cell phone again. This money is for you to buy clothes. Remember to dress decently tomorrow. After that, he hung up. Wen Xiang looked at Li 11 tenderly and said softly, Master Li, all my clothes are at home. Why don't we go out shopping together? Yeah, it just so happens to have just arrived at $200,000. However, Wen Xiang said delicately, Master just saved my life. How can I let Master spend money? Saying that, she came close to Li Shi's ear. Since my husband is dead, his $5 billion of family assets can be mine. Is Master interested? Her words were seductive and teasing, as if suggesting something. In the face of such attractive conditions, I am afraid it is difficult for ordinary people to remain unmoved. But Li 11 secretly sneered in his heart. A mere $5 billion want to make me heart? Nowadays, he already had 2 marriages between the Sun and Zhong families, and the wealth of either family was not inferior to Wen Xiang. What's more, he wasn't interested in this so-called $5 billion. However, he did not reject it outright. After all, the pretty widow in front of him did have some good looks. He smiled and responded, let's shop first. Inside a swanky mall, Wen Xiang indulged in picking out various fashionable outfits while Li 11 followed her, quietly observing. Wen Xiang tried on a gorgeous dress and turned around in the mirror, then looked at Li 11 with a smile. Master, what do you think of this one? At that moment, a noblewoman also came to the store. Yo, if it isn't Mrs. Weth, who just lost her husband in the morning. She's shopping with a white boy in the afternoon. Li Shi's face changed slightly as he looked at the noblewoman, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes as he thought to himself, you're the one who's a ing gigolo. Wen Xiang, however, was calm and collected. She faintly returned, Mrs. Lu, keep your mouth clean. Humph, who doesn't know that you, Wen Xiang, are a little demon, having grudged your husband to death. Mrs. Lu snorted coldly. You, Winnie was shaking with anger. Seeing this, Li 11 stepped forward and blocked in front of Wen Xiang, looking coldly at Mrs. Lu. Madam, why speak so harshly? Mrs. Lu looked Li 11 up and down and sneered. There's one thing to be said for Wen Xiang, you still have a pretty good eye. Li 11 frowned slightly and was about to open his mouth to retort, but Wen Xiang pulled the corner of his coat and said softly, forget it, ignore her. Let's go. After saying this, Wen Xiang turned around and left the store. Li 11 wanted to follow him out, but he couldn't swallow this breath in his heart and secretly pasted an aphrodisiac charm behind the noblewoman. Wen Xiang had just walked out of the store and couldn't help but walk to an unnoticed corner to secretly shed tears. Seeing this, Li 11 hurriedly followed up and softly consoled. Don't be sad. Things have been resolved. Wen Xiang sobbed, Master, it is said that there is a lot of right and wrong in front of the widow's door. I have just died my husband, and I am being bullied. Like this. With that, she fell on Li Shi's shoulder and let out a loud cry. Li 11 patted her back and said gently, don't cry. I'm not already helping you out. Look over there. He pointed to the store, only to see the noblewoman indulging in the effects of the aphrodisiacal charm, scratching her head and removing her body's clothing piece by piece. The surrounding customers and passers-by were all attracted by this amazing scene, and many of them even took out their cell phones and started recording. Isn't that Mrs. Lu? Someone was surprised and recognized her. He usually looks quite decent, but I didn't realize he was actually such a person. A store clerk on the sidelines tried to dissuade her, but was completely unable to stop her. Eventually, the clerks had to force her into the locker room. Seeing this scene, Wen Xiang couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh, with tears in her eyes but with a hint of relief. After this time, I'm afraid she won't have the face to appear in front of everyone anymore. Wen Xiang was very happy and brought Li 11 his one word, bye. 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 The duo spent $1 million in one afternoon. Su Yutong inside the hut. Yen Jade reminded. Li 11, you'd better not get too close to her. You and Chairman's son have a marriage contract. Li 11, however, was full of unconcern. If Sun Bingshu cares about this, then she is really too careful. Do you think she would be furious if she knew that I still have you gang of mean spirits around me? Su Yutong shook her head with a helpless face and sighed. What a deadbeat. At that moment, Li 11 asked, do you need me to buy something for you? I think this underwear is very nice. With that, he picked up a piece of underwear and scrutinized the size. You'll look great in it. Wen Xiang, who was on the side, mistook Li 11 to be talking to herself and replied somewhat sheepishly. Master, this size is a bit small for me. When she finished, she quickly grabbed a larger size of underwear. Li 11 couldn't help but picture Wen Xiang's appearance after she put on that underwear in his mind. I bought it for someone else. Wen Xiang suddenly realized and said with a smile, yes, you still have that Miss Bai at home. I see that she seems to be very angry today. With that, she picked up another piece of lingerie. I think this one is more elegant. It should fit her well. Li 11 then remembered Bai Wenxin. He had almost forgotten about her and Long Yingying. Hastily picked out two more. He sneaked toward the jade pendant and asked, Fire Spirit Child, do you need me to buy you one as well? I can see that you've grown up and need to wear it. Fire Spirit's face reddened in shame. You big lecher. I don't want it. Dogs bite Lu Dongbin. Don't know what's good for you. Don't pull back. Inside the villa, Li 11 packed up a room to vacate for Wen Xiang. The night was deep and the whole city was immersed in tranquility. However, Wen Xiang was disturbed in her sleep by a strange sound. It was a subtle but disturbing rustling sound, as if something was moving in the shadows. She jolted awake, her body trembling slightly, but there was silence all around her. No one in sight. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had heard wrong. Am I hallucinating? But soon, she realized the feeling was all too real and familiar. Wen Xiang felt a chill rise up her spine. Her heart began to beat faster and she had a feeling of being spied on. She looked around nervously. Suddenly, she saw a dark shadow flicker outside the window, shaped exactly like the large spider from last night. Fear instantly surged through her and she screamed. Without hesitation, Wen Xiang quickly jumped out of bed and rushed towards Li Shi's room. She knocked hard on the door and cried out in panic. It's coming! She's here again! At this moment, Li 11 also sensed the approaching danger. He frowned and cursed in a low voice. Damn! How dare you come to my trouble? Chapter 81, Haters Meet. Li 11 took Wen Xiang into his arms and calmed her down. Then, he mobilized the Yin Thunder and filled the entire room with black liquid. Outside the window, the sound of spiders crawling across the roof became clearer. Suddenly, a face poked through the window, and it was none other than the new complex woman she'd seen at Comic-Con. At this time, her face was hideous. Her mouth was full of jagged teeth, and her body was in the shape of a giant spider. The new complexion woman opened her mouth wide and spewed out a stream of green venom. Li 11 rushed to hold Wenxiang to dodge away. The venom shot on the wall wrapped with inlay, emitting ZZ corrosive sound. He grabbed a nearby chair in his hand and threw it at the window, which the new Lorax nimbly dodged and climbed down the wall to the ground. Li 11 took the opportunity to pull Wenxiang and ran out of the room to the living room. However, they realized that the door was locked and they couldn't get out. At that moment, the new lovelorn woman hung upside down from the ceiling with malice shining in her eyes. Li 11 didn't want to let this villa become ruins, so he quickly executed a palm strike and easily broke open the door. Then his figure flashed and instantly arrived outside the villa. At this time, the new complex woman stood at the entrance of the villa, her face full of grimace, her voice shrill as she shouted, Little Taoist, this madam sees that your cultivation is good. As long as you obediently submit to me, this madam will definitely treat you well. Hearing this, Li 11 immediately felt a chill of evil and couldn't help but curse. Bah! Disgusting! After saying that, he didn't hesitate to turn the Yin Thunder into hot magma, and like a fiery torrent, he ferociously lunged towards the new complex woman. As the two men fought fiercely, the loud noise had long alerted the surrounding neighbors. Someone was hiding in the room and saw the scene outside through the window and turned white with fear and screamed in horror. Spider! Spider! Big spiders! The new Luo woman didn't dare to fight the lava. She spat out countless spider silks from her tail, trying to stop the reddish lava. Snort! Those spider silks met the magma and instantly turned into a white smoke. Xinlua woman thought she was a great demon of Jindan stage, but she didn't expect that she could not do anything with Li 11 for a while. Little Taoist, this is what you forced me to do. When she finished, she opened her big mouth. Li 11 had thought that she was going to pull the same trick again and spit out venom, but unexpectedly, this time it was not venom, but poisonous mist. If the poisonous mist was really allowed to spread, then no one in the villa area would want to live. It must be done quickly. He was seen clad in thunder armor around his body, holding a thunder sword and slashing at the head of the new complexion woman. Clunk! The Neolothian woman raised one foot and blocked the thunder sword. He felt as if the sword had cut into hard steel. Akari, help me. I've been ready for this for a long time. Li 11 only felt a powerful warm current emerge within his dantian, which flowed through his entire body. And the thunder sword in his hand turned into a thunder sword made of magma. He slashed at the new complexion woman again. The new Luo woman raised a foot, thinking that she could still block the attack, but the sword directly chopped off that big foot of hers. And the thunder sword didn't stop there, but directly split her head in two. A stream of green blood flowed out from her body, which flowed on the ground with a snorting corrosive sound. The body of the new complex woman fell to the ground. Li 11 sighed in relief. However, the green blood was rapidly flowing away, emitting a corrosive odor. He made an instant decision and cast a spell to block the spread of blood within thunder. Then, he took out a talisman, mouthed the words, and threw it out. The talisman turned into flames and burned through the remains of the new Luo woman, and a green demonic pill appeared in mid-air. The next day, the warm sun shone on the bed, when Xiang took away Li Shi's arm and got up to prepare breakfast. Knock knock. Although the hole in the villa's front door hadn't yet been repaired, the man outside took a polite look. Mrs. What? Is Master Li awake? When Xiang saw that it was her neighbor, Auntie Li, and hurriedly greeted her. Auntie, do you have something to look for him? Auntie Li took out a banner from a bag, only to see that it read, subduing demons, removing devils, and serving the people with one heart. On the back fell a small inscription, presented to Master Li. We all saw it last night when Master Li eliminated the spider spirits, and it was Master Li who saved us. This banner is our gift to Master. He's still sleeping, so I'll take it for him. Auntie Li quickly lowered her voice. Master Li must have been very tired last night, so I won't disturb his rest. Sending Auntie Li away. When Xiang came to the bedside, she said jokingly, Master Li, the sun is on your butt, why don't you get up and eat? You shouldn't really be tired from the several battles last night. Li 11 opened his eyes and hemmed and hawed. Are you kidding? I can still fight dozens of rounds more. After saying that, she pounced on Wen Xiang. An hour later, Sun Bingshi called. Li 11, I've arrived. Where are you? Bad. The auction. Li 11 looked at the time. It was now 9:30, only half an hour from the 10 o'clock auction. He got up in a hurry, dressed and headed for the auction house, leaving behind the warm scent of his intentions. Outside the auction house. Yo, isn't this the Miss Sun family? You're the only one who came to such an important auction? A young man in a suit with scuffed leather shoes approached. Sun Bingshi glanced at the man disdainfully. Zhang Shihao, aren't you also a person? At that moment, a stretch Lincoln drove up, and from it stepped down an old man dressed as a Taoist priest. He was immortal, a look of a man of the world. Zhang Shihao arrogantly said, This is the Cloud Crane Taoist master that I invited from Qingqing Mountain. With him holding down the scene, my Zhang family will definitely be able to make a net appearance. At this time, Li 11 panted and ran over. Let you wait for a long time. Sun Bingxin swept a glance at Li 11. Seeing that he was still dressed appropriately and didn't disgrace himself, her heart was secretly happy, but she still icy coldly said, Why did you just come? It's not even these leather shoes. It's a real pain in the ass to run. Zhang Shihao sniffed and laughed. Miss Sun, this can't be the helper you hired. Li 11 looked at Zhang Shihao's complacent appearance and was very upset in his heart. He secretly muttered, It's just that there's a stinking rich guy. What's so great about it? He secretly took out a haha charm and pasted it on Zhang Shihao's back. Don't you love to laugh? Let's just let you laugh your ass off. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Shihao's laughter grew louder and louder as he tried to stop, but he realized that he couldn't control his body at all. His eyes widened and he looked at Li 11 with a face full of horror. What have you done to me? Ha ha ha. It was only at this moment that Taoist Yunha noticed the talisman on Zhang Shihao's back and was secretly amazed. He thought that his talismanic means had already reached the top 5 levels in the world. However, he unexpectedly did not notice that this young man in front of him had used a talisman in front of him. Taoist Yunha frowned and asked, Who exactly are you? I'm Li 11. And who are you? A hint of surprise flashed in Taoist Yunha's eyes. You are Li 11 who came out on top in the Xianmen martial arts? Li 11 raised his eyebrows, a hint of provocation in his tone. So what if it is? Taoist Cloud Crane glared at him fiercely. I'm Lei Zhe's master. Chapter 82 Yin Yang Auction. Looking at the duo's distant backs, Li 11 couldn't help the curiosity in his heart. What kind of auction is this? How dare even the old Taoist priest from Qingcheng Mountain come? It's time to tell you. This auction today is not ordinary. It's known as the Yin Yang Auction. Li Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yin Yang Auction? What does that mean? The so-called Yin Yang Auction was a special auction that would only be held once every 10 years. which spanned the yin and yang realms and brought together exotic treasures from all walks of life. Here, not only can you auction off unusual treasures, but there will also be spiritual items and even supernatural beings such as ghosts and demons. Therefore, every time it is held, it attracts many people from both the yin and yang worlds. Another difference between this yin-yang auction and other auctions was that everyone didn't know what was in the auction beforehand. This is because each lot is not provided by the organizers, but is brought by each participant in the bidding. In this way, everyone has the potential to become a lot provider. Li 11 asked, "Then what did you bring me here for?" Sun Bingxin coldly glanced at him. "Naturally, I'm bringing you to see more." After saying that, she walked straight toward the auction house without looking back, leaving behind only one sentence. "Quickly follow." The location of the yin-yang auction is located at the Hotel Universal. Li 11 had heard about it when he was in school. It was a super 5-star hotel. According to the report, a night's stay here would cost tens of thousands of dollars. He didn't expect such a high-end hotel to have a relationship with the yin realm. When the lobby manager saw Sun Bingxi, he immediately said respectfully, "Sun Dong, follow me this way." Entering the elevator, Li 11 was stunned by what the lobby manager had done. The elevator had a hidden mechanism, and there was a surprising row of floor buttons inside that showed -4 floors to -18 floors. -18 floors? Who builds houses like this? It shouldn't be -18 levels of hell, the lobby manager said. The official auction hasn't started yet. Why don't we go to the old place and have some fun first? Sun Bingxiao nodded. The elevator goes straight to the -10th floor. This is a huge underground casino. The casino is as big as you can see at a glance. The place is so lavishly decorated that even the walls are encrusted with gold and gems. The casino was full of people, with all kinds of yelling and shouting, all immersed in the frenzy of gambling. But why is it so cold here? That cold wasn't caused by the air conditioning being turned up too much. It was that bone-chilling chill. Li 11 immediately opened the spirit-seeing technique. This look does not matter. A large part of the casino is not a person. Sun Bingxin couldn't help but sneeze as she looked at Li 11. Are there any talismans to resist the coldness of the yin spirit? Li 11 fumbled in his pocket and took out 2 blazing sun talismans. One for himself and one for Sun Bingxi. The lobby manager passed a look to the attendant next to him, who walked over with a black box. "Sun Dong, this is the 100 million chips you deposited earlier." Sun Bingxi nodded, then patted Li Shi's shoulder, signaling him to follow him over. They arrived at a corner of the casino, only to see Zhang Shihao sitting at a gambling table with a blonde beauty. Behind the two stood Taoist Yunhe and an old nun respectively. After Sun Bingxi sat down, she looked at Zhang Shihao. "Young Zhang, do you dare to block?" Zhang Shihao smiled at his words and replied without a care in the world. "You lost tens of millions of dollars to me last month. What? Still want to send me some more pocket money?" The blonde next to her held Zhang Shihao's arm and sneered. "Sister Sun, if you feel that you have too much money to spend, I would be happy to help you spend it." Oh. Sun Bingxia ignored her words, but directly signaled the waiter to open the box she brought. Then, she divided the chips in the box into 2, one for herself and the other handed it to Li 11 beside her. Li 11 was a bit surprised, not realizing that there was even something about himself in this. "Do I have to participate too?" Sun Bingxi said blandly, "Just playing casually, but I haven't played the amount." Hearing this, Zhang Shihao, who had just lost all his face outside, decided to regain his lost dignity at the gambling table. He provocatively said to Li 11, "Kid, I think you don't dare." Hearing this, Li 11 sneered and responded, "Come as you are. I'm just afraid that you'll lose without even a pair of pants left." Zhang Shihao arrogantly said, "Playing cards relies on your craft, not your mouth." Each of the 4 men came to their places, and the dealer dealt the cards individually. They play Texas Hold'em. Li Truong hands AA. Sun Bing pupil starting QK. Zhang Shihao starts with 44. Blondie starts 68. 11 Li asked, "AA should be big, right?" The blonde laughed. "Little dudes, AA is the biggest hand." "Oh, then I'll call." However, when the dealer dealt the last card, Zhang Shihao had 4 fours, winning Sun Bingxin's straight and Li Shi's gourd. Zhang Shihao looked at the 10 million plus chips and smiled triumphantly. "Sorry, you too good of a hand." After a dozen or so rounds, Li 11 and Sun Bingxi lost more than they won, and their chips were immediately gone. The blonde beauty stood up and pinched Li Shi's shoulder. "Little handsome, it's better to follow your sister in the future. My sister will teach you how to play cards." Zhang Shihao taunted. "You guys are down to your last $3 million. If you lose again, you'll lose it all." Then he hemmed and hawed. "I don't mind if you guys get out of here naked." Sun Bingxi remained calm and collected. "Do you dare to bet on a big one?" "Oh, what's the bet?" "Just bet on the shares of the Hotel Universal." Zhang Shihao hesitated for a moment. This universal hotel was opened by a joint effort of 4 major families in Handong province, with each family taking 25% of the shares. The Sun family and the Zhang family were among them. What? Don't dare? Sun Bingxin forced the question. Zhang Shihao was a little flustered. What would I not dare to do? It's just that my family's shares are in the old man's hands. The corner of Sun Bingxi's mouth smiled slightly. As far as I know, your old man doesn't have a few days left to live. Right. So it's not all yours when the time comes. Zhang Shihao thought about it. Fine. I'll bet with you today. The dealer has dealt the cards. When the last card was lifted, Zhang Shihao laughed, extra loud. 9, 10, J, Q, K, flush. Sun Bingxi, you're going to lose. Sun Bingxi lifted her cards, and there were only 4 tens. Then thank you, Mr. Sun, for the shares. At that moment, Li 11 said, wait, I haven't lifted my card yet. Zhang Shihao said disdainfully, what other good cards can you kid have? Li 11 just slowly revealed one of his hands, and Zhang Shihao panicked. Although it's just an ace of hearts, it happens to form a 10. J, Q, K, A with the public cards, a flush. Sun Bingxin smiled faintly. Young Zhang, I'm waiting for your family shares. Zhang Shihao looked at Li 11 in surprise. Kid, didn't you say you've never played before? With only an ace in your hand, you dare to follow it to the end? Yeah, oh, I did say I hadn't played it, but not having played doesn't mean you won't. I forgot to tell you that when I was a kid, I used to watch my uncle play poker with other people online. That's how he earned his cafe. To play cards with me? You're still a bit young. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe I've been tricked by your kid. At this time, an attendant walked over. The auction will begin soon. Please move to the auction hall. Then several people were given a mask each. Chapter 83. I'll take this lot. Hotel Universal. -18 floors. This is where this yin-yang auction will be held. Unlike the opulent underground casino, this place was dimly lit except for a few lights shining on the auction table. Especially with the mask on again, it's even harder to see who's around you. With a host in a sexy long dress on stage, this auction officially began. Everyone, next up is the first lot of this auction, the 100 Eyes Banshee. The starting bid is $10 million. Hearing this price, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. After all, this was not a small amount of money. Li 11 was shocked. 100 Eyes Demonis? It can't be the one I caught. Only a few burly men were seen pushing an iron cage onto the auction stage. The cage held a fair-skinned female ghost, who looked around in horror, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Li 11 immediately recognized that this was the same 100 Eyes female demon that he had previously subdued in the heavenly jail mountain. For her arms are smooth, while her body is full of eyes. Didn't that ghost trader say he was going to sell her to the Li Ghost Yard? How come it was sent here? Li 11 muttered in his heart. He couldn't help but recall the battle with the 100 Eyes Demonis. The thrilling scene was still fresh in his mind. I didn't realize that now she was being put on the auction block as a commodity and became the object of contention. However, as the following people shouted their prices, Li 11 also understood the reason. 15 million, 20 million, 25 million. Time passed by. The price soared like a rocket, and in the blink of an eye it had come to a staggering 66 million. Definitely much more to auction here than to sell to the reggae yard. Li 11 thought to himself. Sure enough, the asking price was going to be low at that time. Prices continue to rise. At that moment, Li 11 felt sure that some pervert would like this one. Judging by the intense bidding on the floor, there seems to be no shortage of such perverts. When the price was set at 80 million, the auctioneer excitedly announced, "Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding on the 100 Eyes Demonis." In the darkness, Li 11 couldn't see which pervert had taken the shot. Please welcome the next lot, black and white. The starting bid is $30 million. The people on the stage exploded into a frenzy of chatter. Someone asked curiously, black and white impermanence? Even the black and white impermanence can be put up for auction these days? Another person replied, what are you thinking? Of course it can't be Master Xie and Master Fan Bao. Who dares to auction them off? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? And who would that be? You're out of your depth here. Recently the Underworld has introduced a new group of black and white irregulars. Both interns, probably one of the pair. Li 11 thought to himself. It can't be that pair of dorky sisters. As an iron cage was lifted up, Li 11 shook his head helplessly. It's really them. I don't know who their old man is. Walking behind and letting them work as a yin. First met the colorful ghosts, and then captured for auction. Li 11 seriously suspected that they are not pro-life. LOL. Looks like it's still me to the rescue. You know them? Sun Bingxi on the side couldn't help but be a little curious when she heard what Li 11 had just said. Li 11 nodded, a hint of smugness in his tone. They've hooked my soul, only to be scared away by me. Sun Bingxin sniffed and couldn't help but snort a laugh. Teasing, a black and white invincible that is scared away by people is really unheard of. I'm going to shoot them. Can you help me? The smile on Sun Bingxi's face instantly disappeared and returned to its usual icy state. You still owe me over 40 million. Still want me to spend money to save them? Li Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked. When did I owe you more than $40 million? Just at the gambling table. Li 11 was completely speechless. That wasn't to help you take the shares of the Universal Hotel. However, Sun Bingxi was unmoved and insisted. One size fits all. You did lose over $40 million. Faced with Sun Bingxi's resolute attitude, Li 11 sighed helplessly. Knowing that her character was like this, saying one thing and not another, he could only take out the piece of Hutian jade and said to himself, I don't know how much this jade pendant will fetch. The Hutian jade was a key item to resurrect the Sun family's ancestor. Sun Bingxi glared. Li 11, how dare you? But he didn't care. See if I dare. After saying that, he pretended to walk towards the backstage of the auction. Row, count on you. Sun Bingxi eventually compromised. 35 million, 45 million, 60 million, 70 million. The black and white are far hotter than the 100 Eyes Banshee. Soon the price came to 150 million. Sun Bingxi asked, are you sure you want to shoot them? I'll take this lot. Good. I got it. 300 million. Sun Bingxiao decisively quoted the price. There was an uproar in the room. Is she crazy? Although it is a pair of beautiful women, it is not worth so much. And still she's a woman. Does she like? That's right. Don't fight her either. There's a treasure to be grabbed in the back. Once this price was offered, there was really no one else in the field to bid. Congratulations to the lady who won the auction for a pair of black and white irregulars. The host dropped the hammer and the deal was made. Next, the auction continued. But what made Li 11 curious was that Sun Bingxi was not even interested in all the lots. Then what is she doing here? It can't really be just to bring me up to speed. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next lot, the unknown iron plate. The starting bid is $100,000. Li 11 doubt in his mind, before the minimum starting price of the lot to a few million. But the starting price of this lot of 100,000 can also be on the auction? There were people in the field who had the same doubt. Someone explained, you don't know, right? This item has been in 5 auctions, but every time, it was sold out. The starting price has been reduced from 2 million to 100,000. Then why does it keep going to auctions? It is said that the owner of this item is a beggar, and the owner of the auction saw him as poor before allowing him to participate. After all, for a beggar, 100,000 is quite a lot, and if it's not sold again, that beggar doesn't know how long he can live. Although everyone didn't recognize what the unknown item was, Li 11 did. 110,000. Li 11 made a bid. This is the first bid in 50 years. Sun Bingxi was surprised. What are you doing buying a piece of scrap iron? Chapter 84, Fear of Second Generation Smugness. That's not scrap metal. Instead, it was the other half of the 6-pad yin-yang disc. The reason why Li 11 recognized it was because the rest of the half-piece was exactly the same as the half-piece in his hand, except for the fact that it was pitch black in color. It's no wonder why no one recognized it. Since the first generation of Tianzhi Zhang Daoling, that half of the yin-yang disc of Longhu Mountain was kept by successive generations of Tianzhi, and it never came out of Longhu Mountain. Therefore, people in the outside world never know what the so-called yin and yang disc actually looks like. The host said, $110,000. Someone has bid $110,000. Anyone else raise the bid? Someone offstage murmured, is there something wrong with this guy? Spending $110,000 on this piece of crap? Maybe he was kind-hearted and took pity on the old beggar. For a long time, still no one bid. Congratulations to the gentleman who won the auction for the nameless iron plate. With a single hammer blow, Li 11 ended up obtaining the other half of the 6-pad yin-yang disc. The host announced that the first half of the auction was over, and after a 2-hour break, the second half of the auction would take place. Li 11 and Sun Bingxi came to the backstage and exchanged lots. At this moment, the black and white irregulars were curled up in the iron cage, shivering. Upon seeing Li 11 walking towards him with a mask, White Impermanence agitatedly said, "Don't! We are the Black and White Impermanence. How dare you auction us off?" But their cultivation was sealed, and they were no different from ordinary people, so they couldn't do anything if they wanted to struggle. Li 11 intended to tease them. "I see that these two little nieces are quite watery looking. I know of a newly opened clubhouse that is short of little girls. Sell them in and they will surely satisfy the guests inside." White Impermanence was scared to tears. "This little brother. Please don't put me in the clubhouse." But Black Impermanence heard his voice. "You're Li 11? Hearing this, White Impermanence also felt that the voice was a bit familiar. And then after carefully measuring his figure and hairstyle, White Impermanence angrily said, "Good you Lee 11. How dare you scare me? I'll tell Yin Jun if I'm not careful." Lee 11 removed his mask and pretended to be angry. "I spent $300 million to save you guys, but you're so kind as to return the favor. In that case, I'd better resell you guys into the club proceeds." White Impermanence immediately changed his attitude. "Taoist Lee, Master Lee, you're the best. You'll definitely let us go, won't you? What about my $300 million? White Impermanence thought for a moment. "Isn't it just $300 million? I'll ask my father to just give it to you." Lee 11 was curious. "Who exactly is your father?" White Impermanence proudly said, "My father is the Wheel King, one of the 10 temples of hell." Hearing this, Lee 11 almost dropped his jaw in shock. 10 Temple Yama? Your father is the 10 temples of hell? You're scared. My father is in charge of classifying the good and evil and setting the rank for each ghost gangster. If you bully me, I'll let my dad classify you as evil, so that you'll be reincarnated as a cockroach in your next life. And everyone will shout at you." I didn't realize that their backgrounds were so great. No wonder they were able to mix into the ranks of the underworld despite their dorkiness. Mostly, they also belong to the second generation of officials to enter the grassroots level to mix experience and pave the way for future promotion. Black Impermanence had long since seen what was on Li Shi's mind, and if he really was a bad guy, he could never spend $300 million to save himself. "Sister, you two should stop fighting. I don't think Taoist Lee is a bad person." White Impermanence was half convinced. "Really?" Lee 11 looked at the black and white irregulars and shook his head helplessly. "Alas, it's still your sister who's smart. Unlike you. What a little nerd." With that, he pulled the key out of his pocket and opened the cage that locked the black and white. After the black and white irregulars walked out of the cage, Lee 11 then asked, "How were you guys captured here?" Black Impermanence sighed. "The one who captured us was a weasel spirit with high magical power. That night, we were supposed to go to the Soul Hooker, but we met that weasel spirit. After he captured us, he also sealed our mana and finally brought us here." Lee 11 laughed helplessly. "With this amount of skill you two have, it's better to hurry up and resign and go back to the underworld to enjoy life." Hearing this, White Impermanence said with a haughty face, "Humph, we don't want to be that kind of second-generation officials who wait for death." Lee 11 thought to himself, "I am really not afraid of the second generation to play with things, but I am afraid of the second generation to be hesitant." He turned his head and asked the staff member next to him, "Can I unseal these two?" The staff quickly nodded. "Of course you can, Mr. Lee. After all, they are your auction items. You can do whatever you want with them." After the staff lifted the seal, Black Impermanence said, "Taoist Lee, thank you for saving us. When you go to the underworld, we will repay you properly." Soon after, another staff member walked over with a nameless iron plate. "Mr. Lee, this is your lot." Lee 11 broke out into a happy smile and hastily took the plate, surveying it repeatedly. Seeing that he was so excited, Sun Bingshi on the side couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is so special about this item that makes you so happy?" Lee 11 smiled mysteriously and whispered, "You come with me." When they finished, they went to an unoccupied corner. Lee 11 carefully took out the other half of the 6-pad yin-yang disc. Sun Bingshi looked at the scene in front of her in surprise and couldn't help but marvel. "You even have a piece." She scrutinized the two halves of the plate and noticed that the gap between them managed to align perfectly, as if it had originally been a disc split in two. Puzzled, she asked, "These two plates look as if they could be put together as one. Were they originally one?" Lee 11 nodded proudly. "Of course, because this is the 6-pad yin-yang plate." Sun Bingshi was shocked upon hearing this, and asked incredulously, "Is this the treasure of Dragon Tiger Mountain that you obtained when you participated in the Xianmen martial arts back then?" Lee 11 heatedly laughed and said proudly, "Those people really don't know what they're talking about. The dang yin and yang disc is unattended. This time it's really a great bargain." After he obtained the yang disc, he had never known how to use it, and now that he had the yin disc, he wondered how it would react when combined. Lee 11 slowly brought the two yin and yang discs, one black and one white, together. Miraculous things happened. The yin and yang disc was completely merged into a piece, and magically rotated up. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot out of the disc and shone straight onto the wall. Lee 11 and Sun Bingshi were startled by this sudden turn of events and could not help but take a few steps back. When the light dissipated, the two of them fixed their eyes and realized that a door of emptiness had appeared in front of them. Inside the door was pitch black, revealing a mysterious and unpredictable atmosphere. Lee 11 thought briefly and decided to step into this door to find out what was going on. Although Sun Bingshi was a bit worried, she still followed closely behind. Inside the void gate was an unfamiliar space, surrounded by a rich aura. Right in the center, There was an ancient stone platform with a book emitting a strange light. Li 11 walked forward and gently picked up the book, flipping open the cover, only to see the words 6 True Scriptures of the Six Paths written on it. Chapter 85, The Wheeljack King's Phone Call. The Six Paths Sutra records the use of the Six Paths yin-yang disc. All things in the world are divided into humans, ghosts and demons. Both can use the yin-yang disc. The yin and yang discs are divided into 6 paths, containing the path of heavenly gods, the path of earthly beings, and the path of Shura on the yang disc, and the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path on the yin disc. Humans can practice the Tao of heavenly god, the Tao of earthly man, and the Tao of Shura on the yang disc. The heavenly god's way cultivates methods, such as the thunder law. The earthly way cultivates arts, such as seeing the future and determining yin and yang, and the Shura way cultivates weapons, such as all kinds of swords and weapons. Ghosts and demons can practice the hungry ghost path and path with the help of the yin disc. Yin spirits are in the hungry ghost path, and demonic beasts are in the path. As for the hell road, it was connected to the 18 layers of hell in the underworld. If one utilized the hell road on the yin-yang plate, one could directly send people, ghosts, and demons into the 18 layers of hell. Li 11 happily looked at the Six Paths Sutra. The rumors are indeed true. The Six Paths yin-yang disc is a treasure that encompasses everything under the sun. No wonder Zhang Daoling was able to use only half of the yang disc to create 1,000 years of foundation for Longhu Mountain. He became the head of Taoism. He secretly calculated in his heart that he must study the 6 true scriptures thoroughly when he had time. Sun Bingshi reminded. The second half of the auction will begin soon. Let's go out. The two of them left the void gate, and the 6 Dao yin-yang plate stopped spinning and returned to Li Shi's hands. On the way to the auction house, Sun Bingshi and Li 11 walked side by side. Suddenly, a conspiratorial voice came from the front. Yo, isn't this the magnificent Miss Sun? Spending $300 million to buy a pair of black and white invincibles. If your family's old man knew you were such a loser, he wouldn't be so angry that he would crawl out of the grave. Sun Bingshin stopped her steps, her gaze coldly looking at the person who spoke, who turned out to be Zhang Shihao. She responded nonchalantly. How dare I compare myself to you as a loser? If your old man knew that you lost your shares in the Universal Hotel, he would not be able to drill into his grave in advance. Hearing these words, Zhang Shihao was so angry that his face turned blue, but he couldn't afford to be angry, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Humph, you wait for me. I'm determined to win the afternoon's auction. After saying that, he whisked his sleeve away. The two of them, Sun Bingshi and Li 11, walked into the auction house and found their seats and sat down. At this time, the second half of the auction had officially begun. As each and every lot was bought, the atmosphere of the scene became more and more enthusiastic. The last finale lot was finally about to make its appearance. This was the only item in the room that everyone knew about, and it was also the most anticipated item, a USB flash drive. According to the host, this USB flash drive is a backup that a ghostly man in the underworld risked his life to secretly copy from the life and death book system, which means that whoever obtains it will be able to view everyone's lifespan and biography. On this flash drive, all will have no more secrets. Of course, he was only a backup after all. He could only read it, not rewrite it. If he could really rewrite it, no one would bid on it even if he gave as much as he wanted. The flash drive starts at $1 billion. Zhang Shihao immediately raised his sign. 2 billion. Those present were enthusiastic. 3 billion. 4 billion. Until after shouting $10 billion, only the duo of Zhang Shihao and Sun Bingshi kept raising the price. As Zhang Shihao shouted to 20 billion, Sun Bingshi hesitated. Now that the real estate recession, her family has a lot of industries are hedged, there is not much liquidity on hand. Seeing that Sun Bingshi stopped raising the price, Zhang Shihao revealed an imperative expression. 20 billion at a time. 20 billion twice. Are there any more raises? 20 billion. Before the host's words left his mouth, in a corner, someone shouted, 23 billion. What? When Zhang Shihao heard this voice, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he turned his head to look at that corner. But in the darkness, it was impossible to see who this mysterious person actually was. 23 billion. The host shouted excitedly. This gentleman has bid 23 billion. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Zhang Shihao looked at that corner with a gloomy face and cursed in his heart. He had thought that he had already won, but he didn't expect to be killed in the middle of the road. He gritted his teeth and raised the sign in his hand again. $25 billion. Sun Bingshi frowned as she glanced at Zhang Shihao, then at the man in the corner, and began to weigh the pros and cons in her mind. The current price was beyond her reach, and she wasn't sure if the USB flash drive was really worth that much. 25 billion once. The moderator shouted excitedly. 25 billion twice. Zhang Shihao smiled triumphantly, thinking that he had finally succeeded this time. However, Right at this moment, the man in the corner once again raised the sign in his hand and said indifferently, 28 billion. The entire room fell silent as everyone stared daggers at that corner. Zhang Shihao's smile froze on his face as he stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of him. 28 billion once. The moderator shouted in a shaky voice. 28 billion twice. 30 billion. Zhang Shihao still made his bid. Both of them were determined to take the flash drive. But no matter how much Zhang Shihao called for, the mysterious man would be 5 billion higher. 60 billion. The host asked. Any more increases? Zhang Shihao was like a deflated ball and stopped raising the price. Li 11 asked. What do you want the Book of Life and Death for? Sun Bingshi revealed a disappointed expression. When I was 5 years old, my grandfather found someone to tell my fortune, saying that I wouldn't live past the age of 32. At first I didn't believe it, but after looking for several masters in a row, they all said so. I'm already 30 years old this year. I don't die. I just want to see why I'm so short-lived. You're going to spend $20 billion just for this? Look for me. I can find out for you. Sun Bingshi looked at him in surprise. You can check the Book of Life and Death? That's easy. It's not just a phone call. After saying that, he dialed Black Impermanence's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be reached at the moment. Please dial again later. Black Impermanence's phone is not even working. Li 11 secretly muttered. You mustn't drop the ball at critical moments. I've already put the word out. Why don't you answer my calls? 1 minute. Sun Bingshi's eyes revealed a clear color of disappointment as she stared straight at Li 11 and said with skepticism in her tone. You can't be bragging. In the face of Sun Bingshi's questioning, Li 11 hastily shook his head and waved his hands. Absolutely not. Just then, a thick and low man's voice finally came from the other end of the phone, as if it carried a sense of majesty. The man indifferently asked, Hello, who are you? Li 11 hurriedly glanced at the cell phone screen to confirm that he hadn't dialed the wrong number, and then asked the other party back suspiciously. Isn't this Black Impermanence's phone number? And who are you? I'm her father. These two misfits are causing trouble everywhere. I've locked them up, so don't ever call them again. With that, the man hung up unceremoniously. When Li 11 heard this, his heart shook violently. Isn't the father of the Black and White Impermanent sister the Wheel King? Chapter 86 Sun Bingxi's Secret. Sun Bingxin also heard the duo's conversation, and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. There's a phone in the underworld too? Now believe me. Sun Bingxia was a bit disappointed, but now I still can't find out the information I want to know. A wave of pity welled up in Li Shi's heart and comforted him. It's fine. I'm going to participate in the Underworld Zine Messenger selection in a few days, so I'll just ask for you at that time. Hearing these words, Sun Bingshi's eyes rekindled hope and she hurriedly said, Thank you. I'll trouble you then. Li 11 was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this always strong woman to say the words thank you so politely. He decided to tease her a bit. If I ask for you, can I have the 20 billion? Sun Bingxin glared fiercely at Li 11 and replied in a bad humor. Dream on. After saying that, she left the auction house without looking back, leaving only one sentence. Follow me. Li 11 suspiciously followed Sun Bingxi out. Both were silent on the way. Li 11 couldn't help but speak up and ask, Where are we going? Go to my house. At this moment, the night has descended. Li 11 heart secretly happy. Cannot help but secretly think, so late to bring me home? Is it too? It's no wonder. It's said that women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s. At her wolf-like age she hasn't married, so she must have been suffocating as well. Not long after, the two arrived at a luxurious villa. Sun Bingxi led Li 11 into the spacious and bright living room and gestured for him to sit on the sofa, then came to the window and looked around vigilantly, pulling the curtains all the way up. Li 11 secretly muttered in his heart. It seems that I guessed correctly. Just what is she so nervous about? It can't be the first time. Sun Bingxin took a deep breath as if she had made some sort of determination, then said softly, Actually, I called you here because there is something I need your help with. Li 11 heatedly smiled and easily replied, We'll all be family in the future. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. I'll make a flood of effort. When he finished, he put his hand out. Unexpectedly, Sun Bingxin sighed softly, gazing ahead, and said in a low voice, When I was 6 years old, my father disappeared. Li 11 secretly wondered, What's she talking about dad for now? Sun Bingxi continued, He didn't like business, and after graduating from university, he became a famous archaeologist. But 24 years ago, he strangely disappeared during an expedition without any clues. My grandfather was also seriously ill at that time. I suspect that there is a huge conspiracy hidden behind this. Can you help me find the answer after you go to the underworld? Li 11 was a bit disappointed, thinking, so it's not about that. It's just looking for someone. You're closing the door and pulling the curtains. Why are you so nervous? Sun Bingxi whispered. Ever since my grandfather passed away, the other three families of Zhang Wang and Li have been coveting my family's properties in Handong province, and I feel that there are no reliable people by my side right now except for you and Su Yutong. No way. You, a chairman of a listed company, are so miserable? She shook her head helplessly. It is rumored in the outside world that I am ruthless. That's all just me pretending. Otherwise how could I resist the threat of the Zhang Wang and Li families? Li 11 began to sympathize with her a little. She was a sister alone, but she had to take on so much. I understand. Miss Sun, it's not easy for you either. Li 11 patted his chest. Don't worry. I'll take care of this. A trace of gratitude flashed in Sun Bingxi's eyes. Thank you. If you can find my father's whereabouts, I'm willing to give you half of Tianrun Group's shares. Ding 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 ding. Right at this moment, Li Shi's cell phone suddenly rang with a pleasant ringtone, only to see the screen displaying a call from Wen Xiang. Hello? Li 11 picked up the phone, and before he had time to speak, Wen Xiang's gentle voice came from the opposite side. Master Li, it's already more than 10 o'clock now. When are you coming back? People are waiting so hard. Hearing this, Li Shi's face changed. How just accidentally pressed the speakerphone button. Wen Xiang's voice had clearly traveled into Sun Bingxi's ears. Well, why don't you say anything? Wen Xiang couldn't help but feel a little strange when she saw that Li 11 was silent for a long time. Master Li, can you hear me? Sun Bingxi's eyes widened as she stared at Li 11, anger burning in her eyes. How could she not have expected that Li 11 would be on the phone with another woman and be so intimate? No, I'm not angry. Li 11 smiled awkwardly. I still have something to do. Hang up first. He hung up the phone in a hurry, screaming in his heart. Is this what you mean by something is wrong? Sun Bingxi snorted coldly and looked at Li 11 coldly. Master Li? Humph, that's a very affectionate name. No, listen to my explanation. Li 11 tried to explain, but before his words were finished, he was interrupted by Sun Bingxi. I don't need your explanation. Someone will naturally tell me. Su Yutong within the Wada Jade floated out. Li 11 secretly screamed in his heart. It's over. With Su Yutong as an eyewitness, all of yesterday's events will definitely be exposed. But he did not expect Su Yutang faced seriously to Sun Bing pupil about meeting the spider spirit thing. He and Wen Xiang did those things. She did not mention. Li 11 thought to himself. Su Yutong is so righteous. He has to reward her properly in the future. After hearing this, Sun Bingxi's tone remained cold. Even so, you shouldn't have gone to find another woman in the middle of the night. Miss Sun's lesson is right. I will pay attention in the future. He then hastened to find a topic of conversation. Right now it's more important to find your father first. Sun Bingxia gave a light hum and accepted Li Shi's apology. She turned and walked over to the window, pulling back the curtains and looking out into the night in contemplation. Suddenly, she thought of something. She went to a safe and took a letter out of it. This is what my father left at home before he left. Take a look. Li 11 took the already yellowed paper and realized from the text that his father seemed to have already known that there would be dangers occurring on this outing, going so far as to even arrange for his own aftermath. It seems that the only way to ask is to go to the Underworld, whether he's dead or alive, and what exactly he did. The Underworld will naturally have the answer. Li 11 looked at the time, then said, it's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, he heard an angry shout from behind him. Stop! Li 11 was slightly stunned and looked back, only to see Sun Bingxi looking at himself with a face full of anger. Her eyes were filled with anger and dissatisfaction, as if she was very unhappy with Li Shi's behavior. You have something else? Li 11 asked suspiciously. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Is it because you want to go back to that little goblin called Wen Xiang? You stay here honestly tonight, but you don't have my pajamas or change of clothes here either. Li 11 tried to continue to find a reason to leave. Isn't there still Yutong? I'll have her go and move your stuff over right now. This will be your home from now on. If you're here, you're here. Li 11 was a little impatient. Son, so can we rest now? We have a trip out after 12. What? What are you doing out at night if you're not resting? Sun Bingxia coldly said. Shin Ghost. Chapter 87, The Four-Elephant Formation. There is a popular term to promote wealth, called to get rich quickly. Fight the three evils. The Hotel Universal is located in the land of the Three Furies. It is situated in the north-south direction, facing a backward bow of water, forming the three fateful circumstances. The two currents are hedging here, a place of extreme evil. However, a break is also a fortune. 30 years ago, the four families of Zhang, Wang, Li, and Sun chose this place to develop the Hotel Universal because of the three deadly positions here. In order to cope with the fury of the place, they asked a high-ranking person to suppress four fierce spirits under the Universal Hotel to absorb the fury. That's why the Hotel Universal has 18 underground floors. The symbolism is to press the 4 evil spirits under the 18 layers of hell for eternity. But there's too much bogeyman here. Coupled with the fact that the Yin-Yang auction was held here every 10 years, all kinds of Yin spirits and demonic beasts converged here, aggravating the fury. Therefore, after every 10 years of organizing the Yin-Yang auction, each family of Zhang, Wang, Li and Sun would invite people from the Xianmen sect to come here to suppress the ghosts in the hope of suppressing their cultivation. Even so, those 4 ferocious spirits nourished by the baneful energy still became baneful spirits for 10 years and evil spirits for 30 years. Late night, 12 o'clock. Inside a conference room at the Hotel Universal, the 4 families of Zhang, Wang, Li and Sun converge here. Li 11 realized that a total of 8 people had come to Jingos this time, and a large portion of them he knew. Zhang Shihao, the representative of the Zhang family, who had brought with him Taoist Yunhe from Qingcheng Mountain. The representative of the Wang family was the blonde beauty Wang, someone who was at the gambling table during the day, and she brought with her the Wind Spirit Master from Amei Mountain. The representative of the Sun family was naturally Sun Bingxi. As for the representative of the Li family, he had never seen before. It was an old man in his 60s named Li Changfa, bringing with him the Green Mountain Taoist from Wudong Mountain. Among the 4 families, Li Changfa was the oldest, and he took the lead to speak. My nephews and nieces, this time, the ghost suppression is not a small matter, so please take more care. The cultivation of these evil ghosts is not what it used to be. If we let them escape, the consequences are unimaginable. Then he glanced at Li 11 beside Sun Bingxin, revealing a skeptical expression. Bingxin, I see that this Taoist master you invited is a bit strange. Would you introduce him to everyone? Obviously, this was doubting Li Shi's ability. Sun Bingxi still had a cold expression. This is the one I specially invited here. The first place winner of this Xian sect martial arts, and also the next headmaster of Longhua Mountain Tianchi Dao Li 11. As soon as her words fell, everyone present couldn't help but look surprised. Li 11 was secretly puzzled in his heart. When did he become the next sect master of Longhua Mountain? He knew in his heart that although Tianchi Zhang intended for him to take over as the next Tianchi, he himself did not agree to it. And more importantly, how did Sun Bingxi learn about this? Zhang Shihao sneered and said mockingly, the sect leader of Longhua Mountain Tianchi Dao? On the basis of him? He's a disciple of the White Cloud Temple. What qualifications does he have to take over Tianchi Zhang's position? Li Changfa, on the other hand, smiled faintly and looked at Sun Bingxin with a sharp gaze. Bingxin, the position of the sect leader of Longhua Mountain is not something that can be used casually as a joke. He turned his head to look at Li 11 and asked after him, tell me yourself, has the old heavenly master ever mentioned anything like this to you? Li 11 scratched his head and replied somewhat awkwardly. There is, but, he paused, I haven't figured out if I want to take the appointment yet. In fact, for Li 11, catching female ghosts every day was what he was most interested in at the moment, and as for whether or not he wanted to become a celestial master, he hadn't thought about it yet. Taoist Master Yunhe was also skeptical of Li Shi's identity. Talk is cheap. It is said that every generation of heavenly masters will be in charge of the heavenly master's house as half of the 6 paths yin-yang discs. I'm afraid that you haven't even seen what a yin-yang disc looks like. Sun Bing pupil questioned. Then Cloud Crane Taoist Master has seen the minion? He laughed. The yin-yang disc is the treasure of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the poor Taoist is not from Dragon Tiger Mountain, so naturally he hasn't seen it. Then I'll let you guys open your eyes today. Sun Bingxi handed Li 11 a wink, signaling him to take it out and take a look. Li 11 thought to himself that he indeed had to make these unseen people grow up. Although they hadn't seen what the yin-yang disc looked like, they had heard rumors about it in only a few words, and when they took out the whole piece of the yin-yang disc, Zhang Shihao was shocked. The nameless iron disc. That nameless iron disc is actually the other half of the 6 paths yin-yang disc. Cloud Crane Taoist long sighed. Could it really be the will of heaven? 5 times auction nameless iron plate. I was present. Surprisingly do not recognize that even the other half of the yin and yang plate? Li Changfa instantly changed his attitude. Since Taoist Li's identity is true, let's get started. He led the crowd to the 18th floor of the basement of the Universal Hotel. At this time, the auction house has long since lost the hustle and bustle of the daytime, replaced by a dead silence like emptiness. Where there was once a crowd of people, now all that remains is that eerie atmosphere. Li 11 wandered into this empty hall, but a ghostly sound suddenly came to his ears. Looking along the source of the sound, he realized that there was actually an ancient formation on the ground. This formation exuded a mysterious aura, and in accordance with its orientation, the silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts, namely the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xuanwu, surfaced in each of the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. These shadows were lifelike, as if they would fly out of the formation at any moment. Li Changfa said seriously to the crowd. I'm sure you've heard the elders in your family talk about how to open the four-elephant formation. Please keep in mind, Tao masters, that you only need to suppress them, never kill them. After saying that, each of the four Zhang Wang, Li and Sun took up a position and simultaneously took out a sharp dagger and cut their palms without hesitation. Their blood flowed down the ground onto the divine beasts of the grand formation, and the originally dull divine beasts were instantly illuminated, radiating a dazzling golden light. The four divine beasts floated in midair like living creatures. Their roars shook the hearts of the people. Right at this moment, Sun Bingshi turned around and shouted, "Quickly grab my shoulders." Li 11 didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly reached out to grab her shoulders. Immediately afterward, he felt a blackness before his eyes as a powerful force brought them into a mysterious space. He only felt a cloudy wind coming from his back, and he subconsciously pulled Sun Bingshi to hide to the side, only to see a black-clothed female ghost suspended in midair. She combed her long hair while seductively saying, "Yo, how come there's a young Taoist master this year? That old Taoist priest before had his arm broken by me. Is he alright now?" Sun Bingshao coldly said, "It won't trouble you to worry about it." The female ghost carefully sized up Li 11. "Little brother, I see that you're quite handsome. I really can't bear to lay my hands on you." Li Shi's heart sank. He had already used his spirit-seeing technique to see the female ghost's cultivation level. He secretly operated the thunder technique, and a magma-colored palm lightning appeared in his hand. Humph, toast to toast. The female ghost's eyes turned cold and waved her hand to shoot a black light at Li 11. Li 11 sidestepped and dodged, and a palm thunderbolt shot out from his hand, striking the female ghost directly. The female ghost easily dodged the palm thunderbolt and scoffed, "You're not good enough for this." However, that palm thunder was held by a hidden black liquid, and Li 11 controlled the black liquid to pull back, and the palm thunder unexpectedly came back. In the dimly lit space, the female ghost didn't notice anything strange, and when the palm lightning was no more than a meter away from her, her face changed drastically. She scrambled to dodge, but the palm lightning still cut across her arm, leaving a deep scar. "How dare you hurt me?" The female ghost stared angrily at Li 11. Black smoke came out from her wounds, but in the blink of an eye, she recovered as before. Sun Bingshin reminded, "The fury here is so heavy that it can nourish the yin spirit. A simple bruise will be useless to her." Fury heavy? Li 11 thought of General Dingyuan within the 100,000 mountains. When the old man Changwei was letting me absorb the fury to make my yin lei soar. Wouldn't this be a good place to cultivate and use yin lei? Chapter 88 Bad Ghosts. Li 11 exerted yin thunder with all his might. With him as the center, a 50-meter radius was covered with black liquid. The female ghost hadn't seen such things before, but felt that they seemed to be full of fury, not like Taoist spells, but a bit like her own kung fu. "Hey, little brother, are you a Taoist priest or not? I see that your gong method is a bit evil, like a fake Taoist gong fu. Eat my strike of thunder." Li 11 controlled yin lei to pounce on the female ghost. The shadowy thunder was like a big net that quickly covered the female ghost. What made him happy was that when he used yin lei normally, he could feel that the air in his body was constantly losing. However, in this kind of place with extremely heavy fury, not only was the air in the body not lost, but it was also constantly replenished. Although the female ghost was an evil spirit, but in the face of Li 11 in this state, she eventually couldn't dodge and was struck by the yin thunder, letting out a miserable scream. Li 11 rode on his victory, and the yin thunder in his hands kept releasing, wrapping the female ghost tightly. He. The corner of Li Shi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile as he slowly walked towards the female ghost, stretching out his fingers to gently pinch her cheeks, teasingly saying, "Who was it that said they couldn't bear to lay their hands on her just now?" The female ghost's face instantly turned red with shame and indignation. "Stinking Taoist, let go of me." However, right at this moment, Li 11 suddenly felt a fiery gaze coming from behind him. His heart was startled and he hurriedly looked back, only to see Sun Bingxie staring at himself dead in the face with a furious expression. Li Shi's heart sank violently, screaming that it was bad, and he hurriedly let go of his hand. Sun Bingxie's eyes seemed as if she wanted to eat him alive. "What are you doing?" Li 11 was a bit vain. I was just trying to subdue her." "Humph." Sun Bingxie snorted coldly. "You're clearly making light of her." "I didn't," Li 11 hastily defended. "I really just wanted to catch her." Sun Bingxie pointed at the trapped female ghost. "Look at what you've done to her." Through the black net laid out by yin lei, only the clothes on the female ghost's body were broken beyond recognition, revealing her white skin. Seeing this, the female ghost obediently pretended to cry. You bully me." Never in a million years. The female ghost who had just fought herself to death had pulled this trick. "What are you doing?" Li 11 asked suspiciously. The female ghost sneered, then whispered, "Since you've captured me, I won't let you live well either. That woman just now should be your girlfriend. I'll say you molested me later. Lee 11 didn't care. She's watching. I'm not doing anything right now. However, the female ghost smiled deviously. Is that so? Immediately afterward, she surprisingly made an indescribable, evocative sound. After Sun Bingxi heard this voice, her face instantly turned red and she angrily geologized. Lee 11, what are you doing again? I didn't do anything. The female ghost pretended to be shy and said in a whiny tone. It was him who controlled those black liquids to bully me? Lee 11 immediately felt incredibly aggrieved and roaned. I didn't. Seeing that Sun Bingxi was already angry, the female ghost continued to arch her fire. Little Taoist master, I admit that you have high magic power, but you can't bully people like this. Sun Bingxia was so angry that she turned around and left the mysterious space. Seeing that it was now just the two of them, the female ghost returned to normal. Hey, how about that? When you go back, just wait to apologize. Lee 11 looked at the female ghost helplessly, secretly grumbling in his heart. How could he have never imagined that this female ghost was so cunning? What's in it for you? The female ghost smiled smugly. I can't beat you, so I can't make you suffer a bit? Ha ha, get angry. You wouldn't dare do anything to me if you were angry. Anyway, they still need to keep me to absorb the demonic energy here for them. Looking at her smug look, Lee 11 gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Just at this moment, the female ghost suddenly realized the strange look in Li Shi's eyes, and she stared at Lee 11 vigilantly. What? You want? The corner of Li Shi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Don't you like that look? I'll let you feel good and comfortable today. The female ghost froze. Her eyes widened as she looked at Lee 11 with a face full of horror. An hour later, Lee 11 also left the mysterious space. At this moment, other than Zhang Shihao and Taoist Yunhe, everyone else came out as well. He came to Sun Bingxia's side wanting to explain, but Sun Bingxi just grunted and turned away, not intending to bother with him. Li Changfa asked, Taoist Li, what took you so long to come out? Lee 11 scratched his head awkwardly. This is a long story. At this time, Sun Bingxia stepped on Lee 11 so hard that he grinned in pain. Humph, let you be a hooligan. Lee 11 was bitter in his heart. It was all because of that cunning female ghost. She should be punished a few more times. Li Changfa looked at the Xuanwu divine beast again. There wasn't even a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. How come they haven't finished dealing with the evil spirits inside? Taoist Master Qing Shan comforted. Taoist Master Yunhe has a high level of cultivation. He should be fine. Master Wind Spirit also comforted at the side. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, Taoist Yunhe and Zhang Shihao finally walked out from the mysterious space. The crowd rushed forward to inquire about the situation, and Taoist Yunhe said with a grave expression on his face, that evil spirit was very powerful, and it took us a great deal of effort to subdue it. Zhang Shihao also chimed in. Yes, thanks to Taoist Yunhe this time, or else I'm afraid none of us would be able to retreat in one piece. Li Changfa was a bit puzzled. It's not just an evil spirit. How could you? Before his words fell, cracks unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the Xuanwu divine beast, and those cracks grew larger and larger. Suddenly, a white light broke through the Xuanwu divine beast and a Yin spirit ran out of it. Yan Ling. The crowd realized why they had gone for so long, but they had met Yan Ling. Yan Ling didn't stop and flew straight towards the outside of the Universal Hotel. Once we let her get away, the consequences would be unimaginable. They wanted to go after them, but the three divine beasts, the green dragon, the vermilion bird, and the white tiger, also had cracks. Taoist Master Qingshan was busy saying, not good. The Xuanwu divine beast has broken. The four-elephant formation is unstable. Just heard a bang. The remaining three great divine beasts also ruptured. All three shadowy spirits escaped from the formation. Quick look. That Yin spirit doesn't seem to be wearing any clothes. With Wang Suming's cry of alarm, everyone's eyes were drawn to the female ghost that had just escaped from within the white tiger divine beast. The crowd looked at Li 11 in unison, and understood why Sun Bingxi was angry. However, when Sun Bingxia left just now, the female ghost's clothes were torn, but it wasn't as if she was naked. But the way things were now, it was obvious that 11 Li had done something in there. Li 11 shouted eagerly, what are you all still waiting for? Why don't you go after them? It was only then that the remaining three woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly followed. Only 4 people, Zhang Wang, Li and Sun, were left at the scene. Wang Suming looked at the departing trio and couldn't help but snicker. This little Taoist master's means of suppressing ghosts is really special. No wonder Sister Sun is so angry. When Li Changfa heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, young people, when they meet a beautiful woman, it's inevitable that they can't hold on to it. It's also excusable. Sun niece, don't be too angry. At this time, Sun Mingxin was already so angry that her face was red. She clenched her fists tightly and without saying a word, she turned around and left. Chapter 89, Sneak Attack. Li 11 and the others chased after them and saw the foreign spirits fleeing separately from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north. They looked at each other and said in unison, "After them." The 4 decided to split up and give chase. Li 11 stared at one of the directions, and that direction was exactly where the naked female ghost had just escaped. He thought to himself, "This is an interesting female ghost, not to be taken lightly." The female ghost was fast, and it didn't take long for him to catch up to the outskirts. It was far enough away from the city to be surrounded by desolation, with only a few dilapidated houses and some trees. Just then, Li 11 suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. He was startled in his heart and hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, only to see a long sword like lightning shooting straight at him. Clang sound. The long sword deeply inserted into a side of the stone. The body of the sword is still slightly trembling. Li Shi's face changed and he turned to look behind him. He only saw Taoist Yunha standing there, looking at him coldly. "What do you want?" Li 11 looked at Taoist Cloud Crane warily, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Killing intent appeared in Taoist Cloud Crane's eyes. "You made my disciple lose face at the Xian sect martial arts, so of course I'm avenging him. How can you be considered an elder, and you're actually striking out at a junior like me?" Taoist Cloud Crane revealed a treacherous expression. "There's no one around here, so if I kill you, who will know that I'm the one who moved?" Although he and Lei Zhe had a grudge, but it was also to the extent that he had caused a killing. Li 11 violently recalled Taoist Yunha's expression when he saw the 6-path yin-yang disc. "You couldn't be doing this for the yin-yang disc, right?" Taoist Cloud Crane laughed out loud. "You kid is smart." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the long sword that had been thrust into the stone returned to his hand. "Next year's day will be the anniversary of your death." When it was too late, Li 11 quickly put on his thunder armor, summoned his thunder sword, and laid in thunder around him. It was the first time Taoist Cloud Crane had seen him use lightning techniques, and his face revealed a look of shock. "Good boy, you actually know the yin-yang dual thunder." After saying that, he pulled out a yellow talisman paper from his pocket and mouthed the words, only to see the talisman paper instantly burning up. The talisman paper turned into a fire dragon rushing towards Li 11. Li 11 recognized that it was a fire dragon talisman, a Xian-ranked talisman, and looking at his movements, he was obviously a talisman expert, with a technique not inferior to the old man Chang Wei. He hastily summoned in thunder to form a wall in front of him. However, the fire dragon was like a spiritual snake that bypassed the black wall and charged straight over. "Classy, dare to play with fire in front of me?" The fire spirit rushed out from within the Hutian Jade, only to see her figure turn. That fire dragon was collected by her as much as possible. Taoist Cloud Crane said incredulously, "Fire spirit, you even have a fire spirit." Then he proceeded to laugh out. "I didn't expect there to be a windfall, so today, I'll take this fire spirit of yours as well. Stinky old man, let's see if you have that ability then." The fire spirit gave him a disdainful look and opened her mouth to spit out a ball of flame. Taoist Master Yunha rushed to dodge, but the blazing flames still burned a big hole in his clothes anyway. At the same time, he had another talisman in his hand. That talisman was different from ordinary talismans. Zhou Shang emitted a cold aura, and one could even see the cold mist on it. Xian Ice Soul Sealing Charm, Earth-ranked talisman. Moreover, it was still a top-grade Earth-ranked talisman, and its quality had reached the quasi-heaven rank. A hint of greed flashed in Taoist Yuna's eyes. "Kid, this talisman took me a whole year to complete. For you to die on it today, you can be considered to have died in the right place." Without hesitation, he threw it out and mouthed the incantation. In an instant, the cold wind howled and the temperature plummeted. Huge icicles descended from the sky, pushing straight towards Li 11 and Fire Spirit. Li Shi's expression was grave. He knew that this strike was incredibly powerful. He drove his thunder armor with all his might and tried to resist the attack of the icicles. However, the power of the icicles far exceeded his expectations, and Lei Kai gradually shattered under the impact of the icicles. At the critical moment, Fire Spirit stepped forward. Her body was surrounded by flames, and she pounced on the ice pillar. The flames met with the ice, making a caw-caw sound. Despite Fire Spirit's best efforts to resist, it was difficult to stop the approaching icicles. Seeing that the icicle was about to hit them, Li 11 could only summon the red Lioli. At this time, Kaluri was sleeping. She felt that something was wrong. Her eyes opened, and surprisingly, she found hundreds of icicles shooting out. "Father, you're punking me." After saying that, she transformed into a huge fire dragon and blocked the front. The icicle impacted on the fire dragon's body and instantly turned into water vapor. At this moment, Taoist Yunha panicked. He didn't know what the hell it was. He subconsciously took a step back. "Fellow Taoist Li, Everything is a misunderstanding, Li 11 coldly said. Just now you were a kid, but now you're a Taoist? Taoist Cloud Crane smiled awkwardly. With the strength of Taoist Li, my shoddy disciple didn't lose unfairly. I see that it's getting late now, and I'm really a bit sleepy. After saying that, he turned around and tried to escape. Taoist Yunha, you won't be able to leave tonight. Li 11 gave a wink to Chi Lioli. Red Lioli opened his bloody mouth and spat out fiery flames as he rushed directly towards Taoist Cloud Crane. Seeing this, Taoist Cloud Crane hastily executed his escape technique, wanting to flee. However, Red Lioli's speed was extremely fast and caught up with him in an instant. Taoist Master Yunha looked at Red Lioli in horror, and just then, Red Lioli violently opened her mouth, and a powerful suction force sucked Taoist Master Yunha tightly. Taoist Cloud Crane struggled desperately, but his strength paled into insignificance in front of Kaluri. With a scream, he was swallowed into his stomach by the red glaze. Li 11 looked at the scene in front of him and sighed in his heart. Old man Yunha how to say is also considered to be one of the number of elders within the Qingqing sect, this time thanks to the red glaze, otherwise tonight really accounted for here. He walked over to Kairori and gently stroked her scales, saying, "Little Kairori, thank you." Red Lioli transformed into a humanoid form and said with a smile, "Father, you let me out so you could at least inform me. Just now I was dreaming of eating a chicken leg." Then she licked her tongue again and tasted back. This old man just now, although the meat is a bit older, it's still better than a chicken leg. If there's anything good like this in the future, remember to give it all to me. After saying that, she turned into a red smoke and floated back. Who? Li 11 heard a sound from behind the big tree next to him. It's me. A female ghost came out from behind a tree. Li 11 fixed his eyes on the female ghost that escaped from the Universal Hotel. Seeing as she was wearing a purple silk nightgown and the headlights in front of her were still flickering, Li 11 felt that the scene was somewhat familiar. Isn't this the clothes that Bai Wenxin wore when she met the mountain spirit in Lakathay village and Bai Wenxin came to save herself and Fatty? How come it's on her now? Besides, didn't she run away just now? How come it's back? Chapter 90, The Land Temple. Li 11 asked suspiciously, "Why did you come back? Also, where did these clothes come from?" It turned out that just now, the female ghost escaped to a villa within the mountains and saw a woman's clothes drying in the yard, so she stole one by hand. She had wanted to keep fleeing forward, but when she saw another icicle and a fire dragon behind her, she was curious and came over to take a look. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." The female ghost looked at Li 11 with a face of adoration. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he arrogantly said, "This is just my basic operation." At this moment, Li 11 had already succeeded in completely conquering the female ghost in front of him from both physical and mental aspects. The female ghost's eyes glittered with anticipation as she asked softly, "Can I follow you all the way from now on?" Li 11 secretly pondered in his heart. This female ghost was also born with some good looks. If he could keep her by his side, it would be a beautiful thing. He replied with feigned indifference, "Follow me? I'm a Taoist priest who specializes in catching ghosts. Aren't you afraid of being taken in by me?" When the female ghost heard this, her face changed slightly, but she quickly shook her head firmly to show that she was not afraid. "Seriously," she explained, "no, I can feel that you're a good person." However, right at this moment, the fire spirit on the side couldn't help but interject. "A good person? She can't be considered a good person. She's just an unapologetically big lecher." When Li 11 heard this, he hastily retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm an honorable gentleman." Fiery spirit laughed coldly and continued to taunt, "If you are a righteous man, then I'm afraid there are no colorful ghosts under the sky." The female ghost was amused. "Even if it's a colorful ghost, I'm willing to follow you. Alright, from now on, you'll live with fire spirit in the Hutian Jade." At this time, Su Yutang floated out from within the Hutian Jade. "Li 11, you're going a bit overboard. It's already crowded enough within the Hutian Jade now." Fire spirit is not happy either. "That's it. It is. You have to get us a bigger space." Li 11 smiled helplessly. "Okay, Ro. I'll have the chance to hunt down a big villa for you guys." "Okay." Then he looked at the female ghost. "What's your name?" "My name is Chapter Chance." Li 11 nodded. "Then you take me now to the villa where you just stole the clothes. Perhaps I might know the owner there." Outside the villa, when Li 11 saw the big black G parked in the garage, he knew it was indeed an acquaintance. Because, Bai Wenxin drove that car to school every day. When he was in school, he had heard that Bai Wenxin's family lived far away, but he hadn't expected to live in a deserted suburb. Suddenly, Bai Wenxin's agonizing screams came from inside the villa, and then someone inside spoke. "You little, how dare you betray me?" Li 11 heard who it was that was talking. Bai Ling. She found this place. The current Li 11 was not afraid of her, and when he heard Bai Wenxin being bullied, He immediately rushed in, only to see Bai Wenxin being hung up, while Bai Ling was holding a whip. At this time Bai Wenxin had already been beaten to the skin. The two of them simultaneously looked at Li 11 who had barged in. Bai Ling revealed a surprised look. "Why are you here?" Then she said cheerfully, "There's no one to help you today, and since you've thrown yourself into the net, I'm not going to be polite." The white spirit turned into a red mist and charged towards Li 11. Li 11 immediately summoned Yinlei. Only the red mist slammed into the Yinlei, which turned magma-like in color in an instant. Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the white spirit once again changed back to its human form. She was shocked. "How did your cultivation progress so fast?" Li 11 sneered. "What? You're scared, aren't you? If you beg for mercy now, maybe I'll consider being gentle with you for a while." However, right at this moment, Bai Ling suddenly split into 7. This change caught Li 11 off guard, and he screamed in his heart, "Oh no! I actually forgot that she still had this move." Li 11, wait for me. I will definitely come back to take revenge on you. After the white spirit left behind a vicious sentence, the 7 figures fled in different directions. Zhang Chang asked anxiously, "Aren't you going after them?" Li 11 helplessly shook his head. "When the 5 of us went after her together, we were unsuccessful. Now in this situation, we can only let her escape." Li 11 quickly untied the ropes, picked up Bai Wenxin, and gently placed her on the sofa. Looking at the tired scars on Bai Wenxin's body, he was heartbroken. Bai Wenxin's tears instantly came out of her eyes. "Deadbeat, why are you so late?" "Okay, everything will be all right with me." Early the next morning, Li 11 gently kissed the still sleeping Bai Wenxin. He walked out of the villa and came to the courtyard, and only then did he take a closer look at Bai Wenxin's home. This look didn't matter. He discovered the mystery of this villa. Although he hadn't systematically learned how to find dragons and points, Li 11, who often read Toon rating novels, found that this place was very similar to the feng shui treasure of the Yin mansion recorded in Toon rating novels. This place was located by the mountains and the water, hiding the wind and gathering the qi. It was indeed a rare piece of feng shui treasure land. Moreover, he could feel that the aura of this place was very strong, and it seemed that the aura of the entire mountain range had converged to this place. Zhang Chang also walked out from the villa. "You also feel that this place is not ordinary?" Li 11 asked. "You're a Yin spirit. Tell us how you feel." Zhang Chang nodded. A trace of gravity flashed in her eyes. "The Yin qi here is very heavy, and there is a powerful force guarding it. I can feel that there should be a large tomb underneath this villa." "You guys are right. This is exactly the grave of my white family's ancestor." Bai Wenxin dragged his weak body out. Li 11 and Zhang Chang glanced at each other, their hearts secretly shocked. Bai Wenxin continued, "The reason why I live here is that on one hand, I want to cultivate with the help of the precious land here, and on the other hand, it's also to guard my ancestors' tomb. After all, grave robbers are too rampant now." Zhang Chang nodded. "Even though the fury here is not as good as the 3 fury bureaus of the Universal Hotel, for cultivation, it can be twice as effective." After passing through the 100,000 mountains and the Universal Hotel, Li 11 realized that the baleful qi seemed to be of great help to his Yinlei. Seeing that there was still half a month left to go to the Underworld, he had to properly upgrade his Yinlei again, and in the meantime, he had to study the cultivation method of the 6 Dao Yin Yang discs. Moreover, Bai Wenxin's body hadn't recovered yet, so she could take care of her by staying here herself. One late night half a month later, the moon was high in the sky, and bright moonlight poured over the earth. Li 11 came alone to an old and dilapidated land temple, holding the Underworld passage talisman sent by the black and white irregulars. As he lit the talisman, a strange light flickered up, illuminating the darkness around him. Su Yutong and Zhang Chang suddenly felt an intense dizziness, as if the entire world was spinning. Then, their bodies gradually became transparent and floated out from within the Hatian jade. Su Yutang looked at the scene in front of her and understood the reason for this. She looked at Fire Spirit. "We are lonely souls in the Yang world and cannot enter the Underworld. We can only rely on you next." Fire Spirit Air firmly said, "I will do my best to keep my master safe." Li 11 took a deep breath, then stepped into the land temple that was shrouded in light. In an instant, he felt his body being attracted by a powerful force, as if he had crossed an invisible barrier. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the vastness of the night, leaving behind a silence. Chapter 91, Modernizing the Ghost Gate. Li 11 felt his eyes light up and realized that he had arrived in the middle of a wide square. The floor of the square was paved with smooth stone slabs and surrounded by tall green trees. On the north side of the square stands a modern building that looks a bit like a high-speed train station. Li 11 stared wide-eyed and muttered, "Is this the legendary Ghost Gate? But it looks completely different from what was imagined." He couldn't help but think of those scenes from horror movies. He had expected to see eerie sights, yet the reality baffled him. The place was actually so bright and tidy. with no scary atmosphere at all. He stepped over the threshold and into the spacious hall. The scene before him startled him. The interior of the lobby is actually a modern office hall as well. In the center of the hall, there was a huge electronic display screen with various information scrolling on it. On both sides of the hall, there are several electronic robots, which are busy shuttling between the crowds, providing services for people. There are also several elevators. From time to time people in and out of them. The whole scene was bustling with activity, as if we were in the office building of a large company in a bustling city. A hall attendant approached. She was a sweet-looking girl in a suit of suit pants, dressed a bit like a lady in a bank lobby. "This gentleman, welcome to the first stop in the Underworld Ghost Gate Pass. We provide high-speed train, bus, cab and other means of transportation into the Underworld here. May I ask which one you choose? Are you also modernized already?" Lee 11 asked curiously. The young lady smiled faintly. "Sir, it's like this. Our technology here is synchronized with the young world." Lee 11 thought about it. This also explains it. After all, after those bulls in the young world died and came to the Underworld, naturally they would bring the technology from above here. So what's the charge for all that? Buses are cheaper, needing 200,000 medallions, and of course the slowest. High-speed railroads need 1,000,000 medallions. And cabs are the most expensive, 5,000,000 medallions. Hearing this price, Lee 11 was a bit surprised. "You guys wouldn't see that I'm a newcomer and intentionally rip off the customers, would you?" The young lady took out a pad. "Look, our prices here are all recognized through the Underworld Pricing Bureau. They are all open and transparent, and there is absolutely no rip-off. But how am I supposed to pay for it?" The young lady took out a cell phone and marketed it. "As long as you buy this latest iPhone 30 and download the Underworld Office app, once the account is successfully opened, you can take the high-speed train and enter the Underworld for free." iPhone 30. The Underworld is renewing itself so quickly? Open an account? The Underworld Office app? Lee 11 was confused. "You better explain." The so-called account opening is the first thing that ghosts need to do to enter the Underworld. Only then can the paper money burned by loved ones in the Yangwang world be received by the deceased. And if there is no account, those people in the Yangwang world burned paper money in vain. As for the Underworld Affairs Office app, it is also the same as the apps of the various cities in the Yang world, and is able to provide various health insurance inquiries, provident fund inquiries, automobile lottery numbers, and various other services in the Underworld. No wonder some programmers die early in the Yang world. Were they not imported by the Underworld talents? Would you like to buy one, sir? Lee 11 pulled out his own cell phone. "Sorry, I have my own." The young lady immediately slammed her face down, losing her previous good attitude. "So you're not a ghost?" Lee 11 scratched his phone, ready to ask in which app store he could download the Underworld Affairs Office app. And the young lady coldly said, "Go to the information desk and ask yourself." Then, with a grin on her face, she went to sell a cell phone to another new ghost. Turns out it's a salesman. Lee 11 came to the counseling desk and was about to open his mouth to inquire when he realized that he had met an old acquaintance, the black and white irregulars. However, at this moment, they were not dressed as black and white vagabonds, but had changed into the clothes of hall attendants. White Impermanence recognized Lee 11 at a glance, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on his face as he said excitedly, "Stinking Taoist, you're finally dead." The Black Impermanence on the side hurriedly interrupted her. "What are you talking nonsense about? Taoist Lee is here to take part in the selection of the Underworlders." As White Impermanence came to a realization upon hearing this, a look of disappointment appeared on his face as he muttered, "Yes, oh, how could I have forgotten about this?" Lee 11 looked at the black and white irregulars curiously. "Aren't you the black and white irregulars? How did you become hall attendants?" White Impermanence pouted a little unhappily and complained, "It's not because father is afraid that we'll cause trouble in the young world, so he's arranged for us to do these boring things here." When she finished, she sighed softly. Lee 11 thought, "On your little Taoism, to go to the Yangwang simply add to the chaos. It is better to be comfortable in the drinking tea, blowing the air conditioning." Black Impermanence thoughtfully asked, "You're here to inquire about the Underworld, aren't you? Well, I heard you guys have some kind of Underworld office app here. How do I download it?" Only to see Black Impermanence take out a QR code. "Just scan it." Then she took out her cell phone. "After you register, there's an Underworld PayPal on that homepage. You download it as well, and I'll transfer some plutonium over to you. You're a living person. You can't live in this Underworld without someone up there burning paper for you." Lee 11 asked curiously, "You can transfer me the plutonium, but what about the other contestants? They don't all know everyone here. We support the exchange of yin and yang currencies here at a ratio of 1:10,000. So expensive." Black Impermanence sighed helplessly and explained. It's all because of you people in the young world. You keep burning paper money over every year, causing inflation on our side to be extremely high. We were able to buy a square meter house in the Underworld last year with 1 month's salary, and because of inflation, we can only buy half a square meter this year. What about the ghosts here? They don't even have any money in the young world. Black Impermanence explained. The Underworld Affairs Office can provide loan services, and the ghosts can take out loans in advance and just pay them back when their loved ones in the young world burn in money. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she hastily reminded. Your cell phone should still be able to receive signals from the young world here, right? Lee X together with his cell phone, looked at the screen showing a pathetic 2 gig signal and nodded. Well, it works. Then you should hurry up and download some of the questions for the public exam. It may come in handy later. Ha, why do you need to download these? I'm here to participate in the selection of the Undertaker, not to take the civil service exam. White Impermanence came over and interjected. Do you think it's that easy to become an in-duty officer in the Underworld? No matter what, this is at least considered the civil service team of the Underworld. Surely you need to go through a written examination. Hearing this, Lee 11 was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, staring at the 2 people in front of him with wide eyes, asking incredulously, could it be that you guys are going to sit for the exam as well? White Impermanence proudly raised his chin and said proudly, my sister and I are taking the talent introduction route. We don't need to take a written test. Lee 11 secretly muttered in his heart. Humph, it's not because you have a powerful old man. Chapter 92, High-Speed Rail in the Underworld. Attention all travelers. The G444 train from Ghost Gate Pass to Fengdu City will depart in 20 minutes soon. Please go to the waiting hall as soon as possible if you have not yet entered the waiting hall. Hearing the sound of the train about to happen, Black Impermanence said, Taoist Lee, go and wait for the train. This is the last high-speed train of the day. Okay, you guys just wait for my good news. Lee 11 came to the high-speed rail security check. There are not many people here, but the security checks are unusually strict. I saw a horse-headed man standing next to a security instrument, first sweeping a ghost's whole body, then saying, open your Undertaker's office. Upon hearing this, the ghost hurriedly did as requested, and then the horse-headed man took out his own cell phone and scanned it at the ghost, a puzzled look on his face as he asked, how did you die? The ghost answered honestly, drowned. The horse-headed man frowned. I told you it wasn't right. This book of life and death clearly shows that you should have died of illness. The method of death is not right. You cannot enter the underworld. So what should I do now? The horse-headed man said faintly, go back and die again. Next time. When the ghost heard this, it immediately became anxious, but my body has already been cremated. How can I die again? The horse-headed man shook his head helplessly. Then there's nothing you can do about it. Oh. Then you can only go back to the young world to be a lonely ghost. The ghost tried to keep fighting for a bit longer, but was immediately escorted out by a nearby security officer. Then the horse-headed man shouted. Next, another ghost walked up to the security apparatus. The horse-headed man said, the instrument shows that your body is still being resuscitated in the hospital and is not yet dead, so you should wait on the side first. Come back when you're dead through. That ghost sighed helplessly and could only obediently wait on the sidelines. Next, this time it was Li Shi's turn. I'm not a ghost. I'm here to take part in the selection of the Undertaker. The horse-headed man was slightly stunned and looked Li 11 up and down before saying, open the Underworld office for me first. Li 11 showed the Underworld office interface in his cell phone to the horse-headed man. The horsehead scanned it with the scanner to make sure it was correct, then nodded and said, okay, you go in. Li 11 walked into the carriage and found a seat. He looked around and realized that the passengers around him were all ghosts. At that moment, a man in a black uniform walked over. Hello, I am the conductor of this train. The man introduced himself. Hello, I'm here to participate in the selection of the Undertaker. Li 11 said. Oh, so that's it. The conductor nodded. However, this train of ours is more than just a journey to the underworld. It will pass through some special places, so be prepared. Special place? The conductor smiled mysteriously and did not answer. At that moment, the train slowly started and drove into a dark tunnel. After about 10 minutes, the train finally broke through the tunnel and was greeted by a sea of red flowers. The other side of the flower. Li 11 recognized those flowers. If these are the flowers of the other shore, then this is the Yellow Springs Road. Sure enough, in the middle of the sea of flowers there was a goat path that could not be seen at first glance, which was the Yellow Springs Road that people talked about. There were a few ghosts in tattered clothes walking on the Yellow Spring Road. They could not afford to buy cell phones or take out loans because they were poor and had no relatives in their lives, so they had to walk from the Yellow Springs Road to Fengdu City. Suddenly, 4 women with exquisite figures appeared in the sea of flowers. They danced and said to those people, little brother, Come over and play. Those few people instantly glowed in their eyes and took a step to run towards the sea of flowers. Just as they were happily hugging the beauty's face suddenly turned hideous, opened her bloody mouth, and tore those ghosts to pieces. The child next to Lee 11 cried out in fear. At that moment, the conductor's voice rang out over the train's radio. Passengers, these female ghosts just now are specialized in feeding on ghosts. We're in a high-speed train. It's safe here. Please don't panic. Lee 11 thought in his heart, fortunately have the money to take the high-speed train. Just with the posture of those 4 women, most likely I have to be fooled. The train continues to move forward. 10 minutes later. Suddenly, Lee 11 felt as if something hit the high wire hard. He rushed back to check on the situation, only to stare in shock at the scene before him, only to see that the window behind him had become a bloody mess. Before he could react, immediately afterward, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes outside the window. These eyes were chillingly full of greed and desire. Those eyes were extremely similar to the spectral wolves that they had met in General Dingyuan's tomb earlier. At the moment, these horrible creatures were staring at the ghosts on the highway, as if they had been hungry for a long time and couldn't wait to salivate at the sight of food. The conductor's voice rang out again on the train's radio. Dear travelers, we are now passing through what is called the Evil Dog Ridge. Please don't be afraid. Our high-speed train is very safe. As soon as the words fell, those vicious dogs rushed towards the high-speed train like a tidal wave. The high-speed speeding train knocked those vicious dogs all over the place. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lee 11 thought to himself, this 1 million medieval dollars is really worth spending. This is not a horror house, but the House of Horrors in the young world doesn't have this kind of real experience. Half an hour later, the train arrived at Fengdu City. Fengdu City has also been modernized. He had originally thought that Fengdu would be an eerie and terrifying city, but the bustling scene in front of him surprised him. The streets are lined with high-rise buildings, neon signs flashing, and ghosts dressed in fashion, bustling about. Lee 11 even saw a coffee shop called Starbucks of the Underworld, and a printing store with a signboard of Yin Wang Printing, and KFC also opened a chain store here. He laughed in his heart. This Underworld has really evolved with the times. May I ask if you are Mr. Lee 11? A tall beauty walked over. 11 Lee nodded. May I ask who you are? The beautiful woman explained. I'm the waitress selected by the Underworld only here. And the Underworld has specially arranged for me to pick you all up considering that you're not familiar with this place. She pointed to a business car in the distance. Please follow me. I'll take you to check in. Hades A888888. Seeing the license plate number of that business car, Lee 11 thought to himself. It seems that the dream of getting rich is the same no matter where you go. Lee 11 followed the beautiful woman into the car, and the business car drove all the way to a 5-star luxury hotel. This is the key to the room prepared for you. The beautiful woman handed Lee 11 a key. There are all kinds of living supplies in the room, so if you need anything, you can contact me at any time. She then took out her cell phone. Add a friend. I'll pull you into the participant group later, and you'll be notified in the group when you get information. By the way, as a reminder, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to test the behavioral test, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to test the essay. The test center is located at Underworld 2nd Middle School. Then he handed him another piece of paper. Here's your pass. Remember to attend on time yo. Put. Line tests. Shenanigans. Underworld 2. What kind of sin have I done to come to the Underworld and have to take this test? Chapter 93, Nai doesn't eat cilantro. Lee 11 came to the hotel room and realized that although this place was the Underworld, it was arranged no differently than a Yangzhuan hotel. There's even motorized frosted glass between the bathroom and the room. He couldn't help but think of Zhou Ling. I wonder what she's doing now. He lay down on his bed, opened his phone, and saw the friend request from the beautiful woman. Within moments, he was pulled into the group of contestants. The screen shows that the group has a mutual friend, Zhou Ling. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. It's amazing that she's in this shady selection as well. The group was buzzing. Everyone was talking about the exam. A person with the screen name Old Man's Poop Stinks said, it's really a knife pulling on the buttocks. It's an eye-opening experience to come to the selection of the Eneen agent and even have a written test. Another replied, stop complaining and read the book. It's not fast enough to learn a little in the heat of battle. But Old Man Stink said, I've been a monk since I graduated from elementary school. I can catch ghosts, but if I have to read books, I might as well be killed. Lee 11 looked at these messages and felt as if he had returned to his school days. At this time, a net name called Vegetables Do Not Eat Cilantro in the group sent some information. I recently happened to be preparing for the examination of the public service. This is my previous collection of some information. You can look at. The person's avatar was a girl. Lee 11 clicked in to take a look, and immediately brightened up. It was a sweet-looking girl. She clicked into her friend's circle to see that it was still a white-skinned, long-limbed woman. He returned the group chat message, feeling uninterested, intending to click on it, but his hand slipped and it showed. The womanizer slapped no cilantro for the vegetables. Hands slipped. Vegetables don't eat cilantro, also asked in the group. Little Prince, what are you doing photographing me? Lee 11 hastily typed a line. Thank you for sharing the information. Hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag, he. You're welcome. Knock knock. Lee 11 was in the middle of reading when there was suddenly a knock on the door. Through the cat's eye, he saw Zhou Ling wearing a black silk camisole nightgown, holding a book, standing outside the door. How did she know I was here? Curious, Lee 11 opened the door to the room. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. Zhou Ling looked at Lee 11 fondly. How have you been lately? Lee 11 nodded. Suddenly he thought of something. That's not right. Isn't it true that Yang spirits can't just enter the underworld? How did you get here? And campaigning for the spirit. My show family is not an ordinary spirit. You can understand it as the underworld office in the Yang world. Of course you can freely enter and exit the underworld. Lee 11 looked at her hand to see that it was actually a copy of application, and asked in confusion, there are exam materials for sale here? Zhou Ling didn't answer directly, but pushed Lee 11 away and went straight into his room, plopping down on the bed. My family has more or less some connections in the underworld, so I prepared in advance. Hearing this, Li Shi's eyes lit up. You know tomorrow's topic? The corner of Zhou Ling's mouth lifted slightly. Guess? So there is one? Don't share. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling grabbed him by the collar. What do you mean you just patted Choi Choi for not eating cilantro? Looking at her jealous look, Lee 11 hurriedly explained. Didn't I say in the group? I was thanking people. Bah, I don't know you deadbeat. Lee 11 hammed and hawed. Looking at Zhou Ling's hidden figure, he immediately couldn't help himself. I haven't seen you for so long. You definitely don't understand. Half an hour later, a sharp knock on the door broke the pair's rhythm. Who? Lee 11, who was disturbed, asked with some displeasure. It's me. I'm the one who lives next door in 606. A clear and pleasant voice came from outside the door. A girl's voice? What's the girl next door doing coming to see me at night? Lee 11 was puzzled in his mind, but he quickly dressed and got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a cute girl wearing a cute pink nightgown with double ponytails appeared in front of her. She said slightly shyly, hello, I live next door. I'm reading a book. Can I trouble you guys to turn down the sound a little bit? Lee 11 cursed in his heart. This hotel looks quite upscale. The decoration is also good. How the sound insulation is so bad. Just then, he suddenly realized that the girl looked familiar, and with a flash of light in his mind, he immediately remembered and exclaimed in surprise, You're not eating cilantro? Hearing this, the girl was also stunned, and then asked back, You know me? Realizing that his current image might be a bit lousy, Lee 11 subconsciously straightened his hair, and then replied in a handsome manner, I'm just the little prince of dabbling with flowers law. So you live here too? What a coincidence. Get to know each other. My name is Lin Miao Miao. And you? Lee 11. Seeing the two chatting, Zhou Ling gave a dry cough. Lin Miao Miao immediately understood what she meant. I won't bother. You guys continue. She turned to get ready to leave, then turned her head to add, Good luck on your test tomorrow. When Lee 11 went back, Zhou Ling grabbed him by the ear. Does this girl look good? Of course he wouldn't tell the truth. Not even close to you. As a result, Zhou Ling kicked over. I see you chatting quite happily now. When she finished, she got up and prepared to go back. At this point, Lee 11 was still on a roll. You're leaving? I'm also going back to my room to rest. I've been tossed around by you enough today. Zhou Ling gave him a blank look. Don't, Sister Ling. Stay with me for a while longer. Lee 11 smiled fawningly. Come on. I'm not as energetic as you, Zhou Ling said on her lips, but her heart was a little lost. She actually did not want to go back so early. Just do not know why. When she saw Lee 11 and Lin Miao Miao chatting, her heart was a little uncomfortable. Lee 11 hammed and hawed. Come and don't want to leave. Yo, you've grown up. I want to leave. How can you stop me? Just try it. The corners of Li Shi's mouth rose slightly. Zhou Ling was just about to lift her foot, but she realized that she was trapped by a puddle of black liquid. She tried to struggle, but the liquid stuck to her foot as tightly as glue, making her unable to move a bit. She asked in surprise, What is this? Lee 11 said triumphantly, Thunder. When did you learn the Dragon Tiger Mountain's thunder technique? Zhou Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lee 11. Come, I'll tell you this. Lee 11 suddenly appeared behind Zhou Ling and hugged her. Another half hour. Zhou Ling stood up, took out her cell phone, and sent a file to Lee 11. This is the test question for tomorrow's essay, so prepare for it. Lee 11 picked up his cell phone, opened the file and read it. Wow. Worthy of being Sister Ling, So powerful. Zhou Ling had a haughty look on her face. That's for sure. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. But what about the test questions for the line test? Li 11 asked. Zhou Ling straightened her hair. You think my house is printing test questions? It's already good enough to get the test questions for the essay. She added. Don't you dare let me down. With that, he turned and left the room. At this time, Li 11 received a message, vegetables do not eat cilantro, request to add friends. Chapter 94, The Daughter of the Black Boss. Li 11 glanced at the time. It's after 1 a.m. And she's still up? He had just clicked agree when Lin Miao Miao sent a voice. Handsome guy, open the door and have a chat. What's going on? What does she want? Li 11 pondered in his mind while opening the door of the room with a strong curiosity. Lin Miao Miao quickly dashed into the room, closed the door, and pressed Li 11 tightly against the corner. $100,000. Are you selling it? Lin Miao Miao asked in a low voice, her voice filled with eagerness and desire. Li 11 stared at her with wide eyes, full of shock. Sell what? I'm a decent person. Lin Miao Miao stretched out her right hand, a hint of cunning glinting in her eyes as she threatened. Show me your cell phone. Li 11 was unsure, but obediently handed her the phone, wondering in his heart, what exactly did she want to see? I don't seem to have anything special on my cell phone other than some pictures I took when I hit the ghost, right? Could she be trying to learn how to hit a ghost from me? Hey, if that's the case, that's interesting. As he thought about it, he handed the cell phone to Lin Miao Miao, keeping his gaze fixed on her as if he wanted to find the answer in her expression. Lin Miao Miao didn't hesitate to open the chat after receiving the phone. When he saw her open Zhou Ling's page, he immediately explained nervously. This is just ordinary study material. The corner of Lin Miao Miao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then she turned her cell phone screen towards Li 11. I heard everything you said to that woman just now. You're the test question for tomorrow. Li Shi's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, and he even began to doubt whether this wall of the hotel really existed. After all, the volume of his conversation with Zhou Ling wasn't very loud, so how was Lin Miao Miao able to hear it so clearly? He tried to defend himself by saying, I think you misheard me. However, Lin Miao Miao directly held his hand. Just then, Li 11 suddenly felt that his ears and eyes had become unusually sharp. What people were doing in all the rooms throughout the hotel was shown to him like a movie screen, and he could see and hear every detail and every word. Asterisk. This skill is too powerful. Li 11 couldn't help but marvel out. Lin Miao Miao let go of her hand, and with that, Li Shi's senses returned to normal. Lin Miao Miao explained with a smug look on her face. To tell you the truth, this is my family's ancestral art of Chawei. You've seen Holyua, right? It's similar to Erwa's ability. Now we can talk properly, right? Li 11 frowned, his tone serious. What exactly do you want to do? Lin Miao Miao replied without hesitation. I'm going to buy the copy of the problem you're holding for $100,000. Li 11 shook his head. No way. This is a matter of principle. But what he actually had in mind was that he wanted to raise the price further. Lin Miao Miao immediately raised her voice and said, $150,000. Li 11 remained unmoved and continued to insist on his position. It's not a matter of money. $300,000. It's no use even if you give me $1 million. The corners of Lin Miao Miao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile as she said, Fine. Then I'll offer $1 million. Hearing this figure, Li 11 was secretly surprised in his heart, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. He thought to himself, $1 million is not a small amount, and she wants to become a Enin so badly? Li 11 decided to check with her again. I'm not talking about $1 million in the underworld. Oh. Lin Miao Miao smiled gently, took out her cell phone from her pocket, and opened the Jifu Bao interface. I can transfer the money to your account right now. Seeing Lin Miao Miao so decisive and resolute, Li 11 loosened up. I didn't do it for the money. If you hadn't approached me in the middle of the night, I wouldn't have sold it to you. Lin Miao Miao hummed triumphantly. Don't you dare to sell yourself short when you're getting a bargain. If it wasn't for tomorrow's exam, I wouldn't have spent this $1 million. The next day, 8:30 in the morning. Underworld 2 in the middle. At this time, the playground of the second middle school has been filled with candidates who came to take the exam in black. Li 11 looked at this dense crowd in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This number of people must be more than 600 people at least, admitting only 2. This recruitment ratio is also too exaggerated. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in his sight, only to see Lin Miao Miao walked over, casually swept a glance at the pass in Li Shi's hand, smiled and said, Quite a coincidence. We are even the front and back seat. After saying this, she walked towards her own examination room. However, something even more coincidental happened. Not far away, Zhou Ling also glared at Li 11 before walking straight to her own examination room. Her seat, on the other hand, happened to be adjacent to Li 11. When Li 11 came to his seat, he found Zhou Ling sitting in his front seat, so he gently patted Zhou Ling's shoulder and asked suspiciously, "Why did you leave as soon as you saw me?" Zhou Ling, however, just coldly returned, "Taoist Li, are we familiar?" Hearing this, Lin Miaomiao, who was sitting behind Li 11, couldn't help but snort out a laugh, then gently patted Li Shi's shoulder and flirted, "Looks like you've made her angry." Li 11 looked puzzled, scratched his head, and muttered to himself, "Wasn't it still fine when we left last night? How come it's suddenly like this today?" 9 o'clock. The two invigilators distributed the question papers on time. Upon seeing the test questions, Li 11 gasped and laughed. "You've completely inherited the style of the young world with these test questions, haven't you? First question. Find the pattern in the graph below and infer what the last graph is. ACFJO? Li 11 thought. Alright, the first question will not have the back of the topic. I try hard will certainly be quantitative relationship questions. It is known that there are 1.4 billion people in the young world and 1.3 billion ghosts in the underworld. If 1 million people die every day in the young world and 500,000 are reincarnated every day in the underworld, how long will it take for the two populations to be balanced? A. 100 days. B. 150 days. C. 200 days. D. 250 days. This question is simple, not just elementary school math. Li 11 took a pen and did some math. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is it that the answer I calculated is not in the options? Forget it, I'll just do the general knowledge judgment. This kind of question won't be hard for me. General knowledge questions. The underworld is governed by the 10 great yamas. Who are the king of Qingguang, the king of Chujiang, the king of Songdi, the king of the 5 officials, the king of Yinluo, the king of Bianchang, king of Taishan, king of Metropolis, king of equality and king of reincarnation. What is the surname of the king of reincarnation? A. Chang. B. Residual. C. Dong. D. Shui. Isn't the Wheel King the father of that pair of black and white irregulars? Who knows what his last name is? Damn. I forgot to ask those two sisters what their names are. Forget it. I'll just give up. Just as Li 11 was planning to lie down, he only felt Lin Miao Miao kicked his ass from behind. And that foot didn't leave. Then a familiar feeling came back. He could see everyone's papers in the exam room. This is like a cheating artifact. He quickly scanned everyone's answers, tallying the probability of each question's options appearing. And soon, he landed the ones with the most options on his answer card. Outside the exam room, Li 11 caught up with Lin Miao Miao. "Sister Lin, your skills are divine." Lin Miao Miao had a haughty look on her face. "Say it, how can you thank me? Big meal. I must treat you to a big meal." Lin Miao Miao stopped in front of a Michelin restaurant. "Alright, this is the one." Li 11 had never been to this kind of restaurant before. Seeing Lin Miao Miao skillfully looking at the menu, it made him very curious about her identity. $1 million said to give. What exactly is she? While waiting for his food, Li 11 eventually didn't hold back from raising this query. Lin Miao Miao said, "Do you know Lin Dongsheng?" Li 11 nodded. "Of course, I heard that he is the boss of the entire mob world in the south." He paused. "You're not her daughter by any chance?" Lin Miao Miao smiled faintly. "Bingo! You guessed right." Li 11 was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He didn't expect that the lovely girl in front of him was the daughter of the gangster. "Then why did you help me this morning?" he asked suspiciously. Lin Miao Miao smiled. "Because you're funny. I like to make friends with funny people." "Then why would someone like you want to take the public exams in BA? Chapter 95, News of Parents. I took the public exam for editorial because my dad saw that I was too idle and wanted me to have a class. By the way, I also applied for this year's national examination. As for the Inin, I feel that being a Inin is quite interesting. So I came here." "So it is." Li 11 nodded thoughtfully. "However, being a Inin agent is not an easy task. As far as I know, there are 2 black and white irregulars who were bullied by colorful ghosts in the young world." Lin Miao Miao laughed out loud. "I heard about it. 2 black and white irregulars were pulled into the auction. It can't be the same person." At this time, Zhou Ling came to the restaurant alone. In the morning in the examination room, there were many people. Zhou Ling did not take care of himself. He was not good to say anything. And now that the opportunity has come, he can ask why. Li 11 jogged over. "Sister Ling, let's go together." Zhou Ling looked at Lin Miao Miao who was not far away and became even more angry. "Yo, Taoist Li, you guys are progressing quite fast. You all have a dinner date." Seeing the gloomy Zhou Ling, Li 11 asked, "You were fine last night. What's wrong with you?" And you have the nerve to mention last night? What did you do last night after I left? Lee 11 was confused. What did you do? Last night, I left my headband in your room, and when I went back to look for it, I could see that little girl go into your room. He then realized why Zhou Ling was angry. Misunderstanding. You misunderstood. Lee 11 looked around warily and leaned close to her ear. She's looking for me to buy questions. Zhou Ling looked skeptical. Really? You see the transfer records are still there. Zhou Ling half-heartedly looked at the cell phone. And sure enough, there was a transfer record. And her face eased a bit. Alright, don't be angry. Come over and sit down. Lee 11 pulled Zhou Ling to his table. Lin Miao Miao looked like she was familiar with herself. What is this sister's name? Choling. At that moment, the dishes they ordered were served. Seeing this, Lee 11 hurriedly pinched food for her and compensated with a smile. Sister Ling, you're a generous person, so don't take it personally. Besides, Lin Miao Miao and I are just friends. Don't think too much. If it isn't Miss Lin, making new friends in the underworld so soon? Only to see a young man with a head of dyed yellow hair walk over with a face full of playfulness. The look as if he had discovered something interesting. Lin Miao Miao sniffed and looked over. Her face instantly became gloomy. She gave that young man a fierce white look and asked in an icy tone, Li Hongwei, what are you doing here? Li Hongwei, but an innocent face, shrugged his shoulders, laughed, of course it's to eat. Here and no provisions do not allow people to come to eat, right? Lin Miao Miao sniffed. A hint of impatience appeared on her face and waved her hand. It's fine for you to come for dinner, but please stay away from us. After saying that, she turned her head away from Li Hongwei. However, Li Hongwei walked straight to the dining table as if he didn't hear her words and sat his butt on the empty seat next to Lin Miao Miao. His eyes were fixed firmly on Zhou Ling, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an impish smile. Who is this pretty girl? Introduce it. Li Hongwei stretched out his right hand as he spoke, attempting to shake hands with Zhou Ling. Li 11 suddenly got up and blocked in front of Zhou Ling with great speed. His eyes locked onto Li Hongwei. Hey, what do you want? The corner of Li Hongwei's mouth spread a cold smile. His tone frivolous. What can I do? Just making friends with this beauty. Li Shi's eyes became more and more stern, and his voice was low and stern. Do you need to move your hands like this to make friends? Get out of my face immediately. Li Hongwei similarly stood up, glaring sharply at Li 11 and roaring viciously. Kid, how dare you speak to me so rudely? A trace of contempt and disdain flashed across Li Shi's face as he stared dead at Li Hongwei in front of him, his eyes icy cold to the core, and he said coldly, word by word, me, let, you, scram. Hearing these words, Li Hongwei's face instantly became gloomy. Veins rippled on his forehead. He violently grabbed the knife and fork on the table, and used all his strength to ruthlessly stab towards Li 11. However, right at this moment, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared and tightly bound his arm, making it impossible for him to move the slightest bit. A trace of shock flashed across Li Hongwei's face, but he quickly regained his composure. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he let out a sneer. No wonder you're so arrogant. So you're a stinking Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain. As the words fell, there was only a pop sound. Lin Miao Miao angrily slapped the table. Her gaze was like a torch as she angrily stared at Li Hongwei and loudly scolded, don't go too far. At that moment, the people in the restaurant turned their attention to their table. Li Hongwei realized that he couldn't continue to make a scene, so he glared fiercely at Li 11 and dropped a harsh sentence. You'd better be able to pass the written test. I'll see you on the field. With that, he turned and left the restaurant. Looking at Li Hongwei's fading back, Li 11 couldn't help but feel a wave of doubt welling up in his heart as he turned his head to ask Lin Miao Miao beside him. What in the world is this person's origin? Lin Miao Miao took a deep breath and calmed down a bit before answering. He is my cousin, who learned some of the skills of the Exodus Immortal in the Northeast, and has been used to rampaging on a regular basis. She smiled. Come on, eat. Don't let people like that spoil our good time. 3 p.m. The application exams have officially begun. The three who knew the test questions in advance had prepared their answers long ago, and while the others were still reading the questions, the three were already scribbling away on their answer cards. Cool. After graduating from school, Li 11 hadn't felt the thrill of copying answers for a long time. Soon the exam was over. The invigilators informed the crowd that the results of the written test would be announced the morning after tomorrow, when the top 64 candidates could proceed to the next round of interviews. Of course, the interviews here would be different than in the sunny side of the world. The interview here is a ring match, when Yama King Pao, one of the 10 Yamas, will act as a referee for the interviews that follow. This arrangement was just what Li 11 wanted. He had thought about it long ago when he entered the Underworld, 10 years ago. Of the family, only he and his uncle had survived due to a landslide. He just happened to use this opportunity to come to the Underworld to see his parents. Moreover, He had also promised Sun Bingxin that he would come to the underworld to investigate her father's affairs for her. Early the next morning, Li Shi took Zhou Ling and Lin Miaomiao to the Underworld Administrative Service Center, the public security office window. A sweet smiling young lady gently asked, "Hello, what kind of business do you need?" "I want to find someone." "Sorry, in order to protect personal privacy, we can only provide personal information inquiry service for relatives. I'm looking for my parents." The window lady looked at Li 11. "Alright then, please show the Underworld office. We need to check your personal information." Soon after, the young lady said, "To confirm with you, your father's name is Li Jiangguo and your mother's name is Lu Xiuli, right?" Li 11 nodded. They are now living at No. 23, Li's Village, 10-mile slope, Fengdu City. Chapter 96, The Underground Black Market. Following the navigation, Li 11 found the Li family village. When he saw that the boys and girls he had burned for his parents were present, he smiled with delight. After all, it was good to have someone to serve his parents. But when Lu Xiuli saw her son, she didn't have much excitement, but picked up the broom. "Brat, old lady beat you to death today." "Mother, I burn paper for you every year. Why are you hitting me?" Li 11 covered his buttocks and hid behind Zhou Ling and Lin Miaomiao. Lu Xiuli pointed at the pair of boy and girl. "Look at what you've burned for me. It's not for the boys and girls burned for you to serve you." Lu Xiuli took a bite. "Then why don't you burn me a pair of normal people? Look at them." Li 11 took a closer look and realized that the pair of boys and girls were both blind due to the fact that they didn't light their eyes when they burned them. Lu Xiuli said, "My old lady now has to cook for this pair of blind men every day. Didn't I burn a servant for you guys? Why don't you let him help you with your work?" Hearing this, Lu Xiuli became even more angry. "The servant you burned for me is a cripple, and I have to take him to the hospital every week for his leg." Li 11 then remembered that when he was carrying that servant, he accidentally broke his leg, which caused the servant to be a cripple when he arrived down there. Zhou Ling and Lin Miaomiao couldn't stop laughing when they heard this, and Lin Miaomiao said, "Li 11, you're really your mother's good eldest son." Seeing two beautiful women following her son, Lu Xiuli then reacted. She passed a look to Li 11, signaling him to come over. "Are these the daughters-in-law you found for me?" Li 11 hurriedly said, "Don't joke. There is no such thing as a daughter-in-law. The country advocates monogamy." Lu Xiuli gently patted his head and said with a smile, "You child, are you being a fool? Here in the underworld, it's allowed to have multiple concubines for one husband and one wife." Li 11 looked helpless. "But I'm human." After hearing this, Lu Xiuli froze and asked suspiciously, "Human? You've already come to the underworld. How can you still be considered a human?" Li 11 hurriedly explained, "My visit to the underworld this time is actually just to participate in the selection of the underworlder, and when it's over, I'll have to return to the earth." After hearing this, Lu Xiuli couldn't help but to laugh out. "Flirting, Yoho, you this kid, is deliberately to make me happy it." At this time, Lin Miaomiao also came over and said seriously to Lu Xiuli, "Auntie, he's right. We really aren't dead. We're all alive." Lu Xiuli's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. She looked carefully at Lin Miaomiao and then turned her head to look at Li 11. Still unable to accept this fact, "You guys, are you really alive?" she asked. Lin Miaomiao nodded. "As good as fake." Lu Xiuli suddenly cried, "My son has made a good start. He can even enter the underworld to campaign for the NDD. If your old father could know, he wouldn't be happy." "Where's my dad? He entered reincarnation last year, and I heard that the king of Hades said that he did a lot of good deeds in his last life, and now, he should be living a good life in some rich family." Hearing this news, Li 11 was naturally happy. Lu Xiuli told them to come in and sit down, while she herself happily prepared lunch. Looking at the pair of blind children in the living room, Li 11 heart is very regretful. Why did you believe the boss of the birthday store at that time, saying that the paper people cannot point the eyes? This is good, but instead of adding a burden to his mother, he was previously unconvinced that paper was burned above and actually collected below. Now that seeing is believing, how can you go back and burn a villa over the dining room table? Lu Xiuli looked at Zhou Ling and Lin Miaomiao and was happy in her heart. "How old are you all? Got a family?" Lu Xiuli started to gossip. Li 11 understood that she was in a hurry. "Mom, what are you prying about? What can't this ask?" Lu Xiuli laughed and scolded. "You see, you are also not small. Should have an object." Li 11 was a bit embarrassed, thinking, "I have a bit too many objects, so I'm afraid I'll scare you if I say it." He looked at Zhou Ling and then at Lin Miaomiao for a moment, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Zhou Ling spoke up. "Auntie, we are just friends with 11. Lin Miaomiao also chimed in. "Yes, Auntie, we're all good mates who participated in the Netherworld selection together." Lu Xiuli heard this and was slightly disappointed. but still smiled and said, "That's so, but it's okay, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I see that you all are not small anymore. So hurry up." Li 11 hurriedly changed the topic and inquired about the underworld. Lu Xiuli then told them about the various rules and anecdotes of the underworld. Li 11 remembered Sun Bingxi's request to look for news about his father for him, and he asked, "The administrative hall only provides the business of searching personal information of relatives. What if I want to find someone? Of course I'm going to go to the master of all trades." Master of all trades? Who is he? 10 years ago, Lu Xiuli and Masterpiece were ghosts who entered the underworld together. At that time, they also arrived at Fengdu City together by bus. However, since the Marvelous One had no one to burn paper to him in the Yang world, he was left penniless in the underworld. During those hard times, he was so hungry that he borrowed Lu Xiuli's house for a while. Despite being strapped for cash, somehow Marvelous got his hands on a beat-up laptop and spends all day tinkering with it in his room. During this time, the two had made small talk, and Marvel claimed to be a hacker. At first, Lu Xiuli didn't know much about the specifics of hacking. Later, Marvelous left her residence. But one day, Lu Xiuli happened to overhear others talking about the fact that Master of all Trades had actually succeeded in hacking into the Book of Life and Death system. Li Shi's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Then how can I find Master of all Trades?" Marvelous is usually so godforsaken that it's hard to run into him, but he's often at a tavern in the underground black market. Hearing this, Li 11 decided to go to the black market at night to try his luck. Underworld Black Market. Located in the underground of Fengdu City, it was a dark and damp place filled with an eerie atmosphere. This black market can be said to be a vacuum in the legal jurisdiction of the underworld, with no netherworld patrols, no legal constraints, and only endless darkness and chaos. Illegal activities such as smuggling, contraband and underground money laundering are everywhere in the black market. Smugglers sneak all sorts of contraband items into the underworld and sell them at high prices to those who need them. The trio arrived at the underground black market. Lin Miamia covered her mouth and nose with her hand in disgust. "It stinks too much here." Looking at the ghosts who set up stalls on both sides of the street, most of them wearing tattered clothes and being skinny and bony, Li 11 thought to himself, "I didn't expect that they would still have to live this kind of hard life when they have all become ghosts. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, I'm the best at fortune telling in the underworld. This little brother, do you want to have your fortune told?" A fortune teller stopped the trio in their tracks. The man wore a loose Taoist robe, a bagua disc in his hand, and a pair of black sunglasses. Lin Miamio stretched out her hand and waved it in front of the fortune teller, wanting to see if he really couldn't see. However, the fortune teller suddenly spoke up and said, "Little girl, don't try. I'm truly blind." Lin Miamio's eyes widened in surprise and questioned, "If you're blind, how did you know that I'm a little girl and that I wave my hand?" The fortune teller smiled. "You have a light fragrance emanating from you. I can smell it. It should be Armani's perfume. The top note of this perfume is an orange blossom scent, the middle note is jasmine, and the tail note is a cedar scent closing. Such a unique scent is hard for people not to know that you are a little girl. Moreover, when you just waved your hand, you drove the air around you to flow, so I was naturally able to feel what you did." After hearing his explanation, Li 11 thought it made sense and asked curiously, "How do you do the math here?" The fortune teller took out a pair of tortoise shells and 3 copper coins. Put the 3 copper coins into the tortoise shells, shake them 6 times in a row, and silently recite in your heart the things that you seek to test, and I will naturally be able to see the results. After thinking for a moment, Li 11 decided to give it a try. The first 5 times went very well, but on the 6th time, the turtle armor cracked. Chapter 97, The Know-It-All. The fortune teller's face changed dramatically. You measured something. Rumor has it that tortoise shells have spiritual properties. Turtles have 3 rings of turtle armor on their backs. In the center, there are 3 tortoises, representing heaven, earth and man. In the center circle there are 10 pieces of tortoise pattern, representing the 10 heavenly stems, which are A B C D E H G S I N G D. The outermost circle has 24 small tortoise shells, representing the 24 seasons. There are 12 compartments at the bottom of the tortoise shell, representing the 12 earthly branches. Therefore, the ancients believed that the whole tortoise shell concealed the I Ching theory, so it was the best tool for divination. The fortune teller's tortoise shell was an ancestral artifact, hundreds of years old, and he had risked a great deal to bring it from the young world to the underworld. And now, it had cracked. Li 11 said, "I just measured my future fortune. The so-called heavenly chances cannot be divulged, and the ancient people invented the art of divination in order to spy on heavenly chances. Fortunately, the art of divination has been passed down for thousands of years, proving that the methods of the ancients are not problematic. However, The cracking of the tortoise armor meant that the heavens did not want Lee 11 to pry into the mysteries of heaven. Suddenly, a stunned look appeared on the fortune teller's face and he said with trembling lips, "You are not human." Lin Nyamyo, who was on the side, was immediately displeased and frowned petulantly. "How do you talk to this person?" The fortune teller hurriedly explained. No. The little girl misunderstood me. I didn't mean to offend. What I want to say is that this little brother is neither a ghost nor an ordinary living person, but a rare dead living person. Lee 11 couldn't help but be dumbfounded after hearing this. "Master, do you know how to do math or not? I am a living person standing here alive, but you insist to say that I am a dead living person. Isn't this ridiculous?" The fortune teller shook his head back and forth, looking serious and determined. No, I definitely won't be wrong, because from what I have observed, your yang life has indeed been exhausted. Only then did Lee 11 come to a sudden realization, and the scene when he met the black and white irregulars at the foot of Longhu Mountain came to his mind. The two sisters had clearly told him that his lifespan had already been exhausted, only that he had fought back and managed to break free of their bonds, and only then had he managed to escape the fate of being hooked. When you think about it that way, you're a real deadbeat. Thus, he once again turned his gaze to the fortune teller in front of him, secretly pondering in his heart that perhaps this person really had some skills. "Then why can't you predict my future?" The fortune teller flicked up his fingers and pinched without panic. Suddenly, his body was stunned and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Lin Nyamyo was startled and hastily stepped back. "We didn't do anything. Don't touch the porcelain." The fortune teller wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and said weakly, "What touching? I'm peeping into the heavens and have suffered a backlash." Lee 11 rushed forward to support him and asked with concern, "So what did you figure out?" The fortune teller nodded, but a look of horror appeared on his face. "It's just that heavenly chances can't be revealed. I'll only send you 8 words. The demon moon hangs in the sky and wreaks havoc on the earth." When he finished, he coughed a few more times and staggered slowly toward the darkness. Looking at the fortune teller's fading back, Lee 11 froze for a moment. Demon moon hanging in the sky? The old heavenly master also gave me these 8 words in the heavenly master hall back then. What exactly will happen in the future? Lin Nyamyo, however, was unimpressed. Playing God. I think he's just a liar. Forget it. Whatever. Let's just get a hold of Marvelous. According to Lu Xioli, the tavern where Marvelous occasionally appeared was located at the end of an alley. It was a dimly lit alley, surrounded by nothing but wet walls. The trio cautiously stepped into the alleyway, a cold wind blowing that sent shivers down their spines. Lin Nyamya couldn't help but complain. "What the hell is this place? Why does it feel eerie?" Walking to the end of the alley, they finally saw the tavern. Normally, since a tavern was a business, it should naturally be open to welcome customers, and at the very least, it should have a signboard. However, this tavern in front of us, there was no signboard, and the door panel was half covered, with only a faint light coming from inside. Lee 11 gently pushed open the door and walked in. The tavern smelled stale, with a few worn-out tables and chairs on the floor. There was no one else in the store, just an old man and a young guy sitting in the corner pushing a glass of wine. Seeing someone enter, the old man slowly got up from his seat, supported himself with his cane, and walked slowly toward them. His movements looked a little strained. "What would a few of you like to drink? We're actually here to find someone." Hearing this, the old man didn't seem surprised as he glanced at the young man he was drinking with before turning his head again. "I'm afraid I'm also here to find Master of all trades. It's a pity. He hasn't been here for half a month." Hearing this news, Lee 11 couldn't help but feel a loss welling up in his heart. He had thought he could find some clues here, but now it seemed his hopes were dashed. He sighed helplessly. "That's a real bother." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Just then, the young man who had been sitting next to the old man drinking suddenly called out to them, "Wait!" His voice was a little slurred, obviously drunk. He was seen staggering to his feet and stumbling toward them. As he walked, he narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Lee 11 and the others. When he came closer, he finally opened his mouth and asked, "What is it that you guys are looking for Master of all trades to ask about?" Lee 11 hurriedly explained, "I have a friend whose father has disappeared, and we want to inquire about his whereabouts to see if he is alive or dead." After hearing this, the young man continued to ask, "Then what is your relationship with Lu Xioli?" Lee 11 answered truthfully, "She's my mom." The boy nodded slightly, seemingly unsurprised by the answer, and then said, "Follow me." With that, the lad turned toward a corner of the tavern, only to see the lad stop and gently knock on the wall in front of him. Immediately afterward, a secret door hidden in the wall slowly opened. Lee 11 looked at this scene with surprise and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, so there was such a secret passage here. After the young man opened the secret door, he glanced back at Lee 11 and the others. signaling them to follow. Soon they entered a room. The room was filled with all sorts of clutter. He rummaged around in a box for a moment and pulled out a battered laptop. Recently, the Underworld has been checking tightly, so I had planned to call it quits and hide for a while, but Aunt Lou was kind to me. I saw his son's picture in the Book of Life and Death, and just now I saw that you looked a bit familiar, so I confirmed it. Since you're his son, I'll check for you. As he spoke, he turned on his computer. After some operations, the 5 big words Life and Death book system appeared on the computer screen. What is the name of the person to be checked? Sun Guodong. Tens of thousands of people named Sun Guodong appeared in the system. Any other information? Li 11 replied. He's an archaeologist with a daughter named Sun Dingxi. Marvel identified the person to check out after entering key information into the computer. According to the information, in 2000, Sun Guodong's lifespan was over and he died inside the ancient tomb of the Tang dynasty. The cause of his death was the infection of an unnamed virus inside the tomb. But the Undertaker didn't find his soul in the Yang world. That is to say, although he is dead, his soul is still wandering in the Yang world. Li 11 thought to himself, this is not normal. Since Sun Guodong has become an Yin spirit, then why not go back to find his daughter? Was there something else that limited his activities after becoming a shade? You're helping me to find out why her daughter, Sun Bingxiao, only has 32 years of young life. Suddenly, outside the room, there was a commotion. Marvelous immediately closed his laptop and instantly ran out through another dark passage. At that moment, one of the Underworlders kicked open the door of the room. Come on people, search for me. Before Li 11 could understand what was happening, he was controlled by a few Underworlders. He asked, what are you doing? The leader of the Netherworlders looked like a nightjar, and he snapped. Just now the system detected someone hacking into the Life and Death book system here. Quickly say, you're not accomplices of the manifestation. Chapter 98, The Mona. We're just here to do some business with Master of all trades, Li 11 hurriedly explained. The Night Fork looked Li 11 up and down. A hint of skepticism flashed in his eyes. An errand? What kind of errand requires hacking into the Life and Death book system? I think you are the accomplice. With that, Nightcrawler waved his hand to signal his men to take Li 11 away. I'm really not, Li 11 shouted, desperately struggling to break free of his bonds, but the Underworlders held onto his arms so tightly that he couldn't move. How dare you resist arrest? The Night Stalker shouted angrily, a spark of anger flashing in his eyes. Just in the gap between Li 11 and the Undertaker's tugging, a red scented pouch fell off of him. The scented capsule gave off a faint aroma that wafted through the air. Nightcrawler's face was shocked and he shouted, stop it all. He quickly bent down to pick up the scented pouch and sniffed it carefully, his brow furrowing slightly. His eyes became glazed over, as if he had discovered some important clue. Nightfork stared at Li 11 and asked with a hint of urgency in his tone, where did you get this scented capsule? An old lady gave it to me. Nightfork's attitude immediately became respectful. It's that I'm the one who has the eyes to not recognize him. Tai. Since you're her old man's friend, naturally you won't be a criminal. He instructed his underlings, the Underworld, to release Zhou Ling and Lin Miao Miao, and then evacuated the tavern. All 3 of them looked at each other with a blank expression, never expecting a scented bag to be so intimidating. Zhou Ling couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire, you actually know important people in the Underworld? Li 11 shook his head suspiciously, indicating that he was not sure of the situation either. He explained, when I first came to the provincial city, I met an old lady at an intersection who was burning paper. That old lady inexplicably gave me this scented pouch. Zhou Ling curiously pursued, what kind of an old lady was that? Li 11 tried to recall the scene. Well, how can I put it? From the back, she had a very attractive figure, but her face looked like that of an aging old man. Hearing this, Zhou Ling suddenly revealed a surprised expression. Is she still wearing a red hairpin on her head? Li 11 thought carefully. It does seem to be there. Zhou Ling came in leisurely. She's Meng. Upon hearing these words, Li Shi's eyes widened in shock. Meng woman? That's the Meng woman who gives people Mona soup? Lin Miao Miao was a bit puzzled. What is she doing in the Yang world if she doesn't work on the Naiha bridge? It's hard not to go on vacation. Zhou Ling said, you really might have guessed right. I've heard that the Underworld has also implemented the labor law now, and it's normal to work 5 days on and 2 days off, and there's also public vacations. With Meng woman's length of service, she has at least 15 days of public vacation every year. And what did he mean by giving me a scented pouch? Lin Miao Miao snorted. You haven't taken the public exam at first glance. This is a general knowledge question for the kilometer exam. In ancient times, women gave men scented pouches mainly as a symbol of affection and lifelong commitment. The woman embroidered the scented sachet by hand with a single stitch and gave it to the man she liked as a token of love. After listening to Lin Miao Miao's science, Li Shi's chest flooded with a mouthful of old blood. That's an old lady. What's wrong with looking at me? Lee 11 felt both embarrassed and helpless. He couldn't accept being adored by an old lady. He reassured himself. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Or maybe Mona has some other agenda? Zhou Ling said. Anyway, we've already come to the underworld. So when we're done with the selection of the underworlder, it wouldn't be enough to go to the side of the Naiha bridge and ask her. Lin Miaomio was amused. In case she catches you and forces a marriage, I'll see what you'll do. The next day. Valley of Blood. It's a valley stained red with blood. It is said that Jizo Bodhisattva and the last Ghost King fought a fierce battle here. In that battle, the Earthstore Bodhisattva slapped out a poem, surprisingly leaving a deep pit the size of a soccer field in the ground. The deep pit still exists today. As if to tell of the tragedy of those days, the air in the Valley of Blood smelled of blood and sent shivers down one's spine. And in the center of this blood-red land was the huge deep pit. The blood river of the underworld flowed through the pit, bisecting the deep pit. The river glowed with a scarlet light, as if a blood-colored dragon was snaking through it. There were a total of 64 candidates who took part in this selection of the messenger. However, what made Lee 11 feel strange was that only half of them were humans, while the other half were demons. Most of these demons take on human form, but still retain some of their original animal features. Judging by the animal features they display, there are not only animals like elephants and lions, but also insects like praying mantis and bees. But I didn't see those demons during the written exam? Curious, he came to a mantis spirit. Hey, you're also the one who selects the underworlders? The mantis spirit held up his pair of side-shaped arms and turned his head to look at Lee 11. Of course. Then why didn't I see you guys at the written exam? We don't have much culture, so naturally we don't need a written test. This made Lee 11 unhappy. We all campaigned for the underworld. Why should we be treated differently? The mantis spirit explained. We are running for different positions. You humans are running for soul detainer, and we animals are running for demon underworlder. What's the difference? You humans having messengers to maintain the yin and yang realms. Animals naturally needing messengers to maintain their yin and yang realms as well. And the demon underworld ambassadors are the ones who go to the yang realm to hook animal souls. At that moment, it was accompanied by a loud bang in the sky. A man in a suit appeared over Blood Valley. The man was born with a black face and a crescent moon on his head. No need to guess. It was King of Hell, Bao Zhang. Then, his loud voice resounded in mid-air. Congratulations to all of you who have successfully come to the elimination round of this underworld envoy selection. The elimination round is divided into two groups. One is the Soul Detainer group and the other is the Demon Underworlder group. The two groups are separated by the Blood River. In the end, the top two of the Soul Detainer group will be the Soul Detainer of this Inman selection, enjoying the treatment of a full branch grade. The top two of the Demon Underworld Ambassadors group will become Demon Underworld Ambassadors, and will also enjoy the treatment of the regular grade. It should be noted that two members will be selected to travel to Sakura country on business after finally becoming a Soul Detainer and Demon Undertaker. I'll announce it after this tournament is over. We're going to start drawing lots in groups. If you draw the same number, you're competitors. A shady man walked over holding a box. Please hurry up and draw lots. At this time, Lin Miao Miao suddenly came to Li Shi's ear, lowered her voice, and said mysteriously, "Look at these opponents. Which one do you think is weaker? Pick one." Li 11 looked at her suspiciously. Pick one? Isn't this to be decided by drawing lots? I can still pick my own opponent? Lin Miao Miao revealed a smug smile. He. I can use my spiritual power to control the movement of the papers in the box O, so that you can draw the opponent you want. Aren't you cheating? It won't be discovered. Will it? Don't worry. It shouldn't be noticed. Li 11 surveyed the contestants around him, and when his gaze landed on Li Hongwei, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He's the one. Lin Miao Miao noticed his gaze and couldn't help but remind him. Are you sure you want to pick him? He's a tough guy. Not too easy to deal with. The corner of Li Shi's mouth raised in disdain. Humph. I just want to teach this kind of person a lesson. All right, then I'll fulfill your request. At that moment, Pao's voice came from mid-air. I know that there are extraordinary tactics among you people, and if you attempt to control the game with petty tricks, the king will never forgive you lightly. Lin Miao Miao spat out her tongue and hurriedly stopped her small movements in fear. Chapter 99, Harnessing Things with Thoughts. After the crowd drew their lots, the order of matchups came out. Li 11 smiled faintly, his gaze locking onto Li Hongwei. Although Lin Miao Miao didn't manipulate the draw, the heavens followed the wishes of the people, and Li 11 still faced off against Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei likewise looked at Li 11, who made a threatening gesture with a hand on his neck. The referee announces the official start of the match with the sound of a gong. North side of the deep pit in Blood Valley. Li Hongwei revealed an evil smile. Brat, weren't you bullish yesterday? Today I'll beat you to death. The corner of Li Shi's mouth rose slightly. The person who said such things to me last time is now hiding far away when he sees me. You're next. As soon as the words fell, a puddle of black liquid slowly spread out from under his feet. Humph. It's in thunder again. Don't you have any other means? Li Hongwei looked at Li 11 with a disdainful face. However, as time passed, a hint of surprise and incredulity gradually spread across his face. As someone who knew something about the Yin Thunder of Dragon Tiger Mountain, he knew that this kind of spell required a great deal of mana to cast. According to common sense, someone like Li Shi's age, even if his talent was high, he could only summon Yin Thunder in a 4 or 5 meter radius. However, when he saw the Yin Thunder flowing over his feet, it did not stop. The Yin Thunder continued to spread out at an astonishing speed, quickly covering the entire area north of the Blood Valley Deep Pit. The people present were shocked by this, and murmurs rose up. Someone whispered, I heard that he is the first place winner of the Xian sect martial arts, so it seems that he does have strength. Another person chimed in, I've heard about him too. I really hope I don't meet him in the later matches, or else I'm sure I'll suffer a big loss. Someone else gloated, it looks like Li Hongwei is going to suffer this time. And at this moment, the face of Li Hongwei, who was standing opposite Li 11, became extremely ugly. He had originally thought that he could easily defeat this opponent, but now it seemed that the situation was even worse than he had imagined. Faced with such a powerful Yin Thunder, he could only harden his head. He only bellowed, come out, Master Lu. As soon as the words fell, a black cloud appeared in the sky above the Blood Valley, and a giant python more than 10 meters long appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is not the first time that Li 11 has seen the exit horse immortal summoning the great immortal. When at Longhu Mountain, the Lu Inhuan who fought against Sun Xiuyan was likewise an exit horse immortal. It's just that this python of Li Hongwei's is fully twice as big as Lu Inhuan's. The fire spirit within Wada Jade's body asked, Master, do you need my help? Li 11 laughed. I'm going to personally beat him until he begs for mercy. He manipulated the Yin Thunder to attack the giant python. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a jet of black breath that collided with the Yin Thunder, emitting an earth-shattering roar. When the smoke cleared, both Li 11 and the python were unharmed. When Li Hongwei saw this, his heart was shocked. He didn't expect Li Shi's Yin Thunder to be so powerful. Li 11 did not give Li Hongwei a chance to catch his breath. He secretly operated the air in his body, only to see that all those Yin Lei surprisingly came out of the rolling steam, and the original black Yin Lei at this time gradually turned into a magma-like color. Li Hongwei only felt his feet burning terribly. He hurriedly jumped and landed on the back of the python behind him. As time passed, the Yin Lei had completely turned into boiling hot magma, and everyone couldn't help but look shocked. Someone outside the arena couldn't help but marvel. What kind of lightning technique is this? How come I've never seen such a peculiar lightning technique before? Another person said thoughtfully, could it be the secret method of the Xian Heavenly Cave Mansion? It is said that the top 4 winners of the Xian sect martial arts have all been to the Xian Heavenly Cave Mansion, so perhaps it was there that they obtained such a magical method. Someone else chimed in. I also heard that Sun Xiuyan had performed the Tongtian pattern in the Kunlun Mountains the other day, so I guess he must have also evolved the Yin Yang ghost pattern in the Xian Tian Cave. The crowd exclaimed. The Xian Tian Cave is truly a mysterious treasure. Li 11 controlled the magma-colored Yin Lei to lunge at the giant python. This time, the python failed to resist the blazing Yin lightning, and it twisted its body in agony, letting out guttural wails from its mouth. Li Hongwei fell off the python and onto the Yin Lei, wailing as he was similarly scalded. However, Li 11 wasn't going to let him go. Kid, who said just now to beat the hell out of me? I recognize. Before he could say the word lose, Li 11 blocked his mouth with Yin Lei. Want to admit defeat? I don't agree. Only Li Hongwei was seen thrashing around in pain on the Yin Lei. Although everyone knew that he had lost, he had neither personally said that he had admitted defeat, nor had he been beaten unconscious, and according to the rules, the match had to continue. 10 minutes later, Pao finally looks on and declares Li 11 the winner. Li Hongwei was lying on the ground. His entire body's skin was burned black. He looked at Li 11 with fear in his eyes. At this time, the south side of the Blood Valley, the competition in the Demon Underworld Envoy group also ended. The referee announced the official start of the second match of the 32-16 match between the two groups with the sound of a gong. Unfortunately, the sole detainer group for the second match was Zhou Ling and Lin Miao Miao. They also didn't expect to encounter it so soon. Although the two were strangers yesterday morning, after a day together, they both felt that the other was still a good person. Li 11 knew how powerful Zhou Ling was. When he was in the Zhou family, although he relied on the talisman to win against Zhou Ling, he understood that it was because Zhou Ling did not use the paper tie to become a spirit. In the Xianmen martial arts, just by relying on a Gatling sent by Zhou Ling, the opponent admitted defeat. I do not know whether Zhou Ling has other means, perhaps it's not impossible for her to zap an original paper bullet. Instead, Li 11 wondered what exactly Lin Miao Miao had in terms of battle tactics. After 2 days of contact, he only knew that Lin Miao Miao had the art of Wei, and in combination with trying to control the drawing of lots just now, her mental power seemed to be good. Could it be that her means of combat is also mental power? On the field, Zhou Ling and Lin Miao Miao didn't have much to say as they both took out their respective means. Zhou Ling took out 1,000 paper cranes from her pocket, only to see her mouth recite an incantation. That 1,000 paper crane instantly turned into a white crane with a wingspan of more than 3 meters. She lightly jumped onto the back of the white crane, and at the same time, a barret was in her hand at some point. Seeing this scene, a gasp of surprise rang out from the field. Female sniper. Li 11 looked at Zhou Ling, who was standing on the back of a white crane, wearing a tight leather jacket, wearing a sharp short hair, and holding a barret, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is really like it. He knew that Zhou Ling had the ability to tie paper into a spirit, but he didn't expect her to be able to use it so skillfully. Everyone was worried about Lin Miao Miao. After all, at this time, Zhou Ling wants displacement with displacement and output with output, properly a super god ADC. However, at this moment, Lin Miao Miao on the field displayed a cheeky, nonchalant look, seemingly unconcerned about the danger in front of her. Just then, she slowly stretched out her hands and mouthed some words, not knowing what she was chanting. Suddenly, the blood water in the originally calmly flowing blood river unexpectedly seemed like it had lost gravity. All of it floated into midair and continuously converged towards the direction where Lin Miao Miao was. In the blink of an eye, a huge wall of blood rose up and covered her form, harnessing things with thoughts. Her powers are really mental. Chapter 100, Spring Colors in Hot Springs. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ling was shocked in her heart. Who exactly was Lin Miao Miao? How could she have such strong spiritual power? There was a dead silence within the wall of blood, and no sound came out. Snipers focus on point-to-point output, and without a target, even the most accurate sniper rifle can't work. Zhou Ling rode the white crane around Lin Miao Miao, but the wall of blood blocked her so tightly that she couldn't see what was going on inside. In that case, it's the option of indiscriminate fire coverage. Zhou Ling took out a Gatling. The people present, except for Li 11, which had seen this kind of thing. Quick look, that's the machine gun. What exactly is this Zhou Ling? Can it be that she has an arsenal? Da, 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 da. The machine gun shot into the wall of blood like a furious storm, the bullets traversing the blood and splashing countless splashes. She didn't intend to kill everyone. She just shot 1,000 rounds to test the waters first. After the gunfire stopped, the wall of blood still didn't move. Someone murmured, "That little girl couldn't have been killed." "I don't think so. Look, she's still maintaining the wall of blood." Just then, countless bubbles suddenly emerged from the wall of blood, as if something was about to rush out. Zhou Ling's heart rejoiced. It seemed to have an effect. She was finally going to make a move, only to see that the 1,000 rounds that had just been shot out all floated on the blood wall. And then the bullets arranged themselves together like a large net, shooting towards Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling's face changed, and she secretly chagrined in her heart. Damn, since she can harness objects, of course she can also harness bullets. She immediately ducked behind the white crane, hoping to use it to fend off the bullets. However, that white crane was unable to withstand such powerful firepower and was instantly shot into a sieve. At this moment, a mouth opened within the blood wall, and Lin Miao Miao walked out of it with a smile on her face, looking at Zhou Ling and saying, "He, Sister Zhou, my level of harnessing things is not bad, right?" Zhou Ling sighed and came to the ground, smiling slightly. "Sister Lin, I underestimated you before, but it's useless to just rely on the blood wall next." After saying that, she took out a raw paper bullet. It was still Li 11 that inspired her. In the beginning, in the Xian Men martial arts, Li 11 relied on the original paper bullet to become famous in one battle. The news naturally reached Zhou Ling's ears as well. However, Li Shi's original paper bomb was only in vain, and its power actually came mainly from the explosion after releasing the compressed lightning method. But Zhou Ling is really on the internet to find out about the internal structure and production methods of the original paper bullet. Her atomic bomb was a true proto-paper bomb made by relying on zapping paper into a spirit. Pao also sensed the power of the original paper bullet in her hand and thought, "Is this little ninny trying to destroy the underworld? Gotta find a way to stop her." He cleared his throat and said aloud, "Zhou Ling, according to international agreements on the use of nuclear weapons, you cannot be the first to use them." Those present were people who watched the fun, and when they heard this, they didn't agree. The underworld still cares about that? That's it. Is it hard to be shady? Hearing the chatter below, Pao couldn't listen any longer, and he said angrily, "If the original paper bomb really blows up, all of you here, one for each of you, We'll all be exposed to nuclear radiation. When they heard this, they immediately shut up. But there were still people who didn't understand the reason for this and muttered in a low voice. Didn't Lee 11 also use original paper bullets at Longhu Mountain? For Lin Miaomio, this would have been good news, but she was reluctant. That's not fair, Pao asked. What's not fair? If people can build it, why don't they want others to use it? Pao was speechless and helpless as he was disliked by its words, and only left a sentence. The final interpretation of this competition belongs to the underworld. In that case, Lin Miaomio put away the wall of blood. I admit defeat. What? She actually conceded defeat. Those present did not understand her move. Pao asked, are you sure? Lin Miaomio nodded. Although you don't allow the use of the original paper bullet, but since this is a competition between me and her, I admit that I can't carry that original paper bullet. It was never expected that the battle between the two great beauties that everyone was looking forward to would end with Lin Miaomio's active admission of defeat. After a day of fierce competition, both the Soul Detainer group and the Demon Underworld Envoy group completed the 32-16 match. At 9 p.m., Lee 11 is comfortably lying on his bed, enjoying the internet world through the Underworld Wi-Fi. He indulged in watching various live broadcasts of beautiful women and couldn't help but marvel at how open and bold the live broadcasts in the Underworld were. Instead of all the female anchors who only play the game, it's filled with hot and powerful anchors everywhere. Any of them, if placed in the young world, would definitely be dealt with by being directly sealed, but the Underworld didn't care about that. Just then, there was a soft knock at the door. Lee 11 opened the door and saw Lin Miaomio standing in the doorway. There are hot springs in the back of the hotel. How about we go for a dip together? Hearing this proposal, Li Shi's heart stirred. A spa? This means it's possible to put on a swimsuit and enjoy a feast for the eyes. What's just looking at a beautiful woman on a cell phone screen compared to that? So, he agreed without hesitation and reminded, remember to call Zhou Ling as well. However, Lin Miaomio told him that Zhou Ling was unable to go along because she had to go out for something. Li Shi's eyes quickly turned up, thinking that it seemed better for Zhou Ling not to go. That way, no one is restrained and can enjoy the great springtime and the hot springs to their heart's content. Lin Miaomio then said, in that case, I'll go back to get my clothes first. Lee 11 was surprised. You go out with a bathing suit? That's for sure. I've already made a guide. The hot spring water in the underworld can be 100 times better than that in the young world, so you're bound to go to a hot spring when you come here. Then she asked, I don't suppose you didn't bring your swim trunks? Lee 11 shook his head. Who in their right mind would come to the underworld and bring swim trunks? Never mind. We'll buy one later when we get to the spa. Let's get going. Saying that, she took Li Shi's hand and couldn't wait to walk towards the hot spring pavilion. Along the way, Lee 11 and Lin Miaomio excitedly discussed the hot springs. Lee 11 asked curiously, is this hot spring in the underworld any different from the hot spring in the young world? Of course. The hot spring water in the underworld is drawn directly from the underground magma. The water is purer, richer in minerals and better for the skin. Lee 11 couldn't help but imagine himself soaking in the warm spring water, feeling the cozy current and relaxing his body and mind. And off to the side there were a bunch of beautiful women in beautiful bikinis, splashing around in the hot spring pool. Just as Lee 11 was buying swim trunks, Lin Miaomio couldn't wait to rush in. I'll wait for you inside. It's an open-air spa. Entering the hot springs area is a vast expanse of hills. Small pools of soup were constructed in the hills, and a stream of hot air wafted out of the pools. This place was bigger than expected. Lee 11 searched for a while, but he didn't see Lin Miaomio's figure. Suddenly, a light went on before his eyes. Just see a soup pool sprinkled with rose petals, in which there are 7 beautiful women in bikinis lying on the edge of the pool with their eyes closed. All of them have swan necks, and waists, butterfly backs and peaches. Lee 11 tiptoed over to Chapter 101, A Beautiful Corpse. Who? Among the 7 beauties, the one in the center was alertly looking in the direction of Lee 11. Lee 11? How come it's you? Lee 11 also recognized the other party. Yi Xianer? Yi Xianer was also one of the members who had participated in the Netherworlder selection only this time, and the two of them had already met in Blood Valley. She is fair-skinned and beautiful, with an outstanding temperament, but her occupation is a corpse chaser. Catching corpses, also known as moving spirits, originated in western Hunan. According to legend, the profession was born from the time when the Yellow Emperor fought Qiyu. Yi Xianer is an ancestral zombie catcher, and by her generation it is already the 80th generation. The other 6 beauties heard someone speak and immediately opened their eyes vigilantly. Except that unlike normal people, they have dull eyes and move a little stiffly. Lee 11 pointed at the beautiful women beside Yi Xianer. They can't be your zombies. Yi Xianer cupped a bit of water and wiped it on the shoulder of a female zombie next to her. Of course, it wasn't easy to collect these 6 zombies of mine. They mustn't be properly maintained. This is true. These 6 female zombies are all schoolgirl level looks, and after becoming a zombie, the skin is still glowing and white as gelatin, so it can be seen that she did spend some effort. But I see you used a small zombie, 7 or 8 years old, instead of them during the daytime competition. As Lee 11 spoke, he walked over to the soup pool and pinched the face of one of the zombies. It felt almost indistinguishable from a real person. Yi Xianer explained, "It's only the first round. I don't want to expose my strength. But since you discovered it, you have to promise me that I can't tell anyone else." Suddenly, she bellowed, "Stop!" At the same time, Li Shi's palm came to a screeching halt in front of a female zombie. Yi Xianer's eyes widened in anger as she scolded, "What do you want to do?" Li 11, however, laughed cheekily, "I was just curious to see if the rest of the female zombie's body was no different from a normal person." Saying that, his gaze scanned over the female zombie recklessly. Yi Xianer was instantly furious. Her face flushed red as she gritted her teeth and cursed, You stinking rascal." Just then, Lin Miao slinkily walked over. At a glance, she saw that Li 11 was taking a dip in the hot spring pool with 7 beautiful women, and a wry smile appeared on her face. She quickly pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and snapped a picture of Li 11. Seeing this, Li 11 was startled and shouted in a panic, "Lin Miao, what do you want?" "Oh, ___. Oh haha, I'm going to send it to Sister Joe so she knows what you're doing." In order not to invite trouble, Li 11 immediately stood up and tried to grab the phone. "You quickly delete it for me." Ha. I'll pass." Li 11 was agile and dodged the cell phone as soon as he could. However, his feet slipped and his whole body lunged towards Lin Miao. The two fell into the pool together, causing a splash. Right at this moment, something strange happened. Those 6 female zombies who were originally soaking in the hot springs without moving, unexpectedly opened their eyes at the same time, and revealed a greedy look. They slowly stood up and approached Li 11 and Lin Miao. Yi Xianer was alarmed as she realized that these zombies might have been stimulated in some way and lost control. She hastily chanted a spell to try and regain control of the zombies. However, events unfolded beyond her expectations and the zombies were completely out of control. Looking at the female zombie with a menacing face, Li 11 hurriedly shouted, "Yi Xianer, what do you want to do?" Yi Xianer is also a little anxious. "I don't know how these zombies are out of control. And how did you control them before?" "I used a talisman, but I don't have it with me right now." Li 11 immediately summoned Yin Lei. "I've got them under control. Go get the talisman." It was unknown how Yi Xianer cultivated these zombies. Li 11 felt that their strength was terrifying. 5 minutes later, he's kind of holding out. Why hasn't she come yet? Suddenly, a female zombie broke free from the bondage of the Yin Thunder. She stretched out her snow-white hands and lunged at Li 11, and she was extremely fast. Lin Miao tried to control her with her harness, but her strength was too great, and the harness couldn't stop her. At this time, Li 11 concentrated all his spirit on controlling the Yin Lei, facing the extremely fast pouncing female zombie, completely too late to dodge. Put! The female zombie suddenly knelt down in front of Li Shui. At the same time, his pants were peeled down. Then the female zombie took a bite. Ah! In the face of the sudden change, Lin Miao let out a loud cry and covered her eyes in shame. Yi Xianer took the talisman and came to the soup pool and was stunned by the scene before her. "What are you waiting for?" It was only after Li Shi's reminder that Yi Xianer reacted. The female zombie that had been labeled with the talisman was then brought back under control. Li 11 lifted his pants and said excitedly, "Crazy! These zombies of yours are crazy." Lin Mo Qna, what the heck is going on here? Yi Xianer thought for a moment and slowly said, "Normal zombies like Yin and usually cultivate in extremely Yin places. But these zombies of mine have a different cultivation method. They are practicing in extremely young places. From that situation just now, they seem to have come into contact with something extremely young." Li 11 was surprised. "It can't be me." Yi Xianer nodded. "Hot spring water comes from magma. The yang energy was already heavy enough. Plus you fell into the water just now. You should have broken through the zombie threshold." When he thought about it, the fact that he was the body of a young god mostly had something to do with it. Li 11 came to a female zombie and lifted the talisman affixed to her face. "They should be controlled," Yi Xianer said. "Now you can rest assured. With the talisman in place, they can't make any waves." Lin Miao suddenly laughed out. "Pity, oh, why didn't I film it just now?" After this mess, the people watching around gradually increased. In order to unnecessary trouble, the three rushed back to the hotel. The next day, the 16-8 match started on time. Unlike other promotions, this underdog selection is a redraw for each round. After everyone had drawn their lots, there were still 2 lots left empty. Li 11 anxiously dialed Zhou Ling's phone, but there was still no one on the other end. Lin Miao was eliminated. but she still cared about this competition. She rushed to Blood Valley gasping for air. The hotel still doesn't have Sister Joe. Where the hell did she go? Although Lee 11 was in a hurry, there was nothing he could do. Luckily, after everyone opened the results of the draw, the referee realized that Zhou Ling had been placed in a group with another latecomer. At this moment, the referee announced, Zhou Ling advances. Although the others didn't know why, they couldn't say anything else when they remembered that Pao had said that the final interpretation of this competition belonged to him. Lee 11 looked at his opponent. It's amazing that you can get a little bit of a ride with yourself as well. The man coldly said, Lee 11, how you bullied my brother. I'll return the favor for him. Chapter 102 Bronze Spider. Inside the Valley of Blood. Only to see a beautiful woman standing in front of Lee 11. She had a slender and graceful figure. Her skin was as white as snow, as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade. Under the straight and beautiful nose, there was a pair of light red attractive lips. She didn't wear makeup, but that fresh, natural beauty made her still radiant even without powder. Lee 11 asked, Is your brother? The beautiful woman said coldly with an expressionless face, Gongsun Jinyu. So it's the Gongsun family. This beauty's name was Gongsun Yubing, and she was likewise a supine armor master. The match she had yesterday happened to be scheduled for the first match of the afternoon, and at that time, Lee 11 was not able to witness this wonderful duel due to his late arrival, so he was not impressed with her. At this moment, she was seen pulling out a small supine armor that was only the size of a palm, and then reciting words under her breath, accompanied by the sound of incantation. That small supine armor gradually changed its form, and eventually became a bronze spider the size of a car. The bronze spider was so realistic that even the hairs on its legs were made. It's just that for normal spiders, that's leg hairs, but for spiders of this size, it's called barbs. This scene left the crowd in the room with their jaws on the floor, as they had never seen bronze supine armor before. It is important to know that the supine armor art has been passed down for thousands of years, but almost all supine armor is made of wood. Rumor has it that the Gongchu family owns a pair of ancestral bronze supine armor, only that no one in the family has ever been able to control them due to the extreme difficulty of manipulation. Unexpectedly, this seemingly young beauty had mastered the Gongsun family's most profound and unpredictable supine armor art. Gongsun Yubing looked at Lee 11 coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. She lightly opened her vermilion lips. Today, I'll let you see the true laying down of armor. Before the words fell, the bronze spider in her hand suddenly crawled rapidly and pounced. Seeing this, Lee 11 tried to dodge, but the bronze spider was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind him. He still didn't know how strong the bronze spider's defense was, so to be on the safe side, he could only activate Yin Lei under his feet, summoning a puddle of Yin Lei on the ground, followed by a sideways slide to dodge it. Then, he summoned a young thunder and shot it at the bronze spider. There was a bam. The young thunder struck the bronze spider, and other than making a sound, it surprisingly did not cause the slightest damage to it. Lee 11 was shocked in his heart that this bronze spider was so sturdy. He turned around and summoned several young thunder in succession, striking at the bronze spider together. However, these attacks were like a stone sinking into the sea and did not have any effect on it. That's a bit of a tough one. The corners of Gongsun Yubing's mouth rose slightly, as if he had already anticipated all of this. With a thought in her mind, the bronze spider's tail suddenly opened up and spewed out a stream of white silk towards Lee 11. Lee 11 had a plan in mind. Forcing an attack would not work, so he might as well make it work. The spider silk wrapped Lee 11 into a big dumpling. A disdainful smile spread across the corners of Gongsun Yubing's mouth as he said contemptuously, "This is the so-called Xianmen Assembly martial arts champion? Oh, it's nothing more than that." At this moment, Lee 11 was tightly bound by countless spider silks, unable to move at all. However, an elusive, cunning glint crept into his eyes. Gongsun Yubing reached out and violently pulled out the sharp barbs on one of the bronze spider's legs. "I hope you won't admit defeat so easily. Oh, otherwise, I'm going to be very disappointed." As soon as the words left her mouth, she quickly wrapped Li Shi's mouth tightly with spider silk again to prevent him from speaking. The crowd outside the arena shook their heads and sighed, all thinking that Lee 11 will definitely lose this time. Gongsun Yubing held the barbs and leisurely wandered back and forth in front of Li Shi's body, and muttered, "Let me think about, where exactly should I start? Is it to cut your handsome face first, or to slash your two legs first?" After thinking carefully for a moment, she followed up by muttering to herself, "It's a bit of a shame to cut up such a handsome face. Well, then let's leave some marks on your legs for the time being." She was about to do it when the unexpected happened. Lee 11, who was bundled into a dumpling, unexpectedly became a puddle of black liquid. Immediately after, Gongsun Yubing suddenly felt a warmth coming from her neck, and a strong and powerful arm reached over from behind at an unknown time and tightly pinched her neck. At the same time, A cold and familiar voice rang in his ears. You lost. Gongsun Yubing was horrified and stared in disbelief at what was happening in front of her. The crowd outside the arena was also stunned by the sudden turn of events. Substitution. Someone outside the arena said, "This is a great skill of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. I didn't expect Li 11 to be able to perform it at such a young age." It is said that back then, the old Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain was also at the age of 70 before he cultivated Yin Lei to this level. Li 11 truly deserves to be the genius of geniuses. Just then, Li 11 sensed that the bronze spider beside him trembled slightly and seemed to have moved. He tightened his hand around Gongsun Yubing's neck a little more. Gongsun Yubing immediately felt difficulty in breathing, and her body began to tremble. She tried to struggle, but to no avail. In the end, she had to give up her resistance and gasped, "I admit defeat." After the referee announced the result, Gongsun Yubing viciously left a vicious sentence. "Although I lost, I'm not convinced. Li 11, you wait for me." She left the arena in a rage. After another day of fierce competition, the 16-8 matches of the Soul Detainer and Demon Underworld Envoy groups were successfully completed. Li 11 and Zhou Ling both managed to make it to the final 8. Back at the hotel, Li 11 knocked on Zhou Ling's room and called again, but he still couldn't get in touch. Where did people go? And not a word. He went back to his room, and he lay down on his bed and swiped on the beauty broadcast. Soon after, it was time to fall asleep. In a daze, Li 11 vaguely heard a rustling sound coming from his ears, as if there were countless small things crawling in his room. What is this sound? Are there cockroaches in the underworld? He muttered inwardly, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he fumbled to turn on the light. However, as he reached for the bedside light switch, he suddenly felt his hand touch a grape-sized piece of wood. What's even stranger is that the piece of wood seems to move. Immediately afterward, he felt a stinging pain hit him, and it turned out to be that the wood had actually bitten him. "Ha! What the hell?" He jerked his hand back, yelping out in pain. Li 11 was shocked in his heart and immediately threw the wood in his hand to the ground fiercely and quickly turned on the lights of the room. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he took in the sight before him, only to see his room densely crawling with a spider made of wood. These spiders were of different sizes, but without exception, they all exuded a bizarre aura. Just then, an unwilling voice came from the window. "Li 11, if you have the ability to compete again." Chapter 103, Mona wants to watch the game? You're still a ghost. Through the light, Li 11 saw Gongsun Yubing surprisingly levitating outside the window. But this is the 6th floor. She's not a shadowy spirit. How did she do it? Just compare. Am I still afraid of a little girl like you? The corners of Gongsun Yubing's mouth rose slightly as she smiled faintly. Follow me. When she finished, she turned and landed lightly back on the ground. As if summoned by some mysterious power, those wooden spiders of different sizes moved in a neat and orderly manner, like a tidal wave, and quickly retreated out of the window. Under the streetlight, a man and a woman walked silently. No one spoke, their figures gradually blending into the darkness in the distance. Where exactly are you taking me to compete? Li 11 was a bit impatient. Gongsun Yubing stopped and looked back at him, revealing a wry smile. That's it up ahead. With that, she turned and continued on her way. Li 11 looked at her slender back and couldn't help but feel some curiosity in his heart, but he still followed. The two continued on until they came to a dimly lit grove. Come on, light up that bronze spider of yours. Gongsun Yubing hemmed and hawed. A hint of smugness flashed in his eyes. Now that I'm dealing with you, I don't need the bronze crescent armor. Li 11 frowned, not understanding why she suddenly said that. Does she have some secret weapon? He looked at Gongsun Yubing vigilantly, trying to find some clues from her expression and movements. Li 11 secretly mobilized Yan Lei, ready to deal with possible attacks at any time. However, as he was about to cast his lightning spell, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness hit him. His eyes became blurry and his body lost its balance. With an unsteady stand, Li 11 sat down heavily on the grass. His head buzzed and his thoughts became confused. Gongsun Yubing laughed out in triumph. Well, I told you, I don't use bronze spiders. Li 11 lifted his head breathlessly and looked at Gongsun Yubing, asking with difficulty, what exactly did you do to me? Look at your right hand. Following her gaze, Li 11 realized that the place where he had just been bitten by the wood spider in the room was already black. He then realized why he had to walk for so long. Because she was stalling. Gongsun Yubing proudly walked to his side. I'll see how you can still escape this time. Li 11 only felt his eyes go black and fainted. I don't know how much time passed, but he was awakened by the sound of two men arguing. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw that Fire Spirit Air and Qi Liuli were quarreling, while on the side of a big tree was bundled up the bruised Gongsun Yubing, and her bronze spider was trapped by a ball of magma. Fire Spirit said, I'm the one who caught this young lady. Churi retorted, if I hadn't trapped her bronze puppet, would you have had a chance? When the two saw that Lee 11 had woken up, they immediately ran over with concern. What the hell happened? The duo immediately described the battle they had just fought in colorful detail, and Fire Spirit asked, Master, who exactly do you think got the most credit? Lee 11 was amused by these two little girls, and secretly sighed in his heart. This time, he was able to turn the danger into safety, thanks to the two of them. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Both of you deserve a lot of credit. I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get away without either of you. Fire Spirit was still reluctant. Then you say who's actually bigger? Lee 11 joked. You're all underdeveloped. None of you are as big as Zhou Ling. He came in front of Gongsun Yubing and he laughed out. Gongsun's sister. Now you're convinced. Bah! Gongsun Yubing was still 10,000 times unconvinced in his heart. What do you have against me? To secretly poison me? What a resourceful little sister. At this time, Gongsun Yubing clothes were flame burned through a number of holes, revealing snow-white skin. Lee 11 rubbed his hands, revealing an evil smile. In ancient times, there are Zhu Guliang's 7 captures of Manhwa. I am not so generous. When he finished, his hands reached out. Gongsun Yubing was scared and almost cried. What do you want to do? We're alone. What do you say? Shameless. I'm shameless? You're the one who poisoned me first, okay? I'm just treating you the way you want to be treated. Just when Lee 11 immediately got his hands on him, a black shadow flashed by, and then Lee 11 was grabbed by the ear. This feels so familiar. It's Zhou. Looking at the furious Zhou Ling, Lee 11 immediately compensated with a smile. Listen to my explanation. Zhou Ling kicked him in the ass. What a colorful man. Lee 11 didn't care. He was concerned. Where the hell have you been? Why aren't you answering your phone? Humph. Zhou Ling angrily looked away. Lee 11 hurriedly went forward and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, saying softly, all right, I was just trying to scare her. I know it's wrong, and I won't make this kind of joke again. Zhou Ling remained silent. So Lee 11 turned to Fire Spirit and Gongsun Yubing and gave them a wink to help persuade them. Fire Spirit Child and Gongsun Yubing looked at each other and smiled. Walking over to Zhou Ling's side, one of them took one of her hands and said, Sister Zhou, don't be angry with your master. He's been worried during the time you've been missing. Zhou Ling looked at them. Her face eased a bit, and said, let's forget it this time. If there's a next time, I won't be lenient. Lee 11 pointed to the sky and swore, it will never happen again. It was then that Zhou Ling revealed the reason for the disappearance. The Zhou family was originally one of the offices of the Underworld in the Young World, responsible for policing the ghosts of the Underworld in the Young World. During the competition the day before yesterday, he noticed that there was something wrong with one of the contestants, so he secretly investigated him. This investigation didn't matter, but it was surprising to find that the man had made an agreement with an evil spirit that had escaped from the Underworld to the Young World, the Spirit Ghost Contract. The so-called Spirit Ghost Contract is a contract between humans and Een spirits. The Een spirit cultivates with the help of the human's body, and the human shares the cultivation of the Een spirit's terrifying energy. Knowing this, Zhou Ling immediately reported the matter to Pao Zhang, who then asked her to capture the evil spirits. That was why when Zhou Ling and the contestants drew a group, Pao immediately announced Zhou Ling's advancement. Zhou Ling had been chasing the evil spirit to reach a deserted place, which had subdued her, so her cell phone had been without a signal. Lee 11 took a long breath. You scared me to death. I thought something happened to you. Zhou Ling asked. You didn't fool around outside while I was gone, did you? Which is not. I've been preparing for the game. Hearing this, Fire Spirit Air and Chi Lioli kept snickering on the side. Zhou Ling came to Gongsun Yubing's side and asked Chili Lioli to release both her and the bronze puppet. Gongsun Yubing thanked Zhou Ling before disappearing into the night. Let's get back to resting. We have an 8-in-4 game tomorrow. Zhou Ling was about to leave when she turned back and added, I heard that Meng is going to watch the game tomorrow. Chapter 104. Meng Z? What's she doing here? After hearing the news that Meng was coming to watch the match, Lee 11 couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. On the other hand, the fire spirit on the side looked very excited as she said with a smile, he. People have personally given you scented pouches, oh so what? This time, she must be specifically coming to see how her future hubby will shine and shake the world in the competition. Lee 11 was completely speechless. Please, don't talk nonsense, okay? She's just a senile old woman. I wouldn't be interested in such a person. Fire Spirit couldn't help but laugh and teased. Ha ha, I heard that someone once swore that up to 99, down to just back walking, regardless of age, as long as it's a woman can accept it. Facing Fire Spirit's ridicule, Lee 11 scratched his head in some embarrassment, but still responded with a stiff upper lip. Did you? Who said such a thing? Ha, humph. If such a person really exists, then he is definitely the scum of the scum. The next day, Valley of Blood. The 8-in-4 game is officially underway. only to see a kindly-looking old woman, holding a dragon-headed walking stick, slowly coming to Bao Zhang's side. Isn't this the mysterious old lady I met at the crossroads that night? It's really Meng. At the same time, he saw an acquaintance at Meng's side, Meng Zi. She's also a contestant in this selection for The Undertaker. Meng Zi looked to be only about 20 years old, and due to her sweet looks, hot body, and the fact that she had been wearing an ancient Chinese dress, Li 11 had a deep impression of her. Mona? Meng Zi? A trace of doubt flashed through Li Shi's mind. Could they be related? Mona seemed to sense Li Shi's gaze as she slightly sidestepped and whispered something to Meng Zi. Meng Zi sniffed and couldn't help but raise her head, following Meng's line of sight. When her gaze landed on Li 11, a shy blush rose on her face. Then she lowered her head as if she was a little embarrassed. The same redraw is needed today. It's official. In the first match, Meng Zi faced Zhou Ling. Upon seeing this result, Zhou Ling's mood instantly hit rock bottom, as if she was gripped tightly by an invisible force, making her feel as desperate as death. She had once crossed paths with Meng Zi and knew how powerful she was, and a trace of fear couldn't help but well up in her heart. Meng Zi is Meng's righteous daughter from the Tang dynasty. As the next heir to the inner circle of Meng, her strength was among the highest in the entire underworld. Noticing how Zhou Ling's entire body was tense and her fists were clenched, Li 11 asked curiously, "Why do you look so nervous? Is Meng Zi really that powerful?" Zhou Ling nodded heavily in acquiescence. She recalled the scene where she fought Meng Zi when she first entered the underworld 10 years ago, and it was still vivid in her mind. At first, the strength that Meng Zi had displayed had shocked her deeply and made her realize the huge gap between herself and the other party. However, despite the uneasiness within her heart, Zhou Ling's eyes gradually became firm. She told herself that since she had already come here, she had to go all out to face this match. She wanted to see if after these 10 years of hard work, the gap between herself and Meng Zi was still as unattainable as it was back then. No matter what, she decided to have a good match. Even if she couldn't defeat her opponent in the end, she still had to show her true strength. Inside the playing field, Meng Zi was dressed in a red and white color-coordinated strapless Tang-style dress, reflecting her fair as snow skin even more moving. Her black hair fell like a waterfall to her waist and shoulders, fluttering gently with the breeze, as if she were a dancing elf. She was like a fairy descending from the sky, and people couldn't help but fall in love with her. "We shouldn't have seen each other for 10 years. Meng Zi's voice was soft and gentle, like heavenly music. Zhou Ling nodded. 10 whole years. Then let's compare again. Let's see if you've grown in the last 10 years. The corners of Zhou Ling's mouth rose slightly, revealing a frank smile. That's exactly what I want. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Ling instantly transformed into a black mist and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Meng Zi, on the other hand, unhurriedly transformed into a red mist and flew lightly into midair. Her stance was graceful, as if she was a dancing butterfly. Red fog and black fog in the air collision issued a series of crisp ding, ding, ding sound. This is the sound of weapons collision, full of speed and passion. But just now they were empty-handed, and the crowd didn't know where their weapons came from. For a while, the wind and clouds changed, and the electricity flashed and thundered. The crowd was shocked that these two were so powerful. The red mist and black mist dispersed, revealing Zhou Ling and Meng Zi's real bodies. Only Meng Zi was holding a curved dagger in her hand, small and delicate, with a red gemstone set at the end of the dagger. Zhou Ling was similarly holding a dagger that was black and ancient, radiating a chilly aura. Zhou Ling and Meng Zi were in the Valley of Blood. You and I were at each other's throats. Suddenly, Zhou Ling sidestepped and dodged Meng Zi's attack, while the dagger in her hand stabbed towards Meng Zi. Seeing this, Meng Zi immediately executed a bizarre body technique, her figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Zhou Ling was startled in her heart and hurriedly turned around to look for Meng Zi's figure. Just then, she felt a strong aura of danger coming from behind. It was too late for her to dodge, so she could only lunge forward with all her might. However, it was all a trap for Meng Zi, only to see Meng Zi appear above Zhou Ling, the dagger in her hand stabbing towards Zhou Ling's back heart. Zhou Ling's eyes widened, her heart filled with despair. She knew that she wouldn't be able to dodge this strike no matter what. You lose. Meng Zi's dagger shallowly pierced Zhou Ling's clothes, and a drop of blood flowed out. That drop of blood turned into mist the moment it touched the dagger. Thank you for being merciful. Zhou Ling put away her dagger. Meng Zi also retrieved the dagger, turning it into a hairpin and inserting it back into her head. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for 10 years, your cultivation has actually caught up. The referee calls the first match and Meng Zi advances. Next up is the second game, Li 11 vs Yi Xianer. Only Yi Xianer appeared in the arena with her 6 beautiful zombies. 7 beautiful women in shorts and tank tops formed a bright landscape in Blood Valley. Those men outside the arena stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing a beautiful woman. Yi Xianer remembered the scene in the hot springs earlier. and hemmed and hawed. Lee 11. You admit defeat. How do you know I'm going to lose before we even compete? Have you forgotten how a group of 6 female zombies, swarmed you at the hot tub? She walked over to Lee 11 and whispered, I can't guarantee that I can control them. If my pants get peeled off by then, I'm not responsible. Chapter 105, The Mona marries her daughter. Lee 11 looked around awkwardly. Stop it. It was an accident. Yi Xianer smiled mysteriously. Last time it was an accident, but not this time. What do you want? Hey, you're about to find out. Only to see Yi Xianer tear off the talismans on the brains of the 6 female zombies and shake the corpse control bell in her hand. Those female zombies immediately looked at Lee 11, revealing a greedy color. Lee 11 felt this feeling was familiar, and his heart chilled. Asterisk. Come back. Yi Xianer laughed. To tell you the truth, these female zombies of mine seem to like your scent. As soon as the words fell, the female zombies pounced on Lee 11 like hungry wolves. The male players outside the arena had envious looks on their faces. They talked about it off the field. It's worth it to die under the peony flower and be a ghost. It's worth it to die in the hands of these female zombies. Who says it isn't? This level of beauty is not easy to find in the young world, and there are still 6 of them. The people outside the field were envious, but it was bitter for Lee 11 inside the field. At the spa, there were hardly any people, so it was fine to take a loss. Being taken advantage of by a female zombie in such a public place. If the word gets out, how can one still mix? Obviously, Yin Lei was unable to restrict the zombie's movements, and he could only rely on his agility to dodge. Yi Xianer saw that Lee 11 had some means and continued to control the corpse bell, intending to completely unlock the control of the female zombies and let them play freely. Little brother, just stop hiding. The female zombie actually dared to speak. Lee 11 thought to himself, Yi Xianer is completely trying to make me faceless in the future. He sidestepped a female zombie's flying lunge, but was caught cold by another female zombie who grabbed the corner of his coat. The female zombie yanked so hard that Li Shi's blouse was ripped off. Wow! A gasp came from outside the arena. Lee 11 was ashamed and annoyed, and kicked the zombie away, while secretly screaming in agony. If this goes on, it will really have no face. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Yi Xianer holding the corpse control bell in one hand and the talisman taken off the zombie's head in the other. Yeah, I have a talisman too. He thought quickly in his head about what talismans he had to deal with the female zombie. Try the amulet of fixation first. Since he didn't prepare a ready-made one in advance, he could only casually take out an empty talisman that he hadn't yet made, and in between dodging the female zombie, he went to the blood river, dipped his hand in the blood water, and drew a fixation talisman. Splat! He slapped the fixation charm at the chest of a female zombie. Last time, I didn't feel the touch of a female zombie in the hot spring pool, but this time, I finally realized my wish, and the touch was really no different from that of a living person. But this fixation talisman unexpectedly has no effect on the female zombie. Lee 11 was shocked in his heart, and as he watched the other female zombies gradually gather around him, he decided to try the other talismans once more. Aphrodisiac charms. Right, just use an aphrodisiac charm. Aren't you guys here for my breath of yang? I'll help you guys rush again. He dipped once more into the blood and drew a talisman. Hey, it worked! After a female zombie was hit by the aphrodisiac talisman, she first froze, then her face instantly reddened, her eyes were mesmerized, and she no longer chased after Lee 11, but instead, she lay on the ground, wriggled her body, and let out seductive sounds. The arena was instantly abuzz with some whistling. Asterisk. Cow asterisk. Quickly, stick them all up. I want to see them. Seeing that her zombie was out of control and was making such indecent movements, Yi Xianer's face reddened. What kind of talisman did you put on it? Hey, wanna know? How about one for you too? You're shameless. Lee 11 said smugly. You still have the nerve to call me shameless? I don't know who was trying to shame me just now. Yi Xianer saw that her zombie couldn't end it if she continued, so she could only helplessly say, Lee 11, I admit defeat. You quickly put away that talisman of yours. The referee calls the second match and Lee 11 advances. The other male players outside the arena gave a disappointed look. I haven't seen enough. They gathered around and visited Yi Xianer's female zombie. Yi Xianer angrily scolded. What are you looking at? Look again and gouge your eyes out. The remaining 2 games were soon over as well. After 3 days of competition, it was finally decided that there would be 4 people in the group of soul detainers and 4 people in the group of demon underworld ambassadors. Tomorrow is the day when it will be finalized that I can become a. Seeing the crowd dispersing, Lee 11 and the others also intended to leave, when a sweet voice said, Mr. Lee, Granny is looking for you. Looking at the slender Meng Zi in front of him, and then looking at the not-so-distant Mang woman, Li 11 really panicked, thinking, what kind of sins did I create in my past life? Lin Meow Meow snickered in a whisper. Come on. You can do it. Although Li 11 was 10,000 times reluctant in his heart, he still hardened his heart and walked over to Mang, smiling sarcastically and asked, Granny, what is it that you are looking for me for? Mangpa looked at him with a smiling face. I heard the Night Fork talk about having seen Mang Zishio's scented pouch in the underworld, so I came over to take a look, and it's really you. Li 11 was shocked in his heart. Wait. She said that this scented pouch was embroidered by Meng Zi. In other words, that Meng character on the scented pouch doesn't represent Meng woman, but Meng Zi. When Meng Zi saw Li 11 looking at her, she shyly twisted her head away. To be sure of his thoughts, Li 11 asked, what did you mean when you gave me the scented pouch at the crossroads before? Mona laughed. Naturally, it's to find me a son-in-law. This old lady of mine is planning to retire, but thinking that life after retirement is too boring. So she wants to report her grandchildren as soon as possible. But this daughter of mine has known nothing but cultivation for 1,000 years, and she doesn't know how to find a date. Can I not be anxious? So she took it upon herself to go to the young world and find one for him. Looking at Meng Zi's slender back, Li Shi's heart blossomed with joy. Meng went on to say, Xiao Zi also told me about your behavior in the past few days, and I've also read your life and death book, and even though you're a womanizing Taoist priest, you're still not a bad person. The underworld doesn't care about monogamy either, as long as you let her be the boss. Li 11 thought to himself, boss, definitely the boss. She's a Yin spirit from the Tang dynasty. She's definitely the boss by age. That's the way things are. No problem on my violet side. Do you have a problem? Li 11 was excited. Nope, I don't have any problems at all. Mangpa nodded. Alright, then this marriage is finalized. If you can both be selected as Yin man tomorrow, I'll talk to old Bao so that you can go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom together. Li 11 was puzzled. That's not right. Isn't Meng Zi going to take your place? What's she doing being inducted into the underworld? Meng leisurely said, don't look at me on the Naiha bridge to feed people soup, but at least it is a regular department. She does not first mention a regular section. How to take over my office. I have long urged her to quickly into the organization, but just do not listen. Otherwise, after 1,000 years, it's not as if there's no position at all. Chapter 106, The Grim Reaper Comes. But a sister. Alright, I, an old woman, won't be a light bulb here, so you guys can communicate more tonight. Mona disappeared into the distance on her dragon head crutch. Lin Miamia had long ago overheard their conversation with the art of Shaowei. After seeing Mango, she and Zhou Ling came to Li Shi's side. You're really lucky to have picked up such a great beauty for nothing. Although Zhou Ling was upset in her heart, she could only accept it openly. Ms. Meng, we'll all be on our own from now on. Li 11 was in a good mood. Little master, I'm happy today. What do you guys want to eat? I'll treat you tonight. Lin Miao Miao's stomach had been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Sister Meng, you've lived here for more than 1,000 years. Can you take me to a place that has specialties in your area to try? Meng Zi thought for a moment. Then you're asking the right person. Today is the Underworld's annual Lantern Night Market. Along the River of Forgetfulness can be lively. We can go there to take a look. The River of Forgetfulness, the longest and widest river in the Underworld. It can be divided into 3 sections, each with a different view. The River of Forgetfulness originates from the underground river at the deep foot of Taishan Mountain in the Yang Dynasty, passes through the ground, flows into the Ghost Gate, and passes through the Yellow Springs Road and the Golden Rooster Ridge to the Fengdu Ghost City. This is the first section of the most beautiful part of the River of Forgetfulness. The Underworld has spent a great deal of money on this section of the orphan souls and ghosts removal and black odor water treatment work. In the Fengdu Ghost City within the urban part of the city, the Underworld funded the creation of dozens of parks and a riverfront commercial street. This is one of the top 10 livelihood projects in the Underworld. Last year, the project won the World Underworld Ecological Environmental Management Gold Medal, and foreign countries of the Underworld have come to study and visit. The second section is after flowing out of Fengdu Ghost City, arriving at the Underworld Temple, then to the 18 layers of hell, and finally to the Naiha Bridge. This section is deep and horrible. The river water is blood yellow. All the lonely ghosts that are not allowed to reincarnation. Insects and snakes are full of fishy wind on the face. The third paragraph is the part that comes after flowing out of the Neho Bridge. Drinking Mona's soup and being reincarnated on a boat from here is the path everyone must take. In this section, it's dark as hell, and no one knows what's on either bank. The 4 of them came to Fengdu Ghost City. Forget River Riverside Commercial Street. All sorts of strange lights and mystery filled the streets along the way. Meng Zi introduced them to various cuisines and specialty goods, and Lin Miao Miao was as excited as a child. Suddenly, there was a loud noise up ahead. Lin Meow Meow was so curious that she squeezed into the crowd to see what was going on. A man in a black cloak with a huge scythe in his hand was seen leading a three-headed dog into an argument with someone. The appearance of this three-headed dog's head reveals that it is surprisingly still a skewer, and that it is a three-fool skewer of a husky, Alaskan and Samoyed dog sled. Lee 11 also squeezed into the crowd and couldn't help but sigh. Foreign beauty. The girl in front of her, wearing a black cloak, looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She had long blonde hair that fell silky smooth over her shoulders. A pair of turquoise eyes were like two precious jewels, clear and bright, exuding a unique charm. The whole person gives off a fresh and clean look. However, this beauty's dress made Lee 11 feel somewhat familiar. Isn't this the Western god of death? How did she get here? The person who had the argument with the Grim Reaper was a middle-aged woman who was lying on the ground, constantly wailing, "Come and see, everyone in the neighborhood. The foreigner is bullying people. Her dog bit me on the leg, but she tried to run away." Death looked around at the crowd with a panicked face and mouthed a foreign language, but none of the people around her could understand what she was saying. However, from her facial expression, it seems that she is innocent and has been wronged by the older woman. Her panicked and helpless look was a bit similar to the two nerdy sisters of the black and white irregulars. She, a Shinigami, wouldn't be on probation too. Although Li Shi's English was average, but how could he miss the opportunity to save the beauty of the hero? He immediately used broken English to communicate with the god of death. It turns out that Death didn't intentionally indulge the dog in biting, but rather the older woman took the initiative to mess with the dog, and the dog accidentally injured her in self-defense. And the wound was not deep, just a shallow scrape. What's more, Big Mama is a ghost, and she doesn't need a tetanus shot. The people around also knew what the Big Mom was like. She was living off of bumper stickers, and when she saw that this was a little foreign girl, she tried to bully her. Understanding this situation, Lee 11 decided to make a big deal out of it and came forward to testify for the Death Sister. However, the older woman began to play hard to get, crying and demanding compensation from the sister. At this moment, Meng Zi walked forward. She gently waved her finger. A light flashed, then a point in the Big Mom's head. The Big Mom immediately stopped crying. The older woman scratched her head as if she had lost her memory. What happened? Why am I here? Upon seeing Meng Zi, she immediately fled in fear. The surrounding people gave thumbs up and kept praising. It's still Lord Meng Zi, Lee 11 asked curiously. What spell did you use? And why do they call you Lord Meng Zi? Meng Zi laughed. A small spell. Not worth mentioning. As for Lord Meng Zi, it's not because of Granny's light. Seeing that Lee 11 and the others had helped her, the Reaper girl immediately kept thanking her. The crowd looked curiously at this Een from a foreign land, their hearts filled with doubts. Why did she appear here? As it turns out, the Shinigami girl is named Alice and is actually a Shinigami trainee. This time she came to the Underworld with her master for the purpose of inviting Pao to participate in the International Underworld Academic Conference. However, while shopping, she accidentally gets lost with her master and encounters a bumper sticker. At this time, Alice looked at the time and realized that it was getting late, and spoke. It's getting late. I should go back. Thank you for helping out. After saying that, Alice said goodbye to the crowd and her figure faded away around the corner. Looking at Li Shi's reluctant appearance, Zhou Ling flirted conspiratorially. Why don't you go send it off again? Li 11 immediately picked up. Right. She's a foreigner. She's unfamiliar with this place and is prone to danger. Let's escort her for a ride. Zhou Ling sniffed and immediately grabbed his ears. I'm saying the opposite. Didn't you hear it? Ouch. Quickly let go. There are so many other people here. On the way back, Li 11 approached Meng Zi with a bad smile. Granny told us to communicate more tonight. Why don't you go sit at my place? Meng Zi immediately understood what he meant, and she sheepishly lowered her head. If you can win tomorrow's match then we'll talk about it. Li 11 was overjoyed. Hey, that means yes. The next day, the final round of the underdog selection begins. Li 11 was a bit nervous instead. 4 people drew lots. It shouldn't be drawn together with Meng Zi. That way only one of them can become a Een, and they won't be able to go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom together. Meng Zi could see his thoughts and whispered in his ear. Just don't worry, Granny had already taken care of it. We'll never be in a group. Chapter 107, this is the reincarnation of Goku. Sure enough, the two were not assigned to a group. In the final round of the tournament, the one who fought against Li 11 was a monk named Wuneng. He came from the Zen sect and was a senior brother to Goten, who participated in the Xian Men martial arts. He looked to be in his 30s or so, holding a water and fire relentless stick, with a beard and 9 orange-sized skulls hanging around his neck. Looking menacing, Li 11 thought to himself, did this person read too many Journey to the West? Carrying the weapon of the eldest brother, calling the second brother by his name, and looking like a sandy brother. Zhou Ling reminded. This monk is not ordinary. He won the championship of that realm's Xian sect martial arts as early as 20 years ago. You should be careful. On the racecourse, Wu Neng looked down on Li 11 in the slightest. Little Taoist, I've heard of your deeds. If it wasn't for my senior brother Wu Tian withdrawing from the tournament without the desire to fight, you wouldn't have been able to win the championship. Great monk. Times are different now. I'm not the same person I was a month ago. Gohanan laughed out loud. Just a month's time. How far can you improve your cultivation? He dared to say that because he really didn't see anything special about Li 11 in the first few rounds. Whether it's a substitution technique or a talisman, it's just some speculative skill. He only saw that he inserted the water in fire-reluctant stick into the ground, folded his hands together, recited a Buddhist sutra under his breath, and a golden light wrapped around his entire body. Buddha's wrathful Vajra. Someone off the field recognized his move. Li 11 also did not dare to slack off. After all, this game is related to the future and Meng Zi can go to the Cherry Blossom Country honeymoon. But thinking that he might have another big battle with Meng Zi tonight, he wanted to keep his strength for now. Thus, he summoned Fire Spirit and Kaluri. The players outside the arena had only heard that Li 11 had these, but had not seen them with their own eyes. Quick look, that's the Tongtian tattoo and the Fire Spirit. It's kind of an insightful day. Why two little girls? Can they do it? Fiery Spirit stretched and moved her muscles, muttering, it's been so boring lately. Finally I've come across an opponent who can fight. After saying that, her entire body transformed into a flame and rushed towards the great monk Wunang like a burning meteor. At the same time, the red Liuli wasn't willing to show weakness. It quickly changed its form and transformed into a huge fire dragon, roaring as it rushed towards Gonang. At this time, Li 11, on the other hand, summoned In Thunder, wanting to use it to restrict Gonang's movements. Although Gonang sneered at Li 11 with his mouth, he didn't dare to belittle him in his heart. After all, he had already witnessed the terrifying power of Yin Lei transforming magma before. He made a snap decision and immediately took dozens of steps backward to avoid being struck by the Yin lightning. However, Gonan still underestimated Li 11. One must realize that this was the Underworld, and that the place they were in was none other than Blood Valley. The fateful chi here was extremely thick, and for casting Yin Thunder, it could be said that it occupied the right place and the right time. Li Shi's Yin Thunder instantly became more powerful and soon covered half of the competition field. The spectators outside the arena were all stunned when they saw this scene. Someone couldn't help but marvel. This skill is too heaven-defying. Only the ground was filled with hot lava, and there were two ferocious fire dragons hovering in the sky. Li 11 launched a fierce attack on Gnosis from both land and air directions at the same time. Yi Xian'er and Gongsun Yubing were also outside the arena watching the match. Previously, the two of them were not convinced of their failure, and both thought that it was Li 11 who was playing smart. But today, when I saw his means, I was completely convinced from the bottom of my heart. Everyone was looking forward to how Gonang should respond to Li Shi's attack. In the face of such a powerful attack, Gohanan was not alarmed. He recited Buddhist scriptures under his breath, and the golden light on his body suddenly became dazzling. As the light grew brighter and brighter, it eventually formed a huge golden bell that covered Gohanan in it. The Yin Thunder and Fire Dragon crashed into the golden bell, emitting a loud noise, but they were never able to break through the golden bell's defense. When Li 11 saw this, his heart was shocked. He didn't expect that Gonang's golden bell shield had been practiced to such an extent. Although the lava and flames couldn't attack, Gohan was also quite uncomfortable, and he was soaked to the skin under the blazing temperatures. Someone laughed uproariously. Does this look like a roasted suckling pig to you guys? Just then, Gohanan bellowed, watch the move. As his words fell, the golden bell violently exploded and countless golden lights shot towards Li 11 and the others. Li 11 hurriedly dodged, and Fire Spirit and Red Liuli were also affected. Withdrawing a little distance to the back, Wu Neng took the opportunity to strike, picking up the water and fire relentless stick in his hand, and with a move of standing the stick and borrowing power, he smashed fiercely towards the Fire Spirit in midair. The sudden change of events made Fire Spirit unable to dodge. Fortunately, Li 11 used Yin Lei to pull her backward in time, and only then did she escape a stick. At the same time, Gonang's body dispersed, unexpectedly manifesting two doppelgangers. He even knows how to do Big Brother's extra-dimensional split. Li 11 originally wanted to save his strength to stay until the night, but now only winning the battle is the priority. As for the night, can only buy some goji berries after the game to make up more, she said to Fire Spirit and Kaluri. You guys help me stall for a minute. After saying that, he took out a talisman from his pocket. 9 Heavenly Ice Charms, Earth-ranked talisman. When he fought against Taoist Cloud Crane, Li 11 saw Taoist Cloud Crane use the Xian Ice Soul Sealing Talisman and was inspired by it. The 9 Heavens Xian Ice Talisman, which he had not been able to make before, had actually allowed him to make it. Looking at the talisman that emanated a cold aura from Zhou Shang, Wu Nong was stunned. At your age, you can even use an Earth-ranked talisman. Li 11 he smiled. Today I'll let you experience the feeling of ice and fire. Gohan didn't dare let him cast it out. And the 3 Gohan swung their water and fire-reluctant sticks at him viciously. Li 11 was still unskilled in using the Earth-ranked talismans. There was a period of time for the skill to falter forward, and when Fire Spirit and Shi Lioli saw the big monk attacking, they immediately blocked in front. 1 minute later. Just then, Li 11 prepared the 9 Heavenly Xian Ice Talisman as he shouted, "Get out of the way!" Upon hearing this cry, Fire Spirit quickly ducked into the Hutian Jade, while Red Lioli burrowed into the Tongtian Tattoo. Immediately afterward, a piercingly cold wind whistled, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. In mid-air, thousands of sharp ice needles rained down from the sky like rain, shooting straight towards Gnosis. Gonong knew the power of these ice needles and didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He hurriedly faded away his detachment and at the same time, he once again used his golden bell shield. Clang! Clang! The ice needles were like a speeding bullet, violently impacting on the golden bell shield with a deafening thud. However, under this alternation of extreme temperatures between cold and hot, Gohonen gradually could not sustain himself. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the golden bell shield was instantly shattered. Countless ice needles passed through Gohan's body, and a stream of blood sprayed out of his mouth before he collapsed helplessly to the ground. I concede. Although Li 11 won, he was tired and panting from the extensive use of the Yin Thunder and the 9 Heavens Xian Ice Talisman. Looks like it really needs to be patched up. I also wonder what the quality of goji berries in the underworld is like. Chapter 108. It's time for you to make up. The Soul Detainer group was left with Meng Zi's match. Her final opponent's name was Tang Yu. Tang Yu was born in the Tang clan and, at the same time, was a Yin spirit. The Underworld saw his family's influence in the southwest, and likewise set up the Underworld's office in the Yang world in his house. The Tang sect was originally a family of concealed weapons, with secretive and mysterious methods, and with the help of the Yin spirit's speed and stance, it allowed Tang Yu to easily enter the final match. The match began with Meng Zi and Tang Yu standing opposite each other. Although Tang Yu was empty-handed, this was what made the Tang clan so terrifying. While you know he will use his hidden weapon on you, you don't know exactly where he's hiding it. It could be in your hair, it could be in your shoes, even in your ears. A concealed weapon could come out. With the referee's order, Tang Yu instantly attacked, not knowing where he had taken out a steel needle. Approaching Meng Zi like a ghost, Meng Zi sidestepped and dodged, then raised her foot to kick Tang Yu's wrist. Right at this moment, a few more concealed weapons suddenly appeared at Tang Yu's wrists, and countless steel needles as fine as cow hair flew toward Meng Zi. However, she had been on her guard, which allowed her to dodge it. Against Tang Yu, physical attacks do not prevail. Meng Zi cast her unique spell, and for a moment, the wind and clouds changed. In the sky, blood mists appeared, and those blood mists converged together. Suddenly, from the blood mist there were countless arms sticking out, and those ghosts and wild spirits were frighteningly numerous. Someone exclaimed, those seem to be ghosts and wild spirits from the River of Forgetfulness. She's moving all the ghosts and wild spirits from the entire River of Forgetfulness. Rumor has it, those wild spirits eat ghosts. If you are reincarnated in a boat and you are accidentally grabbed by the feet and neck by the ghosts and wild spirits in the River of Forgetfulness, they will pull you off the boat and eat you. The ghosts and wild spirits lunged towards Tang Yu with open teeth and claws, and Tang Yu's face changed drastically, although he had concealed weapons. However, the number of ghosts was too great, and Tang Yu gradually felt overwhelmed. Meng Zi took the opportunity to bully her way up, forming seals in her hands and chanting under her breath. A ray of light shot out from her hand and directly struck Tang Yu's body. With a scream of misery, he fell to the ground. The referee immediately declared Meng Zi the winner. Meanwhile, the Demon Underworld Envoy group had completed their final match. Only 2 banshees approached. Behind a demoness was a pair of colorful wings, a butterfly spirit at first glance. The other has 7 fox tails on its tail and is a vixen at first glance. Li 11 thought to himself, 7 fox demons. That could be 1 cultivation level higher than Huchurako. Pao Zhang looked at the selected Inshur with satisfaction. Congratulations on your success in being selected as Underworld Undertakers. You can go to the Underworld tomorrow to go through the initiation procedures. As I said before, after the competition 2 members will be selected to travel to Sakura country on business. I wanted to let you guys compete fairly, but after communicating with the Sakura country's Underworld, I learned that we will also have to go to their Yang world this time. In order not to invite unnecessary trouble, I decided it would be better to send humans there. After saying that, he looked at the 2 demonesses. Do you have any objections? The female demons did understand the situation, and they knew deep down that they were able to join the civil service of the underworld from the demons was considered a success on the shore. Although they knew that if they did well in Sakura country, they might be able to come back and raise the deputy division. They didn't dare to compete with Meng Zi for this spot. Pao nodded. In that case, you guys should go back and rest. Li 11 and the others were ready to find a place to celebrate, but Meng Zi brought them to a medicine store. Lin Miaomyu worriedly said, Sister Meng, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Meng Zi shook her head. I was grabbing medicine for him. Lin Miaomyu looked Li 11 up and down. I see that he can jump and dance. There's nothing wrong with him? Before I became a yin spirit, my family was a family that practiced medicine, and I know a little bit about looking and sniffing. I can tell that in recent times he should not have messed with female yin spirits. I am afraid. Meng Zi smiled and didn't continue. Lin Miaomyu smiled and laughed. Sister Meng is right. He should make up for it. How can a normal man tolerate someone else's skepticism about his abilities? And a woman at that. Although he felt that the past 2 days were a bit worse than before, he still said with a stiff upper lip, that's mostly due to the recent use of Yin Thunder, which consumed too much kidney energy. Meng Zi saw that he wasn't telling the truth yet. Really? Then forget it. Anyway, I've heard that the black goji berries here are the best quality in the world. In that case, forget it. When she finished, she deliberately turned away. Li Shi's eyes immediately glowed. So that's how it is. I have a friend whose health has been failing, so since I'm here anyway, why don't I bring some souvenirs back to send him? After saying that, he immediately dug into the medicine store. Boss, come 10 pounds of black goji berries. The owner of the pharmacy was an old man. He was instantly baffled when he heard this. I've opened this pharmacy for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I've heard of buying so much. Can't you just buy it as a gift? The old man looked Li 11 up and down and shook his head helplessly. How can a nice young man be so vain? Lin Miaomyu sniffed and laughed out loud. Li 11 thought to himself that it had been almost a month since he had parted with Hu Cherry Z, and her demon pill cooling period was almost over. So when he went back it was time to find her to make up for it. The underworld likewise has bars, flashing lights, manic music. A few people got drunk at the bar. Without realizing it, Li 11 returned to his hotel room, and with him was Meng Zi. Meng Zi also honored her promise. 10 minutes past 8 the following day, Meng Zi woke up, saw Li 11 next to her, and recalled last night's scene. It was 1,000 years without this wonderful feeling. She couldn't help but lean over again. 8:40. Jingle bells, a sharp alarm clock sounded, breaking the world of two. Li 11 sat up violently. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He was shocked in his heart. Today was the day to report to the underworld. Last night, Lord Pao clearly informed him to go over at 9 o'clock, and now he was already about to be late. However, Meng Zi above was still intoxicated, not realizing the urgency of time in the slightest. She said with a cheeky smile, Aya, and Lord Pao are old acquaintances. It doesn't matter if we're late. With that, he reached out and pressed Li 11 back down. Time ticked by before Meng Zi slowly began to put on her makeup and dress up. It wasn't until 9:30 that the two hurried to the underworld. Pao Zhang said with a dark face, why are you two so unpunctual? Then he looked at Meng Zi and asked in a stern tone, was it you who took the lead? Meng Zi mischievously spat out her tongue and smiled as she pouted. Alright Lord Bao. I know I'm wrong. I won't be like this in the future. Pao shook his head helplessly and sighed. For hundreds of years, you've been saying this every time. If you can be punctual for once, that would be considered knowing your mistakes and being able to change them. Meng Zi pouted and said poutingly, oops, I'm a girl. It takes time to put on makeup. Pao looked at her helplessly, speechless. He picked up 2 documents from his desk, handed them to them and said, okay, you guys go to personnel and check in. Li 11 took the documents and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Lord Pao, can I check the life and death book? Chapter 109, 320 years old. You've got a lot of nerve to change. Knowing that almost all of his relatives were gone, Pao asked curiously, whose life or death do you want to see? Sun Bingxie. Pao Zhang nodded. I can promise you, but I can say in advance. Normally, the life and death book belongs to top secret. You can only check the life and death of this one person. Okay. Pao sat back down at his desk and opened the Book of Life and Death System. Worthy of being the official genuine life and death book system, the operation was much smoother than the previous invasion of everything. And soon, the information of Sun Bingxin was found. The truth was the same as what Sun Bingxia had gotten a master to calculate. She was indeed only 32 years old. I want you to look at her life. Pao handed him the mouse and told him to flip through it on his own. It didn't matter what this look was. She had a really fierce red. 4 years old. Interested in martial arts and learning taekwondo. 5 years old. dominating kindergarten, leaving female classmates to block male classmates from coming out of the restroom. At the age of 10, he led his classmates to teach punks a lesson and beat them up so much that they no longer dared to block students. At the age of 15, he entered the best high school in the city as the number one in the city, and in the same year, unified all the punks in the city under his banner. At 18, traveling to a pretty country to study abroad, she was robbed on her first day of school by a couple of black men. She knocked out 3 of them with her bare hands and left one in a vegetative state. 20 years old, during which time he assisted the police in solving a major smuggling case, was retaliated against and killed 2 people in return. At age 22, he led a gang fight with a neighboring city gang, killing 12 men by himself. At the age of 23, he returned to China to join the Skyrun group, and in the same year, he entered the 32K gang and became the 3rd in command. 24 years old, found out that the 2nd in command was an undercover agent of a rival gang, took out the 2nd in command and replaced him. 25 years old, during a firefight, he was shot several times to save his boss, and at the last moment, he killed the leader of the other side. At the age of 26, he took charge of the 32K gang and became its leader. At 27, he was blackballed in a deal that was besieged by multiple forces. At the age of 28, he disbanded the 32K gang and became the vice president of Tianrun Group. At the age of 29, he became the chairman of Tianrun Group. After reading it with Li 11, Bao Zhang likewise couldn't help but exclaim, "This woman is not ordinary." He looked at Li 11 and asked, "What is your relationship with her? Why do you want to check her biography?" Li 11 was worried that Meng Zi would be jealous, so he didn't tell the truth. "She's just a friend. The fortune teller said she only has 32 years to live, so she wanted to find out why." Bao Zhang signaled Li 11 to go on to the next page, only to see the last line reads, "Young life 70 years old. End of life. But because of being borrowed life reduced by 38 years. He looked at Pao. "What's a borrowed life?" Pao explained. "Everyone's lifespan is predetermined as soon as they are born. But rumor has it that there is an evil spell on Earth that can transfer one person's lifespan to another. This is called borrowing life. So you guys don't care?" Pao shook his head. "The Underworld is only responsible for coordinating the total amount of lifespan of living people in the young world, and will determine a person's lifespan when they are reincarnated. As for the things that happened to that person after they were born and affected their lifespan, we can't be in charge of the finer details. Can't you help change it back?" "Not in principle." Meng Zi walked over, snatched the mouse, returned the message to the top of the page, and added a 0 after the age of 32. "What principle can't be changed?" Li Shi's mouth opened wide in surprise. 320 years old. "You're really willing to do it?" Pao Zhan was furious and cursed. "Meng Zi, you're getting more and more lawless. Is the lifespan of a young person not to be altered indiscriminately?" Meng Zi had a face that didn't care. "Anyway, this is your account. And in the book of life and death system, you have the highest authority. No one will find out." Hearing this, Bao Zhang only slapped the table. "Meng's wife has spoiled you the more lawless you are." Meng Zi smiled smugly. All right, don't be angry. Lord Bao, big deal. I won't change it randomly in the future." Pao sighed helplessly. "This will not happen again." He turned his head to look at Li 11. "And you, only the 3 of us know about this matter. It must not be spread out. How can the book of life and death be changed at will? This is a violation of the laws of the Netherworld." Li 11 was busy nodding his head in agreement, but in his heart, he was thinking, this Meng Zi is really bold, but this 320 years of life expectancy is too much. At this time, Meng Zi suddenly came to Pao Zhang's ear and whispered, "Don't worry, Lord Pao. No one will know. Even if anything happens in the future, I'll bear it alone." Pao glared at her. "You assume? That's my account." Meng Zi hemmed and hawed, pointing to a corner of the room. "Isn't there surveillance there?" Pao waved his hand. "All right, you guys go ahead and check in." Then he added, "After you have processed your initiation, you will all go back to your homes and repair yourselves. In a week's time, take a ghost ship from the River of Forgetfulness to the Sakura country Underworld." Li 11 suddenly remembered that there was one more important thing. "Lord Pao, ask one thing. My mom has been in the Underworld for almost 10 years. When will he enter reincarnation?" "Reincarnation is out of my hands. But I was having a drink with the Wheel King the other day and we happened to be talking about you, and I heard him mention it, so I think we're about a month away from being reincarnated." Pao carefully looked to his left and right, and came over to Li Shi's ear and whispered, "Old Shui knows that it was you who saved his 2 precious daughters, and purposely found a good family for old mom. You just wait for her to enjoy happiness in her next life." Li Shi's hanging heart finally dropped. There was a knock on the door. "Hello, Mr. Bao, are you here? There are foreigners looking for him." I didn't expect Pao to respond. "Come in." Li Shi's eyes widened. Lord Pao. You know English? There is no way. For decades, often invited to international conferences. If you do not learn, go out with the little cute. Then he instructed. It just so happens that there's still a week left to go to Sakura country. So you guys learn more of the Sakura language too. The people outside the door came in, and Li 11 immediately recognized that they were two reapers. They all wore black cloaks and held a huge scythe in their hands. Walking in front of her was a blonde in her mid-30s, followed by the beautiful woman she met yesterday, Alice. Li 11 remembered that Alice had come with her master. It was no surprise then that the blonde in her mid-30s was Alice's master. Alice also recognized Li 11 and Meng Zi and greeted them in a whisper from behind. Bao Zhang gave a wink to the two, and they immediately understood and bid farewell to Bao Zhang and went through the entry procedures. But after entering the personnel office, Li 11 directly froze, because in front of him was sitting in the black and white impermanent sister. He stared wide-eyed. Shouldn't you guys be working over at the Ghost Gate? How come you're here? And it's still the personnel department. The white impermanence girl scratched her head a little embarrassed, awkwardly explaining that we always made some small mistakes when we were at the counseling desk before, and as a result, we received a lot of complaints, so we had no choice but to change posts again. Li 11 heard this, secretly muttered in his heart, this is not surprising. With the two of them this confused, can do a good job of counseling is strange. However, he quickly came back to his senses, thought of an important question, and hurriedly asked, does it mean that you are also responsible for our entry procedures? White impermanence hurriedly nodded and replied with a smile, that's right. Oh, it's us. Quickly give us your materials. Li 11 was still skeptical, and gave 1,000 instructions. You better be careful. Don't get me wrong. Chapter 110, there can be a female ghost in the back of the mountain. White impermanence handed a work tag to Li 11. Alright, this is your work tag. From now on, you can use it to travel to and from the Yin and Yang realms. Li 11 picked it up and glanced at the information on the work tag. 3 black lines instantly appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but say aloud, my gender should be male. Upon hearing this, White impermanence hastily snatched the work tag with one hand, smiled awkwardly, and explained, sorry, I got the two of you's information reversed. Li 11 secretly muttered in his heart, as far as your kind of working ability is concerned, no surprise, sooner or later, you will have to change your job. Meng Zi, who was on the side, had long known the two of them and understood their ability to do things, so she said to Bai Erratic, Shui Lo Ran, 100 years ago when you first went to school, I told you to be careful with your work, so how come you're still so furtive? White impermanence spat out his tongue mischievously and replied in a petulant manner, Teacher Meng, I know, I'll definitely pay attention in the future. At this time, Black impermanence also hastened to help out. Right, she's just started working, and she's still not very skilled in computer operation. Meng Zi criticized. Shuelei, your situation is no better. Li 11 asked in confusion. Why are you guys calling her teacher? It turned out that one of the black and white irregulars was called Shuelei, and the other was called Shui Loran, and they had attended the First People's Primary School of the Underworld for 100 years, and at that time, Meng Zi happened to be teaching a calligraphy class there, and that's how she came to know the two of them. White impermanence resumed handing the work license to Li 11. After making sure that there was no mistake, he said, I hope that when I come back to the Underworld in a week's time, I won't see you at any other post. The duo returned to the hotel and happened to meet Lin Miaomio and Zhou Ling who were checking out. Zhou Ling was concerned. Have you all done the formalities? Li 11 nodded. Since we're both leaving, we might as well join together. Then he looked at Meng Zi. Why don't you come with us to the Yang World and take a look? Meng Zi shook her head. I still have to help you find some herbs in the Underworld, so I won't be going. Herbs? What herbs? Lin Miao laughed out loud. Could it be that Sister Meng sees you as too weak? She wants to help you to adjust your conditioning? Since her voice was too loud, the people around her looked over. The hotel's young lady couldn't help but snicker when she heard it. Li 11 immediately blocked her mouth with his hand. Void? Where am I vain? Meng Zi smiled back. My husband is not vain. It's just that I'm a last 1,000 years of Yin spirit, and after being with him for a long time, I'm afraid that she can't stand it, so I'm helping him to look for medicinal herbs to completely eradicate the influence of Yin spirit on him. Lin Miao pushed away Li Shi's hand. Yo, I haven't seen you for a night and you've changed your name to Sangong. What did you guys do last night? Li 11 said. I'm not going to tell you. Lin Miao sighed. Hey, it's a pity that I drank too much last night, or else I would have had to take a good look at it with the art of Cha Wei in any case. You guys stop messing around. Zhou Ling smiled and interrupted the two's conversation. It's getting late. We have to go back. Meng Zi sent the three to the Ghost Gate. This was the first time Li 11 had returned to the young world from the underworld. Zhou Ling reminded. Since you all came in using the passage talisman, this return to the young world is the same way you came in. Wherever you guys came from, you will return to wherever you came from. The first time you guys go back, you might not be familiar with it and will feel dizzy. On the way, you can stand firm. Sure enough, after Li 11 walked into the black vortex of the ghost gate, he only felt a wave of dizziness, and then returned to the land temple. At this time, it was already evening in the young world. Li 11 looked at the time and hoofed it to a wreath store. Boss, buy something. The store owner was about to close the store when he heard someone shouting at him, so he turned his head to look at the door. He frowned and said, I'm sorry, young man, we're already closed. You can come back tomorrow. After saying that, he continued to pack up the things in his hand and paid no more attention to them. Li 11, however, was unforgiving. No way, just for today. I want everything in your store. Store owner heard this, immediately put down the hands of the work, turned to measure up the young man in front of him, thinking this will be to meet a big customer. His attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn, and he greeted him with a smile on his face. Come, young man, inside please, the store owner said as he enthusiastically brought Li 11 into the store and pointed to the room full of paper cars, paper people, paper houses, gold dollar treasures, birthday suits, and other items and introduced, look, these are the best goods in our store, superior quality and affordable prices. Then he asked, these things don't add up cheaply, are you sure you want them all? Li 11 nodded without hesitation. Just name a number. How many? The store owner was secretly happy in his heart, but he still put on a difficult look and said, I'll have to do some careful math on this one. Then picked up the calculator and began to crackle and press it. 5 minutes later, the shopkeeper said loudly, 100,000 300,000. Erase a zero for you, totaling $100,000. Without the slightest hesitation, Li 11 quickly took out his cell phone, opened the payment interface, and swept the code to complete the payment. He asked, your store should help with deliveries. Of course, you're a big customer of ours. Of course we'll deliver. Li 11 asked again, is there any place here that's closer, and a bit more empty? What do you want? Li 11 said rightfully, of course it's burning paper. The shopkeeper's mouth opened wide in surprise. So many, are they all going to be burned? Li 11 asked rhetorically. Or what? The shopkeeper couldn't help but exclaim, you are truly a great filial son. He paused. Surely you can't burn so much stuff on the street, or the police will think it's going to be a fire. He thought again and said, there is a barren mountain not far from here that no one usually goes to. It's a good place to burn paper, but now that it's already dark, it's best if you don't go there. 11 Li asked, why can't you go for that? The shopkeeper spoke slowly. That place is haunted. Every night, it's haunted. Hearing this, Li Shi's eyes lit up and said excitedly, haunting is good. What I'm not afraid of is haunting. It's a female ghost, right? The shopkeeper nodded. A little nervous. Yes, it's the female ghost, and it is said to be a female ghost that eats people. I heard from the old people in the past that a Taoist priest once cast a seal on the mountain, which prevented her from coming down to harm people. Li 11 couldn't help but heave a smile, a hint of anticipation and curiosity flashing in his eyes. All the more reason for me to go and take a look then. The shopkeeper thought he was just joking, and in his mind he was wondering if there was any other suitable place he could recommend for him to burn paper. Li 11, however, said seriously, all right, don't hesitate. Let's go there. The shopkeeper looked at him in surprise and asked anxiously, you don't want to live? Li 11 waved his hand, full of concern. Don't worry, it's just a female ghost. Nothing to be afraid of. The shopkeeper hurriedly advised, young man, being bold is certainly a good thing, but if you lose your life because of it, it's not worth it. Seeing that the boss was still wriggling and grinning, Li 11 said, if you keep grumbling, I'll change to another house. Don't. He didn't want to lose this big deal. Why don't I drop you off at the bottom of the mountain? And as for the way up, you drive yourself up? Okay. It's settled. Chapter 111, Playing Poker with a Female Ghost. Nightfall. The owner drove Li 11 in his small pickup truck to the foot of the mountain, where he still tried to talk his way out of going up, but already knowing that there was a female ghost on the mountain. How could Li 11 give up on it? Nowadays he hesitates for a second whenever he hears that there are female ghosts around, which is disrespectful to them. Li 11 drives alone toward the mountains. The mountain road was unusually quiet at night, with darkness all around and only the headlights illuminating the road ahead. Halfway up the mountain, there was no road ahead. Where's the female ghost? Li 11 looked around and didn't find anything suspicious, so much so that he wondered if the boss was lying to him. Forget it for now. Let's burn something to mom. He found an open space, took out his lighter, and burned a bunch of gold dollars first. Then, another Mercedes was burned, and worrying that his old mom wouldn't be able to drive, another driver was burned over. The fire burned for over an hour before he was able to clean up all the offerings. He saw no ghosts in the 4 directions, but his heart was still not dead, so he decided to take the mountain road and go up the mountain to have a look. It was about an hour or so of walking. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the girls laughing and playing cards not far away. Pair 2. Can't afford it. 3 with 1. Pipe on. Lee 11 immediately got excited. Fighting the landlord in the mountains this late at night. Who else could it be but a female ghost? He tiptoed in the direction of the sound. By the light of the moon, he saw a gazebo under a large tree. This dilapidated gazebo, due to a long period of time without maintenance and repair, has become dilapidated, as if it will collapse at any time. 3 female ghosts with slender figures and pretty faces were sitting around the stone table in the gazebo and fighting the landlord with great interest. There were also a few ghoulish skulls placed haphazardly beside the stone table, giving off an eerie aura. If an ordinary person had encountered such a scene, I'm afraid they would have long been scared out of their wits, but Lee 11 was unusually excited, with an expectant gleam in his eyes. Hey, hey, 3 female ghosts, with secret joy in his heart, he cautiously approached the gazebo, then quietly hid behind a large tree and poked his head out to peek. At this moment, one of the female ghosts did not hesitate to fling out 4 aces and shouted triumphantly, "I blow! Wong bomb! Ha ha, you guys are going to lose." The other female ghost was not willing to show weakness and threw the card in her hand with force and triumph. Ugh, lost again. The other 2 female ghosts who won their cards laughed happily. Quickly, take off another piece if you lose, Lee 11 secretly said. You guys are so playful, right? Then I'm in for a treat. His gaze was fixed on the 3 female ghosts, impatient to see the excitement that would follow, only to see a female ghost gradually revealing sexy little suspenders and snow-white shoulders. Suddenly, her eyes suddenly became stern. Who? The other 2 female ghosts also sensed something strange and were on alert. Since he was discovered, there was no need to hide anymore. Lee 11 slowly walked towards the female ghosts. 3 beauties. I was just down there burning paper and came over to take a look when I heard a sound over here. The legend of a ghost on the mountain has been spreading for more than 10 years. Since a dozen years ago, a few people who didn't believe in evil had to go up the mountain to have a look, and they couldn't get down anymore. No one dared to go up the mountain after that. Now that a fresh man has come, the female ghost will naturally not let him go. The female ghost in suspenders hooked her finger. Little brother, let's have some fun together. The other female ghost in red secretly kicked the skull toward the bottom of her skirt so as not to reveal her identity. None of this escaped Li Shi's eyes, and he secretly muttered, "Is this because you're afraid of scaring me away? Or are you planning to keep me and eat me after you've had enough fun?" Since the female ghosts had no intention of harming him for the time being, he intended to tease them. "I'm a country bumpkin who just came to the province today to work. I was bored at night so I came to the mountains to take a look around. I didn't expect to disturb the 3 of you." The other female ghost in blue stood up, pulled Lee 11 to his seat, and patted him on the shoulder. "Come as a guest. Come, let's play poker together." When she finished speaking, she easily moved a stone bench next to her. That stone bench was made of pure stone, at least more than 100 pounds. The average man could not move it. Li Shi glanced at the stone bench. "Beauty, you're really strong." In order not to expose her identity, she smiled awkwardly. "No, this stone bench is hollow. It looks quite heavy, but in reality it doesn't weigh much." She immediately changed the subject. "The 4 of us happened to be playing wiffle ball." The female ghost in red was busy saying, Right. Fighting the landlord all the time is too meaningless. Guandan. We must Guandan." The gartered female ghost looked at Lee 11 with affection. "Little brother, do you know how to play Guandan?" Lee 11 pretended to be submissive. "A little bit." He took off his jacket and came next to the sling female ghost, leaned over and put his jacket on the female ghost, whose headlights were unusually shaky. "It's cold in the mountains. Don't catch a cold. Little brother, you are quite good." The ghost in red shuffles the cards and begins to deal. Lee 11 was in a group with the garter girl, and the red and blue female ghosts. The card game went well, and Lee 11 intentionally lost a few hands, causing the female ghost in suspenders to pout. "Little brother, can you or can't you? We keep losing." The female ghost in red laughed happily. "Little brother, why are you so stupid?" Lee 11 took the opportunity to chime in. "You guys are so powerful. Of course I'm no match. How about this? Let's do something exciting and raise the stakes." Yes. The other 2 female ghosts immediately clapped their hands in agreement. "No way." The gartered female ghost was unhappy. "I just lost the landlord fight. I don't want to keep losing," Lee 11 said. "It's on me if you lose. How about that?" The gartered female ghost immediately laughed out. This will do. Then what do you guys say to bet? Lee 11 heatedly smiled. Just now I saw you guys playing Fight the Landlord. That kind of gambling is quite good. Why don't we do that too? The gartered female ghost looked Lee 11 up and down. I see you're not wearing much. Can you afford to lose? Of course I can afford to lose. Big deal. I'll go back naked. The female ghost in blue laughed. If you lose it all, we won't let you go back. The three female ghosts looked at each other and thought. I'll eat you up in a minute. Of course you can't go back. Lee 11 looked at them badly. What if you guys lose everything? If you win, we'll all give you a kiss. This is what you said. No backing out. Lee 11 was secretly happy in his heart. He was an expert in Guandan. This now the female ghosts could be fooled. The card game officially began. And Lee 11 quickly won several games with his superior skills. Wow. Little brother, why are you suddenly so powerful? The sling female ghost looked at Lee 11 excitedly. The red and blue female ghosts blamed each other. Humph. It's all your fault that I lost again. And you have the nerve to blame me? If you hadn't taken the card just now, I would have walked away. Lee 11 smiled and reminded. Willing to bet? Oh young lady. Got it. The two female ghosts were equally down to their little suspenders. Chapter 112, 4 female ghosts make up a mahjong table. As the card game continued, the faces of the two female ghosts gradually became gloomy, and they glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. We lost again. The corner of Li Shi's mouth hooked up a smug smile, and he laughed. It seems that your luck is a little bit not so good. Although the mountain is cold, according to the rules, you still have to continue. Oh. The two female ghosts looked at each other again, seemingly exchanging something, then slowly stood up and walked over to Li Shi's side. They each pulled up their little straps in slow, titillating movements. Just then, all of a sudden, a hint of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the two men, and at the same time, they formed a claw with one hand and violently grabbed at Li Shi's head. However, the sudden turn of events did not make it difficult for Lee 11. In fact, he had long anticipated that the female ghosts might launch a sudden attack on him, and thus had long prepared Ian lay at his feet. When the claws of the two female ghosts were about to grab Lee 11, they realized that their hands seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force, and no matter how hard they pushed, they couldn't advance any further by half a point. Their hands just hovered in mid-air, unable to grasp them. Seeing this, the female ghost in suspenders couldn't help but widen her eyes and cried out anxiously. You two do it instead. The female ghost in blue showed a surprised look. How I can't move. She tried to struggle, but her body felt like it was bound by a powerful force, unable to move at all. Lee 11 slowly stood up and gently pinched her blushing cheeks, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Look at your feet. The blue and red female ghost sniffed and looked down, only to see that their feet had been entangled in a mass of black liquid at some point. The two couldn't help but exclaim in unison. You're a Longhu Mountain Taoist? Yo! I didn't expect you guys to have some insight even though you're just fierce spirits. A glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the female ghost in the sling as she gritted her teeth and said, It was those stinking Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain who sealed us on this barren mountain in the first place. After she finished speaking, she formed her hands into claws, and her originally neatly trimmed nails suddenly became longer. Immediately afterward, she waved her sharp claws and viciously lunged at Lee 11. However, she was only a fierce spirit after all, with limited strength. Only to see Lee 11 faintly smile, gently waving his hand. Ain Lei then whistled out, directly fixing the female ghost with suspenders dead in place. Looking at the three beautiful female ghosts in front of him that were easily subdued by himself, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect to encounter such a lustful blessing just after I returned to the young world. The heavens are really treating me well. After saying that, his blazing eyes stared at the gartered female ghost and slowly stretched out his hands. Feeling Li Shi's unsuspecting gaze, the gartered female ghost was shocked and furious, her face full of shame and indignation. You, what are you doing? An hour later, the three female ghosts laid down on the ground in exhaustion. Lee 11 asked, Tell us about your experiences. The garter girl ghost softly said, We were originally car models. During an outing for a business show, the car passed by here and rushed into the lake, and the driver didn't care about us and ran away by himself. The underworld didn't accept us either, so we could only hide in these barren mountains. So what's with the Taoist priest from Lungfu Shan? The female ghost explained. After the three of us died, we met that Taoist priest, who said that we were too hostile, but then saw us as pitiful and didn't murder us, so he sealed us in this mountain. Lee 11 stroked his chin in thought. So that's how it is. He pointed to the skull under the stone table and asked, But why are you still harming people? The garter girl ghost sighed. We didn't want to harm anyone either. It's just that these guys came to the mountain and saw us looking pretty, so they saw the color, and that's why we killed him. Lee 11 nodded in understanding. The red-clothed female ghost got up and said, Master Taoist, since you are also a Taoist priest of Longhu Mountain, can you lift the seal on the mountain and let us out? Looking at the three dainty and pretty female ghosts, Li 11 said, that's natural, but you have to promise me that you can't harm anyone when you go out. The female ghosts said in unison. Of course. Li 11 took out the yellow paper with vermilion sand from his bag and began to draw talismans to unseal it. In a short while, the three talismans were drawn. He pasted the talisman on the foreheads of the three women and mouthed the words. A few moments later, a golden light emitted from the three women. I can't lift the seal on the mountain, but with this talisman in your possession, the seal is unable to recognize your identities. Come down the mountain with me now. Thank you, Taoist master. The three female ghosts thanked in unison. The three female ghosts got dressed, got into Li Shi's small pickup truck, and then went down the mountain together. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Li 11 realized that the surroundings were empty. Not a single figure. He couldn't help but feel strange. Where are the people? Originally, the store owner had made an appointment with him earlier to wait here. At first, when the shopkeeper saw the fire on the hill, he thought to himself that this young man was quite bold, that he really dared to burn paper in that place infested with female ghosts. But when the fire went out, there was a delay in seeing Li 11 come down the mountain. Coupled with the fact that the night was a bit chilly, the shopkeeper suspected that Li 11 might have met with something untoward, so he went back first. Knock, knock. Li 11 banged hard on the door of the wreath store. It was already late at night, 11 o'clock, and the shopkeeper had long been in dreamland. Hearing the knock on the door, he muttered, who is it that comes so late to disturb my good dreams? He reluctantly went downstairs to open the door. When he saw Li 11, he was surprised. Little lad, you're surprisingly fine. Didn't I tell you? A mere brat is not enough to worry about. He pointed to the pickup behind him. Your car. I'll give it back to you. When he finished, he turned away and made his way to the entrance of the alley. Three female ghosts are still waiting for him at the entrance of the alley. 11 Li asked, where are you guys going next? They thought about it and shook their heads again, indicating that they were homeless. The gartered female ghost pulled Li Shi's hand and pouted. Taoist master, just take us in. After the exchange just now, Li 11 and the three female ghosts were considered to know each other. The name of the female ghost in the sling is Wu Qiuyu. She was 21 years old when she died. The name of the female ghost in blue is Chu Xiaoxiang. She was 20 years old when she died. The female ghost in red was named Qin Fei Yin, and she was also 20 years old when she died. Thinking that the villa Long Qianshan gave himself was quite large, and there was also Long Yingying living in it, so maybe the four of them could even put together a table of mahjong. Li 11 said, since that's the case, you guys should go back with me. He stopped a cab at the intersection and went to the passenger side. Looking back, you three aren't cramped in the back, are you? The driver looked at Li 11 in surprise. Little brother, aren't you alone here? Where is there someone else back there? Li 11 then remembered that in order not to attract unnecessary trouble, he had already let them transform into a spiritual body state. He explained, no, nothing. I drank a bit too much and started talking nonsense, but the driver always felt that there were three pairs of eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 113, Li 11. Save me. The driver sent Li 11 and the three female ghosts to the entrance of the villa. When Wu Qiuyu got off the bus and saw the luxurious villa area in front of her, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide in surprise. Taoist Li, I really didn't expect you to be so young and actually be able to afford to live in such an expensive place. Li 11 smiled faintly, waved his hand and said, this is all small money, not worth mentioning. With that, he walked towards his villa. When walking to the outside of the villa, he found that it was pitch black inside, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart. I remember when Xiang, that little widow, usually sleeps late. How come there are no lights on in the house now? Could it be that she doesn't live here anymore? Just then, the lights in the living room on the first floor suddenly lit up, followed by a figure running out of it cheerfully. Taoist Li, you're finally back, Long Yingying shouted excitedly. Then, upon seeing the three beautiful female ghosts following behind Li 11, she asked curiously, who are they? It's a long story. I'm feeling all sticky and uncomfortable right now, so I'd better go in first and take a shower. After taking a shower, Li 11 changed into fresh clothes and walked downstairs. He saw that Long Yingying and the three female ghosts were talking, and the atmosphere seemed to be quite cordial. Taoist Li, these three sisters are so beautiful, Long Yingying said with a smiling face. Well, it's okay with you to let them live here from now on. Wow, really? That's great. Long Yingying jumped up in excitement. Ever since I died, I've been by myself and it's so boring. Now I'll have someone to play with. Li 11 asked, where is Wen Xiang? Oh, her, she couldn't get a hold of you, so she went back to live at her house. That's not bad. She's a saucy widow who has a house of her own and doesn't live in it, but she keeps living in someone else's house, and inevitably the neighbors will talk about her. That's when his phone rang. Seeing that the screen showed that Sun Bingxin was calling. After picking up the phone, Lee 11 had planned to tell her the important news he had just obtained from the underworld. But before he could say anything, a weak voice came from the other end of the line. Help me. That voice carried despair and helplessness, causing Li Shi's heart to instantly clench. This was immediately followed by the sound of a fierce fight on the phone. Lee 11 was in a hurry. Where are you? South of the city. Suburbs. Chemical plant. Sun Bingxi's voice was broken, and it was obvious that she had exhausted all her strength. However, before the words left his mouth, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly lost its sound, leaving only a dead silence. With Sun Bingxi's kind of arrogant and independent personality, if she wasn't in a desperate situation, she definitely wouldn't easily ask for help from others. And the fact that she would even call herself at this point in time meant that she really was in crisis. Chemical plant on the southern outskirts of the city. The place was pitch black and out of reach, as if engulfed in darkness under the shroud of night. There wasn't a single light, and the surrounding area was terribly quiet, except for the night breeze that occasionally blew through, bringing a sluggish coolness. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. The pungent scent was nauseating. It was obvious that this place had just experienced a vicious fight. The moonlight shed a faint glow through the clouds, barely illuminating the road ahead, but there was still a large shadow looming over it. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the plant, cutting through the silent night air. It was Sun Bingxia's voice. Li Shi's heart tightened and he hurriedly accelerated his pace, following the direction from which the voice came. Soon, he came to an abandoned workshop, only to see that the workshop door was half covered, with a faint light coming from inside. At this moment, Sun Bingxia was leaning on a blood-stained baseball bat. Her clothes were cut open several times, and her whole body was covered with blood. Standing with difficulty, panting heavily, and across from her stood a group of people armed with swords and clubs, their faces full of ferocity, their eyes revealing cruelty and indifference. The leader of the group was none other than Zhang Shihao, who stared viciously at Sun Bingxi, his eyes flashing with triumph. Miss Sun, now you can hand over the Sun family's shares. Sun Bingxi raised her head with difficulty, looked at Zhang Shihao with a firm gaze, and said through gritted teeth, Bah, dream on. I won't give my shares to you despicable and shameless guys even if I die. Zhang Shihao laughed coldly. Ha ha, toast is not enough. Since that's the case, then don't blame us for not being polite. After saying that, he waved his hand to the men behind him, signaling them to make a move. At that moment, a bald, scarred man came forward, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. He smiled sorrowfully. Ms. Sun, you should know the reputation of my hand on Morning Biao, right? If you don't behave yourself, you won't be able to leave here in one piece. Zhang Shihao smiled smugly. How about it? Ms. Sun, do you still dare to be tough now? As long as you hand over the Sun family's shares, perhaps I can still consider letting you live. Otherwise, he had a sinister smile on his face, as if he had seen victory in sight. Li 11 remembered that in the Book of Life and Death, the grudge between Sun Bingxin and that person, the knife scar on Morning Biao's head was cut down by Sun Bingxin in a firefight. Just then, I only saw Morning Biao holding a cold and shining dagger in his hand. Miss Sun, what would happen if I gently cut so much as a single slash on your beautiful, flowery face? As soon as he finished his words, the minions under him immediately began to rise up. One of them said, Of course it's going to be so ugly that you'll never get married again. Ha 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 ha. Another person chimed in. That's right. What a pity to have such a pretty face scratched. But Brother Biao can reluctantly marry this Miss Sun family. Ha ha ha. A smug smile appeared on Morning Biao's face as he listened to them. He looked at Sun Bingxi. Did you hear me? Ms. Sun, I'm giving you a chance. Oh. Li 11 appeared with a step. Try touching her. Zhang Shihao's body shook when he heard Li Shi's voice. He turned his head and looked at him in surprise. Didn't you disappear? Why did you suddenly appear again? Morning Biao didn't realize how powerful Li 11 was. When he saw that Li 11 was followed by 4 other beauties, a wave of greed even welled up in his heart. He laughed out loud. I thought one girl wasn't enough to share, but now someone has sent us 4 more. Brothers, we are truly blessed tonight. Morning Biao's minions cheered. However, Zhang Shihao was well aware of the ruthlessness of Li Shi's methods. He hurriedly pulled Morning Biao and said anxiously, Brother Biao, he is not a character to be messed with. You must not underestimate him. Morning Biao said with a disbelieving face. It's just a few pussies. Can they still turn against the sky? Li 11 didn't want to dirty his hands and slowly spoke. Living souls are very beneficial to your spirit's cultivation, so you should follow these 3 sisters closely and learn well. When Wu Qiuyu and the other 3 female ghosts heard this, they immediately understood and said in unison, "Then thank you, Taoist Li." After saying that, the 3 of them floated into midair like ghosts, with a stern and ferocious expression on their faces. Ghost! Ghost! It was only then that they realized that the 4 women in front of them who were as beautiful as the heavens were not even human. Chapter 114, Handong Province has changed. Wu Qiuyu's 3 female ghosts' eyes were icy cold to the extreme, and their bodies exuded gusts of creepy coldness, forcing everyone present straight on. Some of those who were as timid as rats were scared less and paralyzed on the spot. Without saying a word, Wu Qiuyu stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed towards one of the people close by. In an instant, that person's soul was yanked out of her alive. Subsequently, Zhu Xiaoxiang and Qin Fian also made their moves. For a while, wailing sounds rose. When Zhang Shihao saw this scene, his face turned pale beyond recognition, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body trembled involuntarily. Terrified, he immediately fell to his knees and stammered, Li 11, no, Taoist Li, I admit defeat, please spare me." At this time, Li 11 had already held the weak Sun Bingxin in his arms, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent as he said coldly, "Dare to touch my woman, simply looking for death." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Long Yingying and said in an icy voice, "This scum will be left to you to deal with." Long Yingying nodded slightly. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes as she stepped towards Zhang Shihao. Seeing this, Zhang Shihao kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. "I know I'm wrong, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again." However, it was already too late. Long Yingying walked up to Zhang Shihao and looked at him expressionlessly. Zhang Shihao felt a chill come over him and his heart was filled with fear. He wanted to escape, but realized that his legs were as heavy as lead. Unable to move even half a step, Long Yingying gently raised her hand and a faint light flashed. Zhang Shihao's body suddenly froze, unable to move an inch. Immediately afterward, a blue light appeared in Long Yingying's hand, directly pulling his soul out of his body in a hard way. Zhang Shihao's soul twisted in agony as he let out miserable cries. He tried to struggle against it, but to no avail. His soul was held tightly in Long Yingying's hands, as if it would be crushed at any moment. Long Yingying indifferently looked at the soul in her hand and said indifferently, "Scum like you, staying in the world is also a scourge." After saying that, she swallowed it in one gulp. Just under a minute, a dozen desiccated bodies lay in the room. Sun Bing pupil weakly looked at Li 11. Finally could not hold on. I had fainted. Early the next morning, Sun Bingxi woke up leisurely, her consciousness gradually returning, and the pain in her body came with her. She frowned softly and tried to sit up, but the weakness of her body was a bit too much for her. She slowly turned her head, and her eyes fell on Li 11 who was lying on the edge of the bed in deep sleep. His handsome face looked extraordinarily quiet in his sleep. Just then, Li Shi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he awoke from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes and his gaze met with Sun Bingxie. Instantly, a delighted smile blossomed on his face, and in a gentle voice, he asked, "You're awake, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Sun Bingxi smiled and shook her head as she replied softly, "I'm much better. Thank you for saving me. If you didn't show up in time, I don't know what would have happened." Li Shi's eyes were filled with concern and worry as he held Sun Bingxi's hand tightly. "Don't say that. There's no need to be polite between us, and you are my fiancé. It is my responsibility to protect you." Sun Bingxi heard his words, and a sweet emotion welled up in her heart. Li 11 then asked, "What exactly happened? Why did Zhang Shihao suddenly make a move on you?" A trace of anger and helplessness flashed in Sun Bingxi's eyes as she sighed and said, "He's still not trying to annex the Sun family industry. Ever since that night when the foreign spirits escaped from the Four-Elephant Formation, all sorts of weird things have been happening one after another. First of all, Zhang Shihao's grandfather, Zhang Jingguo, who was originally terminally ill and at the end of his life, became energetic and radiant overnight, as if he had become a dozen years younger. The stubborn disease that had plagued him for many years was also miraculously cured. Immediately afterward, Li Changfa's condition suddenly deteriorated, and in just a few days, he died. Even more shocking is that his son and grandson also inexplicably contracted serious illnesses and were hospitalized in the ICU intensive care unit one after another. The Li family, which was originally in the ascendant, was instantly plunged into desperation, and many of its industries fell into the hands of the Zheng family as a result. As for the Wang family, seeing the situation, they immediately betrothed Wang Sumeng to Zhang Shihao. In this way, the Zheng family transformed itself into the leader of the four great families of Handong, and its status rocketed upward. Faced with this series of changes, Li 11 was puzzled and pursued. "And how did Zhang Shihao learn that you were at the abandoned factory?" Sun Bingxin took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "It turns out that last night, Zhang Shihao called, saying that he saw a person in the south of the city, Very much like Sun Bingxin's father who has been missing for more than 10 years, Sun Guodong. Hearing this news, Sun Bingxin did not hesitate and immediately drove to the south of the city. In order to prevent Zhang Shihao from pulling any tricks, she had also brought along a few bodyguards, but when she got there wasn't any Sun Guodong, but only Zhang Shihao and Morning Biao with dozens of people from the club waiting for her there. He didn't expect that in broad daylight, Zhang Shihao would dare to directly make a move against him, and her 4 bodyguards had been paid off a long time ago. Although Sun Bingxia had cut down a dozen people, but after all, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists, and she was eventually caught. What about Su Yutang? She's not with you? Sun Bingxin shook her head. She immediately reached the critical stage of breaking through the fierce spirit and becoming a fierce spirit, so I made her stay at Bai Wenxin's house to cultivate. After Li 11 understood what happened, he realized that the cause of everything was all due to Zhang Jiangwo's sudden recovery after the rupture of the 4-elephant formation. If you want to help Sun Bingxi, you can only make a trip to the Zhang family. Right at this moment, 4 stout men stepped into the hospital gate. They walked straight to Li 11. One of them spoke. Mr. Li, our family master Zhang has an invitation. Please move to his residence. Sun Bingxin surveyed the 4 men warily, her eyes filled with caution as she asked in a low voice, Elder Zhang? Are you guys talking about Zhang Jianguo? Yes, exactly. Li 11 nodded, secretly thinking in his heart, this Zhang Jianguo is quite interesting. He has not yet taken the initiative to find the door. He sent people first. However, on second thought, also do not feel surprised. After all, Zhang's family forces throughout Handong province, and he had appeared in the abandoned factory in the south of the city last night. Zhang Jiangmo's grandson happened to be killed here. If he did not find himself to ask for a clear, that is really strange. Alright then, lead the way. It just so happens that I also want to meet this elder Zhang. Hearing this, Sun Bingxin showed a worried look and tightly pulled on Li Shi's hand, asking with concern, is it really okay for you to go alone? Do you want me to send some men to follow and protect you? Li 11 gently patted the back of Sun Bingxi's hand and comforted. Don't worry. There's no need to worry. Do you have anyone trustworthy around you nowadays? I'm enough to handle everything on my own. Saying that, he gently stroked Sun Bingxi's hair and said softly, just get well in peace, and just leave the rest to me. Chapter 115, The Spirit Ghost Contract. Handong Province. The Changs. As early as more than 100 years ago, the ancestor of the Zhang family gradually became a popular figure in the provincial city by selling antiques and paintings. And even now, Zhang has a place in the national antique world. Of course, his family's industry nowadays is not only antiques, but also real estate, culture and tourism, hotels, live broadcasting and other industries. The Zhang family has an estate covering 2,000 acres in the eastern part of the provincial city. Li 11 once felt that Zhou Ling's house was already grand enough, but when he saw the Zhang family manor, it was only a small thing. He followed the 4 burly men into the interior of the manor. The buildings in the manor were magnificent, and the gardens and landscapes were staggered. With every step, Li 11 could feel a strong historical flavor. Passing through several corridors, they came to a spacious parlor filled with mahogany furniture. An old man who looked like he was probably in his 60s sat on a dragon-headed mahogany eunuch chair, his eyes closed. There was a row of young ladies standing around him, serving him tea and water and squeezing his shoulders and back. Those ladies were all goddesses, and when placed in any place, the turnaround rate was absolutely 100%. Li 11 cursed. You old man, are you physically fit? It's a waste to let so many young ladies serve you. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of something wrong. Why was there a bit of evil around him? Li 11, who was used to bumping into ghosts, immediately turned on the spirit-looking technique. Spirit ghost possession. He saw a shadowy spirit in Zhang Jianguo. He was probably of evil spirit cultivation, and it looked like he was about to break through into yin spirit. Li 11 immediately remembered what Zhou Ling had said in the Underworld, the spirit ghost contract. The so-called spirit ghost contract is a contract between humans and yin spirits. The yin spirit cultivates with the help of the human's body, and the human shares the cultivation of the yin spirit's terrifying energy. No wonder this dying old man is now glowing. It turns out that he has made a contract with the yin spirit. Then Li Changfa's death was obviously the work of this shadowy spirit as well. Zhang Jianguo opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming but revealing a hint of imperceptible anger. Taoist Li, I've heard about you helping to suppress the 4-elephant formation. It can be said that heroes come out of youths since ancient times. He stood up and signaled the people around him to back off, then took a step to Li Shi's side. I'm here today for the matter of my indomitable grandson. I heard that you went to the abandoned factory in the south of the city last night? Since the other party was able to invite him here, it is obvious that they have already investigated clearly. Li 11 also does not intend to hide. I went to the factory in the south of the city to rescue people. Why? What's the problem? It's good that you admit it. Then the death of my grandson. Obviously. Zhang Jianguo was latching on to Li Shi's words. Li 11 sneered in his heart. How could he not know Zhang Jianguo's intentions? He wouldn't easily let the other party have his way. After all, Zhang Shihao was a living person, and it was now a society of law. Li 11 was fine even if he bullied those female ghosts anymore. But such things as killing people could never be admitted. What's more, he hadn't moved his hand the whole time last night, and if he admitted now that Zhang Shihao was killed by him, maybe Zhang would immediately hand over the recording of this conversation to the police. Thus, Li 11 calmly responded, I'm just going to save people. As for your grandson's death, you can investigate it yourself if you have the ability. Zhang Jianguo frowned and continued to condescend. You didn't kill him? Li 11 smiled faintly, shook his head and said, Elder Zhang, aren't you thinking too highly of me? Last night, he had brought dozens of people to surround him as, son, do you think I can beat dozens of people? Zhang Jianguo patted his shoulder. Young man, don't be modest. If you really go at it, 100 people won't be your match. Li 11 guessed that Zhang Jianguo must have had the body examined, precisely because he did not find evidence of his own hands. He came to set him words. Although Zhang Jianguo knew that this matter was definitely the work of Li 11, he could not produce evidence after all. He couldn't say to the police that it was Li 11 who made the Yin spirit kill so many people. Seeing that Li 11 had recognized his purpose, Zhang Jianguo also stopped pretending. His eyes were fierce. Whoever dares to harm my grandson, I will make him pay for his life. Li 11 coldly said. Then I hope Elder Zhang finds the murderer soon. Zhang Jianguo gritted his teeth and glared viciously at Li 11. Don't think I don't know what you've done. You and that girl named Sun are no good. You guys wait and see. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Li 11 where he was. Looking at Zhang Jianguo's back, Li 11 joked. Hey, you invited me all the way here, and you don't care about a lunch for me? Even a glass of water for me would be nice. Looking at the empty parlor, he muttered. Your Zhang family is too rude. Suddenly, he sensed what appeared to be movement outside the door and alertly asked, Who? A small 12 or 13-year-old looking girl cautiously poked her head out of the door. Li Taoist. The girl timidly spoke. I'm Zhang Shihao's younger sister, Zhang Yu. Saying that, she slowly walked into the living room, her eyes drifting to Li 11 every now and then with a hint of shyness and curiosity. Li 11 carefully looked at the girl in front of her, only to see that she was wearing a simple ponytail, wearing a clean white floral dress, the corner of the skirt fluttering gently with her steps. Her large almond-like eyes sparkled innocently, like two bright jewels set in her fair face. The delicate bridge of the nose and small lips reveal a quiet temperament that makes people can't help but feel compassionate. At the moment, she stood there like a frightened deer, looking so helpless and pitiful. Li 11 secretly thought in his heart, this girl looked simple and innocent, not like her grandfather and brother who were so difficult to deal with. He softened his tone a little and asked, Why were you eavesdropping on us? Zhang Yu lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt as she replied in a small voice. I just want to know how my brother really died. I heard that he was killed by a Yin spirit. I want to meet that Yin spirit. Li Shi's heart stirred. It seemed that the news that Zhang Shihao had been victimized by the Yin spirit had spread in the Zhang family. Do you believe in shadowy spirits? Li 11 asked deliberately. Zhang Yu shook her head. Of course I don't believe nah. How can there be ghosts in the world? Li 11 secretly said. You're so simple. There are not only ghosts in the world. There are ghosts in your house. But you just said you wanted to meet that Yin spirit. Li 11 said as he stared intently into Zhang Yu's eyes. A hint of fear flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes, but she still said firmly, I just want to know the truth. Li 11 was silent for a moment. He didn't want to involve the grudges between their adults and a small child. You will naturally know if there are ghosts in the world when you grow up. As for your brother's death, he paused, maybe your grandfather will look into it. Zhang Yu nodded. At this time, Li Shi's cell phone received 2 messages from Bai Wenxin. Watch the news. Below that is a news link attached. Chapter 116, The Yamanano Orochi. The news link reads that someone took a picture of an 8-headed snake eating a man in the hills north of town. There is a video attached. Li 11 was ready to click on the video to see the content of the message, but the result showed that the content no longer existed. Apparently, officials have taken the video down to avoid panic among the public. Li 11 immediately searched the internet, but all the web pages about this content could not be opened. It took the official restrictions to really make him realize how serious things were. Li 11 couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart when he thought that Bai Wenxin's home was in the north of the city. He immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed her number, asking nervously, Where are you? I'll come to you. You come to school. Hearing her voice, Li 11 was slightly relieved, but decided to see her as soon as possible. Hand-on University. Although the news about the great snake in the north of the city had been blocked on the internet, Li 11 heard students whispering about it when he first walked through the school gates. He went straight to Bai Wenxin's office. As soon as he entered, Li 11 couldn't wait to ask, "What kind of monster is that?" Bai Wenxin's expression was unusually grave as she slowly spoke. "That's the Sakura country's Orochi. The Yamanano Orochi? Isn't that a legendary demon? Could such a thing really exist in reality?" He remembered that in the legend, the Orochi possessed 8 dragon head-like heads with scarlet eyes on each head. The back was covered with spikes, while the abdomen was festering and pus and blood came out from time to time. So it seems that the 8-headed serpent that appears in the webpage is indeed very similar to the legend. Bai Wenxin said, "Do you remember once when you and Misato Ishihara came back from going to the Comic-Con and told me that the Sakura Kingdom had sent hundreds of demonic beasts?" Li 11 nodded and said with a grimace, "There is indeed such a thing." Bai Wenxin closed the office door behind him and looked at him with a serious face. "During the days you went to the Underworld, I launched an in-depth investigation into this matter. Since that batch of demonic beasts appeared here, thousands of people have gone missing one after another. These people were all young and strong males, and that Orochi is clearly a member of that batch of demonic beasts." When Li 11 heard this number, he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and a feeling of shock welled up in his heart. Thousands of people. This is too much. A trace of doubt flashed in Bai Wenxin's eyes. There is another thing that is very strange. Once some demonic beasts come out to harm people, they quickly disappear without a trace, as if they were wiped out by some force. Li 11 furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, feeling that this was not strange. There are a lot of high-ranking people in the Shinmen sect who can subdue demons and get rid of devils. However, Bai Wenxin shook her head, indicating that things were not that simple. When the Shinmen crowd got rid of the demonic beasts, they would definitely not dispose of their corpses. And the current situation is that those demonic beasts are like they have evaporated. When Li 11 heard this, he was shocked. Could it be that there are other forces secretly meddling in this matter? Bai Wenxin nodded in agreement. Most likely. Knock. Knock. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted the pair. Alerted, Pac-Man Shin asked, "Who?" A familiar voice came from outside the door. "It's me, Zhang Xiaofang." Hearing that it was Fatty coming, Li 11 couldn't wait to open the door. However, when he saw Fatty, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Only the fat man's face was as pale as paper, as if he had lost all vitality. He asked in surprise, "Fatty, why are you so vain like this? Could it be that you and Zhao Mengmeng?" Suddenly, he remembered that Bai Wenxin had once said that if an ordinary person had that kind of relationship with a yin spirit, it could lead to extreme physical weakness, to the point that he wouldn't be able to get off the ground for a week. Looking at Fatty's bloodless face, it was clear that this had happened more than once. Fatty scratched his head awkwardly and said with some embarrassment, "I couldn't help it." Bai Wenxin accused up the fat man. "Zhao Mengmeng has no lightness. You don't want to die yourself? How many times have I told you? Can't you go on like this anymore? You think you're Li 11. When Fatty heard this, it was as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. "Dude, come on, how did you do it?" Li 11 said with a proud face. "This is my innate holy body. You can't learn from it." He noticed the envious look on Fatty's face and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Then, he asked curiously, "Did Zhao Mengmeng turn into a fierce spirit so soon?" Bai Wenxin gently shook her head and sighed helplessly, explaining, "A normal ghost would need a year to transform into a ferocious spirit if it didn't absorb human yuan qi. If it weren't for Fatty, she wouldn't have been that fast." Hearing this, Li 11 suddenly remembered the 10 pounds of black wolfberries that he had purchased in the Underworld pharmacy. At first he had thought that the phrase "help a friend to bring a souvenir" was a joke, but he had not expected that the fat man would really need it. So, he hastened to comfort. "Don't worry, I brought back a special gift for you this time when I went to the Underworld. As long as you drink this, it's guaranteed to revitalize you." Fatty looked at him in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you're also too awesome. I can't believe you've even been to the Underworld." Immediately afterward, he couldn't wait to follow up. "What's so great about it?" Li 11 smiled faintly and replied mysteriously, "It's just sitting there on the passenger side. Go get it yourself." With that, he handed the car keys to Fatty. Ta, ta, ta. A sound of high heels came in from the hallway outside. I saw a tall beauty with big brown waves, black sunglasses, a slim black suit, and a pair of shiny diamond earrings, showing the style of a royal lady. She took off her sunglasses. "You're 11 Li?" Li 11 looked at the beautiful woman in front of him suspiciously. "And you are?" She pulled out a black ID from her bosom. "Bureau 749 Operations Division. Deputy Director Shin Hanswang." Fatty hadn't heard of this unit. "This big beauty. Don't think you can impersonate a leader just because you're pretty." What 749 Bureau Operations Division? I've never even heard of it. Lee 11 kicked Fatty's ass. Go get your stuff. Then he reached out and prepared to shake hands with Shin Rusheng. Commissioner Shin. This brother of mine doesn't know any better. I apologize to you on his behalf. Shin Rusheng politely shook his hand, then came to a table and opened the file bag in her hand. Fatty asked in a low voice, what kind of unit is the 749th Bureau? How can one of their deputy directors be so young and pretty? Chapter 117, Bureau 749. Lee 11 had heard some rumors about Bureau 749. He didn't want Fatty to get involved. So he said to Fatty, what are you still standing here for? Why don't you get your great tonic medicine? Hearing that it could be a great tonic, the fat man immediately left happily. Shin Hanswang took out Li Shi's information and handed it to him. After a systematic investigation, we believe that you meet the entry requirements of the 749th Bureau, and we are now asking for your opinion as to whether or not you are willing to join the 749th Bureau. Li 11 took the information and realized that Bureau 749 had already investigated him clearly. From birth to school, to the 100,000 mountains, to participating in the Xian sect martial arts and attending the auction. While one has to admit that the agency's collection of information networks is really impressive, it still leaves out the shady selections. It seems the 749th is not without its blind spots. It's fine for me to be inducted, but I have to be told exactly what Bureau 749 does, right? Also, what kind of treatment can you offer me? I won't do anything about working for free. Sure, only to see Shin Hanswan take off her own earrings, and remove a button from her suit, assembled them together, pressed the button. An array of light emanated from the earrings and projected on the wall. Li 11 was stunned by this operational maneuver. Is Bureau 749's technology so advanced? An earring and button assembled into a projector? The projector showed the basics of Bureau 749. 749th Bureau. It is a psychic research organization founded by Elder Qian in the 1960s. It is also a top-secret national organization, and the codename can only be traced to the outside world. After decades of development, its duties have also expanded from psychic research to fighting crime and maintaining social order, except that the main targets of their fight are spirits and demonic beasts. 749. The Bureau is a proper national departmental unit with 5 major divisions, namely, the Operations Division, the Investigations Division, the Scientific Research Division, the Medical Division and the Logistics Division. Each department has its own responsibilities and tasks. The Operations Division, where Shin Hanswan was located, was the largest department in the entire 749th Bureau, which gathered many elite talents, all of whom were selected from the best in various fields, and each of whom had extraordinary abilities and talents. At this time, Shin Hanswan was pointing at the projector and explained, as for your treatment, once you are inducted, you will enjoy the treatment of a first-class director officer, and if you have made a merit, you will also have additional rewards. Hearing this, Li Shi's eyes lit up. He was still very confident in his abilities. However, he was still a bit confused. You don't have to take an exam for this? Shin Hanswang smiled faintly. We are a state-secret organization that does not openly recruit from the public, so naturally we don't need to take the exam. When Li 11 heard this, he was secretly happy in his heart. There is no need to take a test. This seems to be good. Well, have you considered it? Shin Hanswang looked at Li 11, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Li 11 pondered for a moment and then said seriously, I can say goodbye first. Let me join your 749 Bureau can, but I am a person who especially likes freedom. The kind of sitting in the office from 9 to 5 work I cannot do. Oh. Hearing him say this, Shin Hanswang nodded in understanding and agreement. Of course, the members of our Bureau 749 usually mingle amongst ordinary people. You are perfectly capable of doing what you like. You just need to be able to show up in time when we need you. Li 11 felt pretty good after hearing this, so he nodded and replied, alright, then I've decided to join Bureau 749. Immediately afterward, Shin Hanswang took out a piece of information about Bai Wenxin and handed it to her, and inquired, Ms. Bai, are you willing to join our 749th Bureau? Bai Wenxin took the information and after carefully reading it, she realized that Bureau 749 had long known the fact that she was not human. She couldn't help but ask curiously, spirits can join too? Shin Hanswang nodded, yes, our director is a Yenling. Li 11, who was on the side, was very surprised to hear this and couldn't help exclaiming, this unit of yours is really a sea of people. Shin Hanswang continued, in our Bureau 749, whether you are a human or a spirit, as long as you are capable enough and possess a strong sense of justice, you can become one of us. Seeing Bai Wenxin nod, Shin Hanswang revealed a satisfied smile, welcome to the 749th Bureau. From now on, You are the official members of the 749th Bureau. I will submit your materials to the headquarters for the entry procedures. Next, you guys follow me. The duo followed Shin Han Swang into a black Audi A6. Shortly afterward, an office building was reached. This office building is located in the suburbs and has a cigarette factory sign on the front door. 11 Lee asked, "What are we doing at the cigarette factory?" Shin Han Swang explained, "This is Bureau 749's branch office in Hanong Province. Usually when there are paranormal events in the provinces, our operations division travels to the provincial branch offices, in order to cover our ears. The sign that hangs is that of a cigarette factory. The security here was unusually strict, with many people in special uniforms holding some strange instruments and equipment, checking everyone who came in and out." The three walked into the office building and came to an office. There was a middle-aged man, probably in his 40s, in the office, reading a document. "Commissioner Liu, the newcomer has arrived," Shin Han Swang reported to the man. As soon as Lee 11 entered the room, he felt that this director Liu exuded a strong and terrifying fury, which should be the Yanling that Shin Han Swang just said. Director Liu raised his head and looked at Lee 11 and Bai Wenxin. "Very well, welcome to the 749th Bureau. However, this is not an ordinary place. You must abide by the rules, follow the instructions, and not act without authorization." Then he said to Shin Han Swang, "Yesterday, demonic beasts from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom also appeared in western Hunan. The situation is quite serious. I have to go and take a look at it, and I'll leave the matter of Hanong Province entirely in your hands." Shin Han Swang nodded. "Got it, Division Liu. I'll take care of this part of Hanong Province." After Director Liu left, Shin Han Swang walked out of the office and shouted to the office area outside, "Han Liu, come here for a moment." Hearing the voice, he only saw a girl with a pill-topped head walk over with a light step. "Division Shen, is there something wrong?" Lee 11 looked the girl up and down. He noticed that she had dyed burgundy hair tied up in a cute pill head. She wore a V-neck white shirt on top with a black JK skirt that showed a pair of snow-white thighs underneath. Lee 11 secretly muttered in his heart, "Can civil servants also dress like this for office?" Shin Han Swang introduced Lee 11 and Bai Wenxin to Han Wen and said, "From now on, the three of you will be an action team, and the matter of the Orochi will be left to your group." After Han Lu heard this, a confident smile appeared on her face as she gave an OK gesture to indicate her acceptance of the mission. Chapter 118, There are quite a lot of beautiful women around you. Han Lu brought Lee 11 and Bai Wenxin into a room. Only the room was densely covered with photos. Lee 11 saw two familiar faces in the photo, Misato Ishihara and Lohengrin. Han Lu took out a strawberry-flavored lollipop and put it in her mouth, explaining as she ate it. According to the information gathered from across the country, this Sakura country sent over 100 demons into the Dragon country, with about a dozen of them in Handong province. She pointed at Misato Ishihara and Loxin woman, and then looked at the two of them. "You should be no strangers to these two demonic beasts, right?" The two nodded at the same time. She continued, "Our group is importantly responsible for 3 demonic beasts. From the existing situation, Ishihara Misato has been subdued and should not harm anyone else. The lore master has already been gotten rid of. The top priority is the Orochi. He has already eaten dozens of people." After saying that, she pointed to the picture of Yagyu Orochi on the wall. "The photos here are just so much clearer compared to the ones online. And you can see the full body shots, half body shots, and localized detail pictures clearly." Lee 11 scrutinized the Yagyu Orochi in the photo, secretly pondering its size in his mind. After some estimation, he came to the conclusion that this Yachi Orochi was at least 10 meters long. He couldn't help but ask Han Lu curiously, "You all already know that this monster has eaten dozens of people. Haven't you thought about getting rid of it?" Han Lu's face became unusually grave as she took a deep breath and slowly said, "You know what? Actually, my group originally had 3 members, but now I'm the only one left. The reason for this is that the other 2 members of the group were unfortunately devoured by this Orochi. Her eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness, unwilling to recall the painful past. Then, Han Lu's eyes gazed at Lee 11. "I once heard of your previous deeds. Therefore, this time, I hope to utilize your power to completely destroy this Orochi. Hearing these words, Li Shi's heart pounded and he couldn't help but cry out in his heart, "Oops, I feel like I'm on a ship of thieves. Are these guys trying to use me as cannon fodder?" However, after only a few moments, Lee 11 regained his composure. Who am I? I'm the real man who dares to go forward even if I meet a female ghost. It's just a demonic beast. How can it make waves in front of me?" Thinking of this, his confidence instantly exploded. He began to scrutinize Han Lu in front of him again, muttering in his heart, "This Orochi is really good at picking people to eat." With a total of 3 people, it was surprising that such a beautiful sister was the only one left behind. Ha! Is it hard to believe that this is specially reserved for me? When Han Lu saw Li 11 staring at her unsuspectingly, she immediately took the lollipop down from her mouth, subconsciously covered her collar, and pouted. But I know about all the crap you've been doing to bully the female ghosts, and Director Shin specifically instructed me to be on guard against you, so don't you dare hit on me. Bai Wenxin, who was on the side, heard this and immediately grabbed his ears. You really are a good thing that goes unnoticed, but a bad thing that spreads 1,000 miles. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Li 11 hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm just admiring a beautiful woman. How can I say I'm hitting on you? He gently pushed Bai Wenxin's hand away, then turned his head to Han Lu and hurriedly changed the subject. Since you guys trust my abilities so much, then I will definitely not fail you. By the way, do you guys understand the current cultivation status of this demon? According to the information we have, although it's only a Jiedan demon, it could break through to become a Mahayana demon at any time. Li 11 nodded. He thought to himself, with his own strength, it was still no problem to get rid of some Jiedan demons. As long as this demon didn't enter the Mahayana stage, it shouldn't be too much of a threat. So he urged, then we must act quickly. We can't delay any longer. If we really let it succeed in breaking through, the consequences will be unimaginable. Bai Wenxin said, judging from this morning's news, it's near my house, so why don't we go explore first? Han Lu took out a pad. No need to go through so much trouble. We've already installed a GPS location on him before. Just a small red dot flashing on the map on the remote sensing satellite map. Bai Wenxin suddenly said, not good. The location it's staying at seems to be my family's ancestors' mausoleum. Li 11 busily said. Then what are you waiting for? Don't be late. Pac-Man Shin's house. At this time, Su Yutong had already reached the critical period of breaking through the faithful spirit. When the Orochi appeared in the surroundings, both she and Zhang Chang sensed the approaching danger. However, after all, Zhang Chang also possessed the strength of a late-stage evil spirit, so it wasn't impossible to fight it hard. But considering that it might affect Su Yutong's breakthrough, she immediately used her gong method to conceal the two's breath. Upon seeing Li 11 and the others return, she let out a long sigh of relief and heartily patted her chest. You guys are finally back. Han Lu looked at the three big beauties in front of her. Her mouth opened wide in surprise, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Li 11, it's really better to see than to hear 100 things. You're surrounded by a lot of beautiful women. Li 11 heatedly smiled and flirted. What? Han big beautiful girl heart moved? Do you want to consider coming along? Han Lu, on the other hand, rolled a big blank stare in dismay and pouted. Don't be poor. Then, Zhang Chang told the crowd, a snake demon appeared here this morning. Bai Wenxin nodded as well. That's why we're here. Zhang Chang frowned and asked anxiously, then what should we do now? Charge straight in? Li 11 pondered for a moment and analyzed. According to our current staffing, eliminating a Jiedan demon is not a difficult task, but the problem is that the mausoleum has been around for a long time. The tomb door has long been covered by dirt, and we are not professional grave robbers. And how should we find the entrance? Zhang Chang said. That's not simple. Just find out where the big snake came in from, not on the line. As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned into a black smoke and quickly left the room. However, it wasn't long before she brought disappointing news. She had circled around the entire mausoleum, but had not found any holes left by the Orochi. Han Lu spoke. Alright, you guys come with me. I can take you guys in. Li 11 looked at her with skeptical eyes. Just a little girl like you. Can you do it or not? Han Lu was a bit angry when she heard this. As soon as she removed the lollipop from her mouth, she glanced fiercely at Li 11. Please remove the word no. Chapter 119 Ghosts can meet ghosts hitting the wall? Bai Wenxin's ancestors were founding ministers of the Song dynasty. This mausoleum is also the mausoleum of the founder of the White family. When the mausoleum was built, the entire underground of the mountain was hollowed out, so the entire mountain was a mausoleum. Han Lu brought Li 11, Bai Wenxin, and Zhang Chang to the front of the mountain, and she looked at the entire mountain range for a long time. Li 11 asked, Han big beautiful girl, what are you looking at? Can you see us in just by looking? Why not? As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Lu grabbed his arm, and Li 11 only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and suddenly he was in an underground palace. How did you do that? Looking at the stone walls around him, he asked, could this be the tomb of Bai Wenxin's ancestor? Han Lu arrogantly said, how about it? I told you I could bring you in. After saying that, she disappeared again in an instant. In the empty underground palace, Li 11 was alone. The mausoleum was surrounded by bare stone walls, and I wondered when the oil lamps on the walls had been lit, flickering with an eerie glow. Suddenly, he saw something flickering on the ground. Li 11 leaned down to check it out and saw that it was a black scale the size of an A4 paper. To be able to have such large scales, it was obvious that it was the one that fell off of the Orochi. At this time, Hanlu arrived with Bai Wenxin and Zhang Chang again. Bai Wenxin was surprised. This can't be spatial shuttling for you. The corner of Hanlu's mouth lifted slightly. How about it? I'm awesome. Li 11 then realized why she was the only one of the original trio who survived. This TM is the escape god technique. I've heard that there are many strange people in the 749th Bureau, but now I've really seen it. However, it is not known what the ability of that imperial lady model Shen Hanswang is. At her young age, to be able to achieve the position of deputy director, her ability should be very strong. Li 11 said, if you have this ability, why don't you just teleport us directly from Bureau 749 to here, and cause us to walk so far? It's not like this spatial shuttling of mine has no distance limit. With my current cultivation, the limit distance of the shuttle is 100 meters. She glanced at the pad and stepped forward. Alright, the Orochi is just ahead. You guys follow me. The crowd followed Han Lu out of the tunnel to a step. There were no candles around the steps and it was pitch black all around. Looking down into what seemed like a black abyss of 10,000 feet, they had been walking along the steps for half an hour, but there seemed to be no end to them, and when they looked up, there was still infinite darkness. Chapter Chance said, why do I feel as if we've been circling around in the same place? Han Lu also felt that something was wrong, although there was only one step in front of them, but they kept walking, and the distance between them and the Orochi was far away and close. Could it be that we have met a ghost hitting the wall? Li 11 laughed. We are surrounded by two ghosts. It can't be that ghosts also meet ghosts hitting the wall. As soon as he spoke, Bai Wenxin and Zhang Chang glared at him at the same time. Li 11 was busy waving his hand to explain. I'm not questioning your abilities. I'm just making a little joke. While several people were talking, a cold wind suddenly blew in, and there was a putrid smell mixed in with the wind, and Han Lu was busy saying, this is the stench from the Orochi. It's nearby. Li 11 thought to himself, since there is a wind, it means that this place must be connected to other spaces, but why can't we walk out? Right. Penrose Steps. In sophomore year, an old architecture professor told them about this kind of architectural space. The Penrose Steps are designed to take advantage of the human illusion of seeing a giant step on the same level. It's the step ladder, a closed-loop design, the equivalent of going around in circles forever. But when you walk on it, you think you're walking up, or down, as it is now. For example, they are moving upward, but in reality they are just spinning in place. In order to verify this conjecture, Li 11 asked Han Lu to utilize the GPS and check their movement trajectory. Sure enough, according to the GPS path, they had been at an elevation of 210 meters since entering the mausoleum, which had barely changed. So it is. Li 11 told everyone about his findings. All we have to do now is find the exit. The crowd began to look around carefully, trying to find clues, but there was nothing but endless darkness up and down. Zhang Chang asked, don't you know how to space travel? Utilize it to take us out of here. Zhang Chang shook his head. If you want a space shuttle, then you have to know where the destination of the shuttle is. It's pitch black all around here. In case you shuttle into mid-air, you won't fall to your death. It's okay. I can't die from a fall because I'm a yin spirit. As she spoke, she shifted and wanted to transform into black smoke to explore her surroundings, but she was soon surprised to find that she was actually unable to mobilize her cultivation. Seeing this, Bai Wenxin, who was on the side, also rushed to try, only to similarly find that his cultivation had disappeared without a trace. There seems to be a restriction on the cultivation level of the shadowy spirits here. The two looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubt and surprise. What the hell is going on here? Just when they were at a loss for words, Li 11 suddenly turned his head to Han Lu and opened his mouth to ask, do you have any more lollipops? Ha? You want some too? Li 11 shook his head. No, just give me one. Although Han Lu felt a little strange, he still took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to him. After taking the lollipop, Li 11 removed the candy paper and spread it into a funnel shape. Seeing this scene, the three couldn't help but ask in unison, what do you want? Li 11 gently raised the sugar paper funnel in his hand and then threw it in the direction of the abyss, only to see the funnel-shaped candy paper actually just spinning and falling slowly. There is only one explanation for this situation. There is a wind blowing up from below. The crowd saw hope that the exit was down there, but how deep the abyss is, no one knows. This was as easy as pie for Li 11 as he immediately mobilized the power of Yin Thunder. Only the black liquid was seen flowing down the steps towards the abyss. To the head, Li Shi's face showed joy. I was right. The exit is right below. After his calculations, this abyss was about 200 meters deep, but with Han Lu's current spatial shuttling ability, he simply couldn't traverse such a long distance. I'll take control of the Yin Thunder. Which one of you will go down with it first? It was the first time Han Lu had seen Li 11 casting thunder spells, so she couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Can this puddle of liquid of yours really work? Zhang Chang had seen the power of Yin Thunder. She volunteered. Let me go first. As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she followed the shadowy thunderbolt and carefully slid towards the abyss. It wasn't long before from the bottom of the abyss came her cry. You can come down. Chapter 120, The Infernal Hell. The bottom of the abyss. As they walked, they looked around warily. Suddenly, a strong, putrid odor hit his face, causing people to cover their noses. Apparently, it's getting closer and closer to the Orochi. They proceeded carefully along the bottom passage and finally came to a chamber. The walls of the chamber are painted with a dazzling array of beautiful murals. Upon closer inspection, one can see that these murals depict images of characters from Buddhism, but all of these characters look menacing and give off an eerie feeling. Li 11 couldn't help but think of the yin-yang ghost patterns passed down from Sun Shoyan's family, and there were surprisingly striking similarities between the two. He even saw the dragon riding goddess on Sun Shoyan's back on the mural. In fact, it's not surprising. Many of the figures and motifs in the yin-yang ghost patterns are derived from elements in Buddhism, and the murals here are undoubtedly part of Buddhist culture. Han Lu, who has studied Buddhism a little, explained to the group. These 4 walls draw the 6 heavens of the lust realm, the 18 heavens of the color realm, the 4 empty heavens of the colorless realm, and the 8 heavenly dragons. The 8 heavenly dragons occupy a separate wall, and under the 8 figures are written in large letters, all those who dare to send me to the mound will be condemned to eternal hell. Han Lu eagerly shouted. Everyone quickly close your eyes. Don't look at these things. However, it was already too late. Li 11 felt his legs suddenly lose their support and his body involuntarily fell downward. Eventually, he fell to an extremely terrifying place. This place is filled with scenes of torture such as frying pans, mountains of swords and fire, sinful weapons, forks and rods, hot iron poured over the body and thirst for iron juice. Li 11 saw that several Night Stalkers were tying up a man, then prying open his mouth and pouring hot iron water hard down his throat. There were several others beside him, and they were pale with fear and horror. One of them muttered, "What exactly have we come to? Is it really an infernal hell?" The other let out a loud cry and pleaded, "I don't want to stay here. Please let me out." Just then, a nightjar approached with a group of henchmen and said viciously, "You sinners should be tortured in the infernal hell." Li 11 was surprised to find out that this nightcrawler was the same guy who had previously chased the manifestation in the Underworld's underground black market. Since he knew the other party, he hastened forward to greet him, but as if he didn't recognize him, Nightcrawler ignored his greeting, and instead ordered his men to drop Li Shichi into the frying pan. "Hey, I'm Meng's son-in-law." The Night Fork remained deaf and continued to direct his men to pull Li 11 into the frying pan. Of course he wouldn't sit still and immediately attempted to mobilize the palm thunder. But, surprisingly, he couldn't feel a single trace of air in his body. What a situation! Li 11 instantly panicked. It's no joke to really be put under the frying pan. He tried to recall what had happened. He had just arrived here after looking at the mural. Wouldn't that be the same as the mural on General Dingyuan's tomb? Illusion! It's an illusion! Li 11 shouted, trying to alert himself and those around him. However, the Night Stalkers were indifferent. They still dragged Li 11 to the frying pan, ready to throw him in. Just in the nick of time, Li 11 suddenly remembered the words of the illusionist master Hu Cherry-Z. The so-called illusion is precisely by interfering with the 5 senses of human beings, disturbing the air and the body, so as to make human beings fall into hallucinations. A skilled illusionist is able to manipulate the flow of air in the enemy's brain nerves as he pleases. Thinking of this, Li 11 decided to try the method that Hu Chirako had told him to break the illusion. He concentrated and exerted his entire body, and he finally managed to mobilize a trace of air. He quickly channeled the air into his brain. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was extracting his soul. His consciousness began to blur, and his body became light, as if he had lost the bondage of gravity. Li 11 felt as if his soul had been pulled out of his body and was rapidly floating upwards. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in that familiar crypt. At this moment, Han Lu, Bai Wenxin, and Zhang Chang were all lying on the ground, revealing agonized looks, and some even started tearing their clothes. Apparently, they've all been hit by an illusion. There is no telling which of the punishments in the infernal hell they are suffering. They must have been terrified. So he immediately mobilized his thunder law and gently poured a gentle air into their brains. When Bai Wenxin realized that she was back in the tomb, she was so excited that she almost cried out, and she hugged Li 11 tightly, trembling and said, "The earth, hell is just too horrible." Li 11 tenderly touched her head and comforted her. "It's fine. Don't worry. With me here, we won't go to hell for the rest of our lives." Just then, Han Lu and Zhang Chang slowly woke up as well. Han Lu was at a loss at first, then suddenly realized that her JK skirt had flipped up at some point. She instantly blushed in shame, thinking that it was Li 11 who did it, and pouted. "Stinking rascal, what have you done to me?" The corner of Li Shi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile, intending to tease her. So, he deliberately put on a helpless look and replied in a serious manner, "I'm doing this in order to save you." When Han Lu heard this, she was even more furious and her face turned red. She stood up, crossed her arms and glared at Li 11. "There's you saving people like this." Bai Wenxin on the side saw through Li Shi's mind and couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted Han Lu's shoulder and whispered to her, "Alright, don't be angry. He was teasing you." Hearing Bai Wenxin's words, Han Lu's face eased a bit, but she still muttered somewhat indignantly, "Humph, how dare you tease this young lady? Let's see how I'll clean you up. When I go back, I'll tell Division Shen to fire you. You stinking rascal." Just then, Zhang Chang frowned and asked suspiciously, "What exactly is the magic power of this mural? It can actually pull us all into the illusion at the same time?" Han Lu came to the mural of the 8 heavenly dragons and pointed to a strange symbol. "I've heard from the older generation of my family that some ancient tombs would paint some spell formations on the paths that must be traveled through the tombs in order to prevent tomb robbers. If the tomb robbers accidentally see it, they will be pulled into the illusion." Li 11 looked at her skeptically. "What does your family do? How do you know all this?" Han Lu immediately panicked. "Let you manage." She picked up the pad again. "If you have that kind of time, why don't you just grab the Orochi?" Chapter 121 Tian Songyun Sword. The distance between the crowd and the octopus on the GPS was getting closer and closer, and Han Lu signaled everyone to tread lightly. After turning a corner, they saw the main crypt. It was a space the size of half a soccer field. Only a 10-meter-long black serpent was seen hovering in a corner. All 7 heads had gone to sleep and only one was looking around vigilantly. Among the 4, only Bai Wenxin and Zhang Chang had their cultivation restricted due to inexplicable reasons. Han Lu also only had a spatial shuttling technique, and the burden of destroying the Orochi was all on Li 11. Li 11 secretly summoned the Yin Thunder and controlled it to slowly flow towards the big snake. His idea was to use Yin Thunder to control it and Yang Thunder to output it directly, so that he could resolve the battle the fastest. After all, this was the mausoleum of the White family's ancestor, and a fierce battle scene that collapsed the chamber would not be good. Just as the Yin Thunder was immediately approaching, the snakehead that was standing guard suddenly noticed something strange, and the remaining 7 snakeheads woke up. Seeing this, Li 11 immediately accelerated the delivery speed of the Yin Thunder. One could only see that the Yin Thunder was like a black torrent, surging towards the 8 giant serpent in a steady stream. At the same time, Li 11 also prepared his palm thunderbolt and stood by, always ready to launch an attack. The Orochi felt the threat from Li 11 and instantly became manic. It quickly opened its bloody mouth and lunged towards Li 11 with a fishy odor. Seeing the situation, Han Lu hurriedly shouted, "Watch out!" Li Shi's figure flashed, as nimble as a ghost, dodging the big snake's attack. He moved swiftly and backhanded the Yang Lei in his hand and threw it fiercely at the great snake, only to hear a loud rumble. Yang Lei exploded on the body of the big snake, resulting in a powerful impact that made the big snake could not help but take a few steps back. However, this strike did not cause substantial damage to the great snake, but instead completely enraged it. The big snake let out a low growl, and with an angry gleam in its eyes, it pounced even more frantically on Li 11. Li 11 laughed coldly and mocked, "Sinful animal, you want to swallow me with just you? Go cultivate for another few thousand years." Saying that, he controlled the Yin Thunder and wrapped it towards the Orochi like a large net. The big snake's body kept twisting and struggling under the bondage of the Yin Lei, but it was never able to get rid of it. The sticky Yin Lei tightly suppressed the great snake like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, causing it to be almost breathless. But the huge body of the Orochi also made Li 11 feel the pressure, only to see the Yin Thunder keep shrinking. Li 11 said to the red Lioli inside his body, "Red Lioli, lend me a little bit of magma's air." "Yes," only to see the cloudy thunder gradually turn into the color of magma. A roasted meat smell wafted out as well. Han Lu was overjoyed. Now the Yagyu Orochi has become roasted snake meat. Suddenly, Li Shi's face changed, only to see a cold light shoot out from the Yin Lei. That cold light directly split the Yin Lei into 2. A snake head rushed out with an ancient sword in its mouth. Han Lu was shocked. Tian Songyun Sword. Hearing this, Li 11 was also shocked that this was the Tian Songyun Sword, also known as the Sword of Kusanagi. The Sword of the Heavenly Clouds is one of the 3 sacred weapons of the royal family of the Sakura Kingdom. At the time of the founding of the Sakura Kingdom, Amaterasu Amikami came down to earth and gave 3 sacred weapons, namely, the 8-foot mirror, the 8-foot agaric jade, and the Sword of the Heavenly Clump of Clouds. These sacred vessels symbolize the kingship of the Sakura Kingdom, which means that without them, the kingship of the Sakura kingdom would not be licensed. It's just that with the passage of time, the real 3 sacred weapons have long since disappeared, and all the 3 sacred weapons circulating in the Sakura kingdom's royal family now are fake. I didn't expect to meet here today. It's no wonder that the Yagyu Orochi, which had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, suddenly appeared. Back then, after the Orochi was decapitated, its soul possessed the Tensho Cloud Sword, and this Orochi is the soul of that Orochi reconditioned. Li 11 thought to himself, then what are we waiting for? Why don't we behead this evil animal and seize the Tian Songyun sword? In the future, if I have another chance to obtain the 8-length mirror and the 8-foot agaric hook jade, then won't I, Li 11, become a legitimate symbol of the Sakura kingdom? Ha ha! That way you can inherit the Sakura kingdom. I'll have all the art teachers and pretty girls in Sakura country listening to me. He burst out laughing at the thought, so immediately came in the spirit. He was clad in thunder armor, holding the thunder sword in his hand, like a god of war descending, and stabbed violently towards the Orochi. However, the Orochi nimbly avoided the attack as it opened its bloody mouth, and with its other snake head, it spewed out roaring flames. Ha! I didn't realize that your sinful animal could still play with fire? Fire spirit child, on! The fire spirit within the Wada Jade received the instructions and transformed into a fire dragon, absorbing all the flames spewed out by the Orochi. Fire spirit child was overjoyed. Master, the flames of this Orochi are so pure. You get some more for me to taste. Okay. Li 11 raised his thunder sword and slashed again, one for offense and one for defense, juggling the Orochi. The Orochi hadn't been teased like this since its birth, and its other snake head immediately protruded a stream of black mist. Not good. Poison. Li 11 cried out in secret. Seeing this, Han Lu immediately performed space shuttle, instantly coming to Li Shi's side and quickly rescuing him from the poison. Then, she once again activated her space shuttle and took Li 11 to instantly move above the snake's head. Without hesitation, Li 11 raised the thunder sword in his hand and slashed down with force. Only heard a loud rumble. The head of the snake spitting out poisonous mist should fall to the ground. The Yagyu Orochi's body twisted in pain. Li 11 turned his head to look at Fire Spirit and inquired, have you eaten enough? If you continue to play around, I'm afraid it will give it a chance to create more trouble. Fire Spirit child nodded her head in satisfaction, patted her round little tummy, and happily replied, alright, I'm already full, then I'll completely decimate it. As the saying goes, you have to hit a snake with 7 inches. And even when facing a powerful demonic beast like the Orochi, there was no exception. Li Shi's gaze was keen, tightly locking onto the 7-inch position of the Orochi. When he found the best time, he struck decisively, stabbing his sword at the 7 inches of the Orochi's vital points. The Orochi let out a mournful scream, and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. That Tian Songyun sword also fell to the ground in response. Li 11 excitedly picked up the Tian Songyun sword, his eyes glittering with excitement, his mind secretly calculating his future plans, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smug smile. Meanwhile, Han Lu carefully walked over to the Orochi and carefully inspected it, confirming that it was completely dead. Afterward, she immediately reported the situation here to Shin Hanswang and hoped that someone would be sent over as soon as possible to handle the corpse of the Orochi for research. And in the crypt, due to the fierce battle just now, the originally neatly arranged coffins were also broken into pieces. Bai Wenxin looked at the mess in front of her and couldn't help but feel a surge of guilt in her heart. She quickly walked over to her ancestor's coffin and reverently kowtowed a few times, saying under her breath non-stop, Ancestor, please forgive us for our rudeness. We were only trying to get rid of the demons and had no intention of offending your resting place. When she finished, she bowed deeply again to express her respect for her ancestor. However, right at this moment, Bai Wenxin suddenly realized that there was something green and oily inside the coffin. Chapter 122, Su Yuton's Fate. It appeared to be a jade pendant about 5 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide. Bai Wenxin picked it up and scrutinized it. On the front of the jade pendant was a human-headed, snake-bodied monster sleeping against the side of a rock, while the reverse side was carved with some strange runes. Bai Wenxin always felt that this jade pendant looked a bit familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere, but she couldn't really recall the exact scene or time. Fire Spirit also noticed the jade pendant, and she excitedly called out, Can you give this jade pendant to the master? Li 11 quickly said, What are you talking about? This is a jade pendant left by someone's ancestor. How can you just say give it away? Besides, what do I want her jade pendant for? Fire Spirit muttered. It's not because Wadia isn't comfortable living there now. Li 11 asked curiously. What's wrong? Fire Spirit explained. Recently, I have always felt a cool aura within the Hatian Jade, making it particularly uncomfortable. as if something is about to come out of it. Thinking that Su Yutong was about to break through to the severing spirit and that the wedding date of the yin and yang marriage contract was less than a month away, and then associating it with the fact that Sun Bingxin had mentioned that the yin spirit ancestor of his own family who had taken the form of a Hatian jade would be resurrected soon, Li 11 could not help but furrow his brows. At this time, Bai Wenxin saw that Li 11 had been staring at the Hatian jade, and she looked at her jadeite jade pendant again. Anyway, I've already decided to follow you, so you can keep this jade pendant for me for the time being. After saying that, he handed the jade pendant to Li 11. The fire spirit was very happy and instantly turned into a flame and drilled into the emerald jade pendant. She was happy inside. Master, the space here is dozens of times more spacious than in the Hatian jade. At this time, Li 11 saw the Tian Somyun sword in his hand and muttered, "This sword weighs a lot to use, but it's still a bit inconvenient to wear." Shi Liuli floated out from within him. "Father, isn't there one more thing missing from your Tong Tian tattoo?" Li 11 lifted up his shirt and looked at the pin with the dragon pattern coiled around his abdomen. "Is there any relationship between the two?" Akari smiled faintly. "Watch me," just by pointing with her hand. That heavenly cloud sword even instantly became smaller and stuck into the Tong Tian pattern. Just the right size to match that needle, Shi Liuli explained. Since the heavenly plexus cloud sword is capable of breeding an ancient beast like the 8-giant serpent, it is equally useful for enhancing my cultivation, and is very suitable for use as part of the Tong Tian tattoo. Li 11 nodded with satisfaction. "It's quite easy for me to use it like this." The crowd returned to Bai Wenxin's house. At this moment, Su Yutong was sitting quietly in the villa waiting for them to return. Upon seeing the two of them walk through the door, Zhang Chang excitedly shouted, "You finally succeeded in your breakthrough." Su Yutong nodded slightly, but there was no joy on her face after the breakthrough. Her gaze turned to Li 11 and she said softly, "Come over here with me for a moment." The two of them came to a room. Su Yutong took out the two of them had a yin and yang marriage certificate and handed it to Li 11. Saying that, a trace of sadness spread across Su Yutong's face. Li 11 looked at her and asked in confusion, "Then isn't your mission accomplished? Why are you still so unhappy?" Su Yutong gently sighed. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. "This cultivation of mine was originally left behind by that Yen Ling. Once she is resurrected, I will lose all of my power, and eventually my soul will fly away." "What? Why didn't Sun Bingxia say anything about this before?" Su Yutong shook her head helplessly. "Yen Ling is a member of the Sun family. How could Chairman Sun care about my life or death?" Li 11 anxiously pursued. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Chairman Sun has been kind to me. If it wasn't for her, I'm afraid that I would have already lost my soul. So, even knowing my fate, I'm willing to help her with this plan." Li 11 frowned and asked after a moment of thought, "Isn't there any other way to solve this problem?" Su Yutong gently shook her head, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes. "Stripping cultivation from a yin spirit's body. This is a severe pain that no yin spirit can withstand. What's more, I've only just stepped into the realm of the faithful spirit." Su Yutang was Li Shi's first blood. How could he just watch her soul fly away? He held Su Yutong's hand tightly, his tone firm. "There must be other ways. We can't just sit around and wait for death." His eyes were full of determination and hope, as if he was telling Su Yutang that he would never give up easily. Suddenly, Li 11 had a flash of light in his mind and remembered his identity. "Right. I'm a soul detainer now. Big deal. I'll take your soul to the underworld." However, Su Yutong shook her head with a bitter smile. "That's a soul flying away. It's not something that you, a soul detainer, can handle." Li 11 didn't back down. He still looked at Su Yutong firmly. "As long as it's my woman, I will definitely not let her suffer any harm. Although there's less than a month left. But don't worry, I will definitely find a solution." Su Yutong looked at Li 11 fondly, her eyes filled with emotion. "I really didn't look at the wrong person." The two of them went out of the room and saw that Shen Hansuang had already arrived. Su Yutong hadn't seen her before and thought that it was another woman that Li 11 had hooked up with somewhere. Although she was used to it, she still asked in a conspiratorial tone in a small voice, "Which big girl is this again?" Li 11 was busy saying, "Don't get me wrong. She's just my leader." Su Yutong blankly glanced at her. "I'm afraid it's just leadership now. Who knows what the relationship will be in the future." Li 11 hammed and hawed. "I'm a decent person. You have to trust my character." At this time, Shen Hansuang saw the room full of women and guessed their relationship with Li 11, and shook her head helplessly. Han Lu asked, "Division Shen, isn't it just dealing with the corpse of the Orochi? Why are you here in person?" "I'm here for him." After saying that, she looked towards Li 11 who was still whispering with Su Yutang. Li 11 was puzzled. "Looking for me? I can have been on board for less than 3 hours. And I just helped you destroy the Orochi, and I still have to arrange things?" Shen Hansuang nodded. "This matter must be yours." Li 11 muttered in a small voice. If I had known that Bureau 749 was so busy, I wouldn't have gone in. I also wonder if it's too late to quit now? Shin Hanswang walked over to him, approached his ear, and after saying a few words, Li 11 immediately said happily, "Go, I will definitely go. Then I'll pick you up at your villa tonight." After saying that, Shin Hanswan left. Han Lu wondered, what exactly is the mission that makes you so happy? Li 11 was happy and joyful. A girl's family, don't pry. But Han Lu was going to break the mold. When Li 11 stated his mission, Han Lu immediately blushed. Chapter 123, Ghost Dealers Union. 8 o'clock at night. Shin Hanswang arrived at Li Shi's house on time. When Li 11 stepped out of the villa, his entire body froze. Only to see Shin Hanswang dressed in a pure desire-style halter open high-waist dress, elegantly leaning against a cool Lamborghini, parked outside the villa door. She eyed Li 11 to come over and whispered, "Go, get in the car." Li 11 sat on the passenger seat, but his eyes could not help but stare at Shin Hanswang's proud career line, and secretly marveled in his heart. Is this really the female director who has always been a serious woman? Although Shin Hanswang noticed Li Shi's gaze, she calmly took out a photo from her bag and said to Li 11 while driving, "You should have seen this woman before." Li 11 took the photo and scrutinized it carefully, then nodded. "I did see it, but when the four-elephant formation broke at that time, I only saw her side and back." Shin Hanswang then pulled out an extremely small and almost invisible object and handed it to Li 11. "Your task today is to quietly place this chip on her." Li 11 revealed a wry smile and replied confidently, "Division Shen, don't worry, I'll complete the mission successfully." But he still had a question in his mind. "Why did you put the chip in Yanling?" Shin Hanswang explained why. Bureau 749's role is to deal with paranormal events nationwide. In the event of an incident in which an evil spirit harms people, they will not hesitate to be the first to go out and capture those evil spirits. However, there was an important prerequisite here, and that was that the yin spirits they captured were limited to evil spirits and their lower levels, and for the more powerful yin spirits, they were outside the scope of their dealings. Of course, this was not because Bureau 749 was unwilling to deal with Yanling, but because capturing Yanling had exceeded the limits of their ability. 30 years ago, capturing Yanling used to be an important business for Bureau 749 as well, but as time passed, the leaders of Bureau 749 gradually realized that capturing Yanling gradually made the operation of Bureau 749 difficult. This was because Yanling's cultivation far exceeded the average level of the operations division's personnel. Through statistical analysis of past data, they found that the casualty rate for capturing Yanling was surprisingly high at 40%, which undoubtedly brought tremendous pressure on Bureau 749. After all, the 749th could not replenish its personnel anywhere near as fast as such a high casualty rate. During that period of time, a phenomenon of talking about Yama had actually appeared within the 749th Bureau. Whenever a mission to capture Yanling was given, almost no one was willing to take it on voluntarily. This situation made it very difficult for the Bureau's leaders, and eventually, under pressure, they had to introduce a policy that cancelled the request for Yanling's arrest. Since then, Bureau 749 has focused on dealing with evil spirits and below-ranked nether spirits to ensure its own safety and effective operation. However, the 749th Bureau could not stand idly by while Yanling hurt people, but its own power was limited and it was difficult to take full control of the situation. Therefore, after much deliberation by the executives, Bureau 749 has reached an agreement with a private organization. This organization is the Ghost Traffickers Union, which consists of hundreds of ghost traffickers from all over the country, and its strength should not be underestimated. The content of the agreement clearly stipulated that if Bureau 749 found a target that needed to be apprehended, a chip would be implanted in his body, and the Ghost Dealers Alliance would be responsible for organizing its personnel to hunt down Yanling according to the positioning. Of course, this service is not provided free of charge, and for every successful capture of Yanling, Bureau 749 needs to pay up to $2 million to the Ghost Traders Union. Tonight, Li 11 was given the task of installing a locator chip on Wang Mani. Coincidentally, the two had not met directly, but they had had a previous relationship. At first, when the four families of Zhang, Wang, Li and Sun were suppressing ghosts, Wang Mani was the first Yanling to escape from the four-elephant formation. Since then, she has been frequenting a bar, waiting for an opportunity to siphon off male metrosexuals. Now, she has become a key target of high concern for Bureau 749. South Park Bar. It is the most high-end and largest bar in Handong Province. Shin Hanswang parked her car in front of South Park Bar, and a waiter quickly came forward to greet her. "Mr. Shin, you're finally here." Li 11 stared at Shin Hanswang with wide eyes, full of doubts, muttering in his heart, how did she suddenly become General Manager Shun? What the hell is going on here? Shin Hanswan elegantly got out of the car and walked straight into the door of the bar. The other attendants bowed and curtsied respectfully when they saw her. Although Lee 11 was confused by what was in front of him, he still followed closely. After entering the bar, Shin Hanswan did not head to the operation area, but directly ascended to the office area on the top floor and entered a spacious and bright office. Lee 11 was surprised to find that the office door hangs a golden plate, which clearly written General Manager, 3 big words. It turns out she has this identity. Shin Hanswang walked to the desk and sat down, then instructed the staff to call up the surveillance video inside the bar. Seeing the astonished Lee 11, she smiled and said, "You must be very curious to know who I really am." Lee 11 nodded. Shin Hanswang explained, "Bureau 749 is a secretive unit, and in order to move easily in society, everyone has other identities outside, but as far as I know, South Park Pub is invested by a mysterious family business. So how come you're the general manager here?" Shin Hanswang laughed. "The one who invested in this bar is none other than my father." "I see." Lee 11 came to a realization. Shin Hanswang continued, "This time I came to deal with Wang Mani's matter, not only for the sake of Bureau 749, but also for the sake of this bar of mine. The bar's continuous deaths have seriously affected the business here." Soon, someone remotely pulled up the time-lapse surveillance video from inside the bar. Lee 11 saw a slender woman sitting at the bar in a black French one-shoulder sheath dress. During this time, men came over to talk to her, but she didn't seem interested in any of them. Lee 11 asked, "Why is that?" Shin Hanswang explained, "At her level of Yinling cultivation, ordinary men can no longer satisfy their needs. What she needs is a vigorous Yuan Qi." Lee 11 then understood why so many people from Bureau 749 had chosen him for this operation. After all, his body of the young god was infatuated by many female ghosts. As long as he appeared in front of Wang Mani, he would not be able to mesmerize Wang Mani. Shin Hanswang took out a room card and handed it to Lee 11. "This is where I usually rest in the bar. I'll let you have it today. Don't let me down." Lee 11 hammed and hawed. "Don't worry, I'm going to take down Wang Mani right now." Chapter 124. Yenling drove as fiercely as a tiger. Inside the bar, lights flashed and the sound of music mingled with the sounds of people talking and laughing. At the bar, Wang Mani elegantly sat on the high stool, her slender and snow-white legs naturally hanging down on the ground, showing off her delicate figure. Lee 11 slowly walked towards her, revealing a handsome smile. "Beauty, have a drink together." Wang Mani turned her head to look at him when she heard that. She gently shook the wineglass in her hand. The bright red wine in the glass was as colorful as blood. "Yeah, I just love drinking with little handsome boys." Wang Mani's voice was clear and pleasant, as if it was heavenly music. Lee 11 couldn't help but smile after hearing this, then asked, "It's my first time here. What good wine can you recommend?" Wang Mani pondered for a moment. "This store has recently launched a cocktail called Flipping Clouds, which has a very unique taste, so you can give it a try." "Flipping Clouds and Rain? That's quite an interesting name." Wang Mani once again took a light sip of the red wine in her glass, then snapped her fingers at the bartender and signaled for a glass for Lee 11 as well. Lee 11 sat down next to her. "Why is the beautiful woman here alone? Don't you have someone to keep you company?" Wang Mani's eyes were mesmerized and deep. She gently raised her head. Her gaze fell on Lee 11. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. "Because I'm waiting for someone." After saying that, she elegantly picked up the wine cup in front of her and tilted her head back to drink it all in one go. The crystalline wine slid down her slender neck, leaving behind a tantalizing trace. Lee 11 raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a few hints of flirtation. "Oh, what kind of person is so clueless to make a big beautiful woman wait for him here?" The corners of Wang Mani's mouth raised slightly, revealing an inscrutable smile as she said softly, "Of course I'm waiting for you." Hello. The two were extremely close, and Wang Mani had already sensed Lee Shi's unique physique. At this moment, the bartender placed the mixed wine on the bar, and Lee 11 picked up the glass and carefully examined the colorful liquid in the glass. He shook the glass gently, feeling the texture of the liquid, then took a careful sip. A rich, fruity and alcoholic flavor spread out in the mouth at once, tingling the taste buds. Wang Mani stared at Lee 11 dead in the face as she stretched out her hand, took the wine in Lee Shi's hand, and gently took a sip as well. On the clear glass, her bright red lipstick was left behind. Like a blooming rose, Lee 11 was secretly happy. Hey, hooked." He looked at Wang Mani and leaned close to her ear. "It's too noisy here. Why don't we go find a quiet place to talk together?" Wang Mani revealed an imperceptible smile and nodded gently. Both of them had their own calculations in mind. Wang Mani purposely acted like she was drunk. Her body staggered and leaned on Lee 11, pouting. "Little handsome, you are really bad. I can't believe that you've already gotten a room here, yet you still told me that it's your first time here." As she spoke, She reached out and wrapped her arms around Li Shi's waist. Li 11 smiled. I didn't want to spend more time with you, so I made some preparations in advance. After saying that, he helped Wang Mani towards the elevator and pressed the floor button. As the elevator door slowly closed, they arrived at the door of the room they were in. Li 11 opened the door to the room while Wang Mani couldn't wait to walk in. Half an hour later, just as Li 11 felt that the time was almost right, he secretly took out the chip and pressed it into Wang Mani's back. The chip in the 749 is a product of the latest technology. Unlike the common chips on the market, it will automatically be absorbed by the body and transformed into a part of the human body as soon as it is fixed on the body. Mani Wang didn't notice the difference. However, Li 11 felt something was wrong. The temperature in the room plummeted. Wang Mani's face suddenly turned pale, and her eyes revealed a hint of hideousness. Li 11 had already seen too many female ghosts, and he understood that this was the rhythm of preparing for cannibalism. He immediately pushed Wannabe out of the way and jumped off the bed, lifting up his own pants and laying the nether mines around himself. At this moment, Wang Mani realized that she had been tricked. I didn't expect you to be a stinking Taoist priest from Longru Mountain. Li 11 understood that Yanling's strength should not be underestimated. Although he could fight Yanling himself, there was no need. After all, he had already taken advantage of what he should have taken advantage of. And what's more, the task of implanting the chip had already been completed, and his mission today was not to eliminate her. He hemmed and hawed, a wry smile on his face, and his tone carried a few hints of flirtation. Beautiful woman, we'll meet again sometime. Oh, before the words fell out of his mouth, he quickly grabbed the top he had put aside, and moving with the agility of a panther, he leapt out of the open window without hesitation. However, the very moment he left, he took Wang Mani's clothes by the hand. Wang Mani's eyes widened, her eyes filled with shock and anger, and she got up in a frenzy and was about to chase after her, but she suddenly realized that her clothes had disappeared. A strong anger surged to her heart, and her face turned red with rage as she transformed into a black smoke and rushed out of the window with the wind. However, when the black smoke was about to break through the window, 5 dazzling purple lightning bolts cut through the sky like 5 fierce dragons descending from the heavens, striking her fiercely with a thunderous force. The black smoke was mercilessly knocked back by this powerful force, and Wang Mani fell to the ground in a sorry state. She settled down and slowly swept her gaze to the edge of the window, only to see that 5 talismans emanating the aura of thunder and lightning were actually affixed there. She was so angry that she cursed, "Brat, how dare you use such tactics against me? Don't let me meet you again in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely dig out your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys and eat them all." At this time, Li 11 had long been quietly hiding on the roof of the building across the street, watching all this from afar. Hearing Wang Mani's cursing voice, he couldn't help but laugh out loud and muttered, "If I meet you next time, I will still push you down without hesitation." Afterwards, he took out his cell phone and dialed Shin Hanchuan's number. "Leader, the mission has been completed. Are there any instructions for the next step?" Shin Hanchuan's approving voice came from the other end of the phone. "Well, good job. This operation was very successful. I will report these 2 actions to the headquarters. You just need to patiently wait for the rewards from the headquarters. Gotta go." Shin Hanchuan continued. "Wait for me at the intersection. I'll take you to a place and treat you well." Li 11 turned off his cell phone. Suddenly, he felt his body tighten and shivered involuntarily. Shi Liuli sensed the changes within his body. "Father, just now I realized that the yuan qi in your body is draining especially fast." Li 11 nodded. "I also noticed just now. What old man Chang Wei and Bai Wenxin said is true. Driving with Yan Ling does hurt the body. First with Meng Zi, and then Wang Mani in a few days. No one else would be able to handle it." Chapter 125, Princess Pei Yu in the Ancient Painting. "Where are you taking me?" Li 11 sat on Shin Hanchuan's Lamborghini, his eyes swept over the receding scenery outside the car window, looking at the surrounding lights gradually becoming dimmer and the streets getting narrower and colder. A trace of doubt welled up in his heart. Shin Hanchuan revealed a mysterious smile. "You'll know later." The car continued on through a quiet lane and eventually stopped in front of a secluded manor house. Li 11 looked up, only to see 3 big words engraved on the entrance of the manor, Xingye Residence. Walking into the yard, a breeze brought a faint scent of flowers. Li 11 immediately noticed a clear spring gurgling past, with rolling hot air rising from the water. "You brought me here because you want me to soak in a hot spring?" Shin Hanchuan nodded slightly. "This hot spring manor is not something that ordinary people can come to," she explained. "I understand Yan Ling's strength. For an ordinary person to drive with her would undoubtedly be asking for death. And apparently, you're much more powerful than I thought." She pointed to the clear spring. "The hot spring water here belongs to pure yang, and it has remarkable healing effects on people with weak bodies." When he heard Shin Hanchuan call him false, he immediately retorted, "False? What a joke. I'm not vain at all. How can a normal man stand to be called weak by a woman? Shin Hanswang, who heard this, couldn't help but laugh out. Fine. You're not vain. But well, soaking in more hot springs is really beneficial to you. Right at this moment, a sweet-looking waitress stepped out in style and said softly, Mr. Shin, everything has been arranged. Lee 11 was surprised and asked with his mouth wide open, is this another property of your family? Shin Hanswang nodded slightly. You quickly go in and enjoy yourself. After the words, she turned and boarded the automobile alone, leaving behind a sentence. There are still some matters to be dealt with at the bureau, so I'll leave first. A trace of loss welled up in Li Shi's heart, secretly thinking, we're not together. He watched Shin Hanswang drive away and could only shake his head helplessly before following the waitress into the room. The furnishings in the room are luxurious and cozy, and the huge floor-to-ceiling windows are filled with bright starlight. Lee 11 leaped into the hot spring, feeling the warm spring water gently embracing his body, instantly soothing his body. He slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in this rare silence. Suddenly, he felt as if someone had been watching him, but looking around, there was no one around. But he was sure his senses could not be wrong. He stepped out of the hot tub and skipped around the room. Eventually, the eyes rested on a painting. The painting depicts a beautiful woman catching butterflies with a fan in the courtyard. But strangely, the woman's gaze was not on the butterfly, but staring out of the painting. Lee 11 looked at the inscription of the painting, and it was written Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji, Emperor Huizong? Although he was not able to be an emperor, his artistic attainments were very high, creating a unique calligraphy, thin gold style, and even developed court painting, creating the Xuanhe Painting Academy. If this was really drawn by him, there would never have been such a blunder on the figure. And what makes it strange is that paintings and calligraphy should be kept dry and ventilated. Too humid environment will lead to moldy paintings and calligraphy. Obviously, it would be unconscionable to hang an antique painting here. The more Lee 11 thought about it, the more wrong he felt. He always felt that the portrait was hinting at something, so he decided to take the painting down and study it closely. When he reached out to touch the portrait, he found that his fingers passed through the image, as if it were just an illusory image. Could this be a phantom? Or is there a mysterious space inside, just like the 6 paths Yin Yang played in the beginning? Just then, he suddenly heard a slight sigh with an inexplicable sadness and helplessness, like a cool breeze in the dead of night, gently brushing against his ears. He looked at the portrait in amazement, unable to take his eyes off of it as if he were drawn to it by a magnet. The corners of the woman's mouth in the portrait rose slightly, forming an eerie smile. Just as he was stunned, a clear voice came from behind him. Mr. Lee, why did you come out of the soup kitchen? Is the water temperature not suitable? He jerked his head back and saw a uniformed waitress standing there with a professional smile on her face. He pointed to where the portrait was and asked the attendant, you have this painting. However, when he turned his head to look at the portrait, he was surprised to find that the portrait that was originally hanging on the wall had disappeared. The mysterious portrait was as if it had never existed. The walls were empty, just a blank space. The waitress, seeing his desire to speak, furrowed her brow in confusion and pressed, painting? What painting? She looked in the direction of Li Shi's finger and saw only the empty wall. Li Shi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the empty wall, realizing that this matter was by no means as simple as it appeared to be, and was clearly not a secret that an ordinary waiter could know. So, he hastily waved his hand and said in a pretense of relief, nope, it's nothing, I might have misread it. The waitress took out a room card. Mr. Lee, Mr. Shin ordered that you must be treated well. We've already opened a room for you, so after you finish soaking in the hot springs, you can go back to your room and rest. If you want to eat anything, you can also talk to us. Lee 11 nodded. Time passed unnoticed, and Lee 11 fell into a deep sleep in the hot spring. In a trance, he came to a glorious palace and saw a little girl in an apricot-colored rosette chasing butterflies among the flowers. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, with a delicate and lovely face, like a blooming flower. Isn't that the woman in the painting just now? Just then, an old eunuch walked over and respectfully said, Princess Peiyu, the emperor has called for you to have your meal. The little girl nodded. All right, I know, I'll go later. After the old eunuch left, Princess Peiyu walked to the edge of the lotus pond and saw the fish swimming in the water. She couldn't help but feel happy and reached out to fish for them. However, she accidentally slipped and fell into the lotus pond. She struggled to call for help, but the pool water quickly filled her mouth. Lee 11 was shocked and rushed forward to help. However, when reaching out his hand, he was surprised to find that his hand went straight through Princess Peiyu's body. He was stunned and couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Just then, Lee 11 jolted out of his dream as he looked around and realized that he was still inside the hot spring pool. So the person in the painting is Princess Peiyu, but why did that painting disappear out of thin air? And why did I have this dream? He found it all too bizarre. But again, he didn't put too much on his mind. After all, from the time he met Su Yutong, which thing wasn't strange? It was imperative to grab a trip back to the White Cloud Temple. Firstly, to be able to see how old man Qingwei was doing, and secondly to find who Cherry Z to adjust her body. After all, he's going to Sakura country soon, and there's no telling how long it'll be before he's back. One's body is a big deal. In case he meets a beautiful woman in Sakura country, won't it delay his play? Chapter 126. Feng Cheng's eyes are almost seeing lassitude. Early the next morning, Li 11 boarded the high-speed train from the provincial capital to Jinzhou City. He looked at his ticket 11 car 8F. Well, the window seat. It's not bad. Grandpa, please move over. I'm going in for a minute. The old man who was originally sitting at position 8D was about to get up. When he heard the voice he suddenly paused, then looked up at Li 11, and both of them said in unison, "Surprisingly, it's you." This old man was none other than the ghost peddler that he had encountered before in the Heavenly Jail Mountain, money-selling ghost. Li 11 was surprised in his heart, not expecting the two to meet here. Since he's a ghost trader, he's most likely in the Ghost Trader Alliance as well. Li 11 thought in his heart, could it be that he's here to capture Wang Manny? But soon, he dismissed the idea. Since he had only just implanted the chip into Wang Manny's body last night, the Alliance shouldn't have acted so quickly. Money Seller Ghost instead spoke first. Are you going back to the Golden State? 11 Li nodded and asked rhetorically, what about you? I'm getting ready to head south. I recently picked up a big order. The A's offered me $2 million to help catch a ghost. $2 million? Li 11 was shocked in his heart. This was exactly the same as the price given by Bureau 749. It seems that Bureau 749 has also encountered a difficult Yinling in the south, and that is why it has paid for the services of a ghost peddler. He asked, so what are you doing in the province? The money-selling ghost sighed deeply and said slowly, alas, recently, I fell in love with an ancient painting, which is the authentic work of Emperor Huizong. I chased it all the way for more than 1,000 miles, but it fled for more than 1,000 miles, and eventually it escaped. Antique paintings? An authentic painting by Emperor Huizong of Song? Is it the one I met at the Saya residence last night? Li 11 muttered in his heart and decided to test his mouth. You ghost dealer, why are you suddenly interested in ancient paintings? The money seller ghost looked around alertly and replied in a lowered voice. This is no ordinary ancient painting. That painting has become a spirit. Li 11 pretended to be calm and laughed, expressing his disbelief. Don't you joke. I've only heard of fox spirits, yellow-skinned spirits, etc. But I've never heard that a painting can become a sperm. The money-selling ghost stared wide-eyed and explained seriously. Of course ordinary paintings don't, but the coincidence is that after the character depicted on that painting died, his soul actually clung to this ancient painting. Think about it, a painting is actually able to fly around. Isn't that becoming a spirit? Li 11 remembered what happened before. Qian Sel's ghost was able to silently appear in the Heavenly Jail Mountain, and he and Qi Liuli did not notice it at all, which showed that Qian Sel's ghost's cultivation was unfathomable. He couldn't help but ask curiously, even you couldn't deal with it, just how high is its cultivation? The money-selling ghost shook his head helplessly. Cultivation? It's about the same as Yin Ling, but her spells are very strange, as if she has mastered a special kind of spatial power. Every time I see that I'm about to catch her, but then she suddenly disappears. At this time, Money Seller Ghost felt something was wrong and looked at Li 11 and said, What? Are you also interested in this painting? Li 11 hurriedly waved his hands and explained, No, just curious. Money Seller Ghost shook his head and sighed. I won't have the chance to get this painting, but if you're interested, you can go and try. When he finished speaking, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. The woman on that painting is a real beauty. Half an hour later, high-speed rail arrives at Jinzhou Station. Li 11 saw an acquaintance at the exit from a distance. Feng Ching? What's she doing here? To pick me up? It can't be. I didn't tell anyone about my return. At this time, Feng Cheng also saw Li 11 who got off the bus. She never thought that the two could meet here. Li 11 was about to open his mouth to speak, but a young man in a suit spoke first. Chang, you're pregnant. Why are you here in person? I was bored at home alone, and knowing that you were coming back, I came to pick you up, and came out to have a look around. Although Feng Cheng answered the man's words under her breath, her eyes unconsciously glanced at Li 11. The man noticed the difference. He looked at Li 11 and then Feng Cheng. You guys know each other? Li 11 thought. Hey. Not only know, I also helped your daughter-in-law to cure the infertility. Feng Cheng hurriedly said, he is the disciple of Taoist Qingwei. Hearing these words, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, revealing a look of surprise hurriedly extending his right hand and said enthusiastically, I didn't expect that the disciple of Taoist Master Ching Wei and Chairman Sun's fiancé would be the same person. It's really too much of a coincidence. My name is Qin Feng. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Li 11 politely shook Qin Feng's hand. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. You know Sun Bingshi? Qin Feng smiled as he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Li 11, which read Qin Feng, General Manager of Skyrun Group Sakura Country Branch. He explained, I happened to see you walk into Sun Dong's office a few days ago at headquarters. Later, when Sun Dong was sick and hospitalized, I went to visit him and coincidentally saw you walk out of the hospital room. At that time, I curiously inquired about the relationship between Sun Dong and you, and only then did I realize that you were an unmarried couple. Li 11 nodded his head in realization and praised with a smile. Mr. Qin is so young to be able to sit in the high position of branch general manager. He will definitely have some great achievements in the future, and his future is unlimited. Qin Feng humbly waved his hand. Nowhere. Taoist Li is a dragon and phoenix among men. I, Qin Feng, am ashamed to be inferior. I really can't hope to catch up. Immediately afterward, he warmly issued an invitation. Since we are so fortunate to meet here today, why don't we have a meal together at noon? It also happens to be a good time to sit at my home and talk together. Li 11 thought. I have slept in your house. Go to sit down is not necessary. Even if you want to sit down, it is also me and your daughter-in-law. What is your business? Thinking of this, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, but still said in a serious manner, Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your kind words, but my master has found me with matters that need to be dealt with, so I hope to get together again next time we have the chance. Qin Feng was a bit disappointed to hear that, but he still smiled politely and said, Okay, if you need any help, please feel free to contact me. Li 11 nodded his thanks and exchanged contact information with Qin Feng. The two then said their goodbyes and turned to leave. Feng Chengchang looked back at Li 11, his eyes full of reluctance. To get to Baiyangwan from the high-speed train station you need to first take a 3-hour bus ride to Baiyun town and then walk an hour up the mountain. It was already evening when Li 11 went up the mountain. He hadn't even entered the courtyard when he heard Huang Xianer's complaining voice. Why isn't senior brother back yet? It's too meaningless to face an old man every day. Taoist Master Qing Wei pretended to be very angry. If you have the ability, go find that philandering senior brother of yours and see if he still cares about you. Chapter 127, Grandma's coming. I love my fairy the most. Why am I ignoring him? Li Shi's voice came in from outside. Seeing that familiar figure, Huang Xianer jumped up happily as she dove headfirst into Li Shi's arms. Senior brother, you're finally back. Taoist Master Qing Wei twisted his beard. You brat, you still know to come back. His eyes suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that just after not seeing you for a month, your kid's cultivation had risen so much. Quickly tell me what you've done these days. When they heard that old lady Meng was going to marry her daughter to him, Taoist Master Cheng Wei laughed out loud. I knew that my disciple had some tricks up his sleeve. Even old lady Meng's daughter was able to get her hands on him. At this time, Hu Qingzi's charming voice said, You this month a lot of erotic should not be happy not think about it. Why suddenly think of coming back? Li 11 hee smile. This is not miss you guys. Ugh. Hu Sakurako pretended to be angry. I think thinking about us is fake. And thinking about my demon pill is real. Li 11 hurriedly smiled and said, How could I? My heart is all about my Sakurako wife. Hu Cherry Z blankly glanced at him and turned her head to Taoist Master Qing Wei. Old man, look at your disciple's oily mouth. You don't care. Taoist Master Qing Wei laughed and shook his head. He's your man. I can't control him. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Seeing that only himself and the two great beauties were left in the courtyard, Li 11 of course no longer hesitated. He looked at the two with a bad smile on his face. Wife, senior sister, let's go to the house to talk. An hour later, Hu Sakurako lay weakly to the side, gently opening her mouth. A demonic pill emitting a golden glow slowly spat out from her mouth. You hold on to it. Li 11 took the demon pill. Okay, my wife is the best. Unexpectedly, Huang Xianer also spat one out of her mouth. Senior brother, I also have a demonic pill. You can use mine this time. Li 11 looked at the two demon pills in his hand. His heart was filled with emotion. What her? I'll swallow them all in one breath. After saying that, he put the two demon pills into his mouth. In an instant, he felt a powerful flow of air emerge from his dantian, spreading in a steady stream throughout his body. The energy that had been lost over the past month due to communicating with the Yin spirit was recovering at this moment. He felt as if he had gained a new life and was filled with strength. Hozakura-chan, you've got a lot of nerve. The voice of an angry old woman came from outside the room. Hu Sakurako immediately sat up alertly. Grandmother, how did she find this place? Li 11 returned the demonic elixir to the duo. Grandmother? The same grandma who forced you to marry General Dingyuan? Sakurako nodded as she looked at Lee 11 with concern. I'll hold him off for a while. You find a chance to escape. Run away? Why would I run away? Since Grandma found this place, she must have known about us. He will definitely kill you. Lee 11, however, didn't care. The demon that can kill me hasn't been born yet. At that moment, the voice of Taoist Master Chang Wei came from outside the room. Where did the sinful beast come from, daring to break into my White Cloud Temple? The old lady snapped. Ungrateful stinking Taoist. Looking for death. Lee 11 heard the sound of fighting and immediately rushed out, only to see that the old woman who was entangled with Taoist Master Chang Wei. Her hair was already white and she looked to be about 60 years old, wearing a black dress with 7 black tails trailing behind her. He recalled that Cherry Z had said at first that her grandma was a Mahayana demon and was about to break through to become a demon king. But looking at the number of tails right now, it was obvious that she hadn't succeeded yet. A Mahayana demon. Its strength would be about the same as Yen Ling, although it had already entered the late Mahayana stage. It wasn't as if it couldn't fight on its own. Lee 11 immediately donned his thunder armor and rushed forward. Taoist Master Chang Wei laughed out loud. Good disciple, let me see just how far your strength has reached. After saying that, he exited the battlefield. Lee 11 glanced at Taoist Master Chang Wei in surprise. Master, this is a 7-tailed demon fox. You're punking me. Apprentice, you need more experience to grow. He turned to Huang Xianer. Xianer, learn more from your senior brother. Battlefield. The 7-tailed demon fox dragged out 7 long tails, and they all smashed down at Lee 11. Lee 11 sidestepped and dodged, while summoning several lightning bolts that struck the demon fox. The fox demon raised her hands, and a huge black light shield appeared around her, and the lightning struck the light shield, but it didn't react at all. Kid, with your current Taoist skill, you can't hurt me. The corner of Li Shi's mouth rose slightly. Oh, is that so? The 7-tailed demon fox felt that something was wrong under her feet, and when she looked down, she didn't know when. A puddle of black liquid had surrounded her. She didn't expect Li Shi's lightning to be just a feint. The black liquid was his killing move. The black liquid suddenly turned into magma and quickly wrapped towards the 7-tailed demon fox. Huang Xianer was surprised. Master? You taught this too? Taoist Master Chang Wei shook his head. I haven't even seen what this kid is learning outside. Just then, the demon fox violently jumped out of the surroundings of the magma, and then spewed out a jet of black flame from its mouth, rushing towards the flying magma. Rumble. The two forces collided, splashing flames everywhere. The flames burned into the ground, and a large crater instantly appeared on the ground. Lee 11 was secretly shocked in his heart. The strength of this demon fox was really not to be underestimated. Taoist Chang Wei exclaimed, My Taoist temple! My Taoist temple! He looked at Huang Xianer. What are you still waiting for? Put out the fire. Quickly put out the fire. Huang Xianer, however, was not flustered. Master, your Taoist temple is too broken. Just burn it down. The big deal is to rebuild it. What do you mean broken Taoist temple? Cut the crap and put out the fire. Huang Xianer muttered. Got it, Master. Just by twisting her hand, the water in a pool outside the Taoist temple seemed to be subjected to a huge gravitational force, falling from the air onto the flames. As Huang Xianer cast her spell, the fire was gradually brought under control. However, the 7-tailed demon fox did not stop there. It took advantage of the short pause after Lee 11 was attacked and lunged, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Lee 11. Lee 11 reacted quickly. A sidestep dodged the demon fox's attack. At the same time, his hand quickly condensed a ball of thunder light, and with a forceful wave, the thunder light shot towards the demon fox like an arrow. The demon fox's movements were exceptionally agile, dodging the lightning with a flick of the wrist, then turning around and spewing out black flames once again, the roaring flames sweeping over as if it were a volcanic eruption. Seeing this, Lee 11 leaped and jumped up high, avoiding the flames. In the air, he waved his hand and summoned several lightning bolts, which intertwined together to form a grid, blocking the demon fox's path. In this way, both sides went back and forth in a fierce battle, not giving way to each other. Sakurako on the side nervously watched the battle between the two, her eyes filled with worry and tension. She turned her head and asked Tao Master Chang Wei, Old man, can he do it by himself? Taoist Master Chang Wei, however, was relaxed and replied without a care in the world, You look good as all. At this moment, Lee 11 was surrounded by a dazzling thunderous light that shone brightly. A thick lightning bolt rose up in the air like a giant dragon, carrying a heaven-destroying aura as it slashed straight at the demon fox. Chapter 128, Master Shifu. Can't you do it? The 7-tailed demon fox sensed this powerful force, and it tried its best to dodge, but the thunder in the surroundings restricted her movement again. Helplessly, She could only bring her 7 tails together to resist this thunderous lightning. Sakurako outside the arena looked at the two of them, and for a while, she didn't know exactly whose safety to worry about. They faced each other for several minutes, and eventually, the lightning bolt sent the demon fox flying more than 10 meters away. Black smoke was rising from the demon fox, and Chirako's heart tightened. Lulu and Lishi's move also consumed a large amount of air. He panted heavily and looked at the demon fox in the distance with a sigh of relief in his heart. However, he didn't let his guard down because he knew that the demon fox hadn't completely lost its fighting strength. As expected, the demon fox slowly stood up with an angry glint in its eyes. Brat! How dare you hurt me! It opened its mouth and let out a piercing shriek. Immediately after that, its body began to change, and she transformed into a beast form, her original 7 tails becoming even more enormous, exuding a bizarre aura under the moonlight. Taoist Master Qingwei also realized that something was wrong. It seemed that this fox demon was completely going to get real, only to see the wild winds around the demon fox's mouth, flying sand and stones. It opened its bloody mouth, and a black tornado whistled out from its mouth and swept over. Wherever the tornado passed, trees were uprooted and even the air became distorted. How could the originally dilapidated Taoist temple resist such a scene? And in a moment, the roof was lifted off. When Li 11 saw this situation, he was shocked and hurriedly cast a spell, trying to stabilize his form. But the demon fox's magic power was simply too powerful, and all his efforts seemed to be just futile. The gale was mixed with wisps of black gas, dyeing the entire space black, and the figure of the demon fox was hidden in it, making it hard to catch. Li 11 could only concentrate fully, staring at his surroundings with wide eyes, attempting to be able to catch the slightest movement of the demon fox. All of a sudden, he realized a tail was coming at him with incredible speed. He didn't even have time to think about it carefully and dodged sideways, managing to avoid the tail's attack. However, he didn't even have time to catch his breath before another tail swept over. This time, Li 11 finally failed to avoid it completely, and was struck by the residual force of the tail, and his entire body flew backwards. He fell heavily to the ground and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Seeing this, Taoist Master Qingwei hurriedly said, "Good disciple, to what realm has the cultivation of your talisman reached? Quickly let my master take a look." Li 11 cursed Taoist Master Qingwei in his heart. He was too unreliable and refused to help even now. At the same time, he nervously fumbled for talismans from his pockets, hoping to find one powerful enough to deal with the situation at hand. Finally, he found a talisman that emitted a purple glow and an icy cold aura, and his heart secretly rejoiced. This is it. Taoist Master Qingwei was shocked at the sight and cried out in disbelief. You're actually already able to draw a purple electricity clear frost talisman. This is an earth-ranked talisman. This was not the first time that Li 11 had used an earth-ranked talisman. He knew that the situation was urgent this time, and he had to utilize the power of the talisman as soon as possible. With his experience from last time, the speed at which he activated the earth-ranked talismans was significantly faster. In an instant, dozens of lightning bolts intertwined with a frosty and austere aura, enveloping the entire White Cloud Temple like a spectacular scroll. The fox demon looked up at those terrifying thunderbolts in the sky, a look of shock and amazement in her eyes. It had never expected that such a young little Taoist would possess such amazing strength and means. The fox demon again cast his gaze to the Qingwei Taoist master on the side. This old fellow had not yet made a move. If the two joined forces, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape with his wings. The fox demon sensed the danger and a hint of fear and panic flashed in its eyes. It knew that it had encountered a formidable enemy. It absolutely couldn't stay here for long. It had to leave immediately. Thus, it immediately shifted its body, wanting to escape from here. Li 11 saw through the fox demon's mind at a glance. He sneered and said, "Want to escape? It's not that easy." Saying that, he mouthed the words, and his hands continuously made seals, controlling the lightning in the air to pursue towards the fox demon. The fox demon sensed the threat behind it, and it began to dodge from side to side, trying to avoid the lightning's attack. However, the lightning followed like a shadow, always following closely behind it. Finally, the fox demon was unable to dodge and was struck by a purple lightning bolt, letting out a mournful scream as it fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li 11 immediately took the opportunity to rush forward, ready to give the fox demon a fatal blow. At this time, Cherry Z, who was on the side, suddenly shouted, "Li 11, don't!" Li 11 did not intend to let the fox demon go easily. However, Cherry's words caused him to be distracted for a moment. In this fleeting moment, the fox demon that was originally paralyzed on the ground violently opened its mouth and spewed out a strong black flame from its mouth. Li 11 reacted with extreme agility and quickly dodged sideways, successfully avoiding the flames. Seeing this, The fox demon knew that the situation was not favorable to it, so it seized this fleeting opportunity, transformed into a dark shadow, and fled from the White Cloud Temple at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the White Cloud Temple, which was full of wreckage and ruins, Taoist Master Qingwei was so heartbroken that he was almost in tears, and couldn't help but wail, "My Taoist temple, ah! Now there's nothing left." Li 11, on the other hand, said with a helpless look on his face, "Your disciple's life was nearly lost, and you're still here caring about the Taoist temple?" Taoist Master Qingwei helped him gently dust off the dust on his clothes. "I'm doing this for your own good. I'm purposely creating an opportunity for you to practice. A chance like this to fight a great demon like the seven-tailed fox demon is very rare." Huang Xianer, who was standing at the side, spoke up, "Master, in my opinion, you can't beat them at all." Upon hearing this, Taoist Master Qingwei's face changed slightly, not realizing that his small mind had been seen through by his disciple, but his mouth remained strong as he retorted, "My disciple has the ability to drive her away, so how could I possibly not be able to defeat her?" Li 11 said, "I remember when you eliminated the red-headed centipede. It looked like it was struggling, and it was still just a Jidan demon." Huang Xianer snickered from the side, "Master, you turned out to be so weak." Taoist Master Qingwei smiled awkwardly, "I had my cultivation abolished for a while back then, and it wasn't easy enough for me to practice to this level again." Li 11 saw Hu Cherry's worried face. "Are you still worried about your grandma?" Hu Sakurako lowered her head and said softly, "She has raised me for hundreds of years after all." Seeing Hu Cherry in a dilemma, Taoist Master Qingwei couldn't help but advise, "Little fox, you demons are demons. As long as you don't harm people, all is well, but if you have the heart to harm people." Although he didn't continue, Hu Sakurako understood what he meant. "I understand." Taoist Master Qingwei didn't say anything more as he stretched his back and looked at the wretched White Cloud Temple. "Alright, everyone will deal with the night tonight and rebuild the Taoist temple with me tomorrow." Li Shi's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean? Build it yourself? What's the problem? But there are only 4 of us. Let's just hire someone more. I'm not short on that kind of money right now." Taoist Master Qingwei slapped his head. "What do you know? This is part of cultivation. Think back then, in Longhu Mountain, we masters and brothers together." Realizing he'd said a bit too much, he immediately turned the conversation around. "Alright, go to bed." Huang Xianer was curious. "Dragon Tiger Mountain? Master, you still stayed at Dragon Tiger Mountain?" But Taoist Master Qingwei didn't chime in, and just waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to mention old stories. Chapter 129, 10,000 Foxes Cave. Early the next morning, Li 11 opened his eyes in a daze, and there was a cacophony of noises in his ears. He rubbed his bleary eyes, and as far as his eyes could see, he saw that the villagers of Baiyun town below the mountain were working together to carry bags of heavy cement and a thick log to the mountain with great difficulty. Seeing this scene, Li 11 couldn't help but raise a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be that old man Chang Wei suddenly found his conscience last night and couldn't bear to let them endure this kind of hard work again? However, the next moment, Qingwei Taoist Master pulled out a pile of thick banknotes from his bosom when he said, "Many thanks to all of you for going out of your way to transport these materials up the mountain. This small amount of money is not a token of respect. Please have a drink of water and take a rest." The man in the lead quickly waved his hand and laughed brightly. "Taoist Qingwei, you must not say that. You have been blessing our side of the world with peace and tranquility. It is only right that we can do something for you." After saying that, he led the crowd to turn around and leave. Seeing that the 3 had woken up, he shouted, "Alright, you guys shouldn't continue sleeping either. Hurry up and get up to work." Despite their incessant grumbling, they obediently walked over to the mountain of building materials. "Master, what to do with the cement? Master, why can't I build this wall straight? Old man, I can't get this nail in. Hey, little fox, you can't use spells." Li 11 let out a long sigh. "What am I doing here for nothing? Someone save me." Evening. The 3 of them, who had been busy all day, were finally able to relax and sit around the campfire in the courtyard, chewing on the carefully prepared cold chicken made by old man Changwei. They ate it with gusto, exclaiming under their breath, "Fragrant! It's so flavorful." Taoist Master Qingwei lightly stroked his beard and said to Li 11 with a smile, 11, one of them is a fox and the other is a weasel, and they naturally love to eat chickens. But how come you eat it so well too?" Li 11 wiped a handful of grease stains on his mouth and replied with a satisfied smile, "After a long day of exhaustion, this chicken is simply delicious on earth." Curious, he asked, "Master, why don't you eat?" Taoist Master Qingwei took a bite of the baked sweet potato in his hand. His gaze fell on the statue of the 3 Qing statue that was still amongst the ruins, and he slowly said, "Ancestor 3 Qing is watching. I won't eat it." However, Li 11 waved his hand uncaringly and said, There are no outsiders here, so it doesn't matter if you take a bite. Just then, the four of them simultaneously detected a subtle rattling sound coming from outside the Taoist temple. They stood up alertly and asked in unison, "Who?" A three-tailed fox was seen stumbling and lumbering into the Taoist temple. When it saw Hu Sakurako, surprise and hope flowed out of its eyes, as if it had found a life-saving straw as it excitedly cried out, "Sister Sakurako, I've finally found you." After that, he fell head over heels. A sense of foreboding surfaced as she looked at her sister who was covered in wounds. Hu Sakurako immediately cast a spell to wake her up. "Xiaobai, what's wrong?" The three-tailed fox weakly looked at Hu Chirako. One fox cave is in danger. Don't you rush. Speak slowly." Sakurako, who helped her, feed her a mouthful of water. The three-tailed fox continued. "Last night, 3 ghost dealers broke into the 10,000 Foxes cave, and due to the absence of grandmother, many of the sisters were taken." She paused. "Didn't grandma come to see you? Have you seen her?" Husakurazi glanced at Lee 11 and the others and said, "Last night, grandmother had already left here. Could it be that she hasn't gone back yet?" The three-tailed fox shook its head. If grandmother was there, wouldn't she have let those 3 ghost dealers spread their wildness? What about Sakura Ning, Sakura Yu, and Sakura Zoe? They're not here either? Sister Sakura Ning and Sister Sakura Yu were not at home, and Sister Sakura Ro fought against the 3 ghost traffickers all by herself in order to protect us, and ended up being seriously injured. Hucheri Z understood what was going on. She looked at Lee 11. "Can you accompany me to the 10,000 Fox cave?" "Of course. Since they're all your sisters, that makes them my sister-in-laws. Of course I'm going." Hu Sakurako, who was still on edge, laughed at her comment. "Don't be a jerk. Then let's hurry up and get going." Huang Xianer also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Hucheri. "Xianer, you'd better stay here and help me look after Xiaobai." Huang Xianer nodded. "Then you guys be careful." 10,000 Foxes cave, located on the fringe of the 100,000 mountains. Although it is called the 10,000 Foxes cave, but it is not a cave, but because the nearby mountains are the Hucheri family's territory, so those mountains are collectively called 10,000 Foxes cave. When the duo arrived, the sight before them shocked them, only to see that from the foot of the mountain all the way to the mountainside, there were many corpses of fox demons that had already transformed into human beings lying horizontally and vertically along the way. Some of these fox demons only had 1 tail, while others possessed 3 tails. They all had enchanting figures, skin as white as snow, and beautiful looks. Lee 11 sighed secretly in his heart as he walked. Pity. It's really such a pity. These ghost dealers really don't know how to show mercy. Just then he saw a faint fire flickering in a cave not far from them. Seeing this, Hu Sakurako hurriedly said, "Hurry up, let's go and take a look." Upon entering the cave, they found a mess inside, with a dozen or so injured 3-tailed fox demons lying on the ground, their voices rising and falling as they wailed in pain. And on a stone pillar to the side, another 5-tailed fox demon was tied up. Hu Sakurako hurriedly ran over to check, anxiously calling out, "Sakura Ro's sister! Sakura Ro's sister!" However, there was no response from the other side. Hu Sakurako hastily reached out to test her nostrils, and instantly turned pale as she cried out in despair. "Dead! She's dead too!" Tears couldn't help but come out of her eyes. At that moment, 3 lewd men flashed out of the cave entrance. The one in the lead had a braid and was wearing lipstick. Looking a bit misogynistic, he crossed his orchid fingers and said, "I thought I could catch a 5-tailed fox and sell it for a good price, but who knew that she'd rather die than give in? We were all going to give up, but I didn't expect that there would be one that took the initiative to send it to us." Then he pointed at Lee 11. "Little Taoist, are you also here to catch the fox demon?" Lee 11 didn't answer, but only asked coldly, "Wife, what do you say? What do you want to do with these 3 people?" Hu Sakurako gritted her teeth and looked at the 3. "Death. I'm going to kill them by 1,000 cuts." The man leading the group covered his mouth with his orchid finger and laughed out loud. "Yo! I didn't expect a fox demon to fall for a Taoist priest." Then he said to Lee 11, "Little Taoist, I see that you are not weak. Why don't you join us and follow us to eat and drink?" Li Shi's eyes were ice cold, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Step by step, he approached the trio. Chapter 130 Hospitable Lee 11. Toast to the drink. Brothers, together. The man leading the group roared with a fierce face. As his words fell, the other 2 men pounced with their respective weapons. However, Li Shi's figure was like a ghost, easily dodging their attacks. Just by waving his hands, a black thunderbolt shot out from his hands, instantly knocking one of the men to the ground. The man fell to the ground groaning in pain, his body convulsing. The other man saw the situation and immediately turned around and tried to flee the scene. But would Lee 11 let him escape so easily? He swung his hands again, and another lightning bolt struck the man's back with precision. Only a scream was heard and the man fell heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only the man in the lead was left standing alone. He looked at Lee 11 in front of him in horror, and his body trembled involuntarily. In a surprised voice, he asked, "You are a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that you people dare to do such a hurtful thing. You all deserve to die." When the man in the lead heard these words, his legs softened, and with a plop his knees fell to the ground, constantly kneeling and kowtowing to Lee 11, begging bitterly, "This Taoist master, please let me go. I promise I will never do such bad things again from now on." Too late. Lee 11 deeply knew that these people could not change their nature. The man suddenly revealed a hideous face and glared viciously at Lee 11. "You forced me to do this." A rich black aura began to emanate from him, and his originally normal eyes gradually became scarlet, revealing a bizarre and dangerous aura. The man's two companions instantly turned pale and horrified when they saw the change in him. They wanted to escape, but they were helplessly bound firmly by the Een thunder released by Lee 11. Unable to move, the man slowly walked over to one of his companions and stared the other dead in the face with his scarlet eyes filled with a murderous intent that struck fear into the heart. The companion was trembling with fear, and his voice trembled as he cried out, "Old boss, don't." However, before his pleas for mercy could fall, the man violently stretched out his hand and tightly choked his neck. Then without hesitation, he opened his bloody mouth and took a bite at his companion's neck. In the blink of an eye, the companion's body rapidly dried up like a deflated balloon, as if the entire body's life force had been drained away. The black aura around the man, on the other hand, grew stronger and formed a huge black fog enveloping him, looking eerie and terrifying. When Lee 11 saw this, his heart was shocked. He didn't expect this man to be so cruel as to sacrifice his companion to raise his cultivation. After the man finished devouring his companion, he turned his head to look at his other companion. The man had long since collapsed to the ground in fear and kept begging. Lee 11 decided that he couldn't go on like this. The man's companion deserved to die at the hands of Sakurako, even though he deserved to die. He immediately activated a thunder sword and slashed at the man. Unexpectedly, the man unexpectedly used his right hand with a black aura to directly grip the thunder sword. Empty hand to white blade? He's got some tricks up his sleeve. But these are minor. Li Shi's eyes stared, and in his heart, he secretly became ruthless, manipulating the thunder sword with all his might, trying to break free from the man's hands. However, the man was also not willing to show weakness, and after a low roar he once again increased the strength in his hand, holding the thunder sword in a death grip and not letting go. For a while, the two were in a stalemate. Lee 11 quietly took out a yellow talisman paper from his pocket. The man was quickly attached to the other man's back when he wasn't looking. The man suddenly felt a sharp pain spread all over his body, and couldn't help but let out a miserable scream, while releasing his grip on the thunder sword. Seeing this, Lee 11 immediately seized the opportunity and swung the thunder sword in his hand with force, accurately stabbing into the man's chest. The man's eyes were wide open, his face full of incredulity as he looked down at the thunder sword sticking out of his chest in disbelief of what had just happened. Lee 11 turned his head to Sakurako and said, "You can handle these two." Sakurako who nodded, picking up one of the daggers on the table and slowly walking towards the man. The man looked at her in horror and begged loudly for mercy. "Beauty, beauty, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." However, Sakurako seemed as if she didn't hear his words at all as she walked to his side with an expressionless face and plunged the dagger into his thigh without hesitation. With a firm pull, a meatball was smoothly scooped off. The man immediately let out a miserable and incomparable scream, the sound resounding throughout the room. His companion, on the other hand, was so shocked that his face turned pale and he even wet his pants directly. Half an hour later, the man was gouged with holes all over his body before he breathed his last. Seeing that the man's companion was motionless, Lee 11 kicked him. "Hey, don't play dead. It's your turn." But he still didn't respond. Lee 11 slowly squatted down and reached out to feel the man's pulse. He was scared to death. Upon hearing this, Sakurako casually threw the dagger on the ground and said with a cold snort, "Cheap for him." Just then, two wonderful women appeared outside the cave. Both of them looked very similar and both had 5 tails behind them. "Sakura-chan!" the two women shouted in unison. Sakurako turned around in surprise when she heard the voice, and her eyes became moist when she saw the duo. She said excitedly, "Sakunin, Sakuroyu, you guys are finally back." After saying that, she quickly stepped forward and hugged them tightly. Lee 11 looked at the 3 5-tailed foxes in front of him and secretly marveled in his heart. The quality of the foxes in this litter is really high. Just then, one of the 5-tailed foxes looked viciously at Lee 11 and roared, "Is everything here the work of this man?" After saying that, her eyes flashed with red light, and her 5 tails immediately stood up. looking like they were ready to attack at any time. Seeing the situation, Sakurako hurriedly stopped her, then whispered a few words in her ear, only to see that Fox's expression changed rapidly after hearing this, from anger to surprise, before finally returning to its original state. Sakurako introduces the duo to From. Their names are Sakura Ning and Sakura Yu, both 100 years younger than Sakurako. Cherrying bowed to Lee 11. Many thanks to Taoist Lee for making a move. Lee 11 smiled and waved his hand. We are all family. It's within our boundaries. No need to be polite. The 3 five-tailed foxes came to the dozen or so injured foxes and cast spells to heal them up. Soon, all the foxes could barely stand. Lee 11 asked, "What are your plans next?" Looking at the devastated 10,000 foxes cave, Cherry Ning and Cherry Yu didn't know what to do for a moment. Cherry said, "Since these 3 ghost dealers were able to discover this place, the 10,000 foxes cave has more than likely been exposed. So why don't you guys come back to the White Cloud Temple with me?" Hearing this, Li Shi's eyes lit up. Cherry Rain hesitated. A dozen of US fox demons going to a Taoist temple? Is that appropriate? Lee 11 was busy saying, "It's appropriate. Of course it's suitable. Master and I are the most hospitable." Chapter 131, The Yellow Springs Kingdom. The next day, Lee 11 returned to the White Cloud Temple with a dozen foxes. When Taoist Master Qingwei saw those foxes, his person was dumbfounded. He was infuriated and blew out his beard. Lee 11, I am a Taoist temple here, not a fox den. You better give me a reasonable explanation. Lee 11, however, had an innocent look on his face. Master, this is not my idea. You have to ask her. When he finished speaking, he glanced at Sakurako. Taoist Master Qingwei asked, "What exactly happened?" Sakurako told the whole story, then revealed a pleading gaze. "Old man, can these sisters of mine live here?" Seeing that Taoist Master Qingwei didn't say anything, Huang Xianer busily said, "Master, it's crowded and lively, so you can keep them." Lee 11 also fanned the flames. That's it. It's only lively when there are more people." Taoist Master Qingwei sighed helplessly. "That's just it. You guys can stay for now, but if someone comes to offer incense or something, you guys have to hide your foxtails. Also, I happen to be repairing the Taoist temple. You guys have to help out too." Sakurako Hu and her sisters cheered happily. That night, the White Cloud Temple was unusually lively. Those foxes were frolicking and playing in the courtyard, and they also ran into the Sanqing Hall from time to time and scurried around. Taoist Master Qingwei kept admitting his mistakes in front of the stone statue of the 3 pristine ones, while Lee 11 and Huang Xianer snickered on the sidelines. Early morning, Taoist Master Qingwei woke up early, but found no sign of Lee 11. Where did this kid run off to early in the morning? It took until noon and he still hadn't shown up. Taoist Master Qingwei asked everyone and none of them knew where the people had gone. He immediately dialed the phone. "Brat, where are you people? I'm still waiting for you to work." The phone over there came Li Shi's hypocritical apologizing voice. Master, I'm sorry I'm not going to the Sakura country soon. I still have some things to deal with in the city, so I won't bother your old man." Taoist Master Qingwei opened his mouth and cursed. "What, going downtown for something? I think you just don't want to work." Lee 11 didn't want to listen to his nagging, so he pretended to have a bad signal. Hello, master? I can't seem to hear anything here." Taoist Master Qingwei was so angry that he hung up the phone, and when Huang Xianer saw this, she hurriedly comforted. "Master, don't be angry. Maybe senior brother really has something urgent." Cherry Z guessed what Lee 11 had gone for. What kind of urgent matter could he have when he went downtown? "It's nothing more than looking for Feng Chengcheng and Zhong Qinin." Taoist Master Qingwei muttered. "This brat, let's see how I'll clean him up later." At this time, Lee 11 was having lunch at a restaurant with Feng Chengcheng and Zhong Qinin. Today, after Feng Chengcheng received Li Shi's message, she purposely dressed up extra beautifully. Even though the weather was a bit cooler, she still wore black silk and a short skirt. Feng Chengcheng gazed at Lee 11 with her affectionate eyes and asked softly, "How long do you plan to stay here this time?" "About 3 days. After 3 days I need to travel to Sakura country to take care of some things." Zhong Qinin, who was on the side, suddenly interjected. "What are you going to do in Sakura country? Traveling?" As soon as she heard that she was going on a trip, Feng Chengcheng immediately became excited and said excitedly, what a coincidence. My husband is going back to the Sakura country's branch office the day after tomorrow, so we can go together?" Lee 11, however, gently shook his head and pointed to the floor under his feet, slowly saying, "The place I'm going to isn't on top of Sakura country, but underneath it." Both of them were confused when they heard this and looked down at the ground. "Below? What do you mean by below?" Lee 11 leisurely said. "It's the Yellow Springs Kingdom." Hearing this answer, Zhong Qinin couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Yellow Spring Country. It turns out that the Yellow Spring Country really exists in the world. Feng Chang, on the other hand, was at a loss. Yellow Springs Country? What Yellow Spring Country? How come I've never heard of it? Zhong Qining said the information she knew. The underworld of our country is known as Hell, while the underworld of the Sakura country is known as the Yellow Springs Country. In fact, the name Yellow Springs was also copied. After all, our underworld was established before Sakura, and the alias is Yellow Springs. The underworld king of the Yellow Springs kingdom is called Izanami, an extremely ugly woman who was said to have writhing maggots all over her face and 2 black snakes wrapped around her arms, which is very scary. It is said that she hated men so much that she was abandoned by his husband, Izanagi, after she became the king of the underworld. A man from the Sakura country enters the underworld after death, and if he was unfaithful to his wife in life, Izanami will make that man taste all the punishments of the underworld. After hearing this, Feng Chang lost her face in fear. Wouldn't that be dangerous? However, Li 11 smiled in disbelief. Don't worry, I'm on a business trip this time, with an official background. That woman won't dare to do anything to me. He then turned his head, his gaze falling on Zhong Qining as he asked curiously, how do you know all this? Zhong Qining said softly, I saw it in the ancient books collected by my grandfather. There are many strange stories recorded in those ancient books. I used to read them as stories when I was a kid, so it seems that most of the contents in that ancient book are true. After she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and gently stroked her stomach. Li 11, you still remember the promise you made with my grandfather? Right, of course I remember. It's just the demonic pill of the 3-legged golden toad. As long as I meet it in the Sakura kingdom, I will definitely take the demonic elixir and go to your house to propose marriage. Just as the 3 of them were talking, Li 11 saw a familiar figure and he gave Feng Chang a wink. Feng Chang immediately tensed up and whispered, my husband. Why did he come to this restaurant as well? Qin Feng in the distance likewise saw the 3. He smiled and walked over with an inscrutable smile on his face. Taoist Li, we are really destined to meet. I didn't expect to meet you here. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze back to Feng Chang, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Chang, aren't you at home? Why have you come out again? Feng Chang's heart tightened and her brain raced, trying to find a reasonable excuse to explain her appearance. She nervously gulped and stammered in reply. What? Li Daolong asked Qining to have dinner with him today, and when they were chatting they mentioned me, and then they called me out to get together. Qin Feng looked at Zhong Qining skeptically, seemingly not entirely convinced by this explanation. He raised an eyebrow, his tone revealing a hint of questioning. Dr. Zhong, you and Taoist Li still know each other? Zhong Qining immediately took Li Shi's arm, a happy smile on her face. No surprise, he'll be my fiancé soon. Hearing these words, Qin Feng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He looked at Li 11 with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Taoist Li, then your marriage with Sun Dong? Zhong Qining asked. Sun Dong? What Sun Dong? Chapter 132 followed. It's a long story. Li Shi's brain spun rapidly, thinking of a response. I don't know if Qin Feng was doing it on purpose or not. Continuing to fan the flames on the side, Sun Dong is the chairman of Tianrun Group. Unexpectedly, Zhong Qining didn't feel anything at all after hearing this, as if she was listening to someone else's gossip. Our family Li 11 is really inviting. Even the chairman of Tianrun Group can handle it. When Qin Feng heard this, he was shocked. She's not even angry? Li 11, who was on the side, was also confused and muttered in his heart, is this still the Zhong Qining I know? You know, Zhong Qining and Sun Xiuyan used to be at loggerheads when they first met. What's wrong with you today? Have you changed your mind? On second thought, though, it's not really surprising. After all, Zhong Qining had lived with those female ghosts for a while before, and to her, there didn't seem to be much difference between the women and the female ghosts now. Since she was able to accept female ghosts, she was not surprised that Li 11 had an additional fiancé. However, at this moment, Li 11 had begun to realize that this person, Qin Feng, was definitely not simple. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile, before he said softly, my family Qining really understands things. After saying that, he tenderly picked up a strawberry and gently handed it to Zhong Qining's mouth, feeding it to her. Seeing this, Feng Chang, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but snicker. Yo, seeing how sweet you two are, you really don't treat us as outsiders. After Zhong Qining heard this, her face instantly turned red, shyly lowered her head, and muttered in a low voice, you weren't an outsider in the first place. Looking at the 3 people talking and laughing, Qin Feng felt as if he was a redundant person. His face became very ugly, but soon forced himself to endure. He said gently, Chang, I still have a client upstairs. you finish eating and hurry back. After saying that, he went straight up to the second floor of the restaurant. Feng Chengcheng let out a long breath. That was a close call. Li 11, however, did not care. With me here, what are you afraid of? Zhong Qinin laughed. Chang Chang, 2 men across from you at the same time. Is it exciting? Feng Chengcheng blushed. Don't make fun of me. After the 3 of them had lunch, Feng Chengcheng asked, where do you want to go play later? Zhong Qinin pointed upstairs. Aren't you going home? Feng Chengcheng waved her hand. What home? I don't want to go back. I'm alone at home. I'm bored to death. Zhong Qinin smiled helplessly when she saw this, then her eyes lit up as if she had thought of something interesting. I heard that there's a new house of horrors in this neighborhood. It's quite fun. Do you want to go and take a look? Feng Chengcheng immediately came to life, clapping her hands excitedly. Yes, good I haven't played for a long time. Li 11, who was on the side, couldn't help but speak up. You 2 pregnant women, you're actually going to a house of horrors? Feng Chengcheng had already stood up impatiently. What are you afraid of? We've all lived with real ghosts. What's a mere house of horrors? Inside the house of horrors, the eerie light inside, paired with the occasional dismal sounds, made the duo stare straight into Li Shi's arms. It's so vegetable and fun-loving, and I don't know who just said that a house of horrors isn't scary. Suddenly, it didn't feel right to him. Why was there a chill in here? This is not a feeling that humans can create through lighting arrangements. Li 11 immediately turned on the spirit-looking technique. This look didn't matter, as he realized that the entire house of horrors was shrouded in a black, ghostly aura. There really are ghosts here, and there's more than one. At that moment, a ghost in white appeared. Feng Chengcheng and Zhong Qinin were startled, but then the 2 of them laughed out loud. This is too fake. Li 11 realized that there was something wrong with this ghost. His eyes were empty, and he looked as if he had lost his vitality. That felt a bit like when I first met Fatty a few days ago. It's obviously been spending a lot of time with the spirits. A trace of uneasiness welled up in Li Shi's heart as he lowered his voice. You guys better stop playing. There really are ghosts here. Just as he had finished saying this, a man suddenly descended from the sky and appeared in front of them. The man was fat-looking with a mouth full of fangs, and his appearance was terrifying. His entire body had begun to rot, emitting a foul odor. Feng Chengcheng and Zhong Qinin closed their eyes and screamed at the horrific sight in front of them. They clutched Li Shi's hand, their bodies trembling unceasingly. Li 11 looked at the man and quickly gathered a powerful force in his palm, preparing to cast palm thunder. Sensing the danger, the man turned and fled back to the roof, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Feng Chengcheng said with a trembling voice, let's just get out of here quickly. It's just too scary here. Li 11 gently nodded and gently comforted. Don't worry, I will protect you all. However, you are all pregnant, so it really isn't suitable for you to continue staying in such a gloomy and cold place. However, just then, a white shadow flashed in the corner, while a tiny spider instantly disappeared into the darkness. In fact, Li 11 had already sensed that the 3 of them were being followed as early as when they left the restaurant. But what he hadn't expected was that the guts of this stalker was so big that not only did he dare to follow all the way, but he also dared to follow them so close. Unsurprisingly, this person should be an expert. In that case, he was curious to see what the man wanted to do, so he deliberately acted as if nothing had happened and said to the 2 of them with a smile, I've just eaten too much and now I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Why don't we find a place to rest? When Feng Chengcheng heard these words, her eyes immediately lit up and she said excitedly, good. Across this street is the best hotel in Jinzhou. After saying that, she excitedly took Li Shi's hand and walked out quickly towards the outside of the House of Horrors. Enter the hotel. The front desk girl asked, Sir, ma'am, you have a room? Li 11 took out his ID card while glancing behind him, realizing that the man was still following him. 1 room will do. How many of you are staying? 3, the front desk girl said. Sorry, but even if it's 1 room, you need 3 people's IDs. On the side, there was a pair of brothers who had come from out of town to have fun, looking at the 2 beautiful women to the left and right of Li 11, revealing an envious expression. One of them pushed the other. Brothers, when do you think we can mix like this? The other one shook his head helplessly. Just forget about it, or your sister-in-law won't break your legs. The man let out a bitter laugh. Hey, why did I marry a tigress? Chapter 133, Gongsun Yubing? Gongsun Yuqing? Room 8122. Li 11 closed the door to his room, then quietly left a puddle of lay at the door. Right at this moment, Feng Chengcheng suddenly hugged him tightly from behind, muttering, deadbeat, you've missed me all these days you've been away. When she finished, she couldn't wait to kiss it. However, Li 11 turned back at the critical moment, gave her a wink, and then whispered, you guys come with me. The 2 were instantly confused by his actions. What's wrong? Feng Chengchang lowered her voice and asked. Li 11 frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. From the time we left the restaurant until now, someone has been following us. Ha? Feng Chengchang and Zhong Qinin looked at each other in surprise, their eyes filled with doubt. Have you guys offended anyone lately? Feng Chengchang had an innocent look on her face and quickly shook her head. I'm a full-time wife. Who can I offend? Zhong Qinin also shook her head. Even though I work in the CID, I'm in the forensic room every day, so I won't offend anyone. So it's me then? But I only returned to Jinzhou yesterday, and I didn't offend anyone, did I? Then what do we do now? Feng Chengchang asked. Li 11 was very calm. The corner of his mouth even had a hint of a smile. Don't worry, it's fine. The fish will take the bait later. When he was done, he carefully made his way to the door of the room, and gestured to the two men to stay away. Just then, a voice filled with doubt suddenly came from outside the door. What in the world is this thing? Why is it sticky? Li Shi's eyes suddenly lit up and he was secretly happy. Hey! Finally! When it was too late, he instantly summoned a ball of inlay, and then violently opened the door of the room, followed by a forceful fling, which swiftly threw the puddle of black liquid towards the person eavesdropping outside the door. In the blink of an eye, the black liquid wrapped the person eavesdropping outside the door tightly like a big net. Afterwards, Li 11 gave a fierce pull, and the black liquid wrapped around the man was directly yanked inside the room. Ouch! That hurts! A girl's screams and shouts came from the liquid. Li 11 bent down to check the puddle of shadowy lightning that had just been left outside the door, only to see a wood spider the size of an orange sticking to it. What's going on? A wood spider? Armor laying? Gongsun Yubing? He recalled that back in the Underworld, it was Gongsun Yubing who had bitten himself with a wooden spider in the middle of the night. Thinking back to that girl's voice just now, it wasn't Gongsun Yubing. He immediately turned back and put away the Yin Thunder. Sure enough, he saw Gongsun Yubing struggling on the ground. He wondered, why you? The little beauty snapped to her feet and raised the camera in her hand. You little white boy. I'm telling you, the evidence of you hooking up with a married woman is all here with me. You don't mess around, or I'll call the police to arrest you. Seeing that she didn't seem to recognize herself, Li 11 subconsciously took a step forward and said suspiciously, You don't remember me? The little beauty held the camera in one hand while raising her hand, signaling Li 11 to keep his distance. Don't you get close to me. I don't eat that. Li 11 was completely confused. He looked at the wooden spider in his hand, and then looked at the pretty face of the little beauty, and thought to himself, this is Gongsun Yubing. That's right. Seeing that her wooden spider was in her opponent's hand, she immediately snatched it, and it disappeared inside her sleeve in the process. Li 11 asked, You're not Gongsun Yubing? Hearing this, the little beauty froze. You know my sister? Sister? Li 11 then realized. Of course we know each other. We just met in the Underworld a few days ago. When the little beauty heard the word Underworld, she naturally believed in Li Shi's words. After all, not many people in the world know that Gongsun Yubing participated in the selection of the Underworld. Only then did she drop her guard, looking at Feng Chengchang and then at Li 11. No way. Even if you know my sister, I have to complete my mission. When she finished speaking, she raised her camera and snapped a picture. At this time, Fire Spirit suddenly rushed out from the emerald jade pendant, snatched the camera, and returned to Li 11 in triumph. The little beauty was angry. You give it back. Li 11 flipped through the contents of the camera while saying, Yo, you've been filming quite a bit. Tell me, why are you filming us? Although, he already had an answer in his mind at the moment, he still wanted to be sure from the other party. The little beauty pouted. I'm not telling you. Li 11 revealed an evil smile. I can subdue your sister, and I'm still afraid that you'll talk tough? Seeing the other party looking at her unsuspectingly, the little beauty subconsciously stepped back and threatened. I'm very powerful. Don't you force my hand. When she finished, a palm-sized bronze spider stood on her shoulder. Bronze laying down armor? I didn't realize that the Gongsun family's other bronze supine armor was in her hands. You still want to fight me? Li 11 summoned the red glaze. Looking at Shi Lioli and Fire Spirit in front of her, the little beauty was surprised. You're Li 11 who defeated my sister in the Netherworld selection? What? Stalked me for so long before you realized who I was? Knowing that she was no match for him, the little beauty put the bronze spider back. Fine. If you want to know anything, just ask. It turned out that this little beauty's name was Gongsun Yuqing, Gongsun Yubing's twin sister. The two grew up cultivating together and both had the highest qualifications in the family, so they both obtained the pair of bronze spiders in the family. However, the yin and yang were selected and the quota was limited, but the family gave the quota to Gongsun Yubing. In a fit of pique, she ran away from home. After coming to the city of Jinzhou, in order to survive, she entered a private detective studio, specializing in helping people steal photos. Yesterday, the studio received a sum of money from Qin Feng, who suspected that the baby in Feng Chang's stomach was not his and wanted the studio to help find that person. That's what led to what happened afterward. Feng Chang's heart tightened. I didn't expect him to guess it after all. Gongsun Yuqing was a bit helpless. It's my bad luck to meet you. Let's forget about today. But the camera you have to return to me. Then you can't follow me anymore. Gongsun Yuqing was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Reluctantly, she said, "All right, I got it." Just then, Gongsun Yuqing's stomach suddenly made a grumbling sound. Li 11 couldn't help but laugh out loud and teased, "You haven't eaten yet, by any chance?" Gongsun Yuqing's face instantly turned red, awkwardly lowered his head, and stammered, "How can I eat when I've spent all my money? I was counting on catching you in this business. But now, this money can't be earned." Li 11 helplessly shook his head, secretly laughing in his heart. He took out his cell phone, shook it, and said to Gongsun Yuqing, "Add a friend." "Buddy up for what?" Li 11 sighed in a pretense of pity. "Alright, I was going to say I'd transfer you the money for a meal." Gongsun Yuqing's eyes instantly lit up. She quickly pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and said excitedly, "Plus, add friends here." Looking at the $10,000 that arrived in the account, Gongsun Yuqing was happy in his heart. "You're a friend I'm going to make." Li 11 shook his camera, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "You know what to do." She immediately understood. "Got it. I've been following you all day and I haven't seen anything." Chapter 134, Transitioning Spirits. 2 days later. Late night, Li 11 and Meng Zi arrived at Pao's office on time. Pao took out a palm-sized bronze token. "You will sail to the Yellow Springs Kingdom tonight, and when you see their Underworld king, give this token right to her, and she will naturally arrange for your subsequent tasks." Li 11 curiously asked what exactly he was going to do on this trip to the Yellow Springs country. Pao explained. This time, the two were dispatched to cross the spirits. The Underworld has its own rules. The underworlds of their respective countries only take in the nether spirits of their own countries, so those who die abroad can only become lonely ghosts in the Yang world. Of course, the underworld of each country, in order to prevent the Yin spirits of other countries from causing trouble in their own Yang worlds, will place them in a unified city, with special Yin agents to maintain their order in the Yang world. The placement of Sakura Nation is set in Tokyo. Every 20 years, the underworld of each country sends a Yin messenger to extradite the Yin spirit of their country back to their country. This time, Pao gave the task of extraditing the Yin spirit of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom to Li 11 and Meng Zi. So it's just extradition of Yin spirit. This mission is not that difficult. Li 11 heard the mission feel very relaxed, thinking, this is not an Meng Zi out of the country to spend the honeymoon. Pao, however, shook his head. Then you're thinking wrong. What's going on? Any difficulties? Meng Zi knew the reason. Those Yinzers in the Sakura country are no good. In every ghost run they have been inferior to us, so they have always held a grudge against us and been hostile. Every time we go on an errand, they always trip us up. Pao nodded slightly in recognition. Indeed, this is the reason why I asked Meng Zi to travel with you. Meng Zi knows the rules of the underworld like the back of her hand, so when you arrive in the underworld, you must follow her commands, and don't easily clash with others. Li 11 put his arm casually on Meng Zi's shoulder, a hint of unruly smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. She's my wife. Naturally when you go out, it's the wife who listens to her husband. How could there be any reason for a husband to listen to his wife? Immediately afterward, a look of contempt surfaced on his face, and he said with disinterest, so what if those Sakura Nation undertakers don't cooperate? Wouldn't it be better to just beat them into submission? Pao looked grave and said in a stern tone, how can work and life be mixed up? I don't care who makes the decisions in your daily lives, but for this overseas mission, you must absolutely obey Meng Zi's orders. Seeing Pao's anger, Li 11 hurriedly bowed his head and responded, understood, Lord Pao. Seeing this, Pao's face eased slightly. Well, that's good. There's no time to lose, so hurry up and head to the Underworld harbor. I've already arranged for a ship to send you to the Underworld. The two left the office. Meng Zi took out a delicate porcelain bottle from her bosom and handed it to Li 11. This is the medicine I prepared for you in the past few days. You take one capsule every day, and after half a month, you no longer need to be afraid of losing your vitality. Li Shi's face first showed joy when he heard this, but soon he revealed an impish smile as he looked at Meng Zi. That means that even if you're with Yan Ling in the future, you don't have to worry about hurting your vitality? Meng Zi blushed slightly at his gaze, and she nodded gently. Seeing this, Li 11 was overjoyed in his heart and hugged Meng Zi and kissed her fiercely. Wife, you're fantastic. Why don't we try it tonight? Meng Zi was shocked at what she heard. She hurriedly looked around and said somewhat sheepishly, this is still the underworld. Can you pay attention to your image? In case someone else hears about it, it will be a shameful death. Lee 11, however, laughed uncaringly. You're my wife. What's there to be ashamed of? They can't even wait to envy you. Meng Zi shook her head helplessly. Alright, you're the one who can talk the most. Let's get going and check out the situation at the Underworld Harbor. The Underworld Harbor is the seaport of the Underworld to other countries in the Underworld. And whenever one goes out of the country, one must inevitably pass through it. Likewise, sea vessels from other countries in the Underworld must dock here if they wish to come here. Since it was now late at night, there were not many boats coming in and out. Looking at the empty harbor, Lee 11 was puzzled. Didn't Lord Pao say it was already arranged? Where are the ships? Go! Let's go to the dispatch office. Inside the dispatch office, the lights are on. A huge screen hung on the wall, showing surveillance videos from various intersections. And in the dispatch room, two girls were huffing and puffing on their desks. And from behind they seemed somewhat familiar. Lee 11 walked in and couldn't help but frown at the sight in front of him. Hey, don't sleep. He slapped the table hard as he spoke. As the voice rang out, those two sisters were immediately awakened, and they jerked their heads up, their eyes still carrying a few moments of confusion. However, when they saw the visitors clearly, a surprised expression appeared on their faces. How come it's you guys? Lee 11 also recognized that these two sisters were none other than the black and white irregulars Shuelei and Shueloran. No way. You guys got transferred again? The white erratic Shuelayan awkwardly snapped his fingers. Alas, these days we keep getting the information of new employees mixed up in the personnel department, and as a result, we've been transferred here. Lee 11 secretly said. 66,666. From the black and white, to the Underworld office, to the personnel section, to the dispatch office. That should only be a month. Changing 4 departments in just 1 month is also quite a blast to have anywhere. He asked. How dare the Underworld give you such an important scheduling job? Black Impermanence Shuelei said. We just came here. Aren't we still taught by our seniors? Lee 11 looked at the empty dispatch room. What about your seniors? Oh, there's usually no work at night. We're just on duty. So you guys fell asleep? Shueloran spat out her tongue. This isn't the first time I've worked the night shift. I didn't hold back and fell asleep. Lee 11 was completely speechless to these two nerdy sisters. Ziralan explained and asked. What are you doing here? Sail out to the Yellow Springs country. Shueloran was surprised. It is you who are going to the Yellow Springs country. I'm so envious that I can travel abroad just after I became a Enin agent. No, it's a business trip to do business. How come this kind of good thing can't be our turn? Lee 11 secretly said. Better be glad it's not you guys, so you don't get lost on your own when the time comes. Meng Zi asked. Where's our ship? Only then did Shuelei come to a realization. The captain specifically explained when he was off duty and told us to get the boat ready. It's not like I just double wrote a few games and forgot about it. I'm going to get the boat out. Lee 11 was a bit uneasy. There shouldn't be any problems with the boat you prepared. It's going out to sea. If something goes wrong, people will be killed. Don't worry. Guaranteed no problem. You guys come with me. Chapter 135, The Forbidden Woman. Shuelei led the way while describing in colorful detail how this time the Underworld had attached great importance to their work on this sea voyage and had specially arranged for a luxurious giant ship. But when I got to the dock, I saw a small, lonely, broken boat bobbing with the sea. It's even a wooden boat. It even had holes in it. Li Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the ship you prepared? Do you guess it can last until the Yellow Springs Kingdom? Shuelei smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, it was too dark and I went to the wrong pier. The boat at Pier 3 is the one for you. The 4 of them walked forward some more distance and finally saw a huge ship. The huge ship was quietly moored in the harbor like a huge steel beast. The giant wheel was more than 100 meters long and had 4 floors, which could accommodate at least 1,000 people. As they walked into the ship's room, an aura of luxury to the extreme hit them. The interior of the ship was beautifully decorated, with every detail displaying the ultimate in craftsmanship. Lee 11 was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, looking at what was in front of him incredulously. He never expected the Underworld to be so generous. Shuelei explained. This mission is of vital importance. That's why the Underworld attaches such importance to it. After all, it's not a small matter to bring the Een spirits that have been stranded here for 20 years back to the Underworld. Meng Zi said. According to statistics, over the past 20 years, there have been around 800 Een spirits stranded in Sakura country. It's only natural to use this large ship to transport them. However, Lee 11 suddenly realized a problem. But for such a big boat, there are only 2 of us. Who will drive it? Just then, an elegant female voice came from inside the cabin. Welcome to the haze. I am your sailing steward, Wataru. Artificial intelligence? Ships in the Underworld are equipped with artificial intelligence? Meng Zi nodded. The ship in the underworld has been equipped with artificial intelligence, so as long as you tell it the destination, it will be able to travel there automatically. Seeing that they had accomplished their mission, Shuelai and Shuelayan waved their hands. I wish you guys a safe journey, yo. After the two of them disembarked, Meng Zi said, Xiao Du, set off for the Yellow Springs Country Underground Harbor. Set the air conditioner at 26 degrees, airflow at 3 stops, dim the lights a bit brighter, and turn on the music. Okay. With a loud whistle from the giant ship in the silence, the haze left the harbor and set out for the Yellow Springs Country. From the Dragon Kingdom Underworld to the Yellow Springs Kingdom is a total of 200 nautical miles, which takes about 24 hours. The night was already late, and Li 11 couldn't help but yawn, muttering in his mind, I wonder what the bedroom here will be like. He made his way to the SVIP room on the top floor of the Chiron. The room's lavish and incomparable crystal chandelier is as dazzling as the bright starry sky. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the vastness of the ocean is in full view, as if it were one with heaven and earth. The circular waterbed is like a dream. The soft goose-down comforter provides endless comfort and warmth. The rooms are also equipped with a wide range of amenities, all of which demonstrate the ultimate in luxury and sophistication. Li 11 couldn't help but marvel. This is simply more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. Meng Zi said, this is a luxury liner of the underworld, so naturally it won't be as bad as it could be. You can stay in this room. I'll go next door. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Li 11 suddenly pulled her arm. I only saw him smile wryly. How can any couple sleep separately on their honeymoon? Meng Zi was slightly stunned as she gently punched Li Shi's chest and said poutingly, alright, I'll give you this guy a cheap ride tonight. However, I have to take a shower first. Shortly after, Meng Zi, wearing a silk v-neck camisole nightgown, walked out of the bathroom, exuding a charming fragrance. I thought you were from the Tang dynasty and would wear ancient clothes all the time. I didn't realize you had modern clothes too. Li 11 looked at Meng Zi, who possessed classical beauty, wearing modern pajamas. Extraordinarily charming. He subconsciously swallowed and was about to get on it when he was pushed away. You're stinky and sweaty. Go wash up too. 3 o'clock in the morning. Li 11 was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a cramping pain in his stomach. He couldn't help but frown and curse in a low voice. I told them both long ago not to eat raw pickles, but those two sisters insisted on eating them. He remembered the scene before he came to the underworld, and secretly grumbled in his heart that Zhong Qin and Feng Chengcheng just didn't listen to advice and insisted on having a taste, causing himself to suffer along with them. Li 11 grumbled as he got up and prepared to go to the restroom. He gently lifted the covers, afraid of waking up Meng Zi beside him. Seeing her sweet sleeping face through the faint moonlight, he couldn't help but lean down and gently kiss her forehead. The bathroom in this room definitely couldn't go, or else the sound and the smell would have to make Meng Zi vomit. He found one of the other rooms in passing and rushed in. A torrent poured out of him. He felt as if his stomach was an out-of-control blender that kept churning and churning everything inside, flying down the drain, so much so that he even wondered if the toilet would carry it. Cool. He lifted his pants, ready to go back to sleep. Just then, he inadvertently glanced out the window. The sight outside the window made his eyes widen. Am I pulling a daze? He stood in front of the window and stared out. Outside the window there was an island, and on the edge of the cliffs of the island there seemed to stand a figure that, on closer inspection, looked like a girl. Intense curiosity surged through him, prompting him to walk quickly towards the deck, rubbing his eyes vigorously to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Oh, my God, it's really a girl. Even though it all seemed so bizarre and out of the ordinary, Li 11 was still determined to figure it out. He quickly made his way to the cockpit. Wataru, head for the island on the left. Command received. Warm reminder, there is a reef near the nameless island. We can only stay 100 meters from the nameless island. May I ask if you are sure to proceed? Keep moving. Okay. The course has been changed. Li 11 left the cockpit and went to the bow of the boat, looking out at the mysterious girl from a distance. As the boat drew closer, he finally got a good look at her. It was indeed a beautiful girl, with long, shiny black hair down her shoulders that was being elegantly combed, and she didn't seem to be wearing anything. Even more surprisingly, he heard the beautiful woman singing softly. The singing voice is gentle and melodious, as if it were heavenly music, and it mesmerizes people. Although the darkness plus the distance couldn't see the beauty's appearance, judging from the figure and voice, it was definitely a beauty. The beautiful woman had noticed him too. Her singing suddenly stopped. Then, violently, he jumped into the sea, but in just a blink of an eye, she appeared under the cruise ship. Li 11 thought to himself, 100 meters away, and he swam over in the blink of an eye? He also got a good look at the beauty. She had fair skin, bright red lips, and a pair of large white rabbits that floated up and down with the water. Most importantly, she had a huge amount of long hair. a head of black hair that was over 2 meters long. A strange fragrance also accompanied her and drilled into Li Shi's nose. 2 words immediately came to mind: Forbidden Woman. Chapter 136, Greeting Lord Mengzi. Rumor. The Forbidden Woman is a monster in the sea changed from a female corpse. Every cloudy day of the month, they seduce men on shore and drag them into the water to eat them. She is not only exceptionally beautiful, but her bones have a strange fragrance that has the ability to cause hallucinations. Could it be what I've encountered? Just as Li 11 was thinking, the Forbidden Woman suddenly smiled sweetly at him, and Li 11 felt dizzy, as if he was lost in the other's smile. Little brother, come down and play. With a seductive voice from the Forbidden Woman, he felt that his body was no longer under his control and he involuntarily jumped into the water. Then, slammed his arms around her waist. Her skin was cold and prickly, but unusually smooth. After all, Li 11 had been through 100 battles, and quickly came back to his senses, fixed his mind, and immediately activated the Thunder Law in an effort to regain control of his body. A flirtatious smile appeared on the Forbidden Woman's face as she asked in a delicate voice, "Little brother, do you see me as beautiful?" Her voice was melodious and lilting, full of seductive charm, as if it could penetrate one's heart. Li Shi's heart was violently shocked, secretly sighing at the power of this Forbidden Woman. If he hadn't practiced the Thunder Law, I'm afraid that he would have already been bewitched by her and lost his mind. In order to figure out the Forbidden Woman's true intentions, Li 11 decided to go along with her words. He smiled and responded, "Beautiful. Of course it's beautiful." After the Forbidden Woman heard Li Shi's praise, her eyes became even more mesmerized. Her lips slightly opened and whispered, "Little brother, is your body hot?" Saying that, her hand gently stroked Li Shi's chest, her fingertips slowly tracing over his firm chest. However, right at this moment, the Forbidden Woman's gaze suddenly flashed with a cold light, and sharp, pointed nails instantly grew on her originally slim and slender fingers. She quickly stretched out her fingers and tried to cut Li Shi's skin with her sharp nails, but to her surprise, no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't get an inch closer. The corners of Li Shi's mouth rose slightly, exuding a mysterious smile. Suddenly, a dazzling light of thunder emanated from his body, and immediately after, a set of armor condensed from lightning appeared on his body. The Forbidden Woman felt a powerful electric current spread throughout her body and was suddenly numb. She screamed in horror, her body flashed and she hurriedly swam backward, pulling away from Li 11. "You're a thunderbolt?" "That's right," Li 11 said aloud. "Aren't you trying to confuse me? Don't run." The Forbidden Woman laughed softly, her voice ethereal. "I didn't expect to meet a tough opponent today." As she recited the words under her breath, the river water around her seemed to be manipulated by some mysterious force and began to violently toss and turn. At the same time, in the sea around Li 11, a huge suction force suddenly arose, like a bottomless black hole that wanted to swallow everything in. Li 11 was shocked in his heart, but he reacted quickly and immediately exerted his thunder technique with all his might in an attempt to break free from this powerful suction force. However, there was no place to borrow strength in the seawater at all, and he felt his body constantly being pulled deeper and deeper into the seabed. Right at the critical moment, he quickly summoned a stream of thunder and wrapped it around the railing of the huge ship, then used all his strength to pull upwards, finally succeeding in pulling himself back onto the ship. The Forbidden Woman looked at Li 11 greedily, with the light of desire flashing in her eyes, and said, "Little brother, just now I found out that you are the body of a young god. Oh, you can't run away today." After saying that, the Forbidden Woman levitated on the surface of the sea, her hands danced, and the seawater around her instantly condensed into 2 huge water dragons that hovered behind her. She flicked her finger, and 2 water dragons interspersed with raging seawater roared out, rushing towards the direction where Li 11 was. Facing this ferocious attack, Li 11 secretly grumbled in his heart. Fighting in seawater was clearly not his area of expertise, and the impact from those 2 water dragons was even more powerful. But the Forbidden Woman seems to have forgotten one important thing: water conducts electricity. Li Shi's eyes were cold as he decided to use this opportunity to give the Forbidden Woman a hard lesson. Only Li 11 summoned in thunder to form a wall to block the 2 water dragons, while at the same time, he fired a yang thunder from the palm of his hand to strike the sea. Yang Lei fell into the sea, and the current quickly spread throughout the sea. The Forbidden Woman was caught off guard, and the powerful current caused her to yelp. Her body trembled slightly, and her originally beautiful face became twisted and hideous. Li 11 took the opportunity to push Yin Lei with all his might to strengthen the defense line. The 2 water dragons also lost control and turned into countless water drops that fell onto the giant wheel. The Forbidden Woman glared angrily at Li 11. She didn't expect that she would suffer a loss at sea. She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you count on me?" Li 11 sneered. "This is called treating others the way they treat you." Mengzi inside the room was also awakened by the sound of the 2 fighting. Looking at the forbidden woman on the sea, she raised her arm, and the sky was suddenly changed by the winds and clouds. A blood mist converged, and then there were countless arms reaching out from the blood mist. Meng Zi's eyes were cold, revealing a hint of majesty. With a wave of her arm, those blood mists condensed into a huge arm that slapped towards the forbidden woman. The forbidden woman's face changed drastically as she scrambled to cast spells to try to defend herself, but the power of the blood arm was too strong and easily broke through her defense. Ah! The forbidden woman screamed miserably as the bloody arms tightened their grip. She struggled, but the more she struggled, the tighter the bloody arms wrapped around her. Lord Meng, Meng Zi, spare your life. The forbidden woman's voice begging for mercy came out of the bloody palm. Meng Zi took control of the arm and moved the forbidden woman in front of her. The force on her hand loosened considerably. You recognize me? The forbidden woman nodded. 100 years ago, also in this sea, I have seen this move of yours, ghost crying and howling. Meng Zi snorted coldly. Since you know who I am, you still dare to be reckless. Speak, why are you here? The forbidden woman was so frightened that she coyly told what had happened. Her name is Wenjin, and she is the child of a nearby fisherman's family. 200 years ago, a wealthy gentleman took a liking to her and wanted to take her as a concubine. She vowed not to comply, so she tried to leave on a fishing boat. Unexpectedly, he met a storm on the way and died at sea, but she was unwilling in her heart. Her grievances were not dispersed, and as this sea was extremely heavy in fury, her body became a forbidden woman after it was still in the sea sucking up enough fury. Meng Zi withdrew her blood palm and placed her on the deck. Are you willing to be reincarnated as a human? Wenjin hastily nodded. Willing. Of course I'm willing. We also came out this time to extradite back the Yin spirits scattered overseas. It's just that you are a bit special. After 200 years, your flesh is still there. I can't decide. So please follow us back and ask Lord Pao to decide. Wenjin's eyes were filled with excitement. Thank you, Lord Meng Zi. Chapter 137, Ghost Ship. Will you stop staring at me? Wenjin realized that Li 11 was staring at himself with unblinking eyes, and subconsciously wrapped his body a little tighter with his hair. Ahem. Li 11 lightly coughed a few times, and his gaze flicked to Meng Zi on the side, trying to divert his attention to ease the awkward atmosphere. He deliberately joked. Aya, the night is so cold. You little girl, how can you come out without clothes? Just after the words were said, a gust of sea breeze brushed by, and Li 11 couldn't help but shiver. Achoo! Due to the fact that he had just fallen into the sea, his whole body was soaked to the skin, and at this moment, when he was blown by the sea breeze, he felt a coolness coming over him, and he couldn't help but sneeze. It's just as well. I've got clothes with me, so come over and change with me. Li 11 rubbed his arms, trying to warm himself up. However, Meng Zi glared fiercely at him, then tightly pulled Wenjin's hand and said, I have clothes, I don't need yours. After saying that, she pulled Wenjin back to the room with quick steps. Looking at the two's departing backs, Li 11 couldn't help but laugh out loud. He muttered in his heart, could it be that the first wife is jealous? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and an inexplicable joy welled up in his heart. Back to the room, Li 11 saw that Wenjin, who already had a good figure, wore Meng Zi's ancient costume and became even more charming. That's nice. With two pretty girls following, this journey will definitely not be lonely. He also changed his wet clothes and prepared to go back to bed. Unexpectedly, Meng Zi said, you go next door. What? Why? Wenjin is sleeping with me tonight. And you? Get out of here. Hearing this, Li 11 was unhappy. On what grounds? You are my wife. How can I let her sleep with you? So, he started to be a rascal, laying down directly on the bed and arranging his body in a big shape. I don't care. I just want to sleep in this bed. Meng Zi huffed and puffed, pointing at Li 11, her face full of helplessness, but unable to refute. At this time, Wenjin said softly, alright, you two stop arguing. I'd better go to the next room to sleep. Meng Zi crossed her arms, huffed and kicked Li 11, and exclaimed, since you like this bed so much, then sleep here yourself. Then, she took Wenjin's hand and walked towards the next room. Li 11 shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. He originally thought that he had picked up a beautiful girl. Li 11 slept straight through this sleep until noon. The next day, in a daze, he smelled two aromas coming from the room. One was familiar. It was the foreign fragrance of Wenjin's body. The other was the scent of a meal. Lord Li, get up and eat, Wenjin said gently. Li 11 looked at the food on the tray in surprise and asked, did you make all of these? Wenjin nodded. Yes, Lord Li, you should eat it while it's hot. Li 11 was a bit puzzled. Why do you call me Lord Li? Wenjin blinked her big beautiful eyes and explained, because you're a Yin warrior. Of course it's Lord Li. No, It's not very comfortable to call me that, so you might as well call me something else. What should I call you then? Li 11 looked at himself, then the big older. Originally wanted to let her address 11 brother, but on second thought, people just look at the age of young, but in fact has been living for 200 years. I'm a Taoist priest. It's better to call me Taoist Li. When Jean nodded. Alright, Taoist Li. Lord Mengzi and I have already eaten, so you should also hurry up and eat. Li 11 looked out the window and saw that it was cloudy and rainy, so he lay down again. You should sleep more on rainy days. Suddenly, Mengzi rushed in from outside in a panic. You guys go out and take a look. The three rushed to the cockpit, and the scene in front of them surprised them. Fog color mixed with drizzle. Blurred vision, but still can see a quaint old boat is coming to the front. The ship looked very old, as if it had been through the ages. It was made of wood, giving it a sense of vicissitude, yet its size was shocking. It was more than 30 meters long, and the mast was more than 10 meters high. Put in ancient times, this definitely counts as a giant ship. Seeing that the two ships were about to collide, Li 11 shouted with an anxious heart, Wataru, quickly adjust your course. However, Wataru was unresponsive. He anxiously shouted several times in rapid succession, Wataru, Wataru, but there was still no response from Wataru. The AI really can't be relied on when it matters. None of the three men had any driving experience, despite the fact that the giant ship was equipped with manual piloting equipment. After they fiddled around with their hands, the cruise ship still hadn't budged a bit. They were anxious as they watched the old ship come closer and closer. Although they knew that their cruise ship was so sturdy that the other side couldn't possibly ram it, they didn't know just how many people were in that dilapidated wooden ship. Go! Follow me out! Li 11 made a snap decision and led the charge out of the cockpit and onto the deck. He shouted at the ship across the river. Opposite. Our ship is out of control. Adjust your course. The voice echoed across the foggy sea, hoping that the other party would hear it and act accordingly. But there was no response at all from the opposite side of the silent sea level, except for the sparse sound of rain. I'll check it out. Mengzi turned into a red mist and floated towards the old ship. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, an air of old age and decay hit him. The old ship was covered with moss everywhere, and with the drizzling rain, the deck was extraordinarily slippery. She frowned and looked around warily. The ship looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, its hull covered with rust and moss, as if it had been through countless storms. She took a cautious step forward, her feet making a crunching sound. Suddenly, an eerie wind blew, chilling one's body. Why does it feel eerie here? Mengzi immediately floated back. That's an empty ship. Since there's no one there, let's just bump into it. It's not like we can bump into it anyway. At this time, the two ships were only about 800 meters apart, but they felt as if the speed of both ships was inexplicably decreasing. 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. When the two ships were about to collide, they unexpectedly stopped at the same time. It's evil. Li 11 was curious in his heart. Go over and take a look. Mengzi warned. Be careful. There might be something unclean in there. Li 11 laughed. Unclean? Compared to those of us who are unclean, I'm afraid he's still weak. But when Jean suddenly spoke, wait, I remember. This seems to be the legendary ghost ship. Chapter 138, Creepy Laughter. Ghost ship. It was first discovered in 1684. The boat was said to be empty when it was found, but it was fully stocked, even with steaming coffee. But the ship was intact and the crew and passengers were missing. Later, the ghost ship was seen many times in different waters. Someone once boarded a ship to explore and never returned. As a result, the legend of the ghost ship grew and became more and more mysterious. There are rumors that the ghost ship is inhabited by a group of evil pirates who prey on the souls of those who board the ship so that they can never return to Earth. Others say that there is a mysterious power on board that can control people's minds and make them walking corpses. These rumors have filled people with fear and awe of ghost ships. Hearing this news, Li 11 frowned as he looked at Wen Jin. Have you ever seen it after living on the sea for so long? Wen Jin shook his head. It hasn't appeared in these waters before, and I've only heard about it from others. Mengzi said, based on what I just observed from up there really isn't anyone inside. But you're saying that a ship would plunder people's souls? That's indeed a bit unbelievable. Then are we still going up to take a look? Wen Jin asked with some hesitation. After all, the legend about the ghost ship is just too scary. Mengzi and Li 11 glanced at each other, and a trace of determination flashed in both of their eyes. In unison they said, go, now. Although this sea area was not under the control of the Dragon Kingdom Underworld, but as Yin, they had the responsibility to figure out the truth of the matter. What's more, both were curious as to whether the ship was really that evil. The trio arrived on the deck of the ghost ship, but Mengzi changed her face. When she first arrived, the ship was rusty and mossy. but now the ship was as good as new, and the decks had been wiped spotless. There was even music coming from inside the cabin. At that moment, a handsome blonde boy stepped out of the cabin and said in fluent Chinese, "Three of you, welcome to the Becky." The three looked warily at the man in front of them. Is it an illusion? Lee 11 immediately transported the air to impact his brain, but as soon as he opened his eyes, it was still the same scene in front of him. Meng Zi and Wen Jin also slightly shook their heads at him, indicating that they too did not see the mystery. In that case, we can only take one step at a time. Lee 11 frowned, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. This ship of yours just almost collided with mine. I was shouting from the opposite side. Didn't you hear me? The man gave an apologetic smile and explained. I'm really sorry. We were having a party on the boat and it was very noisy in there, so I didn't hear you shouting. After saying that, he warmly extended an invitation to the three. Would you like to come in and enjoy the food with us? Lee 11 secretly wondered in his heart. What kind of medicine is this person selling in his gourd? But since the other party had already opened his mouth to invite him, he decided to go in and find out what was going on. Upon entering the cabin, the trio couldn't help but be shocked by the sight before them. The entire interior of the ship is extremely lavishly furnished in a rich 17th century Baroque style. Gorgeous decorations, exquisite carvings and sparkling lights intermingle to create a dreamy atmosphere. Some of the crew members were holding knives and forks, some were carrying glasses of red wine, and there were even two beautiful young ladies dancing a joyful tap dance on the center dance floor. The man enthusiastically led them to their seats and poured a glass of red wine for each. He smiled and said, "Three of you, please taste our home-brewed red wine. The flavor is quite good." The three of them glanced at each other, their eyes revealing caution. They didn't intend to drink the liquid of unknown origin easily. After all, everything here seemed so confusing. When the man saw that the three were hesitant to raise their glasses, an anxious look appeared on his face and urged, "Drink quickly, don't hesitate." However, the three remained unmoved. The man became more and more anxious. His face gradually became ferocious, and his voice raised an octave. "You guys drink it." There was a threatening glint in his eyes, as if he was very upset by the trio's refusal. The rest of the crew looked to them. "Drink up." Lee 11 looked at the man in front of him with cold eyes, slowly raised the wine glass in his hand, then gently tilted it, and the bright red blood-like liquid in the glass flowed out in a smooth manner, dripping down on top of the scarlet carpet under his feet. That originally ordinary red wine unexpectedly began to moisten, emitting gusts of green smoke, and gradually eroded the carpet, eventually forming a huge hole. When the man saw that his little trick had been recognized, a sinister smile appeared on his face and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he let out a cold laugh. "Do you think you can leave here easily? None of the people who came to this ship can walk out alive." At the same time, the other crew members also stood up with hideous expressions on their faces, waving the sharp knives and forks in their hands, and lunged towards Lee 11 and the others. Facing the crowd's siege, Lee 11 was not afraid of danger. He violently flew up and kicked over the table in front of him, pushing it forward with the help of inertia. At the same time, he pinched his fingers and mouthed the words, only to see a dazzling thunderbolt shoot out instantly, accurately striking several other people. Meng Zi wasn't willing to show weakness either. She quickly removed the hairpin on her head, which turned into a cold and shiny dagger in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, she swung the dagger in a swift and decisive motion, slashing the man's throat. However, a shocking scene appeared. The man didn't fall. Instead, he instantly turned into a black smoke and dissipated without a trace in the air. When Jean manipulated her long hair and wrapped it around the throats of several people like a flexible snake, those people were tightly strangled, unable to breathe, their faces reddened, and after struggling for a few times, they also turned into black smoke and disappeared. In just a few moments, more than 20 crew members were easily disposed of by Lee 11, Meng Zi, and Wen Jin, and the entire scene was exceptionally clean, without the slightest bit of procrastination. That's it? So much for a ghost ship. Li Shi's words just fell. Suddenly, the candlesticks in the cabin unexpectedly all dimmed, and the originally bright cabin instantly became dim. It was awfully quiet all around, too, except for the sound of the waves outside the ship still lapping tirelessly against the hull. This eerie silence made Lee 11 feel as if a pair of eyes were staring at them closely in the darkness, making people uncomfortable. Lee 11 looked around warily, trying to identify the thing that was hiding in the darkness. Meng Zi, on the other hand, lowered her voice and said to the others, "I think there must be something else on this ship, so everyone be careful." Just then, a low chuckle came out of nowhere, breaking the silence in the cabin. That laughter seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, eerie and terrifying, echoing throughout the cabin. Lee 11 shouted vigilantly, "Who? Come out. Don't play God." However, the only thing that responded to him was the creepy laughter. The laughter grew louder and louder, gradually turning from a low murmur into a shrill shriek that seemed to pierce their eardrums. This burst of screaming was like countless wronged souls crying and wailing at the same time, so that people couldn't help but listen to it with numbness in their scalp and chills in their heart. Chapter 139, The Mysterious Eyeball. Suddenly, a candelabra was automatically lit, emitting a faint, soft glow that illuminated the surroundings. They realized that an eerie eye was floating on the wall directly in front of them. The eye was in a very peculiar form, very different from what you normally see. Its black pupils took on the shape of a pike, with a mysterious blue light interspersed within. On the periphery of the pupil, there was a line of orange silk threads, which radiated out in all directions in a strange way, giving people a dazzling feeling. A moment later, that eye suddenly changed. Only a small slit was seen splitting open in the center of the pupil, from which an eerie light came out. Lee 11 fixed his eyes on it, trying to figure out what was inside. As his eyes focused, he was surprised to find that something seemed to be wriggling in the crevice. He took a deep breath, then slowly walked toward that wall. When he got only a few steps away from the wall, he stopped and gazed at the gap again. Through the slit, he could clearly see that there was actually an eye inside. The eye was identical to the one on the wall, with the same pike-shaped pupil, blue glow, and orange filaments. However, what shocked him the most was that the eye was actually alive. It wiggled slightly, as if it were a living, breathing creature that was looking at itself through the slit. This eerie scene was so creepy that Li Shi's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Meng Zi asked, "What's inside?" The words just fell. The slits in the pupils of the walls slowly opened up, making a creaking sound, like a broken door being pushed open. Immediately after, a round eyeball with a diameter of 1 meter rolled out from it. Its surface was densely covered with countless coin-sized creatures that emitted a faint blue ethereal light, making the entire eyeball look eerie and mysterious. Even creepier, from the main body of the eyeball extended dozens of long, thin tentacles with sharp hooked claws at the end, which gripped the ground tightly, supporting the eyeball to hold it firmly in place. The three of them stared at the huge eyeball in front of them with wide eyes, surprised, and a strong uneasiness welled up in their hearts. Just then, those creatures on the eyeball seemed to have received some kind of unknown instruction, and suddenly flew up one after another, like a swarm of locusts swooping straight towards them. Facing this sudden group of creatures, Li 11 did not hesitate to quickly activate his thunder sword and waved it in his hand in an attempt to repel the creatures. However, these creatures moved exceptionally nimbly, as if they possessed their own consciousness, constantly dodging his attacks. Seeing this, Meng Zi immediately maneuvered her dagger into mid-air, chopping down one of the creatures with great speed. However, despite the speed at which the dagger chopped down, more creatures flew out of the eye in a steady stream, like an endless tide. If a tiger doesn't make a move, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Li Shi's right hand activated Young Thunder. The thunder sword quickly changed into a dancing lightning. The lightning kept diverging and expanding in the air, instantly covering the entire cabin. The unidentified creatures hit the lightning and fell. At the same time, a puddle of shadowy lightning spread out from under his feet and flowed toward the mysterious eyeball. Like a black python, the shadowy thunder quickly wrapped around the eyeball. The eye quickly controlled dozens of tentacles, using the sharp hooked claws at the end to try to cut off Li 11 and Yin Lei's control. But would Li Shi's Yin Thunder be broken just like that? The shadowy lightning surged towards the eyeballs like a tidal wave. The eyeball let out a painful hiss and struggled desperately. But as the Yin Lei continued to erode, the eyeball gradually lost its vitality. Immediately after that, the shadowy thunder turned magma-colored. A smell of roasting meat wafted out from within the lava. At the same time, the wooden ship burned under the lava, and seawater poured in from the ground. The ship began to rock violently, and the originally calm sea raised huge waves. Li 11 said, "Hurry up! This ship is going to sink soon." They retreated back to the deck, and Meng Zi realized that the deck was back to its rusty, moss-covered appearance from the very beginning. Li 11 and Wen Jin were the first to see this sight, but at this time they could not afford to think much. They returned to their cruise ship. At that moment, Wataru spoke. "Danger detected to the left front. Do you duck? How are you able to use it again?" Li 11 commanded. "Continue traveling towards the Yellow Spring country." "Roger that." The cruise ship started sailing again. Looking at the blazing fire burning behind them, the three of them didn't know exactly what that monster really was, but they had finally done the people a favor. Meng Zi guessed that the reason why Wataru didn't respond when he approached the ghost ship was mostly because that eyeball was able to emit an electromagnetic field that disrupted Wataru's signal, including the fact that he got on the ghost ship for the second time and saw a different sight than the first time, which was also caused by the monster's electromagnetic field disrupting his brainwaves. Li 11 wondered, but then again, what the hell is that monster? It also generates electromagnetic fields? Meng Zi speculated. "I'm not sure, but it's definitely not an ordinary sea creature. Maybe it's some kind of species that has been mutated by radiation." Radiation mutation? Could it be nuclear radiation? After traveling for a while, calm returned to the surroundings once again. Late night, the cruise ship finally reached the Yellow Springs country after 24 hours of sailing. The seaport of the Yellow Springs Kingdom was basically no different from the Dragon Kingdom's Underworld seaport in terms of layout, except that it was smaller in scale. A few Night Stalkers saw that it was a Dragon Kingdom cruise ship coming, and without making too many inquiries and inspections, they let Li 11 stop at the harbor. Meng Zi said to Wen Jin, "We're going to the Yellow Springs Kingdom on an errand, so wait for us on the boat." Wen Jin nodded. "Then you guys be careful on your way." The duo disembarked and someone was already waiting for them by the dock. Just one dressed in red, with a balled-up head and a wooden comb stuck in her head. She wore a cat's head mask and said in a sweet voice, "Messengers, the king of the underworld is already waiting for you in the underworld hall." Li 11 looked her up and down and mentally read, 92, 60, 90. Such a good body and such a nice voice. Must be a pretty girl, but why the mask? Li 11 smiled and asked, "What is this young lady's name?" "My name is Nanako Izutsu. Just call me Izutsu." She smiled slightly, then made a gesture of invitation. "This way, you too." Li 11 and Meng Zi followed her through a few streets to a magnificent palace. Izutsu Nanako stopped and pointed to the palace in front of her. "This is the Underworld Palace." The two looked up and saw that the door to the Underworld Hall was closed, and at the doorway stood two Night Stalkers with long spears. Nanako Izutsu stepped forward and spoke to Nightcrawler, then turned back and said, "Messengers, please come in." Li 11 and Meng Zi walked into the Underworld Hall, and a majestic aura came over them. Chapter 140, Izumiatsu Nanako Leaves Me Over? The Yellow Springs State Underworld Temple has also been modernized to keep up with the times. The three of them rode the elevator all the way to the top floor, Hades' office. Nanako Izutsu raised her hand and gently knocked on the door of the room. "Naomi-sama, the Dragon Kingdom emissary has arrived." A very seductive woman's voice came out from inside the house. "Come in." After pushing the door open, the sight that met their eyes made the duo's hearts flutter. Only a woman in a long purple dress was standing silently in front of the window. Above each of her arms, a black cobra was wrapped around her. Seeing someone come in, these two cobras immediately spat out their snake letters and hissed, their scarlet eyes staring tightly at the three people in front of them, sending shivers down one's spine. It was impossible to get a good look at the woman as her back was turned to them at the moment. When she slowly turned around, Li 11 tried to restrain his urge to vomit and forcefully swallowed back the acidic water that surged up his throat. This woman's face was really creepy. Half of her face was born with a flowery look, and if you only looked at that half of her face, it could definitely be considered a great beauty. However, looking at the other half of the face, it was a festering mess, and even a few maggots could be seen slowly wriggling inside. It seemed that Zhong Qinin was right. Izanami's looks were indeed a bit frightening and intimidating. She looked up and down at the duo in front of her with interest. "You are the emissary sent by the Dragon Kingdom?" Li 11 nodded stiffly. Facing such an oozing face, they really didn't want to meet her eyes. Izanami smiled slightly, yet her smile looked even more eerie on that eerie face. "Your Lord Bauer should have already described the mission, but I would like to say that things have changed." Meng Zi asked, "What happened?" Izanami explained why. The In spirit of the Dragon Kingdom has always been arranged in Tokyo and monitored by a special person in a unified manner. But 2 months ago, the demon race within the Sakura country suddenly went unchecked and began to infiltrate Tokyo, going on a rampage to hunt down and kill the spirits of the netherworld and even collect the souls of the living. Li 11 was stunned in his heart. Could it be that this matter has something to do with the batch of demonic beasts that entered the Dragon Kingdom as well? Although the Sakura country's Yin-Yang masters went all out to capture the demonic beasts, however, this time, it seemed that there was someone unifying the command of the demon race, and they had a clear division of labor, and everything was aimed at collecting souls, and they did not confront the Yin-Yang masters head-on. At the same time, the shadowy spirits of various countries felt their lives threatened, and they became uncontrollable and fled Tokyo. Li 11 asked, "You don't think you want us to go all over the world looking for Yin spirits by ourselves?" Izanami smiled and shook her head. "That won't be necessary. The demon race has settled down a lot lately, and we've already regathered the Yin spirits. Only part of them are in Tokyo, and the other part is in Hokkaido." When Meng Zi heard this, her heart couldn't help but sink. Sure enough, the Yellow Springs Kingdom didn't have any good intentions again. These two cities are not close to each other, so I'm afraid it would take quite a bit of time and effort to juggle both at the same time. She guessed Izanami's intentions and frowned as she asked, "You want us to split up?" Izanami nodded, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes, and complimented, "Little girl is really smart. That's what I meant." Then, she added, "Nowadays, the Yin spirits are in a state of panic, so you can save a lot of time by acting separately, and by picking them back up sooner. We in the Yellow Springs Kingdom will be able to feel at ease sooner as well. Meng Zi secretly speculated that Izanami did this, although there is the suspicion of not wanting to be more responsible. But this is the place of others. She is not good to say anything more. So, she could only agree. Okay, we accept your arrangement. Izanami nodded. Then her gaze turned to the two of them and asked with a smile, so which one of you is going to Tokyo? Who's going to Hokkaido? Lee 11 thought to himself, Hokkaido is still bad? I don't know, but I know Tokyo is pretty hot. It should be good there. I'm going to Tokyo. Meng Zi thought about it and thought that this arrangement was reasonable. So she said, this is also good. Our Underworld's office in Sakura country is in Tokyo, and the person in charge there is familiar with the situation in Tokyo, so with her there, you can also act a bit better. Izanami frowned slightly and looked at Meng Zi and asked, so you guys are set? Meng Zi nodded. Aha! He'll go to Tokyo and I'll go to Hokkaido. Seeing that both of them had already made their decision, Izanami said no more and simply said, since you've already made your decision, let's get ready to go. Saying that, she took out 2 jade talismans from the drawer and handed them. These are the vouchers for traveling to and from the Yellow Springs country and towards the Cherry Blossom country. You guys must keep them, or you won't be able to come back when the time comes. Then, she turned to Meng Zi and said, little girl, you may need to work hard for a bit. It's a bit far to get to the Hokkaido transmission port from here, and there's a section of the railroad that's broken down, and all of the high-speed trains in that section have been temporarily suspended, so you'll need to take a bus to leave now, and it'll take about 4 hours. Then she said to Lee 11, young man, you're quite good at choosing. It only takes 20 minutes to take the high-speed train from here to Tokyo teleportation port, and it's already very late now. So it's not too late for you to leave tomorrow. After saying that, Izanami waved her hand and 2 jade talismans flew towards Lee 11 and Meng Zi respectively. Seeing that Izanami had already arranged the mission, Izumiatsu Nanako said, both of you, I will now arrange for you to go to Sakura country. Please follow me. The two followed Izumiatsu Nanako to a station, where she put Meng Zi on a bus and waved, take care on your journey. After she and Lee 11 watched Meng Zi leave, she turned to Lee 11 and said, you come with me. Sitting on the passenger side of Nanako Izumiatsu's BMW Mini, Lee 11 looked out the window and realized that the lights around him were gradually thinning out. He couldn't help but ask curiously, where are we going with this? Nanako Izutsu smiled and replied, to my house. Lee 11 was a bit confused in his heart, thinking, didn't he say that he would let me get some rest tonight and leave for Tokyo tomorrow? Why are you suddenly taking me to her house? Then, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Nanako Izumiatsu beside him, secretly muttering, this girl couldn't be interested in me, could she? But then again, I've only seen hot Sakura Nation girls like her in movies before. Maybe. Thinking of this, Lee 11 couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation in his heart. However, just then, Nanako Izutsu noticed a smile on 11 Lee's face and couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you smiling about? Lee 11 was startled by the sudden question and hastily collected his expression and said in a calm manner, nothing, nothing. Nanako Izutsu seemed to have sensed something strange about him, but instead of pursuing the matter further, she explained why. The high-speed train station in the country of Yellow Springs is located on the outskirts of the city, and Nanako Izumiatsu's house is a short distance from there. The earliest high-speed train tomorrow morning is at 6 o'clock, and she was worried that Lee 11 would oversleep and miss the time, so that's why she decided to take you back to my house for the night. Chapter 141, The Clothes Raider of Midway River. The BMW Mini stopped in front of a villa. From the entrance of the villa, you can see the words Yellow Springs Station from afar. Nanako Izutsu is right. This villa is different from the common style in the country, which is in the typical style of Sakura country. The entire villa has 2 floors, all built from wood, presenting a simple and elegant appearance, quite unique to the Tang Dynasty architecture of the Dragon Kingdom. Nanako Izutsu led Lee 11 up to the second floor and pointed to one of the bedrooms and said, you'll be staying in this room tonight. Lee 11 observed the layout of the second floor and realized that there were 4 bedrooms as well as a public bathroom. It's getting late, so go get some rest as soon as you can. She pointed to the bathroom and continued, if you want to take a shower, you can do it here, and I'll bring you towels and stuff later. With those words, Nanako Izutsu turned and left. After about 10 minutes, Lee 11 walked out of the bathroom wearing a loose pajama suit. Just then, however, he heard a beautiful song coming from inside the master bedroom. This girl sings really well. Lee 11 was ready to go back to bed and, unintentionally, glanced at her bedroom. Just see the bed with suspenders, black silk, and JK. But there's just no one. What's going on? Where are the people? Prompted by curiosity, Lee 11 walked in and found that there was also a bathroom in the bedroom. The door to the bathroom was a false one. Through the doorway, he saw Nanako Izumiatsu sitting in the bathtub. soaking comfortably, her pale skin visible. Except that cat head mask was still on. Strange. Who in their right mind takes a shower and wears a mask? He was trying to get a closer look. Suddenly, Nanako Uzumiatsu jerked her head around as if she had sensed something. The two men's eyes locked through the doorway. How did you get in here? Nanako Uzumiatsu subconsciously covered herself. I just heard you singing outside and saw the door was open. So I came in to check and I didn't realize you were in the shower. Nanako Uzumi explained. Normally I live alone and don't have the habit of closing the door. I didn't mean to. I'll be right out. Lee 11 returned to his room. His mind still constantly floating with Uzumiatsu Nanako's heartwarming appearance just now. Knock knock. From outside the door came the silvery voice of Nanako Uzumiatsu. Are you asleep? What? A wave of doubt surged in Lishi's heart. What is she doing here looking for me? The door was slowly pushed open, and Uzumiatsu Nanako's delicate figure appeared in the doorway. She was seen wearing the bright red silk camisole nightgown, the delicate silk shimmering seductively in the light. She said softly, "You mustn't go out and talk nonsense about what just happened." Lee 11 hurriedly nodded his head and responded, "Don't worry, I definitely won't say anything." She slowly walked over to the bed and sat down, those slender fingers gently caressing the sheets as she raised her head, a shy glint in her eyes, like the most delicate flower in spring. She looked at Lee 11 quietly like that, as if time was frozen at this moment, and an ineffable atmosphere permeated between the two. What? What does she want? Why are you sitting down? After a moment of silence, Nanako Uzumiatsu still opened her mouth and said softly, "I know that even though you and Meng Zi have an unusual relationship, I also have a crush on you. Otherwise I wouldn't have let you live in my house." Lee 11 was stunned in his heart. Were the girls in Sakura country so direct? She then asked, "Do you like me?" Lee 11 laughed and reached out to pull Uzumiatsu Nanako into his arms. Who wouldn't like a girl with a body as good as yours? Nanako Uzumiatsu reached over and turned off the light. The next day, Lee 11 rubbed his eyes and prepared to get up to catch the high-speed train. Suddenly, he felt something pressing against his waist. He reached out and fumbled with it, finally touching the object. Turning on the bedroom light, he realized it was actually Nanako Uzumiatsu's cat head mask. Thinking about last night when the lights were turned off, he felt a pang in his heart, although he couldn't see anything at the time. The experience was truly wonderful. Lee 11 turned his head to look at Nanako Uzumiatsu beside him and realized that her white back was facing him. Sleeping soundly, looking at her quiet back, a trace of curiosity welled up in Lishi's heart. Wanting to see what she actually looked like, he cautiously stretched his head, trying to see the other man's face. However, when he saw the face, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Only Nanako Uzumiatsu, despite having a googly-eyed face, had a dark head, cheeks, and chin. This sudden shock caused Lee X to lose his balance for a moment and roll straight off the bed. His eyes widened in horror as the words kept echoing in his head. The old saying is true. When the lights are off, they're all the same. Lee 11 quickly climbed to his feet and fumbled to turn the lights off, as if that would make the horrific image of what he had just seen disappear. Then he grabbed his clothes and rushed out the door like he was running for his life. Just as he was panicking and getting dressed outside, Nanako Uzumiatsu walked out wearing a mask with a puzzled tone. "What are you doing out here?" Lee 11 could only pretend that nothing happened. "I'm not afraid of disturbing your rest." Nanako Uzumiatsu came to his side and took his hand, leaning against him. "You're so thoughtful. Lee 11 doesn't want to stay here a second longer." "That what? I still have to catch the high-speed train." Sitting on the high-speed rail, Lee 11 palpitating, secretly muttered, "In the future to meet the woman can have to look carefully, or can be a big loss." Just then, he heard a clear voice, "Uncle, are you also going to reincarnation?" He turned his head and saw a cute little girl looking at him with a childlike expression. Lee 11 smiled and replied, "Not oh." However, as he finished his sentence, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This place seems to be different from the Dragon Kingdom Underworld. According to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom's Underworld, people need to cross the Bridge of Naiha and drink manhwa soup after death, but it was obvious that there wouldn't be any here. So he asked the little girl curiously, "Is this where you all go when you are reincarnated?" The little girl nodded in affirmation. Then, Lee 11 asked, "Then don't you guys need to drink manhwa soup?" The little girl shook her head, then said in a sudden realization, "So you're from the Dragon Kingdom. In our place, there is no manhwa soup, only the Clothes Raider woman." Clothes Raider? What is this thing? Lishi's heart was filled with doubts. The Clothes Raider is an old woman who resides in the Midway River. She is the gatekeeper of the river and is also responsible for receiving the dead souls and helping the souls to reincarnate. When a dead soul enters the country of the Yellow Springs, it passes through the Santu River, where the clothes-snatching woman strips him of his clothes, representing the transformation of the deceased from a human being to a non-human being. In the meantime, she would hang the clothes of the dead soul on a tree. and if the branches were bent in a way that indicated that the person had committed a great sin and would be judged harshly. Not until that garment could not bend the branches of the tree did it mean that the dead soul had finished atoning for its sins in the land of the Yellow Springs before it could be reincarnated. She'll only give you back your clothes when the soul returns to the Santu River. The soul is reclothed, and all the memories of his previous life will disappear and he will be a new man. Chapter 142 Sakuten Boy. The train slowly stopped on the platform of the Matukawa station, and Lee 11 followed the little girl out of the station. The surroundings were eerie, with an eerie aura. A shiny black river flows through the front of the station, the legendary Midway River. The river exuded a chilling coldness, as if it could devour all life. The banks of the river were planted with a large, unknown type of tree that looked dry and decayed and lifeless. There wasn't a single leaf on each tree, just the old, dead branches jutting out. The branches of the trees were covered with all sorts of clothes, some of which even bent the branches to the ground, as if to tell of all the crimes their owners had committed while they were alive. A stone bridge spanned the Midway River, and at the head of it stood an old woman clad in a black turban, with 2 Night Stalkers beside her to keep order. The little girl smiled and said to Lee 11, "Uncle, I'm going to reincarnate." Then it bounced toward the bridge, only to see that the old woman known as the Clothes Raider woman take out a cell phone and scan it into the little girl's eyes. Confirming her identity, she found a piece of clothing on the tree and gently draped it over the little girl. The little girl suddenly became double-lidded and walked straight into a spell formation. Lee 11 also came to the bridge, took out the jade talisman given by Izanami, and said, "Granny, I am going to the young world on business." The Clothes Raider woman took the jade talisman and scrutinized it carefully before nodding her head and signaling the Night Fork to let go. He walked to that teleportation spell, only to feel a blackness in front of his eyes, and finally he was in the young world. He looked around and realized he was within a dense forest. "Why did you teleport me to this hole?" There was only one winding path within the forest, and he followed it for quite some time before he saw a temple not far ahead. He subconsciously touched his stomach. "I left in such a hurry in the morning that I didn't even have time to eat breakfast, so now is the perfect time to dabble in a fasting meal." As he approached, he realized that the temple was so quiet that it was actually empty. What is even more bizarre is that there are pieces of pork, beef and mutton hanging in the courtyard of the temple, and it's dripping blood. Although some monks in the world do have wine and meat through the intestines, the Buddha's heart to stay, but dared to so recklessly in the temple hanging raw meat is unheard of. Just then, a sound of knocking on a wooden fish came out. Lee 11 turned around, only to see a 7 or 8-year-old young monk sitting outside the temple's main hall. This little monk was sitting on his knees with his eyes slightly closed, and a wine jar was placed next to him. He was gently tapping a wooden fish with one hand while holding a string of Buddha beads in the other, and chanting under his breath. Lee 11 asked with some caution, "Are you the monk here?" The young monk slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Lee 11. From the looks of it, he was only 7 or 8 years old, but those eyes were mysterious and deep. The young monk looked at Lee 11 and slowly asked, "Scholar, why have you come here?" After hearing this, Lee 11 hesitated a little before replying, "I accidentally got lost and thought of coming here to find some food, but looking at the current situation, it seems like this place might not be too suitable for me." When he finished, he turned around and prepared to leave. The young monk spoke, "Since you're already here, the monk might as well eat something before leaving." With that, he pointed to the meat and vegetables laid out in the yard. Lee 11 sensed that something was wrong, and he immediately cast the spirit-looking technique. As the spell was cast, the scene before them changed. One could only see the entire temple covered by a layer of blackened mist, sending a chill down one's spine. And what shocked him even more was that those meats in the yard were not ordinary pork or beef, but human limbs. Upon closer inspection, these limbs include parts of a person's arms, thighs, and ribs, and judging by the look of it, all the meat seems to have come from women. Could he be the legendary Sakutani boy? Lee 11 remembered some of the anecdotes about the Sakura country that Meng Zi had told on the ship. Sakuten boy, named for his addiction to alcohol, was often drunk. It is rumored that he has the faces of a cute child and a red-faced evil spirit. Cute kids are fleshy human forms that are well-behaved and cute. He is able to evoke motherly love in women through this form. And when he meets a beautiful woman, he deceives others by saying that he has lost his way, and then tricks her into an unoccupied corner and kills her. The red-faced ghost form is a red-faced ghost that can spit fire, and its face is vicious and hideous. 2 meters tall, a head of messy hair, top long horns, body big red skin, tiger back and waist, holding an iron staff. His favorite food is human flesh, and his favorite is women. Lee 11 was shocked in his heart. He looked at the little monk warily. "You're Sakutani boy?" The little monk smiled slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. "You, a dragon nation, have some insight." When he finished speaking, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "Recently, women have been eating a bit too much. I feel a bit tired of it, so I'll use you to improve my meals. Immediately afterward, he took the form of a red-faced evil spirit. Li 11 thought to himself, how the hell am I so unlucky? In the dragon country met her cute female ghosts. Imperial sister cute girl. How to come to the cherry blossom country met all this kind of man not human. Ghost not ghost thing. Only to see Sake Swallow Boy holding an iron staff, spewing out a stream of flame from his mouth, straight at Li 11. Too late, Li 11 dodged the flames with a sideways movement. While activating the Yin Thunder, he took out a talisman. My stomach is already rumbling with hunger, so I don't have the time to waste time with you here. The Yin Thunder rushed along the ground towards Sakutani Boy, and at the same time, a golden light shot out from the talisman. Sakutan Boy roared in anger when he saw his feet being controlled. He wanted to raise his right foot but realized that Yin Lei was controlling him to death. At the same time, the talisman kept shooting out golden light also turned into a dozen golden chains. These chains were like golden dragons, flying in the air and emitting a powerful aura. Holy Gold Shackle Charm. Earth-ranked talisman. Back in the 100,000 mountains, Taoist Master Qingwei used this talisman to deal with Hucheri Z. Those golden chains rushed towards the 2-meter-tall Sakutani Boy, holding him dead to the ground. He struggled desperately, but in the end it was to no avail. Sake Swallow Boy revealed a horrified expression. You Dragon Kingdom Taoist, how could you be so powerful? The corner of Li Shi's mouth lifted slightly. Meeting me, count yourself unlucky. After saying that, those golden chains stirred, rubbing a trail of blood on Sakutani Boy. Those chains kept tightening, and Sakutani Boy let out a miserable scream, eventually turning into a mist of blood. At this time, his phone rang, and an imperial voice came from it. Hello, Li 11, have you arrived? It's a little awkward. There's something I might need to trouble you with. I'm lost, can you come over and pick me up? Locate the Hermi. Chapter 143, He's my boyfriend. Xia Xinghe, head of the Dragon Kingdom's Underworld office in Sakura country. She's the one who just called. After Meng Zi and Li 11 separated, Meng Zi contacted her for Li 11. However, until 9 o'clock in the morning, Xia Xinghe still hadn't seen Li Shi's shadow, so she took the initiative to contact over. After a long time, a red sports car pulled up. The windows rolled down and there was a beautiful woman in the driver's seat wearing black sunglasses. Her skin was as white as snow, her features were exquisite, and her fluttering burgundy head paired with those dainty, fiery red lips looked extremely seductive. Get in the car. Li 11 opened the door and sat in the passenger side, quickly fastening his seatbelt. He looked Xia Xinghe up and down, thinking, after coming to Sakura country, I finally saw a decent beauty. Xia Xinghe pushed up her sunglasses and turned her head to look at Li 11. How did you come to such a dangerous place? Who knows? I just came out of the Midway River and as soon as I opened my eyes I was here. Xia Xinghe couldn't help but snort and laugh, teasingly saying, it seems that the Yellow Springs country's wishful thinking is really good. This trick of killing people with a borrowed knife makes it really wonderful. Li 11 suddenly reacted. You mean to say that they intentionally teleported me here to get rid of the wine-swallowing boy with the help of my power? Xia Xinghe smiled and nodded. That's right. The wine-swallowing boy has been residing here for decades. During that time, he has brutalized the lives of at least 1,000 young girls. Many Yin and Yang masters have come here and tried to destroy this demon, but they all ended up failing and were even killed by him in return. Li 11 couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and said disdainfully, the level of this Sakura country's Yin Yang masters is too poor. Right, they can't even destroy such a small demon? Xia Xinghe gently shrugged, his tone flat. After all, it's just a small bullet country, so how can there be how excellent a Yin Yang master? But on the contrary, it's you. Quite surprising to me. Your cultivation has already reached such a level at such a young age. Your future is unlimited in the future. The two drove to the city. Li 11 looked at the surrounding forest of skyscrapers, turned his head to look at Xia Xinghe beside him, and asked curiously, where are we going? There are still some things at the company that I need to take care of, and when I'm done with that, I'll go back and settle the matter of the Wadari spirit. Li 11 froze slightly and said in surprise, company? You still have a job here? Of course. Even though I'm from the underworld, I always have to have a legitimate identity in the young world. Seeing that she was dressed in designer clothes and driving a luxury car worth millions of dollars, Li 11 couldn't help but ask, then this status of yours shouldn't be low. Xia Xinghe didn't answer his question directly, but slowly parked the car in front of an office building and said softly, we're here. Li 11 looked up, only to see the office building openly hung four eye-catching big words, Tian Run Group. He thought to himself, yo, isn't this Sun Bingshi's company? He suddenly remembered that Tian Run Group did have a branch in Sakura country, and Qin Feng was the general manager of this company. Xia Xinghe stepped out of the car, and when the people around her saw her, they immediately greeted her respectfully. Good day, Mr. Xia. Li 11 thought to himself. Sun Bingxin has some courage, although now everywhere advocating the rejuvenation of cadres, can really do so not many. Tian Run Group at least is also the country's top 500 enterprises, although here is only a branch, but Qin Feng and Xia Xingha age should not be more than 30, to be able to do this position. Visible Sun Bingxiu with people really bold. Xia Xingha led Li 11 to an office with a sign saying Deputy General Manager. She made a call on her office landline, and it wasn't long before a female secretary came over with coffee. Mr. Xia, the coffee you asked for. Xia Xingha glanced at Li 11. I have a meeting soon. You wait here first. After saying that, he gave a wink to the female secretary, signaling her to follow along. Looking at the empty office, Li 11 thought to himself, this world is really small, and he was able to meet these old acquaintances when he arrived in Sakura country. The time had come to noon, but the meeting was still not over. From early morning until now, Li 11 had not eaten a single bite of food, and his stomach had long been grumbling with hunger. Just then, the sound of two people talking came through the door. One of them said, Xingha, you really made me lose face just now when you rebutted me so directly at the meeting. The other's response was a bit cold, I'm just speaking from the facts. This voice seemed to sound very familiar. Could it be Qin Feng? As expected, Xia Xingha and Qin Feng walked into the office one after the other. Qin Feng was first slightly stunned. Obviously he did not anticipate that there were actually other people present in the office. And what surprised him even more was that this person was actually Li 11. A look of surprise appeared on his face and he couldn't help but blurt out, Taoist Li, why are you here? Mr. Qin, how have you been? Xia Xingha's heart was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask, you two know each other? Qin Feng gently nodded. There have indeed been two encounters. He thought to himself, did HQ send him? But he immediately dismissed the idea again. He's the general manager here, and he can't afford to send someone from headquarters. Qin Feng smiled faintly. You didn't have the time to invite Taoist Li for dinner before, but now that I'm in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, how can I do my duty as a landlord? Xia Xingha was even more puzzled. Is this the usual thunderous Qin Feng? Why are you so polite to him? Although Li 11 didn't have any good feelings towards him, but anyway, he was already hungry now, and with the idea of not eating for nothing, he said, then everything will be arranged by Mr. Qin. Out of the office, the others looked at Li 11 and whispered, who is this young man? Such a big face? To go in and out with Mr. Qin and Mr. Xia, you don't know, do you? But this is someone brought by Mr. Xia. He's so handsome. Is he Mr. Xia's boyfriend? I don't think so. Mr. Xia has been in the company for a year, but I haven't heard of her having any boyfriends. The three came to a private room in an upscale restaurant, the dining room table. Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, I'm curious as to how you guys met. Unexpectedly, Xia Xingha slowly stood up and patted Li Shi's shoulder. He's my boyfriend. Hearing this, Qin Feng and Li 11 were both startled. Qin Feng thought to himself, is this dude so bullish? It's Sun Xingxiao again, Zhang Qinin again, and Xia Xingha again. Li 11 thought to himself, what kind of show is this? Chapter 144, I'm not a stalker. Xia Xingha's lips trembled slightly, and her voice was extremely low as she said, you admit it first, and I'll explain it to you alone. Li 11 thought to himself, okay, then I'll play along with you. Qin Feng asked, Taoist Li, does that Sun Dong know about this? Xia Xingha showed a puzzled look. Sun Dong? What does this have to do with Sun Dong? You don't know about his relationship with Sun Dong? Xia Xingha threw a look of help to Li 11, but her mouth strongly supported. I know. Of course I know. Li 11 secretly laughed in his heart. Let you involve relationships indiscriminately, and you still have to rely on me at the critical moment. He stood up unhurriedly, wrapped his arm around Xia Xingha's shoulders, and said in an extremely exaggerated tone, thinking back then, Xingha and I were childhood sweethearts and two youngsters. Who knows that Sun Bingxin was killed halfway, on top of a dinner party. When she saw this Taoist master's sunny and handsome appearance, she had evil thoughts and presumptuously attempted to take me for herself. What's even more detestable is that she even resorted to despicable tactics, deliberately transferring Xingha to the Sakura kingdom in an attempt to use this to break us up. At this time, Sun Bingxin, who was still recuperating at home, sneezed out. She subconsciously wrapped her clothes and muttered, this weather hasn't gotten too cold? After a few stabs, my body has become so weak? Looking at the exaggeratedly performing Li 11, Xia Xingha's, though reluctant, could only say stiffly, right, that's it. Qin Feng asked, then your marriage to Sun Dong? Li 11 sighed helplessly. Hey, I can only entrust Xingha. I can only have time to sneak into the Sakura kingdom and date her. Qin Feng nodded. No wonder you haven't been looking for a boyfriend. So you already have your heart in the right place. After the three of them had lunch, Qin Feng reminded Xia Xinghe, the boss of GOG company asked us and the bosses of several other companies to talk about something last week. This can be related to the company's future development. Remember to come on time. Xia Xinghe nodded. Don't worry, I'll go. Okay, I'll go back to the office first then. Looking at the box with only himself and Xia Xinghe left inside, Li 11 asked, Honey, now it's time to tell why you let me impersonate your boyfriend. Xia Xinghe sent him a big blank stare. Who is your darling? Yo, turning the other cheek so quickly. Xia Xinghe shook her head helplessly. Then I'll tell you. It turned out that Qin Feng had been pursuing Xia Xinghe ever since she came to the company. Xia Xinghe couldn't see Qin Feng's behavior, feeling that he was too hypocritical and would do anything to achieve his goal. So she kept rejecting him, but she couldn't resist his stalking. All she could say was that she had a boyfriend back home. He then tightened up a lot, but inside he was still undeterred. Until I met Li 11 today. Seeing that the two of them knew each other and that Li Shi's temperament wasn't bad, and that it was quite appropriate to let him impersonate his boyfriend. Xia Xinghe took matters into her own hands without discussion, but she never expected that Li 11 would have a marriage contract with Sun Dingxin. If it wasn't for Li Shi's reaction, this lie would have been easily exposed. So it is. Li 11 nodded. Alright then. I'll do my job of impersonating your boyfriend before I leave Sakura country. He then said, I heard Izanami say that a group of demonic clans specializing in capturing souls and shadowy spirits have come out of the Sakura country. What exactly is the situation? Xia Xinghe shook her head inside. I also checked for a long time and didn't find out any useful information. Once I managed to catch a demonic beast, and under forced questioning, it only left behind 4 words demon moon hanging in the sky. When I was about to ask further questions, its companion rescued it. When he heard the words demon moon overhanging the sky, Li 11 was shocked. Demon moon overhanging the sky, causing trouble on earth. Both the old heavenly master and the blind fortune teller have said this. What exactly does he mean? He had looked up at the moon more than once, but could see nothing strange about it. So when are you going to take me across the spirit? Xia Xinghe thought for a moment. Most of the Yin spirits here are just fierce spirits that can't come out during the day. I forgot before that I have an appointment tonight. Let's do it tomorrow night. Tomorrow night I'll take you to the various Yin spirit settlement points. Li 11 nodded, thinking, I'm not in a hurry anyway, so I just have time to wander around. Xia Xinghe took out her cell phone, then sent an address over and a string of passwords, 981007. This is my home address and room code. You can stay at my house tonight. In addition to the master bedroom, the remaining 3 secondary bedrooms, you can pick one yourself. After that, he handed over another access card, 602, 12-3 Rokobensho, Bunkyo-ku. Li 11 smoothly copied the address onto the map. And looking at the price of the house displayed at the bottom of the map, he said, Yo, this is a mansion of hundreds of millions of dollars. I'll be polite then. Okay, you don't have to be poor. I still have things to do at the company, so take a taxi yourself. Li 11 came to the street and just stopped a cab, and was about to open the door when he suddenly stopped moving. He slapped his head and thought, why did I take a cab? So many awesome episodes and movies take place in the subway in Sakura country? Now that I'm here, how can I not experience the place? In case I meet one, wouldn't a live broadcast be better than a movie? Upon entering the subway station, the reality was a big disappointment for him. It was not the morning or evening rush hour for work, and students were in school. As a result, there are hardly any young people to be seen in the subway, except for some older men and women. The subway goes through a few stops. A young girl in a JK uniform with matching black stockings walked in. She had waist-length hair and a red bow on her head. This sudden surprise made Li Shi's eyes light up, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The quality of Sakura country girls is really good. Anyone who comes up here is of a superior level. The girl sat down across from him and then started taking selfies on her cell phone non-stop. Half an hour later, Li 11 finally arrived at the station. He looked at the map navigation in his cell phone and walked slowly in the direction of Rapamachi building 12-3. As he walked, he saw a familiar figure in front of him, and he muttered in his heart, isn't this the girl he just met on the subway? After a few intersections, he realized that the girl was always walking ahead of him. Li 11 thought to himself, heaven and earth conscience he absolutely did not have the bad habit of tailing girls, purely because the map guided the route is like this. I followed the girl all the way, and before I knew it, I was in front of the Rokobanko neighborhood. Unexpectedly, the girl walked straight into the neighborhood without hesitation. Such a coincidence? He took out his pre-prepared access card and swiped it to enter the neighborhood. However, when he looked up, he realized that the sister had disappeared without a trace. Li 11 helplessly shrugged lightly. a faint trace of disappointment on his face. He continued to follow the directions of the map in his hand, searching for Xiaxing's home step by step. Just as he had walked around a corner, a figure suddenly flashed out from the bushes next to him, blocking his way. Li 11 was startled, fixed his eyes. It turned out to be exactly the same sister just now, only to see her question with an angry face. Why are you following me? Li 11 hurriedly waved his hands and cried out in injustice. How did I follow you? I just followed the map to find my friend. Humph, you're lying. You obviously followed me all the way from the subway station. And you're still here with your sophistry. I'll call the security guards right now and have them arrest you. With that, the girl was about to pull out her cell phone and dial the number. Chapter 145, Study Materials in Computers. Heaven and Earth. Li 11 hurriedly explained. I really didn't follow you on purpose. I just followed the map. If you don't believe me, take a look at my cell phone. With that, he handed over his cell phone. The girl half-heartedly took the cell phone, took a look at the address displayed on it, and couldn't help but freeze. Ha! You this address. We even live in the upper and lower floors. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't think I'd get to be neighbors with a handsome little man when I first moved in. She returned the phone, then bowed slightly. Air Mud Machine Dig. My name is Momoy Sweetie. Nice to meet you. Li 11 thought to himself. Sakura Nation's girls are just polite. The two got on the elevator together. At this moment, inside the elevator was a stooped old woman wearing a black robe, her face covered with wrinkles and her eyes cold and sharp. When Momoy Sweetie saw the old lady, she leaned towards Li 11 with some fear. The old lady suddenly opened her mouth and asked, her voice low and hoarse, You also live here? What's going on? The two were baffled by her inexplicable words. Li 11 and Momoy Sweet Eyes exchanged a glance, then nodded at the same time, indicating that they were indeed fine. That's good. The old lady started talking to herself, and then unbelievably began to sing. The song was not beautiful and melodious, but rather seemed a bit eerie and weird, making the atmosphere inside the entire elevator unusually weird. And so it went until the elevator finally stopped when it reached the 5th floor. Bye. After saying goodbye to Li 11, Momoy Sweetie waved her hand and walked out of the elevator. Li 11 watched her back gradually disappear in the doorway, and in his heart, for some reason, he always felt that something was not quite right. And when he turned back to look at the old woman again, he was surprised to find that she was staring intently at him with a very strange and creepy look. Li 11 was startled in his heart and quickly opened his mouth to ask, Do you have something to do? The old lady was still staring at him closely, and the corners of her mouth suddenly revealed a wry smile as she slowly said, Young man, be careful. Just then, ding, a clear ringing sound came. The elevator door opened. Has reached the 6th floor. Li 11 walked out of the elevator, but he still couldn't help but be curious in his heart and turned back to look inside the elevator again. However, what he never expected was that the old woman had actually disappeared, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. This sudden change made Li 11 couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This is a living hell. 981,007. Li 11 entered the code, and with a crisp sound, the door lock slowly opened. After pushing open the door, a faint fragrance came to his nose, and a neat and bright scene was presented in front of him. It's amazing how refined she can be living alone. Scanning around quickly, he roughly estimated the house to be about 150 square meters, with a separate study, gym, check room, and bathroom with a huge bathtub. In the city of Tokyo, where every inch of land is expensive, the condition of such a residence is quite luxurious. However, what surprised Li 11 even more was that Xia Xingha had actually set up a special gaming room. He couldn't help but mutter, I can't imagine that a company's vice president is still an internet addict. Suddenly remembering that he hadn't played a game for a long time, Li Shi's hand itched a little, and his mind chanted, There's nothing to do in the afternoon anyway, why don't we play a few games to relax? Just as he was about to sit down, he was surprised to find some odd contraptions on the table. Lube, cucumber, little pink motorized toys? So that's what she usually does to pass the time. And so on. Is that computer? It's the land of cherry blossoms, so there's bound to be some goodies that aren't available at home. Li 11 could not wait to open the computer. According to his experience, which disk is big? That kind of thing should be in which disk? Sure enough, this computer has 2 TB of RAM, but the E drive takes up a full 1 TB, and the E disk has exploded in popularity. He clicked in, only to see that there was only one folder inside, with the file name, Study Materials. Li 11 clicked on the folder with excitement. However, what he saw in front of him was not the learning materials he imagined, but a pile of densely packed documents and videos. Puzzled, he opened one of the files, the title of which read Criminal Psychology Research. Li 11 quickly skimmed through the contents and found that these were all analyses and studies on various crime cases. and each case was very detailed and in-depth. He opened a couple more videos and saw something similar. No way! I've been so excited for so long, and this is what I get to see? He revisited the cucumber on the table. That's not true. It must be hidden somewhere and I just didn't realize it. Suddenly, his eyes swept to a couple of portable hard drives in the corner of the table. It was neatly labeled, Company Information, The Classics of Buddhism, Joy to the World. Wait a minute, what's a yeehaw? With doubt in his heart, Lee 11 reached for the mysterious hard disk and carefully inserted it into the computer interface. However, when he tried to open it, he realized that he needed to enter a password. 11 Lee frowned, thinking about possible codes. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and remembered the password he had used to enter the room earlier. With a mind to try it out, he entered the room code. ********. The sight in front of him was mind-boggling. The entire 2T hard disk space was filled with HD movies, and there was hardly any left. He couldn't help but be secretly pleased. I told you, there must be one. Lee 11 looked through the files on the hard disk roughly with interest, and found that there were dozens of folders inside, each categorized according to the names of different artists. However, one particularly striking folder caught his attention. Its file name was Myself. Could the contents of this folder really be what the name suggests? A wave of anticipation welled up in Li Shi's heart and he excitedly clicked on it. Just as he had guessed, there were dozens of videos stored in the folder. There was only one person's figure in all of these videos, and that person was none other than Xia Xinghe. The video captures selfie videos of her in various places such as her office, car, bedroom, living room, and even the bathroom. Li Shi's eyes widened as he stared tightly at Xia Xinghe on the screen, as if he had seen a rare treasure. He couldn't wait to start clicking through the videos one by one, fully engrossed in his learning. As the video plays, Li 11 recognizes a different Xia Xinghe. The video features a variety of toys, not just the two on the table. This little ninny has a lot of toys. Chapter 146, The Sneaky Momoi Sweet Eyes. Li 11 didn't spare a second. After dozens of video studies, he could recall where Xia Xinghe had a mole when he closed his eyes. It was getting dark, kinda hungry. Li 11 came to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator. In addition to a bunch of masks and cosmetics, the same food is not there. He shook his head helplessly. It looked like he would have to go out and get some food. I came out to the balcony to see where the surrounding area was more popular. After all, where there is popularity, there is never a shortage of good food. Although the prices here are expensive, they are expensive not because of the proximity to the city center, but because they are in the foothills of a beautifully landscaped area, surrounded by nothing much but dim streetlights and not much in the way of people. Suddenly, he saw a man standing under the gazebo in the neighborhood. Isn't that Momoi Tae? What's she doing standing there alone? And strangely enough, she was wearing a mask and seemed to be holding something inside her hand. Just standing in the gazebo she would still hover, and when she saw someone coming she tried to go over, but hesitated and backed away. Feeling a bit curious, Li 11 hurriedly went downstairs and walked towards the gazebo. As he approached, he noticed that Momoi Sweetie was holding a black bag in her hand. Li 11 asked softly, "Ms. Momoi, it's dark. What are you doing here?" Momoi Sweetie's body trembled and she looked up, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. She stammered out a reply, sounding slightly flustered. I was just out for a walk." Li 11 noticed her nervousness, and the suspicion in his heart increased. Deciding to test the waters, he pointed to the black bag and said, "What are you doing carrying a black bag at night?" Momoi Sweetie hurriedly hid the bag behind her and stammered, "No, nothing, some personal items." Seeing that he couldn't ask anything either, Li 11 said, "I want to go look around for anything to eat. Together?" Momoi Sweetie hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." The two walked out of the neighborhood and down the dimly lit street in the direction of the subway entrance. Li 11 felt that Momoi Sweetie had wanted to say something many times. At the corner of a street, he asked, "Do you have something to say?" Momoi Sweetie looked at him blankly, then seemed to make some sort of resolution again. She slowly removed the gag. Li 11 froze as he saw that Momoi Sweetie had a deep wound at the corner of her mouth that extended all the way to her earlobe. This was completely different from what he saw during the day. A thought floated through his mind. Rift woman. Rumor has it that the crack woman will be wearing a mask and holding scissors. You meet her, she'll take off her mask and ask you, "Am I pretty?" If you answer pretty, she will use scissors to cut your mouth as pretty as hers. If you answer not pretty, you'll be cut down with scissors. This dragon kingdom is as yellow and basically insurmountable upon encounter. Only Momoi Sweetie gradually smiled. 4 teeth, 10 teeth, 16 teeth, 20 teeth, 28 teeth. They say you can't smile without showing your teeth, and she showed a whole 28 of them. Although Li 11 has seen a lot of female ghosts and demonesses, But this is the first time that it is so oozing. This is even more oozing than the maggots on the face. The body cannot help but back away. Momoy Sweetie took out the scissors from the black bag and took a step closer towards Lee 11, looking at him with those big watery eyes. Little brother, do you think I'm pretty? Although he could have used force against Momoy Sweetie, his mind raced as he considered how to answer. In the spirit of being able to move his mouth without making a move. Why do you ask? Do you have low self-esteem? Momoy Sweetie froze for a moment. Just answer if it's pretty. To be beautiful or not to be beautiful is a philosophical question and a subjective one. Old Ma once said that the world is material. Let's put it this way. What everyone looks like is objective. Because the features, the figure, these are all objective. But beautiful is a subjective standard. What is beautiful? This is an aesthetic problem. Ancient and modern. Everyone has a different standard. Just like the ring of fat and thin. Each different. Momoy Sweetie looked at him with wide eyes. Suddenly, she threw the scissors away. Then squatted down, crossed her arms over her head and buried her head deep in the crook of her arm, crying out. Seeing this scene, Lee 11 was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are you suddenly crying? He quickly stepped forward and crouched down with him, asking with concern, Hey, what on earth is wrong with you? Why are you crying so hard? However, Momoy Sweetie's cries became louder and louder when she heard his inquiry instead. Just then, a small car slowly drove by the area, and the people in it noticed the two of them. He mistakenly thought that Lee 11 was bullying Momoy Sweetie. So, stopping the car in a hurry, he hurried toward them and asked anxiously, Little girl, is he bullying you? If so, I can help you call the police or take other measures. When Momoy Sweetie heard the voice, she slowly raised her head and replied in a voice tinged with sobs. No. The man fixed his eyes on the corner of Momoy Sweetie's mouth, only to see a large grin stretching all the way to the base of her ear. He was so scared that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he couldn't help but let out a horrified scream. Ghosts. Then, not being able to think about it, he ran back to his car, then quickly started it and fled the scene like a gust of wind. Momoy Sweetie laughed at the man's wolfish appearance. Looking at the crying and laughing Momoy Sweetie, Lee 11 asked, Now you can talk, right? She nodded, then said, You turn around and go over there first. Okay. Lee 11 did as he was told. After only a rustling sound, Momoy Sweetie said, You can turn back now. At this point, she was back to her cute daytime self. Momoy Sweetie is a student at the University of Tokyo, and 10 years ago, she met a cleft woman. At the time, when the cleft woman asked her this question, she could only answer that the other woman was beautiful in order to save her life. And after being clipped, she ended up dying due to an infection. She died unwillingly, and her soul keeps echoing back to the young world. 10 years later she became a fury spirit. She also takes on the guise of a cleft woman and tries to get back at society. But this was her first day doing this kind of thing, and everything wasn't skilled. When she saw someone passing under the gazebo in her neighborhood, she hesitated for a long time, still too embarrassed to ask, until Lee 11 reached out to her. But I didn't expect Lee 11. This guy is not only not afraid of ghosts, but also likes to have fun on ghosts. When Lee 11 dumbfounded her, she straight up cried in anger. Looking at the cute girl in front of him, Lee 11 was amused. You're so funny. Momoy Sweetie stomped her foot in anger. Humph. Chapter 147, Qin Feng is dead. Lee 11 said, It's just that you met me. Otherwise, wouldn't there be another poor person like you in the world? I just want revenge. But you're only hurting more innocent people. Momoy Sweetie kept her head down and didn't say anything. Lee 11 continued, And you're dead. You should go where you belong. Momoy Sweetie raised her head and looked at Lee 11. I don't know where I should go. If you want, you can follow me later. Momoy Sweetie gazed at the other party with a face full of suspicion. I'm a Yin spirit. Aren't you afraid at all? Hearing this, Lee 11 couldn't help but grin as if he had heard the funniest joke under the sky. Ha ha, little girl, you just put 100 hearts. I'm surrounded by Yin spirit can be a lot of it. You are not the first. More will not be the last yo. Momoy Sweetie's eyes widened in disbelief as she spoke again. Then what exactly are you from? Only to see a dazzling lightning bolt violently jumping and flashing up in Lishi's palm, as if it was a spiritual silver snake. When Momoy Sweetie saw this, she couldn't help but exclaim, Could it be that you are a yin-yang master? Lee 11 spat disdainfully on the ground. Bah! Don't use those unorthodox epithets to set me up. For your information, I am a serious Taoist priest. Momoy Sweetie was slightly stunned, then followed up with, So, you're from the Dragon Kingdom? The corners of Lishi's mouth rose as he nodded his head and responded, Hey, count yourself as a smart girl. However, before the words fell, suddenly from Lishi's stomach came a grumble sound. The sound in the silent atmosphere seemed particularly abrupt. Let's go, sister. Brother will take you to find a place to fill your stomach. Saying that, Lee 11 didn't hesitate to take Momoy Sweetie's small hand and took a step forward. Suddenly, Lee 11 turned his head with a nervous expression and asked cautiously, "You should be able to control your mouth from splitting, right?" Momoy Sweetie nodded. Of course. After receiving an affirmative reply, Lee 11 then put his heart down. Let's go then. The duo walked until they were almost at the subway entrance before they saw a ramen restaurant. Lee 11 yelled, "Boss, 2 bowls of ramen." In no time at all, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Eat up. Lee 11 picked up his chopsticks and took a big bite. However, Momoy Sweetie just sat there quietly, looking at the ramen in front of her without moving her chopsticks. What's the matter? Not appetizing? Momoy Sweetie shook her head. I'm not hungry. How can we do without eating? Man is iron. Rice is steel. And a meal without food makes you hungry. Lee 11 picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Momoy Sweetie's bowl, urging, "Eat up." Momoy Sweetie looked around alertly and lowered her voice. I was just promoted from a fierce spirit to a fury spirit yesterday, so I'm not quite used to eating yet. Without hesitation, Lee 11 pinched the piece of beef from earlier into Momoy Sweetie's mouth. Just get used to it slowly. She carefully chewed a few times, and a look of delight suddenly appeared on her face. Wow, it's been 10 years, and I finally tasted the flavor of the meal. Lee 11 couldn't help but ask curiously, if you're a Een spirit, why did you just move downstairs to me? That's the house my dad gave me. It's been sitting and used since I died. When I became a siren, I saw that it had been empty, so I moved here. Lee 11 thought to himself, asterisk 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 asterisk. This is another rich white beauty. Isn't the situation just like Long Ying? The two finished their ramen and went their separate ways home. Late night, 12 o'clock. Lee 11 looked at the time. It's so late. Why haven't you come back? Alas, it's really not easy to be a company leader. Going out to talk about a business actually has to make it so late to go home. Forget it, don't wait for her. So he got up, found a second bedroom, went in, fell head over heels on the bed, and was soon in dreamland. I don't know how long had passed, and in a daze, Lee 11 suddenly felt a person walk in. Without a word, the man stripped off his clothes and then collapsed onto the bed like a puddle. Aha, what's going on? This guy smells like booze. Lee 11 frowned, reaching out and fumbling to turn on the bedside lamp, only to see that this person, who was covered in alcohol and lying cross-legged on the bed, was none other than Xia Xinghe. This guy, I can't believe he drank so much. Besides, can she even go to the wrong house? I have to say, Lee 11 is really good at picking out rooms. This second bedroom where he slept and the door of the master bedroom were right next to each other, and Xia Xinghe, because she was drunk and in a daze, even opened the wrong door and entered Li Shi's room by mistake. At this moment, Xia Xinghe's white skin looked particularly alluring under the dim light, making Lee 11 couldn't help but recall the images he had seen in the video earlier. His heartbeat involuntarily sped up and his breathing became rapid. In the face of such temptation, how could he resist his inner urges? In a daze, Xia Xinghe felt a hand gently caressing her face, and that touch instantly made her half awake. She snapped her eyes open. Lee 11, why are you sleeping in my room? Lee 11 was also startled, but he quickly calmed down as he lazily replied, Mr. Xia, take a closer look. Is this really your room? Xia Xinghe looked around. Her face instantly turned red and she said awkwardly, sorry, I was the one who went the wrong way. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave, but before she could take a step, Lee 11 grabbed her wrist. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. If you're here, don't leave. Xia Xinghe tried to break away from his hand, but realized that her strength was far inferior to his. She could only pretend to be calm and say, Lee 11, don't mess around. But while her mouth said no, her body was honest. Half an hour later, Xia Xinghe's cell phone suddenly rang. She hadn't wanted to ignore it, but the bell kept ringing and ringing, making it impossible for the pair to concentrate. She had no choice but to get up and answer the phone. The one who called was her secretary. Mr. Xia, Mr. Sheen is dead. Xia Xinghe immediately pushed aside Lee 11, and the wine had mostly sobered up. Dead? What in the world? The secretary said. Mr. Sheen was on his way back, but he was hit by an oncoming truck. He gulped at that time. So why are you calling now? That's what just hit me. Xia Xinghe was puzzled. Just now? I've been home for half an hour. His family lives downtown. How could it be just now? The secretary explained. After you and Mr. Sheen parted ways, the boss of GOG company approached Mr. Sheen alone again. So he went back later. Just a coincidence? When Lee 11 heard this news, he was happy in his heart. I didn't expect Sheen Feng to die just like that. Suddenly, both heard a noise coming from outside the room. Someone's opening the door. Xia Xinghe was wary. Be careful, it might be sent by GOG. Li 11 was puzzled. Who exactly have you guys messed with? Driving into people again and picking locks in the middle of the night? Get dressed. I'll explain it to you later. Chapter 148, Demon Blade Heim. Xia Xinghe quickly turned off the lights. Moonlight spilled into the room through the window, and Li 11 saw that a puddle of black liquid had unexpectedly appeared at Xia Xinghe's feet. Shady thunder, how can she too? This is the unique lightning method of Lung Fu Shan. But I've never heard of Lung Fu Shan accepting female Taoist priests. Could it be that she, like herself, had a master who came out of Longhu Mountain? Just then, the two of them suddenly heard a light footstep from outside, and the sound was getting closer and closer, so it was obvious that the people outside had already reached the living room. The person outside did not turn on the lights, but was very familiar with the layout of Xia Xinghe's house, and he walked slowly straight towards the master bedroom. 11 Li eyed the doorway nervously. As he passed the room where the two were, he was surprised to see the man carrying a large, brightly colored sword. The knife was more than a meter long and about 20 centimeters wide. Under the moonlight, the blade reflected a hauntingly cold light. If this were to be struck by its slash, wouldn't it be directly cut in two? It seemed that the other party had come prepared and had a clear goal of coming at Xia Xinghe. At the same time, Xia Xinghe's thunder rushed out like a python, immediately entangling the man's legs. Ah! What the hell? The man was startled out of his skin by the sudden turn of events. Ha! It's a sister's voice. Li 11 immediately turned on the lights, only to see Yin lay like a giant python wrapping his sister to death. This girl had a slender figure, and her height and circumference were about the same as Xia Xinghe's. It would be hard to imagine that the weapon used by such an iconic beauty would be a large sword, if one didn't see it with one's own eyes. Xia Xinghe recognized this woman at a glance and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Demon Blade G? I didn't realize that GOG Company had actually invited you here? To the side, Li 11 curiously asked. Demon Blade Heim? Is it very powerful? Xia Xinghe nodded. In the Sakura country's list of yin-yang masters, she is the 16th ranked expert. Hearing this, Li 11 couldn't help but snort out a laugh and said in a mocking tone, ranking 16 is still so weak? Killed by a single move? Looks like your Sakura country's yin-yang masters are no better. At this moment, the Demon Blade Lady angrily cursed. Despicable and shameless. If you have the guts to face off with me head-on, what's the point of hiding behind and sneaking in? Li 11, however, was unimpressed, and after circling around her, he said flirtatiously, Hey, it seems like you were the one who stayed up in the middle of the night and came to open the door and pick the lock, so you should be the one sneaking up on us. The Demon Blade Lady was dumbfounded by what was said and was so furious that she could only snort coldly. Li 11 bent down to pick up the large knife on the ground and held it in his hand to scrutinize it carefully. And his mouth kept exclaiming, TSK, 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 it's really a good knife. With that, he flicked the blade with his finger, making a crisp buzzing sound, and the Demon Blade Lady's gaze stayed fixed on the great sword, her eyes filled with disenchantment. Finally, she couldn't help but yell, Give it back. Yoo-hoo, that's quite a temper. The corner of Li Shi's mouth hooked into a smile as he stared at the stubborn little girl in front of him with interest. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes, as if he was teasing a cute but stubborn kitten. You're sent by GOG Corporation to kill Xia Xinghe, right? Tell me, what exactly is your purpose? The Demon Blade Lady glared at him fiercely, then quickly turned her head away. Full of disdain for him, she closed her lips tightly and didn't say a word. Li 11 frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. However, he wasn't enraged by the Demon Blade Lady's attitude and instead revealed a small smile. Don't talk about it, he said gently. I love a tough-talking girl. Before the words fell, a black and shadowy thunderbolt sprang out from the bottom of his feet, like a flexible viper, following the Demon Blade Lady's pants leg and silently burrowing inside. The Demon Blade Lady looked at Li 11 in horror. What do you want? He. You'll know in a while. The smile at the corner of Li Shi's mouth became even more intense. The Demon Blade Lady's face turned red, and then she couldn't help but yelp. I say, I was offered $1 million to take her life. Xia Xinghe frowned and asked with a puzzled expression. Just send an assassin to take my life. Letting you, a yin-yang master, come over? Surely there must be other requirements. The Demon Blade Lady gritted her teeth and nodded. That man told me to casually decapitate your soul as well. Hearing these words, Li 11 looked at the Demon Blade Lady with a face full of incredulity. So vicious, not even sparing the soul? Xia Xinghe asked. Did GOG find you? The Demon Blade Lady shook her head. I'm only responsible for collecting money for my work. As for who he is and what he looks like, I have no idea. Xia Xinghe retracted Yin Lei and said with cold eyes, You go. The Demon Blade lady did not expect the other party to let herself go so easily at all, and she could not help but be a little surprised in her heart, but she still quickly picked up the Demon Blade on the ground, and without hesitation swung the blade to cut off the Yin Thunder that Li 11 had left on her leg. "Brat! You wait for me." After saying these words, the Demon Blade lady's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. Li 11 was shocked in his heart. He had never thought that this little girl actually had the ability to cut off his Yin Lei with a single slash. It seems that this girl does have two brushes. He turned his head to look at Xia Xinghe and asked curiously, "How did you release her?" Xia Xinghe helplessly shook her head and replied, "She's nothing more than a yin and yang master who receives money to do her job, and probably doesn't even know who the GOG's old boss is. What can we do if we don't let her go? Moreover, her family's power is not something we can afford to mess with." These words instead piqued Li Shi's curiosity, and he pursued, "Is her family really that powerful?" Xia Xinghe nodded. "She's a member of the Fujiwara family. Her father is a personal guard of the imperial family, as well as the second-ranked expert on the Yin-Yang master list." She then looked at Li 11 with a puzzled gaze, as if she wanted to find an answer from him. "You actually know how to use Yin Thunder. Could it be that you're also a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain?" Although Li 11 knew something, he wasn't willing to reveal Taoist Master Qingwei's secret, and only ambiguously replied, "Sort of." Then, he curiously asked Xia Xinghe back, "Dragon Tiger Mountain has never accepted female disciples, so how did you know how to use Yin Thunder?" "My father was once a disciple of the old Heavenly Master, but later returned to the world. However, he still taught me the Thunder technique." Suddenly, Li 11 realized an important issue. Taoist Master Qingwei was the old Heavenly Master's disciple, and Xia Xinghe's father was the old Heavenly Master's disciple. So according to generation, wouldn't he himself be one generation higher than Xia Xinghe? Thinking of this, his waist immediately straightened up, and he proudly said to Xia Xinghe, "That's senior niece. Your senior uncle is here. In the future, you have to be good and obedient." Upon hearing this, Xia Xinghe blankly glanced at him and nonchalantly retorted, "You're obviously a few years younger than me. How dare you have the nerve to call yourself my senior uncle?" Li 11, however, smiled cheekily and said, "Hey, senior niece, just now you were very obedient, Joe." After saying that, he also deliberately stared at Xia Xinghe with an impish look. Xia Xinghe half pushed, pouting, You don't mess around. Chapter 149 with me around. You won't be bullied." The following morning, Xia Xinghe's office. Xinfeng is dead and the company is in chaos. Xia Xinghe's phone was almost busted, and many partners said that they would no longer cooperate with Tianrun Group. Li 11 leaned on the sofa. His eyes languidly looked at Xia Xinghe who was busy in front of him. "You pulled me out of the nest in the morning. Do you want me to be here to see you busy with your hands?" Hearing this, Xia Xinghe stopped her hand movements, looked at Li 11 with a serious face, and said in a firm tone, "No, I need your help." Li 11 raised an eyebrow and asked back with some surprise, "What can I do for you?" Xia Xinghe took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "If they are unkind, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. You have to help me get rid of GOG's old boss." Li 11 stared at her with wide eyes, full of incredulity. "Are you kidding me? Killing is a criminal offense. I don't want to be arrested by the police, uncle." Xia Xinghe, however, slowly shook her head and said seriously, "The GOG's old boss is not a human, but a yen spirit." When Li 11 heard this, he was shocked, but more than that, he was still puzzled. What kind of company is this GOG? What kind of relationship do you have with each other? What kind of relationship do you have with each other? Have you actually reached the point where you have to die? Faced with Li Shi's barrage of questions, Xia Xinghe patiently explained everything to him. As it turns out, GOG Corporation was once the leading company in the entertainment industry in Tokyo, and in the entire Sakura country. It has a wide range of businesses that cover several movie studios, countless signed artists, and various types of live streaming companies. It's safe to say that any involvement in the entertainment industry will have something to do with GOG in one way or another. However, with the influx of a large number of foreign companies like Tianrun Group, a number of joint, and gradually divided up the market of the GOG company, in which Tianrun Group is the largest company in addition to the GOG company. Several other vice presidents of the company felt that the current situation is quite good. After all, everyone has their own interests. To maintain this balance is good for everyone. However, Xinfeng does not think so. He and Xia Xinghe think the same way. That is, the company should follow the trend, seize the opportunity to seize more market share, and strive to become the industry leader, so that the GOG company can never turn over. Just last night, GOG invited Skyrun and a few other companies, saying they wanted to discuss how to peacefully distribute market share. However, the two sides did not come to an agreement. and GOG went so far as to try to get rid of them outright. Now, several other companies, seeing such ferocious tactics of GOG Company, have chosen to defect to GOG Company and no longer dare to cooperate with Tianrun Group. Li 11 listened and nodded, understanding the whole story. Now at this time, those people must know that the Demon Blade Lady had failed, and must be pre-planning the next assassination. But there was no telling when the next attack would happen. Since the other party had already taken the lead, they must not sit back and wait for death. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mistake for people to think that they were afraid? Jingle bells. The crisp ringing of a cell phone. Xiaoxinghe took out her cell phone and glanced at the number displayed on the screen. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she still pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone function. An arrogant and domineering male voice came from the other end of the phone, with an obvious threatening tone. Mr. C.A. I suggest you'd better reconsider carefully the advice I gave you last night. Don't be insensitive. Oh, by the way, I heard that your company's Mr. Chin had a car accident last night. How unfortunate. But don't worry, as long as you agree to my demands, I promise I won't let this happen to you. Also, it's not easy for you people to come to Cherry Blossom Country to do business. Why would you even risk your life for your job? If you figured it out, I'll be waiting for you at 8 p.m. at Kayanosai on MT. Hayakuna. After that, the other party hung up. As Li 11 listened to the threatening words, he couldn't help but break out in curses. This person is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Xiaoxinghe frowned slightly, anger flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner emotions, then calmly replied, he is the old boss of GOG, named Ichiro Ki **********. This person is very difficult to deal with, has cruel methods, and is a complete bully. Then, Xiaoxinghe introduced the background of this Ki ******** Ichiro to Li 11. During his lifetime, Ichiro Ki ****** was a murderous shogun during the shogunate era, with blood on his hands. When he died, his soul did not rest in peace, but became a haunted and evil spirit. After years of training, he eventually cultivated Yanling and became one of the leading figures in the entertainment industry in Tokyo. She paused for a moment. I've wanted to make a move against him for a long time. I just didn't know how many Yin spirits he had under his command within the Cherry Blossom Country. And I was alone and not fully sure. That's why I delayed making my move. Li 11 wrapped his arm around her shoulders and touched her head again. Don't worry. With me here, I will definitely not let you be bullied. 8 o'clock in the evening. Seinozai. Located on the outskirts of Tokyo City on the hillside of the 100 Names Mountain. This private residence was in a tranquil and elegant environment. But at this moment, it was permeated with an eerie aura. A breeze whipped through the air around them, and the air around them became eerie, as if there were countless pairs of eyes peering at them from the shadows. Li 11 immediately turned on the spirit-seeing technique, wanting to see what exactly was at work. However, when he looked around, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. One could only see that the entire courtyard was shrouded by a thick layer of black fury, as if one was in a dark abyss. This kind of thick fury he had never seen before in the Yang world. Based on past experience, he could conclude that there were at least 2 Yin spirits as well as 8 evil spirits hidden here. Xiaoxinghe also noticed the difference, and she began to regret her decision, feeling that she had been too impulsive. She tightly grasped Li 11's arm, her eyes full of worry, and said softly, why don't you just go? This originally has nothing to do with you. There's no need to accompany me to take risks. Li 11 gently stroked Xiaoxinghe's cheek and gently comforted. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. With that, he pulled out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoxinghe. Keep this talisman for now. It can save your life at critical moments. Remember, make sure to carry it close to your body. Xiaoxinghe took the talisman and looked at Li 11 gratefully, silently vowing in her heart that if she could get through this crisis safely, she would not hesitate to listen to whatever Li 11 said in the future. Crunch! Kayanosai's door opened automatically and Ichiro Ki ****** Ani's voice came from inside. Mr. Xia, I really didn't expect you to come with just one person. Chapter 150, The 8-Foot Woman. The two walked into the courtyard. On both sides of the stone path leading to the room, 8 bodyguards dressed in black suits and black sunglasses stood neatly. Each of them had a cold face and an upright figure, giving them a sense of majesty. All of these bodyguards are evil spirits. Looking into the room from the outside, one could see a middle-aged man in a floral shirt, with a big back haircut and a full beard sitting inside. He was sitting on his knees in front of an ancient wooden table, leisurely savoring a cup of sake. Both of you, please come in. Li 11 looked around vigilantly, calculating in his mind. According to his judgment, there should still be another Yin spirit here who had yet to show up. And this yin spirit's cultivation might be a bit higher than Ki ******* Ani Ichiro. Mr. Xia, are you already considering working with me? Ichiro Ki ****** Ani poured 2 cups of sake nonchalantly, then gently placed them in front of the 2 men. Xia Xingha's eyes were ice cold and her tone was firm. You think you can scare me with this tactic? It's simply delusional. Ichiro Ki ****** Ani didn't seem surprised by this answer, drinking from his cup and slowly standing up. I thought it would be more than enough to hire a yin and young master to deal with you, but I didn't think you'd dare to be a member of the Xian sect as well. But do you think you can run away today? Wouldn't you know it if you tried? Hearing this, the 8 evil spirits in the courtyard immediately rushed in and surrounded the duo. Ichiro Ki ****** Ani revealed a disdainful smile. Humph. Don't think you're reckless just because you've brought a helper with you. Here, it's me who calls the shots. Li 11 took a step forward and looked at Ki ****** Ani Ichiro with cold eyes, coldly saying, Ki ****** Ani. Don't be too arrogant. As soon as the words fell, Red Lily and Fire Spirit suddenly appeared behind him. Ki ****** Ani Ichiro's face changed slightly. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he stared at Kaluri and Fire Spirit behind Li 11. His voice trembling slightly, Tong Tian Tattoo. Fire Spirit. His gaze was filled with shock and curiosity. What exactly are you? A cold smile spread across the corners of Li Shi's mouth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said in a deep voice, What person? The person who took your life. With that said, he waved his hands, and lightning emerged from him, spreading out quickly to cover the entire house with itself as the center. The Fire Spirit child excitedly set up her stance, her face overflowing with joy as she laughed. He. It's been a long time since I've gotten my hands dirty. I can have some fun today. Only to see her body burning with flames, transforming into a huge fire dragon with a blazing aura as she lunged at one of the evil spirits. Shi Liuli was not willing to show weakness either, and similarly transformed into a fire dragon. Following closely behind Fire Spirit, the 2 fire dragons circled and crisscrossed in the air, their mouths continuously spewing out roaring flames, and the entire room was instantly enveloped by a sea of fire. The fire was raging and the heat was suffocating. A few evil spirits couldn't dodge and were engulfed by the sudden flames, letting out mournful screams. They struggled and twisted in the fire, but could not escape the blazing inferno. Suddenly, a gale was blowing outside. Papapo laughter was heard all around, and the temperature of the air around them dropped instantly. An arm almost 2 meters long came out from under the wooden floor. That arm was white as snow. Immediately afterward, the head of a cloaked woman was revealed. Then another arm, eventually a woman in a white morning dress, fully 3 meters tall, appeared. Xia Xingha was surprised. 8 feet female. Li 11 had heard of the 8-foot woman's name. Her real name is Ms. Yashiki, a female shadowy spirit that has lived for thousands of years, often appearing in uninhabited streets, forests, and villages, preferring young men as her prey. Ichiro Ki ****** Ani smiled. You want to deal with me? Get past the 8-foot woman first. Only a scream could be heard from the 8-foot woman, and Li 11 felt like his eardrums were about to burst. And the few remaining fury spirits were actually directly stunned when they heard the 8-foot woman scream. It was still the first time that Li 11 had encountered this kind of indiscriminate soundwave attack. He stabilized his mind, made seals with both hands, and mouthed the words as a ray of lightning shot out from his hands, striking the 8-foot woman directly. The 8-foot woman stretched out her arms in an attempt to block the lightning, but it had clearly underestimated Li Shi's strength. The lightning penetrated her defenses and struck her body. The 8-foot woman let out another piercing scream as she ate the pain. She stared angrily at Li 11, her eyes revealing a strong killing intent. Ichiro Ki ****** Ani's face changed slightly when he saw this. Ever since he had taken in the 8-footed woman, he had yet to see her suffer a loss, and Li 11 was surprisingly able to easily injure the 8-footed woman. At this moment, Fire Spirit Child and Red Liuli returned to Li Shi's side. Get together and finish her. At Li Shi's command, the 3 of them rushed towards the 8-foot woman at the same time. Red Liuli spewed a stream of magma from her mouth and charged towards the 8-foot woman. But suddenly, a huge black hollow appeared in front of the 8-foot woman. The magma unexpectedly disappeared after hitting the black void. Time warp. It was amazing that she was able to control space. A cold smile spread across the corners of the 8-foot woman's mouth as she flicked her arm and an invisible force knocked Fire Spirit and Shi Liuli out. Li 11 was shocked in his heart that this 8-foot woman was so powerful. He and Xia Xingha exchanged a glance, and both of them summoned Yin Thunder at the same time, charging towards the 8-foot woman. The massive Yin Thunder rushed over like a sea wave, and the 8-foot woman once again used time warp. This time, she dug right in. Seeing the disappearing 8-foot woman, the two froze. Immediately after that, Li 11 only felt a gust of cloudy wind behind him. Looking back, a big 50-yard kick came at him. Li 11 summoned in Lei to block that big foot of hers. Ichiroki ***** Ani didn't expect the 8-foot woman as his killer weapon to be slow to take down a few people, so he decided not to sit back and wait for death. Using his black chi to condense into a katana, he slashed at Li 11. Xia Xinghe rushed forward. Ki ***** Ani Ichiro, hand over to me. You focus on the 8-foot woman. Okay. Li 11 slowly pulled out a sword from his abdomen. The sword was pitch black. The blade was incredibly sharp and flashed with a cold light. He handed the sword to Xia Xinghe. Take it. Ki ***** Ani Ichiro and Xia Xinghe were both startled. Tian Songyun sword. Ichiro Ki ***** Ani got a little scared and thought, what on earth is this kid? Surprisingly, he has the imperial sacred weapon. At the same time, the 8-foot woman's face was filled with fear when she saw the Tian Songyun sword. She immediately dove into the dirt and disappeared without a trace. What? Any more surprises? At that moment, only Ichiro Ki ***** Ani was left alone in the room with a few unconscious evil spirits. Xia Xinghe had a smug smile on her face. Ki ***** Ani. Give up resisting. There's no way back for you. However, Ichiro Ki ***** Ani grimaced, his eyes flashing with madness, and roared viciously. Never! Don't you guys get too happy too soon. Immediately after that, he raised his sharp katana high and lunged at Xia Xinghe like a ferocious beast. Facing Ki ***** Ani Ichiro's attack, Xia Xinghe nimbly sidestepped and dodged. At the same time, the Tian Songyun sword in her hand swung out in a smooth manner, and a stern sword chi cut through the air like lightning, carrying an endless might as it chopped forward. Even though there was still a dozen centimeters of distance between Ki ***** Ani Ichiro and the Tenchon sword, the powerful sword chi still left a deep wound on his arm. The reason why the Tian Songyun sword was known as the holy weapon of the royal family had its own unique features. It possesses the magical power to restrain all Yin spirits. Ki ***** Ani Ichiro felt his entire body's cultivation being suppressed by the powerful aura of the heavenly cloud sword at this moment. His heart was filled with unwillingness and anger, and he muttered under his breath, damn this damned sword can even suppress my power. Ichiro Ki Ani gritted his teeth and glared at Xia Xinghe, his voice filled with indignation. You guys wait for me, I will definitely get this debt back. With those words, he turned violently and made a reckless dash for the window. Seeing Ki ***** Ani Ichiro attempting to escape, Xia Xinghe snorted coldly. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Akari Liulian fire spirit transformed into 2 fire dragons blocking Ki ***** Ani Ichiro's path. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ki ***** Ani Ichiro's eyes dripped and immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Mr. Xia, I was wrong. Li 11 laughed. But that's it? It's too spineless. Chapter 151, The Three Daggers Heim. Xia Xinghe carried the Tian Songyun sword in her hand and looked icily at Ki ***** Ani Ichiro in front of her, killing intent in her eyes. When you plotted against Qin Feng and I last night, did you ever think that you had done wrong? Ichiro Ki ***** Ani looked at the sword in Xia Xinghe's hand in horror, his body trembling unceasingly as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, the entire GOG company will be yours. Humph. Letting you off the hook? It's simply a fool's errand. Xia Xinghe raised the sword in his hand without mercy, ready to slash at Ichiro Ki ***** Ani. Seeing this, Ki ***** Ani Ichiro hurriedly shouted, wait! If you can spare me, I can return Qin Feng's soul to you. However, Xia Xinghe did not hesitate in the slightest. His hand rose and his sword fell, directly splitting Ki ***** Ani Ichiro in half. She said coldly, what do I need his soul for? Li 11 silently lamented in his heart. Qin Feng, you go in peace, although it is a pity that you died, but your sacrifice has also allowed Tianrun to stabilize its footing in the Sakura country's entertainment industry, which is also worth it. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your wife. Just then, a breeze gently brushed by, as if it was a response given to him by Qin Feng in the Underworld. Li 11 turned his head to look at Xia Xinghe and asked softly, then what are your plans for the next? Xia Xinghe smiled faintly and replied with firm eyes, of course it's to completely take down GOG Corporation. After she finished speaking, she looked down at the Tian Songyun sword in her hand again and exclaimed, this imperial sacred weapon is really good. You can have it if you like. Xia Xinghe handed the sword in his hand to Li 11 with a smirk. You'd better keep it for yourself. The 3 holy weapons have been lost for thousands of years. Who wouldn't want to get it? If you really carry this sword every day, that's not clearly giving yourself a hard time. After saying that, she lifted the clothes on Li Shi's body and looked at his Tongtian tattoo. I was really blind last night. I didn't even realize that your tattoo was so powerful. When Li 11 heard this, he smiled smugly. You know I'm good, right? Xia Xinghe naturally heard the strings in his words, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Snapping, "Humph, just a smooth talker," said, then turned around and prepared to leave. Li 11 saw this and hurriedly followed up, mouth chanting, first don't go the matter of the fairy spirit in the end when to deal with last night you clearly promised to take me together tonight." Xia Xinghe's footsteps slightly stalled, then quickly reacted and quickly said, "That. I'm a little tired today. It's better to wait until tomorrow night." Li 11 couldn't help but raise a trace of doubt in his heart. It's not just a matter of taking me on a trip. Is it so troublesome? Early the next morning, early in the morning, the sunlight poured into the room through the window, and Xia Xinghe was already sitting in front of the dresser and starting to put on her makeup, while Li 11 had only just woken up. Seeing Li 11 waking up, Xia Xinghe said softly, "There are still a bunch of things waiting for me to deal with at the company today, so there's no way to accompany you." With that, she casually threw down a bunch of money and continued, "You can go out on your own, play wherever you want or buy whatever you want." Hearing this, Li 11 couldn't help but let out a laugh and said flirtatiously, "Mr. Xia, are you trying to adopt me?" The corner of Xia Xinghe's mouth rose slightly. "I would like to adopt you I just don't know if Sun Dong will agree." Li 11 immediately sensed the implication in Xia Xinghe's words. He quickly jumped down from the bed, ran behind Xia Xinghe, and hugged her tightly as he said with a smile, "Yo, what, is our Mr. Xia jealous?" Xia Xinghe gently pushed Li 11 and pouted, "Stop it. I'm in a hurry. You also hurry to wash up." After saying that, she got up and left the dresser, leaving Li 11 looking at her departing back. He wanted to call for Momoy Sweetie to join him, but when he knocked on the door, he found no one there. Leaving so early? A spirit is so busy? He walks alone through the streets of Tokyo, but he always feels that someone is following him in the shadows. Perhaps there were too many people around, and the person following him seemed to have been trying to make a move, but he just couldn't find the opportunity. It's kind of fun. It just so happens that I'm bored alone, so I'll have some fun with you. After coming to a park at the foot of a mountain and seeing no one around, Li 11 said to the people behind him, "You guys are also tired of following. Come out." Only two sisters jumped from a tree. "Yo, isn't this the little beauty who was arrested the night before last?" When the demon blade lady heard this, her face reddened and she said to the beautiful woman next to her, "Sister, he's the one who bullied me." Li 11 took a closer look at the beautiful woman, only to see that she was wearing a tight black leather jacket, had dyed pink hair, and was carrying 3 pink katanas behind her back. "Is this the help you hired?" The demon blade Haim arrogantly said. "Let me tell you, my sister is the 9th-ranked person on the Yin Yang master list. You'd better beg for mercy." "Ha ha, little sister, you're useless even if the top-ranked person from your area comes." Only that beautiful woman stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency is too arrogant to say that. My name is 3 Daggers G. Please instruct me." "Your Excellency." Her eyes went cold and she drew one of her katanas. Li 11 laughed. "A knife can't deal with me, oh?" Without speaking, the 3-blade Haim slashed her blade, striking a whirlwind of sword-like energy towards Li 11. "There's sword energy? Little girl's got a little something." Li 11 then summoned the Thunder Sword and fought furiously with the 3-blade Haim. The two of them went back and forth, and gradually, the 3-blade Haim was a bit overwhelmed and drew her second blade, only to see that the knife was actually flaming in a hidden way. She crossed her 2 twin swords and a crossfire blade charged at Li 11, who sidestepped to avoid it. The crossfire blade struck the large tree behind him, and the tree was directly split into 4, then burst into flames. Li 11 took a few steps backward, secretly surprised in his heart. This woman's sword was a bit interesting. He summoned Yin Lei and tried to control his opponent. The demon blade lady had seen the power of Yin Lei, and she warned, "Sister, that puddle of liquid is weird. You have to be careful." With Yin Thunder protecting her body, the 3-blade Haim was clearly going to be distracted from her defense. Suddenly, he discovered the 3-blade Haim's break and immediately bullied his way up, the Thunder Sword in his hand stabbing straight into his opponent's vitals. The 3-blade Haim was caught off guard and could only barely block with the remaining blade. However, Li Shi's power was too great and she was knocked back several steps. Li 11 put away his Thunder Sword and said indifferently, "Your strength is indeed good, but you are not yet my opponent." The 3-dagger Haim drew her last blade, which was noticeably shorter. She was seen holding the knife in both hands and biting the other knife in her mouth. Li 11 felt the change in the 3-blade lady's aura and knew that she was about to use her full strength. With a furious cry, The three-blade lady's figure was like electricity as she rushed towards Lee 11. The three knives in her hands swung at the same time, forming an impenetrable attack net. He tried to control his opponent with the Yin Thunder, but the three-blade Heim immediately split the Yin Thunder in two with his short sword. Her shuriken seems a little different. In order to verify the conjecture in his heart, Lee 11 controlled Yin Lei to charge over again. Sure enough, she was using the same short knife. If Yin Thunder doesn't work, then Young Thunder. Only to see Lee 11. His body was surrounded by dazzling thunder light. A thick lightning bolt rose up in the air like a giant dragon, and with an aura of destroying the sky and the earth, he rushed towards the three-dagger G. The three-blade Heim immediately used her hands to rotate her twin blades in front of her body, forming a wall of wind, and at the same time, kicked her short blade out, plunging it straight into Lee 11. Lee 11 intends to finish this fight. He controlled the Thunder Dragon to charge straight at the short sword. The short blade mixed with gusts of wind and the Thunder Dragon met in the air, colliding with fierce sparks. The two held each other for a while before Lee 11 split the Thunder Dragon into two. One continued to hold on to the other, while the other attacked straight towards the three-blade Heim. The three-blade Heim's face was shocked, and it was too late for her to recall her short sword. Just in the nick of time, a black shadow flashed by and blocked in front of the three-blade Heim. The Thunder Dragon instantly struck the black shadow with a loud bang. When the smoke cleared, Lee 11 fixed his eyes and realized that the black shadow was actually a huge crow. Its feathers shimmered with a strange light and its eyes revealed an air of mystery. The raven spread its wings, shielding the three-dagger Heim behind it, and let out a chirp at Lee 11. Chapter 152 Young Woman Borrows Sword. The three-dagger Heim looked up slightly, leaning close to the raven and murmuring something softly. The raven's originally tense body gradually relaxed, and that wary gaze slowly fell, landing lightly on top of the three-dagger Heim's shoulders. The crows let out a series of quacks as if responding to Mitsuba Heim. Mitsuba Heim listened quietly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes, but she nodded softly, as if she understood some sort of meaning conveyed by the raven. Suddenly, the crow turned into a black smoke and disappeared. Then, the three-blade Heim skillfully sheathed the sword in her hand and walked over to Lishi's body, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. My mother wants to see you. Will you come back with me? Lishi's heart surged with endless doubts. What kind of medicine is this sister selling in her gourd? And who exactly is her mother? Looking at the hesitation shown on Lishi's face, the three-dagger G couldn't help but feel a little anxious in her heart. She gritted her teeth and reached out to take Lishi's hand, not hesitating to leave the place, leaving the bewildered demon blade Heim standing in place, dumbfounded as she watched their departing backs. The demon blade lady came back to her senses and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, you guys wait for me, don't just leave me behind." Lee 11 was at the moment being pulled into the passenger side of the dazzling pink Porsche by the three-daggers Heim without being told. Immediately afterward, the seatbelt was forcefully fastened around his body. He frowned. Hey, don't you even ask my opinion? And at this moment, it was as if the three-blade Heim was a different person. The previous kind of decisiveness and strength disappeared, and was replaced by a sweet and lovely appearance. She slightly tilted her head, her eyes flashed with a cunning light, and said gently, "Oops, you're still idle. Just consider it as accompanying me on a trip. It won't take you too long." When she finished, she started the car without hesitation. Seeing this, the demon blade lady hurriedly accelerated her pace and rushed up, asking with a puzzled face, "Sister, what did mother just say to you?" Lee 11 interrupted. "Wait, wasn't there a crow just now? Is that crow your mother?" The three-daggers Heim smiled mysteriously. "You'll know it when you see it." When the demon blade lady heard this, she couldn't help but mutter, "I wonder what mother sees in him. I've got revenge yet to be avenged." The vehicle sped along and soon arrived in front of a suburban villa. Lee 11 followed the three-daggers Heim into the villa, and a faint aroma filled the living room. All four walls of the living room were hung with a variety of samurai swords. A beautiful woman who looked to be in her early 30s, wearing a loose white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, was sitting on the couch reading a book. "Mom, I brought him," Mitsuba Heim said softly. Lee 11 gazed at the woman, his heart filled with amazement. "Mom?" He could never have imagined that the elegant woman in front of him would be the mother of the three-blade Heim and the demon blade Heim. They look like they're only 17 or 8 years old, even if their mother married early. She's almost 40. This is too well maintained. "Hello." The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant. "Nice to meet you," Lee 11 asked. "What did you want to see me about?" The woman stood up and looked him up and down, smiling slightly. "My name is Fujiwara Keiko. Can you come with me for a moment?" Lee 11 nodded even though he didn't know what she was up to. She led Lee 11 to a bedroom and closed the door. What does she want? What can't we talk about in the living room?" Only Fujiwara Keiko slowly squatted down, then slowly lifted up Lishi's clothes. "What she's up to, Mrs. Fujiwara? What is?" This? When she saw the Tongtian tattoo on Li Shi's abdomen, she showed joy and couldn't help but caress it. It's really the Tian Songyun sword. With a pleading gaze, she looked up at Li 11. Can I borrow the sword chi of the Tian Songyun sword in your body? How did you know that I have the Tian Songyun sword? Fujiwara Keiko stood up and snapped her fingers, and a raven appeared on her shoulder. My raven sensed the sword aura of the heavenly cloud sword in that thunder dragon of yours, and that's why I asked my daughter to come back to you to confirm it. Knowing the position of the heavenly cloud sword in the hearts of the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Li 11 was wary. What do you want the sword chi of the heavenly cloud sword for? Keiko Fujiwara explained why. The Fujiwara family is a family of sword practitioners in the Sakura Kingdom, and their ancestors were fortunate enough to be granted the right to study the heavenly cloud sword for a period of time because of their outstanding war service on behalf of the imperial family. It was during that time that he created the Mirage Blade and the 8-blade stream with the help of the heavenly cloud sword. Since then, the Fujiwara family has been divided into two lines of sword practice. One lineage is the light blade stream, which takes the lighter route. The other lineage follows the rigid route of the heavy blade stream. Fujiwara Keiko was a member of the Fujiwara family and practiced the light blade style. Although his husband, Yuichiro Fujiwara, had joined the Fujiwara family, Keiko saw that he was good to her and begged the patriarch to teach Yuichiro the heavy sword as well. Also for the sake of the family legacy, they had two daughters in their family, one learned the light blade and one learned the heavy blade. Li 11 asked, isn't the light blade stream the Mirage sword and the 8-blade stream? But I saw that the 3-bladeheim only had 3 blades, and I don't seem to have seen any Mirage swords. Fujiwara Keiko nodded. That's because the flow of the 8-blade stream was interrupted and only 3 blades remain. She paused for a moment, and the raven fell into his hand, becoming an ancient katana. She slowly pulled up that blade flower, her movements smooth and graceful. She then threw it with force, and the sharp katana flew to the side like a bolt of lightning, entering the sheath hanging on the wall with unerring precision and a crisp sound. This is the Mirage Blade. The illusory blade originally originated from the heavenly crowning cloud sword. That's why I can feel the heavenly cloud sword inside you. A hint of loss appeared in her eyes. 300 years ago, with the interruption of the 8-blade stream, the illusory blade was only partially passed down. She paused slightly, a flash of helplessness and regret in her eyes. That's why I've been longing for the day when I can find a breakthrough and recomprehend the illusory blade way. Li 11 fell into deep thought as he carefully sized up this Fujiwara Keiko in front of him. She exuded a unique aura, with the gentle softness of an oriental woman, but also the toughness and determination of a martial artist. After he thought about it, he had to admit that this Fujiwara Keiko was honest and straightforward. Knowing that she possessed the heavenly cloud sword, she didn't think of snatching it, but chose to treat her with courtesy and use the phantom sword as an exchange. This kind of temperament was really rare. Alright, since you're so sincere, I'll promise you as well. Li 11 finally spoke. Tell me, how do you want to borrow the sword chi? Fujiwara Keiko smiled slightly, a glint in her eye. The sword chi of the heavenly cloud sword has long since merged into your body, becoming an inseparable part of you. If you want to borrow the sword's chi, you will have to use your body. Borrow a body? Only to see Fujiwara Keiko suddenly striking out and pushing Li 11 down onto the bed. That's right, it's what you think. Only through this way will I be able to truly feel the sword chi of the heavenly cloud sword, and thus have the chance to recomprehend the mysteries of the illusory sword. Li Shi's eyes widened as he looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him, his heart filled with shock and doubt. He had never thought that borrowing sword chi could even be like this. It was just beyond the scope of his imagination. He had absolutely no reason to say no. Chapter 153, The Secret of the Four. Outside the living room, Mitsubaheim and Demon Bladeheim stood side by side, their eyes locked on the closed door of the bedroom. Time passed minute by minute, but there was never any movement inside, and the doubts in the hearts of the two men became more and more intense. They exchanged a look with each other, and the two of them stepped away, moving slowly and gingerly in the direction of the bedroom. As they finally approached the bedroom, a sound if any reached their ears. At first, the sound was extremely faint, but after listening carefully, one could tell that it was actually Fujiwara Keiko's gasp. This sudden sound was like a bolt from the blue, hitting them hard in the heart. In an instant, it was as if the hearts of the two men were violently lifted by a large, invisible hand, and panic quickly surged like a tidal wave. Banshee has always acted decisively and without hesitation, only to see her beautiful eyes open roundly, anger burning underneath her eyes. Her feet suddenly fired. With a thud, she kicked open the door of the originally closed room. Li 11, how dare you bully my mother like that? The Demon Blade lady was furious, her clear voice resounding throughout the room with endless indignation. At this moment, she was like an enraged lioness, exuding a chilling aura, and her angry eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire, as if she wanted to turn everything she saw in front of her into ashes. And at this moment, Fujiwara Keiko, is sweating profusely. That originally fair face has now become red. The beads of sweat on her forehead are like beans rolling down. Her face reveals an indescribable look, and under her breath she cries out urgently, "Quickly! Get out! Don't disturb me here!" However, the three-blade hind keenly sensed a hint of abnormality. "Mirage! Mirage blade!" she exclaimed, her voice revealing deep shock. Immediately afterward, without saying a word, she pulled the demon blade lady and said anxiously, "Mother is comprehending the illusory blade." As the demon blade lady looked at the scene inside the room, that pretty face instantly turned red and yelled in shame and indignation. How can one comprehend a phantom blade like this? It's so untrue. Mitsurugi Haim gently covered the door that had been kicked open, as if she was afraid to disturb her mother, who was comprehending the phantom sword inside the house. It was as if time had been stretched out, and every second seemed extraordinarily long. Another hour passed. Fujiwara Keiko's breathing gradually calmed down, just like the sea returning to calm after a storm. Her taut face also slowly became relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and the fine beads of sweat, like a crystal pearl, slowly soaked the thin garment she was wearing. Fujiwara Keiko's eyes, which had been tightly closed for a long time, slowly opened, and she deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, which seemed to be mixed with a hint of relief and satisfaction. A smile of satisfaction crept onto her face, like a plum blossom blooming in the winter, delicate and moving. "I did it," she murmured softly, her voice low but containing endless joy. No sooner had her words left her mouth than Mitsubihaim pushed open the door to the room with impatience. She looked at Fujiwara Keiko with a face full of anticipation, her eyes full of doubt and surprise. "Mother, did you really comprehend the illusory sword?" Fujiwara Keiko gently nodded her head, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, revealing a bright smile. "That's right. The illusory sword that has been lost for 300 years has finally been replenished." At this moment, Lee 11, who was on the side, first looked at Fujiwara Keiko, who was in the midst of excitement, and then looked at the slightly shy Mitsurugi Haim, and couldn't help but frown. "Hey, did you all come in without knocking?" Mitsubihaim's face was instantly colored with a faint blush, and she lowered her head in some embarrassment. "Sorry, I was the one who got excited." After saying that, she hurriedly pulled up the demon blade lady beside her, and the two of them retreated one after the other. Fujiwara Keiko moved nimbly to clean up briefly and said softly, "You come with me." Lishi's heart was filled with doubts and he frowned and asked, "What's it for again?" Only Fujiwara Keiko did not hesitate to pull out the chilling katana on the wall. "Since you helped me comprehend the illusory blade, I'll keep my word and naturally pass it on to you." Lee 11 fell into deep thought. He really needed to learn some practical moves. Thinking back to his previous experience of mastering the thunder technique and thus comprehending the thunder sword, every time he used the thunder sword, he was only relying on his clinical perception and play. Just like the battle with the three-blade Haim in the morning, he himself was completely at a disadvantage because of his moves, and could only rely on his own powerful cultivation to barely suppress his opponent. However, at this moment, another doubt emerged in his heart. That is, whether it is the thunder sword or the heavenly cloud sword, they are both essentially swords, not knives. Fujiwara Keiko seemed to have seen his doubts and patiently explained. The Fujiwara family's light blade stream actually originated from the heavenly cushion cloud sword, and even though we call it a sword technique, it actually has a deep imprint of swordsmanship as well. This mirage sword, in particular, is a fusion of the essence of the two, and can fully be called a mirage sword. After saying that, she led Lee 11 to the backyard, and as she waved the katana in her hand, she demonstrated the subtleties of the illusory sword in a move as smooth as flowing water. On the sidelines, Banshee Haim grumbled, "What a cheap shot." Mitsubihaim, however, smiled and said, "Mother doesn't even say anything, but you're reluctant." Lee 11 muttered under his breath, "This illusionary sword is truly marvelous." He stared intently at Fujiwara Keiko's every move, etching every nuance of her movements into his mind. Fujiwara Keiko handed the sharp katana to Lee 11 and said softly, "Come on, you try." He began to mimic one of Fujiwara Keiko's moves. When the demon blade Haim and three-blade Haim next to them saw this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. They didn't expect Lee 11 to grasp the essence of the illusory sword so quickly. Seeing this, Fujiwara Keiko was also slightly shocked in her heart, so she taught the illusory sword mind technique one by one as well. Without realizing it, the night was falling. Only then did Lee 11 stop his hand movements. Feeling the surging power within his body, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and solemnly said to Fujiwara Keiko, "Mrs. Fujiwara, there's one thing I hope you can keep secret for me. I don't want anyone else to know." Before he could say what it was about, Fujiwara Keiko was nodding. "You're referring to the heavenly cloud sword. Don't worry, no one else will know about this matter." Then she looked at the demon blade Heim and the three-blade Heim. You must not tell anyone else about my realization of the phantom blade today, not even your father. At that moment, a muffled voice came from the distance. It's almost dark. What are you all standing outside for? Only to see a tall, muscular middle-aged man leading a group of soldiers coming. The demon blade lady was surprised. Father? How did you have time to come home today? Chapter 154, Infiltrating the Palace. I came back to get the soul guide mirror. Yuichiro Fujiwara explained the purpose of his return. His gaze locked onto Lee 11, a hint of doubt and vigilance flickering in his eyes. Is this one? Seeing this, Fujiwara Keiko was secretly anxious in her heart, fearing that her husband would become suspicious, and quickly said with a smile, "This is a Taoist priest from the Dragon Kingdom. I see that such opportunities are rare, so I let him come home to spar with my daughters, and also improve some knowledge." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Lee 11 without moving, implying that he should not reveal any cracks. In order to prevent her husband from pursuing the matter, Fujiwara Keiko hastily changed the topic and asked with concern, "Why are you thinking of taking the soul drawing mirror? But is there something important?" Fujiwara Yuichiro returned with a slightly gloomy expression. Imperial concubine Shizuko went out for a picnic, and on the way, for some unknown reason, she came across a three-legged golden toad, which scared her to the point that she lost her soul. I had no choice but to use the soul drawing mirror to draw her soul back. A three-legged golden toad? Upon hearing this name, Lishi's body was slightly stunned. He had come to the Sakura Kingdom for another extremely important purpose, and that was to obtain the golden elixir of the three-legged golden toad, so that he could go to the Zhong family to propose marriage afterwards. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. He forced down his inner excitement. How is that three-legged golden toad now? The shades that followed wiped it out. It's demonic elixir. Speaking here, Fujiwara Yuichiro suddenly paused. A trace of imperceptible alertness flashed in his eyes as he stared straight at Lee 11. You seem to be quite interested in the three-legged golden toad? Lishi's face, however, remained calm, and an imperceptible glint flashed in his eyes, but deep inside, he had already calculated his next move. He laughed lightly. I heard about the Sakura Kingdom's three-legged golden toad in the Dragon Kingdom, so I was just curious. I didn't expect it to be wiped out. Fujiwara Yuichiro nodded. The demonic elixir is still needed to induce the soul, so it's in the palace. After saying that, he rushed into the house and took out the soul drawing mirror. I'm going to rush to the palace, so make yourselves at home. A group of guards followed close behind, their footsteps fading away. Banshee was disappointed. Father comes and goes every time he comes home. It's been a long time since I've had a meal with him. Fujiwara Keiko also had a disappointed look on her face. Lee 11 eyes fell on Fujiwara Keiko. The reluctance in her eyes let Lee 11 heart slightly moved. Fujiwara Keiko this age is the exuberance of the time, but her husband is often not at home. It is really poor. Thinking that he had something big to do, he said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave you. Fujiwara Keiko looked at Lee 11 with reluctance. You've done me such a great favor. Don't you want to eat dinner before you leave? Just then, Li Shi's phone suddenly rang. Xia Xinghe's voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm off work. Where are you? Li 11 then responded. Where are you? I'll go find you. Xia Xinghe's office. Li 11 asked. Where is the Sakura Kingdom's palace? What are you asking for? I'm going to sneak into the palace and steal the demon pills. Xia Xinghe looked at him in surprise. You're crazy. Going to the palace to steal something? Do you know how dangerous it is? Li Shi's eyes were firm. I know, but this is the only way to obtain the demon pill. Xia Xinghe was silent for a moment. Well, if you must go, I'll go there with you. The two began to make plans on how to sneak into the palace, as well as how to get the demon pill. The imperial palace is located in the old city center, and has stood as a bright jewel since the emperor moved the capital here hundreds of years ago, and has remained there through the ages. The entire palace was like a mysterious fortress, tightly surrounded by a wide moat, as if it was a natural barrier separating the outside world from the interior of the palace. The palace was divided into the palace city, the imperial residence, the outer court, and the back garden. For ordinary outsiders, want to sneak into this heavily guarded palace may be simply more difficult than the sky. The layers of defense measures as if the iron wall. However, for the two of them, sneaking into the palace does not seem to be a difficult task, as they are armed with a great skill, the Yin-Lei substitution technique. Li 11 had once used this trick against Gongsun Yubing in the Yin Man selection. At this moment, the two of them took advantage of the cover of the night and quietly came to the corner of the palace wall, and immediately felt that the entire outer perimeter was surprisingly tightly fortified. Take this with you. Only Xia Xinghe took out two head covers, a purple strawberry bear and a white rabbit with its ears up. Li 11 hesitated for a moment. Did you ever consider my feelings when you chose two such cute head covers? Xia Xinghe picked up the rabbit headgear and put it on Li Shi's head. She couldn't help but smile when she saw the cute Li 11. Don't say it. It kinda suits you. When she finished, she grabbed her cell phone and snapped a picture. Knock it off. Get a grip. The two of them each operated the Lei power in their bodies, only to see two puddles of black as ink liquid, like two agile vipers slowly flowing down the moat towards the palace. Two puddles of bizarre liquid flowed noiselessly into an extremely remote corner of the palace. And outside the palace, the figures of the two instantly disappeared into thin air, followed by appearing within the palace as quickly as lightning. At this moment, Li 11 looked at the map on his cell phone and carefully and quietly advanced towards the area of the imperial residence. Along the way, they were like ghosts traveling through the darkness of the night, skillfully avoiding the soldiers on patrol as well as all sorts of advanced surveillance equipment. He opened his spirit-seeing technique, only to see that in a building not far away, a gust of black gas was faintly emanating. Unsurprisingly, the demonic elixir of the three-legged golden toad was there. It was a small two-story villa, and at that moment, it was brightly lit inside. Suddenly, Li 11 saw a familiar figure, Fujiwara Yuichiro. He hurried into the villa alone. Looks like the right location. The two turned into liquid again and flowed towards the villa. Fujiwara Yuichiro's voice came from inside the villa. How is Imperial Princess Shizuko doing? Back to the general. It's still the same. The sound of another rush up the stairs came from inside the villa. The duo followed the wall and flowed to the second-floor balcony. Through the window, they saw a beautiful woman in her early 20s sitting on the bed with dull eyes, like a walking corpse. A glittering demonic elixir lay beside the bed. Fujiwara Yuichiro said, "You guys get out. I'm going to draw the spirit for the Imperial concubine." Inside the room, only Fujiwara Yuichiro and Imperial concubine Shizuko remained. However, Fujiwara Yuichiro did not act immediately. As he quietly gazed at Imperial concubine Shizuko, a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and gently stroked Imperial concubine Shizuko's face before giving her a kiss. "Shizuko, soon you'll be able to recover as you were before." Fujiwara Yuichiro is really bold enough to do such a thing. Chapter 155, The Illusory Sword. Fujiwara Yuichiro took out the soul guide mirror and recited an incantation. A mysterious aura filled the room, and that demonic elixir emitted a strange light. Soon after, only a hazy white shadow slowly floated in from outside, slowly fusing with the body of Imperial concubine Shizuko. A moment later, Imperial concubine Shizuko's eyes suddenly became gleaming. When she saw Fujiwara Yuichiro, tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. "Fujiwara, you scared me to death today." Fujiwara Yuichiro gathered her into his arms and comforted her. "With me, everything will pass." In the depths of their love, the two of them can't help themselves. In this situation, Li 11 immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket and skillfully turned on the video recording function. This is a rare royal secret. Live streaming. You can't miss a single moment. He stared intently at the scene before him, afraid to miss even a single detail. 20 minutes passed. Li Shi's hand raised sour. He did not expect Fujiwara Yuichiro are in middle age. The body is still so good. He put away his cell phone and squatted down, then looked at Xia Xinghe, whose expression was indescribable. Another 10 minutes passed. Yuichiro Fujiwara said, "You get some rest tonight." When Li 11 heard him coming downstairs, he glanced at the window and realized that the demonic pills were still there. Seeing Fujiwara Yuichiro's distant back, he turned into a puddle of liquid and flowed towards the demonic den of the three-legged golden toad. Just then, Imperial concubine Shizuko, who had been resting, suddenly opened her eyes. She clearly saw that the black liquid was slowly wrapping around the demonic elixir. She immediately screamed loudly, and that shrill scream broke through the silent night sky and echoed throughout the palace. At this time, Fujiwara Yuichiro, who had already left, went and returned. He saw the duo on the balcony. "Who are you? How dare you also break into the palace?" Li 11 quickly put the demonic pills into his pocket and pulled Xia Xinghe's hand. "Quickly go." Unexpectedly, Fujiwara Yuichiro suddenly had an extra-large sword in his hand, blocking their way. That big sword was very similar to the demon blade Heims, only it was fully twice the size again. He made a forceful move, splitting the two of them straight. Li 11 and Xia Xinghe immediately transported Lei under their feet and dodged the move. "You're from the Dragon Kingdom." Li 11 was secretly shocked in his heart. It is really the second-ranked and young master of the Sakura country. The sky is so black, but with this one action can actually see his identity. In order not to reveal his identity, it seemed that he could not perform any other feats. Nowadays, getting out of here as soon as possible was the priority, and the two of them had a heart-to-heart to form a large net with Lei, trying to control him temporarily. But Fujiwara Yuichiro picked up his large sword, and surprisingly, he directly split the black net in two. At that moment, An alarm sounded inside the palace and a soldier appeared with a gun. You go first, I'll hold him off. Xia Xinghe hesitated, but still did as she was told. I'll meet you outside. After saying that, her figure was like a charm and disappeared into the night. Fujiwara Yuichiro said to the soldiers, leave this place to me. You guys go after them. He had a fierce look on his face. You won't be able to escape today. Li 11 thought to himself. I just learned your Fujiwara family's illusionary sword today, so I'll try my hand with you. Of course, he didn't dare to be arrogant and could only take out his Tian Somyun sword. The moment he saw the heavenly cloud sword, Fujiwara Yuichiro's eyes were filled with shock. How did it get in your hands? Only to see Li 11 pull a sword flower. Dozens of crows rushed out with the sword flower as the center. Phantom sword. You're from the Fujiwara family. Li 11 still didn't respond, controlling the dozens of crows that surrounded her. The crows struck Fujiwara Yuichiro's sword, making a clanking sound. Suddenly, Fujiwara Yuichiro's eyes went black, and he unexpectedly came to a dark place. Impossible. Phantom swords that could produce illusions only existed in legends. 300 years ago, the complete phantom sword had long been lost. How could someone be able to practice the phantom sword to such an extent? At the same time, a huge black shadow appeared in front of him, and he let out a muffled voice. Don't you want to catch me? Let's talk about it when you can get out. Reality. Li 11 looked at Fujiwara Yuichiro, who was caught in an illusion, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This illusion sword is really brilliant. Step by step, he slowly walked towards Fujiwara Yuichiro, and the Tian Somyun sword in his hand was currently flashing with a cold and chilling light. But Fujiwara Yuichiro's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, like two hungry wolves shooting out two ferocious rays of light. He swung the greatsword in his hand in a swift motion, and it traced a dazzling arc in the air. Fujiwara Yuichiro roared, "You think you can trap me like this?" Seeing this, Li 11 couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He didn't expect this Fujiwara Yuichiro to break his illusion so quickly. Fujiwara Yuichiro's face showed a ferocious light as he roared loudly. Thinking of relying on the Fujiwara family's secret technique to trap me? A daydream. Li 11 tightly gripped the Tian Somyun sword and controlled those crows to perform the illusion again. In an instant, Fujiwara Yuichiro was in a sea of burning fire. Blazing flames rose up to the sky, illuminating the entire space in red, as if it was going to consume everything. Fujiwara Yuichiro's eyes were filled with shock. This is the legendary Hellfire? You actually managed to pull off this move. Cold laughter came from all around. I won't play with you today. After saying that, the flames around them rushed towards Fujiwara Yuichiro. Fujiwara Yuichiro waved his large sword in an attempt to disperse the ferocious flames, but no matter how hard he tried, the fire continued to grow stronger. The searing heat hit his face, and a fine bead of sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. Fujiwara Yuichiro thrust his great sword into the ground and twisted his hand, and 16 great swords appeared with him at the center. Those large swords spun rapidly in the air, fending off the flames around them. Then his arm's veins rippled as he cupped his huge sandbag-like fist and slammed it hard into the ground. The earth instantly trembled for it, and the illusionary realm instantly collapsed. Returning to reality, he saw that Li 11 had disappeared, and he looked up to the sky. No matter who it is, no matter how far you run to the ends of the earth, I will catch you, break you into pieces. Xia Xinghe drove the car, taking Li 11 on the streets of the traffic. She asked, Fujiwara Yuichiro is the second highest ranked Yin and Yang master in Sakura country. How did you escape from him? Li 11 smiled mysteriously. Of course it's thanks to her wife. Her wife? Li 11 told the events of the daytime one by one. You actually learned the illusionary sword. Xia Xinghe looked at him incredulously. Hey, it was just a fluke. Li 11 looked at the surrounding scenery becoming more and more familiar and couldn't help but ask, we're going back now? It's after 10. Why don't you go home? I've been here for 3 days, and you still won't take me to extradite the shadowy spirits? Xia Xinghe's face changed slightly. Then, that what? I'm too tired today. Tomorrow night. He looked at Xia Xinghe curiously. You've been procrastinating again and again. You can't be hiding something from me? Chapter 156, Sakura Country female artists are all under your banner? What can I possibly have to hide from you? Xia Xinghe was a bit flustered. She stepped on the gas hard to 100 yards, and the car sped forward like an arrow off the string. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of Li 11, although his heart is slightly puzzled, but he did not ask anything more. After all, to stay here is really enjoyable. There are food and drink and beautiful women accompanied, which makes him a little bit of joy. He looked idly at the scenery around him and inadvertently realized that he seemed to be stepping on something under his feet. He was slightly stunned, then bent down and picked it up, fixed his eyes. It turned out to be a pile of A4 paper color printing information. The cover of the material was very eye-catching, on which were printed a bunch of photos of Sakura's female artists. all of whom had sweet smiles, and in the center of the photos, there were a few big words 2024 top performers list printed in bold. Feeling curious, Lee 11 turned to the first page. Only a full body shot of a female artist was printed on it. Here is a description of her. Top 1 performers. Name Gina Aso. Date of birth, October 24, 2004. Constellation, Libra. 98, 58, 90. Debut, 1 year. Works, NXXS006, Ultra Cool Extreme Programs. NXXS039, The Teacher's Teacher is a Duo. NXXS660, Nurse's Head is in Pain. Li Shi's eyes widened, a surprised expression on his face, and a series of questions and speculations could not help but emerge in his mind. Puzzled, he asked, "How did you get this information?" Xia Xinghe glanced at the co-pilot. "We just took down one of GOG's firms today, and this is their female artist. You guys are going after GOG so soon?" "Of course. Their old boss just died, and now is the time when GOG is in a big mess. Of course we have to take his optimal resources first." It was only then that Li 11 remembered the information on Xia Xinghe's hard disk, and it seemed like the name GOG appeared in so many of the opening introductions. He didn't realize that Sakura Country's once largest entertainment company had this kind of firm under its umbrella. Xia Xinghe looked at Li 11 looking at the information with interest. "Also Gina happens to have a shoot at the beach tomorrow afternoon. The group just touched this industry. I'm going to go research. Want to come together?" Li Shi's eyes glowed. "Yes." The following morning, Xia Xinghe had drawn exquisite makeup. The delicate eyeshadow seemed to be able to sparkle with the light of the stars. The light blush added a bit of pink to her already delicate face. Her lips were as delicate as roses, and the whole person looked radiant. She stood quietly by the bedside, looking at Li 11 who was still huffing and puffing. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. "I've sent you the location for the afternoon shoot, so remember to give me a call when you get there." Li 11 was awakened by her voice and opened his eyes in a daze. His eyes were still a bit drowsy. He subconsciously nodded his head and responded with a slurred voice. "Got it." Just then, the sound of a crisp doorbell suddenly rang outside the door. A wave of doubt welled up in Xia Xinghe's heart. Who would be looking for her so early in the morning? With a heart full of curiosity she walked to the door and slowly opened it. She was even more filled with disbelief when she saw a very cute-looking little girl standing outside the door. "Who are you? What can I do for you?" The little girl carried a bag of fresh bread and a carton of warm milk in her hands. When she saw Xia Xinghe, she also revealed a puzzled expression. Then she raised her head and carefully glanced at the door number. After confirming that it was correct, she said, "My name is Momoy Sweetie, and I live downstairs. May I ask if this is the Li 11 family?" Xia Xinghe couldn't help but secretly think in her heart, this Li 11 can be really powerful enough. Just came to a few days, even befriended the little girl downstairs, and also let people specially send breakfast over, and so on. Hasn't the downstairs been empty for ages? I remember the property owner saying that the downstairs homeowner had a daughter who died a few years ago. She immediately scrutinized Momoy Sweetie, only to see a dark aura emanating from her. In spirit, Li 11 sat up violently from the bed when he heard Momoy Sweetie's voice. He came to the door with hurried strides. "What brings you here?" Momoy Sweetie, on the other hand, smiled slightly as she slowly raised the object in her hand. "I'm here to bring you breakfast, you know." Looking at Xia Xinghe's face that was out of place, Li 11 secretly said, it couldn't be that she was jealous, right? Afterwards, Xia Xinghe pulled Li Shi's arm and dragged him back to the living room. She lowered her voice and said with some anxiety, "She's a in spirit." Li 11, however, was unimpressed. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said full of concern, "I know." Xia Xinghe stared at him with wide eyes, full of shock, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "You know she's a in spirit, and you're still hanging out with her?" Li 11 smiled gently. "It's fine. You should go to work now, or you'll be late." Xia Xinghe hurriedly advised, "Human ghosts are different. You mustn't mess around." Li 11 patted her shoulder soothingly. "Alright, I know. Don't you worry. I'll take care of it." Xia Xinghe wanted to say something else, but Li 11 had already pushed her out the door. Momoy Sweetie walked into the room and placed breakfast on the table. Li 11 closed the door and asked, "Why did you think to bring me breakfast?" Momoy Sweetie's eyes, which were like bright stars, scrutinized the entire room. She cocked her head slightly, a hint of a smile, if any, at the corner of her mouth. "You swore to me that I could follow you in the future, and I was so happy that I planned to come over and take good care of you, but now that I see the situation, it seems like there's no need for that." Saying that, her slender fingers gently pointed towards the door, a flash of doubt in her eyes. "Was that your wife just now, or was that your girlfriend?" Li 11 thought to himself, "Right, what exactly is my relationship with Xia Xinghe? Colleague?" Hearing that, Momoy Sweetie couldn't help but snort a laugh. a teasing expression on her face. Don't tease me. I've heard about her. She's the vice president of Tianrun Group. What kind of coworker can you be with her? Moreover, there is no reason in the world to live with a coworker. Lee 11 pulled a sign out of his pocket. It's time for you to know who I really am. Momoy Sweetie first stared blankly, followed by a look of shock in her eyes, her mouth opening into a small O shape as she exclaimed, "The Dragon Kingdom! You're actually the Dragon Kingdom's undertaker." After a moment, she paused again, and with a flash of doubt in her eyes, she asked again, "Then she is, also?" Momoy Sweetie, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed and full of disbelief as she stammered, "You mean, the two underworlders actually live upstairs from me?" As if she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, a trace of celebration flashed in her eyes. "Luckily I was lucky I didn't do anything out of the ordinary to you, or else, I wouldn't even know how to die when the time comes." Just then, Li Shi's phone rang. Fujiwara Keiko's voice came from the other side of the phone. "Can you come to the University of Tokyo?" Chapter 157, The Stranger Couple. University of Tokyo? What did she ask me to do there? But hearing a hint of anxiety from Fujiwara Keiko, Lee 11 agreed. He hung up the phone and his gaze couldn't help but fall on Momoy Sweetie, who was lying on the couch. "You go back. I'm going to make a trip to the University of Tokyo later." Upon hearing this, Momoy Sweetie immediately jumped up from the sofa as if she had been hit by chicken blood, and said excitedly, "Bring me along. I'm bored alone anyway." Lee 11 frowned and said, "Do you know what to do? Just follow me." Momoy Sweetie played with her two ponytails without a care in the world and said with a smile, "It's more fun than being at home anyway. And I was a student at Tokyo University before. You'll get lost in there without me to show you the way." Lee 11 thought about it and said, "Alright, but you have to promise me that you can't talk nonsense when you arrive. If you cause trouble for me, don't blame me for not being polite." Momoy Sweetie nodded her head in agreement. On the way to the University of Tokyo, Momoy Sweetie chattered incessantly. "Arrive at your destination." Momoy Sweetie asked, "Say, where are we going?" "School of Literature and History, Office 308. Hearing this place, Momoy Sweetie was physically stunned. "Are you looking for Professor Keiko?" Lee 11 was surprised. "You said she's a professor? And you know each other?" He then realized why Fujiwara Keiko, a martial arts practitioner, looked surprisingly well-mannered, not realizing that she was a university professor. Momoy Sweetie explained, "I was a student at the Faculty of Literature and History before, and Professor Keiko was my teacher." She hesitated. "She knows I died a few years ago, or I won't go up there." Lee 11 took her shoulders and said softly, "What about that fearless look you just had? Don't worry, I'm here. Let's go together." A trace of uneasiness flashed in Momoy Sweetie's eyes as she gently bit her lower lip and muttered in a low voice, "What if I scare her?" That voice was full of worry and nagging. Sensing her emotions, Lee 11 soothed, "Don't worry, Fujiwara Keiko isn't as simple as you think. She also has an identity you don't know about." Side by side, the two men arrived at the 308 office door in no time at all. Momoy Sweetie stopped and hesitated again. Her hands unconsciously twisted together as tension filled her body. Fujiwara Keiko was sitting in front of her desk processing documents. The moment she saw Momoy Sweetie, a flash of shock flashed through her eyes, followed by deep surprise. "Your sweet eyes?" Momoy Sweetie lowered her head, her eyes averted, not daring to look directly at the other party, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Professor Keiko, it's me." Fujiwara Keiko sighed softly. I can't believe I didn't expect you to have so much resentment that you become a fury spirit." Momoy Sweetie's eyes widened with surprise. "How did you know who I am now?" "That's impossible." Fujiwara Keiko shook her head helplessly, a complex look flashing in her eyes. "I'm also a yin and yang master. These things are not new to me, but I've never seen your name on the yin yang master list. I decided to wash my hands of the business 10 years ago, so naturally, my name won't be on the list now." Her gaze fell on Lee 11. "You went to the palace last night?" Lee 11 secretly said that it was bad. Was his identity exposed? Fujiwara Keiko read his mind. "You don't have to worry. No one knows about what you did last night except me now." "How do you know?" Fujiwara Keiko glanced at Momoy Sweetie. She immediately understood the implications. "You guys talk first. I'm going to go out and look around." Lee 11, however, said, "It's fine. They're all on their own." Fujiwara Keiko was then relieved to tell what had happened. Last night, Fujiwara Yuichiro, who had allowed Lee 11 to escape, returned home in a rage as if a flame had been ignited. His sharp gaze was like a sword, shooting straight at Fujiwara Keiko, questioning if she had taught the illusory sword to someone else. Fujiwara Keiko's heart immediately surged with a wave of inexplicable panic. She deeply knew what consequences would be brought about once the matter between herself and Lee 11 was revealed. She still forced herself to keep her composure and didn't admit it. Instead, She rhetorically asked why the other person was being so questioning. What was going on? Fujiwara Yuichiro tells what happened in the palace. Fujiwara Keiko had no intention of letting her husband know that she had mastered the full phantom blade, so she gritted her teeth and decided to hide it. Looking unable to ask the result from his wife's mouth, Fujiwara Yuichiro's heart was full of helplessness. He could only turn away resentfully. Fujiwara Keiko looked at her husband's departing back, her heart filled with loss. How she wished her husband could stay home one more night. However, Yuichiro left without hesitation, citing the protection of the palace. Lee 11 took out his cell phone and gently tapped on the video taken last night. Mrs. Fujiwara, now you know why your husband doesn't want to come home. Every image in the video was like a sharp thorn that pierced Keiko Fujiwara's heart, and at that moment, Momoi Sweetie immediately turned red with shame when she saw that image. With trembling hands, Fujiwara Keiko took the phone, only to feel as if her heart was dead. She had never thought that the rumors were true. She had trusted her husband so much and never thought he would do something like this. Fujiwara Keiko clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. She gritted her teeth. I'm going to make him pay. Lee 11 looked at her and couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy in his heart. Mrs. Fujiwara, perhaps we can think of something together. After all, the reputation of the entire royal family is at stake. Fujiwara Keiko raised her head, a trace of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Thank you. However, this is something I must deal with personally. After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving Lee 11 and Momoi Sweetie in the room. Momoi Sweetie whispered, how exciting. I didn't expect to eat the royal family's big melon of the day today. This trip wasn't in vain. Alright, no more melons here. I'll take you to a nice place this afternoon. Momoi Sweetie's eyes were filled with excitement. Come on. Where to? Hey, you'll know when you get there. Chapter 158 Movie Shooting Scene. Middle Island Beach Park, close to the sea. It is a Netflix hit with tens of thousands of tourists every day. And in the evening, it is even more crowded because the sunset over the sea is the most beautiful in all of Cherry Blossom Country. When she found out that she was here, Momoi Sweetie was excited. Lee 11 contacted Xia Xinghe. I've arrived at the beach. Where are you? At this moment, he had some doubts in his mind. There were people all around. Was he going to do a live shoot here? How come I haven't seen this type of movie before? Is it ready to start a new track? But can actors and actresses let go in this situation? Xia Xinghe's voice came from the other side of the phone. I have a temporary matter. I can't go for now. Do you see the hill to the north? There are a few villas there. I've already greeted them, so you can go directly to villa number 4. Lee 11 secretly laughed at himself. It seems that I was overthinking it. The villa complex is built on top of a hill. Standing on the second floor of the villa, the entire Middle Island Beach Park's beautiful scenery as far as the eye can see. That a vast and boundless golden sandy beach and the blue clear ocean at this moment intertwined into a picture scroll of absolute beauty. The entire villa complex has been designed to take advantage of the rolling hills and is laid out in a very private manner. The distance between each villa was more than a few dozen meters, and the individual villas could not see each other's yards at all. Each villa covers a full 1,000 square feet or so, and the yard alone is 600 square feet. Lee 11 and Momoi Sweetie arrived at Villa 4. Just outside the courtyard stood a dozen or so staff members who were gathered around the pool, busily setting up the grounds. Apparently, the scene this time was the pool. A young lad was the first to notice Lee 11 standing outside the courtyard. He hurriedly walked over. Hey, kid, we are about to start the official shooting here. Don't get in the way. Hurry up and go away. With that, he made a move to close that courtyard door. It was Mr. Xia who told us to come here and wait for her. Upon hearing Xia Xinghe's name, the director who was sitting steadily behind the viewfinder instantly rose from his seat and walked over with quick steps like the wind beneath his feet. He mercilessly kicked the young man who was still frothing. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he cursed under his breath. This is Mr. Lee's great visit to personally guide his work. You ungrateful fellow, how could you be so negligent? Momoi Sweetie originally had a curious look on her face, but at this moment, she was even more wide-eyed and full of surprise. Mr. Lee? Lee 11 secretly laughed bitterly in his heart. How did he suddenly become the so-called Mr. Lee? He shook his head helplessly, thinking that people in this complicated Jianghu identity is just a randomly given by others, and how much real can be said. The director changed into a fawning expression. Mr. Lee, come on in. You can take a good look at our filming progress and on-set setup. He warmly extended his hand and guided Lee 11 into the quaint courtyard. Lee 11 looked around carefully. Where are the male and female leads? Why haven't we seen them? The director was busy saying. Mr. Lee, don't be anxious. The actors are preparing inside the villa, so I guess they'll be out soon. Momoi Sweetie, on the other hand, tugged on the corner of Li Shi's coat and asked in a low voice. Hey, are you bringing me here to watch a movie? What? No? Momoi sweetie quickly waved her hand. No. I've watched quite a few dramas, but this is the first time I've come to the scene. What kind of drama is this? The director naturally didn't dare to slow down the person next to Lee 11. The main character of this shoot is Aso Gina. Today is her birthday, and it's also her 99th work in her debut. Lee 11 remembered the information he saw yesterday. Aso Gina is 20 years old. As a newcomer, only 1 year after debut, surprisingly shot 99 works. The production is really good. No wonder it's a top 1 artist. On the side, Momoi sweetie was filled with doubt. Aso Gina? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it because I haven't paid attention to the entertainment industry for too long? The other staff members were stunned when they heard her words, and then they laughed. It seemed that this beauty didn't know what the theme of today's shooting actually was. Aso Gina is super hot right now, the director explained with a smile. Not only is she pretty, her acting skills are extraordinarily good. She's been able to portray her character to the fullest in every appearance, and she's highly sought after by the general audience. The director even deliberately winked towards Lee 11, as if hinting at something, and then said to Lee 11, Mr. Lee, why don't I have her come out to meet you? Lee 11 slightly frowned, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, the actress isn't easy either, so it's better to let him prepare properly. Isn't this about to start shooting? It'll be the same when she comes out. The director immediately gave a thumbs up. Mr. Lee is really sympathetic to the actors. There aren't many good leaders like you. Quickly, hurry up and move a chair for Mr. Lee. Lee 11 was also the first to arrive at the shooting site. He came to the viewfinder, picked up a book and casually flipped through it. You guys have a script too? The director was busy saying, that's natural. The plot, the pace, the acting, all need to be controlled by us. Otherwise how can we give the audience the best visual experience? Lee 11 nodded. It seems that no business is easy. Soon after, the director looked at the time and said over the intercom, Actor, come out and get ready. Only a bald, middle-aged man in a suit walked out. Lee 11 just drank a mouthful of water, almost did not spray out. He thought to himself, Aso Gionai is also considered to be a big beautiful woman. Even want to play rivalry with this bald head? The director saw his doubts. Mr. Lee, let me explain to you. This afternoon's episode is the story of the boss and the female secretary. Then he turned his head to look at the male actor. Today it's the group's general manager Lee personally coming to see the play. So you give me a good performance. That male actor immediately hailed Lee 11. However, Lee 11 wasn't interested in men, especially such ugly men. His eyes were drawn to the beautiful woman who was stepping out of the villa. Aso Gina looked 10 times better than in the picture, with big black waves hanging down to her waist, wearing a tight skirt, black silk and black high heels, dressing up like a female secretary indeed. Lee 11 secretly said, what a good cabbage for a pig to arch. She slowly walked over, saw the director groveling to Lee 11, and asked with a puzzled face, is this? The director pushed Aso Gina towards Lee 11 and introduced her. Hearing the other party's identity, Aso Gina immediately bowed deeply. First time meeting, please take care of me. The pride of spring was in full view. Momoi sweetie muttered in a small voice, is this a serious actor? Why do I feel like something's wrong? Chapter 159, Shooting Ghost Films at Night. The director inquired, Mr. Lee, so we start now? You're the director. The scene listens to you. Okay. The director picked up his walkie-talkie. Attention all departments. First take. Start. Along with the plot advancing, the more Momoi sweetie looked at the scene in front of her, the more she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't help but scream out loud when she saw both the male and female lead get into the pool. That shrill cry was like a thunderbolt resounding throughout the set, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The director immediately yells cut. Although it caused some disruption to the shoot and disrupted the rhythm of the two actors, the director didn't show any displeasure or anger. Instead, he still smiled respectfully. Ms. Momoi, we're broadcasting this live. Can you try not to make a sound? Momoi sweetie's pale face was like a ripe apple, red with shame. But she turned away in a bit of a panic, as if she felt really embarrassed to continue. The director could tell she was unsure. Mr. Lee, can you please explain to her? Upon realizing the true situation, Momoi sweetie said, you guys. He looked at the group of big old men around him, and an unspeakable feeling of shyness surged even more in his heart, and he hurriedly hid in the villa. Seeing this, the director could only sigh helplessly, and then shouted to the crew present, actors, male and female, pick up the falling into the pool part and get ready again. Lee 11 thought to himself, this line of work is really not easy. The depth of love can still start again. If this is interrupted in the middle of the play, who can bear it? Watching the whole process, he had to admire the actors. The pacing, acting, intensity, speed and all other aspects are really well controlled and look really charged. The impact can be quite a bit higher live than in the video. After half an hour, the director shouted click and said over the intercom, "The male and female actors have performed well. Now take a good rest, adjust your state, and prepare for the evening's shooting." Lee 11 asked, "There's more at night? Isn't this already shot?" The director handed over another script from the side. "Now it's just the first half of the episode first. There's another exciting episode in the evening." With intense curiosity, Lee 11 took the script and flipped through it carefully. The moment he saw the contents of the script, he secretly marveled at what a great guy. This is not just an action movie. It is clearly a psychic action movie. The evening's drama turned out to be: the heroine is a female ghost who thinks she has drained the hero and is ready to eat him at night. The hero is actually a powerful yin and yang master, and a thrilling battle ensues between the two. As a result, the female ghost was pressed to the ground and rubbed, and her soul was finally dispersed. I have to admit that Sakura Nation is really unique and creative when it comes to plots. For regulars, such a plot might be considered innovative, but for Lee 11, the matter of bumping into ghosts was no longer strange. After all, he'd had a number of similar experiences before. It's just that he doesn't have the heart to let the female ghosts go out of their souls. Lee 11 secretly muttered in his heart, "This is too much of a coincidence." Right. This script is completely all customized for himself. Images from the script had even continued to emerge in his mind, but he immediately dismissed the idea. It's hard to think about having to be watched by a bunch of people. Calm down. One must be calm. He turned his head to the director and realized that the director was also looking at him with anticipation in his eyes. The director spoke. "Mr. Lee, what do you think of this episode?" Lee 11 smiled and replied, "It's very original, but would it be a bit dangerous to shoot at night, in case it really messes with something unclean?" The director was full of disinterest. "Mr. Lee, have you read too many ghost stories? There are indeed some urban legends in Sakura country, but those are all fake after all. How can there really be ghosts in the world?" Lee 11 thought to himself, "If you really saw Momoy Sweetie's big mouth, you wouldn't have said that." The director asked, "Mr. Lee, why don't you continue observing at night? The rooms here are all readily available, so I'll arrange something for you and Ms. Juna after the shooting is over." Seeing his lewd expression, Lee 11 guessed what he wanted to do. Although Aso Jina was beautiful and skilled, but thinking about the way she just looked with that bald guy, Lee 11 shook his head and thought, "Let's forget about it." But he agreed to stay and continue observing, thinking, "Maybe I'll learn something new from this." Sunset. It was like a burning flame, rendering the entire sky picturesque. The people in the villa skillfully set up the barbecue stand that emits a burst of aroma, and the nuisance sound of grilled meat is intertwined with people's joyful laughter, constituting a picture full of the flavor of life. If it wasn't for Lee 11 seeing it with his own eyes, it would be hard to connect this group of people with the movie shooting team. They enjoyed a delicious barbecue while gazing intently at the setting sun over the sea that was gradually sinking towards the surface. Seeing that the setting sun will soon be put into the embrace of the sea, Momoy Sweet Eyes and Aso Junai immediately coincidentally folded their hands together, closed their eyes tightly, and silently spoke the wish of their hearts. Lee 11 had just arrived here, and had heard by the beach that making a wish on the setting sun here was extraordinarily spiritual. He shook his head and laughed in his heart, thinking that only those naive little girls would be so convinced of these seemingly illusory things. Just then, a sudden breeze quietly brushed by, causing an inexplicable coolness to well up in the bottom of one's heart, as if there were countless small worms crawling around in one's heart. Lee 11 was immediately shocked, and the word ghost involuntarily appeared in his mind. He looked around, trying to find out the source of the strange feeling, and saw a blurry white figure flashing by like a ghost inside the villa, so fast that it was too late to see its full appearance. Momoy Sweetie also sensed the difference, and she slowly opened her eyes revealing a hint of uneasiness. She looked at Lee 11 beside her, and her eyes seemed to be inquiring how to deal with this sudden situation. Lee 11 gently shook his head and made a gesture of silence. Of the group, only Momoy Sweetie and Aso Jina were girls, so they had long since gotten acquainted. Aso Jina asked, "Sweetie, what did you wish for?" Momoy Sweetie smiled. "Of course my family is safe. What about you?" Aso Jina's expression was slightly stunned, then immediately switched to a cute smile. "Of course it's to pay off the debt for my family as soon as possible, then retire and find a husband who treats me well." Momoy Sweetie didn't dislike Aso Jina, because she knew that their industry basically had a miserable life, and all of them were really not easy, and the volume of 100 works a year was not something that the average person could afford. She soothed, "Juna, your wish will surely come true now. The director saw that the crowd had pretty much eaten. He clapped his hands. Everyone returned to their positions as soon as possible. At 8 o'clock. We'll shoot on time.